Chapter 1, Demon Ghost Thunderlion. I've traveled across? Suhao looked at the ancient colored room, and a touch of shock appeared on his face. As soon as Suhao woke up, he realized that he wasn't in that small rented house anymore, and the satin clothes he was wearing nowadays didn't look like modern-day attire. He had, indeed, traveled across. This is the Great Xia dynasty. After a long time, Suhao smiled somewhat bitterly, feeling the extra memories in his mind. He had indeed traveled across, and had become the young master of the Su family in Tianmeng City of the Great Xia dynasty, and his father was also an elder-level member of the Su family. But these were not the point was that this world was very unpeaceful. Demonic ghosts were rampant. From time to time there would be incidents of demonic ghosts storming into human cities and killing people. It was possible that if 1 second one was eating, the next second one would be eaten by the demonic ghosts as a meal. What's more, as a member of the Su family, a martial arts family, Suhao couldn't hide. He had to fight with the demonic ghosts, and the time to fight with the demonic ghosts was about to start. Young master, are you ready? Master and the others are waiting for you. A crisp voice came from outside the house. Cough, ready. Suhao coughed and came back to his senses, straightening his clothes in the bronze mirror. He was a young master of the Su family. No matter what, he had to maintain his manners. Suhao walked out of the room. A maid with a clear face respectfully said, "Young master, the master ordered me before letting you go to the martial arts field to gather when you were ready, during the demonic ghost fight, in order to prevent everyone from seeing the demonic ghosts and feeling fear, the family head, the master, and they decided to let everyone see the demonic ghosts first as a precautionary measure." Is that so? I see. Suhao nodded slightly, holding his own weapon, a battle sword made of fine iron, and quickly headed to the martial arts arena. This demon and ghost fighting is held by the city lord's mansion, and all of us, the sons of lineage who practiced martial arts, above the age of 16 must participate once. Suhao's face was a bit depressed. The so-called demon and ghost fighting is a ceremony held by the city lord's mansion every once in a while, allowing the disciples of all the major families to go up on the stage and fight with the captured demon ghosts, and the purpose of this is to cultivate the disciples of all the families, so that when they encounter the demon ghosts in the future, they won't lose their sense of fighting. It was not good enough not to participate, unless there was a special reason. If you dared to escape, you would become the laughingstock of the entire Tianmeng city, and would also be punished by your own family. It didn't matter if one went up to win or not, but one had to go up to the stage to fight the demonic ghost. Although there were various protective measures, almost every year, the demon and ghost fight would have disciples from various families seriously injured and killed. If he could not go, Suhao would definitely not go, but if he didn't go, he was afraid that his good days would come to an end, and it was possible that he would be expelled from the family wall. Anyway, let's take a look at the demonic ghost first, just in case the demonic ghost just sounds vicious, but is actually very vegetable. Suhao secretly said as he made his way to the Su family's martial arts arena. In the Su family's martial arts field, dozens of people had already gathered. These were all young disciples of the Su family, who were above 16 years old and had not participated in the demon ghost fight. Not far away, a middle-aged man with slightly pale hair stood silently. His face was very kind. This person was Suhao's father, Sui. Sui slightly nodded to Suhao, between the look of some concern. He loved his son since childhood, cannot scolding, usually time is also very busy, do not have time to supervise its practice of martial arts, this demon and ghost fight, but there are casualties of the possibility. Soon Sui, convergence mood, opened his mouth. Well, people are all here, let you come to the purpose of you surely clear. A moment at noon will go to the city master's mansion for the demon ghost fight, afraid that you encounter the demon ghosts, do not know what to do, so in advance to let you see the demon ghosts. Demon ghosts are actually demon ghosts. I haven't seen demon ghosts since I grew up. I've heard that demonic ghosts can eat people, and many of them have special abilities, talents, and are very scary. The dozens of Su family disciples present were all either excited, nervous, or apprehensive. The rumors they had heard about demonic ghosts were all very scary. Pull over the demonic ghosts that our Su family has captured. And Sui commanded. Soon, several martial artists from the Su family were straining to push and pull a prison cart into the martial arts arena. Inside this prison wagon was a lion with light golden hair. Its entire body seemed to have thunder flowing in general. This lion's body length was about 1 zhang. Its entire body was bound with arm-thick special hemp rope, lying down inside the prison wagon, unable to stand up. Everyone's heart was violently twitching. The might emanating from this golden lion was simply too much, and there were quite a few people whose foreheads were sweating. To fight such a powerful demonic ghost? Wasn't this an act of seeking death? Fortunately, Sui quickly said, "Don't worry, this demonic ghost is a demonic ghost that our Su family head personally went out to capture. It is a demonic ghost with Hotian cultivation, and to conduct a demonic ghost fight, on the other hand, basically all of them are only equivalent to the third-rate martial artist level demonic ghosts." Upon hearing this, the crowd of Su family disciples present wiped their sweat. So it's a Hotian level demonic ghost, no wonder it's so terrifying. If it's a third-rate demonic ghost, it's still possible to fight but save your life. Demon ghost fight, just go up to the stage and fight with the demon ghost. Winning is the best, losing won't be anything. Essentially it's just a tradition to cultivate the guts of the disciples of all the big families. Ding, the super pickup system has been activated. Su Hao, on the other hand, froze at this moment, as a cold, mechanical voice resounded in his mind when he saw this demonic ghost. What the hell? Su Hao was first stunned, then he was ecstatic. As a modern person who was still a modern person a few hours ago, he was naturally familiar with all kinds of online novels, and he knew about golden fingers-like systems, and as a traveler himself, he really did have a golden finger as well. Scanning in progress, scanning complete, please host check your own status. The system prompt sounded again, and in front of Su Hao, a semi-transparent attribute bar appeared. Host, Su Hao. Age, 16. Cultivation, 8 years of internal strength. Realm evaluation, not in the top class. Cultivated technique, purple chi skill black iron level, proficiency primary 51%. Martial art cultivated, wind slashing blade technique black iron grade, proficiency beginner 50%. Spiritual roots, none. Remaining experience value, 0 points. After looking at his attributes, Su Hao's face was filled with speechlessness. I originally thought that I was a third-rate expert. Anymore, but it turns out that I don't make it. It can't be helped, Su Hao's talent is not good, not to mention the kind of hard martial arts practice martial arts obsessive, 16 years old with 8 years of internal force cultivation, it is also considered good, close to the level of third-rate martial artists. Martial artists, from low to high are third-rate, second-rate, first-rate, acquired, innate, as for the top, belongs to the immortal level, Su Hao does not quite understand, only has the spiritual route to have the possibility of entering the immortal door. In this Tianming city with nearly 10 million people, the only immortal Su Hao knew was the Tianming city lord, who was the absolute master in Tianming city. Following that, Su Hao then looked at this demon ghost lion, curious in his heart, what about the attributes of this demon ghost lion? Demon ghost, thunder lion. Realm evaluation, early Hotian. Attribute, thunder. Kill has a chance to drop, thunder spirit root broken, thunder breathing technique bronze level, 5 years of internal energy, evil lion roar black iron level, lion roar kung fu bronze level. Su Hao was dumbfounded, then his face was filled with joy. Killing this thunder lion can explode so many good things? Internal strength cultivation, techniques, martial arts, and even spiritual roots. Chapter 2, Thunder Spirit Root, Thunder Breathing Method. Spirit root, this thing is something that is necessary to enter the immortal sect. Even if one cultivates to the innate realm, if one is unable to enter the immortal sect, break through the innate, and enter a higher level of the realm, the result will ultimately be the end of one's lifespan to the point of sitting down. Entering the immortal sect, this is definitely what anyone desires. But people with spiritual roots were too rare, not 1 in a million. Su Hao licked his lips, killing this thunder lion was actually able to drop a spiritual root, even though it was only a broken spiritual root, it was definitely better than nothing. Hauer is happy? Sui was originally worried that Su Hao would be afraid of seeing demonic ghosts, but what made Sui startled was that Su Hao not only did not fear, but instead, he was staring at this thunder lion with 2 glowing eyes, and looking at that appearance, he could not wait to rush up and gnaw on it. This makes Sui can't help but worry a little. Could it be that this demonic ghost exudes too much power, all deterred Su Hao a little abnormal? Sui collected his inexplicable mood. He said in a loud voice, "All of you, step forward and turn and stab this thunder lion, so that you can be clear that even powerful demonic ghosts are in fact only mortal flesh, and will be injured and die." The Su family's family head went through the trouble of capturing such a thunder lion alive not only to let the crowd see the demonic ghosts, but also to dispel their fear of demonic ghosts. Everyone went up and stabbed this demonic ghost, and with the demonic ghost fighting ceremony afterward, their fear of demonic ghosts would naturally not be so heavy. Many martial artists are only closed-door cultivation. If it is a real battle, fear in the heart, I'm afraid that 10% of the strength cannot play out 30%. 5 elders, this is too cruel, right? It can't move, and yet we are abusing it. Like this, said a Su clan young girl with an intolerant look on her face. This thunder lion was captured alive, tied up in 5 different ways, and they also had to go up and stab it one by one, which was a bit cruel in her opinion. Snap. Before this Su family young girl finished her words, Sui's face was sunken, a slap was thrown out in the air. In the crisp ringing sound, this Su family young girl was thrashed and tumbled down on the ground, her delicate little face quickly red and swollen, the corner of her mouth with blood. Sui looked at her angrily, his face sinking like water. Demon ghost, is the enemy of us humans, you feel pity for it? Before the family master captured it, it was massacring in a small village in town. No less than 100 people died in its mouth. Now it is estimated that there is still undigested food in its stomach. Do you want me to dig it out and show it to you? Demon ghosts, which since ancient times is the enemy of mankind, powerful demon ghosts, have the strength to slaughter the city and destroy the door. The harm is unimaginable, most like to take human beings as food. The Su family young girl, this mother of God heart, is undoubtedly letting Sui annoyed, holding such a mentality to participate in the demon ghosts fight. A few heads are not enough to fall. That young girl sobbed lowly, covering her red and swollen cheeks, not daring to speak. The rest of the Su family disciples were also silenced. No one dared to assist or comfort her. Then Sui said with a cold face, "Su Changjiang, you come first, the others wait a bit. If there are those who can't lay their hands on her, they will be directly removed from the Su family." Yes. The teenager named Su Changjiang was tall. Without any nonsense, he came forward, holding a knife, and poked at the abdomen of the thunder lion inside the iron cage with a forceful slash. Snort! Su Changjiang's hard knife but stabbed into this thunder lion's abdomen less than an inch deep, which made Su Changjiang a little surprised, feeling that this thunder lion's body was very strong. Its muscles seemed as tough as cowhide. Ow! The sprawling thunder lion was stabbed and immediately let out a furious roar, but it appeared to be lacking in mid-air and also couldn't even move due to the fact that its entire body was bound. This Hotian-level thunder lion was captured alive by the Su family head, and the only innate martial artist in the Su family. Well done. Next. Sui nods his head in satisfaction. This Su Changjiang is one of the most outstanding disciples of their Su family in this generation. He has already entered the third stream martial artist level for 3 or 4 years. He really has amazing guts, able to stab this demonic ghost without changing his face. The rest of the people saw Su Changjiang take the lead and also realized that this thunder lion looked ferocious, but being subdued, it was difficult for him to show off his ferocity, and one by one, they all went forward in turn and stabbed this thunder lion. This may seem cruel, but the thunder lion is a demonic ghost, but it feeds on humans. I don't know how many people have entered its stomach. Time passes, soon Suyi's gaze looks towards Su Hao. Hao, it's your turn. Su Hao had long been unable to wait, immediately was up, staring at the iron cage and the thunder lion, looked for a while. This thunder lion fur is tough, swords and knives are difficult to injure, I stab it, it is difficult to kill it. Su Hao's heart didn't have much fear, instead, it was full of excitement. Killing this thunder lion, if he could burst out the spiritual root, it was possible for him to use it to enter the Immortal sect in the future. Wouldn't it be beautiful to pursue the Immortal way at that time, with a lifespan of several hundred years or even thousands of years? But one's own sword is hard to kill this thunder lion. The thunder lion's body seems to be covered in blood, but it's all just superficial wounds. Su Hao then looks towards the sword on Suyi's waist and opens his mouth. Father, can you let me use your sword for a while? Suyi's sword was naturally a sword that cut iron like mud. Can. Sui was stunned. If it was someone else who wanted to borrow his beloved sword, he definitely didn't have a good face, but when his own son wanted to borrow it, he handed the sword over to Su Hao painfully. It's the fifth elder's son, Su Hao. The rest of the people watched silently. Su Hao was very low profile and ordinary in the Su family, and everyone's impression of him was only limited to being the son of the fifth elder, Sui. Su Hao pulled out the cold shining sword and came to the front of the iron cage. The thunder lion was lying down in the iron cage, very weak and wretched, but a pair of blood-red eyes was still ferociously staring at Su Hao, believing that if it had the ability, it would swallow Su Hao in one bite, not even a bone left. In everyone's shocked eyes, Su Hao and Thunder Lion locked eyes, and in the next second, Su Hao stabbed his sword towards Thunder Lion's left eye like lightning. The thunder lion's whole body was tough as hell, and the sword could only leave a wound less than an inch deep, so in order to kill it with a single strike, of course, one had to aim for the eye. Pooh! The sharp tip of the sword stabbed out angrily, like a deadly cold light, piercing straight into the thunder lion's eye. Half of the long sword was completely pierced into it, penetrating the thunder lion's brain. Ow! Before being stabbed with a sword, the thunder lion, which had clenched its teeth and didn't say a word, let out a mournful roar, and Su Hao retreated back and forth. Although he knew that the thunder lion was incapable of hurting himself, he was still afraid of what might happen. Thunder Lion's one eye was full of unwillingness, lying on the ground, losing color in its eyes. It knew that it was dead after being captured alive by humans, but it still didn't think that the time of death would come so soon, and it didn't even have a little hope of survival. At the same time, a series of system prompts sounded in Su Hao's mind. Successfully killed Thunder Lion. Obtained Thunder Breathing Method Bronze Level. Gained 5 years of internal strength cultivation. Gained Thunder Spirit Root Broken. Gain 1000 experience points. Chapter 3, The Demon and Ghost Fight begins. The series of system prompts made Su Hao a little dizzy. This not only exploded the Thunder Spirit Root that he longed for, but also the Thunder Breathing Method, 5 years of internal cultivation, and 1000 experience points. This is considered a big explosion, right? And also with the system prompt sound, Su Hao's feeling of his own body has undergone a huge change, in the depth of his body, like something more, for the perception of the aura between heaven and earth has become incredibly sharp. Su Hao is clear, this is the reason that he already has a spiritual root. Who has a spiritual root, the talent of cultivation belongs to the genius level. Not only that, the internal force in Su Hao's dantian steeply increased by a large amount, breaking through the level of 10 years of cultivation, reaching the level of a third-rate martial artist. Don't underestimate the third-rate martial artist, a person who grew up practicing martial arts, get up early, smell the chicken, also have to spend 10 years in order to reach the level of third-rate martial artist. A normal person, and how many 10 years? How long can a normal person have? A few decades. How long can a normal person cultivate for 10 years as one day? A third-rate martial artist is already enough to earn a good job in some big families or chambers of commerce, dartboards, or whatever, earning a decent amount of gold and silver. Other than that, it was the newly acquired thunder breathing technique, which was a bronze-grade secret technique, knowing that the martial arts and techniques that Su Hao practiced nowadays were the wind-slashing blade technique and the purple breath technique, which were considered superior martial arts in the Su family, but they were both only of the black iron grade. Su Hao looked at this thunder breathing technique that he had obtained. Thunder breathing method bronze level, proficiency beginner 1%, with the help of the marvelous breathing law to stimulate the body's potential, muscles and thoughts are united, combining speed and power, moving like thunder, killing power and speed at the same time. Note, the load on the body is great. Very good. Sounds awesome, thunderous speed, combined with the wind-slashing blade technique and purple chi skill that I have practiced, how strong will I be? Suhao's 2 eyes were glowing. Nowadays, his own strength had definitely doubled more than several times, and he would definitely be able to cope with the next demon and ghost fights more comfortably. He killed this demon ghost? So ruthless. Directly pierced its brain with a sword. At this time, the faint sound ringing around caused Suhao to wake up. He saw the shocked and surprised eyes of the clansmen. They came up to stab this thunder lion carefully and finished quickly, which was like Suhao, who directly killed this thunder lion with a sword. Sorry, hit a little hard. Suhao said with an embarrassed and apologetic face. This thunder lion would burst out so many good things before he killed it. Ha ha ha. Good. Worthy of being my Suyi's son, this thunder lion would have been impossible to leave alive. Demons and ghosts should all be killed without mercy. The fifth elder Sui but laughed out loud, for Suhao's move was very satisfied. To be merciful to the demonic ghosts is to be cruel to oneself. This son of his is able to treat the demonic ghosts coldly and mercilessly. This is what he is very happy to see. Compared to being killed by the demonic ghosts, of course, it is the choice to kill the demonic ghosts. Alright, the time is almost up, let's set off. Head to the city lord's mansion to participate in the demon ghost fight. All of you don't disgrace the Su family, perform well. Of course, if you can't do it, symbolically pass a few moves and get off the stage, no one will ridicule it. Sui finally said, preparing to head to the demon ghost fighting extravaganza. The group of people set off, heading to the city lord's mansion. While Suhao was asking the system at this time, system, what is the use of this experience value? He had just killed the thunder lion, but he had also gained 1,000 points of experience value. Reporting to the host, the experience value can be used to upgrade the level of various feats and secret arts, and it can also be used to upgrade the spirit root. The system's cold and mechanical voice sounded in Suhao's mind. Suhao's eyes lit up, being able to upgrade spirit roots? Can my broken thunder spirit root be upgraded? Upgrading the thunder spirit root crippled to primary level requires 2,000 experience points, or acquiring 2 more crippled spirit roots and repairing them. The system said. Suhao was a bit disappointed when he heard this. He only had 1,000 experience points, not even close, but it could be used to upgrade martial arts and techniques, right? Suhao was very excited. System, give me an upgrade to my blade technique. Ding, consuming 100 experience points. Congratulations to the host for upgrading the wind-slashing blade technique to intermediate 1%. 100 experience points and it was upgraded to intermediate level? Suhao was stunned. 1,000 experience points, did it turn out to be so much? That's right, killing a Hotian-level demonic ghost was only 1,000 experience points, so it could be seen how precious it was. Upgrade to perfection for me. Suhao said with great excitement. His martial arts qualification was very average, plus the previous him didn't practice martial arts that diligently, and his sword technique was only introductory. Now he could use the experience value to directly upgrade to perfection. Ding, consuming 200 points of experience value. Congratulations to the host for upgrading the wind-slashing blade technique to advanced 1%. Ding, consuming 400 experience points. Congratulations to the host for raising the wind-slashing blade technique to completion. When the wind-slashing blade technique was upgraded to perfection, Suhao obviously felt that his understanding of this set of blade techniques had reached a whole new level, and even the hidden killing moves in this set of blade techniques could be performed with ease. The average person who practiced this set of wind-chopping blade method would not be able to cultivate it to perfection without a decade or 2 of hard work, but Suhao only spent 800 points of experience value to directly raise it to perfection. This way, we won't lose face in the demon and ghost fight later, right? Suhao thought prettily. Soon after, the group entered the city lord's mansion, and on top of the martial arts arena of the city lord's mansion, nearly 1,000 people had already gathered, with a large number of chairs placed. Not only the Su family, the other big families of Tianming City also brought along, and all young disciples who had reached the age of 16 had to participate once. When the time came to noon, surrounded by a few guards, a middle-aged man wearing a black robe followed by several fully armored soldiers entered the martial arts arena. Seeing this black-robed middle-aged man, everyone stood up with incomparable respect on their faces. This person was Yi Changqing, the city lord of Tianming City, and the only strong person known to Suhao in the entire Tianming City who had entered the level of Xiantian Gate. Yi Changqing's voice was not big, but it resounded in everyone's ears. Demon and ghost fighting event. Every 3 years, those who have reached the age of 16 are required to take part in it, and now that the once every 3 years demon and ghost fighting has begun once again, I will first talk about the rules. The demon ghost fight is to hone your bloodlust. No matter if you win or lose, you should at least have the courage to wield your sword against the demon ghosts. Of course, the premise is still to be able to save your life. There are formations surrounding this martial arts stage. The demon ghosts can't come out, so as long as you guys feel you can't support it any longer, just get off the stage directly and you'll be able to save your life. Yi Changqing said, and the crowd also saw that there was a layer of translucent barrier surrounding the martial arts arena. This is the means of those who enter the Immortal sect level? It's amazing. One by one, the martial artists were envious. This formation was able to trap the demonic ghosts but had no effect on the humans. Stage on the martial arts stage to fight with the demonic ghosts. If you can't beat them and leave the stage, you can save your life, but if you don't even have the ability to leave on the stage, then no one is allowed to intervene if you are killed by the demonic ghosts. History is not short of many people to carry out the demon ghost fight even too late to get off the stage was killed by the demon ghost. In addition, it is best to be able to outwit the demon ghosts and kill them. If someone can win 3 games in a row, I will reward them with a yuan enhancement pill that can increase their cultivation by 10 years, and a 1000 refinement level weapon. Yi Changqing continued, and in order to stimulate the winning spirit of these teenagers, he also gave rewards. Chapter 4, The Three-Eyed Monkey. 1000 refinement level weapon need not be said, this can be passed down as a family heirloom. Innate martial artists with will not look shabby, while a 10-year cultivation growth of yuan dan is also very precious. Ordinary people immediately have a third-rate martial arts level of cultivation. Third-rate martial arts level 8 more can be 100 feet pole further, have a second-rate martial arts level of cultivation, save 10 years of hard cultivation. Su Hao licked his lips, eyes some blazing stare at Yi Changqing, because he saw Yi Changqing's drop as too rich. Of course, he has self-awareness. Clear Yi Changqing this kind of strong person to destroy him a finger problem. Alright, old Li, bring the demon ghost up, let's start. After saying that, Yi Changqing directly sat down on the chief position. His face was also filled with an interested look, wanting to see if there were any outstanding talents in this demon ghost fight. The one called Old Li was a man with a stout figure and a scar at the corner of his eye. This scarred man sniffed and slightly nodded his head and left. Soon after, this scarred man held up an iron cage with one arm and came. This iron cage is an ape, but the strange thing is that this ape has 3 eyes, blood-red eyes, higher than normal people ahead, nearly 2 meters high. Scarred man casually threw this iron cage on top of the martial arts stage, and blasted this iron cage burst open with a palm strike in the air. Innate martial artist. Su Hao smacked his lips. This scarred man was an innate martial artist. Their entire Su family, only the Su family head was an innate martial artist, and also their family's guardian god, and this city lord's mansion. It was true that the masters were like clouds. Squeak! The three-eyed ape in the iron cage got out of the trap. It let out a sharp chirp. It was going to jump up in the air and get out of here, but it only jumped up a dozen or so meters high. Then it touched on the translucent barrier. That barrier had a flash, rebounded a huge force, and bounced this three-eyed ape to hit the ground heavily. Squeak squeak! The three-eyed ape scratched its ears, not understanding why it couldn't leave this place, but there was also a hint of fear in its eyes. The translucent barrier gave it a feeling that it would be shattered if it hit it, making it not dare to forcibly break through the martial arts arena's legal formation again. The demon and ghost fight officially begins. The first one, Nangong family Nangong Mo. The scarred man took out a manual and opened his mouth, announcing the first person to conduct the demon ghost fight. The Nangong family, no less powerful than the Su family, also had an innate martial artist in attendance. And in this Nangong family's team, a tall teenager took a deep breath and walked out. This teenager was naturally Nangong Mo. Su Hao looked carefully. He saw the basic information of this Nangong Mo through the system. This was a martial artist with 10 years of cultivation. Strength reached the level of third-rate martial artist. At this age, his talent for martial arts practice was considered good. And that demon ghost three-eyed ape monkey is likewise a strength equivalent to the third-stream martial artist level demon ghost. Su Hao would like to see both sides in the end, who is strong and who is weak, their own against, and have a few % of the chance of victory. These demon ghosts can be alive and kicking, not like the previous Thunder Lion, weak, seriously injured, but also tied into a dumpling. Nangong Mo's face also carried a trace of nervousness, but it was more of an excitement. He liked this feeling of being in the limelight, and even more so, with Yi Changqing, a powerhouse who had entered the Immortal sect level. He was very eager to express himself. Nangong Mo was holding a pitch-black refined iron lance that weighed dozens of pounds. Ordinary people struggled to hold such a heavy lance, let alone swing it, but Nangong Mo was carrying this lance with one arm, and easily jumped onto the martial arts stage with a long leap. Demon ghost, come on, the one who kills you is Nangong family's Nangong Mo. Nangong Mo stared at this demon ghost. His face was full of arrogance as he said, "Demon ghost," in his eyes was nothing more than a slightly stronger beast. Squeak! The three-eyed ape monkey immediately had a ferocious light erupting out of all 3 eyes. Now it was no longer prepared to think about how to get out of this place. First kill the human in front of it and have a full meal. With a stern whistle, the three-eyed ape with the height of one person stamped its paws on the ground, dragging a series of residual shadows towards Nangong Moji and pounced towards Nangong Moji. 100 battles gun technique, sweeping the 1,000 armies. Although Nangong Mo was arrogant, he was not a weak hand. At that moment, he gripped his spear with both hands, his internal energy infused into the body of the spear, and swept straight out horizontally, bringing up a snowy arc. As a third-rate martial artist, Nangong Mo's strength was definitely not weak. G.A. The three-eyed ape's forward-lunging body lurched. The snowy cold aura brushed against its body. If it lunged forward another foot away, it would have to be torn apart by the tip of the gun. What a fast reaction! Seeing this scene, Su Hao secretly said, this three-eyed ape monkey's reaction and speed were first class, not a beast that only knew brute force. Kill! After forcing the three-eyed ape to stop, Nangong Mo let out a low roar and waved his lance that was close to 2 meters long, blossoming a little bit of cold aura, stabbing towards the three-eyed throat, neck, eyes, heart, and other parts of the body, killing him with every move. Not bad, this is how to treat demons and ghosts. Fight with all your might, don't show the slightest bit of mercy. On the Nangong family's side, the leading elders all nodded slightly. Only City Lord Yi Changqing did not move a muscle, and no expression could be seen on his face. To him, this Nangong Mo's performance was just average, not worthy of more attention from him. Clang clang clang. Nangong Mo and this three-eyed ape fought together. Nangong Mo's gun technique was extremely harsh, but this three-eyed ape was also worthy of being a demonic ghost. It waved a pair of claws, constantly blocking Nangong Mo's attacks, claws and metal lance collision, constantly emitting clanking crunching sound, similar to hitting iron. But overall still Nangong Mo with the advantage of the lance has the upper hand, forcing the three-eyed ape and 2 meters away from the difficult to inch forward, simply cannot go forward. Defending for a long time is bound to lose. Three-eyed ape is also very tired, panting appearance, which makes Nangong Mo hard happy, increase the strength of the attack. Just when everyone thought that Nangong Mo might be winning, suddenly the situation in the field changed. The third eye of this three-eyed ape monkey violently bloomed with scarlet light. Nangong Mo did not feel his body shaken, and when his eyes touched the third eye of the three-eyed ape monkey, he only felt a trance in his heart and mind, and had a feeling of drowsiness. No. Not good. Nangong Mo bit his tongue fiercely and came to his senses, realizing that it was not good. While a fishy wind came to his face, the three-eyed ape monkey stood up. A bloody mouth covered with sharp teeth was already close at hand. In the eyes of outsiders just now, Nangong Mo suddenly had a moment of concentration. That three-eyed ape is to take advantage of the opportunity to pounce straight up, to bite off Nangong Mo's neck. In the nick of time, Nangong Mo subconsciously stretched out his left arm and blocked it in front of his body, so that the bite did not land on his neck. Put. The three-eyed ape bit into Nangong Mo's left arm, its sharp teeth easily tearing through his muscles and penetrating deep into them. Aha! Let go of me. Nangong Mo immediately let out a miserable, fearful yell and hastily backed away, desperately struggling. Nangong Mo. The Nangong clan and others under the stage all got up, but they couldn't go on the stage to rescue Nangong Mo. According to the rules of the demon and ghost fighting, no outsiders were allowed to intervene in the demon and ghost fighting, or else their clans wouldn't be able to withstand the wrath of the city lord's mansion, and they could only do nothing but wait anxiously under the stage. Aha! Nangong Mo struggled frantically under the pain, and finally with a forceful tug, a large chunk of flesh on his arm was torn off, and he thus got out of the trap. Not caring about the injury on his arm, he staggered backward, and exited the range of the ring. Boom! And the three-eyed ape was not willing to give up, chasing after him with extreme speed, but it was a headbutt on top of the barrier at the edge of the martial arts stage, and was rebounded back. The three-eyed ape could only give up the pursuit with eyes full of unwillingness, and chewed the piece of flesh belonging to Nangong Mo in his mouth. Chapter 5, Thunderous Decimation. Just now. Is this three-eyed ape monkey's special ability soul regaining eye? Su Hao secretly said, this three-eyed ape monkey, as a demon ghost, possessed a special natural ability. This eye of soul regeneration was able to confuse the opponent's mind, and as long as it caused the opponent to have a moment's daze during the battle, it could easily win. However, the response to this special ability is also very simple, not to look at its third eye on the line. Where is Doctor? The Nangong family and the others rushed to assist Nangong Mo, whose arms were all bloody and white bone, and at the same time rushed to call the doctor. In this demon and ghost fighting place, there is the best doctor in the whole Daimeng City Inn. Immediately there is a white-haired old man carrying a medical box over to check. Soon after, check finished, this old man sighed and shook his head and said, this arm can't be saved. That demon ghost's teeth on the demon ghost poison has invaded his arm bones, if not quickly excised, such as the demon ghost poison spread to the body for fear of not an arm so simple. Look carefully, indeed, on top of the white bone exposed in the wound of Nangong Mo's arm, are stained with a touch of black. 2. Cut off my arm? I don't want it. When Nangong Mo heard this, he was shocked and tired, and screamed in horror, unable to accept the reality, and passed out. The rest of the people were all looking at this scene with some trepidation. Losing an arm, this would be reduced to a cripple in the future. This was more terrifying than death for many people. The second one, Li Fan of the Li family. That scarred man, on the other hand, appeared calm, announcing the next person to conduct the demon and ghost fight. Li Fan, this was a teenager who used a sword as a weapon. He was obviously a little nervous and fearful. With Nangong Mo's previous experience, he didn't dare to be careless. After going on stage, the three-eyed ape that had eaten human flesh was furiously pouncing over. Li Fan lowered his head entangled with this three-eyed ape, not daring to look at the three-eyed ape's eyes for fear of being affected by its natural ability. This also caused Li Fan's performance to be very poor, and in the end, after a few moves, he fled from the ring, which was a bit humiliating, but it was better than being killed or maimed. Next, Wang Shuo. The three-eyed ape won 2 matches in a row, and finally, during the third match, Wang Shuo of the Wang clan came on. It's Wang Shuo. This person has extraordinary talent since childhood, and he is also a martial arts nerd. It's very likely for him to win over this three-eyed ape. Su Hao's heart stirred. This Wang Shua's name was something even he had heard of, and he was considered a little-known genius among the younger generation of Tianmeng City. Wang Shua, this was a slender and indifferent teenager. As soon as he stepped onto the stage, he stood with his sword, closed his eyes, and didn't move a muscle. The three-eyed ape hissed and instantly pounced, while when he entered within 3 meters of Wang Shua then steeply launched his sword. His sword was so fast that it was unimaginable, and his essence and spirit were all merged into one in general, locking the three-eyed ape in place. It's the Heart Shadow Sword technique. Someone recognized the stance used by Wang Shua. Put. The three-eyed ape didn't even have a chance to react before its heart was penetrated by this terrifying sword that was like a stream of light. Who? One strike killed the three-eyed ape. Wang Shua's face was a little pale, gasping for breath. In the face of the three-eyed ape he didn't dare to be careless, directly exerted his strongest sword, the essence of the spirit of the unity. One strike killed the three-eyed ape while at the same time, he was also consumed greatly, no longer have the power to fight again, and without a word, he got off the stage. Awesome, practiced the Heart Shadow Sword technique at such a young age. It's a pity that it only has the power of one strike. It will work well if there are more than 2 enemies to face. Someone under the stage commented. Someone went up to the stage to carry away the corpse of the three-eyed ape. Time passed and one by one, martial artists from various clans went up to the stage in turn. Most of these martial artists were defeated at the hands of the demonic ghosts and were in a hurry to save their lives. The ones here were all around 16 years old. Many of them had no real combat experience, but there was also an occasional gifted youngster like Wang Shua, who had the ability to defeat or even kill a third-rate martial artist level demonic ghost. Next, Su Hao of the Su family. Finally, when more than 30 people had passed and it was Su Hao's turn, the scarred man announced. Howard, be careful, if the situation is not right, get off the stage immediately. Sui was more nervous than Su Hao yet, and hurriedly urged Su Hao, more worried about Su Hao's safety than letting Su Hao bring glory to the Su family. Well, I will be careful. Su Hao nodded, a little nervous in his heart, but more excited. Su Hao carried a sword on his waist and jumped onto the martial arts stage. Su Hao? Someone from the Su family? Never heard of this person. Su Hao was usually very low profile, and most of the people under the stage didn't know that there was such a person as Su Hao. Go for it. Sui's fists clenched. If Su Hao encountered danger on the martial arts stage, according to the rules he could not make a move, he could only rely on Su Hao himself. He did not ask Su Hao to win, as long as he was safe and sound. When he went up to the ring, Su Hao saw his opponent, a green-colored one-horned cheetah. This one-horned cheetah was more than 2 meters long. Its body curves were full of the combination of force and speed, giving people a very dangerous feeling. Demon Ghost, Wind Shadow Leopard. Realm Evaluation, 3rd-rate martial artist grade. Attribute, Wind. Chance of dropping, Wind Spirit Root broken, Wind Shadow Stance Black Iron grade, half a year of internal cultivation, Wind Shadow Diversion Black Iron grade. Su Hao saw the basic information of this Wind Shadow Leopard, which was equivalent to the 3rd-rate martial artist level, and Su Hao had previously killed the Thunder Lion and gained 5 years of internal force cultivation, also entering the 3rd-rate martial artist level. Wind Spirit Root. Su Hao saw the drop of Wind Shadow Leopard and his mouth watered. How comfortable would he be if he had dual spirit roots? This teenager is a bit interesting. His eyes are like seeing prey. That scarred man froze when he saw Su Hao's eyes. Su Hao's blazing eyes were as if he saw a delicious prey. Roar! The Wind Shadow Leopard's saliva flowed in the same way. It had been hungry for 3 days. At this moment, when it saw the human in front of it, it couldn't hold it down at all. After a roar, this Wind Shadow Leopard's body twisted for a while, and it was actually divided into 3. Is it the Wind Shadow Leopard's natural ability? Su Hao was slightly surprised. The 3 Wind Shadow Leopards in front of him couldn't tell which one was the real body with his eyesight. But then, Su Hao's eyes flashed. Who cares which one is real, just attack these 3 Wind Shadow Leopards at the same time. Roar! The 3 Wind Shadow Leopards were as swift as the blistering wind, dragging a trail of residual shadows as they flew in. 3 Wind Shadow Leopards, blocking off 3 directions. This Wind Shadow Leopard was considered to be the extremely strong kind even among the 3rd-rate martial artist level demonic ghosts. Thunder Breathing Technique. Su Hao took a deep breath and performed the thunder breathing technique. He only felt a lightning bolt spreading in his lungs and injected into his whole body. Every cell in his whole body was activated in general. The nerve reaction speed, muscle activity, and strength were all drastically increased, and the Wind Shadow Panther's swift speed became slowed down. This thunder breathing method is actually so subtle? Su Hao's spirit was revitalized, but his movements were not slowed down at all. When the 3 Wind Shadow Leopards were all about to approach him by 1 meter, he finally moved. Wind Slashing Blade Technique. Crack! The battle sword within the sheath was instantly sheathed. The wind slashing blade technique that had been raised to the perfection realm was executed. Together with the thunder breathing technique, the snowy blade drew an arc, like thunder roaring. Poo poo poo. The cold blade aura was like a cold bolt of electricity. Near the same time, a flash of light, slashing through the necks of the 3 Wind Shadow Leopards. The Wind Shadow Leopard in the center and the right side dissipated at the same time. These were 2 doppelgangers, while the Wind Shadow Leopard on the left side had a look of dismay in its eyes. A line of blood surfaced at its neck, and its huge body collapsed helplessly and softly to the ground, blood spreading underneath it. Its thick neck snapped, and one of its heads tumbled down. Successfully killed the Wind Shadow Leopard. Gained half a year of internal strength cultivation. Gained Wind Spirit Root broken. Gained 50 experience points. Chapter 6, Wind Spirit Root. The Wind Shadow Leopard's eyes still carried a bewildered, dismayed look. It didn't even see how Suha made the sword, and its own beast head fell to the ground. Who is he? He? It feels even stronger than Wang Shuo. It's Suha of the Su family, did not hear of this person, but his strength is too horrible. I didn't even see how he made the knife. The crowd of martial artists from various families under the stage were stunned. This Wind Shadow Leopard belonged to an extremely powerful kind even among the third-stream martial artist level demonic ghosts, possessing the natural ability to split into three, but facing Su Hao, he was chopped down in a single glance. That horrible speed simply made the human eyes unable to capture. In an instant, 3 knives were made in a row, and 3 knives killed 3 Wind Shadow Leopards at the same time, fast to the extreme. How or won? Sui was originally worried about whether Su Hao can get through the difficult time. Win or lose does not matter, only hope that he cannot have some disability. But Hao would not expect Su Hao won. A photo between the Wind Shadow Leopard decapitation, this kind of strength completely refreshed his cognition of their own this son. Not bad. This son's saber technique seems to have been cultivated to the consummate realm. A 16 or 17-year-old junior being able to practice a set of saber techniques to this extent, rare. That scarred man's eyes lit up. Su Hao's performance all seemed extremely bright to him. For a teenager to be able to cultivate a saber technique to the consummate realm for 10 years as if it was one day, this was really very rare. If Su Hao knew what he was thinking, he would definitely blush. He hadn't practiced very hard, and his blade technique was only entry level 2 or 3 hours ago. Even the city lord Yi Changqing's eyes flashed with interest. As a strong person who opened the Immortal Gate, there were not many things that could make him interested. Cool. Su Hao similarly screamed in his heart at this moment. This powerful feeling was mesmerizing, and after killing this Wind Shadow Leopard, Su Hao actually exploded another broken spirit root. This time it was a Wind Spirit Root. Broken spiritual roots could be upgraded with experience value, or 3 broken spiritual roots could be fused into 1 completed spiritual root. After possessing the Wind Spiritual Root, Su Hao obviously felt that his perception of the aura in the sky and the earth was much sharper, and not only that, his speed increased by at least about 50% when he moved and became one with the wind in the air. Is this the advantage of having a spiritual root? Su Hao also marveled. Having a spiritual root and having no spiritual root were completely 2 different dimensions. Now the Wind Spiritual Root obtained even if it was broken, it also allowed Su Hao to increase his speed drastically. One could imagine that if it was a complete spiritual root, or even a high-level spiritual root, it would provide even more increase for sure. Su Hao wins, you can step down, or continue the challenge. The scarred man said. Su Hao's win made the Su family side very excited, and the scarred man wanted Su Hao to continue participating in the demon and ghost fighting in his heart, because he was very curious about what level Su Hao could actually reach. I want to continue the challenge. Su Hao, on the other hand, didn't hesitate. Jokingly, he still wanted to kill 2 more demonic ghosts and explode more goodies. How could he get off the stage so easily? Good. The scarred man nodded slightly and immediately turned around and went forward to release a new demonic ghost into the martial arts stage, and this time, the demonic ghost that the scarred man chose was a black wildcat. This black wildcat was the size of an unusual adult tiger. Its body was covered with black patterns, and as soon as it entered the martial arts stage, its pair of ghostly green eyes turned slightly, immediately locking onto Su Hao, who was not far away. The huge black wildcat exuded an aura of ferocious experience, which was only found in demonic ghosts that had killed people, and the number of humans that had died in its hands was by no means small. Although this shadow cat is also at the third-rate martial artist level, it is the most powerful kind of the third-rate martial artist level, and it almost always requires a second-rate martial artist level martial artist to have a sure victory. A smile appeared at the corner of the scarred man's mouth. If the opponent was too weak, he could not see where Su Hao's limit was, and this shadow cat he chose for Su Hao had almost reached the limit of the third-rate martial artist level. Come on. Su Hao similarly saw through the system's probing that this shadow cat's strength was extremely not weak, but he didn't have the slightest fear. On the contrary, he was very excited. The more powerful the demonic ghosts, the better the drops would be. Meow. The tiger-sized shadow cat's ghostly green eyes flashed with ferocious light, being surrounded by a group of humans, which made it very furious, and decided to use blood to deter these humans. In the midst of the sharp chirping sound, something strange happened. A large amount of black shadows actually erupted from the surface of this shadow cat's body, covering an area of 30 to 40 meters in a circle. It's the shadow cat's special natural ability, Shadow Attack. An experienced family elder recognized the move used by the shadow cat, Shadow Attack, able to create a large number of shadows, obscuring the opponent's vision at the same time. The demon ghost in the shadows is even more able to erupt into a terrifyingly fast, almost instantaneous speed. Nearly instantaneous speed, causing the opponent's body to be separated without even being able to react. The huge shadow enveloped Su Hao in it, and Su Hao realized that he couldn't see anything with his own eyes, and couldn't see anything with his hands. What a marvelous ability! This is the demon ghost. Possessing 1,000 strange abilities. Suhao secretly marveled, being in the dark shadow, he couldn't even see where the shadow cat was. If you can't see it, use your hearing. Suhao closed his eyes and focused his attention above his ears. Suhao heard a sound, the sound of wind flowing. This was naturally because of the wind spirit root, causing Suhao to become incredibly sensitive to the flow of the wind, able to listen to the wind and recognize the location with just his ears. This way, Suhao instantly discovered where the shadow cat was. The huge tiger-like shadow cat's paws gently landed on the ground without making half a sound, just like an assassin in the dark night, elegant and deadly. The shadow cat approached 5 meters away from Suhao, and its forelimbs launched a kill, quiet as a virgin moving like a rabbit, pouncing towards Suhao, at such a close distance. With its speed, it was that many second-rate martial artist-level martial artists could not react. But what the shadow cat didn't know was that its own movements had long been detected by Suhao. Wind slashing blade technique. Chopping wind catching shadow. Suhao didn't have the slightest expression on his face, and the fine iron battle knife in his hand, which still had blood on it, was so fast that the wind in the air was cut apart, carrying a series of residual shadows. Poof! The shadow cat's eyes were filled with a bewildered look. It didn't even see what was going on. Then there was a coldness in its neck, blood spattered out, and then its body slammed down heavily on the ground. It was still a one-hit kill. Chapter 7, An Evolved Demon Ghost. Successfully killed the shadow cat. Gained half a year of internal cultivation. Gained 50 experience points. The system prompt came, making Suhao shake his head a bit speechlessly. This time, his luck was a bit poor, only bursting out the internal force cultivation and experience value, but it wasn't possible that his luck would be as good as the last time. Killing a third-rate martial artist level demonic ghost would be able to burst out the broken spirit root. The black shadow dissipated, revealing Suhao's body, as well as the shadow cat on the ground with its head in pieces. This one again? It was just covered by the black shadow. I didn't see how he struck. The crowd under the ring were all stunned, and many of them had great regrets in their hearts because they were obscured by the shadows created by the shadow cat, and didn't get to see how Suhao decapitated this shadow cat. Does he possess a spiritual root? This time, it was Yi Changqing's eyes that glowed slightly. The strength that Suhao showed was too powerful. He himself was only a third-rate martial artist, but beheading a third-rate martial artist-level demonic ghost was even a single slash. This kind of battle power that far exceeded the same level could only be explained by one possibility: Suhao possessed a spiritual root. Possessing a spiritual root martial artist is a genius in martial arts, possessing a talent that far exceeds that of ordinary people. After all, crossing into the Immortal Gate level has to possess a spiritual root in order to be able to do so, and every martial artist possessing a spiritual root has the possibility of impacting the Immortal Gate realm. Of course, cross into the Immortal Gate level is too difficult. Even if you have a spiritual root, want to go to this step is incredibly difficult. From the entire Tianming city, tens of millions of people, but only Yi Changqing an Immortal Gate level of strongman sitting on the town to be able to see, have a spiritual root, but also just have more than ordinary people cross into the Immortal Gate level of the possibility and potential. Good. The most excited than Sui, he thought that his son did not practice martial arts diligently on weekdays. The strength may not even reach the third-rate martial artist level, but Suhao gave him a huge surprise. Even this kind of comparable to the peak of the third-rate martial artist shadow cats, are a knife to kill. This son of his, the hiding can be really deep. In the past days, it is estimated that he is deliberately hiding, in order to be a surprise. If Suhao knew what Sui was thinking, he would definitely roll his eyes. I want to continue the challenge. Suhao said with high morale. One more win would be 3 consecutive victories, and according to Yi Changqing's previous promise, 3 consecutive victories would be rewarded with a 1000 refinement level weapon, and also an elixir that would increase the cultivation level of internal strength for 10 years. Good. The scarred man nodded slightly, and was about to go and bring over a new demonic ghost, when a majestic voice rang in his ears. Oldly, bring that demonic ghost over and fight him. We can't let him win so easily. This majestic voice came from Yi Changqing. He sat motionless in his position, but he transmitted his voice into his ears, sending it into the ears of the scarred man. Yes. The scarred man was stunned. Although Yi Changqing did not explicitly say which demonic ghost that demonic ghost was, he immediately reacted to what Yi Changqing was referring to when he said that demonic ghost. The scarred man went for 3 to 5 minutes this time. He dragged an iron cage and came back. In this iron cage was a fox, a snow-white fox. This fox only looked like it was the size of a calf, but the strange thing about it was that it had 3 tails. Kid, this fox is not simple. Be careful. If there is danger, immediately exit the ring. The scarred man kindly reminded Suhao, and then he threw the iron cage onto the martial arts stage as before, and the iron cage shattered with a palm blast in the air, releasing the 3-tailed white fox imprisoned in it. This 3-tailed white fox is too different from the previous demonic ghosts. The other demonic ghosts are a look of looking for an opportunity to escape at any time, but this 3-tailed white fox is very quiet. It knows that it can't escape? Suhao was secretly surprised. The intelligence of this 3-tailed white fox was obviously very high. The reason why it was so quiet was that it was clear that this place was full of experts, and there would be no possibility of escaping at all after he was captured alive. Not only that, the three-tailed white fox vaguely brought Su Hao a very dangerous feeling, which was not present in any of the previous demons and ghosts. Probe its basic information first. Su Hao immediately probed the three-tailed white fox with the system's probing function. Demonic Ghost, Three-Tailed White Fox 1 Evolution. Realm Evaluation, Third-Rate Martial Artist Level. Attribute, Beast. Kill has a chance to drop, Evolution Inner Elixir Silver Level, Seal Bronze Level, 1 year of Internal Cultivation, Seduction Talent Bronze Level. HM? 1 Evolution? Su Hao was a bit shocked. The realm of this three-tailed white fox was only a third-rate martial artist level, but what was surprising was that Su Hao saw that the basic attributes of this three-tailed white fox showed that it had completed 1 evolution. The power of demonic ghosts lies in their ability to evolve, and when they complete their evolution, their strength, speed, and even their own special abilities and talents will be greatly increased, and not only that, their growth potential will also be doubled. Like many powerful to horrible demon ghost king, are through evolution to grow to that point. The three-tailed white fox in front of me is a rare demonic ghost that has evolved once. It possesses intelligence and potential that exceeds that of an ordinary demonic ghost. If it had not been captured alive, according to normal growth, it would only be a matter of time before it would be promoted to the Hotian demon ghost level, and it is not even impossible for it to grow into an innate demon ghost, with a hint of the potential to become a demon ghost king. Evolved demon ghosts, able to get rid of their own racial limitations, are still much less than human martial artists with spiritual roots. Su Hao didn't expect that this city lord's side had captured an evolved demon ghost and used it as his opponent. This demon ghost was definitely not simple. Just look at its drop. The lowest level was a bronze level reward, somehow even more luxurious than the drop of the previous Hotian demon ghost Thunderlion. This demon ghost has undergone an evolution. Although itself is still at the third-rate martial artist level, its battle power can rival most second-rate martial artist levels, and when it was captured before, those martial artists could have died or been injured under their lack of investigation. The scarred man faintly said. He was afraid that Su Hao would be killed directly for being gullible, then there would be nothing to watch. Evolved demonic ghost? The vast majority of young martial artists didn't know what an evolved demonic ghost was, but the leaders of the clans all changed color, clear about the terrifying nature of an evolved demonic ghost. The three-tailed white fox's icy gaze fell on Su Hao's body. It was clear in its heart that there was no hope of escaping, but it was equally furious, being used as a tool for other martial artists to practice, which made it boiling with killing intent. It couldn't escape anyway, so it would kill a few more martial artists, and pull a few more cushions on its back. The three-tailed white fox launched an attack without any sign. A demonic light blossomed from its pair of eyes, which caused Su Hao's heart to be startled, and he had a drowsy feeling, and the figure of the three-tailed white fox in front of his eyes became blurred. Not good, its charm ability. Su Hao was instantly shocked in his heart. This three-tailed white fox was very similar to the three-eyed ape from before, possessing the same ability to confuse the spirit. Obviously, the three-tailed white fox's ability was stronger. Even though Su Hao realized that he had been hit, his hands and feet were not listening to the call. Shoo! And also taking advantage of the moment when Su Hao couldn't move, the three-tailed white fox's calf-like body bounced on the ground, pouncing towards Su Hao, one front paw popping out 5 sharp claws with cold light, cutting Su Hao's neck like a knife blade, to make his body and head separated. This is the end? The scarred man was a little disappointed in his heart. The evolved demonic ghost was too strong. Su Hao, despite his amazing potential, was only a third-rate martial artist level cultivation. This three-tailed white fox, which could have a strength comparable to most of the second-rate martial artist level, also possessed the demonic ghost's unique innate ability, and in order to win over it, it seemed to be impossible to do it by virtue of Su Hao's strength. Power! Sui exclaimed. When he saw Su Hao was hit, he hurriedly wanted to rush to the ring regardless of everything, but before he moved, a powerful aura pressurized him. He couldn't move an inch. It was Yi Changqing. His face was cold. The demon in ghost fighting is never allowed any outsiders to meddle in it. No one has been able to break the rules for thousands of years. If you die in the demon and ghost fight, you can only blame yourself for not being good at it. Although he was curious about whether Su Hao had a spiritual root, but even if Su Hao really had a spiritual root, Yi Changqing would not break the rules of the demon and ghost fight for this reason. Chapter 8 Thunderblade Breath Chopping Demon Fox. Thunder Breathing Technique. At the critical moment, Su Hao urged the thunder breathing method regardless of everything. He felt his lungs contract and expand violently. A strong electric current rushed through his whole body, causing his stiff limbs to regain their senses. Su Hao immediately was moving his feet. His body dragged a residual shadow's sideways movement out. The three-tailed white fox's claws tore the residual shadow left by Su Hao to shreds, but it was an empty landing. Good danger. Su Hao, forehead sweating, almost planted in the hands of this three-tailed white fox, but he is to hold back the interference, so that his breathing is not chaotic. The most important thing about this thunder breathing method is to maintain the rhythm of breathing at all times. The rest of the people also breathed a sigh of relief. Of course, in the bottom of their hearts, they still expected Su Hao, a human martial artist, to win over the demonic ghost. The three-tailed white fox was a bit surprised. His 10 surefire strike was even avoided by Su Hao. But without stopping, the three-tailed white fox stepped on its paws and launched a fierce attack towards Su Hao once again, its sharp claws intertwined into a net like twisting and killing, like madness. Clang! Su-hao raised his sword to block, the sword and claws collided, sparks splashed everywhere, making Su-hao feel pain in his wrist. The strength of this three-tailed white fox was far above him. As a demon ghost, the physical body could be too much stronger than humans. Su-hao took a deep breath. Since his strength was not comparable, he would win with speed. Swoosh! When the three-tailed white fox pounced again, Su-hao stimulated the thunder breathing method to the limit. His entire body seemed to be a lightning flash, and the blade in his hand was a smooth chop. The wind chop and the wind chopping blade technique was performed. Poof! Su-hao lowered his head to avoid the claws of the three-tailed white fox at the same time. The knife blade also cut through the lower part of the neck of the three-tailed white fox that stood up, and in the sound of blood and flesh tearing, the three-tailed white fox added a 1-foot-long mouth on its chest. Injured this demonic ghost? Su-hee and the others who had been watching the battle were all delighted in their hearts. But Su-hao frowned. What a hard skin. Obviously, I wanted to chop it directly into two from the chest. Su-hao's knife originally hoped to cut the three-tailed white fox into two halves, but the three-tailed white fox's physique was stronger than he expected, and after cutting through the skin and muscles, it was blocked by the bones, and Su-hao's weapon could only be regarded as a fine product among the mundane weapons, and his strength was only at the ordinary third-stream martial artist level, so unless he attacked the vitals, it would be difficult to kill the three-tailed white fox with a single blow. The three-tailed white fox felt the burning pain coming from its chest. After it froze, its eyes suddenly became blood red. It was a higher creature with the bloodline of a powerful demon ghost that had undergone an evolution, but it would be injured by a human teenager? Ow! The three-tailed white fox couldn't care about anything else in the midst of its rage. It let out a berserk roar, and in the stunned gazes of Su-hao and the crowd, this three-tailed white fox's whole body released a ferocious aura, and its body swelled up extremely fast, with one muscle protruding from the other. In the blink of an eye, this three-tailed white fox actually transformed from the size of a calf into a huge beast more than 3 meters long. The muscles of the whole body were cast with steel. The original three-tailed white fox had a very elegant appearance, and now it was very violent and ferocious. This breath is more than several times stronger than before? Su-hao was stunned. This three-tailed white fox's aura had definitely reached the level of second-rate martial artist level, and was even directly approaching the first-rate martial artist level. This demonic ghost is even hiding its strength? Is it mastering the sealing talent? I didn't probe carefully before and didn't even realize it. Yi Changqing was shocked to see this scene. Sealing, this was a unique innate ability of demonic ghosts. Casting the sealing talent, it was able to seal its own breath, power, reduce consumption while hiding its strength. It was a special innate ability that only a few demonic ghosts were able to master. This makes Yi Changqing frown. He also did not expect this demon ghost to hide its strength. Originally there is still a possibility of victory, but now, Su-hao in all probability will not be the opponent of this demon ghost. It's also my negligence to save his life at the critical moment. Yi Changqing secretly said. With his ability, secretly doing tricks to make Su-hao get rid of the three-tailed white fox are very simple, and no one will be able to see it. Still hiding his strength? Su-hao's heart was also shocked. This three-tailed white fox transformed into a 3-meter-long beast. A horrible pressure came to his face, making him feel that his back was wet with cold sweat. The scarlet eyes of the three-tailed white fox stared at Su-hao in death. For the human who dared to hurt himself, it would never let go. Retreat from the ring? No, I've won 2 matches, I can't give up on my previous success. Su-hao somewhat wanted to withdraw from the martial arts stage, but he immediately vetoed it. If he gave up, he wouldn't be able to get that 1000 refinement grade weapon, and the elixir that could increase his cultivation for 10 years. System, upgrade the thunder breathing method for me. Su-hao shouted in his heart, strengthening himself as much as possible at this time. Ding, 400 experience points consumed. Congratulations to host thunder breathing technique for being upgraded to intermediate 1%. Bronze level secret arts, upgrading requires far more experience value than black iron level martial arts and secret arts. Fortunately, Su-hao had killed 2 demonic ghosts before plus the remaining experience value, which was exactly 400 points, enough for him to upgrade. At the system prompt, the thunder breathing method was upgraded to intermediate level, which was originally only regarded as introductory, while now it is skillfully and incomparably mastered. Roar! The three-tailed white fox liberated its own seal, displaying a terrifying breath, at this time roaring wildly and pouncing towards Su-hao, acting as if accompanied by demonic clouds, terrifyingly terrifying. The 3 huge tails were like 3 gigantic fists, hammering madly and angrily. Thunder breathing method, purple chi skill. Su-hao only had victory in his eyes at the moment. Only the thought of killing the demonic ghost in front of him, his thunder breathing method combined with his own cultivation of purple chi skill. From Su-hao's dantian, a majestic internal force surged crazily, which exploded under the thunder breathing method as if it were thunder, causing Su-hao's blade and body to be surprisingly entangled with light golden currents. It was the Thunder Spirit Root, and under the full force outburst, Su-hao's own Thunder Spirit Root had some kind of marvelous resonance with the thunder breathing technique, transforming all his internal energy into the thunder attribute, multiplying its power. Rumble. The blade seemed to turn into lightning. Su-hao maintained the rhythm of breathing. Each breath was heavy and hard, and even issued a thunderous roar. His body became one with the blade as if it was entwined with light golden thunder, cutting out crazily. Poo snort. The blade cut through angrily, cutting the 3 white fox tails into pieces. Not only that, the blade drove straight ahead, cutting angrily on top of the 3-tailed white fox's chest, and the thunder turned into blade energy penetrated through the body, tearing through its sinews and bones, penetrating through its back, flying out a meter or two away before it slowly dissipated. Chapter 9 Evolutionary Inner Pill. Goo goo. 3-tailed white fox's mouth blood overflowed, the body split from the chest, broken into 2 halves of the body heavily smashed on the ground, its eyes were just full of unwillingness. If it was decapitated by the powerful martial artist of the city lord's mansion, it would not die unjustly, but by a weaker than it was a human with a knife to kill it, which made it a little bit unacceptable. Successfully killed the 3-tailed white fox. Gained evolutionary inner elixir silver grade. Gained 1 year of inner strength cultivation. Gained seal bronze level. Gained 300 experience points. A series of system prompts sounded, causing Suha to sit on his butt on the ground, panting violently. His lungs felt like they were completely paralyzed, the feeling of not being able to catch his breath, and his whole body was also sore and weak, with most of the internal energy in his dantian consumed. This made Suha laugh bitterly, clear that the strike just now was his ultimate strike, all a bit over the load of his body. However, Suha was excited. This is the battle with demonic ghosts, dancing on the tip of the knife, splashing blood. The joy after winning. Suha realized that he perhaps longed for the life of fighting with demonic ghosts. It was more desirable to him than an ordinary life. Winning. Winning? The thousands of people on the scene were all a bit silent for a while, looking at the gasping teenager dumbfoundedly. Originally, when this demonic ghost suddenly liberated its seal and showed its true stance, they all felt that Suha was bound to lose, and the only thing he could do was to escape from the ring, thus preserving his life. However, they would never have thought that not only did Suha not retreat, but instead, he rose to the challenge and exploded into a terrifying strike, slashing the 3-tailed white fox, which was directly approaching the first-class martial artist level, and directly decapitating it. That piercing thunder blade aura made many teenage martial artists from various clans feel chilled and frustrated. If they were to face this horrifying blade themselves, I'm afraid they wouldn't even have the courage to resist, right? The third match. Suha wins. The scarred man also took a long time to come back to his senses, but as a powerful innate martial artist, he was also someone who was used to seeing great storms and waves, and quickly announced, "Power!" Sui, who had long been waiting impatiently at this time, then rushed onto the stage to help Suha off the ring. He looked very excited. Good. Good, worthy of being my Su family's son? Sui smiled very happily, full of pride and pride. Suha's heart was also inexplicably happy. This father of his own concern for him was by no means disguised. Yi Chongqing eyes are flashed strange color, awesome. This son in such a powerful demon ghost oppression, think of not escape, but squeeze their own full potential. Fight, he has a strong man should have a heart, and 9 times out of 10 has a spiritual root. This son future will certainly be extraordinary. To be able to make Yi Chongqing, a strong person who opened the Immortal Gate, appreciate him so much, Suha was enough to be proud of himself. Yi Chongqing felt that Suha had a heart of being a strong person and possessed a spiritual root. In the future, he was afraid that it was not impossible to enter the Immortal Gate level. I just burst out an evolution inner Dan. I don't know what it's for. Suha sat back to the seat of the Su family, ignoring the gazes of awe and adoration that the other Su family disciples around him were looking at him, while he was secretly curious to check out his newly gained benefits. In addition to gaining internal cultivation and experience value from slaying this 3-tailed white fox, he had also gained the sealing ability and an evolutionary inner elixir of some kind. Seal bronze level, proficiency beginner 1%, casting a seal can hide and compress one's breath and power to achieve the effect of invisibility. First is the sealing ability. This ability is still very practical. Before that 3-tailed white fox was in a sealed state, even Yi Chongqing looked away, so it can be seen that the power of this ability. The rest is the evolution inner Dan that is in the system space. This is a silver level elixir. Knowing that the thunder breathing method that Suha exploded is only bronze level, this silver level item, perhaps the roll will not be small. Evolution inner elixir silver grade. After taking and refining it, there will be a certain chance for the taker to have an evolution. Evolution? Suha was secretly puzzled. He knew about the evolution of demons and ghosts. What the hell is this human evolution? But something produced by the system, it shouldn't be harmful to himself, so he could try it later. Suha began to quietly recover his consumed body, while watching the demon and ghost fighting extravaganza. Suha's performance was undoubtedly the most eye-catching. While the huge Tianmeng city, each family's nearly 1,000 disciples, but there were also very good teenage martial artists in, which let Suha pay special attention to 2 people, a teenager and a young girl. That teenager named Zhou Lai has a head of wild long hair, with the same weapon as the knife. Strength is very powerful. It seems that should have taken a lot of elixir medicine, young to cultivation alone, have more than 20 years of internal cultivation, into the level of the second stream martial arts level. A move between the style are as swift as a fire, easy to the opponent will be routed. Consecutively killed the 3 demonic ghosts, successfully 3 consecutive victories. Zhou family, this in the Tianming city belongs to the big family. Strength in the Su family is still several grades stronger. More than one innate martial artist in the family to sit. This Zhou Lai should be the focus of the Zhou family to cultivate. The resources of the full tilt of the genius of the martial artist have this kind of strength is not very strange. The other girl named Imo Shui is surprising. That is a 16 or 17-year-old girl, amazingly beautiful, wearing a long aqua blue dress, long hair to the waist, delicate features, skin as tender as water, but more than its beautiful appearance, her strength is equally horrifying. Each sword will be the control of the power to a shocking point, without wasting a trace of excess power. The same easy 3 consecutive victories. Chapter 10, Immortal Sect Reserves. This young girl named Imo Shui Suhao had never even heard of her name, and didn't even know if there was an Imo family among the families in Tianming City. Both of these two people's performances were amazing. Of course, in the eyes of the vast majority of people, Suhao's terrifying strike that broke out earlier was even more eye-catching. Time passed. When the time came to evening, the demon and ghost fighting finally came to an end. There were less than 10 out of the thousands of martial artists who were able to reach 3 consecutive victories, and more of them jumped out of the ring after a few token moves. There were even quite a few disabled ones like Nangong Imo. Some people were happy and some people were sad. Those who reached 3 consecutive victories this time, all wait for a moment, the rewards that belong to you will be distributed to you. Yi Changqing had already left at an unknown time, and the scarred man in charge of hosting the demon and ghost fighting said in a loud voice. The crowd of martial artists at the scene gradually dispersed, discussing the teenage martial artists who had performed wonderfully at the demon ghost fight, while at this time, the scarred man walked towards Su Hao as he said, "Your name is Su Hao, right? Come with me, the city lord wants to see you." Behind the scarred man, there were 2 other people, precisely Zhou Lai, the genius of the Zhou family that Su Hao had noticed earlier, and that stunningly beautiful young lady Imo Shui. The city lord wants to see us? Su Hao was a bit surprised. This was a strong person who had opened the immortal gate, but he wanted to summon a few of their juniors. Howard, go. Sui, on the other hand, seemed like he had thought of something, and very excitedly said in succession. Aha! Su Hao nodded his head. At this moment, his physical strength had recovered a lot, and he got up to follow the scarred man to leave. Howard may possess a spiritual root. Since this is the case, there are some things that must be told to him. Sui looked at Su Hao's departing back. His complexion was a bit gloomy and complicated. Seniorly, is there something that Lord City Lord called us to? Zhou Lai of the Zhou family asked with a humble face. He was arrogant, but he was also clear that there was only one person in this Tianming city who could not be messed with, and that was Yi Changqing. If Yi Changqing wanted to, he could make their Zhou family remove their name from Tianming city in one night. The city lord called you guys to go because he wants to test if you have spiritual roots. After that maybe you might even get a chance to enter the immortal sect. The scarred man laughed. This caused Zhou Lai and Su Hao to be a bit shocked. Only Imo Shui was serene and unperturbed, her pretty face always as light as water, as if nothing could arouse her interest. So it's a test for spiritual roots. Zhou Lai's face appeared joyful. The so-called immortal sect, naturally, is a large sect that has a strong person who opens the immortal sect to sit in the middle of it, and it is rumored that Yi Changqing was born in a certain immortal sect. Tianming City for so many years, there were naturally those who joined the immortal sect. All of them were immortal sect through Yi Changqing. While Yi Changqing was the city lord, he would also look for youngsters with qualifications for his sect to enter the immortal sect, and the hard and fast condition for those who wanted to join the immortal sect was to possess a spiritual root. With Yi Changqing's eyesight, watching the demon and ghost fights, he felt that among these youngsters he had a good look at in 9 times out of 10, there were 3 of them who possessed spiritual roots, namely Su Hao, Zhou Lai, and Imo Shui. Although he felt that the 3 of them had spiritual roots, but whether or not this was the case had to be tested, and this was the purpose of Yi Changqing's summoning of the 3 of them. Zhou Lai was overjoyed. My Zhou family has thousands of disciples, and only about 10 of them have spiritual roots. My father said that I most likely have spiritual roots, but ultimately, whether or not I have spiritual roots, the family has no way to detect them, and only the city lord's mansion has the means to detect spiritual roots, so if my spiritual roots are detected, the family will surely focus on cultivating me. Cultivate me. Su Hao, on the other hand, was also very much looking forward to it. He was clear that he himself had a spiritual root, and he was curious about joining the immortal sect, which was a place where strong people gathered. He was equally eager to join, and did not intend to spend his whole life waiting for death in a small Tianming city. Lord City Lord, the 3 of them have been brought. Soon the scarred man led Su Hao's 3 people into a hall. Within this hall, Yi Changqing, who was dressed in green, stood quietly, and the scarred man respectfully said. Su Hao realized that there were strange crystals within this hall, forming a spell formation, and Yi Changqing stood outside of it. Well, Oldly should have told you all about the purpose of calling you here. I want to test your spiritual roots. If you have spiritual roots, you will be able to join the Immortal Sect's reserve team for sharpening. This Immortal Sect's reserve team is full of geniuses who have spiritual roots in Tianming City, and for those whose strengths have reached my requirements, I will give them a token for joining the Immortal Sect, and they can join the Immortal Sect by holding this token. Yi Changqing did not have any nonsense, turned to look at Su Hao. 3 people, opened the door. Sure enough, it's the Immortal Sect reserve team. Zhou Lai was very excited. The Immortal Sect Reserve Team is a special team formed by Yi Changqing, which is full of geniuses with spiritual roots. In the Immortal Sect Reserve Team, the reason why Zhou Lai is so clear, naturally, is because their Zhou family has several people who have joined the Immortal Sect preparatory team. Su Hao was also looking forward to it immensely, not knowing how close he was to qualifying for the Immortal Sect token. Alright, let's start testing the spiritual roots. Which one of you will come first? Yi Changqing said a simple sentence and then went straight to the point. He was going to start the spiritual root test. I'll come first. Zhou Lai was the first to say. He was impatient and hated waiting. Stand in the center of this spell formation. Yi Changqing said as he gazed at the spell formation made up of crystals. Yes. Zhou Lai stood to the center of the spell formation as he was told. Yi Changqing, on the other hand, stimulated the spell formation, and instantly, Zhou Lai felt like his body was being scanned by something, and at the same time, the entire spell formation made up of crystals blossomed with a brilliant light, and this light took on the color of fiery red, exuding a burning sensation. Chapter 11 Spiritual Root Detection. Yi Changqing nodded his head in satisfaction at the sight. As expected, it's a fire spiritual root, and the quality of the spiritual root has also reached the level of a primary spiritual root. Work hard, and the possibility of joining the Immortal Sect in the future is still very high. Great, I really do possess a spiritual root, or the overbearing and unrivaled fire spiritual root. Zhou Lai couldn't help but laugh. With his own spiritual root and the cultivation of the entire Zhou family, he believed that he would be able to possess the qualifications to enter the Immortal Sect in the near future. The scarred man next to him had a hidden flash of envy in his eyes. Spiritual roots were something that one was born with. It was very difficult to obtain them through later life. Envy could not even be envied. Zhou Lai stepped out from the formation with a smile on his lips, while being curious about what spiritual roots Mo Qingshui and Su Hao, who came with him, possessed. Mo Qingshui was the second one to conduct the test. She had a long aqua blue dress and stood quietly in the center of the spell formation, while Yi Changqing also inspired the spell formation. Phew! The light flashed again. This time it was an aqua blue light. More than that, the brightness of this light was more than several times more powerful than Zhou Lai, and it was as if there were aqua blue ripples rolling throughout the entire spell formation. This scene caused Su Hao, Zhou Lai, and the scarred man to be somewhat shocked. Even Yi Changqing's face was filled with astonishment, and he somewhat couldn't help but exclaim, "Water spirit root is still a high-level quality water spirit root." The quality of the spiritual root is also divided into grades. The primary spiritual root is only considered normal, while the advanced spiritual root, 10,000 people who have a spiritual root may only have one. Yi Changqing also can't help but reveal a smile. This time is really picking up the treasure. For the Immortal Sect to discover the potential disciples, he himself is also beneficial. Advanced spiritual roots. Yi Changqing himself possessed spiritual roots that were only of intermediate quality. Mo Qingshui, as if she already knew the spiritual root she possessed, did not have any surprise. She walked out of the spell formation. At the same time, her eyes showed a hint of curiosity for the first time. She was very curious about Su Hao. She had watched Su Hao's performance in her eyes before. The amazing strike Su Hao showed could not fail to impress people. Yi Changqing himself was very much looking forward to it. Su Hao, it's your turn, enter the spell formation. Among the three people, Yi Changqing was most optimistic about Su Hao at the beginning, and now even though Su Hao couldn't compare to Mo Qingshui, who had a high-level spiritual root, he still felt that the quality of Su Hao's spiritual root wouldn't be bad, and at least it was stronger than Zhou Lai. A few people's expectant gaze let Su Hao touch his nose. With the system he is clear that he has a spiritual root, and there are two spiritual roots. But they are both broken spiritual roots. Is this to start the rhythm of the waste material flow? There was no way. Su Hao only had to dawdle into the spell formation. Yi Changqing stimulated the spell formation. At once Su Hao felt that this spell formation came from a strange power scanning his body. Not long ago, a crystal stone is shining with light golden thunder and green airflow storm. 2 kinds of spiritual roots? Yi Changqing's eyes lit up. Dual spiritual roots. This was extremely rare. If a person had two primary dual spiritual roots, their rarity and qualification would never be inferior to having a single advanced spiritual root. Only Su Hao secretly laughed bitterly. Shortly after, Yi Changqing's brows gradually frowned, because he realized that although the light of the spell formation shone, it was too dull. The intensity of this light was inferior to even Zhou Lai. This caused Yi Changqing to let out a long sigh. I don't know if you're lucky or unfortunate anymore. Dual spirit roots are even rarer than advanced spirit roots, but it's a pity that both of them are broken, not even reaching primary quality. It wouldn't be too much of a stretch to say that they're wasted spirit roots, but all in all, something is better than nothing. There are many types of spiritual roots, and the quality is also divided into high and low. Some people have spiritual roots, but they are the lowest level of broken spiritual roots, also known as wasted spiritual roots. With this kind of spiritual roots, strong is stronger than ordinary martial artists, but the strong is limited, and there is no potential for impacting the Immortal Sect realm. It's a pity. The man with a scar on one side also sighed, because the man with a scar himself has a spiritual root, and it is a crippled wasted spiritual root, which stops him from being an innate, and there is no hope for the Immortal Sect realm in his life. Ha ha. This kid is a wasted spirit root. It's a good thing I'm not the one at the bottom. He even stole my thunder before. Lai couldn't help but gloat a little in his heart, seeing Su Hao only possessing a wasted spirit root. He was happy that he was better than him. Yi Changqing and the scarred man, on the other hand, were all disappointed. Only Imo Qingshui was a bit surprised, because she realized that Su Hao's eyes were bright, no different from before, and it was reasonable to say that if he was detected as possessing a wasted spirit root, he should be disappointed and discouraged no matter how strong his heart was. But Su Hao didn't care at all. Su Hao behaved so calmly, naturally because he had known that the spiritual root he possessed was broken, but it didn't matter to him. Anyway, with the system in place, it would be a matter of time before his spiritual root was upgraded into a primary spiritual root, a senior spiritual root, or even beyond a senior spiritual root, so of course, he wouldn't be so disappointed. Su Hao even thought about going home quickly for dinner, studying the evolution inner Dan that he had exploded from the three-tailed white fox. Such a heart is really a pity. Yi Changqing saw Su Hao still able to remain calm. His heart sighed once again. Wasted spirit root. The level of entering the immortal sect in the future is minuscule. Such a disciple, various immortal sects only some weak immortal sects will accept, like Yi Changqing's division. 9 times out of 10 are not willing to recruit this kind of disciple. All 3 of you, if you are willing, you can all enter the immortal sect reserve team. As long as your strength meets my requirements, I will give you a token to enter the immortal sect. Are you willing to join the immortal sect reserve team? Yi Changqing collected himself and solemnly said. Chapter 12 Promotion to Second Rank Martial Artist Rank. Willing. Without any hesitation, whether it was Lai, Imo Qingshui or Su Hao, they all agreed. The chance to enter the immortal sect, this was something that any martial artist craved for. Very well, in a moment, Oldly will give you the rewards you deserve, and if something happens, you will be notified as well. Yi Changqing nodded with satisfaction, and started to send off the guests. He always did things with thunder and lightning, there was no politeness. Come with me. The scarred man led Su Hao's trio away. Su Hao 3 people disappeared in the room. Yi Changqing's face surfaced a trace of inexplicable meaning. This little girl surnamed Mo seems to be the person from the Mo family in the beginning. To have this kind of talent, in the future, she may have the hope of revenge. It's a pity that Su Hao, showing strength and heart are not ordinary, and also has a double spirit root. It's a pity that it's all wasted spirit roots. Among the 3, Yi Changqing originally favored Su Hao the most, but it turned out that Su Hao only possessed a wasted spirit root. Instead, it was Imo Qingshui, a young girl with a deep blood feud, who possessed a superb talent. Su Hao didn't know what Yi Changqing was thinking. While following the scarred man away, the scarred man asked the 3 people, you guys have just completed 3 consecutive victories. According to the promise of the city lord, you can get 1,000 refinement level weapon and an elixir that will increase your internal strength cultivation by 10 years. What kind of weapon do you need? If you have a request, you can just have it customized. 1,000 refinement level weapon, this is definitely a divine weapon level in the mundane world. Innate martial artists won't be shabby even if they use it. A good weapon is also very important for a martial artist. When Su Hao fought with the 3-tailed white fox before, at the beginning, all of his knives could only cause flesh and blood wounds to the 3-tailed white fox. I want a knife. Preferably heavier, such style. Lai hurriedly said, 1,000 refinement level weapon, their Zhou family is there, but will not be given to a junior like him to use. The weapon Su Hao chose was naturally the same sword, but Imo Qingshui unexpectedly did not choose a sword, but instead chose a whip-type weapon. And then the scarred man gave Su Hao's trio a Yuan enhancement dan that could increase their internal strength cultivation by 10 years. As for the weapons, the scarred man said, your weapons, you need to have them customized. The foundry masters of our city lord's mansion will step up to build them, and within a few days, we'll send someone to deliver your weapons to your homes. Thank you then. Su Hao said thank you. He was holding that Yuan enhancement dan in his hand. This Yuan enhancement dan looked only the size of the tip of his pinky finger, but it was emitting a tantalizing medicinal scent. Such a small pill could increase the cultivation of internal force for 10 years. It should be known that Su Hao had killed the Hotian demon ghost before, but the cultivation that he had blown up was only 5 years of internal force. According to what the scarred man said, Yuan Dan was most effective only when taken for the first time, and it was impossible to pile up a person to Hotian or innate by virtue of Yuan Dan. After finishing the matter, Su Hao didn't delay, and directly left the city lord's mansion, returning to the Su family. Unlike before, Su Hao nowadays on the other hand became a celebrity of the Su family. The matter about Su Hao's great display of power at the demon and ghost fighting today, and his 3 consecutive victories, had already spread throughout the entire Su family. How is it? Did the city lord detect that you possess a spiritual root? Su Hao met Sui, and as soon as Sui saw him, he asked with great eagerness. Seeing Sui's expectant look, Su Hao put back the words that were already on his lips, and didn't say that he was detected as having a wasted spirit root, fearing that Sui would be disappointed because of this. Anyway, his spirit root can be upgraded in the future, so he nodded and smiled. Yes, the city lord said that I possess a spirit root. Good. Worthy of being my Sui's son? Sui was excited beyond measure, even pulling Su Hao to sit down. The table had already been prepared with wine and food. Sui, color between some complexity, said, previously thought that you have no heart for martial arts. I then also expect you to pass through peacefully, but you have such a natural talent, some things we'll have to tell you. Suhao scratched his head with some surprise. Is there anything Sui hasn't told himself? Could it be that he was not his own, but the sole heir of some ancient power or something? It's about your mother's matter. I once told you that your mother had died, but it was all a lie. Sui sighed with a sad face. My mother? Suhao was surprised. According to what he knew, his mother died in childbirth when she gave birth to him, but now what Sui said seemed to be not the case. I once possessed a spiritual root, and just like you, I also won 3 matches in a row at the demon and ghost battle, and was also detected as possessing a spiritual root, and even joined the Immortal sect. Your mother was the daughter of a certain great person in the Immortal sect, and I fell in love with her and gave birth to you, but my qualifications were considered mediocre in the Immortal sect, and I simply wasn't a good match for her, and I met with her family's disapproval. In the end, I returned to the Su family. Sui looked gloomy as he told something. Suhao was speechless. He really had a hidden identity here. Sui was once also the man of the hour in Tianmeng City. With a spiritual root, he also joined the Immortal sect, fell in love with a certain heavenly proud girl in the Immortal sect, gave birth to Suhao, and was ultimately forced to separate. This plot, well, it's very doggone. However, Suhao also found some things. According to reason, Sui has a spiritual root. To now have innate cultivation is very normal, but in fact only 40 years old Sui has hair half white, often also very weak look. Suhao guessed that this may be the first time in the Immortal door when Sui encountered what a huge change, damage to their own foundation. Now the cultivation stops after the day, but also left a dark wound. But Sui obviously do not want to talk more in this matter. He does not want to let Suhao to help him revenge or something. He just said, I have been separated from the blue child for more than 10 years, really want to see her again. But I am clear to go to see her again will only let her in their family more discriminated against, white eyes. But more than 10 years ago I returned to the not long after I returned to the Su family, Lanner had written to tell me that she had a daughter. I want you to go instead of me to see how she is. Sui's eyes were full of longing. He had an extra daughter, but he, as a father, didn't even see her. He told Suhao all this, but he also wanted Suhao to go to the Immortal sect in the future, so that he could take the place of himself to take a look at this himself, this daughter. I have a sister. Suhao was a bit surprised. Not only did he have an extra mother, he also had a sister that he had never met before. Well, I know, Immortal sect. I am definitely going back. Suhao nodded his head, firmly said, Sui must have encountered something in the Immortal sect in the beginning, both damaged the origin, stopped at the Hotian realm, and left a dark injury. Sui refused to tell him what happened, but Suhao was surely going to find out the guy who hurt Sui. It was already the second day after the end of the demon and ghost fight. Suhao was not idle. He felt that his strength could still grow a lot. First of all, it was the Yuan Enhancement Dan, which could increase his cultivation for 10 years, and Suhao directly took it into his stomach and started to refine it. The small Yuan Zhan Dan, but the precious spiritual medicine is refined, a strand of medicinal power is dissolved, spreading in Suhao's body, absorbed by Suhao, transformed into pure internal energy. In the Dantian are produced a gray mist. When 3 days later, this Yuan Enhancement Dan was refined by Suhao, and Suhao looked at his attribute panel nowadays, it had changed a lot. Host, Suhao. Age, 16. Cultivation, 25 years of internal strength. Realm evaluation, second-rate martial artist level. Cultivated technique, purple chi technique black iron grade, proficiency primary 51%. Cultivated martial arts, wind slashing blade technique black iron grade, proficiency perfect, thunder breathing technique bronze grade, proficiency intermediate 1%. Possessed spiritual roots, wind spiritual root broken, thunder spiritual root broken. Remaining experience value, 300 points. A Yuan enhancement pill successfully allowed Suhao to increase his power for 10 years, and his cultivation reached the level of second-rate martial artist level, while at the first-rate martial artist level, the threshold of cultivation was 40 years of internal power cultivation. Chapter 13, Evolution. 10,000 pounds of divine strength. As for Hotian martial artists, they were definitely considered masters in Tianmeng City, and could hold the position of elder. As for the innate martial artists, they were pivotal big shots in the entire Tianmeng City. After all, excluding Yi Chanqing, the powerhouse who had opened the Immortal Gate, the innate martial artists were invincible, and could be called ferocious beasts in human form. There's also this evolution inner Dan, I don't know if it's useful to me. Suhao was holding a grape-sized silver-colored pill in his hand, which was exactly the evolutionary inner Dan that was burst out from the decapitation of the three-tailed white fox, as high as the silver-grade quality. The three-tailed white fox, as a rare demonic ghost that had evolved once, was able to pop out an item of this quality, and its effect was that after taking it, it could have a chance of being able to produce one evolution. Try it. Suhao didn't hesitate too much and took this evolution inner elixir in one gulp. Immediately, a strange feeling rose up, and as the evolution inner potion was digested, every cell in Suhao's body greedily sucked the energy of the evolution inner potion, and absorbed and refined it. Ka 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 ka. Suhao heard a rumbling thunderous sound as his cells were generating division, followed by growth and division again. A feeling of soreness came from every muscle in his entire body, and even his bones were suffering from hammering in general. The pain was unbearable. This is evolution? Su Hao endured the pain, surprised and excited, because he clearly felt himself getting stronger by leaps and bounds, transforming in a good direction, with impurities being expelled from his body. This was evolution from the level of life. This evolution lasted for a day, and after a day, Su Hao gasped for breath. The feeling of some pain disappeared without a trace, and was replaced by relaxation, incomparable relaxation. In Su Hao's eyes, everything became different. Su Hao was able to easily hear the mosquitoes and insects in 100 meters radius. His brain became incomparably clear, his understanding of his own gongfu all became different, his talent for martial arts practice changed radically. My body is more than 10 times stronger. Su Hao clenched his fist, the air was pinched with a popping sound. The biggest manifestation after the evolution was completed was that his own speed and strength had increased drastically. Boom! Su Hao blasted his fist against the air, and all clearly felt the air explode between his fists. The strength of my single arm now is afraid to reach about 10,000 pounds. Su Hao smacked his lips, his face full of ecstasy, an evolution that made Su Hao's strength change radically. The terrifying strength of 10,000 pounds in one arm. Some martial artists who had entered the Hotian for the first time couldn't match Su Hao. Su Hao was now facing second-rate or even first-rate martial artists. He was confident that he could hammer them to death with one punch. Crack! The other thing was that Su Hao clearly perceived that his control over himself had reached a whole new level. The power was sent and received by his heart. He moved his mind slightly. The inner power of his fingertips was transformed into light golden thunder through the thunder breathing technique, and he also moved his mind, and through the wind spirit root, he made this ray of thunder transformed into a green-colored air current. Su Hao's muscle strength had also risen several steps, and the toughness of his muscles was such that an ordinary person holding a knife and cutting at him with all his strength would be difficult to cut him. After the evolution was completed, Su Hao's own physique was strengthened drastically. Before, when he faced the three-tailed white fox, he exploded with the extreme strike, and he drained his stamina with just one strike. But now, when he exploded with his full strength again, it was very easy, and he didn't have any problem to use that move for 7 or 8 times. Haha, this is evolution? A first-rate martial artist facing me would probably only be suppressed. It would be great to get a few more evolution pills and evolve a few more times. Su Hao was very excited. This was the benefit of evolution. One's own body was completely transformed. The so-called cultivation, wasn't it some kind of evolution? Some strong people cultivate to the peak realm, themselves early transcend the mundane, even gave birth to the offspring. Our bloodline is powerful, inherently different from the ordinary people. Evolution of the role of the inner Dan and the evolution of cultivation is very similar, are to make themselves become more perfect, more in line with the laws of heaven and earth. But Su Hao also knew that evolved demons and ghosts were hard to come across, like the three-tailed white fox kind of low grade, but evolved demons and ghosts were even harder to come across, and if he wanted to get the evolution inner elixir, he wouldn't be as lucky as he was this time. Young master, the city lord's residence has sent your weapon, Su Hao's maid said. On this day, Su Hao, on the other hand, also got his reward for winning the demon and ghost fight 3 times in a row. It was a battle knife with exquisite workmanship, and there was a slight pattern at the grip, which could make one's grip on the knife tighter, and the whole thing was also made of good cold iron, emitting a ghostly cold aura, and Su Hao saw that there were 2 small words carved on the position of the hilt: Cold Stream. This knife is named Cold Stream Knife? What a good knife! Su Hao couldn't help but praise it, loving it. It was a world away from the knife he used before, 1000 refinement level weapon, the top weapon in the mundane world, said to sharpen iron like mud, an absolute divine weapon. However, just now the family head there said that you can choose and learn any martial arts in the Su family's hidden scripture pavilion. And Sui found Su Hao and told him such a news. Su Hao was delighted at the words. In the Su family's hidden scripture cabinet, some high-level martial arts need to contribute to the Su family to be able to learn, but now the Su family's head of the family was allowing him to learn as much as he wanted. Obviously it was because of the demon and ghost fighting. Su Hao then didn't hesitate and directly headed to the Su family's scripture cabinet to pick a martial skill. The Su family's heritage was shallow, but there were hundreds of martial arts in the hidden scriptures cabinet, but most of these martial arts were black iron grade, or even less than black iron grade. Chapter 14, The Scent of Blood. I'll choose a body technique. It's best to work with the spiritual root that I possess. Su Hao entered the hidden scripture pavilion and started to pick a body technique martial art. This body technique is good. Su Hao quickly found a suitable stance technique for himself. Wind chasing body technique bronze level, known for its speed and flexibility, cultivated to the perfect realm, it is able to catch the wind and catch shadows. Wind chasing stance, Su Hao felt that it was very suitable for the wind spirit root, and since this wind chasing stance was also one of the only 4 bronze grade quality martial arts in the Su family, Su Hao didn't hesitate too much and chose this wind chasing stance. After that, Su Hao practiced wind chasing body technique in his own residence. As a bronze-level quality martial art, the difficulty of practicing it was naturally very high, but Su Hao had completed an evolution, and his martial arts qualification could be said to be dozens of times better than before, and he had a wind spirit root, which was extremely suitable for the wind-chasing body technique, and the progress of the wind-chasing body technique could be said to have improved by leaps and bounds in a single day. Previously, when Su Hao practiced a black iron grade sword technique, although he fished for 3 days and sun-dried the net for 2 days, he didn't cultivate to the level of intermediate proficiency for more than 10 years, but now with this much more difficult wind-chasing body technique, Su Hao raised his proficiency to the intermediate level in half a month's time. Swoosh! In the wide courtyard, there was a maple tree. Su Hao slapped his palm on top of this huge maple tree, and immediately hundreds of yellowish maple leaves drifted down. Su Hao moved, his body was entangled with green-colored air currents, and he was as fast as lightning, just a few flashes, and from time to time, he leapt, and didn't wait for these leaves to fall to the halfway point. Then he used his hands to catch the falling leaves one after another. If other people saw this kind of speed, they would be surprised and their eyes would fall off. Although Su Hao's internal strength cultivation was only at the second-rate martial artist level, he had evolved once and possessed the wind spirit root, but in terms of speed, many Hotian martial artists were not necessarily as good as Su Hao. So tired, rest for a while, go play on the street and eat some food on the way. Su Hao wiped his sweat. He had been practicing his stance diligently for the past half a month, while pondering over the use of his own spirit root. Now that he had cultivated his wind-chasing stance to the intermediate level, he could go and relax a little bit. Su Hao changed into civilian clothes, then he went to the streets of Tianming City alone to roam around. The lively and very streets of this ancient style made Su Hao interested as well, and every now and then he would buy some very delicious-looking snacks to savor. This red bean puree is good. It goes better with baked potatoes. Su Hao took a bunch of baked potatoes stained with red bean puree and ate them prettily. While at this moment, Su Hao frowned. He smelled the smell of blood, a rather strong smell of blood. Su Hao looked along the direction where the bloody odor came from. Not far away, there were 3 strong-suited men in black clothes advancing expressionlessly. They exuded an aura of stranger don't enter, and the people around them all retreated in a hurry, intimidated by their aura. This blood odor is still really strong. Maybe it's because I have evolved once. My sense of smell and hearing can be too much better than before. Su Hao secretly shook his head. Other people definitely couldn't smell the bloody odor on these 3 people. Su Hao didn't mind his own business. As a martial artist, it was normal to have a little bit of blood odor on one's body. Su Hao strolled around for a while, and then headed to Tianming City's Dongyun restaurant, which had the most delicious roast duck, and Su Hao would come to enjoy it every once in a while. "Young Master Su, you quickly upstairs please." As soon as Su Hao arrived at Dongyun restaurant, a waiter recognized his identity and hurriedly greeted him upstairs. And not long after Su Hao went upstairs and sat down, he frowned, because he smelled that bloody odor again. He looked towards the stairway. Those 3 black-clothed men all walked up the stairs expressionlessly, and entered within a private room without paying attention to anyone. Under curiosity, Su Hao used the systems probing on the first grim man, and instantly got his basic information. Martial artist? Realm evaluation, first-class martial artist level. Attribute, none. Kill is chance to drop. Corpse transforming finger black iron grade, blood demon body bronze grade, 1 year of internal cultivation, blood exploding palm black iron grade. The grim man among these 3 black-clothed men was actually a first-class martial artist level martial artist, while the other 2, whose strength was not as strong as the grim man, were both second-class martial artist level. First-class martial artist level, with more than 40 years of strength, was definitely considered an expert in the mundane world. What made Su Hao frown was that judging from the drops of these 3 people, they practiced all kinds of sinister and poisonous evil skills, definitely not good people. However, this does not matter to Su Hao. He is not a nosy person, not to mention that he is not a righteous person who shouts and kills when he sees a devil. As long as he does not mess with his head, he is too lazy to care about it. This is within the heavily monumental city, and a direct action may also cause innocent deaths and injuries. Soon Su Hao's roast duck was served up. Su Hao immediately enjoyed it beautifully. At the same time, Su Hao was a bit shocked, because he heard a conversation in his ears, which was coming from the box where the 3 people of the grim man were. It was not that they were talking loudly, but Su Hao's evolved ear power was too outstanding. "Everyone. Recently the work is not good. Can you be lenient? For a few days?" However, Su Hao couldn't quite hear the specific content of these people's conversation, only knowing that the 3 men in black seemed to be talking to someone. At this moment, in the box, the 3 men in black were talking to an obese man. "Chenin, are you trying to sit on your hands? You didn't bring what I wanted?" The gloomy man stared at the obese man in front of him and said coldly. This obese man Shen Yin's face was full of smiles. "3. You guys give a little less. This job, you also know, is my brothers risk losing their heads to do it again. The price of the past increased by 30%. How do you see?" 3 men in black seem to be talking with this obese man Chenin. What deal? This obese man Chenin is not satisfied with the price. Temporary want to increase the price. For Chen Yin's temporary price increase request, so that the cold man and the other 2 are cold light in the eyes, Chenin looks like a cowering appearance, while in his heart is secretly laughing. He feels that with the degree of thirst of these 3 people for the goods, is absolutely will agree with his request. With an expressionless face, the grim man repeated his question once again, "Have you brought what I want?" This caused Chenin to frown. He was at least considered the leader of a gang in Tianming City, and the tone of the grim man's voice made him a bit irritated. At that moment, he straightened up and collected his smile. "It's all been said, a 30% increase in the base of the original price. Pay up first, then deliver the goods." Chapter 15, A Slap on the Face. That means you didn't bring it? The gloomy man's eyes steeply flashed with a stern aura that pierced straight through Chenin, causing Chenin to only feel his heart twitch. Chenin vaguely realized that it was not good, and he raised his voice, "Do you guys still want to make a move? This is Tianming City." Without waiting for Chenin to finish his sentence, a hint of sardonic color appeared on the expressionless face of the grim man. "It's not easy for the three of us to make a trip into the city. We've come specifically to collect the goods, and you dare to fool us?" As the words fell, scarlet light flashed in the cold man's eyes, and he lifted his palm to blast at the back of Chenin, who realized that it was not good and wanted to escape. Boom! With a muffled sound, Chenin was blasted by this palm and crashed into the wall of the box, his obese body smashing down like a ball on the floor of the second floor of the restaurant. This. Hands? Suha was also shocked. He vaguely heard these four people talking about some kind of deal in the box, not negotiating the appearance of a deal, but this grimy man directly made a move. This is Tianming City. Too unbridled. Ah. Save me. Falling on the ground, Chen Yin's appearance at this time is very horrible. His eyes rolled round, there is blood dripping out, as if it is going to explode. The body is extremely fast expansion, such as a balloon inflatable. Boom! In the miserable screams, this Chen Yin's body swelled to its limit, and actually exploded in pieces, with blood and flesh splattering in all directions. Not good. Suha was slightly startled, immediately utilizing the purple chi skill, causing his sleeve robe to be tinted with a silky purple color, shaking his hand and flicking it, using his sleeve to block the blood and flesh that was splattered towards him. Poo poo poo. In a series of soft ringing sounds, Suha's sleeve was corroded out of a pit, but fortunately, he reacted in time and was not harmed. But the other people on the second floor were not so lucky. Several diners were caught off guard by the blood and flesh splattered on their bodies by Chen's detonation, which contained the cold man's palm force, directly corroding the skin and muscles of those unlucky diners, revealing white bones, rolling and screaming miserably on the ground. The rest of the people were stunned, and there were also those who reacted and fled towards the downstairs, while letting out sharp, fearful yells, "Help, killing people." The entire Dongyun restaurant was in chaos. Suha's face turned cold. He didn't expect that these three people would directly kill people within Tianming City, or with such a vicious means. Under one palm, he directly beat that fat man Chenin to the point that his body exploded, and even his flesh and blood became extremely corrosive, accidentally injuring several people. Even Suha was almost caught by the wave when he wasn't defending himself. Big brother. You this, how to suddenly do it? The remaining two men in black are also a little surprised, did not expect the grim man to directly move. This. Just didn't control the killing intent. The grim man was also slightly regretful. They entered the city to find this Chenin to make a deal. The other party not only asked for an increase in price, but also did not bring the goods, which made his killing intent explode, and he failed to control himself, and directly shot out with anger. Estimated Chenin himself would not have thought that this three people even said hands on hands, is a normal person will not be so impulsive, and the cold man three people are obviously not normal people. Killing will come up to completely regardless of where this is directly out of the hand. Say these also useless, quickly go, quickly out of the city. Three people and the bearded man is hastily said, now is not to think of other times, in the Tianming city in front of so many people face murder, not long after the absolute will have city guards to come, this time to do of course is to take advantage of the city guards have not come, quickly escape from the Tianming city. Just want to leave like this? However, without waiting for the three people to leave downstairs, Suha blocked in front of the three people. His eyes were a bit cold staring at the three people in front of him. He had just been almost injured by mistake. With Suha's character, he would not let these three people leave. Looking at the youngster in front of him who was blocking in front of himself and others, still with a hint of childishness, the three people of the grim man were all in a hurry to leave at this moment, but they didn't even say half a sentence of nonsense, and one of the middle-aged men with dirty hair flashed a cold light in his eyes, and took a big step towards Suha who was blocking in front of him. Kid, want to meddle in other people's business? Then leave your life behind as well. While speaking, this middle-aged man was blasting his palm towards Suha's chest. He was in a hurry to leave, and when he saw Suha blocking the way, he didn't have any retention, and came up with an all-out attack, wanting to kill Suha on the spot. The middle-aged man's palm was covered with an ebony color, emitting a disgusting stench that made people want to vomit. It was obvious that the palm method used by this middle-aged man was also incomparably sinister, and the three black-clothed men practiced evil arts. Die. The middle-aged man's face was filled with a fierce smile. The palm method he used was the bone palm, hitting the enemy, could directly melt away the bones of people, very vicious. But soon the middle-aged man's smile froze. Suha indifferently looked at the middle-aged man in front of him. The middle-aged man was a second-rate martial artist level powerhouse, possessing more than 20 years of cultivation. His strength was very not weak, but in the eyes of Suha nowadays, the speed of the middle-aged man's strikes was really too slow, so slow that Suha was a bit careless. It's you who will die. When the middle-aged man's ebony palm reached 3 feet in front of Suha's body, Suha steeply struck out. He let out a low roar, and a palm lashed out straight at the middle-aged man's head. Crack! This simple slap, under the extreme power and speed but brought up a burst of air-breaking sound, just like thunder roaring. What? The middle-aged man was shocked, and before his bone transformation palm hit Suhao's palm was angrily smacked on top of his cheek afterward. 10,000 kilograms of huge force exploded. Boom! With a dull explosive sound, the entire cheek of this middle-aged man was concave, and a huge force rushed into his skull, causing his skull to explode like a watermelon with a bang, and the shattered head splattered onto the wall like rain, causing the wall to crackle. Successfully killed a second-rate martial artist. Gained 1 year of internal strength cultivation. Gained 300 experience points. The headless body of the middle-aged man slowly fell to the ground, splattering some dust. Hiss! Both the grim man and the bearded man couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cold air. Old 3 is dead? Obviously he shot first, but the bearded man could not help but feel that the color of fear flashed in his eyes. That middle-aged man can be the same as him as a second-stream martial artist level A. But in the face of Suhao, surprisingly a photo was Suhao a slap. Reaction cannot even react. The head was blown out of the death. Chapter 16 Thundering Blade. The gloomy man's eyes were also full of gravity. He took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Friend, we have no grievances or hatred. You fan not meddling in our own business. Let us leave, and Sun will definitely thank you again in the future." Nosy? Just now I was almost injured by mistake. Suhao's eyes icy cold waved his sleeves that were corroded out of a pit. Not far from the ground there are a few innocent drinkers' blood and flesh on the ground rolling on the ground to flee downstairs it. The grim man's face was gloomy. He had to leave quickly to prevent being surrounded by the city guards. This Tianmeng city can be experts like clouds. If they are entangled then they will be dead. He didn't want to entangle with Suhao, and said in a cold voice, "The kid. Don't think that I'm afraid of you. If I have no hope of escaping, and fight desperately to kill, you are afraid that you will have to be buried with I'll be buried with you." The grim man threatened Suhao. If he, a first-class martial artist, sacrificed his life to fight with Suhao, he had the confidence to pull Suhao to die together. Suhao bristled, "Die with me? You think too highly of yourself. Big brother, slaughter him." Seeing that Suhao was not willing to give up, the bearded man yelled lowly. The only thing left at this time was to fight for life and death. Then suffer death. The grim man was also a ruthless person. The only way to kill Suhao with the fastest speed was to take the chance to escape from the city when the city guards didn't arrive. His whole body rose up with blood-red chi mist, as if it was a demonic ghost, and his body dragged a residual shadow to pounce at Suhao straight away, so fast that it was unimaginable. Worthy of being a first-class martial artist level. Suhao also secretly praised in his heart. The aura emitted by this gloomy man could be too powerful compared to any opponent he had faced before. Miso. Without any hesitation, Suhao directly pulled out the cold stream knife he was wearing on his waist. As a martial artist, weapons were never out of hand. Snort! The speed of the cold man was fast, while Suhao's speed was even faster. Almost the instant he drew his blade, there was a snowy blade aura blossoming from the top of the blade, piercing, eye-catching, icy cold, and merciless. What terrifying speed! The grim man's pupils also contracted as the radiant blade aura swayed, as if a cold waterfall was pouring down. Blood demon technique. The blood-colored mist on the grim man's body gathered on top of his palms, causing both of his palms to transform into crystal-clear blood-colored palms that slapped out at the side of the blade. Clang! Knife and palm collision, erupted the sound of golden iron. Immediately after the grim man's face changed, he felt a huge force shocked his arm where a burst of numbness, was forced to retreat one after another. Each foot fell, stepped on the solid floor crack to crack. The first floor of the restaurant fled. The guests only feel like the sky is going to collapse in general. Knowing that Suhao had a huge strength of 10,000 pounds in one arm after he had evolved once, that is, a lot of martial artists who had just entered the Hotian realm could not catch up with him, and this grimy man, being a first-class martial artist level, was too normal to be suppressed in a head-on collision with Suhao. Big brother. The bearded man didn't just watch. He was clear that Suhao's strength was beyond his reach, and he didn't get close to him. Instead, he shook his sleeve robe, and 3 or 4 long black metal needles were thrown out by him with a subtle throwing technique. Swoosh! The 3 black metal long needles were obviously quenched with poison. Suhao's mental power was concentrated. The hundreds of kilograms of cold stream blade was waved freely in his hands, and the perfect realms chopping wind blade technique was executed, weaving a series of residual shadows, knocking the 3 metal long needles out. Concealed weapons? Then I'll behead you rats first. Suhao's feet stepped on the ground. The wind-chasing body technique was executed. Together with his own wind spirit root, his speed outperformed many Hotian martial artists. His entire body seemed to have transformed into a stream of light, and in less than a blink of an eye, he crossed a distance of more than 10 meters, pouncing on that bearded man. Big brother, save me! The bearded man screamed out in shock. The cold man had only just stabilized himself. Where did he get the ability to save him? Poof! With a flash of snowy blade light, a head shot up into the sky, and before the blood could even be sprayed out, the headless body of the bearded man smashed heavily onto the ground. 3 men in black, in the blink of an eye by Suhao even cut 2 people. Only the bearded man is still alive, but he is also a chill in his heart. What kind of demon is this kid? Look at his appearance. At most 16 or 17 years old, but this kind of strength, completely first-class martial artist level. Himself, at the age of 16, hadn't even reached the third-rate martial artist level yet. Your turn. Su Hao looked at the bearded man with cold eyes, cutting the grass to get rid of the roots. Since he had struck out, none of these three would survive. Kid, since you want to die, then I'll fulfill you. You were born into a big family, right? Life can be very precious. Exchanging my life for yours is not a loss. The gloomy man's eyes glowed with blood-red color. He was originally an outlaw. Now most likely he couldn't escape from this Tianming city. Since this was the case, he had to pull Su Hao's back even if he died. You want to fight for your life? Su Hao slightly raised a hint of vigilance. Blood-burning secret art. The grim man roared furiously. Blood seeped out of his skin, and then attached to his skin and blazed up. The entire person seemed to be covered in a layer of blood-red fire clothes, and his berserk aura caused ripples to rise in the air. Kill! The cold man stepped on his feet. His body was like a cannonball pouncing towards Su Hao. The speed was so fast that it was more than 2 or 3 times higher than before, while a blood-colored palm got to blast towards Su Hao's chest. Clang! Su Hao lifted his sword to block. A terrifying huge force came, and actually forced Su Hao to withdraw a big step away. Ha ha ha! Kid, make you unwilling to let me live, then we will die together. Without waiting for Su Hao to stand still, the cold man was once again pouncing, laughing wildly, not giving Su Hao a chance to catch his breath, completely fighting for his life, wanting to pull Su Hao to die together. The grim man cast a secret art, burning all his potential, bursting out with strength and speed that was still one step better than Su Hao's, suppressing him to retreat back and forth. His back was almost sticking to the wall. It's been said that you don't have the ability to pull me to die together. Thunder breathing method. Seeing the grim man in front of him, who was as crazy as a madman, Su Hao no longer reserved his strength, and the thunder breathing method was in operation, and from his lungs, a trace of thunder current leaped to Su Hao's whole body, making every cell of his body become swollen and stronger. Swoosh! The grim man clawed out, but only caught Su Hao's residual shadow. He only felt that a thunder disappeared from in front of his body and appeared on his side, stimulating the thunder breathing method. Su Hao's speed increased drastically, easily avoiding the grim man's killing move. Die for me! Su Hao's thunder breathing method operated to the extreme. Every breath erupted with thunder explosions. Light golden thunder wrapped around his blade, and both of his eyes had thunder shining. With a low roar, Su Hao slashed his blade furiously at the gloomy man who hadn't turned around yet. No! The grim man roared unwillingly. He was filled with unwillingness. Even if he died, he wanted to drag Su Hao to be buried with him, but it simply couldn't be done. The grim man had a pair of arms in front of his body, but it was completely a mantis blocking the car. Poof! Pale golden thunder blade she spewed out, destroying and tearing the grim man's arms and neck, and the remaining momentum did not all fall onto the wall of the second floor, and with a loud explosion, that wall crumbled apart from this knife chop. Successfully killed a first-class martial artist. Obtained the blood-burning secret art bronze level. Gained 1 year of internal strength cultivation. Gained 500 experience points. Chapter 17, The Secret Art of Burning Blood. The body of the grim man was separated from his head and smashed down on the ground. There was still unwillingness remaining in his eyes. He came to this city to collect goods. He didn't restrain his killing intent to kill that fat man Chenin, and as a result, he paid the price for his impulsiveness, and died miserably in Su Hao's hands. Fat. What happened? It seems like I heard a thunderous explosion. Even the Dongyun restaurant almost collapsed. Dead people. Have martial artists going on a killing spree in the East Cloud restaurant. At this time, the street outside the East Cloud restaurant had long been surrounded by people. Each face was filled with astonishment. The commotion generated by Su Hao's full power outburst was too amazing. The thunderous blast sound was clearly audible hundreds of meters away, rigid and domineering. Su Hao sat back on the table, ate 2 mouthfuls of the half-roast duck that was still left, and muttered somewhat breathlessly, "These city guards are really slow in coming. Be careful, the murderer inside might not have left yet." Not long after, footsteps came from downstairs. Dozens of city guards surrounded the place, and a team of soldiers in silver armor came towards the upper floors. "Everyone, the murderer has been taken care of by me," Su Hao shouted to the few vigilant and incomparable soldiers at the stairway. It's a teenager." Those few soldiers who went upstairs were stunned. "Captain, there are a few corpses over there that are very similar to what those witnesses described before, all wearing black clothes." Someone also noticed the bodies of the grim man and the others and hurriedly said, "This is the third leader of the Blood Demon Regiment, Blood Wolf?" The squad leader who was in the lead saw the dead head of the grim man and said with some horror, he had once read the wanted list, and this Blood Wolf was on the list, a fierce man. The grim man Blood Wolf stepped into the first-class martial artist level for many years. Himself was a member of a bandit team called the Blood Demon Regiment, roaming amongst the deserted mountain ranges to commit crimes. Very cunning, but now, Blood Wolf was dead. "He was killed by you?" That squad leader came back to his senses, his gaze looking towards Su Hao with some disbelief in his eyes. "It was me who killed him. Just now these 3 people were making some kind of deal with another person, and as a result, this Blood Wolf suddenly made a move to kill them and then they died in my hands." Su Hao briefly said what just happened. How can it be? The Blood Wolf has stepped into the first-class martial artist level for many years, and even mastered many kinds of evil kung fu. His strength is very strong, and with 2 helpers, how can he be killed by a teenager? The first reaction of these soldiers to hear this was disbelief. This building has almost been broken down. There are also people who noticed the broken walls, the houses full of wreckage. Obviously there was a fierce fight. A 16 or 17-year-old teenager can fight head-on with the third leader of the Blood Demon Corps? And also decapitated it? You guys handle it here. I have to go home. Suhao got up and said, having explained what he should explain, he didn't want to get into more trouble. I'm afraid you can't leave yet. You killed these 3 people, the exact reason, and what exactly happened. You have to come with us and give a good explanation. That squad leader then coldly said he didn't believe that it was Suhao who killed Blood Wolf and the others. He wanted to bring Suhao back and ask him properly. I don't have time to go with you guys. I'm a member of the Immortal sect's reserve team, beheading these thugs in passing. See you again. Suhao wasn't prepared to be taken away like a prisoner, he said, and walked towards the downstairs. What Immortal sect reserve team? This is not up to you. When the junior captain saw that Suhao didn't follow his order, instead, he was ready to leave directly, he snorted coldly and reached out his hand towards Suhao's shoulder to grab him, to take him down. A trace of helplessness flashed in Suhao's eyes, still wanting to fight him? It was just a second-rate martial artist. Boom! Without waiting for the junior captain's hand to grab Suhao's body leapt out like lightning, and actively slammed into this junior captain. What? This junior captain was shocked in his heart. He only felt a blur in front of his eyes, he couldn't even react in time, and was hit by Suhao's shoulder on his chest. Boom! The soldier squad leader grunted, feeling a sharp pain in his chest. His stout body was staggered back by the impact. If not for the rest of the soldiers who saw the situation and assisted him, he would probably have to sit on the ground in a sorry state. But this soldier squad leader was also shocked beyond words. He was a second-rate martial artist level A, facing Suhao. He didn't have the slightest ability to resist just now. If Suhao wanted to kill him, he would have already died. See you later. Suhao didn't stop. Chasing the wind stance was performed. His body was wrapped with green airflow. Like a hurricane, he directly leaped out from the broken wall, and in a few leaps on a few houses, he disappeared without a trace, and that kind of speed made every soldier dumbfounded. Immortal sect reserve team? Could it be that Blood Wolf and others are really killed by him? But who exactly is this young man? I've never heard of a demon comparable to a first-class martial artist level among such a young teenager in Tianmeng City. Soldier captain covered his chest. His face was full of consternation as he looked at Suhao's disappearing back. Suhao's display of this hand was too astonishing. It might be true as the other party said that Blood Wolf and the others were killed by him. But such a character, they hadn't even heard of him before. Pack up these corpses and bring them back to the commander-in-chief for determination. Collecting his emotions, the soldier squad leader gave the order to clean up the scene. Is something wrong? In a mansion, Yi Changqing lazily basked in the sun as he said without looking back. Reporting to Lord City Lord, just a short while ago, Suhao appeared at Dongyun restaurant, and alone beheaded the third leader of the Blood Wolf Regiment, a first-rate martial artist plus 2 second-rate martial artists, and according to the reports coming from the scene, the building was almost destroyed. It was a frontal strike. The scarred man entered the mansion, with a shocked look on his face. He respectfully said to Yi Changqing, killing a first-class martial artist level and 2 second-class martial artist levels head-on? Yi Changqing was also dumbfounded. Suhao being a dual spirit root was good, but they were both wasted spirit roots. How could he possibly possess such a terrifying battle power? Should we let Suhao come too? Maybe the last test was wrong. He is not a wasted spirit root. The scarred man carefully said. No need, it looks like he doesn't want to be disturbed. Let him quietly cultivate. What an interesting little guy. I hope to bring me more surprises. Yi Changqing on the other hand shook his head. His eyes were filled with interest. He had served as Tianmeng City Lord for many years, but it was the first time he had seen such a peculiar youngster. Yi Changqing also felt that the previous spell formation detection might have been wrong, and Suhao might not be some kind of wasted spirit root. However, he was also too embarrassed to pull Suhao back to test it again. After all, this matter would be quite embarrassing if he got it wrong himself. What Yi Changqing didn't know was that Suhao brought him more than a surprise. There would be a shock. It's really shabby. 3 second-rate martial artist level or above. Combined, they drop 3 years of internal force cultivation and 1100 experience points. Suhao was secretly speechless. The things dropped this time were relatively small. Besides the internal force cultivation and experience value, only the Burning Blood secret art was dropped. Burning Blood secret art bronze level, proficiency beginner 1%, burning one's own blood in cultivation, bursting out beyond one's own limits in a short period of time, but it is highly likely that one's potential will be damaged and one's cultivation will regress. This blood-burning secret art, in general, was still good as a life-saving card. The previous Blood Wolf was originally suppressed by Suhao, but after stimulating the blood-burning secret art, he was still able to counterattack Suhao's wave. The battle power had increased by more than 1 or 2 times. Now a total of 1,400 experience points, 600 points short of upgrading a complete spiritual root. Suhao thought prettily, all the way back to the Su family. In the evening, at the dining table, Sui, who was eating at the same table as Su Hao, whispered, "I heard that during the daytime today, someone from the Blood Demon Regiment appeared at the East Cloud restaurant and fought with someone, and as a result, they were decapitated by a 16 or 17-year-old teenager." Chapter 18, Extreme Blade Intent. Saying that, Sui also looked at Su Hao. The things that happened in Dongyan restaurant undoubtedly spread throughout the city very quickly. According to the witnesses, the 3 Blood Demon Regiment's brigands were beheaded by a teenager, and this characteristic made Sui somewhat suspect that it was Su Hao who did it. But Su Hao's strength can be strong to this extent? That was a humongous bandit who had already entered the first-class martial artist level for a short period of time, plus 2 second-class martial artist level powerhouses and all 3 of them joined hands to be beheaded by Su Hao alone. Cough cough. It's me. Su Hao coughed, for Sui did not hide, so Sex directly recognized. Good. Good, worthy of being my Sui's son? Sui laughed openly, full of relief and pride, and continuously gave Su Hao food. He was at Su Hao's age, far inferior to Su Hao, and in the future, Su Hao's chances of entering the Immortal sect would definitely be very high. What is this Blood Demon group? Su Hao inquired doubtfully. He had already heard about this Blood Demon Corps a few times. It's just a bandit troop organized with 3 leaders such as Blood Wolf and a group of martial artists, roaming around, robbing some rich merchants and whatnot. You killed their 3 leaders, yet you don't need to worry, the small Blood Demon Regiment doesn't have the guts to retaliate yet. Sui laughed, pleasantly surprised at Su Hao's strength. Aha! Su Hao nodded and lowered his head to eat. Indeed, this Blood Demon Regiment was nothing but a gang of thieves. The 3 leaders were only first-class martial artist level. In the eyes of ordinary people, it was vicious and difficult to be messed with. But for the Su family, which was a big family in Tianming City, this Blood Demon Regiment definitely didn't have the slightest bit of guts to mess with it, and could only swallow their teeth if they were killed. We still have to continue to enhance our strength, and as soon as possible reach the point where we can satisfy the city lord and obtain the Immortal sect token. Su Hao pondered. Only if he got Yi Changqing's approval would he grant a token to join the Immortal sect. It was already 3 days after killing Blood Wolf and the others. The incident of Dongyan restaurant also slowly cooled down, and no one came to Su Hao's door to find him. Su Hao was clear that he knew his own identity as soon as the city lord's office investigated a little bit, but he was a member of the Immortal sect's reserve team, and was expected to enter the Immortal sect in the future, and it was only a matter of killing a few humongous robbers, so naturally, no one would come to bother him. Could it be that sword cultivation to the consummate level is the end of the line? Su Hao cultivated his stance and saber technique this day, but he was frowning and contemplating. He directly raised the proficiency of the wind-slashing saber technique to the consummate level through his experience value, sending and receiving as if it was in his heart, and completely mastered it. But was this the highest realm of a set of saber techniques? Su Hao felt that it wasn't. There was no end to martial arts. Speaking of which, when I exploded at full power before, I vaguely touched a higher realm of blade techniques that exceeded the limit of proficiency. Su Hao secretly thought that he had exploded at the limit twice, and now he was carefully experiencing the feeling at that time. Why don't we just chop out a blade at the limit? Su Hao took a deep breath. Instead of recalling the feeling at that time, he should take the initiative to seize that feeling. He raised the thunder breathing technique to the limit. Light golden electric arcs were entangled on both his body and his battle blade, followed by a slash. Crack! A thunder blade aura detached itself from above the blade and flew out nearly 10 meters before gradually dissipating. The thunderous roar resounded for hundreds of meters in a circle, causing the Su family disciples outside of this mansion to be horrified in their hearts. It's coming from Su Hao's residence. Is he practicing? Why is it so loud? Many Su family disciples were surprised that the commotion caused by Su Hao was not small, but no one came over to find out what was going on. This wide residence was the Su family's practice place that was specially divided for Su Hao. Even the family elders were not allowed to get close to his practice place and disturb his practice if they did not have the consent of Su Hao. That's the feeling, the trace of super limit in the limit. Su Hao's eyes lit up. The full strength slash made him feel that strange feeling, the feeling of surpassing the limit. Martial Dao was to constantly touch the limit and surpass the limit. Again. Rumble. Su Hao slashed out once again, and thunderous sounds were loud. Again, that feeling of surpassing the limit is even clearer. Su Hao continuously extreme a sword chopped out, feeling that trace of power that transcended the limit. The thunder breathing method was executed, experiencing this super limit state. With Su Hao's previous physique, one slash with such extreme outburst would have to be exhausted on the spot, but Su Hao, who had evolved once, had drastically improved his abilities in all aspects, and this extreme slash, which he had used 10 times in his full power state, was not a problem. So Su Hao fell into a marvelous situation, constantly chopping out extreme slashes, sensing the higher level of power in them, practicing and resting when his physical strength was exhausted, recovering his physical strength, and continuing to sense the slashes when he finished resting. Sui detected Su Hao's obsessive hard cultivation. He knew clearly in his heart that Su Hao was afraid of making a breakthrough, and didn't let anyone disturb him. Only in the afternoon, he would come over to give Su Hao food in person. Such a time lasted for half a month. In half a month's time, Suhao's most significant progress was his purple qigong, because of the reason that his internal energy was constantly being consumed and then recovered. After a lot of refining, the proficiency was almost at an advanced level, and the quality of his internal energy went up by a step. On top of that, Suhao clearly felt that he was very close to completely grasping that silk of power beyond the limit. This feeling is coming. Suhao slashed out his sword as usual, his eyes lit up fiercely. That feeling in this limit sword was stronger than even before. He tried to grab that feeling and strengthen it. Suhao's internal force was continuously injected into the cold flow sword, and the electric light flashed violently. Thunder pull! A radiant thunder blade aura was like a ferocious beast roaring, flying 10 feet against the ground, and the ground along the way was plowed into a meter-deep gully by this thunder blade chi. When the thunder blade chi dispersed, a 10 feet long gully was left on top of the earth, making it hard to believe that such a huge gully was actually chopped out by a person with a knife. Such a knife, if it landed on the body of a human being, the consequences could be imagined. Chapter 19 Blood Demon Regiment. It's done. Is this the higher realm of the blade technique, blade intent? Suhao's eyes flashed with an ecstatic light. After half a month of hard cultivation, he was finally touching the threshold of a higher realm blade intent. After cultivating the knife method to the limit, beyond the limit level is the level of knife intent. In the entire Tianmeng city, the martial artists who mastered the level of intent are not many, and most of them are innate martial artists, in order to master the level of intent. But Suhao is only 16 years old, and he mastered the knife intent, which can make the entire Tianmeng city vibrate when he said it out. Blade intent, this is my blade intent, let's call it Thunder Blade intent. Suhao was secretly delighted. Judging from the attributes of his saber intent, what he had mastered was a saber intent with the thunder attribute, which was rigid and overbearing, strong and unrivaled. This thunder blade intent, it's too fierce. If I face that blood wolf again, even if he uses the burning blood secret art, I'm still confident that I can take his head in a head-on strike. Suhao was full of confidence. After mastering the thunder blade intent, Suhao's strength once again took a big leap. An ordinary first-class martial artist would not even be a match in front of him. In addition, Suhao's saber intent today had only just been comprehended. At the level of 10% saber intent, there was still a lot of room for improvement. The fact that I was able to master the thunder blade intent is definitely related to my thunder spirit root and evolved natural talent and enlightenment. Will I be able to continue comprehending the wind attribute blade intent? After all, the blade technique I cultivate can be summarized in the wind attribute. Suhao secretly said he had mastered the thunder blade intent, and with the touch, it would definitely be easier than normal people to comprehend a new blade intent again. However, without waiting for Suhao to continue cultivating, someone found him on this day. Young Master Su, someone from the City Lord's mansion has just come to your door, instructing you to immediately make a trip to the City Lord's mansion, saying that they have something to find you. A servant found Suhao and told him about this matter. The City Lord's mansion is looking for me? I don't know what the matter is. Hearing this, Suhao didn't hesitate much, and after organizing himself, he headed towards the City Lord's mansion. In the back garden of the City Lord's mansion, Suhao entered it under the guard's leadership, and the one who received him in the back garden was not Yi Changqing, but the scarred man, who was Yi Changqing's most valued henchman. Not only was this scarred man there were 4 others. 2 of them Suhao recognized. One of the teenagers with wild long hair was Zhou Lai, the other young girl with a water blue long dress and skin like snow was Zhou Lai and Imoqing Shui. The other 2 Suhao did not recognize. They were all men, at most in their 20s, but all of them had extremely powerful breaths, still above the blood wolf, especially the young man with a country's character face. Although his appearance was not shocking, Suhao slightly probed a bit, but he detected that this person's cultivation had already exceeded the level of a first-class martial artist, and entered the realm of the Hotian. The scarred man laughed. All arrived. You are all part of the same Immortal sect reserve team. Let me introduce you. This is Suhao, Zhou Lai, Mo Qingshui, and the 2 of them are Zhou Mu and Li Qin. This mission you will act together. Li Qin. Zhou Mu? He's from the Zhou family? Suhao knew the names of the other 2 people. That country-face young man, Zhou Mu, possessed Hotian cultivation and was surnamed Zhou. In all likelihood, like Zhou Lai, he was from the Zhou family. Those who could join the Immortal sect's reserve team were undoubtedly elites among elites, geniuses with spiritual roots. And this time, it seemed that they were called here for some kind of mission. The young man named Li Qin hurriedly said, "Just say it, senior, I'll definitely do what I can." They had joined this Immortal sect reserve team in order to enter the Immortal sect, and with the opportunity to express themselves, they certainly couldn't miss it. The scarred man nodded slightly and said, "It's about the Blood Demon Regiment." Saying this, the scarred man also glanced at Suhao with inexplicable meaning. Blood Demon Corps? Some time ago, I did hear that a leader of the Blood Demon Regiment was killed in the city. Li Qin nodded. Regarding the Blood Demon Regiment, everyone present had vaguely heard about the news, but they didn't know much about it. After all, if they weren't from the City Lord's mansion, it was simply impossible to fully understand the matter of Suhao killing the leader of the Blood Demon Regiment. Ah, that Blood Demon Regiment's 3rd leader is really miserable. I heard that he died in the hands of a teenager. Zhou Lai said with a laugh. He heard that the Blood Demon Regiment's Blood Wolf died in the hands of a teenager, but he didn't know that it was in the hands of Su Hao. He knew that Su Hao was just a wasted spirit root, and it was impossible for him to kill a first-class martial arts level like Blood Wolf. Mo Qing Shui quietly listened. When she heard about what happened some time ago, then the first time she felt that 9 times out of 10, Su Hao did it, she possessed a strong intuition. The scarred man continued, although this Blood Demon Regiment is just a bandit gang, and the several leaders are only first-rate martial artist level, they have created quite a lot of sins. Some time ago, their third leader even dared to purchase the heart blood of children within our Tianming city, and even killed people within the city with impunity, which has already enraged the city's main body, and decided to eradicate them. Acquiring the heart blood of child boys and girls? Su Hao was surprised. He heard the Blood Wolf trio and the fat man who was suspected to be the leader of the gang making some kind of deal that day, so it turned out that their trading item was the heart blood of child boys and girls? 9 times out of 10, it was used to cultivate evil skills. Su Hao was also very angry. He had really made it too easy for them to die by killing them at that time. There was no doubt that what the Blood Wolves did when they came to Tianming City had angered Yi Changqing. To him the Blood Demon Regiment was nothing more than a mole cricket. Usually he didn't mess with his head, he didn't bother, but if it angered him, of course it would be stomped to death. The trail of the Blood Demon Regiment was investigated by us. According to the city lord's intention, it is for a few of you to go and eliminate this Blood Demon Regiment. A few of the leaders, none of them can be spared. The scarred man said. The Blood Demon Regiment was no different from a mole cricket in front of Tianming City. Tianming City didn't need to make a big fuss if they wanted to deal with the Blood Demon Regiment, so Yi Changqing simply gave this matter to the Immortal Sect reserve team to do as a sharpening. Good, we will definitely complete the mission. I heard that the third leader of the Blood Demon Regiment was killed by a teenager similar in age to me. If he can do more, I, Zhou Lai, can do it too. Zhou Lai was the first to accept the mission with confidence. He was previously a second-rate martial artist level. After refining a Yuan enhancement pill, his power had already reached the threshold of a first-rate martial artist. Coupled with the fact that he himself possessed a primary fire spirit root, he was confident that his battle power would not be inferior to the Blood Demon Regiment's leaders. Su Hao and the others naturally didn't hesitate and took on this mission. It seems like it's really a narrow road with this Blood Demon Regiment. Anyway, they are already enemies, so why not exterminate them? Su Hao secretly thought, although the Blood Demon Regiment didn't have the guts to report the revival of the family in 9 out of 10 cases, but just in case, of course, it was still the best to eliminate them. According to the information received, the Blood Demon Regiment is currently hiding in a remote town 1,000 miles away from Tianming City. You guys go there quickly, don't let them escape. The scarred man gave them some information that he knew and let them set off immediately. A group of 5 people didn't wait and rode their fast horses out of Tianming City that day, heading towards the place where the Blood Demon Regiment was stationed 1,000 miles away. Chapter 20, True Qi Externalization. Everyone, although there isn't a single Hotian martial artist in this Blood Demon Regiment, it's best to be careful. I hope you can follow my instructions, otherwise don't blame Mr. Zhou for causing trouble. While rushing, the man named Zhou said, he was the strongest, with Hotian cultivation, outperforming everyone present, so naturally he took himself as the captain. Brother Mu, that's of course. Zhou Lai said with a hefty smile. He and Zhou Mu came from the same Zhou family, so their relationship was naturally much better. Aha! Li Qin also nodded. Zhou Mu's strength was above his. Su Hao and Xing Shui didn't say anything, acquiescing to this matter. Anyway, their cooperation was only to exterminate this Blood Demon Regiment. The horse that Su Hao and the others rode was a Fey horse with a hint of demonic ghost bloodline. Traveling 2,000 miles in a day was not a problem. When evening came, Su Hao and his group arrived at their destination. While Su Hao and the others were still tens of miles away from the village and town where the Blood Demon Regiment was stationed, the small village and town looked very lively. Ah, cheers, there are not a few boys and girls within this village and town. This time, we finally have a full meal. A burly man laughed out loud, drinking blood-red liquor. This burly man was too stout, like a violent bear, his entire body exuding a berserk aura. And the other man, who was well-mannered and had an extremely demonic temperament, also had a hint of a smile on his face. He took out a handkerchief and wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth. He laughed and said, "Old bear, you can save your drink. Don't blame me for not reminding you if you lose your addiction to drink and have a seizure." This burly man and the demonic man were respectively the Blood Demon Regiment's second leader, Blood Bear, and the eldest leader, Bloodwing. Ha, kill a few more people if your addiction kicks in. The burly man Blood Bear laughed. The demonic man Bloodwing shook his head and didn't say anything. He murmured in a low voice, "Old 3 didn't come back for so long. Some time ago I heard that he died in Tianming City, killed by a teenager. Don't worry about it, Old 3, brother, for a time. In the future when there is an opportunity, one will help you to avenge your death." Bloodwing is thinking about things. A fierce man wearing rough clothes came over and hurriedly said to Bloodwing, "Report to the big chief. Our brothers found that someone is coming towards this village and town. Most likely our tracks are exposed, and they are rushing towards us." How many people are there? What is the strength? Bloodwing said with a furrowed brow at his words. Not long ago the third leader of their Blood Demon Regiment died, and now it didn't take long for someone to come to the door. Could it be the experts sent by Tianming City? According to Probing with the Blood Chi Mystic Art, there are a total of 5 people, a second-rate martial artist level, 3 first-rate martial artist level 1s, and 1 Hotian martial artist level 1. All of them are very young in age. There are 3 of them who are 16 or 17 years old, and the remaining 2 are just in their 20s. That fierce man hurriedly reported. 3 first-class martial artist level and 1 Hotian martial artist level? It looks like they are here to eliminate us. The lanky and burly Bloodbear's eyes lit up at his words. I heard that Old 3 was killed by a teenager, so maybe Old 3's murderer is amongst these 5 people. 2 chiefs, what do we do? They are about 50 miles away from us. Should we withdraw? Or meet them? The ferocious man cautiously inquired. Bloodwing lips pursed, said with a light laugh, of course it is to meet the attack, kill them all, and then immediately leave this place. Want to eliminate us, just send a Hotian martial artist to come? You are really looking down on me. Tell the brothers to get ready immediately. Yes. Immediately, the 30 or so fierce bandits in the entire town all acted with extreme speed, their eyes glowing. An enemy coming? They did not feel afraid, instead they were excited. Each and every one of their eyes were flashing with a blood-red light, extremely gruesome. Why is there no movement at all within this village and town? Not long after, Su Hao and the others arrived outside this remote small mountain village, and from the outside, it looked very quiet, without a trace of living people. Could it have already left? Li Qin frowned. If all these Blood Demon Regiment thugs had left first, they were afraid that they would have to make a trip for nothing this time. Su Hao, on the other hand, sniffed lightly with the tip of his nose. He smelled an extremely rich blood odor. He had also smelled it on the body of Blood Wolf and the others that day, distributed within this small mountain village. He immediately reminded, be careful all of you, this Blood Demon Regiment's people didn't leave and hid themselves in a small mountain village. Most likely, they want to ambush us. Ha, it's just the struggles of a mole cricket. Zhou Lai, however, licked his lips with a murderous look, then with a smile on his face, he said to Imo Qingshui next to him, I will protect you in a while. Imo Qingshui shook her head, her voice clear and cold, just take care of yourself. Go in and take a look. Zhou said with a stern face. He also vaguely sensed that the Blood Demon Regiment's people might not have left, but it was better this way, to directly crush them head on. A group of people dismounted and walked towards the village and town. On the streets within the village and town, from time to time, a trace of dried blood could be seen. Not long ago, a massacre had obviously occurred here. The Blood Demon Regiment people had killed everyone in this small village and town. The crowd carefully paid attention to the movements around them, and at this moment, as Li Qin's foot fell, his face changed slightly as he felt a sense of stepping into the air under his feet, which caused him to hastily stabilize his body, and his other leg clasped the ground, and leapt backward, and jumped out a distance backward in a raw manner, and at the same time, the place where he had originally landed his feet collapsed, revealing a 2-meter diameter deep pit, and there was a protruding black barb buried in the pit, which was quenched with poison. It was quenched with poison. This made Li Qin's back slightly cold. If not for his constant vigilance, if he fell into the trap and was stabbed by the black barbs, most likely he would not be alive. Ha ha ha. Just these few brats also presume to annihilate us? Kill them all. And at the same time, in the alleys of the houses, one by one, men wearing various colors of clothes, their whole body enveloped in a strong smell of blood emerged. Each one of them was full of grimace, and in their hands, they were holding machine crossbows that were more than half a meter long. All be careful. Zhou Mu shouted. Kill. More than 30 heavily armed Blood Demon Regiment members were holding machine crossbows, and at this moment, one by one, they all pulled the trigger. Bang 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 bang. The sound of the machine bracket rang out, driving a finger-thick crossbow arrow to tear through the air and shot out. Each very crossbow arrow was glowing with a ghostly light, and all of them were quenched with highly poisonous. Clang clang clang. Su Hao immediately pulled out the cold flow sword at his waist, interweaving a curtain of light, splitting several arrows that shot towards him one by one. What a great power! Su Hao was surprised. As the blade collided with the arrows, he could feel the huge power contained on the arrows. Each of these Blood Demon Regiment members were above the 3rd stream martial artist level, and after professional training, they were able to quickly fill the machine crossbow with arrows. With more than 30 Blood Demon Regiment members, the arrows shot were simply like hundreds of people shooting in unison. Not only that, this machine crossbow is special, the power is strange, even some armor can penetrate. More than 30 people shooting in unison. Is a first-class martial artist a bat will be shot alive? Damn. A bit unable to defend. Zhou Lai didn't have such great strength as Su Hao to be able to easily knock away the arrows with his knife. He felt that every time the blade chopped on top of the flying arrows, it shocked his arm and made it slightly painful. Imo Qingshui, on the other hand, was wielding a long whip that easily flicked away an arrow. A bunch of rats, all go to hell. Zhou Mu coldly grunted. These arrows were still somewhat useful for first-class martial artists, but for Hotian martial artists, they were far worse. A faint layer of white chi mist emerged on his body surface. An arrow entered this white chi mist, its speed became slow, and was easily swung away by Zhou Mu. When a martial artist enters the Hotian level, the biggest change lies in the fact that his internal force will be transformed into Hotian True Chi, which is several times stronger than the strength of his internal force that has not yet entered the Hotian realm, and he is even able to do so by releasing his True Chi outwardly. Chapter 21. I'm not. Zhou blocked the rain of arrows from the sky and dodged in a flash, his palm clogged with a brown halo, and across a distance of 7 or 8 meters, he blasted his palm on top of the chest of a Blood Demon Corps member. Boom! That Blood Demon troop member didn't even have time to let out a miserable scream, his entire chest collapsed violently, and he was sent flying backwards 20 to 30 meters away, smashing heavily on the ground, and died directly with blood mixed with fragments of internal organs in his mouth. Pooh. Although she was a woman, Mo Qingxue was merciless as she waved her long whip like a spirit snake, hitting the 2 Blood Demon Regiment's martial artists as they tumbled to the ground with broken bones and tendons. This Blood Demon Regiment's members had to absorb the heart blood of children every once in a while in order to cultivate their evil skills, so it could be considered very cruel, and was not something to be pitied. Kill! Su Hao didn't hold back, the wind-chasing stance was executed, his figure was like a phantom passing through an alley. Before the 3 martial artists holding machine crossbows had time to react, they felt the sky spinning and their heads fell to the ground. This is so strong. We can't deal with them at all. In just a moment's time, the number of Blood Demon Regiment members who died in the hands of Su Hao and the others exceeded 10, and the remaining Blood Demon Regiment martial practitioners all changed color and fled in all directions. Where to escape? Li Qin shouted explosively, holding his sword and chasing towards the nearest Blood Demon Regiment martial artist, but that Blood Demon Regiment martial artist didn't have a trace of fear in his eyes, instead, the corners of his mouth arced up. Not good. Li Qin was slightly startled. He passed by a house. At this moment, a loud rumbling sound came out from his ears. The wall of the house next to him was collapsed by the impact, revealing a man as sturdy as a raging bear. It was the Blood Demon Regiment's second leader, the Blood Bear. Blood Bear's pair of cold eyes stared at Li Qin as if looking at a dead man. Retreat? No, kill him. Sorrowful cloud sword technique. The distance between the two was only 3 meters. Li Qin was startled after a flash of sternness in his eyes. As a first-class martial artist with a spiritual root, the strength of his strength did not need to be mentioned. He instantly sent out his sword. The metal longsword swirled with a black cloud, the sword body was hidden in it, and the bizarre and orange sword attacked and killed the Blood Bear. The corner of the Blood Bear's mouth slightly curled. He straight out a palm-sized hand, blood-colored halo convergence, casually slap on top of the sword body. Clang! A terrifying to unimaginable huge force surged. Li Qin only felt that the wrist holding the sword was shaken to the point of dislocation, and the longsword was directly slapped and flew out of his hand. Isn't he just a first-class martial artist level? Li Qin was stunned. His own weapon was sent flying in one move? The Blood Bear in front of him wasn't even a first-class martial artist level, but a Hotian martial artist. No. Not good. Li Qin hastily tried to retreat, but it was already too late. The Blood Bear's wide palm violently grabbed and easily grabbed the panicked Li Qin's neck, and the 2-meter-odd Blood Bear lifted him up as if he was carrying a small chicken, his feet off the ground. Li Qin! Su Hao and the others were stunned and stopped chasing the other Blood Demon Regiment members. This Li Qin was captured alive? Su Hao frowned. At least he was a member of the Immortal sect's reserve team, a first-class martial artist with a spiritual root, but it turned out that he was captured alive in a single glance? However, this could not be blamed on Li Qin. It was really because this Blood Bear's cultivation was too strong, reaching the Hotian realm. The rest of them also had gloomy faces. Second Chief is mighty. The Blood Demon Regiment's originally fleeing martial artists saw the situation at this time. One by one, they all cheered excitedly. Li Qin could have just killed 2 or 3 of them. His strength was extraordinary, but when the Blood Bear struck, he instantly captured it alive. Are you people from Tianmeng City? At this time a feminine voice rang out. A grim man slowly stepped out. He wore a blood-colored robe. His appearance and temperament were extremely demonic. It's Bloodwing. The crowd instantly knew his identity. It was the Blood Demon Regiment's Grand Chief, Bloodwing, and their faces became even more ugly as Blood Bear was a Hotian martial artist, and this Bloodwing was the same as him, also at the Hotian martial artist level. Originally, the Blood Demon Regiment's rumor was that the 3 leaders were all first-class martial artist level, but now both of them were Hotian martial artists. It could be that they hid their strength and the intelligence was wrong, or it could be that they only broke through recently, but no matter what, their mission this time looked like the difficulty had spiked by more than a few times, with enough 2 Hotian martial artists, and there were still people on their side who were captured alive. The Blood Demon Regiment knows that we are from Tianmeng City but still doesn't let me go quickly. Miley family has an innate martial artist in town. The seized Li Qin's face was terrified at this time, and his colorful face shouted. But innate martial artist is so powerful, but it's not here, you'd better be quiet. The Blood Bear proved to laugh, hard tightened the palm, pinched Li Qin throat bones are broken in general, face purple. Immediately, the Blood Bear's pair of copper bell eyes swept around the crowd. His gaze landed on Zhou Lai's body, and coldly said, just now, we also talked about you. Our third brother went to Tianmeng City before, and as a result, he didn't come back, and I heard that he died in the hands of a 16 or 17-year-old teenager. You're really capable, you dare to kill our people. Zhou Lai, Su Hao, Zhou Mu, Mo Qingxue and even the captured Li Qin were all stunned. Zhou Mu looked at Zhou Lai in surprise. The teenage genius martial artist that was rumored to be a hot topic some time ago is you? Zhou and Zhou Lai were of the same clan. He hadn't heard Zhou Lai talk about the person who knifed the Blood Wolf at the East Cloud restaurant being Imma. Su Hao's eyes were a bit strange. He killed the third leader of the Blood Demon Regiment, Blood Wolf, as today, Meng City sent them to exterminate the Blood Demon Regiment, and there were 2 teenagers of 16 or 17 years old in this group, which were him and Zhou Lai. Obviously, a second-rate martial artist level and a first-rate martial artist level, Blood Bear, and the others naturally subconsciously felt that the one who beheaded Blood Wolf was also a first-rate martial artist, and Su Hao and Zhou Lai, whose cultivation had already stepped into the level of a first-rate martial artist, were even more in line with that, and that's why they mistakenly recognized Zhou Lai as the murderer who killed Blood Wolf. Is it you? Bloodwing's eyes glowed with a grim light as he forced himself to look at Zhou Lai and drank in a low voice. His voice was like a magical sound that pierced straight into Zhou Lai's brain, causing Zhou Lai to only feel as if his head was being stabbed by needles. Zhou Lai took a step back in some fear and shouted, "It's not me. I didn't kill your people." Zhou Lai's cowardly appearance caused the corners of Zhou Mu's mouth to twitch a bit as he looked across the room at Bloodwing and the others and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, today may have been a misunderstanding. Release our companions and let today's matter end there." Li Qin was captured alive. The intelligence was wrong. The other side had enough 2 Hotian martial artists. Zhou Mu did not have a bottom in his heart, so he wanted to retreat for the time being, to deal with Bloodwing and Blood Bear, or to think of other ways afterward. This can't be blamed on them, can it? Obviously there were 2 Hotian martial artists, but the intelligence said that Bloodwing and Blood Bear were only at the first-class martial artist level. Ha ha ha. Do you think it's possible? Taking the initiative to attack us and kill our people, and now you want to leave with a word to stop? Bloodwing hemmed and hawed, his grim eyes staring intently at Zhou Lai. "You killed our third brother. You won't be allowed to die too easily." "I said I didn't." Zhou Lai spat out blood. He had inexplicably pulled a big "Hey-da." "Help! Help!" Li Qin's whole body is trembling. He was stuck by the neck and lifted in the hands of the Blood Bear. Surrounded by one members of the Blood Demon Corps are all ferocious eyes, so that he is like falling into the Devil's Grotto, and even begged for help. He doesn't want to die. He has a spiritual root. His birth is extraordinary. He joins the Immortal sect in the future, and has a chance to pursue a higher realm, and even to open the Immortal sect. It is too unjust to die in the hands of these bandits. Normally I only drink the heart blood of children, but you have such cultivation at such a young age. Most likely you are one of those disciples with spiritual roots from those big families, right? It's really ungrateful. We don't have spiritual roots. If we want to enter the Hotian, we all have to cultivate evil techniques and work hard to make progress. I'm going to taste how the blood of a martial artist with spiritual roots tastes like today. The Blood Bear's eye showed a ferocious light, and in the crowd's shocked gaze, the Blood Bear brought its large mouth close to Li Qin's neck, then bit down hard. Chapter 22, A Shocking Slash. Put. Teeth tore through the muscles. The Blood Bear's mouth sucked up Li Qin's blood. Li Qin screamed in pain and struggled violently, but it was simply useless. Zhou Lai's forehead was sweating. His face couldn't help but turn pale. This appalling scene made his legs tremble a little. Even Zhou Mu, a Hotian martial artist, was chilled to the bone. He had seen demons and ghosts eating people, but this was the first time he had seen people eating people. The Blood Bear was simply more terrifying than a demon or ghost. Goo goo goo. Not long after, Li Qin's eyes were wide open and lost color. Blood kept overflowing from his mouth, and he gradually lost his vitality. Su Hao's eyes were about to spew out fire. As a human, seeing this Blood Bear that was not even as good as a demon or ghost, he burned with uncontrollable anger. Mo Qing Shui's fair cheeks were also shrouded in a layer of frost. Some martial artists would even cultivate some evil techniques for the sake of strength. Her family was exterminated by a powerful evil cultivator back then. As for Zhou Lai and Zhou Mu, the two of them were shocked by the Blood Bear's actions and could not help but let their hands and feet go cold. "Kill all of you. All of you die for me, ha ha ha." The Blood Bear sucked in a large amount of blood, the veins on his cheeks bursting out, his eyes scarlet as he laughed maniacally, casually throwing Li Qin's corpse aside, his body emanating a ferocious aura to the extreme, his paws stepping on the ground, pouncing straight at Zhou Mu like a stormy bear. The Blood Bear's aura was too strong at this time, coupled with the cruelty of the Blood Bear's actions just now. Zhou Mu was also shocked. Zhou Mu's entire aura was obviously much worse than the Blood Bear. However, Zhou Mu was no longer a heavenly pride who had reached the Hotian realm at a young age. He gritted his teeth, still raising his true chi strongly, and roared out, "Divine Wood Palm." One of Zhou Mu's palms was covered in a withered yellow color, exuding a sense of heaviness, and he heavily blasted out, his true chi overflowing, creating ripples in the shaking void. As a Hotian martial artist, Zhou Mu's full strength was undoubtedly very terrifying. "Come on!" The Blood Bear roared furiously, one fist clenched as if it was a Vajra demon bear, the blood-colored tendons of the fist as large as a sandbag protruded, filled with a surging sense of force. A fist smashed out, and Zhou Mu fronted up. Rumble! The fists and palms intersected as if two high-speed carriages crashed together. A burst of rumbling sound was transmitted out, centered on the Blood Bear and Zhou Mu. The ground under their feet all cracked open with densely packed fissures, spreading out to a distance of more than 10 meters. Dang dang dang! The Blood Bear's body lurched. As for Zhou Mu, he was blasted backward 7 or 8 steps. The ground trembled with each step. His face was filled with horror. This Blood Bear's strength was still above him. Without waiting for Jomu to stand still, a rupture sounded steeply behind him. It was Bloodwing. He was wearing a red robe, as if he was a ghost. He appeared behind Jomu, a sharp claw that had become blood red grabbed at Jomu's back heart. Divine Wood Chi Wall. Jomu gritted his teeth and fully energized the secret art he had cultivated. Together with the wood spirit root he possessed, his true chi poured out, forming a barrier formed by his true chi to ward off the Bloodwing's attack. Boom! Bloodwing, this claw seems to be light without force, but in reality, the killing power is amazing. The claw falls on top of the true chi barrier. Raw slap, this true chi barrier burst open. Jomu muffled a grunt, and was hit to stagger forward 2 steps, internal organs tossed and turned, couldn't help but a mouthful of blood sprayed out. Kill! Seeing this scene, Joe, who was closest to the scene, forcefully raised his strength and roared angrily as he slashed out with a knife. The red-hot internal force made the blade look like it had turned into a flame, quite astonishing, and slashed at the Bloodwing, who wanted to chase after Jomu. You killed my third brother, and before I could find you, you took the initiative to come over and send me to my death? Bloodwing laughed at the sight, facing the chopping blade. His steep blood-red robe spread, just like steel casting, swept out, colliding with the blade, emitting a gold and iron chirping sound. Moreover, the role of Joe was somewhat unable to hold the blade. Joe has only just entered the level of first-class martial artist, and the gap between the Hotian martial artist is too big. The gap between a third-rate martial artist, second-rate martial artist, and first-rate martial artist was actually not too big, but there was a heavenly capsule difference between a first-rate martial artist and a Hotian martial artist, and when entering the Hotian realm, the internal force would metamorphose into true chi, which was a qualitative gap. No! While Bloodwing blocked Joe attack with his robes, a blood-red claw was grabbing at Joe face. Joe's forehead was sweating. He wanted to dodge, but he simply didn't have the ability to do so. In the nick of time, but a snowy cold light tore through the void, coming from far away as if it had torn through the void, ignoring the distance of space and time, and chopping angrily. What? Bloodwing was slightly startled in his heart. This blade was too stunning. He even only saw the brilliant blade light without seeing the person who had issued the blade. Bloodwing had to withdraw the killing move that was attacking Joe, and instead, his blood-colored sharp claws slapped horizontally at the snowy blade. Clang! Sparks splashed in the air. The sound of breaking air was endless, and the stones on the ground were shaken off the ground and blasted on top of the surrounding walls like bullets, with raw embedded non-entering them. Good horrible power! Bloodwing felt the power coming from his hand, and was shaken out 4 or 5 steps away before the power was removed. Who is it? There are still Hotian martial artists from the other side who have come to provide support? When did they arrive? Bloodwing's face was filled with shock. This blade was too stunning. He subconsciously felt that it was definitely something that only a Hotian martial artist could issue, but wasn't there only one Hotian martial artist among the 5 people on the other side? When the knife light dispersed, Bloodwing fixed his eyes on it, but he was slightly dumbfounded. The one holding the knife was a black-clothed teenager. His clear cheeks were expressionless, and his eyes revealed a kind of stern light. Isn't this that second-rate martial artist? Bloodwing also stayed for a moment, somewhat incredulous. He thought that the other party still had reinforcements, but the one who chopped out that knife that was like a stunning sword was a second-rate martial artist? Second-rate martial artist level Su Hao, before was not even in the eyes of Bloodwing and others, all ignored it, but the other party's amazing knife, it is really difficult to imagine is a second-rate martial artist level can do out. Su Hao. Joe also froze. He never thought that the one who saved him would be Su Hao. Wasn't he a wasted spirit root? How was it possible to cut out such a stunning slash, even forcing back a strong person like Bloodwing? Su Hao said expressionlessly, "Be careful yourself, I won't save you anymore if you drag your feet again." Joe's face turned red and he couldn't say anything. Mo Qingshui's beautiful eyes were filled with colorful colors. Sure enough, Su Hao wasn't that simple. His strength was far beyond anyone's imagination. Bloodwing stared at Su Hao dead on. "I know that the person who killed our third brother is you, right? A 16 or 17-year-old teenager. This is he who killed Blood Wolf?" Joe and Jomu were all dumbfounded. The incident more than half a month ago had caused quite a commotion in Tianming City, and they also felt that it should have been one of the Immortal sect's reserve team that killed the Blood Wolf, but they could not have imagined that it would be Su Hao who did it. Chapter 23, Sword Beheading Half-Demon Ghost. "I killed it, happened to pass by and killed it in passing." Su Hao said indifferently, "You guys also go down together to accompany him." "It's you." "Very good, very good. Second-rate martial artist level, yet you can almost cut a blade comparable to a Hotian strike. No wonder Lao San died in your hands. The blood of a demon like you must be very good to drink." The blood bear licked his lips, his fists clenched, the blood light in his eyes condensed into substance as he roared furiously, "Blood demon body. Ka 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 ka." The blood bear's already very sturdy body once again drew up a foot taller, and even grew long blood-red hairs on his body. The entire person was like transforming into a demon tyrannical bear, and the strength of the aura on his body was like a small blood-colored serpent swimming around. This half-demon ghost. You actually transformed yourself into a half-demon ghost? Jomu lost his voice when he saw the blood bear that was already completely unrecognizable in human form. Half-demon ghost. Suha was also shocked. He had read in the canonical books, there is a kind of demon ghost is very special, named half-demon ghost. It is the transformation of human beings, practicing some evil techniques, secret arts, is able to make themselves transformed into half-demon ghost. This kind of half-demon ghost everyone must be put to death. Because they turned their backs on their identity as humans, he always thought it was just a legend, but he didn't think that there were really half-demon ghosts. Not bad. Is the half-demon ghost, what's so good about being a human being, bound by the laws of the world? Demon ghosts are the most perfect creatures. I won't be a human being. Ha ha ha. The blood bear that transformed into a humanoid tyrannical bear laughed maniacally, and the deafening sound caused the eardrums to explode in general. All the people in the Blood Demon Regiment were practicing a technique called the Heavenly Demon Body, which was an evil technique that allowed them to take shortcuts, sucking the heart blood of children and even transforming themselves into half-demon ghosts. The blood bear that had transformed into the form of a half-demon ghost, its aura skyrocketed by nearly double. This made Zhoumu's face more and more ugly. From the perspective of the battle just now, his own strength was at most in the middle with the blood bear, and now that the other party's strength had doubled once again, coupled with an unfathomable blood wings, he felt that he and the others didn't have the slightest chance of winning against them. Kill! The blood bear roared. His body close to 2.5 meters tall stepped on the ground and rose up in the air, as if it was a mountain, lunging straight towards Su Hao, one of his paws stomping down with a terrifyingly huge force. Rumble! Su Hao didn't receive it hard, performing the wind-chasing stance to avoid it, and the blood bear's paw stomped on the earth angrily, causing tens of meters in a circle to tremble violently, with rubble, smoke and dust tumbling over, and this kind of ferocious might made people's faces pale. Go! And also when the blood bear made a move and the attention of the blood wing was focused on Su Hao, Zhoumu then violently turned around and fled without any hesitation. He didn't think that a self with injuries, together with Su Hao and a few others would be able to defeat the blood wing and this horrifying blood bear. He chose to escape directly, and save his life in order to have a glorious future. Bang bang bang! Some members of the Blood Demon Regiment tried to block Zhoumu, but they were all easily blown away by his palm. As the same Hotian martial artist, it was still easy for him to escape from the hands of Bloodwing and Bloodbear. Brother Mu, wait for me! Zhou Lai had long been pale, almost died, and was shocked by the terrifying aura of the blood bear half-demon ghost. He simply didn't have the courage to stay and fight to the death. At this moment, he hurriedly called out. Seeing Zhoumu breaking through the heavy siege to escape, he hurriedly also cast his stance to chase after him at extreme speed. Where to escape? A Blood Demon Regiment martial artist saw this and shot a crossbow at Zhou Lai. Put! Zhou Lai fled in fear and was unable to avoid the arrow. His left arm was directly shot through by the poison-dyed arrow and stuck in the bone. Escape! Quickly! Zhou Lai's eyes went black and he almost didn't flop to the ground, but his desire for life caused him to stagger and defiantly escape from the small village, disappearing into the darkness. Don't chase the poor enemy, you guys guard the perimeter, don't let these two escape as well. Bloodwing frowned at the sight of the situation, but did not chase after them. Zhoumu was a Hotian martial artist. It was easy to defeat. The other party was bent on escaping, but it was difficult to kill them. As for the Zhou Lai who fled in fear, it was not even placed in his eyes, a small shrimp only. What he mainly wanted to kill was of course still Su Hao, who killed the blood wolf. Being able to chop out a demon comparable to a Hotian martial artist strike at the second-rate martial artist level, stifling this kind of demon would make them very excited and satisfied. Why don't you run away? Su Hao looked at Imo Qingshui on the side in surprise. Zhoumu and Zhou Lai had both fled, but Imo Qingshui surprisingly didn't have the intention to run away, facing this desperate situation. And why don't you escape? Imo Qingshui asked back, an inexplicable meaning on her pretty face. Because they are not worth me escaping. Su Hao laughed. The rare corner of Imo Qingshui's mouth also revealed a hint of laughter. How dare you play handsome in front of me? I'll rip off your arms and legs later, so you'll understand what it means to be cruel. The half-demon ghostly blood bear laughed hideously. Su Hao coldly looked at the blood bear. It won't be me who dies. Is it? Let's give it a try then, violent blood fist. The blood bear laughed fiercely, and his 2'5" tall lanky body pounced extremely towards Su Hao, with a single blood-colored long hair on his body glowing with a blood-red ghostly light, and a huge fist carrying a terrifying strength, making the air freeze and crushing everything. Su Hao quietly watched the blood bear gradually approaching. At this moment, he looked very calm. His palm slowly gripped the knife, thunder breathing method running. From his lungs there was thunder lightning running through the whole body. A sense of force filled every muscle. At this very moment, Su Hao's eyes spewed out thunderlight, as if he had turned into a thunder god. Thunder appeared on top of his cold stream knife. A domineering and overwhelming mood filled the air. What? The blood bear froze. He saw an endless sea of thunder and electricity. Su Hao stood in it as if he was a god of heaven, while the endless thunder converged on top of the battle blade in his hand. Thunder blade intent. Strength accumulated to the limit. Su Hao steeply moved, like 3,000 thunders were roaring. The air exploded, rolling thunder tumbled and shook. The mastered thunder blade intent was used to fight against the enemy for the first time, and this blade intent that surpassed the limit of blade technique realm vaguely all hooked up a trace of heaven and earth's power, and the nearly 10-foot-long thunder blade mansion traversed across the world, dazzling and eye-catching. As if it was the only one in heaven and earth. What is this? The pouncing blood bear was originally ferocious, but at this moment, he froze, his ferocious flame was completely suppressed. In front of this blade, he felt his insignificance, as if he was facing the heavenly might. This was the blade intent, beyond the limit of the realm that the average swordsman could reach. Many martial artists could only touch this realm when they reached the innate realm. Poof! That 10 feet long thunderblade was like the only one in heaven and earth, destroying and tearing through. The blood bear's body slowly stuttered, stopping 5 meters away in front of Su Hao. The fist he struck out with, splitting apart from the middle part, and with it splitting apart at the same time, there was also his body, splitting apart in two from his chest. The body broken into 2 pieces crashed to the ground with the inertia. The break was as smooth as a mirror, not even blood had a chance to flow out. A single slash killed a half-demon ghost blood bear of the Hotian realm. Chapter 24 Blood Demon Dan. How? How is it possible? That I am a half-demon ghost, a more perfect creature, how is it possible? That the blood bear hadn't died for a while, the upper half of his body fell on the ground, blood began to seep out, dyeing the ground red. He raised his head and looked up at Su Hao with difficulty, somewhat unable to accept that he would die in the hands of a second-rate martial artist. What perfect creature? It's just a monster. Su Hao skimmed his mouth, and the blood bear's eyes were filled with fear and unwillingness, his mouth overflowed with blood, and his life force rapidly drained away as he closed his eyes and lost his breath. Successfully killed the half-demon ghost. Obtained Blood Demon Dan Bronze Grade. Gained 5 years of internal strength cultivation. Gained 1000 experience points. A series of system prompts came, causing Su Hao to have a smile on his face. It was still the Hotian realm guys that were so much fun to kill, bursting out with extremely huge amounts of cultivation and experience value. Old Bear. Bloodwing was stunned, the blood bear was dead? Expanded the half-demon demonization, the strength increased dramatically, but still died under Su Hao's knife in a flash, that horrible knife, simply like the heavenly power. Second Chief. One by one, the members of the Blood Demon Regiment who were ready to watch a good show looked at the blood bear that was cut in two by a single slash in horror. Then, what happened over there? I heard thunder and saw lightning flashes. Jomu at this time has fled out of the small village in town 2 or 3 miles away, at this time, stunned to look back, already near the night, but it seems like there is a clear sky thunderbolt flashing. My hand. Zhou Lai was similarly stunned by the commotion in the small village town behind him, but he was at this time was no effort to care about there. He looked at his left hand in horror. He had just been shot in the arm by the crossbow arrows of the members of the Blood Demon Corps when he was escaping, and now the tendons of the entire arm were protruding, and the dark color was spreading towards the area above the arm, and the arrows of the members of the Blood Demon Corps were all quenched with poisons. Your hand can't be saved. Jomu also noticed Zhou Lai, who fled out together from the rear, and saw Zhou Lai's arm aid a shock, saying, "No. I don't want to lose a hand." Zhou Lai shook his head in horror at the words, becoming an invalid with only one arm? He could not accept it. Then there's only waiting to die. Jomu himself was also carrying injuries, but he was not in the mood to comfort Zhou Lai, and ignored him after coldly shouting, and instead looked towards the small mountain village in the distance, his gaze in shock. That thunder was released by Su Hao? Jomu was somewhat unable to understand, how could a second-rate martial artist level be so terrifying? Your turn. Su Hao's blade pointed towards Bloodwing. After mastering the Thunder Blade intent, he was able to hit the power under full force outburst without wasting a trace of extra stamina. Instead, it was even more energy-saving than the previous extreme outburst of the blade. It's blade intent. He actually comprehended blade intent? Mo Qing Shui was also stunned. This was a level that many martial artists could only touch when they reached the innate realm. Do you think you can defeat me? Bloodwing's face twisted up. 2 brothers who had been with him for many years were both decapitated by him, Su Hao, which made him all a little crazy. Very good. Very good, you such a demon. Kill one will learn this, why you geniuses can become so strong without any effort, while we who are born poorly are required to pay such a great price? The world is unfair, I will not be convinced. Bloodwing roared somewhat furiously, his eyes glowing with a hint of blood red. Just like the blood bear, his body produced a huge change. And a piece of blood red scales emerged from his body. Blood Bear transformed himself into a half-demon ghost. Bloodwing of course also did this step, and earlier than the Blood Bear, when they accidentally obtained an evil way technique, the 3 of them brothers have learned, as if his attainments are the highest. Turning into a half-demon ghost form, Bloodwing licked his scarlet tongue, and his blood-red eyes were filled with berserk killing intent. Kid, I will gnaw every piece of your flesh and blood clean. Swoosh. As the words fell, the blood-red demonic ghost chi emerging from Bloodwing's body was like an arrow shooting towards Su Hao. In the half-demon ghost state, Bloodwing's strength was comparable to that of a mid-Hotian martial artist. Clang clang clang. Su Hao swung his sword in a series of slashes, chopping a blood-colored arrow into pieces, and in the next moment, the Bloodwing had already appeared in front of him like an instantaneous movement, lifting up a claw covered with blood-red scales to press down heavily. Thunder breathing technique. Purple chi skill. Su Hao operated the thunder breathing method as well as the purple chi skill, exploding at the limit, and in the thunderous loud breathing sound, electric currents seemed to be running through the pores of Su Hao's skin, while Su Hao also met the attack with his blade. Clang! In the sound of collision, the blade of the knife and the claw covered with blood-colored scales violently collided, and both Su Hao and Bloodwing's bodies were given a start, and both of them were shocked by the huge force transmitted by the other party, and there was a numbness in their arms. However, after a slight pause, both of them started an even more intense exchange again. The claws of the Bloodwing rubbed sparks in the void, while Su Hao's cold flow blade was like lightning and thunder, interweaving into layers of blade net. Clang clang clang. The sound of collision in the air was endless. Quick, attack him. The surrounding members of the Blood Demon Regiment reacted, and someone called out, lifting up arrows quenched with poison to aim at Su Hao, to support Bloodwing. Bang bang bang. But only when these few Blood Demon Regiment members aimed their crossbows and arrows at Su Hao, there was a long aquamarine blue whip that lashed at their heads, causing their heads to burst. It was Mo Qingxue, her face was icy cold. The Bloodwings were too powerful, but she could help Su Hao clear out these stragglers, so that he could focus on dealing with the Bloodwings. So strong. Su Hao and Bloodwing fought head-on. Thunder breathing method were running to the extreme, but surprisingly, it was all hard to suppress Bloodwing. Bloodwing's whole body was covered with blood-red scales, and it was invulnerable to knives and spears, especially a pair of claws, which could harden 1,000 refinement level of weaponry, and it shook Su Hao's. The tiger's mouth of the palm holding the sword was numb. Thunder Blade Intent. Without hesitation, Su Hao gathered his strength, and Thunder Blade Intent was once again displayed, like a thunderbolt falling from the 9 heavens, illuminating the eyes of the Bloodwings that couldn't help but squint. It's either you die or I die today. The secret art of burning blood. But the Bloodwing did not half dodge, he transformed himself into a half-demon ghost. This is the generation of madness. At this time in Su Hao fighting, but also in the eyes of only the idea of killing Su Hao, did not think about any consequences, directly is to cast the Burning Blood secret art. Burning Blood secret art, the Blood Wolf once used, it is the Bloodwing imparted to him. With the Burning Blood secret art cast, the Bloodwing scales between the crevices are silk bright red blood overflowed, burning up, his aura in the crazy upsurge, in the face of that 10 Zhang long thunderblade, hissed and slapped out a palm. Chapter 25 Kill, Breath of Blood. Kala. Under the Burning Blood secret technique, the Bloodwing actually shook the Thunderblade awnings head-on, and the bombardment of the Thunderblade awnings cracked open dense cracks, and Su Hao himself even retreated a few steps back, his arms numb. Although the blade intent is strong, but after all, it is just comprehended 10% of the blade intent, not to mention Su Hao himself is only a second-rate martial artist level cultivation, the Bloodwing and the blood burning secret art under the support, enough to positively hard to shake the thunder blade intent. Kid. I told you, you're dead. Bloodwing was mad to the extreme, his entire body was burning with blood-red flames, and at this moment, he laughed fiercely. Really? Think I don't dare to fight for my life? Su Hao was also energized with ferocity. When facing a ruthless person, one had to be more ruthless than him, more ferocious than him. Burning Blood secret art. Su Hao similarly inspired the Burning Blood secret art, a secret art that burst out from the Blood Wolf. It drastically increased strength for a short period of time, but afterward, it might damage the potential and even regress in cultivation, and if it was maintained for a longer period of time, direct death would be normal. Su Hao felt a tearing pain, blood seeped out from the pores of his skin and burned, and Su Hao's entire body seemed to be covered in a layer of blood-red fire. How do you? You know the blood-burning secret art? Bloodwing was shocked. He only taught this blood-burning secret art to 2 people, namely his 2 brothers. Where did Su Hao learn it from? Come on, let's see whether you die or I die. Fierce light erupted in Su Hao's eyes. Blood God Claw. Bloodwing's face was twisted and terrifying. The Burning Blood secret art was burning, erupting into the most radiant moment of his life. As he slapped his claw out, the blood-red claw ripped through the void, friction sparks spattering in the air. Su Hao, on the other hand, didn't have any reservations either. His lungs contracted violently, his thunder blade intent was raised to the extreme, and the light golden thunder was tinted with hints of blood red. Both sides' eyes were red, doing their best to strike, to separate the winner from the loser in a single move, the blood-colored flames on both of them blazing, both burning their own potentials. Rumble. The huge blood-colored claws and the thunder blade awnings heavily collided together, terrifying fluctuations spreading out in all directions. Ka ka ka. A wooden type house within dozens of meters of the 2 emitted a clicking and cracking sound at this moment, being shaken apart by the resulting aftershocks and collapsing with a loud bang. Ah! Bloodwing roared madly, shaking Su Hao's thunder blade intent head-on. That huge blade aura flickered with electricity and thunder, as if it was a heavenly might, but no matter how much he activated his Burning Blood secret art, he couldn't stop the thunder blade aura from approaching, which made his eyes full of unwillingness. When he was very young, Bloodwing suffered a misfortune. His family was broken. In order to take revenge, he desperately practiced martial arts. The inheritance of the evil Dao technique that he got by chance gave him hope, causing him to succeed in killing his enemy. He felt that he was able to go all the way up, and in the future, he was expected to be promoted to the innate heaven, and even ask for the Immortal sect. But today, he would die in the hands of a kid, which caused him to be unwilling. Snort. Su Hao's essence was fully concentrated. This unreserved slash was a strike. He surpassed the limit. Finally, the Blood Wing was the first one who couldn't withstand it. The blood-colored claws were cut apart by the sharp blade, a flash of electricity. The thunder blade passed through the body. The blood-colored flames on the Blood Wing's body gradually dissolved. The body was split in two from the waist. The upper half of the body fell to the ground. A pair of eyes slowly closed, and the blood-colored scales were also fading away. Blood Wing dead. Successfully killed the half-demon ghost. Acquired blood breath bronze level. Gained blood demon body crippled bronze level. Gained 5 years of internal cultivation. Gained 1000 experience points. A series of system prompts came, but Su Hao didn't care to check the new things he had obtained. With the death of this Blood Wing, Su Hao also hurriedly ended the blood burning secret technique, and immediately a feeling of weakness to the extreme came, causing Su Hao's body to soften and he was about to sit on the ground. At this time, a light fragrance came. A slender, gentle palm assisted Su Hao. It was Imo Qingshui. Her face could not hide the shock. Su Hao alone killed 2 blood demon group leaders who transformed into half-demon ghosts. That powerful strength simply perfectly explained what was called demonic. That Dai Yi Changqing spiritual root test was really wrong. How could a waste spiritual root be so demonic? Thanks. Su Hao said thanks. The 2 big men, Zhou Mu and Zhou Lai, both panicked and fled in the face of the blood demon regiment. Instead, Mo Qingshui stayed behind, and they were considered to be working together against the enemy. Let's leave first. Mo Qingshui gently shook his head. While Su Hao was dealing with the Blood Wings, Mo Qingshui had already made his move and killed the remaining Blood Demon Corps members cleanly. This time, the mission was considered perfectly completed. Su Hao's whole body was sore and weak, and Mo Qingshui helped him out of the town. They came out. And in the distance, Zhou Mu was carefully hiding behind a big tree, probing to look at the situation inside the small village and town, before that huge commotion made him go and come back. His heart was very curious about what happened, but at this time, he saw Su Hao and Mo Qingshui walking out of the small village and town. The Blood Demon Regiment was destroyed by them? Zhou Mu heart shock. Su Hao they walked out alive. Blood Demon Group and other people can be imagined. 2 Hotian or less than the martial artists all destroyed the Blood Demon Regiment? How are you guys doing? Zhou Mu walked out. His face was a bit embarrassed, just facing the powerful Blood Baron Bloodwing. He was the first one to escape without saying hello, but as a result, Su Hao and his duo completely destroyed the Blood Demon Regiment. This was too humiliating. They're all dead. Go and bring Li Qin's corpse. Mo Qingshui said indifferently. Good. Zhou Mu had a guilty conscience in his heart. This kind of errand also all hastily agreed to go into the small village to look for Li Qin's corpse. How horrible. This movement is caused by Su Hao? How exactly did he decapitate the Bloodwing, Blood Bear? Zhou Mu saw the corpses of Blood Bear and Bloodwing chopped in half, and also saw a messy battlefield, in which a fierce battle took place, causing a commotion that he could feel from afar, and he sucked in a breath of cold air, not sure what exactly Su Hao used to be able to kill 2 Hotian half-demon ghosts as a second-rate martial artist. Zhou Mu brought Li Qin's body with him. Before Li Qin was captured by the Blood Bear and brutally killed, teammates for a while, how could he bring his body back for burial? Soon after, Su Hao and Mo Qingshui saw Zhou Lai. At this moment, Zhou Lai was lying behind a big tree. His face was gray, his left arm had disappeared, and the wound was simply bandaged with gauze. Zhou Lai had been hit by a poison arrow when he was running away. In order to prevent the toxin from spreading throughout his body, he had struggled a lot, and in order to survive, he finally made up his mind and allowed Zhou Mu to cut off his arm that had been hit by the arrow. With one arm missing, even if Zhou Lai possessed a fire spirit root and was super talented, there was no possibility for him to join the Immortal sect in the future, and his life was basically considered a waste. But Su Hao had no pity in his heart. Zhou Lai might not have been shot by the poison arrow if he stayed and fought. It was considered retribution for him to be a deserter and still be shot by the poison arrow. Let's go back. Zhou Mu took Li Qin's corpse with him, and with Zhou Lai, who was gray in color and didn't say a word, as if he had lost his soul, Su Hao and Mo Qingshui returned to Tianming City. You can't ride a horse? Ride a horse with me. Maybe it was because of the relationship of fighting side by side before, or maybe it was because he admired Su Hao's strength. Mo Qingshui took the initiative to propose when he saw Su Hao's weak appearance. Well, thanks a lot then. Su Hao didn't refuse. He was indeed weak, and it was too much of a toss if he rode a horse. So Su Hao shared a horse with Mo Qingshui. Mo Qingshui sat in the front while he sat in the back, wrapping his arms around Mo Qingshui's slender waist. This caused Mo Qingshui's pretty face to be colored with a blush. She, who was still young, had never been in such an intimate position with any man, and her heart vaguely regretted the proposal she had just made. Cough cough. How about you ride a horse with me? Seeing this scene, Zhou Mu's heart was a bit bad. He coughed and wanted Su Hao to ride a horse with him. I refuse. Su Hao wrapped his arms around Mo Qingshui's slender waist and refused without hesitation. Just kidding, riding a horse with such a delicate beauty like Mo Qingshui is enjoyable, while riding a horse with Zhou Mu, a big man, is a complete offense. Chapter 26, Double Complete Spiritual Roots. Zhou Lai did not say a word the whole time. Losing an arm, the blow to him was really too big. Any teenager who suffered such a thing was afraid that it would take a long time to get out of the shadow. A group of people returned to Tianmeng City, led Imo Qingshui relieved that Su Hao also just hold her waist, did not have further oversteps, otherwise she was afraid that she could not control Su Hao to fall off the horse. After returning to Tianmeng City, Su Hao didn't go to the city lord's mansion to see Yi Changqing because he was too weak, but directly returned to Su family to rest. Watching Su Hao staggering away on his horse, Imo Qingshui and Mo Ming's eyes softened slightly. They had fought side by side and rode a horse, they were also considered friends, right? Su Hao returned to his bedroom, directly fell asleep. During the Sui, although curious about Su Hao how to come back covered in blood, but see Su Hao this tired look, then did not disturb him. This sleep was 3 days and 3 nights. After Su Hao woke up, although his whole body was still soft, but finally he could walk. After Su Hao had a full meal, he checked his harvest this time. After killing a few members of the Blood Demon group, plus 2 Hotian realm experts, Su Hao had gained a total of 15 years of internal force cultivation, just entering the threshold of the first-class martial artist level, and had gained more than 2,000 points of experience, and together with the remaining experience value, his total experience value reached the 4,000 point mark. On top of that, there were the secret arts and items that fell from killing the Bloodwings and Blood Bears. Blood Demon Pill Bronze Grade, condensed from the blood of a blood demon's entire body. After taking it, it can drastically increase the recovery ability in a short period of time, and any physical injuries, including severed limb injuries, will be healed in a short period of time before the medicinal effect runs out. The effect of this Blood Demon Pill made Su Hao's eyes light up. If he took the Blood Demon Pill first, then used the Burning Blood secret art, he could definitely maintain it for a longer time, and the aftereffects he suffered afterward wouldn't be too big, and this Blood Demon Pill could be used as a bottom card. Even severed limb type injuries could be recovered. The other thing was the 2 feats and secret arts that Bloodwing had exploded, which were the Blood Breathing Method and the Blood Demon Body. Blood Breathing Technique Bronze Level, Proficiency Beginner 1%, drastically increasing the activity of the blood through a marvelous breathing technique, able to stimulate the origin energy in one's own blood and produce magical effects. The breathing technique of blood and the thunder breathing technique were clearly of the same kind, and both were bronze ranked, belonging to the same class. Stimulate the origin energy in blood? Su Hao was surprised. Just through the introduction he was a bit confused about what this blood breathing method actually did, so he decided to try it out himself. Su Hao took a deep breath and held back his weakness. Following the regular breathing, he performed the breath of blood, and all of a sudden, as a kind of energy from his lungs swam all over his body, every piece of Su Hao's blood felt like it was coming alive, making Su Hao's weak body warmed up, and his physical strength was recovering at an extremely fast pace. Not only that, Su Hao raised his eyes and looked. He was sitting in the room, but he saw one blood-red humanoid shadow in the distance. I am able to see the flow of other people's chi and blood after stimulating the blood breathing method? Su Hao was surprised. These blood-red shadows were naturally other people from the Su family. Su Hao was able to detect where they were through the obstacles, and he could judge their strength through the power of their chi and blood. Among them, the very bright blood-colored shadow was Su Yi, and the rest of the blood-colored shadows with a duller light were other disciples of the Su family. Not only that, through the flow of chi and blood, Su Hao was even able to judge the trajectory of the opponent's moves and spy on the enemy's first opportunity, and it had to be said that this breath of blood method was definitely very powerful, combining detection, recovery, and endurance in one. Running the breath of blood method all the time, my own recovery power has increased exponentially. Originally I still needed to recuperate for 10 days before I could recover, now I'm afraid that I'll be able to recover as good as new before evening. Su Hao was elated. This breath of blood method was extremely practical, able to increase the recovery speed of his injuries and internal strength by more than 10 times. In addition to this incomparably practical breath of blood method, the last remaining was a technique called Blood Demon Body, which was a thoroughly evil technique. Blood Demon Body crippled, bronze level, proficiency level 1%. The ancient Blood Demon clan's inheritance technique draws energy from the blood for cultivation. Cultivating into the Blood Demon Body has great power. Note, crippled, highest cultivation up to the 3rd layer. This Blood Demon Body is undoubtedly an evil skill, and can even transform a person into a half-demon ghost. The previous Blood Bear and Bloodwing were transformed into half-demons by practicing this Blood Demon Body. However, the world's secret martial arts there is no absolute distinction between good and evil, and then the righteous martial arts by the wicked to use, is not also killing? This Blood Demon Body is best practiced with the blood of humans, especially boys and girls, but Su Hao can't do such a thing. Using the blood of demon ghosts to cultivate is also possible, but according to the Blood Demon Body of this Gongfu record, at least have to be the latter-day level of demon ghost blood can be used to cultivate Blood Demon Body. The quality is too low cannot be. That was why Bloodwing, Blood Bear, and the others chose to cultivate with a simpler method, the heart blood of a child boy or girl. This Blood Demon Body is a crippled technique. It can only be cultivated up to the 3rd layer, but it's a bronze level technique. What level would a complete Blood Demon Body be? Su Hao was also surprised. This Blood Demon Body was by no means simple. The crippled one was bronze level, and the complete one must be even more powerful. The technique could not be upgraded with experience value, otherwise the burst of internal cultivation would be meaningless, and it could be upgraded directly with experience value. Also, the experience value is exactly 4,000 points, enough for me to upgrade both spirit roots once. Su Hao was excited, his dual spirit roots were all crippled waste spirit roots. According to what Ji Changqing said, if a person had 2 spiritual roots, even if they were all primary, their potential and rarity was no less than a single advanced quality spiritual root. Upgrading the spiritual roots, it was imperative. System, upgrade my spiritual root. Su Hao didn't hesitate, directly letting the system consume the accumulated experience value to upgrade the wind spirit root as well as the thunder spirit root he had. Ding, consuming 2000 experience points, congratulations to the host's thunder spirit root broken for upgrading to primary thunder spirit root. Ding, consuming 2000 experience points, congratulations to the host's wind spirit root broken for upgrading to primary wind spirit root. The 2 broken spiritual roots metamorphosed in Su Hao's body, and within a short time, Su Hao felt a huge change in himself, and became more attuned to the free spiritual qi in the heaven and earth, and he could feel that his affinity for the heaven and earth's spiritual qi had increased by at least 5 times or more compared to before. Not only that, the more direct manifestation was the addition to Su Hao himself. Having a thunder spirit root would greatly add to the ability of the thunder attribute, and now that the thunder spirit root had been upgraded from broken to primary, Su Hao would then use the thunder breathing method to match the thunder spirit root to definitely multiply the effect, and the power of his thunder blade intent would be greatly increased as well. The primary wind spirit root, on the other hand, allowed Su Hao's speed aspect to increase drastically, and he was able to feel the flow of the wind, and without having to look with his eyes, he was able to recognize where other people were through the sound of the wind. This was a qualitative change. Dual spirit roots, even if they were all primary, were comparable to a single advanced spirit root. Chapter 27, Wind and Thunder Slash. At this moment, Su Hao's attributes also changed dramatically. Host, Su Hao. Age, 16. Cultivation, 40 years of internal strength. Realm evaluation, first class martial artist level. Cultivated technique, purple chi skill black iron level, 61% proficiency intermediate level, blood demon body mutilated, bronze level, 1% proficiency first level. Martial skills cultivated, wine slashing blade technique black iron grade, proficiency complete, thunder breathing technique bronze grade, proficiency intermediate 13%, wind chasing body technique bronze grade, intermediate 12%, blood burning secret technique bronze grade, proficiency 3%, blood breathing technique bronze grade, proficiency beginner 1%. Mastery of intent, thunder blade intent 10% blade intent. Spiritual roots, primary wind spiritual roots, primary thunder spiritual roots. Remaining experience value, 100 points. Now that Su Hao's cultivation had reached the threshold of the first-class martial artist level, the next step was to let his internal force undergo a metamorphosis, thus entering the Hotian realm. The speed of Su Hao's strength improvement was undoubtedly very fast, but there was still a lot of room for improvement. At night, Su Hao had already succeeded in restoring his physical strength to its peak state with the help of the blood-breathing method, and with a full spirit, he sat on the bed with his knees crossed at night, quietly feeling the changes in himself. Dual spiritual roots plus 1 evolution had already made Su Hao really have genius-level cultivation talent. Su Hao decided to get up early tomorrow morning to ponder the wind attribute blade intent. With the experience of comprehending the thunder blade intent, Su Hao believed that given a certain amount of time, he would be able to successfully master the wind attribute blade intent. Early in the morning of the next day, a refreshed Su Hao started a new cultivation. The characteristics of wind are naturally speed and ethereal impermanence, so I'll start with the speed aspect. With a hint of excitement on his face, Su Hao began to rehearse his blade technique, chopping out a blade as fast as he could. Thud! The cold stream blade flashed away like a shadow of light, incredibly fast. Not enough, it can be faster. Su Hao closed the knife, once again out of the knife, at the same time pay attention to the power technique of each knife. Speed, some kind of side represents the killing power. The faster it is, the stronger the killing power. Even a page of paper, cut through at a fast speed, can cut through the flesh and blood. Extreme speed is the ultimate destructive power. Snip snip snip. Continuously making slashes, continuously retracting them, the green-colored airflow on the blade twisting, Su Hao's slashes became faster and faster, and by the end of the day, each slash seemed as if a hurricane was roaring, rolling up the dust on the ground a few feet high. Fast, fast. Su Hao completely fell into a fervent state of cultivation, ignoring external objects. This is the state of cultivation that any martial artist desires to enter. In this state of total concentration and forgetfulness, cultivating martial arts is twice as effective with half the effort, but this state is hard to enter, and can be encountered but not sought. Huffing and puffing. Endless green-colored airflow wrapped around Su Hao. His sword seemed to be integrated with the wind in the air. The air no longer became resistance, but became power instead, making Su Hao's sword faster and stronger. Thumbs up. Finally, at a certain moment, Su Hao finally grasped that line beyond the limit of the realm of the Tao of the knife. He chopped out his knife again, and could only see a green circular arc flashing away. Su Hao instantly returned the knife to its sheath, and only then did that green shadow of the knife in the air slowly dissipate, and that big maple tree in the compound 10 feet away, a shallow and fine trace appeared on the surface. It's done, this new blade intent, pursuing the ultimate speed, let's call it blast wind blade intent. Su Hao was overjoyed. He had successfully grasped the new blade intent. It was the ultimate speed blade intent, and Su Hao gave it a very plain name. Blistering Wind Saber Intent plus Thunder Saber Intent, it can be even stronger. Su Hao's eyes glowed. The two blade intentions, Blistering Wind Blade Intent and Thunder Blade Intent, Su Hao felt that they were able to merge with each other, and he began to try. Thumb pull. Su Hao's hand pressed on the hilt of the blade. At this time, the sky had already darkened, the moon stars were scarce. Su Hao brewed for half a quarter of an hour, elevating his own state to the peak, and it was also at this moment, his essence was united. He fiercely drew his blade, and chopped. The intent of Blast Wind Blade Intent and Thunder Blade Intent was applied on this blade. Rumble. The light golden thunder and cyan air current entwined together, just like the wild wind and thunderstorm, exploding at the same time. A dazzling blade aura burst out, hissing and roaring. This blade had both the explosion and ferocity of thunder, and the swiftness and lightness of wind. Boom! The greenish golden blade slashed angrily at the 3 feet high courtyard wall. The wind and thunder roared, and a 20 feet long thick courtyard wall exploded, and debris flew. The commotion here made one and all Su family disciples look sideways, seeing that it was coming from Su Hao's retreat, but they were not surprised anymore, knowing that this young master was forgetting his cultivation again. Ha, awesome! Mixing two kinds of blade intent, the power is not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2, let's call this blade Wine Thunder Chop. Su Hao rejoiced, satisfied to the extreme with the power of this blade, and then against a powerhouse of Blood Wings level. Even if the other party used the Burning Blood secret technique, Su Hao was confident that he could easily kill them with a single slash, and simply didn't need to fight for his life with all his might like before. Su Hao played with the simple naming method, giving this killing move, which was a fusion of Blast Wind Blade Intent and Thunder Blade Intent, a simple and graphic name, Wind Thunder Chop. The knife moves out of the wind and thunder. A week had passed from the annihilation of the Blood Demon Regiment, and on this day, Su Hao got summoned by Yi Changqing. Su Hao had already vaguely guessed what Yi Changqing was looking for him, and there was some excitement in his heart. Su Hao didn't delay and immediately went to the city lord's mansion to see Yi Changqing. Mo Qing Shui? Entering the mansion of the city lord's residence, not only was Su Hao there, Su Hao also saw a young girl wearing an aqua blue long skirt, which was Mo Qing Shui. Mo Qing Shui also slightly nodded to him, treating Su Hao with an attitude that she was obviously a bit more familiar with than she was with the others. You're all here. I believe you all know what I'm looking for you for. I didn't expect you to possess the strength to be recognized by me so quickly. Yi Changqing, who was dressed in green, smiled. Can I obtain the Immortal sect token? Su Hao inquired tentatively. Not bad, you are really surprising, comprehending the blade intent and beheading 2 Hotian realm half-demon ghosts alone. This kind of strength talent is already qualified to enter the Immortal sect for further training. Yi Changqing laughed. At first he detected that Su Hao was a waste spirit root, now it seems that the test results were indeed wrong. As for Mo Qing Shui, you have a senior spirit root, but you are not bad in terms of strength, the same is enough to join the Immortal sect. Yi Changqing added, Mo Qing Shui possessed a rare advanced water spirit root. This kind of qualification was something that any Immortal sect would be willing to gladly accept. These are 2 Immortal sect tokens, they contain your identity information, and my evaluation. By holding it, you will be able to travel to Daoji Mountain and join Daoji sect. Do your best and hope that our Tianming city will be able to give birth to a few more strong people of the Immortal sect realm. Yi Changqing's words were obviously much more. He was also very pleased that Tianming city was able to give birth to some demons. After all, he was likewise born in Tianming city, or else he wouldn't have returned to Tianming city to take up the position of city lord. Daoji sect, this is Yi Changqing's division. Tianming city is considered to be a sect within the sphere of influence of Daoji sect. Tianming city's martial artists after Yi Changqing to take the line into the natural or Daoji sect, including Su Hao's father, Su Yi, once also entered the Daoji sect. Chapter 28, Dao Polarity Mountain. Su Hao held the black token, his heart was excited, the Immortal sect token had arrived, finally able to leave Tianming city and enter a broader heaven and earth. On the other hand, Mo Qing Shui looked much more bashful, she silently didn't know what she was pondering. Yi Changqing said, Dao Polarity sect belongs to the first-class immortal sects within the Great Xia dynasty, but when you enter it, you must not be complacent. There are all the heavenly prides gathered there, all of them are all demons with spiritual roots. Before you have any more strength, it's best to keep a low profile and don't cause any trouble. I know. Su Hao answered, and Mo Qing Shui also nodded slightly. Alright, you guys go ahead and report to Dao Polarity sect within 3 months, alright. Yi Changqing finished his business and then let Su Hao and the 2 of them leave. Really energetic young people, I really envy. Once I was like this, but now that I'm old, I can only age well. Seeing the back of Su Hao and Mo Qing Shui leaving, Yi Changqing sighed. The road of cultivation is difficult, his achievement is higher than most people. Opened the Immortal Gate, which is a rare expert in the whole Daoji sect, able to hold the position of elder. But Yi Changqing knew that this was his limit, it was difficult to go further. He sincerely hoped that Su Hao or Mo Qing Shui could surpass him. Su Hao and Mo Qing Shui left. Su Hao smiled and said, 3 days later, let's go to Daoji sect together. Both Su Hao and Mo Qing Shui had obtained the Immortal sect token of the Dao Polarity sect, and the Dao Polarity mountain was a long way away, so it would be good to have a companion on the way. Aha! Mo Qingshui nodded slightly. Su Hao and Mo Qingshui arranged to meet 3 days later, then he returned home and told Sui the good news. Good. Good, worthy of being my Sui's son? Sui knew this matter is undoubtedly ecstatic, and is gratified and a little despondent. Clear Su Hao this leave don't know how long it will take to see each other again. But as a father, his son being able to be better than himself was something he was happy to see. When I go to Tao Polarity Sect, I will definitely meet my mother and my sister, and I will definitely find a way to reunite our family in the future. Su Hao smiled and was also happy. Su Hao's real mother was named Nangong Lan, while his younger sister, whom he had never met before, was named Nangong Renling with her mother's surname. Your mother is the daughter of a certain big shot in the Tao Extreme sect, and his identity in the Tao Extreme sect is very big, although he basically doesn't care about things anymore. You'd better not reveal that you're Blue's child, so as not to be suppressed. This night Sui got drunk and instructed Su Hao a lot of things, letting him go to the Tao Extreme sect and make sure to keep a low profile, and it's best not to expose his identity, so as not to cause unnecessary trouble. I know. Su Hao obediently nodded his head. At the same time in his heart, he was curious. This mother's identity in the Tao Extreme sect didn't seem to be low, or else an ordinary family couldn't possibly force the couple to separate just because of this matter. It was so implausible that it could only explain that his mother's identity in the Tao Extreme sect was a low, and her family wouldn't allow such an ordinary person like Sui to join their family. Su Hao secretly memorized this. 3 days' time passed in the blink of an eye. Su Hao's trip to the Immortal sex matter. Sui also let the Su family leave without fanfare. Su Hao left in a low-profile manner. Looking at the back of Su Hao riding away, Sui's heart was complicated. More than 20 years ago he was also the man of the hour in Tianming City, with a spiritual root, and got Yi Changqing's Immortal sect token, and went to the Daoji sect in high spirits, and now he saw that his own son also took this step, and he sincerely hoped that Su Hao could go farther than he did. Su Hao arrived at the gates of Tianming City and saw that Mo Qingshui had already arrived one step ahead of him. Let's go! Su Hao waved at Mo Qingshui, and the two of them left Tianming City together. Tianming City was a long way away from Tao Polarity Mountain where Tao Polarity sect was located, and even if he rode a fast horse to catch up, he wouldn't be able to reach it without half a month. After rushing to the evening, because of Mo Qingshui's character, he didn't take much initiative to talk, so Su Hao took the initiative to pick up the topic. Are you a member of the Mo family? Why haven't I heard of a Mo family in Tianming City? Mo Qingshui's upbringing and temperament was obviously also from a family, but Su Hao had not heard of a well-known family in Tianming City that had an Mo family. Mo Qingshui had a rare trace of gloom and killing intent in his expression, which made Su Hao stunned. Had he asked what he shouldn't have asked? Mo Qingshui slowly said, you haven't heard of. Because the Mo family has long been extinguished, in more than 10 years ago, our Mo family is extremely strong, in Tianming City is only weaker than the lineage of the city lord's house, and the Mo family into the Immortal door are several, of which my father even opened the Immortal gate. Mo Qingshui's voice had a hint of pride. The strong man who opened the Immortal gate. This is also the absolute high level in the Immortal gate. From the tens of millions of population of Tianming City, only a Yi Changqing reached the Immortal gate level of the strong man sitting in the town can be seen. Even if you have a spiritual root and join the Immortal gate, can open the Immortal gate. To cross out that step is also very few. This made Su Hao even more surprised. The Mo family had given birth to strong people who had opened the Immortal gate? But they were all exterminated? Mo Qingshui seemed to want to confide as well. She continued, my father led the Mo family to soar, but it flourished and then declined. My father incurred a powerful enemy outside, also a strong person who opened the Immortal gate. My father was killed by him, and this enemy refused to stop, and even wanted to destroy our entire Mo family. After killing my father, he descended on Tianming City, and Yi Changqing was not able to stop him, and in the end, my Mo family was killed by him cleanly. Only I was lucky, happened not to be in the family, escaped alive. You have not heard of this matter is normal. This matter in Tianming City is taboo, not many people dare to mention. Su Hao was speechless for a while. The Mo family had once given birth to a strong person who opened the Immortal gate, or Mo Qingshui's father, but the result was killed by another enemy who opened the Immortal gate, and that enemy's means were cruel, and refused to stop, and directly found the Mo family in Tianming City, and launched a massacre. And the strength of this strong man is obviously very horrible. Yi Changqing shot cannot stop, can only let it slaughtered the entire Mo family. The Mo family was annihilated, undoubtedly led as the Tianming city master of Yi Changqing's face, so other people are also afraid of touching Yi Changqing's eyebrows, did not dare to mention this matter. Over time, many people in Tianming City do not remember that Tianming City once there was a birth of a strong person to open the door to the Immortal's Mo family. Su Hao didn't know how to comfort Mo Qingshui when a fork in the road appeared in front of him. Mo Qingshui said, let's part ways here, good luck. You're not going to the Tao Extreme sect? When Su Hao saw the scene, he couldn't help but say, that road was the opposite of the Tao Extreme sect. Well, I'm not going to the Tao Extreme sect. My father was a member of the Tao Extreme sect, but he was killed by his enemy, and the Tao Extreme sect didn't show any sign of it. I'm going to go to a more suitable sect, one that can make me stronger. Mo Shui nodded. She had a grudge against the Tao Polarity sect, and even more so, because of some hidden reasons, she was not willing to join the Tao Polarity sect at all. If it was an ordinary Immortal sect level powerhouse who did something like killing a Tao Polarity sect disciple and also annihilating his family, then the Tao Polarity sect would definitely have to seek justice. But as it turned out that the Tao Polarity sect didn't say anything about it, then it was obvious that the powerhouse who annihilated Mo's family wasn't ordinary. Su Hao couldn't say anything. The burden on this cold young girl could be heavier than him. Su Hao secretly sighed. If it wasn't for the fact that his mother and sister were in the Tao Extreme sect, and that he needed to figure out what happened in the first place, and that he had to reunite his family, and had to go to the Tao Extreme sect, he really had an impulse to leave with Mo Shui. Then, also help you, good luck, we will always be friends. Su Hao waved at Mo Shui and said sincerely, although they hadn't met for much time, Su Hao knew that Mo Shui was a cold-faced person with a warm heart, worth befriending. Well, goodbye. Mo Shui's heart was inexplicably a little lonely. Her heart also longed for Su Hao, the first friend in her life, to leave with her, but everyone has everyone's path. She couldn't and wasn't qualified to force others. Under the setting sun, the young girl and the teenager went towards different roads, gradually going far away, until they couldn't see each other completely. Chapter 29 Immortal Sect Order Don't Recognize? Alas, it's time to go on the road alone again. Su Hao sighed. He couldn't see Mo Shui anymore. He didn't know what sect Mo Shui was planning to join, yet he knew that she must have a better choice. All cheer up. Su Hao collected Mo Shui's mood and galloped his horse, Daoji sect. This was where he had to go. Su Hao went on the road alone, galloping all the way, occasionally stopping to feed and rest his horse. Even so, it took Su Hao 15 days before he was at the foot of Tao Polarity Mountain. This is the Tao Polarity Mountain? Su Hao saw the sea of mountains. This Tao Polarity Mountain was divided into the main peak and the secondary peak, as if it was towering over the clouds. Tao Polarity sect was situated on top of the main peak. Tao Polarity sect was a first-class sect within the Great Xia Imperial Dynasty. The sects were flourishing, and had already had more than 30,000 years of heritage, and it had a pivotal position in the entire Great Xia Imperial Dynasty. What for? Daoji sect disciple selection is held once a year. There are still 3 months before Daoji sect disciple selection. Leave quickly. At the foot of the mountain, yet there were 2 men dressed in black guarding the entrance to Tao Polarity Mountain. Obviously, these 2 men were disciples of Tao Polarity sect and were responsible for the duty today. Su Hao slightly dribbled and probed. These 2 Tao Polarity sect disciples both had the cultivation of early Hotian. In some cities, Hotian martial artists are called experts, but in the Immortal sect, Hotian cultivation is only an outer disciple, while an innate martial artist is an inner disciple. As for the strongest person who opened the Immortal sect, he was undoubtedly the mainstay of an Immortal sect. Su Hao said very politely, 2 senior brothers, I'm a new disciple reporting to the Tao Extreme sect, from Tianmeng City, holding an Immortal sect order. According to the rules, I don't need to go through the selection, and I can directly enter the Tao Extreme sect's outer gate. There were several ways to join Tao Polarity sect. One was to participate in Tao Polarity sect's annual initiation ceremony, and after going through layers of tests and screening one would be able to enter it, and the other one was naturally to be like Su Hao, who held an Immortal sect token, and could directly exempt himself from the tests and directly join the Immortal sect. Immortal Gate token? The 2 Daoji sect disciples guarding the mountain gate looked at each other with some shock in their eyes. Those who are qualified to issue an Immortal Gate token must be a strong person who opens the Immortal Gate level of Tao Extreme sect, and this strong person at the Immortal Gate level thinks that he or she is absolutely qualified to join Tao Extreme sect before he or she can do so. And this kind of person who holds an Immortal Gate token usually has quite a remarkable talent and possesses cultivation of Hotian or above. But Su Hao, according to the observation of the 2, his internal force cultivation is only just barely into the first-class martial artist level. Such a person is qualified to get the Immortal Door token, directly join the Daoji sect? The 2 of them had gone through layers of selection at that time. This is my Immortal sect token. Su Hao took out the Immortal sect token, and one of the tall and thin men took it over and scrutinized it carefully, but he didn't say a word. This made Su Hao frown. The tall and thin man actually didn't even know in his heart if this was an Immortal Gate token, because he had never seen an Immortal Gate token at all. Just let Su Hao in directly? What if Su Hao was a fake, holding a fake Immortal sect token, and when he went to the Elder and was revealed, he would be unlucky, and wouldn't the 2 of them be unlucky as well? The main thing was that Su Hao's cultivation realm was only at the beginning of the first-class martial artist level, not to mention that his appearance was too young, making it hard for people to believe that he could be recognized by a strong person of the Immortal sect level, and directly give an Immortal sect token. As long as something doesn't go wrong while we're manning the mountain gate, it'll be fine. At that moment, the 2 Tao Polarity sect disciples looked at each other and handed the Immortal Gate token back to Su Hao. The other triangular-eyed man said, it's already late today, you can come back tomorrow. Su Hao was stunned. The sun hadn't even set yet. Late time. Su Hao didn't know that these 2 men didn't recognize the Immortal Gate token, and were afraid that if Su Hao said it was fake, they would let him in, thus causing their own dereliction of duty. So according to their idea, just don't make any mistakes while they were guarding the mountain gate, and let Su Hao come back tomorrow. But Suhao was reluctant. This is not in front of the village and not behind the store. It's not easy for him to arrive at Daoji sect, but he still has to sleep in the mountains? Suhao immediately frowned and said, "Two senior brothers, please also make it easy. Notify the elders in the door, or let me go in by myself." Notify the elders in the sect? Letting the elders come to greet you? What kind of status do you think you are? Come tomorrow if you are told to come tomorrow, don't talk nonsense. Seeing Suhao defying himself, the triangular-eyed man was a bit offended, directly and nonchalantly saying, "We don't even know if this immortal sect token of yours is real or not, directly letting you in, isn't it that we'll have to be chastised? You come tomorrow, change someone to guard the mountain gate tomorrow, maybe you can recognize whether your immortal gate token is real or fake." Suhao sort of understood. These two guys simply didn't even recognize the immortal gate token, so they didn't want to make a mistake when they were on duty, and simply didn't let Suhao go in. And as for how it would be tomorrow, that would be the matter of the disciple who would be on duty at the mountain gate tomorrow. But what if the disciple on duty at the mountain gate tomorrow didn't recognize the immortal gate token either? He would just keep on waiting? Suhao once again politely said, "Two senior brothers, please also make it easy for me to find another senior brother who recognizes the immortal gate token to identify the authenticity as well. Who do you think you are? If you are told to wait, you wait." The triangular-eyed man saw Suhao's pestering, and also lost his patience. In his eyes, the identity of those who didn't join the immortal sect were inferior. He should wait if he patiently let him wait, and still dared to pester him? At that moment, the triangular-eyed man snorted coldly. The true chi in his body condensed into a wall of chi, and pressed towards Suhao, to force Suhao back. This triangular-eyed man's sudden action made Suhao also stunned, and then he was furious. This was on top of the mountain path. If he was knocked down by him, he might roll down from the mountain path in a mess, and fall out of a good or bad way. Bang! If it was just an ordinary first-class martial artist level, by this real chi condensed into a wall of chi, a rush would definitely have to stand unsteadily and fly out upside down. But Suhao went through an evolution. The strength of his body was not something that could be compared to that of an ordinary martial artist, and with a slight shake of his body, he was able to dislodge the force. You guys are bullying people too much. You think you are superior just because you have entered the Tao Extreme sect? High and mighty? Suhao snorted coldly. He didn't have the habit of being attacked and not fighting back. Wind-chasing body technique was executed. The green-colored airflow on his body was entangled. Ever since the wind spirit root was upgraded to the primary level, Suhao's speed increased by a large margin. What? That triangular-eyed man didn't expect that his strike with his true chi externalization didn't even shake Suhao, a junior who had just entered the first-class martial artist level, plus the distance between the two was too close. This triangular-eyed man couldn't even react in time, and was hit by Suhao's shoulder on his chest. Bang! Suhao's single arm had the strength of 10,000 pounds, and with a muffled sound under this collision, the triangular-eyed man was hit like a sandbag and flew out backwards, with blood spraying out of his mouth and smashed on the ground. Suhao has already left his hand this time. If he uses all his strength, he can directly hit his chest collapse, broken ribs death. Chapter 30 Terrifyingly Fast Sword. You are bold. The other tall and thin man was shocked and angry at the situation, not to mention whether Suhao really held the immortal sect's token or not, even if the token he held was real. But how dare he make a move against himself and others who were his senior brothers? At that moment, the tall and thin man's face sank, and without hesitation, he decided to give him a little lesson, and made a direct move on Suhao. Winding Cloud Hand. The strength of the tall thin man was extremely not weak, reaching the early Hotian level, and himself had a spiritual root, mastering profound martial arts techniques. His arms were actually lengthened by a section, winding towards Suhao's hands, wanting to capture him alive. Suhao's eyes flashed with anger. These guys were really not reasonable at all. They had not seen the Immortal Gate token since they had also only joined Daoji sect not long ago. They could not confirm the authenticity of the Immortal Gate token. As a duty, they went to look for someone they knew in the gate to come over to discern the authenticity of the Immortal Gate token was supposed to be, but they didn't want to trouble themselves. They directly let Suhao leave, which was a complete neglect of their duty, and now they were going to take action against him? Blood breathing technique. Suhao instantly turned on the blood breathing method, as his lungs breathed according to a certain rhythm, a marvelous rhythm, and Suhao's lungs spread all over Suhao's body. Every drop of Suhao's blood seemed to revive, and the world in his eyes changed. In Suhao's eyes, the flow of chi and blood in this tall thin man's body were clearly visible. Through the flow of chi and blood, Suhao clearly saw the changes of the tall thin man's moves. The subtle wrapping cloud hands changes in his eyes were nothing more than that, which appeared to be very monotonous, and could be broken by hand. Come on! Suhao faced the two limp and unstressed arms that came from the entanglement. Both fists came out, relying on the supernatural energy generated by the blood breathing method, and struck directly at the weakest point of the chi and blood flow of the two arms of the tall and thin man, which was the place where he had a break. Ka ka ka. Suhao's two fists hit the two arms of the tall and thin man respectively. Clear bone cracking sound came out. Suhao's fist power penetrated into the bones, tearing the bones. The tall and thin man grunted in pain and staggered back. The pain of the bones of the two arms cracking made his forehead sweating, his face twisted up. But the heart of the tall and thin man was even more horrified. He practiced the subtle changes of the winding cloud hand, the real chi infused into the arm, which could make the arm become incredibly tough, and it was hard to be hurt by swords and knives, but Su Hao's two fists directly hit the weak point of his power, his broken place, and only in one look, he had broken both of his arms. Was it a coincidence or Su Hao had already predicted the enemy's first opportunity? In just a few breaths of time, the two early Hotian Daoji sect disciples were both seriously injured in Su Hao's hands. The tall thin man and the triangular-eyed man climbed up from the ground. The triangular-eyed man with blood at the corner of his mouth had disbelief in his eyes, although there was a reason why they were defeated so easily due to the lightness of the enemy, but it also proved Su Hao's powerful strength side by side. With the first-class martial arts level, he easily defeated the two Hotian martial arts level. What happened? At this time, from above the mountain path, there were about a dozen men in Daoji sect's clothing swept in at extreme speed. There were certainly more than 2 people guarding the mountain gate, and all of these Daoji sect's disciples' faces were ice cold. Senior brother Su, it is this kid. He ignored the majesty of our Dao extreme sect and suddenly attacked the two of us. He must be captured and heavily chastised. The tall and thin man's arms were broken by Su Hao, and at this time, his face was full of resentment as he hissed at a cold man among the group of Dao extreme sect disciples. How dare you cause trouble in our Dao polarity sect? Or such a young teenager? Those Dao polarity sect disciples all looked at each other with some surprise in their eyes. Su Hao's appearance was too young to be able to beat 2 of their Dao polarity sect's disciples who were guarding the mountain gate into such a state? Everyone, I hold an Immortal Gate token and came to report to the Dao polarity sect. These two neglected their duties, didn't recognize the Immortal Gate token themselves, didn't look for fellow disciples they knew, and took the initiative to strike at me, so I was forced to fight back. Su Hao was also angry in his heart, but held back his anger and explained, saying that he took out the Immortal Sect token and raised it. Immortal Sect token? It seems like it's really an Immortal Sect token. Well, my Dao Polarity Sect opens the Immortal Gate level of powerhouses to qualify for the issuance of Immortal Gate tokens, and holding an Immortal Gate token allows you to directly enter the Dao Polarity Sect without the need for a test. Some of these 10 or so Dao Polarity Sect disciples recognized the Immortal Gate token and confirmed Su Hao's identity. Su Hao was slightly relieved to see this. Fortunately, people like those 2 disciples who were on duty at the mountain gate who had no eyes and who did not put in any effort were ultimately a minority. However, that cold man Su's senior brother is still cold face. See the tall thin man's arms softly broken appearance, eyes flooded with a hint of coldness said, not to say you have not joined the Dao Extreme sect, even if it is to join the Dao Extreme sect, but to the fellow disciples, but it is also a felony, the order of the eldest and the youngest, the 2 of them are also considered to be your senior brother. You shot so venomous not good, right? No. It's not bad. This kid suddenly sneak attacked us and caught us off guard to be like this, such a despicable act, really does not deserve to join the Dao Extreme sect. The triangular-eyed man felt the intense pain in his chest and also shouted in a hurry. The Immortal Sect token held by Su Hao was real, and the 2 of them had just been suspected of neglecting their duties. If Su Hao sued after entering the Dao Extreme sect, they might be chastised. Anyway, they had already offended Su Hao completely, so they might as well go one way. It was the best if they could force this kid away directly. He hadn't joined the Daoji sect yet, so he wasn't considered a disciple of the Daoji sect. This cold man Su's senior brother's bullying, and the triangular-eyed man's fiddling made Su Hao's anger burn up. Really the most hated thing in this world is the villain. Su Hao looked at the overbearing senior brother Su who was looking down on him. He didn't hold back any longer and said, "Senior brother? The 2 of them don't have the qualifications to be my senior brother. How did such a weak strength join the Daoji sect? How did they join the Dao Extreme sect with such a weak strength? Are the disciples screened by the Dao Extreme sect all this kind of trash?" Sui asked Su Hao to keep a low profile after entering the Dao Extreme sect, but at this time, Su Hao couldn't possibly be a shrunken head turtle. Anyway, he had already had an accident, so he made a big deal out of it. "Kid, you seek death." The cold man, senior brother Su, sniffed, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and with a miso sound, he drew the long sword on his waist. The 2 of them have joined the Dao Extreme sect for less than a year, and you think you're strong just because you sneak attacked and defeated them? Let me see what kind of skills this kid of yours has to dare to be so wild. Shoo! The cold man's figure was like a stream of light, instantly killing Su Hao. His long sword swung as if stirring up ripples in the sky, countless sword shadows enveloping Su Hao's circumference. Some of the more sensible Dao Polarity sect disciples then looked at each other in dismay. At this moment, they didn't know what to say at all. They could only hope that it wouldn't cause any deaths. Then let's give it a try. Su Hao's eyes were ice cold. He wanted to see how much strength this cold man had, to be able to indiscriminately overpower others. Snort! Su Hao instantly pulled out the cold flow knife at his waist. The snowy cold light flashed by the friction of the blade and the sheath when he pulled out the knife to build up his strength. Su Hao straightly chopped out with the knife. This was the simplest knife, but it was also the most rapid one. What? The cold man, senior brother Su, was a bit shocked in his heart. Obviously he was the one who launched his sword first, but Su Hao launched his sword afterward. But there was a feeling of being the first one to strike after him, and that cold blade light was so fast that it was unbelievably fast, violently clashing with his long sword. Clang! In the crisp sound of gold and iron, the sword and knife collided, and sparks splashed in the air. Speed means lethality, not to mention that Su Hao himself had the strength of 10,000 pounds in one arm, and in the violent sound of collision, the cold man's body lurched. Su Hao did not stop for a while, launched a counterattack. The green airflow wrapped around the body and the blade, the primary wind spirit root with his comprehension of the wind blade intention, so that Su Hao's knife speed is simply incredible, less than a blink of an eye. Su Hao, even out of the 3 knives, each knife is as fast as the ultimate, as fast as if there are 3 people at the same time out of the knife. The 3-knife sharp knife chi without any sequence of slashes and cuts out, tore up the empty space. What kind of speed is this? That cold man's eyes widened, but he had a mid-Hotian cultivation, but the speed of Su Hao's knives made it almost impossible for his naked eyes to capture. Chapter 31, Do I still need to sneak attack to beat you? Only gritting his teeth and relying on his instincts as a martial artist, he executed a defense-type sword technique to answer the enemy. Clang! The cold man was also worthy of being a mid-Hotian, a disciple who had joined the Daoji sect for several years, a set of sword techniques as thick as a big mountain, forming a curtain of light, blocking Su Hao's 3 swords. Sparks splashed in the air, and swords buzzed. But Su Hao just flashed his figure, as swift as thunder. The thunder breathing technique was inspired, causing Su Hao's strength and speed to increase by a cut, and the complete thunder spirit root increased the effect of the thunder breathing technique. Clang clang clang. Su Hao simply seemed like he had transformed into a blistering wind and thunder, surrounding the cold man, slash after slash, slamming down like a raging storm, causing the cold man to only have the power to defend. A set of sword technique was performed to the extreme, but he could only barely block Su Hao's slashes. Su's senior brother was suppressed? The tall thin man and the triangular-eyed man looked at this scene. Their hearts were all a bit shocked. They previously felt that the reason why they lost in Su Hao's hands was due to their lightness of heart, but now they realized that Su Hao's strength was really far stronger than theirs. Why do I still need to sneak attack to deal with you guys? Do you still need to be caught off guard? You think too highly of yourself. Su Hao was still at ease when he attacked the cold man, senior brother Su, and his cold voice came out, making the tall thin man and the triangular-eyed man redden their faces in shame. They said that Su Hao had defeated them before by sneaking up on them and catching them off guard, but Su Hao showed the strength that could suppress senior brother Su, but ruthlessly slapped their faces. How? How is it possible? How is it possible for me to lose in the hands of a kid who is not even a Hotian? Su's senior brother's forehead was in cold sweat, trying his best to parry Su Hao's attacks. He was already a bit overwhelmed. His sword-holding arm was about to lose consciousness. Each of Su Hao's slashes were fast and vicious, simply like thunder falling, making him fully suppressed. Not even a single ability to counterattack. He could only linger on and on. This is a demon. The rest of the Tao Polarity sect disciples all sucked in a breath of cold air. They all could see that senior brother Su's defeat was assured. A first-class martial artist level suppressing a mid-Hotian martial artist? And not an ordinary mid-Hotian martial artist, but a martial artist with spiritual roots. This was a bit unbelievable. Su Hao didn't think that the cold man was strong. Compared to Bloodwing, this cold man was inferior. Clang! As the swords collided once again, the cold and steep man, senior brother Su, was finally unable to withstand it. His tiger's mouth was torn by a huge force. The long sword in his hand couldn't hold it and flew out of his hand, and then a cold light flashed, cold and deadly, coming straight towards his head. No, stop it. Some Tao Polarity sect disciples were shocked to see this scene. If a person was killed, it would really be a big deal. And the cold man's brain went blank as he looked at the blade that was beheading his head. However, Su Hao didn't kill. He also knew clearly that if he killed someone, then even if there was reason, it would become unreasonable. Su Hao flicked his wrist and turned the knife, which was originally a blade, into a cross-section of a knife. Boom! The wide cross-section of the cold stream knife smacked on top of the cold man's cheek, causing the cold man to fly out horizontally, with his cheek skin split open, his mouth full of teeth falling out, mixed with blood flying out, and his torso smashing heavily on the ground, groaning miserably, unable to get up for half a day. The entire audience was silent. Strong, very strong. This was how the people present felt about Su Hao. It was really mind-blowing. The fight between Su Hao and the cold man was quite short, but as soon as he came up, Su Hao had the upper hand. That hand of fast sword was simply extraordinary, easily beating the cold man without any power to fight back, and losing the battle. Each senior brothers. Here. This son is fierce, please join together to take him down. The tall, thin, triangular-eyed man's body trembled, stuttered, and wanted to provoke the other Tao Extreme sect disciples to join hands. There were several more of these disciples who were stronger than the cold man. But no one moved. Su Hao took the Immortal sect token as real. The reason why this situation will appear now. Completely blame these 2 guys who guard the mountain gate. They are not willing to get into this muddy water, not to mention the cold man before the car. Only joined the Tao Extreme sect a few days ago. Do you think you're invincible? At this time, a pale voice came out, and at some point, at the entrance of the mountain path, a middle-aged man came slowly. This middle-aged man had white hair and wore a blue robe. He was not angry and had a might that made people's hearts tremble. Elder Zhao. All of the disciples present respectfully saluted. As for senior brother Su's 3, their hearts trembled with a vague bad feeling. It's a strong person who opened the Immortal gate level? Su Hao was secretly surprised, this middle-aged man, Elder Zhao, to be able to be called an elder in Daoji sect. At least he was a strong person who had opened the Immortal sect, at the same level as Yi Changqing. This time he met a strong person who had opened the Immortal sect. This Daoji sect really wasn't something that could be compared to such a small place like Tianming City. Elder Zhao's gaze was cold as he stared at senior brother Su and the three of them. I saw what just happened. You two neglected your duties. As for you, you were overbearing. You don't differentiate between black and white. You clearly know that what the other person took out was a real Immortal sect token. You still want to come out strong. Come out strong even if it's okay, but you don't have that kind of strength yet. You are disgracing my Dao Extremities sect. The three of you, go back to. Pack up your things and get off the mountain within 3 days. When these words came out, senior brother Su's three faces turned white. Elder Zhao meant to directly expel them from the sect. They joined the Dao Polarity sect. If they were expelled from the sect, in the future, other immortal sects would definitely not accept abandoned disciples like them. It could be said that their future was ruined. Su Hao was also surprised. This Elder Zhao was really a hot-tempered person, too harsh, expelling senior Su's three brothers from the sect on the spot. Elders, spare your life. Senior brother Su's three were gone from their previous brutal appearance. They all knelt down on the ground and kowtowed, repeatedly wanting Elder Zhao to be magnanimous, but under Elder Zhao's extremely oppressive eyes, they closed their mouths in a raw manner. Come with me. After dealing with these three people, Elder Zhao then looked at Su Hao, his face eased up a lot, and headed towards the mountain path. Su Hao followed, not even glancing at the three people who went to Elder Brother Su. This was all their own fault, not worthy of any pity. Show me the Immortal sect token. While walking, Elder Zhao said. Aha! Su Hao complied and handed the Immortal sect token to Elder Zhao. Elder Zhao held the token and felt the information in it, his face slightly surprised. It was Yi Changqing who gave you the Immortal sect token? His vision is really good. It was natural that the top echelons of the Dao Polarity sect basically knew each other, and Elder Zhao and Yi Changqing were acquaintances. Easily defeating 3 Hotian Realm Dao Polarity sect disciples with a first-class martial artist level cultivation, Su Hao's potential was quite terrifying. Chapter 32, Taoist Extreme Sect Patriarch? And Elder Zhao returned the Immortal sect token back to Su Hao. Then he said, in a moment, you go to Mingkong Hall to report for the identity token and so on. From now on, you are a disciple of Dao Polarity sect. Don't mind what happened just now, the sect is big, and there are always so many rats. Many thanks, Elder Zhao. Su Hao nodded slightly. Elder Zhao was still quite clear about his grudges and didn't pursue the previous matter. Elder Zhao waved his hand, his figure disappeared in a flash like a phantom. Su Hao was secretly surprised. He didn't even see how Elder Zhao disappeared. The strongest person who opened the Immortal sect was completely detached from the realm of the mundane. Afterwards, Su Hao climbed all the way up to the main peak where Daoji sect was located. The fact proved that Elder Zhao's words were right. Most of the disciples of Daoji sect were still very friendly. Su Hao came to the top of the main peak of Daoji sect, and he said to a teenager who seemed to be only 2 years older than him, "This senior brother, can you ask how to go to Mingkong Hall? I'm new to the Dao Polarity sect. You came here with an Immortal sect token? Come with me, I'll take you to the Hall of Bright Sky. My name is Chao Jun, just call me by my first name. I came a month or 2 before you." That teenager's eyes lit up, very enthusiastically taking Su Hao to report to Mingkong Hall. On the way, the teenager Chao Jun also gave Su Hao an introduction. In our Dao Extreme sect, the number of outer disciples is the largest, and to enter the inner sect, you have to have innate cultivation. The inner disciples' residence is not over here, it's best not to bother them. In addition, there are some places where you can't run around, it's a forbidden place. Xiao Jun gave Su Hao many things about Daoji sect along the way, and finally said, after reporting in a while, you will receive a handbook with these records, just take a close look. Thanks a lot. Su Hao was grateful. This Xiao Jun made him feel a lot better about Dao Polarity sect. Deacon Huang, this is the new disciple who came to report. Soon Xiao Jun led Su Hao into a hall with ancient decoration, and behind a table in the hall sat a man with a slightly feminine temperament. Well, name, place of origin. These you fill in yourself. Deacon Huang nodded and took something similar to a form and handed it over to Su Hao, on which were some basic information. Su Hao filled out the form and gave it back to Deacon Huang, who looked at it carefully and looked at Su Hao with some surprise. Surname Su. Or from Tianming City? Su Hao didn't say anything, but in his heart, he was surprised. This yellow deacon said so. Obviously he knew something. When his father Sui entered the Dao Extreme sect, and the matter with his mother Nangon Lan, it seemed that there were still many people who knew about this matter. Looking deeply at Su Hao, Deacon Huang, however, didn't ask Su Hao about other things. He took out a token and focused his consciousness, as if he was entering Su Hao's information. After a long time, Deacon Huang handed the token to Su Hao, along with a few other items. This is your identity token, don't lose it, as well as the outer disciples' clothes, as well as some information and things to pay attention to about the Dao Extreme sect. All of them are in this manual. Let Xiao Jun take you to your residence, and you can look for me if you have other things. There were 3 items in total, the identity token, the clothing of the Dao Polarity sect's disciples, plus a handbook. Many thanks. Su Hao thanked, and his heart was also delighted. He was considered to have officially entered the Immortal sect. About his mother and sister's news, wait for the opportunity to inquire again, not to be too hasty. Leaving the Mingkong Hall with Xiao Jun led Su Hao to the outer disciples' residence. At the same time, he said to Su Hao, when you join the Tao Polarity sect, you can all choose a martial art and technique for free, you don't want to miss it. After that, practicing techniques and whatnot will require contribution value. Aha! Su Hao made a note of it. The martial arts texts within the Tao Polarity sect's hidden scripture cabinet were definitely more and more advanced than the Su clans, so of course he wouldn't miss it. And then Su Hao inquired, Senior Brother Qiao, do you know Nangong Renling? I heard someone mention her before. Su Hao had a curious look on his face and pretended to say that he had heard about Nangong Renling from someone else. Nangong Renling? Are you talking about the granddaughter of the patriarch? Staring blankly, Xiao Jun said. The granddaughter of the patriarch? Tao Polarity sect patriarch? Su Hao also froze. This Nangong Renling is the granddaughter of the Tao Extreme sect? Then, wouldn't he himself also be from the lineage of the Tao Polarity sect patriarch? Previously, Sui had said that Su Hao's mother, Nangong Lan, was not low in the Tao Extreme sect's identity, and his father was a certain big shot in the Tao Extreme sect, but Sui had not said that this big shot was actually the Tao Extreme sect's patriarch. No wonder Nangong Lan's family didn't allow Sui and Nangong Lan to be together. Sui was a man of the hour in Tianming City, but when he came to Tao Extreme sect, he was just an ordinary outer disciple, and didn't even have the qualification to join the Nangong family. Su Hao smiled bitterly. This was really out of his expectation. No wonder Sui asked him not to expose his identity. According to the blood relationship, he was also barely counted as a member of the Nangong family, and it was also the patriarch's lineage, which was not a low status. However, the Tao Polarity sect's patriarch, this kind of powerful person, is basically in seclusion for many years, and probably will not know exactly how many descendants he has. Sui and Nangong Lan's matter he may not even know. The Tao Extreme sect patriarch's cultivation is heavenly. It is not strange for him to be in seclusion for a few years or a dozen years at a time. The matter of the Nangong family splitting up Nangong Lan and Sui, he might not even know about it. What's wrong? Brother Su? Seeing Su Hao staring blankly, Xiao Jun was puzzled. Senior sister Nangong is not an ordinary person. It's not something that ordinary disciples like us can get close to. No. Nothing. Su Hao came back to his senses and shook his head. Then it's better not to see Nangong Renling for a short period of time, so as not to bring trouble to her, and also bring trouble to myself. Su Hao secretly said, this identity of his was a bit embarrassing. If he went to see Nangong Renling now, by the people of Nangong family knowing that he was the son of Sui, he might make something happen. It was better to be cautious. Xiao Jun brought Su Hao to a compound. This was Su Hao's residence. Daoji Mountain was huge, every outer disciple could have a separate residence. Su Hao cleaned up the room and directly laid down on the bed to rest. At the same time, he took out the handbook he had received earlier, carefully checking out some of the things written on it. In Tao Polarity sect, strength was honored, and how many resources one could obtain depended on one's own skills, like secret books of techniques, elixirs, and medicines, all of which needed to be exchanged for contribution value. Contribution value of earning. There are many ways, such as guarding the door, do some chores, out of the mission can get contribution value, followed by breaking the magic puppet array. There are special puppets in this devil puppet formation. Defeating these puppets, depending on the number of layers of the devil puppet formation passed, a certain amount of contribution value can be obtained, but it can only be obtained once. Su Hao was very interested in this demon puppet formation, but it was best to wait until he was stronger before going to break into the demon puppet formation, and the demon puppet formation was something that each disciple only had the chance to enter once a month. Chapter 33, Inherited Items. Su Hao decided to go to the Tao Polarity sect's hidden scripture pavilion first to pick a martial Tao tome, and the martial Tao tome within the Tao Polarity sect's hidden scripture pavilion was definitely far from being comparable to that of the Su clan. Su Hao slept for a while, washing away the fatigue from half a month of rushing, and early the next morning, Su Hao headed towards the Tao Polarity sect's scripture cabinet. The Tao Polarity sect's hidden scripture pavilion. Su Hao entered it. Inside the scripture cabinet there was an old man with a smile on his face. Look at you, you look very fresh. You're a new disciple who joined Tao Polarity sect, right? Yes. Su Hao nodded. This old man guarding the hidden scripture cabinet was likewise not a simple character. The old man pointed inside the scripture cabinet. Our Tao Polarity sect's scripture cabinet is divided into 5 layers. According to the rules, new disciples can choose any one of the canonical books, but it can only be below the 3rd layer. Below the 3rd layer, there are a total of 1,800 kinds of canonical books. Go and pick it yourself. Su Hao responded, and then entered the hidden scripture cabinet with gusto. Below the 3rd layer, 1,800 kinds of martial Tao texts. The Su family only had 100 kinds, and a lot of them didn't even make it into the grade. Most of them were even just black iron grade quality, and the ones that were evaluated to be of bronze grade quality, there were only 4 kinds of them. However, there were 1,800 kinds of martial Tao books in the Daoji sect's hidden scripture cabinet below the 3rd floor, and they were of extremely high quality, with the lowest grade being black iron grade quality. Su Hao began to check the introductions of a variety of martial Tao texts, body techniques, sword techniques, fist techniques, palm techniques. All kinds of martial Tao texts, everything. Xianlai fist bronze grade, fierce and domineering, fist out like a fiery explosion, burning everything. 9 heavens cloud bird body technique silver grade, esoteric and subtle, cultivated to the perfect realm, one can steer and fly through the air 9 times, like a cloud bird flying. Mad thunder blade technique bronze level, the blade comes out like thunder running, combining both speed and power, destroying the enemy. All kinds of martial arts Su Hao read through, there was no clear grading for martial arts below this 3rd level, but according to the system's grade evaluation, the lowest were all black iron grade, most of them were bronze grade, while a few of them were silver grade. Among the martial arts that Su Hao practiced, there wasn't a silver grade quality, although the strength of the martial arts still depended on the strength of the person who used it, but the high quality martial arts evaluated by the system must be more arcane and have more potential. Su Hao decided to pick a silver grade martial arts. Looking around, Su Hao's eyes were blown away. Out of these 1,800 types of martial arts, Su Hao didn't have the time to finish reading them all, but he had already found more than 10 silver grade quality martial arts tutorials. To be honest, Su Hao wanted all of them, but greed was not enough, not to mention that Su Hao could only choose one. How come there's a broken sword within the grid of this martial arts tome? Su Hao suddenly saw a bookshelf. The other bookshelves were separated by a layer of glass, and what was inside the glass was only the name and introduction of the martial arts tome. The specific cultivation method needed to be selected before the old man would bring a copy to be taken away by the disciple who chose the martial arts tome. But Su Hao found a knife tip placed inside the lattice of a bookshelf, which made Su Hao surprised. Moreover, this cut-off knife tip had faint electric arcs jumping vaguely, very strange. There is no need to be strange, this is a martial skill, and it is a martial skill that is passed down with an inherited item, the martial artists. Who can make inherited items are not likely to be weak, most of them are strong people who open the immortal gate level, and the martial skills they leave behind are naturally very profound. At this time, an old voice rang out, not knowing when that old man who was guarding the hidden scripture pavilion appeared beside Su Hao, smilingly saying, "Inheritance item?" Su Hao's eyes lit up. All the other martial arts texts were in the form of books, while in front of him was a broken blade. This broken blade was an inheritance item, with a martial arts skill within it, which was sure to be extraordinary. Dare I ask, Senior? This inheritance item, it must be very precious, right? But why would it appear below the 3rd floor? Su Hao, however, didn't get carried away as he inquired. The scripture pavilion was divided into 5 layers. Ordinary disciples could only pick martial arts texts below the 3rd layer, and martial arts at the level of inheritance item should be placed above the 3rd layer anyhow. Appreciation flashed in the old man's eyes as he nodded his head and said, because the martial skill within this broken blade, not everyone can learn it. This broken blade contains a blade technique, but as you can see, this broken blade is crippled, with only a tip, and the blade technique within it is crippled as well, with only a single move. Of course, even if it's just one move, it's still better than many whole sets of subtle blade techniques, and can be used as a killing move and a base card, but there are very few people who choose to learn the martial arts inside this broken blade. Su Hao quietly listened. Even if it was only one blade move, it was extraordinary, enough to be used as a killer move, but there were few people who chose it. There must be a reason. Sure enough, the old man said, this truncated knife is also an inheritance item anyhow. It is impossible to give it to others. If you choose to learn the martial arts within the truncated knife, there is a time limit. Each disciple can only hold it for a month if he chooses it. If he can't learn it within a month, and can't realize the knife skills within it, he has to return the truncated knife. Su Hao sort of understood. Other martial arts canon can directly take away the copy, learn how long can be line, but this broken knife, but only allowed to study for a month, no matter learn won't be able to learn, after a month have to return this broken knife. Can imagine that the inherited items inherited martial arts, need a long time to comprehend, a month is too short. But what surprised the old man was that he saw Su Hao's eyes light up, very bright. Without hesitation, Su Hao said, Elder, I choose this broken blade. The old man was shocked. He could have said it all clearly, and he still had to choose to comprehend the blade technique within the broken blade? The old man admonished, the broken knife within a knife move is very strong, but want to in a month will be comprehended, mastery, at least have innate cultivation, but also to be enlightenment, qualifications extraordinary kind. You choose this cut off the knife, 99% may waste their own free to choose a martial arts textbook opportunity, and in the future want to enter the cabinet to choose a martial arts textbook. You have to spend a large amount of contribution value. Now, you have to think carefully. Innate martial artists, even those with extraordinary qualifications, only had a certain possibility of comprehending one of the blade techniques within a month. The difficulty was enormous, and Su Hao was just a first-class martial artist, which was a bit presumptuous. But Su Hao's eyes were bright, and he firmly said, I'll choose it. To choose it, of course he had to choose the best and the strongest. The blade technique within this truncated blade was absolutely extraordinary. Su Hao would rather put up a fight. Chapter 34, Blade Technique Intent Inheritance. An inexplicable luster flashed in the old man's eyes as he shook his head. Since you insist, I have no right to intervene. After a month, whether you have comprehended the blade technique in it or not, you must return it without a day's delay. Do you understand? Aha! Su Hao nodded his head. As an inheritance-type item, there was no doubt that the value was very precious, and as an inheritance-type item, one had to comprehend the inheritance item in order to be able to learn the martial arts within it. So choosing this broken blade, with only 1 month of usage, many innate martial artists were unwilling to choose it. A month's time, want to comprehend the blade moves in it is too difficult. If you can't comprehend it, you will have consumed a lot of contribution points for nothing, and even if you succeed in comprehending it, the blade technique in it is only one move after all, and those innate martial artists would prefer to choose the subtle and complete set of blade techniques, like Su Hao, who hasn't even reached the Hotian realm, and still insists on choosing this broken blade, is estimated to be the first one in the entire history of the Tao Polarity sect. The old man opened the glass cabinet of that bookshelf and took out the tip of that cut-off blade in it, handing it over to Su Hao. This kid is more than likely going to waste his effort. Not only did he waste an opportunity to choose a martial skill for free, but he also wasted a month's time. It's best not to be struck down in terms of his confidence in martial arts. The old man secretly thought when he saw Su Hao holding the cut tip of the blade in a delighted manner. Many martial artists thought that they were extraordinary, more outstanding than others, and when they suffered a blow, it was also extraordinarily heavy. If Su Hao chose this cut-off blade with full confidence, but as a result, he didn't manage to comprehend the blade technique in it within a month, the old man felt that Su Hao would probably be struck down to his own confidence in martial arts. Of course, the old man was overthinking. For Su Hao, even if he couldn't comprehend the blade technique in it in a month, Su Hao would feel disappointed at most. Being struck down to his confidence in martial Tao was impossible. He wasn't so fragile yet. Then Senior will take his leave first, Su Hao said to the old man, and then he left from the hidden scripture pavilion with this broken blade in a hurry. He couldn't wait to study the blade technique in it. Su Hao went all the way to the cultivation room that only the outer disciples of the Tao Extreme sect were qualified to use, entered one of the quiet rooms, took out the broken blade and started to study it. This cut-off knife only has one tip, less than 1/5 of a knife as a whole. Su Hao stroked the tip of the cut-off knife and secretly said, this knife was bound to be a superb treasure knife when it was intact, and he didn't know how it was broken and shattered. The tip of the knife was cold to the touch. With a numbing feeling, Su Hao sat down on his knees, placed it on his knees, and started to try to focus his own spirit on this broken knife. At that moment, Su Hao had an indescribable feeling that he vaguely saw a burly man wielding a strangely shaped battle sword and performing sword techniques. However, this feeling was too strange, just like an elementary school student reading a college student's textbook, able to recognize the words above, but not able to understand the meaning of it. The blade technique recorded within this broken blade was very subtle and obscure. On top of that, the stout man's blade technique was also crippled, and it was not the first move of a set of blade techniques. There was no previous blade move to make a pad, coming up to the second and third move, naturally making it difficult for people to understand where the essence of it lies. Sure enough, it's very difficult. Su Hao laughed bitterly. Other blade techniques were all recorded in books, with text detailing the cultivation method, but the blade technique within this inheritance item relied on the meaning inheritance, which was even more difficult to figure out and comprehend than the text. For a day and a night, Su Hao had not even glimpsed the mysteries of the sword inheritance within the broken sword. Su Hao did not get discouraged. Speaking of which, this broken knife feels as if it has electricity on it, so is the blade law inheritance contained inside also a lightning attribute blade law? Su Hao thought of this at this moment, and as he gently stroked his palm over the tip of the blade, he was able to feel an obvious tingling sensation. Since this is the case, can I use my thunder blade intent to tickle the inheritance within the broken blade? Su Hao's eyes lit up. Since it was a blade technique that relied on the inheritance of intent, then he would use his intent to comprehend it. Su Hao took a deep breath and released his own thunder blade intent, injecting it into the broken blade, experiencing the inheritance within it, and to Su Hao's astonishment there was really a change. As Su Hao's thunder saber intent invaded within the broken saber, the intent inheritance within the broken saber seemed to be enraged, seeing Su Hao's saber intent as a foreigner, so it launched an attack towards him. Rumble! Su Hao saw the shadow of that stout swordsman again. This time his shadow was even clearer, and a furious sword slashed towards him. The heavenly thunder rolled, and a destructive aura was permeating, giving Su Hao a sense of imminent destruction. Surprisingly, Su Hao was horrified in his heart, and he hurriedly gathered thunder blade intent to resist the intent attack within the broken blade. Boom! With an explosion, the thunder blade intent collided with the intent inheritance within the broken blade. Su Hao's brain was in intense pain, and he hurriedly withdrew his blade intent. At this moment, he was already covered in cold sweat, so terrifying. It's as if my soul is going to be obliterated by the intent inheritance within the broken blade. But Su Hao's eyes were surprisingly bright. Instead of watching the intent inheritance within it, it would be better to take the initiative to contact and experience it with his own thunder blade intent, so that the effect would be even better, except that in doing so, one had to be careful at all times, and a bad one might be traumatized by the intent inheritance. Rumble! Su Hao carefully extended the thunder saber intent into the broken saber, and immediately offended the intent inheritance again. Su Hao saw that in one side of the void, that lanky saberman once again waved his battle saber at him, descending the annihilating heavenly thunder. Su Hao retreated with a touch, quietly feeling the saber chopped down by that man in the intent inheritance. Again! When he was almost done digesting, Suhao once again touched the intent inheritance with his sword intent. If people knew Suhao's cultivation method, they would definitely marvel at his madness, and it was possible to become an idiot with a bad mind damage. In other words, Suhao's Thunder Blade intent is the same attribute as that of the broken knife, so the counterattack will be much weaker. If the other attribute of the blade intent is used to touch the inheritance of the intent, the strength of the attack will be more than that. It's so tiring. Just sensing 3 times of the inheritance, the internal energy in my dantian is all depleted. Suhao only sensed 3 times of the intent inheritance, and then he felt weak, his dantian was empty, and all his muscles were sore and soft. The self-comprehended saber intent being traumatized was something that would directly affect and feed back to the physical body. The spirit and soul were the origin, while the physical body was the soil that nurtured the soul. Chapter 35, Heisting Thunder Blade Technique. It was like a person who was highly concentrated on doing something. When he suddenly came back from this state, he would suddenly be tired, panting, sweating, and losing a lot of physical strength. Suhao felt that his brain was dizzy, as if it was lacking in oxygen. Suhao temporarily stopped comprehending the inheritance of meaning, adjusted his breathing, and operated the breathing of blood method, and at that moment, every single piece of his blood seemed to come alive, and a strange power arose, causing his depleted physical strength and internal strength to recover extremely fast. The physical body was the soil, supplying out nutrients unceasingly, and even Suhao's exhausted spirit recovered quickly, and after 2 hours of meditation, Suhao once again plunged himself into comprehending the inheritance of intent, and when his brain started to get dizzy, Suhao withdrew from this state and started to take a rest. This kind of comprehension was undoubtedly very efficient, and after just a week, Suhao gradually had a rough outline and understanding of the blade technique within the broken blade. And when half a month later, Suhao on the other hand violently opened his eyes, feeling the stout swordsman in his mind who swung his sword and chopped at him, he similarly let out a low roar, condensed his sword intent, and returned to attack back. Crack! The 2 thunder blade awnings violently collided, and Suhao's entire mind seemed to see an ocean of thunder. Who finally made it? The blade inheritance within this broken blade is the second move named the thunderjacking blade technique. Suhao retreated from the state of comprehending the saber law. A joyful color appeared on his face. Half a month's time, it had finally become a success, successfully comprehending a set of saber law within the broken saber called the cracking thunder saber law. But it was a pity that the cracking thunder saber law within the broken saber was crippled. There was only the second move. However, even if it was only the second move, its subtle might was superior to many so-called profound blade techniques. Cavalry Thunder Blade Technique crippled, silver grade, proficiency beginner 1%, a blade technique known for its killing power. The blade comes out like a cavalry thunder from beyond the 9 heavens descending upon the earth, destroying everything. Just a single mutilated blade technique alone was as high as a silver grade quality. One could imagine how strong the complete rubber thunder blade technique was. There's still half a month left, I can't waste it. Even though I've successfully comprehended the saber technique within the broken saber, I can still take advantage of the inheritance of the intent within it to sharpen my own saber intent. Suhao secretly thought, using the saber intent to clash with the intent inheritance within the broken saber was like making iron. It could make one's own saber intent stronger and more refined. However, it would damage the intent inheritance within the broken saber, which was none of Suhao's business. Anyway, it was given to him to use for a month, and how to use it was all his business. Suhao began to sharpen the knife intent with the help of the intent inheritance within the broken knife. In the air around Suhao, there are static electricity. If ordinary people are in it, it won't take long for the opportunity to be electrocuted by the death of shock. After another half a month passed, Suhao's eyes blossomed with light, as if thunder was shining, and he revealed a hint of a smile. Very good, my thunder blade intent has successfully advanced from the 10% blade intent to the level of the 20% blade intent. The difference in intensity between a 10% blade intent and a 20% blade intent was more than double, which was definitely a huge improvement. A month of seclusion had allowed Suhao's blood-breathing technique proficiency to be raised to the intermediate level, and he had mastered a killing move, and his thunder blade intent had even produced a qualitative change, so this kind of progress was very astonishing. Let's go return this broken blade. If he could, Suhao still wanted to continue sharpening his own blade intent with the intent inheritance within this broken blade, but a month's time had already arrived. Suhao brought the broken knife to the hidden scripture pavilion and met that old man again. He returned the broken knife to the old man and said, I came to return the knife, please senior. That old man took the broken knife and looked at Suhao with some surprise. He still had an impression of Suhao. Suhao returned the broken knife. Nowadays, had he comprehended the knife method or had he failed? Suhao's expression was very calm, not like what a failure should look like, but he was just a first-class martial artist level. How could he comprehend the blade technique that many innate martial artists could not necessarily comprehend? Most likely he failed, just pretending not to be struck. The old man muttered secretly. Suhao didn't know what the old man was thinking again. After returning the broken blade, Suhao left straight away. No. The intent inheritance within this broken knife are weakened a lot. Can make the intent inheritance weaken so much, he really grasped the robbing thunder blade method in it? But after Su Hao left, this old man slightly felt the inheritance within the broken knife, but he was stunned, in which the intention inheritance consumed a lot, which means that Su Hao sensed the intention inheritance therein many times, in all likelihood. Su Hao really comprehended the knife law therein. What a demonic brat. Is it called? Su Hao. While the old man sucked in a mouthful of cold air, he also secretly memorized this name, and he felt that perhaps it wouldn't be long before this name would rise to prominence in the Tao Extreme sect. Good, now I can go and break into the demon puppet formation to earn a little contribution value. Su Hao left the hidden scripture pavilion and headed straight to where the devil puppet formation was. Devil puppet formation, this was a good place for Tao Polarity sect's disciples to sharpen themselves. Devil puppets would constantly appear in the devil puppet formation. The rules were very simple: defeat all the devil puppets and you could go to the next layer. As the number of layers increased, the strength of the devil puppets would also increase. In order to encourage disciples to take the initiative to enter the magic puppet array to sharpen themselves, each break through a layer of the magic puppet array will be rewarded a considerable contribution value. Of course, each layer of the contribution value can only be obtained once, and everyone could only enter the devil puppet array once every month. Su Hao came all the way to the outside of Tao Polarity sect's magic puppet array. The whole magic puppet array was located in the center of a square, while outside the square, there were many disciples wearing Tao Polarity sect's clothes waiting. Each time entering the magic puppet array could only be done by one person, and the person who needed to go in came out, and the outside could only go in. Brother Su? At this time, a voice came from not far away. Su Hao looked back in doubt and saw a familiar teenager. It was Xiao Jun. Xiao Jun was the same as Su Hao. All of them were holding the Immortal sect token to join the Tao Extreme sect, and had entered 2 months earlier than Su Hao. You also came to break into the formation? Xiao Jun laughed. Well, it's my first time to come to this devil puppet formation. How is it in here? Su Hao was also happy to see his acquaintance, and at the same time asked him about the demon puppet formation. Hearing this, Xiao Jun shook his head helplessly. The difficulty of this devil puppet formation is very high. This devil puppet formation is for our outer disciples. The inner disciples' devil puppet formation is much more difficult, while the difficulty of our outer disciples' devil puppet formation, however, is also very perverted. If you want to break through the first layer, you need the strength of an Hotian. Hotian martial artists, in some small places, would be called strong, but with this devil puppet formation, one would need Hotian cultivation to break through the first layer at the start. This devil puppet array, there are 8 layers, the difficulty of each layer is increasing. Break through the 6th layer of the outer disciples is definitely the elite of the elite, will get the honor of the devil puppet array ringing bells. Break through the 7th layer, in the tens of thousands of outer door disciples belong to the phoenix feather. As for the 8th layer, need to be innate level strength to break through. The entire outer door, only 3 people can do it, none of them are the heavenly pride in the heavenly pride. Xiao Jun said with a face full of yearning, I hope that I'll finally have the chance to break through the 7th and 8th layers in the outer sect. Chapter 36, anyway, it's all solved by one cut. Su Hao listened to also smacked his lips. The magic puppet array a total of 8 layers. Break through the 7th layer belongs to the phoenix feather. As for the 8th layer, the entire outer door only 3 people broke through, because it requires innate level strength, but the outer door disciples are only the latter day cultivation, can have the strength of the innate realm, and the latter day realm, undoubtedly is a demon in the demon, and cultivation. If you reach the innate, you can't break through the outer door of the magic puppet array, only to break through the inner door of the difficulty of a higher level of the devil. The inner door can only go to the more difficult demon puppet formation. Therefore, the 3 of the tens of thousands of disciples in the outer gate who were able to pass the devil puppet formation were those who broke through the devil puppet formation with the innate cultivation, and they were not simple characters. Su Hao curiously inquired, how many layers of the devil puppet formation did you pass through? Xiao Jun dryly coughed and said, I passed the first layer last time, I hope I can pass the second layer this time. Su Hao was a bit speechless when he heard this. Xiao Jun was able to get the Immortal sect token and enter Daoji sect. His strength was naturally not weak, but he only passed the first layer. Following that, Su Hao was full of wariness. He wanted to see how many layers of the demon puppet formation he could pass. Failed again. At this time, not far away, a Tao Polarity sect disciple rushed out of the magic puppet formation in a sorry state, his face full of chagrin. It's just a little bit short of passing the 3rd layer. Outside the demon puppet formation, a white-haired old man sat on his knees. His face was indifferent. Next. My turn, my turn. Xiao Jun rushed over with a face of excitement, his body disappearing into the curtain of light. Soon after, there were faint sounds of swords and spears resonating within this demon puppet formation, and there was no doubt that it was Xiao Jun who was starting to break into the formation. I give up. I give up. As a result, in less than 3 minutes' time, Xiao Jun was ejected from the demon puppet formation shouting, I give up. It's Xiao Jun? Ha, this kid is entering the demon puppet formation for the 3rd time, right? Still didn't pass the 2nd level. Someone who knew Xiao Jun laughed out loud. The first layer of the demon puppet formation could be passed with early Hotian cultivation, but the difficulty of each layer after that was increasing. I'm so close, next time I'll definitely be able to break through the 2nd layer and get 500 merit points. Xiao Jun said with a resigned face. Obviously he failed and wasn't able to break through the second layer. The contribution point reward given for breaking through the first layer of the demon puppet formation was 100 points, while the contribution point reward given for breaking through the second layer was a full 500 points. Brother Su, you cheer up, strive to break through the first layer. 100 contribution points can also buy 1 or 2 cultivation enhancing pills. Xiao Jun patted Su Hao's shoulder and encouraged him. In Xiao Jun's opinion, Su Hao's first-class martial artist level cultivation was really a bit weak, and it was a bit difficult to break through the first layer. Aha! Su Hao rubbed his nose, a little speechless. It seemed that Xiao Jun didn't realize that he had defeated 3 Hotian martial artists of Dao Extreme Sect when he was introduced. Next. Time passed and it was finally Su Hao's turn. Su Hao headed towards the demon puppet formation. That white-haired old man was a bit surprised to see Su Hao, first-class martial artist level? It seems that the talent is good. When you enter the devil puppet formation, if you can't hold on anymore, just yell out that I give up, and breaking into the formation can be terminated immediately. Don't be underpowered and still force yourself to break in, or else your life will be in danger. In history, there was no lack of martial artists who were unwilling to give up, and as a result, they died within the demon puppet formation. Of course, this was still a minority. Most martial artists were still in their right mind, and knowing that they couldn't break through, they would choose to give up, and wouldn't fight to the death. I understand. Su Hao nodded his head. From what Xiao Jun had said before, he knew the doorways within this demon puppet formation. Su Hao took a step into the light curtain of the demon puppet formation and disappeared. Who is this kid? Looks like he's new to the Dao Polarity sect. Well, about the same age as Xiao Jun, but his cultivation is a bit too weak. He hasn't even reached the Hotian. I'll bet that he'll break through 1 layer at most and come out within 3 minutes. Many waiting Daoji sect disciples outside the devil puppet formation saw Su Hao enter the devil puppet formation, and all of them smiled, guessing how many layers Su Hao could break through and how long it would take to come out. When Su Hao entered the devil puppet formation, he found himself on top of a wide battlefield. The rocky soil in front of him twisted for a while, and soon after, several black rock puppets with big bodies and long spears appeared in the ground. Each of these black rock puppets had a rather strong aura, with a cultivation close to the Hotian, and even more, there were as many as three black rock puppets, each of which had the strength of a peak first-class martial artist, and were proficient in battle formations and coordination, and could rival the Hotian when they joined forces. This was the first layer of the demon puppet formation. Defeating these 3 black rock puppets would allow them to enter the second layer. It's really magical. To directly turn all the rocks into puppets that can rival the first-class martial artist level, this devil puppet formation must have consumed a lot of resources from Daoji sect to build it. Su Hao secretly sighed in admiration. This demon puppet formation was really peculiar, completely exceeding mundane means. Come on! Su Hao looked at the 3 black rock puppets on the opposite side. Roar! The 3 black rock puppets all held rock lances, roaring as they attacked and killed Su Hao from 3 different directions, cooperating well and striking at the same time. Even a Hotian martial artist would feel overwhelmed when facing this joint strike. However, Su Hao couldn't see any expression on his face. The 3 black rock puppets were all equivalent to first-class martial artist level, but for Su Hao, they looked a bit insufficient. Snort! When the 3 black rock puppets were close to Su Hao's 3 meters distance, Su Hao steeply drew his sword, and the snowy sword light was like a round of curved moon, flashing away. Poo poo poo! The figures of the 3 black rock puppets stuttered at the same time. Their lances were cut off, and with them, the necks of the 3 black rock puppets were also broken. The 3 black rock puppets were killed at the same time, and were directly retransformed into a puddle of dirt and rocks that merged into the earth. Past the first level? Or did you kill 3 peak first-class martial artist level puppets in a flash? Outside the demon puppet formation, the white-haired old man who sat cross-legged to guard the demon puppet formation showed a hint of surprise on his face. If it was someone else who passed through the first layer, it wouldn't be worth much surprise, but Su Hao was only at the first-class martial artist level, successfully passing through the first layer of the devil puppet formation, or killing 3 devil puppets in a single moment. This achievement was quite eye-catching. Successfully killed the devil puppets. Gained 50 experience points. Gained 50 experience points. Gained 50 experience points. At this time, Su Hao's face revealed a surprised look, because he had killed these 3 devil puppets and even gained experience value. Although he didn't know if it was because it wasn't a real creature, the amount of experience value was far less than that of the same level of demonic ghosts, but this then was enough to make one happy. This demon puppet formation was simply a paradise for Su Hao. Not only was he able to gain contribution points, but he was also able to gain experience value. Okay, second layer. Su Hao was fully motivated. Passing the first layer, 100 contribution points had already arrived, but of course, he wouldn't be satisfied. Not long after, the dirt and rocks on the ground twisted and formed 3 black rock puppets once again, but these 3 black rock puppets were very different from before. While they held long spears, they also wore rock armor on their bodies, and their aura was a whole lot stronger. Each black rock golem was equivalent to an early Hotian expert. With a full 3 early Hotian black rock golems joining forces, it was no wonder why Xiao Jun couldn't even break through to the second floor before. The difficulty had indeed increased by more than a few times. Roar! The three tall black rock golems roared again as they came charging in, their speed as fast as the wind, trampling the earth with a thud. Although it was stronger than the three puppets on the first level, it was actually no difference for Su Hao, because it was all solved with one slash anyway. Chapter 37, Breaking the Formation. Poo poo poo. Su Hao took his sword back into its sheath, storing up his strength in the posture of drawing and chopping, and waited until the moment when the three black rock puppets entered within 3 meters, and instantly drew his sword, and the deadly, icy cold blade was like a curved moon, poignant and graceful. The blade energy chopped off the weapons of the three black rock puppets, and at the same time sliced through their neck, killing them with one stroke of the sword. Passed through the second level in an instant again? Killing 3 early Hotian stage devil puppets at the same time? Everyone outside the demon puppet formation was unaware of what was happening inside the demon puppet formation, except for the white-haired old man guarding the demon puppet formation, who could not see the specifics inside the demon puppet formation, but was able to sense the progress of the breakers. The white-haired old man was shocked and puzzled. Even if the first layer passed in an instant, the second layer of the 3 early Hotian puppets were also crushed in an instant? 500 contribution points in hand. Next layer. Su Hao was excited. If he let Xiao Jun know, he would definitely spit blood. In his opinion, the extremely difficult second layer, Su Hao easily passed. As for the third layer of the devil puppet formation, the difficulty spiked again. This time, a full 6 devil puppets appeared, and each of them had different weapons, complete with swords, guns, swords and sticks, with even more variations. Shoo! A devil puppet waved a meteor hammer and threw it towards Su Hao. Su Hao slightly sidestepped his head to avoid it, but a sword-wielding devil puppet was already pouncing over, and a sword viciously stabbed at Su Hao's throat, fast and harsh. This difficulty has really increased a lot, but it's still not enough. Poof! Su Hao swung his sword, a simple blade, but fast to the extreme, as if a breeze was blowing through, chopping above the neck of that devil puppet afterward, cutting off its head. After killing this devil puppet, Su Hao moved his technique, avoiding the stabbing attack of the devil puppet holding a lance behind him, and appeared at its side, and the blizzard blade intent made Su Hao's knife speed unimaginably fast, and it was still a slash of a knife. Su Hao's primary wind spirit root caused him to have superb speed. Su Hao swept past the rest of the demon puppets like the wind, and as he swept past, the cold stream blade rolled up the wind and killed them one by one. 1,000 points of merit value to hand. This third layer is so difficult, the fourth layer must be even more difficult. I want to see which layer I can break into at my limit. Su Hao's eyes glowed as he continued to break into the fourth layer of the devil puppet formation. On the fourth layer, a full 12 rock puppets appeared, and unlike the previous puppets, each of these 12 puppets had a bronze color on their bodies, and their breath was even more powerful. 12 puppets that formed a battle formation, and the 3 puppets in the center were holding bows and arrows, bringing Su Hao not a small amount of pressure. Swoosh! The 3 bronze puppets holding bows and arrows bent their bows and arrows, and 3 finger-thick arrows tore through the void, like 3 streams of light shooting out, unimaginably fast. What a fast speed! Su Hao was also secretly shocked. At this speed, an ordinary Hotian martial artist would probably be hit by the arrows without even being able to react. Clang clang clang. Su Hao grasped the blistering wind blade intent. The green-colored air current wrapped around the blade, and made 3 consecutive slashes, knocking the 3 arrows away. Swoosh! But Su Hao had only just blocked the 3 arrows, when those 3 bronze puppets bent their bows and arrows again, and the arrows shot like a series of beads, while the remaining 9 bronze puppets formed a battle formation to protect the 3 long-range soldiers. Obviously, this was a tactic, having the 3 boss soldiers constantly firing and the rest of the puppets protecting. It was quite a rogue to defend for a long time. Think you can block me like this? Breath of blood technique. Su Hao snorted coldly and stimulated the breath of blood technique. When he comprehended the robbing thunder blade technique before, Su Hao's breath of blood technique had already entered the intermediate level of proficiency through repeated breathing and exercising. At this moment, with Su Hao's breathing, every drop of Su Hao's blood released a strange power, drastically strengthening Su Hao's vision and hearing, and in his eyes, those arrows that were originally swift became slow, and Su Hao's figure flickered, avoiding every arrow's attack in the tiniest arc in the most effective way, and rushed straight to the battle formation formed by the 12 bronze puppets. The 12 bronze puppets released their arrows, while the rest raised their weapons in their hands very icily, ready to force Su Hao back. Wind Thunder Chop. The stern light in Su Hao's eyes was shining, the blistering wind blade intent and thunder blade intent fused, and a wind and thunder chop chopped out, and the green-colored airflow entwined with light golden thunder, as if the wind was roaring, the thunder was roaring, and the emptiness was blowing apart. Ka 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 ka. The 10-foot-long saber chi streaked across, and the arrows shot along the way were torn to shreds before they had a chance to come into contact with Su Hao, slashing heavily on the bodies of the several bronze puppets that intercepted them. Rumble! The greenish-golden blade chi burst apart, hurricane winds swept through with hints of thunder, and a full 4 bronze puppets were impacted by this strike of the mixture of 2 kinds of blade intent of wind and thunder, their bodies bursting into pieces, and their limbs and broken arms flew about. Su Hao's strike with the mixture of the 2 kinds of saber intent had more than doubled its power by 1 or 2 times, combining both the ferocity of thunder and the swiftness of the wind, and it was incomparably powerful. With just 1 slash, it tore apart the battle formation formed by these 12 bronze puppets. Poo poo poo. Suha didn't stop, his sword came out like the wind, chopping out one after another, killing all three exposed long-range bronze puppets with ease. Without these three long-range attacking bronze puppets, the next step was undoubtedly much easier, and Suha faced the remaining few bronze puppets, all of which were easily broken one by virtue of their speed advantage. The difficulty of this fourth layer is really not low. Successfully defeating all the puppets in the fourth layer, Suha secretly said in his heart, 12 bronze puppets, forming a battle formation, is a middle Hotian martial artist basically didn't have much of a chance of passing. As for the devil puppet formation on the fifth layer, according to what Xiao Jun said, many late Hotian martial artists would have difficulty passing through it, and those who were able to pass through the devil puppet formation on the sixth layer were all the top people among the outer disciples. The fourth layer, on the other hand, gave Suhao a reward of 2,000 contribution points, and Suhao still wanted to try the fifth layer of the devil puppet formation. Without giving Suhao much time to rest, in front of Suhao, one by one, bronze puppets rose up from the ground, still 12, but what was very different from before was that these 12 bronze puppets not only had a more powerful aura, but also each of them held a weapon in one hand and a shield in the other. These bronze puppets faced Suhao, all of them did not move at all, adopting a defensive battle method, and in the devil puppet formation, if they failed to pass when the time was up, they would be directly judged as failing to break into the formation. Then let's see how this fifth layer is. Suhao didn't stop, deciding to attack first to test it out, his figure extremely indulged out, a thunder blade intent that reached 20% blade intent slashed out, light golden thunder roaring, engulfing one or two bronze puppets in it. Crack! The thunder blade aura exploded, the two bronze puppets held their shields in defense. What made Suhao stunned happened, the thunder blade aura dissipated, these two bronze puppets were not damaged at all, even there was not even a trace on their bodies. What's going on? My thunder blade intent reached the level of 20% blade intent, but it couldn't even hurt them a bit? Suhao was shocked. What kind of strong defense is this? Chapter 38, the sixth floor? Elite list. Wind thunder chop. Suhao didn't believe in evil, once again stimulating his blade intent. The two types of blade intent, wind and thunder, fused together, hurricane wind roaring, thunder light sprinting. Crack! The 12 bronze puppets put their shields together, still on the defense. The green golden saber chi exploded, shaking the air and creating ripples, but the 12 bronze puppets remained unharmed, their feet clasping the earth, not moving at all. Does this mean that if the attack doesn't reach a certain intensity, it will be directly immunized? Suhao guessed in his heart, this fifth layer was very special, all the bronze puppets had super strong defense, and it was difficult to cause the slightest damage to them if the intruder's attack didn't reach a certain level. These bronze puppets wouldn't take the initiative to attack, but if the time was up, the intruder would fail to break into the formation directly. Then, only try the newly comprehended blade technique. Suhao took a deep breath, his hands gripped the hilt of the knife, a destructive aura was brewing, the internal energy in Suhao's body was unceasingly injected into the cold stream knife, and in the same trend, the knife slashed out, and black thunder erupted in all directions, as if it had the power to destroy the world. It was precisely the second style of Suhao's newly mastered robbing thunder blade technique. The 12 bronze puppets all raised their shields to resist, their bronze-colored shields appearing pleated and extremely sturdy. Thunder pull! But when this black thunder blade landed on their shields, it was as if a thunderous evil dragon was roaring, and the terrifying destructive power exploded, and Raleigh tore the shields of the 4 bronze puppets that bore the brunt of the attack, and along with it, their bodies as well. It works! Suhao's eyes instantly lit up. This newly mastered thunderjack blade technique was worthy of its silver level quality rating. The killing power was terrifying, even the bronze puppets at the 5th level couldn't defend themselves. Again! Suhao lifted his strength, and the thunderjacking blade technique was executed, integrating his own blade intent into it, and destructive thunder was tumbling. Boom boom! 2 slashes in a row, destroying, roaring and tearing apart the remaining few bronze puppets. Successfully killed the demon puppet. Gained 100 experience points. Gained 100 points of experience value. Gained 100 experience points. A series of system prompts came, and Suhao didn't have time to rejoice before he felt tearing pain coming from every muscle in his body. Hiss! It hurts. Driving this thunderjacking blade technique is too much of a load on myself, making 3 slashes in a row almost drained my stamina, it consumes too much. Suhao felt the soreness of his body, and secretly said, the thunderjacking blade technique, powerful, but for Suhao's consumption is also incomparably horrifying, 3 blades only, it drained Suhao's strength, good thing he successfully passed the 5th layer. The contribution point reward for passing the 5th layer was 5,000 points. Together with the rewards of the previous 4 layers, the total was 8,600 contribution points, which was definitely a huge amount of money. On top of that, killing these demonic puppets also provided Suhao with a certain amount of experience value, although it was far inferior to the demonic ghosts of the same level, it added up to 2,500 points. Undoubtedly, the harvest from breaking into the formation this time was very huge. Suhao looked at the ground gradually to have new puppets condensed, and he directly said, "And breaking into the formation." The sixth layer of the devil puppet formation, among the 80,000 to 90,000 outer disciples of the entire Tao Polarity sect, the ones who could break through it were very few. It was the elites in the outer sect, the peak Hotian martial artists who could do it, not to mention the fact that Su Hao was physically exhausted at this moment. Even if he was at his peak state, the chances of breaking through it was also not very high, so Su Hao directly chose to give up. As Su Hao's words fell, everything around him disappeared, and Su Hao also felt a repulsive force coming. Su Hao followed this repulsive force, and successfully detached himself from the devil puppet formation. Brother Su, how is it? It took so long to come out, you didn't even pass the second layer, right? As soon as Su Hao came out, Xiao Jun ran over, saying with a shocked face. The time Su Hao went in wasn't short, which showed that Su Hao had most likely passed the second layer of the devil puppet formation, and he only had the cultivation of first-class martial artist level A. This newcomer is really not simple. Ha, old wine, just now you bet that he couldn't pass even one layer, bring 100 contribution points, don't want to back out. There were quite a few Tao Polarity sect disciples who laughed, feeling that Su Hao's strength was beyond their expectations. Only that white-haired old man's mouth twitched slightly. 2 layers? This one has passed the 5th layer of the demon puppet formation. The white-haired old man guarding the devil puppet formation was the only one present who knew that Su Hao had passed the 5th layer of the devil puppet formation. It was undoubtedly quite astonishing for a first-class martial artist level to pass the 5th layer of the devil puppet formation that many late Hotian martial artists had difficulty passing. What an uncomplicated young man, is it called Su Hao? Old me remembered. The white-haired old man looked deeply at Su Hao, his face filled with appreciation. He felt that with Su Hao's natural talent, the next time he came to the demon puppet formation, his strength would definitely have a huge leap, but exactly how long he would be able to pass through the 6th layer of the demon puppet formation, this was unknown. The 6th layer was a watershed. An outer disciple who was able to pass through the 6th layer was undoubtedly not an elite amongst the outer disciples, and it would be a matter of time before they could even advance to the innate realm in the future. It's senior brother Fong Jing, is he here to impact the 6th layer of the demon puppet formation? Ha, senior brother Fong Jing, he has joined the Tao Polarity sect for 10 years now, he is powerful, it's amazing to be able to watch him break through the formation. If he breaks through the 6th layer, the devil puppet formation will even ring a bell to celebrate. At this moment, the crowd's attention moved away from Su Hao's body, and a white-clothed man came slowly, his appearance causing a commotion. This senior brother Fong Jing, who was obviously extremely prestigious and strong among the outer sect disciples, came to this demon puppet formation, making the crowd curious whether he could break through his previous limits this time and successfully pass the 6th layer of the demon puppet formation, leaping up to become an outer sect elite. Senior brother Fong Jing, it's possible for him to enter the elite list and become the 151st elite disciple on the elite list. Xiao Jun was also incomparably excited. The so-called elite list was lined up by the outer sect disciples themselves. Those who could make it onto the elite list were those who passed the 6th-layer demon puppet formation. The 3 at the top of this elite list were naturally those 3 super demons who passed the 8-layer demon puppet formation with an Hotian cultivation, whereas, if someone was promoted into the inner sect, their name would disappear from the elite list as well. The outer disciples were close to 90,000 people. To be able to stand out among the 90,000 talented martial artists with spiritual roots that had gathered from all sides and enter the elite list was undoubtedly a kind of honor, and every disciple on the elite list was basically an inner disciple, and it was only a matter of time before they all promoted to the innate elite list? It's a bit interesting. Su Hao was also surprised. This elite list seemed to be able to help him understand what level the top level of the outer disciples of this Tao Polarity sect was. Su Hao, however, was ready to leave. Seeing Su Hao leaving, Xiao Jun was puzzled. Aren't you going to watch senior brother Fong Jing break through the formation? He might break through the 6th layer of the demon puppet formation today and enter the elite list. I'm not watching, I'm going to go to the treasure pavilion to see if I can exchange something. Su Hao shook his head. He didn't have much interest in whether the senior brother Fong Jing could break through the 6th layer of the demon puppet formation and enter the elite list. 600 points of contribution value can't be exchanged for much good stuff. Seeing Su Hao's departing back, Xiao Jun muttered a bit. What Xiao Jun didn't know was that Su Hao didn't just have 600 contribution points, but a full 8,600 points. Chapter 39, Metamorphosis, Blood Demon Body. Treasure Pavilion. This was the place where the Tao Polarity sect stored its treasures, in which pills to enhance cultivation, all kinds of heavenly materials and treasures collected by the sect, and divine weapons were all available. However, all of these required a considerable amount of contribution points to exchange. This young brother from the same sect, what do you need to order? A middle-aged man with a big belly greeted him, a pair of small eyes smiling, somewhat like a secular merchant. Su Hao looked around. There were many treasures placed within this store, making him a bit dazzled. This is the Peiyuan Dan, capable of nourishing internal energy, most suitable for martial artists below Hotian. The price of a bottle is 500 contribution points. This is the Pure Heart Pill. Taking one when practicing martial arts and techniques can allow one to enter a state of cultivation where one forgets both things in oneself. The price of a bottle is 1,000 contribution points. The middle-aged man was very enthusiastic to help Su Hao recommend all kinds of items that were suitable for him, making Su Hao feel like he was sorry for not buying them. Su Hao looked around, but his eyes fixed on a blood-colored vial, wondering, what is this thing? The middle-aged man took a glance and immediately said, this is the demon ghost's essence blood. Usually some disciples can use it when refining pills. In addition, if you are injured and have lost your chi and blood, directly drinking the demon ghost's essence blood can also make your chi and blood recover quickly. Demon ghost's essence blood? Su Hao's eyes brightened up. Su Hao remembered a technique he obtained by killing Bloodwing blood demon body. This blood demon body was an evil Gongfu secret technique with shortcuts, and it could even be borrowed to transform oneself into a half-demon ghost, and it was best cultivated with the heart blood of children and boys, which could be considered a very evil Gongfu. However, according to Su Hao's knowledge, it is okay to use demon ghost's essence blood to cultivate, but it must be the essence blood of the demon ghost of the Hotian level. Any Gongfu secret technique, in different people's hands to use it is not divided into good and evil. This demon's essence blood made Su Hao can't help but be greatly moved. His Su family's highest level Gongfu was the purple chi skill, but the black iron level quality. Although the blood demon body, this Gongfu secret art only has 3 layers, but as high as the bronze level quality, he can completely cultivate it to the perfect, and then later on to see if he can find the complete blood demon body. The fact that the blood demon body was able to make Bloodwing and the others so crazy was naturally because this technique was quite extraordinary. Thus, Su Hao made up his mind and opened his mouth. Do you have the essence blood of a Hotian demon ghost? The middle-aged man was stunned. Su Hao, a martial artist who hadn't even reached the Hotian realm, didn't buy cultivation-enhancing pills. Instead, he wanted to buy the essence blood of a Hotian demon ghost? But the middle-aged man quickly said, of course there is, but the essence blood of a Hotian demon ghost is more expensive. A Hotian demon ghost can only refine so much essence blood, and the price of a bottle is 300 contribution points. Su Hao took a look at the vial. It was probably a bit smaller than a bottle filled with Hua. Such a small bottle would cost 300 contribution points. It was very expensive. Give me 10 bottles first. Su Hao decided to buy 10 bottles first to see the effect, and if it could really make his blood demon body rapidly refined, it wouldn't be too late to buy it again. Su Hao directly took out his identity token and handed it to the middle-aged man. A new disciple can take out 3,000 contribution points? The middle-aged man was surprised in his heart as he took the token and slightly probed his face with undisguised astonishment. A total of 8,600 contribution points. This number exactly corresponds to the reward for breaking through the 5 layers of the devil puppet array. Could it be that the person in front of him has broken through the 5 layers of the devil puppet array? Although his heart was shocked, the middle-aged man's hand movements were very sharp, and he also took out a token, like swiping a card, and swiped away the 3,000 contribution points within Su Hao's identity token. Then he took 10 blood-colored vials and handed them over to Su Hao more enthusiastically. A total of 10 bottles of Hotian demon's essence blood. You count it. Thanks a lot. Su Hao looked at it a little bit, then put it into a bag and left alone. I wonder how useful this blood demon body is to me. Su Hao secretly pondered and didn't stay, directly going to the cultivation room to study the secret art of blood demon body. Blood demon body, this was a technique to cultivate one's own blood. When the blood was strong, the body was naturally strong. Blood was the source of life. If a person lost too much blood, they would directly weaken, fall unconscious, and even die. As for the blood demon body, it majored in blood, causing one's own blood to metamorphose, further strengthening the physical body. So fishy. Su Hao opened a blood-red vial and immediately smelled a strong blood odor, which made him a bit speechless. Cultivating the blood demon body, having to drink blood directly, it was a bit heavy. A lot of vegetables are watered with feces, not the same eating beauty? I'll just pretend that the essence blood of these Hotian demon ghosts is pig's blood. Su Hao comforted himself twice in his mind, then drank a whole bottle of demon ghost essence blood with a tilt of his head. One could not be a man until one had eaten the bitterness. The essence blood of a Hotian demon ghost was undoubtedly a great tonic, and taking it made Su Hao feel that his stomach was boiling hot. Su Hao didn't hesitate, and immediately operated his blood demon body, starting to refine these demonic ghosts' essence blood, and instantly a stream of warmth swam all over his body, making his blood even stronger and further nourishing his physical body. After a bottle of demonic ghost essence blood was refined, Su Hao's entire body had a sense of divine completion, full of energy, ears and eyes, and the world in his eyes all seemed to become clearer. Continue. Su Hao began to refine a bottle of demonic ghost essence blood, and when the time came to a week later, 10 bottles of Hotian level demonic ghost essence blood were all refined by Su Hao, which caused him to successfully push his blood demon body up to the 2nd level of the realm. This blood demon body is actually so subtle. When Su Hao cultivated the blood demon body to the 2nd layer, his eyes flashed with astonishment. The most intuitive benefit of cultivating into the 2nd blood demon body was that the blood nourished the flesh, allowing Su Hao's physique to enhance by a large extent. While originally he had a strength of 10,000 jin in one arm, now he had a strength of close to 15,000 jin. Not only that, the biggest change was Su Hao's blood. It was like his blood had undergone a metamorphosis. Under the internal vision, the blood had a magnificent color, and the quality of the blood was more than 3 to 5 times higher than before. A drop of blood is equal to 3 or 5 drops of others. The benefit brought by this is huge. It can make Suha more divine and complete. Blood is the source of life. The blood becomes powerful. His life force is also more abundant. Ordinary people can only get well after 10 days and half a month of injuries. He estimated that he can be healed in 3 or 5 days. If I cultivate the blood demon body to the 3rd layer of perfection, won't I be able to use the burning blood secret art as an ordinary martial art? Suhao thought of this. The main thing that the blood burning secret technique burned was his own blood. If Suhao's blood metamorphosed again, it could completely and drastically weaken the side effects of the blood burning secret technique, and using the blood burning secret technique regularly wouldn't even be a big load on the body. Good, change all the contribution points into demonic ghost essence blood. Realizing how helpful this blood demon body would be to him, Suhao didn't hesitate and made another trip to the treasure pavilion, exchanging all of his remaining 5,600 contribution points for demon ghost essence blood. It was worth mentioning that the middle-aged man directly gave him a round number, a total of 20 bottles of Hotian demon ghost essence blood. Suhao refined the bottles of demonic ghost essence blood, and when another half a month passed, Suhao successfully pushed the blood demon body up to the 3rd level of perfection. Phew! Blood demon body cultivated to the 3rd layer of perfection. At this moment, under Suhao's internal vision, every drop of his blood was blood red and magnificent. Every drop of his blood was 10 times the quality of the previous one. Qi and blood were powerful. The benefits brought about by it were huge. Suhao's recovery power nowadays was nearly 10 times of that of an ordinary person. And the powerful qi and blood nourishes the flesh, along with Suhao's physical quality are greatly improved. He now has a huge strength of 20,000 pounds in one arm. In the past, when he performed the robbing thunder blade method, 3 knives would drain his strength, but now Suhao continuously 10 knives will not feel too tired. Even more amazing was the blood burning secret art. After his own qi and blood were strong, with the recovery power of the blood breathing method, Suhao was able to maintain the blood burning secret art for a long time without damaging his own origin, which was very amazing. Chapter 40, Setting a Record. Or perhaps this blood-burning secret art was originally a secret art that accompanied the blood demon body, and it was only when the blood demon body was strong that the true effects of the blood-burning secret art could be brought into play. My strength nowadays, I believe it's enough to break through the 6th layer of the demon puppet formation, rest for a few days, and the 1-month interval will be here, and the reward for breaking through the 6th layer of the demon puppet formation is a full 10,000 contribution points, which is enough for me to buy a large number of cultivation pills, helping me to quickly cause my internal energy to transform into true qi, and enter the realm of Hotian. Suhao's eyes were bright, already thinking about the path afterward. Hotian realm, causing internal force to metamorphose into true qi. This was a qualitative improvement, and it was believed that entering the Hotian realm could cause Suhao's strength to rise again. In Suhao's room, Suhao was lying on the bed, quietly looking at a manual. This manual is the so-called elite list. It is a manual made by the disciples themselves among the outer disciples. As for where Suhao came from, he met Xiao Jun not long ago, and Xiao Jun lent it to him to watch. The records on this are all the elite disciples who passed the 6-layer magic puppet array, updated every month. The list now has a total of 150 people, of which the person at the top of the list is named Yelu Xiong. This person passes the 8-layer magic puppet array with later heavenly cultivation, ranked first on the elite list, and is vaguely known as the number 1 strongest person in the outer gate. According to the information on the elite list manual, this Yelu Xiong's family is also quite extraordinary, and is a member of a large family within the Dao Polarity sect. A behemoth like the Dao Polarity sect was naturally made up of many clans, and for every strong person who opened the Immortal sect level, his back could be counted as a clan, and the most powerful of them was undoubtedly the Nangong clan of the Patriarch's lineage. And Yeluxiang's family also had more than one strong person who had opened the Immortal gate level. The strength was abundant. Besides Yelu Xiong and the others, Suhao then saw a familiar name on the elite list, Nangong Renling. Ranked 93rd on the elite list? Worthy of being my sister. Suhao couldn't help but smile. Nangong Renling, his younger sister whom he had never met before, was also a popular figure in the outer sect, younger than Suhao, but now she was already at the top of the list amongst the 80,000 to 90,000 disciples in the entire Dao Polarity sect, so it could be imagined that her talent was very uncommon. Suhao naturally felt heartfelt happiness for this. Speaking of which, Suhao had come to Dao Extreme sect for 2 months, but he didn't see his own mother Nangong Lan and younger sister Nangong Renling. He wasn't very good at deliberately inquiring and approaching. Anyway, these things are not in a hurry, wait for the time to be right and then look for them. After several days passed, Suhao went out and prepared to challenge the demon puppet formation again. According to the rules, everyone could challenge the demon puppet formation once a month, and a month had passed since the last time. Just after going out, Suhao met Xiao Jun who lived next door, and when Xiao Jun saw Suhao, he also said with an excited face, "You're also going to challenge the magic puppet formation? Go go go, this time I have a breakthrough in strength, I will definitely be able to catch up with you and break through the 2nd layer of the demon puppet formation as well." Then you cheer up. Suhao stroked his nose speechlessly. He had broken through the 5th layer. This guy naively thought that he could catch up with his progress? The two of them came all the way to the outside of the magic puppet array, the whole magic puppet array at this time. The atmosphere was obviously somewhat abnormal. What's wrong? Xiao Jun sensed the atmosphere and asked a Daiji sect disciple with some doubt. Clang! Without waiting for this person to reply, from the demon puppet formation not too far away, a melodious bell chime sounded, which caused everyone inside and outside the entire demon puppet formation to be filled with admiration and envy. This bell sound, it's someone passing through the 6th layer of the demon puppet formation. After a moment of stunned silence, Xiao Jun was filled with astonishment. Passing through the 6th layer of the demon puppet formation? Suha was also slightly surprised. The 6th layer demon puppet formation was a watershed. Breaking through the 6th layer demon puppet formation, one was able to become an elite among the outer disciples, and every elite disciple, without any surprises, would be able to advance to the innate realm in the future, become an inner disciple, look forward to the Immortal sect, and become a mainstay of the Tao Extreme sect. So for those who break through the 6 layers of the demon puppet formation for the first time, a bell would be rung inside the demon puppet formation to celebrate, which was seen as a supreme honor by many. It's out, it's senior brother Fong Jing. Last time, senior brother Fong Jing didn't make it through the 6th layer, and now he's finally managed to make it through the 6th layer and enter the elite list. At this moment, inside the devil puppet formation, a slightly wretched man came out from it, his face full of ecstasy. It was the same senior brother Fong Jing that Su Hao had seen last time. Clang clang clang. Fong Jing failed to impact the 6th layer of the demon puppet formation last month, and now this time, he finally succeeded. The bell sound was melodious, and Fong Jing was bathed in glory, but at this time, he sat down on his knees without any image and tuned up. Breaking through the 6th layer had caused Fong Jing to almost exhaust his full strength, and he himself was a bit deflated, so he mediated on the spot, and no one was unwise enough to disturb him at this moment. Senior brother Fong Jing is truly gifted. He's not even over 30 years old. 99% of him will be able to enter the innate realm, and there's hope that he can open the immortal gate in the future. Ha! Where is brother Su? Xiao Jun's face was full of envy and reverence. He took Fong Jing as his goal to chase and surpass, muttering, but he suddenly looked at where Su Hao was, but he realized that Su Hao had already disappeared, causing him to scratch his head, not sure where Su Hao had gone. Ha, I won't be polite if no one enters the formation. Su Hao at this time but has entered the magic puppet array, full of smiles. The rest of the people were attracted by Fong Jing. No one entered the magic puppet array. Su Hao did not let go of this opportunity, directly took the opportunity to enter the magic puppet array, otherwise the queue could be half a day. This kid is here again? The old man guarding the outside of the magic puppet formation, on the other hand, had his eyes lit up as he noticed that the one entering the formation was Su Hao, who had broken through the 5 layers of the magic puppet formation a month ago with a first-class martial artist level cultivation. Undoubtedly, this white-haired old man had long remembered Su Hao, and at this moment, he couldn't help but look forward to it, although he didn't think that Su Hao possessed the strength to break through the 6th layer of the devil puppet formation so soon. Inside the demon puppet formation, on a scorched battlefield, dirt surged, and like last time, from within the earth, a rock-formed puppet emerged from the earth. Without a word, the 3 black rock puppets charged towards Su Hao with great strides, as if they were 3 fierce beasts. Pooh! Su Hao casually chopped out a knife. Now that his blood demon body had been upgraded to the realm of 3-layer perfection, his body was twice as powerful, and in terms of strength, it had risen by a large margin, twice as powerful, and the lethality increased by more than twice as much, and under this knife, the 3 black rock puppets were all chopped at the waist. The mortally wounded puppets all automatically turned into rocks, then new puppets appeared from the earth, and the 2nd level of the devil puppet formation opened. Su Hao still passed through with ease, followed by the 3rd, 4th, and 5th layers. Just like last time, Su Hao passed them all one by one. Although he said that there were no more contribution points this time, the experience value brought by these puppets was not a small amount, and Su Hao raised his hands to welcome a few more times. The last time Su Hao passed the 5th layer, he was already exhausted, but his physique, which was greatly strengthened, this time, he very easily used the thunderjacking blade technique to cut down the puppet with super strong defense on the 5th layer, without even taking a breath. The 6th layer is up. The white-haired old man outside the demon puppet formation silently felt, not ready to give up? The 6th layer and the 5th layer is a watershed, can break through the 6th layer of the outer door disciples, the entire outer door of 80,000 to 90,000 disciples in only less than 200 people, each can break through the 6th layer of the devil puppet array are the absolute elite in the outer door. The white-haired old man didn't think Su Hao would be able to break through, and if he really did, Su Hao would create an unprecedented record, breaking through the 6th layer of the devil puppet formation with the strength of a first-class martial artist level. It was important to know that many peak Hotian martial artists might not be able to break through the 6th-layer demon puppet array. Chapter 41, Breaking the 6th-layer demon puppet formation. Ka. Su Hao waited quietly at this moment, and in the ground in front of him, the earth tore apart, and gradually, a single devil puppet crawled out from within the earth. These devil puppets were completely different from the previous devil puppets again. Each devil puppet's body seemed to be carved and cast in white silver, with silver light flowing all over its body, and the devil puppets of the 6th layer were silver puppets. The aura emanating from each silver puppet was strong to the extreme. Each one was considered a very powerful existence in the Hotian realm, and this silver puppet was the same as before. There were a total of 12 of them. Some of them held lances, some held shields, and some held bows and arrows, and their hollow eyes shone with a kind of silver light filled with a dangerous aura. This was the 6th level's demonic puppet formation, and breaking through it would earn a reward of 10,000 contribution points. Roar! Without the slightest stop, several silver puppets were roaring furiously and pouncing towards Su Hao. Swoosh! Without waiting for these silver puppets to get close to Su Hao, the 3 silver puppets holding bows and arrows fired 3 arrows into the sky, which flew up to a certain height, then turned steeply like meteors and fell down, sealing the direction of Su Hao's dodging, and together with several silver puppets rushing, they were completely going to cause Su Hao to lose the battle. The 3 arrows, together with the weapons of several silver puppets, came towards Su Hao almost at the same time, facing the siege of nearly 10 powerful Hotian-level martial artists at the same time, that is, the peak Hotian powerhouses, and inadvertence was the end of defeat. Come on, blistering wind blade intent. Su Hao, however, was full of battle spirit, his lungs exploded with thunder, spreading to his whole body, every muscle was full of activity, bursting out with amazing speed and strength. Su Hao condensed blistering wind blade intent, and in just an instant, he continuously launched 10 blades. Clang clang clang. It was as if Su Hao had transformed into a 3-headed, 6-armed man, obviously only one blade, but in an instant, he stirred up a sky full of blade chi, blocking the incoming arrows and weapons. Sparks splashed in the air. Su Hao now had a huge strength of 20,000 pounds in one arm, and with the increase of the thunder breathing method, the surrounding silver puppets surrounding Su Hao withdrew a few steps away from the shock. However, these silver puppets pounced and surrounded Su Hao with a more fierce attack after a slight lull, not giving Su Hao half a chance to catch his breath. These silver puppets were stronger in defense than the puppets on the 5th level. Not only that, they wouldn't stand still and let the attack happen. The difficulty was raised by more than a few times. Burning Blood Secret Art. A silver puppet completely sealed Su Hao's space for dodging. At this kind of time, other people could only admit defeat and give up, or else their lives would be in danger. But at this moment, Su Hao instantly stimulated the Burning Blood Secret Art. In the pores on the surface of Su Hao's skin, a trace of blood-red aerosol erupted out, burning, forming a blood-colored fire coat wrapped around Su Hao, whose breath instantly doubled or tripled. Burning Blood Secret Art. This is the secret art of burning one's own blood. Internal energy for the body is extremely damaging. Ordinary martial artists have to recuperate for 10 days and half a month after using it once, and if it is maintained for a slightly longer period of time, the origin will be damaged, or even die directly. But Su Hao cultivated into the 3rd layer of blood demon body perfection. 1 drop of his blood was worth 10 drops of other people's blood, and he was completely able to use the blood-burning secret art as an ordinary secret art without causing too much load on his body. Poo poo poo. A weapon chopped on Su Hao's body, causing it to be torn apart, but it was just a stump, and Su Hao, who had inspired the Burning Blood Secret Art, doubled his speed 1 or 2 times, and was directly transformed into a blood-colored shadow, breaking away from the encirclement of these silver puppets. Wind Thunder Chop. Su Hao appeared behind a silver puppet, and before it could even react, the 2 blade intents of wind and thunder merged, and a brilliant blade chi struck the back of its neck. Poof! Su Hao now himself had 20,000 pounds of divine power, plus the enhancement of the Burning Blood Secret Art. The killing power of this knife could be imagined. The back neck of that silver puppet was chopped right in the middle, and the blade devastated it, cutting its head down alive. Ding! Successfully killed the silver golem. Congratulations to the host for gaining 200 experience points. The silver golem's corpse was separated, and its body immediately fell softly to the ground, re-transforming into rock and dirt, killing it with a single blow. Good, these silver puppets are even stronger than the defense of the puppets at the 5th level, but they still can't block my current slash. Su Hao's eyes glowed. This was the terror of the Burning Blood Secret technique combined with the blood demon body, using the secret technique that could only be used in a desperate attempt to fight for one's life completely as if it was an ordinary martial art. Swoosh! 3 arrows shot again. Each arrow was fast beyond the speed of sound in general, bringing up a burst of air-breaking sound whistling. But at this time, Su Hao transformed the thunder-breathing technique into the blood-breathing technique, which was even more effective in conjunction with the blood demon body, and the effect was even more doubled. Everything around seemed to become static, and those 3 arrows became incomparably slower as well. Su Hao dragged his blood-colored shadow, easily avoiding the arrows with a single turn, crossing the block of the silver puppets in less than the blink of an eye, appearing in front of the 3 silver puppets holding bows and arrows, raising the cold flow blade, gusts of pitch-black thunder tumbling. Robber Thunder Blade Technique. Rumble. The pitch-black thunder converged into a saber chi, as if there was a world-destroying might crushing through. Those 3 silver puppets holding bows and arrows couldn't even dodge in time, and that strong defense couldn't withstand this horrifying attack at all. All of them were cut in half from the waist, and their bodies heavily smashed on the ground. Burning Blood Secret Art opened. Su Hao was simply powerful and terrifying, clad in blood. Under a flash there had to be a silver puppet killed. Poo poo poo. Su Hao didn't waste any time. Every second could be burning his own chi and blood, and it would also make him weak and physically damaged after a long time. Su Hao's speed was too fast. Those silver puppets couldn't catch the corner of Su Hao's clothes at all, and could only be beaten unilaterally. Poo poo poo. Su Hao transformed into a blood-colored shadow and swept through between the 2 silver puppets, accompanied by the violent thunderblade chi. The 2 silver puppets' corpses fell to the ground with their heads separated. Ding, successfully killed the silver golem. Congratulations to the host for gaining 200 experience points. Congratulations to the host for gaining 200 experience points. A system prompt came, and a smile appeared on Suhao's face. Passed. The 12 silver puppets on the 6th level were all chopped under Suhao's sword. Strange, who just entered the devil puppet formation? It didn't come out for so long. I don't know, just now senior brother Fong Jing attracted everyone's attention, and some guy took the opportunity to cut in. On top of the square outside the devil puppet formation, one by one, the Dao Extreme sect disciples were all somewhat reacting at this time. They realized that the devil puppet formation came to emit thunderous bursts from time to time. The sound was quite alarming. There was an unknown Dao Extreme sect disciple breaking into the formation. And time has passed for so long, the other party most likely broke through the layer is not low. Chapter 42 Shocked Dao Polarity Sect Disciples. Finally I've broken through the 6 layers of the demon puppet formation, 20,000 contribution points. Plus my previous accumulation, maybe I can try to impact the innate realm. Fong Jing at this time tempered over, his face was full of smiles as he secretly thought, when he saw the adoring eyes of each disciple around him, a burst of satisfaction went through his heart. Today, the outer door of the Dao Polarity sect was destined to spread his name. This was a kind of honor. Not everyone was able to break through the 6 layers of the demon puppet array. He really. And at this time that white-haired old man's face violently surfaced a trace of shock and disbelief. He had been sensing the situation inside the magic puppet array, and he sensed it the first time that the 6th layer of the magic puppet had already been killed by Suhao as much as he could. How amazing was this? Passing through the 6th layer of the demon puppet formation with the cultivation of a first-class martial artist level, this was simply unimaginable, creating a record for the Dao Polarity sect. Strange. Where did Brother Su go? Didn't even say hello. Xiao Jun secretly complained. He still wanted to compare with Suhao, whether he could catch up with his progress this time. Clang clang clang. Right at this moment, from the demonic puppet formation, a long and loud bell sounded and spread out. This bell sound caused everyone to go silent. Xiao Jun's face was filled with astonishment. This bell sound. Another person has broken through the 6 layers of the demon puppet formation? Fong Jing, who was originally full of joy, also had his smile frozen, somewhat in disbelief. I've only broken through the 6 layers of the demon puppet formation, and in the latter step someone else has also broken through the demon puppet formation? This is too much of a coincidence, isn't it? Another person has broken through the 6th layer of the devil puppet formation? There are 2 more outer sect elites all of a sudden today. Without a doubt, all the disciples outside the devil puppet formation were boiling over. Within one day, 2 people in a row had broken through the 6th layer of the devil puppet formation and would be entering the ranks of the outer sect's elite list. Clang clang clang. The bell rang 6 times and then slowly stopped. Only the first time in breaking through more than the 6th layer of the demon puppet formation, the bell would ring. This was a kind of honor. And within the devil puppet formation, there were once again devil puppets rising up within the battlefield in front of Suhao, and this time, there were 24 silver puppets, and they were even stronger than the previous silver puppets. Forget it, I'll come back to the 7th layer later. Wait until I advance to the Hotian realm. Breaking in now is too much of a load on myself. It was the 7th layer of the demon puppet formation that started. Suhao decided to give up after slightly observing the strength of the 24 silver puppets on the opposite side. In the 8th layer of the devil puppet formation, only 3 people in the entire outer sect had broken through. As for the outer sect disciples who had broken through the 7th layer of the devil puppet formation, there were only about 20 outer sect disciples in the entire outer sect, which made it extremely difficult. Suhao felt that it was possible to break through the 7th layer of the demonic puppet formation if he broke through, but it was too much of a load for him. Cultivating into the 3rd layer of the perfect blood demon body made the burning blood secret technique less burdensome for Suhao. But if it was maintained for a long time, it would affect Suhao just the same. The puppets on this 7th layer were much stronger, and the number of them had doubled, so how could he think that it wouldn't be simple to pass? Anyway, there was still a chance to break through the formation in the future. There was no need to rush, otherwise even if he forced himself to break through the 7th layer, if he injured his origin then it would be too late to regret. The contribution points earned this time were enough for Suhao to exchange for resources to advance to the Hotian, and when he advanced to the Hotian and came back to break into this devil puppet formation, it would definitely be easier. And breaking into the formation. Weighing both sides, Suhao chose to end breaking into the formation, and a repulsive force repelled him towards the outside of the demon puppet formation. The person inside is coming out. Who will it be? It should be the same as senior brother Fong Jing, a veteran outer disciple with deep accumulation. At this moment, everyone was staring at the exit of the demon puppet formation. Everyone wanted to see who had actually passed through the 6 layers of the demon puppet formation. However, after seeing the handsome young man who walked out from the entrance, everyone then froze. Suhao's appearance was just too young and very unfamiliar. In all likelihood, he was a disciple who had only recently joined the Dao Extreme sect, and his cultivation was only at the first-class martial artist level. Could it be that he was the one who had broken through the 6-layer demon puppet formation? This was too unbelievable. How is it possible? I only just joined the Dao Extreme sect at his age. Senior brother Fong Jing shook his head incredulously. He only joined the Dao Extreme sect at Su Hao's age, but Su Hao had already broken through the 6th layer of the demon puppet formation? This was too heavenly. Brother Su was the most shocked than Xiao Jun. He was still wondering where Su Hao had gone, but it turned out that it was Su Hao who was killing in the demon puppet formation. He broke through the 6 layers of the magic puppet formation, will not enter the outer door elite list? He was still 2 months behind himself. Not bad. The white-haired old man's face was full of admiration, exclaiming, unlike other people's skepticism, the white-haired old man knew that Su Hao had really passed the 6th layer. Last time he had only passed the 5th layer. This rate of progress was too exaggerated. So many people? Su Hao was a bit unaccustomed to being stared at by so many people with questioning gazes. He rubbed his nose and didn't bother to pay attention to it, lifting his steps and preparing to leave the demon puppet formation and make a trip to the treasure pavilion. Now that he had newly gained 20,000 contribution points, it was enough for him to buy enough cultivation resources to metamorphose his own internal force into true qi, and advance to the Hotian martial artist realm. Wait! Su Hao was ready to leave, but someone else was unwilling to do so. A fair-faced man blocked in front of Su Hao, forcing his eyes on him. It was none other than that senior brother Fong Jing. Is something wrong? Su Hao frowned, not knowing where he had provoked him. Fong Jing's face was filled with skepticism. You broke through the 6-layer demon puppet formation? That's impossible. Su Hao was too lazy to speak. He had seen little. What was impossible to say? This Fong Jing had taken 10 years to break through the 6th layer of the demon puppet formation. As a result, he himself had broken through the 6th layer of the demon puppet formation so quickly, it seemed to have made him a little unbalanced. You must prove that you have the strength to break through the 6th layer. Come and fight with me. If you win, I will believe that you broke through the 6th layer of the demon puppet formation. Fong Jing stared at Su Hao tightly. In his heart, he was 1,000 times unwilling to believe that Su Hao, a teenager who was about 10 years younger than himself, had the strength to break through the 6th layer of the demon puppet formation. He himself was considered as a genius, but it all took him 10 years, so what was Su Hao? Why should I prove it to you? Su Hao's eyes were cold, said lightly, others believe that he broke through or not, but it doesn't matter about him. He was even less bored to fight with this Fong Jing. Winning has no other benefits except making himself more noticed, and the devil puppet array out of the limelight is not something he is willing to do. If you don't prove yourself, don't even think about leaving. Fong Jing, however, was unforgiving, blocking Su Hao's path and gritting his teeth. This caused Su Hao's face to sink, and there seemed to be a stern bloodlight flashing in his eyes, looking straight into Fong Jing's eyes, causing Fong Jing to have the illusion that his eyes were being stabbed by needles, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of panic inexplicably. Su Hao coldly opened his mouth. It's fine to fight with you, just now you broke through the 6th level of the demon puppet formation, right? There are 20,000 contribution points. I will bet 20,000 contribution points with you. Whoever loses will give 20,000 contribution points to whoever loses. How about it? Originally, the conflict between the two sides made everyone excited, and Su Hao even opened his mouth to bet with Fong Jing with 20,000 contribution points. Then it undoubtedly triggered everyone's emotions. 20,000 contribution points. I've been initiated for 3 to 5 years, but I haven't seen so many contribution points. Senior brother Fong Jing promised him, I don't believe that this newcomer can have the strength to break through the 6 layers of the demon puppet formation. The other Dao Polarity sect disciples naturally watched the fun and were all up in arms, asking Fong Jing to agree to Su Hao's bet. Brother Su really has the strength to match senior brother Fong Jing? Xiao Jun was still immersed in shock and was really a bit unable to accept that this teenager who was acquainted with him, and who had even called out to his senior brother at the entrance, had the strength to enter the elite ranking. Chapter 43, Nangong Renling. Not only the Dao Polarity sect disciples, even the white-haired old man who was guarding the demon puppet formation was also smiling as he opened his mouth. If the two of you want to bet on a fight, I can be the referee, and guarantee that no one will dare to renege on the debt if you lose. The white-haired old man was also interested. He wanted to see Su Hao strike with his own eyes. In his heart, he felt that Su Hao's chances of winning were a little bit higher. If it was a little bit longer, he was afraid that even Fong Jing would be completely inadequate in front of Su Hao. This one had created a record for the Dao Extreme sect. The rest of the people were all clamoring, but Fong Jing hesitated. Su Hao's eyes were stern and confident, letting Fong Jing vaguely believe that maybe Su Hao had really broken through the 6th layer of the demon puppet formation, and the most important thing was that the betting was too big, 20,000 contribution points, and if he lost, he would lose such a large amount of contribution points, and he would have to prepare himself for a long time in the future, in order to have the capital for impacting the innate realm. He could not afford to lose. It's just no need to take this kind of risk for the sake of a battle of wills. Fong Jing was ultimately a person nearing his 30s, and he stopped the impulse alive. Today you and I both just broke through the formation. Our physical strength loss is not small, both are not in peak condition. Even if I win you, you are probably not convinced. Wait to recuperate and fight again on another day. Fong Jing's heart was already abashed, but on his mouth, he gave himself a reason to avoid the battle with a cold snort. After saying that, regardless of the stunned eyes of the crowd, Fong Jing left with large, swift strides. Senior brother Fong Jing refused to bet on the fight. Could it be that he is afraid of losing? What fear of losing? Senior brother Fong Jing is not wanting to bully the small with the big. Fong Jing's departure caused the Tao Polarity sect disciples present to whisper. There were those who felt that Fong Jing had wimped out, and there were also those who felt that Fong Jing didn't want to bully the small with the big. Su Hao shook his head somewhat speechlessly. He didn't relentlessly chase up to fight with Fong Jing. Keeping a low profile was what Sui told him. After coming to the Daoji sect, Su Hao knows his own life is also very low-key. Today's magic puppet array caused by the commotion is not what he would like. Naturally do not want to come to what with Fong Jing betting fight, then striking. Seeing Fong Jing confessed and fled, Su Hao didn't delay, and directly left, going to the treasure cabinet, to exchange cultivation resources, so that he could quickly advance to the Hotian martial artist realm. Su Hao left the demon puppet formation and walked on the road, when oncoming a few Tao Polarity sect disciples hurriedly ran over, almost not bumping into Su Hao. Quickly, I heard that senior sister Rin Ling is going to duel with senior sister Feng Dai. Both of them are outer sect elite disciples. It's definitely a good show. Almost being bumped into, Su Hao frowned and didn't say anything, preparing to continue to the treasure pavilion, but he suddenly heard those few outer sect disciples who were running at breakneck speed talking about the words. Senior sister Rin Ling, senior sister Feng Dai duel? Su Hao froze. This Rin Ling senior sister, not surprisingly, refers to Nangong Rin Ling. In this Tao Polarity sect, strength is honored. The strongest is naturally the senior sister and senior brother. Nangong Rin Ling ranked more than 90 on the elite list, so even though she is small in age, she is still addressed as senior sister by these outer sect disciples. Ran Ling wants to duel with someone else? Su Hao was surprised that his own younger sister, Nangong Rin Ling, was going to duel with some Feng Dai senior sister, which made Su Hao faintly froze without any hesitation, and also immediately followed those few outer disciples and swept away sharply. How could Rin Ling be dueling with someone? Go and take a look. Su Hao was puzzled and changed his purpose of going to the treasure pavilion, deciding to follow them to see the situation. At the same time, Su Hao couldn't help but feel some excitement in his heart. It had been more than 2 months since he came to the Tao Extreme sect, and today, he was finally going to see his younger sister whom he had never met before. Feng Dai, you bully people too much. Why did you spread those rumors recklessly? On top of a wide martial arts arena in the Tao Extreme sect, a voice that was clear and pleasant to the ear, but carried the slightest hint of anger came out. Outside this martial arts field, thousands of people had already gathered, and the number was still increasing. 2 outer sect elite disciples were going to duel, or 2 rare and beautiful female disciples, which undoubtedly shook the entire Tao Extreme sect's outer sect disciples, and many people put down the things at hand after getting the news, and rushed to watch the fun at the first time. Su Hao saw that on top of the ring in the distant martial arts arena, there were 2 people standing. One of them was a woman who was over 20 years old, wearing a red dress, with an extremely hot figure, a rare beauty. And the other young girl is only 15 or 16 years old, petite, wearing a purple dress, delicate features, overflowing with the unique youthful vigor of a young girl, the beauty of the appearance as if God's most outstanding creation, although the age is still small, but also can make the opposite side enough to be called a beauty of a mature woman or a little eclipsed. She is Ran Ling? Su Hao was also slightly dumbfounded. This parent of his was really unfair. The birth of his own talent is worse than his sister, even in terms of appearance, although Su Hao called handsome, but with Nangong Rinling's beauty is obviously not a level. Su Hao are a bit doubtful whether he is pro-life or not. When Su Hao saw Nangong Rinling, he couldn't help but feel a little excited, but he was also clear that this was not the time to recognize each other. At the same time, he also frowned. It seemed that Nangong Rinling had gotten into some kind of trouble. Ha? What rumor? Why don't you tell us? That mature woman was the so-called Phoenix Butterfly senior sister. She faced Nangong Rinling's questioning. Her face was full of smiles, with a look of aggrieved and doubtful. Suddenly you came looking for me to come and duel with me. I'm innocent here too. Said. Feng Dai also spread his hands, a face of helplessness. You said those words. Nangong Rinling rose red little face. To her upbringing some can't say those dirty words. She all completely did not provoke this Feng Dai, but the other party is behind the scenes saying some unpleasant words about her, letting her know that anger surged, directly found Feng Dai, to duel with her. This little girl is not only the granddaughter of the sovereign, she was also born with such beauty and outstanding talent. Even brother Xiong mentioned her not long ago. Why should all the good things be taken up by her? Feng Dai's face was smiling, but her heart was burning with jealousy. Feng Dai was also born in a family, and was considered outstanding, but compared to Nangong Rinling, she was completely outclassed. Whether it was her looks, her birth, or her natural talent, she was far from being able to match up. The most intolerable thing for Feng Dai is that the person he adores even seems to admire Nangong Rinling, but also mentioned in front of her, which completely triggered Feng Dai's heart to be backed up by the fire of jealousy, determined to take a good breath. Feng Dai deliberately let some rumors spread to the ears of Nangong Rinling, let her out of the rage, not surprisingly Nangong Rinling directly to the door, to duel with her, which is just in Feng Dai's mind. Chapter 44 Earth Grade Spiritual Roots. In short, I must make you apologize. Nangong Rinling drew a long sword with a halo of light flowing through it, pointing the sword at Feng Dai as she angrily said. Senior sister Nangong, although you are the granddaughter of the patriarch and have a noble status, you can't defile someone's innocence out of thin air based on your status. Feng Dai laughed impishly. It's fine if you want to fight. If you win, I'll apologize. If you lose, you have to give me an innate dan to make amends. When these words came out, everyone present had a stunned look on their faces. Senior sister Feng. Feng Dai really dares to open her mouth to ask for an innate dan. Yes, this innate pill can increase the chances of advancing to the innate realm. An innate pill is definitely worth a lot. Many Tao Polarity's sect disciples sucked in a mouthful of cold air, feeling that Feng Dai was just too much of a lion. This old woman is too much. Su Hao's heart was also filled with anger. Just from Feng Dai's behavior he knew that this was a premeditated action by Feng Dai, not only to suppress Nangong Renling, but also to gain benefits. Nangong Renling was a bit hesitant. The innate dan, she did have one, it was issued to her by the Nangong family, but there was only one of it, ready to save it for when she impacted the innate realm. But when she saw Feng Dai's smiling innocent look, she who didn't have much of a heart could not tolerate it a bit, and she directly said, "Okay, I promise you, if you lose you must apologize to me, in front of everyone." That's of course. When Feng Dai saw that Nangong Renling had taken the bait so easily, her heart was delighted and she hurriedly said to a black-clothed man not far away, "Deacon Liao, please also help corroborate and preside over this duel." Good. That black-clothed man was a deacon of the Tao Extreme sect, although it was not as good as those elders who had opened the Immortal sect level, but it was still a high-ranking and powerful generation. Hearing that, he slightly nodded his head. Then Deacon Liao said in a loud voice, "Outer disciple Nangong Renling and Feng Dai will have a duel. No fatal injury shall be inflicted on the opponent. If Nangong Renling wins, Feng Dai needs to apologize in front of all people. If Feng Dai wins, Nangong Renling needs to give an innate dan to make amends. If there is any violation, the door rules will be disposed of, and the rest of the people shall not interfere with the duel to be carried out." Su Hao secretly frowned, feeling that Nangong Renling was too impulsive, but if he were to do it differently, he definitely couldn't endure it either, and now that the duel had begun, he himself could only look at the situation, and hope that Nangong Renling would be able to win the duel. Nangong's senior sister cheers. Many of the disciples of the Daedaiji sect shouted with righteous indignation at this time. This Feng Dai was very arrogant in the outer sect, not taking the ordinary disciples into account, eyes above the top. Many people were disgusted with it. As for Nangong Renling, she was extremely cultivated, facing anyone politely, a stark contrast. Coupled with the fact that this was clearly a conspiracy against Nangong Renling, Feng Dai even called in Deacon Liao as a referee. Premeditated, this naturally made everyone want Nangong Renling to win. Sister Feng Dai is also a disciple on the elite list, and is 2 points higher than Sister Nangong. This victory or defeat is hard to predict. A disciple shook his head and said, "Nangong Renling outstanding qualifications, are less than 16 years old, broke through the 6 layers of the magic puppet array. The future can be said to be promising, but ultimately the age is still small. Phoenix Butterfly is also broke through the 6 layers of the strength of the magic puppet array, in the elite list than compared to Nangong Renling, but also higher than the 2 rankings." Nangong's senior sister cheers. The battle between the two, it was hard to say which one would win or lose. This further galvanized the emotions in the hearts of the crowd of Tao Polarity sect disciples. Many of them cheered for Nangong Renling, which made Feng Dai's face look bad. It was as if she had violated the anger of the crowd. Everyone expected Nangong Renling to win. "Cheer up, blow this old woman's head off." Small Tiger, bought file anti-stolen prints, fine machine candidate. Small Tiger, stable, fixed, reliable, do not step on pit. Especially among these people, there is a teenager who is extraordinarily reckless and shouts the loudest. This person is naturally Su Hao, which makes Feng Dai's face sink like water. If not for the fact that everyone is shouting, she really has an impulse to carry this teenager out and beat him up. The winner today will definitely be me. Not only will I be able to make a fool out of this little girl, but I will also be able to obtain an innate dan. With the help of this innate dan, I will soon be able to advance to the innate realm. Feng Dai pretended that she didn't hear it, while in her heart, she snorted coldly. Since this was the case, she would win this duel, letting everyone understand that nothing else was useful, only strength was the hard truth. The duel begins. Deacon Liao announced in a loud voice. "Senior sister Nangong, sister will play with you today." Feng Dai laughed, but the skin smiled but not the flesh. Lately there were always people who were comparing themselves to this little girl. She wanted to take a good bite out of her anger. Dab. Feng Dai also drew her own weapon. Her weapon was likewise a sword with a dazzling halo of light. Feng Dai, who came from an extraordinary background, likewise had the support of resources from her family, the secret arts she practiced, and the weapons she possessed were all of superior quality. Nangong Renling didn't say a word. Entering the battle state, it was as if she had changed, as if she was a different person. Her face didn't have half an expression. She stood quietly where she was, but her body had an unusual aura. Shoo! Feng Dai took the initiative to attack. A long sword bloomed a dazzling halo, so that many people watching under the stage did not feel the eyes sting, slightly squinted their eyes, but also at this moment Feng Dai's red dress flying, like a ghost close to the Nangong Renling, the blade of the sword turned into a stream of light, stabbed straight out. And in the dazzling halo of light, that long sword was actually split into 5, hard to tell the real from the fake. It's the eerie butterfly sword technique, it's really bizarre and incomparable. Many outer disciples had a chilling feeling. The sword technique used by Feng Dai, the moves are deadly. It's called a set of sword technique that is born for killing. It's really rare for a woman to practice this kind of sword technique. Clang! Nangong Renling flicked her wrist and likewise instantly launched her sword. This sword of hers stabbed straight out. The blade of the sword and Feng Dai's long sword collided in the air, emitting the sound of golden iron. Sparks splattered in all directions, and actually ignored the rest of the light and shadows, and pointed directly at the true location of Feng Dai's sword. Feng Dai was also slightly surprised, then without any stop, the long sword halo flowed, as if it was ghostly, emitting a whistling sound. The entire long sword disappeared into the air. The naked eye couldn't even see the speed of her sword, making people pinch a cold sweat for Nangong Renling. But let a person surprised as Nangong Renling's single-handed sword simply closed his eyes. The sword in his hand repeatedly struck out, but every time will be stabbed to the sword move easy to hold. Clang clang clang. The two swords in the air continuously collided. In just 1 or 2 breaths of time, the two had already collided dozens of times. The sword chi stirred, causing the air to ripple. This scene to see many outer disciples are dazzled, shocked beyond compare. This is the elite list 90 level, completely not ordinary disciples can be compared. The duel between the too many people are difficult to see them out of the sword. Change the individual to go up for fear of a face-to-face will have to be a sword through the heart. Damn! This little girl was able to so easily beckon my tricky butterfly sword method? Feng Dai's heart was appalled. Her sword out stirred up a dazzling sword chi, sword shadow without a trace, but Nangong Renling closed her eyes but all easily received. It's the Tongming Sword Dictionary. Nangong family's untold secret, the difficulty of cultivation is extremely high, need to have outstanding talent in the sword road to cultivate, and this Nangong Renling has already reached the point where the sword moves with the heart. The sword heart is clear, and I'm afraid it's just one step away from mastering the sword intent. Deacon Liao was also secretly surprised to see the duel between the two. Nangong Renling's talent was indeed demonic and incomparable, and according to the rumors that Deacon Liao had vaguely heard, the granddaughter of this patriarch possessed a spiritual root quality that surpassed the limitations of a high-level spiritual root, and the quality of the spiritual root that she possessed was most likely an earth-level spiritual root. Earth-level spiritual roots were rare in the world, and the higher-level heaven-level spiritual roots were of legendary rank. Chapter 45, A Flash of Blood. If Nangong Renling had further mastered sword intent, Feng Dai would not have the qualifications to fight her at all. But even if she didn't master the sword intent, Nangong Renling's cultivation of the Tongming sword code also made her as good as a kendo master in terms of swordplay, able to easily see through her opponent's sword moves. Gradually Feng Dai had a feeling of being overwhelmed, being restrained everywhere, as if Nangong Renling had completely cracked her sword technique. Impossible. How can I not be a match for this little girl? The more she fought, the more she was overwhelmed. Feng Dai was a little hard to accept, and immediately under the mood of chaos, her sword moves were also in disarray, which made her cry out in secret that it was not good. Poof! And Nangong Renling did not miss this crack. Sword light flash. Feng Dai staggered back with a grunt, holding the sword wrist as a blood scar emerged, blood slowly dripping out from the wound. Nangong Renling's sword pointed at Feng Dai. You lost. According to the bet you have to apologize to me in front of everyone for what you said. Good. Su Hao also breathed a long sigh of relief when he saw this scene. A smile appeared on his face. Nangong Renling's strength was even stronger than he had imagined. Her sword technique had reached a very terrifying level, and she had completely easily defeated this Feng Dai who was also using the sword technique. Just now that sword Nangong Renling had already stayed his hand, only cut Feng Dai's wrist. If he didn't stay his hand, he was able to cut Feng Dai's whole palm down with his wrist. Nangong's senior sister won? Ha ha. Too strong. Senior sister Nangong's swordsmanship is simply divine. I couldn't even see how she made the sword. The crowd of Tao Polarity sect disciples present were all very happy to see this scene. Their hanging hearts were released. If Feng Dai had won, then they would probably all be depressed by it. 1. You didn't win. Feng Dai's wrist was dripping with blood, while her beautiful cheeks were twisted, giving a sense of viciousness. How could she lose this duel so easily? Feng Dai steeply took out a talisman seal from her bosom, shaking her hand and raising it. The seal burned, in which 3 huge shadows slowly emerged. Those were 3 butterflies, very huge butterflies. Each butterfly's wingspan reached 3 to 4 meters. The edges of its wings were as sharp as a knife blade, and its body was covered with black spots. What was even more bizarre was that these 3 butterflies had a human face, bizarre and twisted, making people's bones creepy. Demon ghost? Su Hao was surprised. What was released within this phoenix butterfly talisman was clearly 3 demonic ghosts. And these 3 demonic ghosts seemed to follow the orders of the phoenix butterfly, flying in the air, vibrating their wings, looking down at Nangong Renling below. Feng Dai snorted and laughed. These 3 little treasures are pets I raised. It's not too late for you to admit defeat. This is too despicable, isn't it? A duel actually summoning demonic ghosts? Many Tao Polarity sect disciples had hostility in their eyes. All martial artists were very hateful towards man-eating demonic ghosts, but this Feng Dai was actually able to drive demonic ghosts against the enemy? Feng Dai sneered. What do you mean by despicable? These 3 ghost-faced butterflies were collected by my family at a great cost, equivalent to my weapons, just like the swords and knives in your hands. Isn't it normal to use them in a duel? Cough cough. The duel continues. Deacon Liao was obviously very biased towards Feng Dai. He coughed dryly and let the duel continue, acquiescing to Feng Dai harnessing the demonic ghost against the enemy. Su Hao's heart was also angry. This was indeed a bit despicable. Demon ghosts were living things, weapons were dead things. Could this be the same? Sister Feng Dai is too despicable. This is a demon ghost. How dare you harness a demon ghost to participate in a duel? Deacon Liao didn't even stop it. Not far behind Su Hao, Xiao Jun also rushed over, and he was equally surprised to see this scene. Feng Dai ignored a voice of skepticism and directly ordered, "Babies, crush her." Hiss. The three demonic ghost butterflies got the order. A ghost face is flooded with the slightest bit of coldness. These three ghost face butterflies, each of them possesses the strength of the late Hotian stage. The three ghost face butterflies joining hands is even more incomparably powerful. They let out hissing noises, flap the huge feather wings, rolling up a gust of wind and waves blowing towards the Nangong Renling. Nangong Renling was blown by the blowing of some unsteady, and one of the ghost-faced butterflies from the sky swooped down, a huge butterfly wings like a knife blade slashing down. Nangong Renling's face had an extremely unself-heated color. She only felt that the ghostly face of that ghostly-faced butterfly gave her a sense of distraction, and even her sword-mind state of mind was somewhat unable to be maintained. Snort! Facing the attack of the ghost-faced butterfly, Nangong Renling gathered her true chi, and a solid, sharp sword she stirred out, chopping on top of that ghost-faced butterfly's wings, and instantly that ghost-faced butterfly's wings were torn out of a huge gap, and it fell down from the sky. However, while falling down, the ghost-faced butterfly let out a sharp chirp because of the injury to its wings. Squeak. This scream was too sharp, as if a needle pricked straight into the eardrums. Many of the Tao Extreme sect disciples who watched this battle covered their ears. This is the natural ability that the ghost-faced butterfly has. If it is injured, it will send out a sharp whistling attack on the enemy. The greater the injury, the more lethal this ghost-faced butterfly whistling is. Under the impact of the shrieking sound catching them off guard, Nangong Renling could not help but frown tightly. A pained look appeared on her small face, and her brain had a moment of dizziness. Quickly do it! While the phoenix butterfly that had been smilingly watching this scene jumped with an eyebrow, the other two ghost-faced butterflies, seeing their companion being traumatized, at this moment, they were completely uncontrollable as they swooped towards Nangong Renling, lifting their sharp butterfly wings to ruthlessly cut out. There are some secret methods that can harness demonic ghosts, but they can easily be reversed, especially when dueling with people. If they are enraged, they will never keep their hands off of them. Obviously, these three ghost-faced butterflies were inspired by the ferocity of being demonic ghosts, and did not listen to the command at all. This made Feng Dai's heart violently shaken. If she killed Nangong Renling in a duel, then she would be in big trouble. The Nangong family would definitely be enraged, and she wouldn't end up in a good place. Not good. Got to stop it. That Deacon Liao, who had been paying attention to the situation here, also had his eyelids jumped. Luckily, after Feng Dai summoned the demon ghost, he raised his guard and was ready to step in at any time to terminate the duel. With his cultivation that had long since entered the innate realm, stopping the ghost-faced butterfly's attack was still very easy. He couldn't let Nangong Renling have any major injuries, or else he, the deacon in charge of presiding over the duel, would have to be implicated as well. But something that made Deacon Liao stunned happened. Without waiting for him to make a move, there was already a blood-colored shadow that rushed up from the sky under the ring, holding Nangong Renling in his arms and moving across a distance. Swoosh! A flash of bloody light. The attacks of those two ghost-faced butterflies also instantly fell short, only chopping into the remnants. Who are you? Nangong Renling escaped from death, her heart palpitating, but at the same time, she was a little surprised to see that the one who saved her was a teenager of a similar age to her. Brother Su. Xiao Jun under the stage was stunned, the first time he recognized that this person who suddenly rushed onto the ring to save Nangong Renling was none other than Su Hao. Chapter 46, Sword-Chopping Ghost-Faced Butterfly. Who is he? Deacon Liao, who was originally prepared to make a move, was a bit shocked. Seeing this scene temporarily stopped his intention to make a move. His heart was a bit puzzled as to who Su Hao was, but the terrifying speed that Su Hao had just erupted made him astonished by it. Su Hao always paid attention to the movements on the stage, and as soon as he saw that Nangong Renling was in danger, he didn't have any hesitation, and directly stimulated the burning blood secret art to rush onto the ring, and fortunately, managed to save it. Su Hao was about to speak, but his face turned cold. The attack of the two ghost-faced butterflies in the distance fell short, and one of them was unforgivingly shrill and whistled out, pouncing towards Su Hao once again. The look on Su Hao's face was cold. This ghost-faced butterfly had almost killed Nangong Renling. Little careful. Seeing the ghost-faced butterfly flying again, Nangong Renling hurriedly reminded. Z. The ghost-faced butterfly whistled harshly, like a wave of sound waves surging. The ghost-faced butterfly's natural ability was to emit whistling sounds, disturbing the enemy's mind, a spiritual type of attack. However, it was not useful to Su Hao at all. Su Hao mastered two realms of intent. His spiritual power and willpower were as cohesive and sharp as the intent of a sword, not disturbed at all. That ghost-faced butterfly flapped its wings and rolled up the air of the synths and demonic ghosts, coming with a fierce momentum, but at this moment, Su Hao suddenly moved. Crack! Su Hao instantly drew his sword, the blade rubbing against the sheath, and there was even a thunderous sound bursting out, a destructive mood filling the air. Thunder pull! In everyone's horrified eyes, a 10-feet-long thunder blade looked like it had torn apart the heaven and earth, violently cutting through. The expression on the ghost-faced butterfly's hideous ghostly face froze, followed by a crack from the face splitting open, and the huge body heavily smashed down on the ground. Successfully killed ghost-faced butterfly. Gained 12 years of internal strength cultivation. Gained 2,000 experience points. A knife slashed. This is blade intent? Deacon Liao's eyes widened in shock. He could tell at a glance that what Su Hao used was saber intent, and it wasn't a single saber intent, knowing that mastering intent usually comes into contact with this level after the innate realm, but the teenager in front of him had mastered saber intent? Blade intent? Who the hell is he? Nangong Rinling also froze. The teenager in front of her was not much older than herself by a year or two, but she was still some days away from mastering the sword intent. Su Hao had mastered the blade intent at the level of the realm of intent. She had not heard of the Daoji sect having another teenager with such a demonic talent before. Moreover, the other party's look of killing intent was because she was almost injured? This made Nangong Rinling somewhat incomprehensible. She didn't know him. My baby. Originally saw that someone saved Nangong Rinling. Feng Dai was relieved. If Nangong Rinling died, then she was also finished, but at this time, he saw that the person who saved Nangong Rinling killed a ghost-faced butterfly with a single slash, which caused Feng Dai to let out a mournful scream. These 3 ghost-faced butterflies were given to her by Feng Dai's father, and she had cultivated her feelings with secret techniques since she was a child, and only then was she able to harness them, and each one of them could be an important fighting force for her, and to die on one of them would be a huge loss. Harnessing demonic ghosts against the enemy, but you can't even control them yourself. I'll help you solve them. Su Hao ignored Phoenix Butterfly's screams. He wasn't prepared to let these demonic ghosts go. All of them were a huge amount of experience value yet. Crack. Su Hao displayed his technique. The burning blood secret technique was opened. The thunder breathing method was executed. His whole body was wrapped in a layer of light golden lightning, blood-red fire clothes. His body seemed to disappear in the air. His figure swept past since between the 2 remaining ghost-faced butterflies that wanted to open their mouths to let out a harsh whistle. Along with it, there were also 2 channels of thunder blade chi, which drew out 2 long traces in the air, which didn't dissipate for a long time. Poo. Almost at the same time, the open mouths of the 2 ghost-faced butterflies closed. Their wingspan of 3 to 4 meters long bodies broke apart in the middle, and their huge corpses smashed down on the ground, their blood staining the ground red. 3 late Hotian stage demon ghosts. For Su Hao nowadays, under the full power outbreak, he could kill them with 1 slash. If he wanted to, Su Hao even had the strength to pass through the 7th layer of the magic puppet array, just that the price was too big. The whole outer gate only had about 20 people with the strength to pass through the 7th layer of the magic puppet array. Successfully killed the ghost-faced butterfly. Gained 12 years of inner strength cultivation. Gained 2,000 experience points. Successfully killed the ghost-faced butterfly. Obtained ghost spirit root broken. Gained 12 years of internal strength cultivation. Gained 2,000 experience points. A series of system prompts made Su Hao also take out a vicious breath. Dare to touch his sister? Let them all go to hell. The benefit of killing 3 late Hotian stage demonic ghosts was huge, directly gaining 36 years of internal force cultivation, which caused the internal force in Su Hao's dantian to expand by a large amount, all with the tendency of compressing its quality into true chi. What is the ghost spirit root? And what surprised Su Hao was that beheading these 3 ghost-faced butterflies had dropped another spiritual root, and it was obviously not an ordinary attribute spiritual root, named ghost spiritual root. However, without waiting for Su Hao to check the specific information of his newly acquired ghost spirit root, a mournful scream rang out in the distance. My precious I'll kill you. I'll kill you. It was Feng Dai. Her eyes were red when she saw the 3 ghost-faced butterflies she had worked so hard to raise being killed. The loss was too great, so great that she couldn't bear it. These 3 ghost-faced butterflies would have the chance to grow to the innate realm in the future, and at that time, she herself would have 3 innate demonic ghosts as her arms and helpers, but all of them were killed by Su Hao now. The phoenix butterfly's face was twisted, holding a long sword and pouncing madly towards Su Hao, recklessly trying to fight with Su Hao. Su Hao frowned. This phoenix butterfly's strength was high, but at this moment, she had completely lost her mind. It was very easy to deal with. Su Hao casually slapped on the side of the long sword and easily knocked it off. At the same time, the cold flow blade held in his left hand was on her neck, making her stop her footsteps. Stop! Deacon Liao hurriedly called out when he saw this scene. And Nangong Renling also said, don't be impulsive. Can't kill her. Su Hao chopped 3 ghost-faced butterflies in a row, carrying a murderous aura that made them have no doubt that Su Hao really dared to kill Feng Dai with a single slash. Su Hao naturally knew clearly that he couldn't kill Feng Dai in front of everyone. He said in a cold voice, just now, Renling has already stayed her hand, or else one of your arms would be gone, but you didn't let her go, and even released demonic ghosts to deal with her, so now you've lost, apologize. Feng Dai's face was twisted, her eyes were stained with blood, staring at Su Hao with a deadly glare, her voice hissing and growling shrilly, you dare to kill my baby? You're dead, you're dead. Want me to apologize? No way, have the guts to kill me, come on. Feng Dai was cloaked in hair, completely like a crazy woman. Su Hao sighed, slowly took back the knife and inserted it into the sheath. Seeing this scene, Feng Dai's mouth corner drew an arc. Thinking that Su Hao was afraid, she was about to say something, but the next moment Su Hao's palm ripped through the air without any warning, and lashed out. Splat! The crisp slap sound resounded throughout the ring, making people feel flesh pain when they heard this sound. Su Hao's palm landed on Feng Dai's cheek, smacking her fair cheeks ruptured and flew out upside down. Her body tumbled several times in the air before she smashed down heavily on the ground. I don't have the habit of not hitting women, Su Hao said indifferently. Men and women were all the same in his eyes, beating them as usual. Chapter 47 Too Raw. You. Feng Dai froze, the corner of her mouth with blood full of teeth are loose. No one has ever hit her, or in front of thousands of people. This great humiliation makes her only feel that her eyes went black, and she actually fainted without saying a word. This Feng Dai looked miserable, but it was self-inflicted. She deliberately induced Nangong Renling to duel with her, not only to make a fool out of her, but also wanted to pit her innate Dan, and as a result, when she lost, she still refused to stop, releasing demonic ghosts and almost killing Nangong Renling. If this place wasn't the Dao Extreme sect, Su Hao's heart to kill Feng Dai would be there. Fierce? Is too fierce. What he just used couldn't be blade intent, right? Who is he? Who exactly is he? In an instant, he chopped up 3 Hotian demon ghosts in a row and slapped Feng Dai. I've long looked at her with displeasure. The scene was silent, and then exploded. Su Hao suddenly struck out. That thunderous blade chi was fierce and domineering, and even slapped Feng Dai, making many young girls from the Dao Extreme sect's eyes light up. This is a real man. This is Brother Su's strength? Sure enough. He really passed the 6th level of the demon puppet formation. Xiao Jun's face was complicated to the extreme. Su Hao's strength that easily killed 3 late Hotian demon ghosts was definitely enough to enter the elite list. At the loss of his own previous words that he wanted to compare with Su Hao, he then felt a burst of cheeks rolling. Thinking of himself at that time, it was really too naive. Cough cough. Today's matter ends here, all disperse. Disperse. Deacon Liao coughed and loudly announced, he was only pleaded by Feng Dai before, only came to be the referee. Almost things went too far. He is now in a hurry to get out of the way, and is not willing to participate in it again. Why are you helping me? Nangong Renling's heart was a bit complicated. She looked at Su Hao doubtfully and inquired. There are too many people here, go somewhere else to talk. Su Hao glanced around and directly pulled Nangong Renling's slender wrist, heading towards the bottom of the ring. Nangong Renling's pretty face was red, but she didn't break free. She subconsciously had a good feeling about this teenager in her heart. Get out of the way, get out of the way. The rest of the people saw this scene, but they didn't come up unintentionally. They all made way for Su Hao and his duo to leave. Coming to a secluded place, Su Hao's face was also inexplicably a bit nervous. He dryly coughed and said, my name is Su Hao, my father is Su Yi, my family lives in Tianming City, and my mother is Nangong Lan. I should be your brother. Originally, he was not prepared to recognize Nangong Renling so early, but the things that happened today exceeded his expectations, and at this time he could not hide, so he directly said his identity. You are Su Hao? Nangong Renling froze, then her little face turned red with excitement. I heard my mother talk about you. How did you come to the Dao Extreme sect? Su Hao was also slightly relieved to see that Nangong Renling knew of his existence, and he inquired, where is mother? Is she okay? Upon hearing this, Nangong Renling said with a somewhat gloomy expression, Mother, she's fine. It's because of what happened at that time that she was grounded for 20 years and was not allowed to leave the 7-colored peak. The 7-colored peak, the secondary peak of Daoji Mountain, was also where the Nangong family was located, and Nangong Lan was grounded for 20 years because of what happened back then, not allowed to leave the 7-colored peak, but there was nothing else wrong with it. Su Hao nodded slightly, while Nangong Renling looked at Su Hao, her small face inexplicably colored with a hint of redness. For her own brother she had known of his existence since childhood, just had not seen the face. Today she finally saw it, taller and more handsome than she had imagined. Su Hao didn't know what Nangong Renling was blushing about, but he didn't know what to say. He only had to say, about the thing that I've come, you only tell mother alone, don't make a noise, tell her that father's body is very good, so she doesn't have to worry. Aha! Nangong Renling nodded repeatedly. Alright, you also go and rest, you can find me if there are things. Su Hao at this time saw a Dao Polarity sect disciple passing by in the distance, and briefly said 2 sentences, and then said, his own identity can be hidden or as much as possible to hide, the fewer people who know, the better, to be able to avoid a lot of trouble. Wait! At this time, Nangong Renling but called Su Hao. Su Hao looked towards her in doubt. But he saw that Nangong Renling came in front of him, and patted up her toes. Her soft lips gave him a slapdash kiss on his face. What are you doing? Feeling the soft touch left on his cheek, Su Hao was stunned. What is this? Doing? Brother, goodbye. Nangong Renling waved her hand, her small face filled with redness, and turned around to quickly leave. Brother, he is so strong, obviously not much older than me, but he has comprehended the meaning of the sword. Tell mother, she must be very happy. Nangong Renling's mood was also much better because of seeing Su Hao, somewhat leaping towards the 7-colored peak, ready to tell Nangong Lan about Su Hao. It's not bad if you are with him in the future. Nangong Rinling's small face was flushed. What Suha didn't realize was that Nangong Rinling wasn't Nangong Blue and Suyi's daughter at all, much less her own sister. When Nangong Blue was grounded before, had picked up a small baby girl, is Nangong Rinling, she adopted Nangong Rinling, and later in the spiritual root detection detected Nangong Rinling has outstanding talent, although the Nangong family knows that it does not have Nangong family lineage, but this kind of talent will be defaulted to her as a member of the Nangong family. Anyway, as long as the future Nangong Rinling married to members of the Nangong family, not all the same? If she had to marry a member of the Nangong family in the future, then Nangong Rinling would rather marry Su Hao. Nangong Rinling is not Nangong Lan's own daughter, only some elders within the Nangong family know. This matter is not even clear to Sui. Su Hao looked at Nangong Rinling's faraway back, heart inexplicably some panic. What is the situation? He couldn't do such a beastly thing as not even letting his sister go. Maybe it's because she's too happy to see me. Su Hao scratched his head, thinking that it was normal for his sister to kiss herself as an elder brother when she was happy. Let's go to the treasure pavilion to buy something and reach the Hotian martial artist realm as soon as possible. Su Hao collected his inexplicable emotions. Now that he was displaying his strength in front of so many disciples of Daoji sect, he would definitely attract the attention of very many people. There might be some ripples. The only way to deal with all the coming troubles was to have a strong strength. I want this metamorphosis, Dan. Come with 10 bottles. Su Hao entered the treasure pavilion. The obese middle-aged man warmly greeted him, and Su Hao opened the door. All right. The middle-aged man was very enthusiastic and immediately gave Su Hao the metamorphosis Dan. This metamorphosis Dan is able to increase the speed of internal force metamorphosis. A martial artist's internal force cultivation reaches a certain level, will produce metamorphosis into true chi. This process is water to the drain. As long as the time is enough, sooner or later can complete the metamorphosis. But Su Hao naturally didn't want to wait slowly, and accelerating the metamorphosis of the internal force with the power of the elixir was the best method, and the metamorphosis Dan did just that. 5,000 contribution points in total. The obese middle-aged man took 10 small porcelain bottles and said, a bottle of metamorphosis Dan would require 500 contribution points, which was quite expensive for ordinary disciples, but for Su Hao, who had just broken through the 6-layer demon puppet formation and possessed 20,000 contribution points, it was a small amount of money, and without taking a breath, he bought a full 10 bottles. Chapter 48, Day After Heaven Realm, Ghost Spirit Root. The middle-aged man was still very impressed with Su Hao. Su Hao was a first-class martial artist level, yet he was able to take out tens of thousands of contribution points. No matter how you look at it, it was not ordinary. After Su Hao paid the contribution points with his identity token, he excused himself and left. Have you heard about it? Just now, a teenager named Su Hao killed 3 demonic ghosts in a row in the ring, and even senior sister Feng Dai was given a beating. Too strong. He's only 16 or 17 years old, yet he possesses the strength to enter the elite ranking. Yeah, I heard that he even broke through the 6th layer of the demon puppet formation. His talent and qualifications are all no less than senior sister Nangong's. Not long after Su Hao had just left, some other disciples entered inside the treasure pavilion and were excitedly talking about what had just happened. What they are talking about, is it the teenager who left? The middle-aged man froze, and the first thing that came to his mind was Su Hao, the teenager who was at the first-class martial artist level but was able to take out a large amount of contribution points. Su Hao was indeed on fire. Today, he first broke the 6-layer demon puppet formation, and then showed his power under the spectators of thousands of people, easily killing 3 powerful demon ghosts, and also beat the phoenix butterfly that had a great reputation in the outer sect to break his face, causing his name to quickly spread throughout the outer sect, which wasn't something Su Hao was willing to see, but he didn't have the ability to stop it either. Su Hao simply closed his door, temporarily avoiding the wind, and the heat of this matter would come down after a while. Inside the cultivation room, Su Hao checked his own situation. First of all, his internal force cultivation. He had chopped 3 late Hotian demonic ghosts in a row, and gained a total of 36 years of internal force cultivation, which made his internal force almost multiply to 76 years, and moreover, because of such abundant internal force cultivation, there was a trend of metamorphosis towards true chi, and now he only needed to use the help of metamorphosis pills to quickly make a qualitative change of his internal force, and enter into a whole new realm. Speaking of which, what is this ghost spirit root? Su Hao recalled a ghost spirit root that he had killed 3 ghost-faced butterflies earlier and exploded out, so Su Hao decided to check out this ghost spirit root first. The changes brought by the ghost spirit root made my spiritual power stronger? Su Hao quietly felt a strange color appearing in his eyes, as he clearly felt his own spiritual power stronger. The so-called ghost spirit root was actually related to the soul aspect, capable of strengthening the soul and spiritual power. There are very many types of spiritual roots. The most common ones are those with the 5 elements attributes, followed by the rarer variant spiritual roots like ice, wind, and thunder. And as for this ghost spiritual root associated with the soul, it is an even rarer and more rare spiritual root. Not bad. If one's soul is strong, somehow the talent will be enhanced, and things will be more focused and efficient. Su Hao's eyes glowed. This ghost spirit root brought a very huge effect, powerful soul power. If Su Hao's soul was strong enough, he wouldn't need to take so long to comprehend the blade technique within the broken sword before. Even if his soul was strong enough, he would be able to have a better comprehension for the realm at the level of intention. Su Hao closed his eyes and focused his thoughts. He was even able to externalize his soul power, reaching a level similar to the divine sense scanning. Of course, at the moment, he was only able to use his soul power to probe the situation within 10 meters around him, but it was still very useful to use it in a battle, to be able to clearly perceive the opponent's subtle changes. Well, the potential of this ghost spirit root is quite not bad, but for now, it's better to reach the Hotian realm first. Su Hao was quite satisfied with the ghost spirit root, but didn't stay, opening a bottle of Metamorphosis Dan, taking one and then refining it. With the effect of Metamorphosis Dan, Su Hao's internal energy filling up in his dantian began to change. Originally it was so misty that it was almost invisible to the naked eye, but now it became more solid, like a wisp of aerosol, the quality of which had increased by more than a few times. A strand of true qi could break down several strands of internal force. This was a qualitative change. The process of metamorphosis was very smooth, hardly encountering any bottlenecks. Su Hao quickly caused his internal force to metamorphose into true qi, and with the help of Metamorphosis Dan, this process took Su Hao nearly 20 days. After 20 days, Su Hao let out a long breath. In his mouth, there was a light white aerosol exhaled, as if it was like a cloud. Su Hao's eyes opened, and the divine light flickered. It's very good. Finally reached the Hotian realm. The internal force in my body metamorphosed into true qi. The quality was increased drastically, and with the true qi to drive the martial skills, the effect can be doubled. Internal force, true qi is equivalent to fuel, energy is strong, perform martial arts naturally more powerful, strong cultivation can even be able to turn decay into magic, like some innate powerhouse, even if holding a branch, but also able to easily split mountains and rocks. This is because they have a higher level of energy, true essence. Reaching the Hotian realm, Su Hao not only had a metamorphosis of true qi, but also got a true qi training of his own flesh. Now he had 25,000 kilograms of divine strength in one arm, and his own qi and blood were more abundant, with a lifespan of 150 years. As for innate powerhouses, they had a lifespan of over 300 years. I can upgrade my own spiritual roots a bit, upgrading the Thunder spiritual root and Wind spiritual root. Su Hao had broken into the formation twice and killed a large number of demonic puppets, plus killed 3 ghost-faced butterflies, and now that he had a total of 13,000 experience points, Su Hao decided to upgrade his spirit root quality as well. Ding, consuming 5,000 experience points. Congratulations to host Thunder spirit root primary for upgrading to intermediate Thunder spirit root. Ding, consuming 5,000 experience points. Congratulations to host Wind spirit root primary for upgrading to intermediate Wind spirit root. Ding, consuming 2,000 experience points. Congratulations to the host's Ghost spirit root broken for upgrading to primary Ghost spirit root. Directly after consuming 12,000 experience points, Su Hao upgraded all the 3 spiritual roots he possessed once, with the Thunder spiritual root and Wind spiritual root reaching intermediate quality, and the Ghost spiritual root reaching primary quality. The benefits brought by this were too great. The 2 spiritual roots of Wind and Thunder had reached intermediate quality. If they condensed the 2 kinds of blade meanings of Wind and Thunder and fused them with each other, the power would be at least 5 times higher than before. Plus Su Hao's cultivation had reached the Hotian realm, and with the true qi to promote it, he was afraid that the power of the Wind and Thunder chop might be nearly 10 times more powerful than that of the time when he had broken through the demon puppet formation. How exaggerated was this? Su Hao's strength had definitely taken a huge leap. As for the Ghost spirit root that was upgraded to primary quality, it made Su Hao feel that his soul was warm, and he was able to release his soul power to cover a 100-meter radius, just like a radar, and within this range, not even a single breeze could be hidden from him. Chapter 49, Number 1 in the Outer Sect. Host, Su Hao. Age, 16. Cultivation, 76 years of true qi. Realm evaluation, early Hotian martial artist. Cultivated techniques, Purple Chi technique Black Iron grade, 81% proficiency intermediate, Blood Demon body mutilated, Bronze grade, 3 levels of proficiency perfect. Martial skills cultivated, Wine slashing blade technique Black Iron grade, proficiency complete, Thunder breathing technique Bronze grade, proficiency intermediate 91%, Wind chasing body technique Bronze grade, intermediate 41%, Blood burning mystic technique Bronze grade, proficiency beginner 20%, Blood breathing technique Bronze grade, proficiency intermediate 36%, Thunderjacking blade technique Silver grade, crippled, proficiency beginner 71%. Mastery of intent, Thunder blade intent 20% blade intent, Blast wind blade intent 10% blade intent. Possessed spiritual roots, intermediate Wind spiritual roots, intermediate Thunder spiritual roots, elementary Ghost spiritual roots. Remaining experience value, 1,000 points. How does my current strength compare to those 3 demons from the outer sect? Su Hao looked at his basic information and secretly thought with a smile at the corner of his mouth. There were 3 demons among the outer sect disciples, all of them were at the Hotian realm's cultivation, but they had broken through the 8-layer devil puppet formation that required an innate powerhouse to break through. In other words, these 3 could explode into innate level battle power with their Hotian cultivation. Undoubtedly they were demonic existences, and each of them had names that made people's ears ring like thunder in the outer sect. Even the reason why they didn't enter the innate realm was to accumulate reserves, to make their future potential even greater, more hopeful to open the immortal gate. Each and every one of them was extraordinary, very human can be compared. Suha was very curious about how he compared to these 3 demons. He was absolutely not afraid of a battle. While Suha was in seclusion, the outside world was also swirling because of Suha's matter. In the middle of a quiet room, a man sat quietly. He looked like he was in his 20s, his face was like a crown of jade, handsome, tall, his whole body revealed a kind of inexplicable flavor, which made people ashamed of themselves when they saw him, and he was just like a round of scorching sun. Wherever he went, he would be the absolute focus. This man's identity is extremely uncomplicated, and even resonates through the Tao Extreme sect. He is Yelu Xiong, the first of the 3 demons of the outer sect. His birth is outstanding. For the great family of the Tao Extreme sect, the Yelu clan's heavenly pride, since childhood, he has been bathed in light. There is the name of the first of the outer sect. He fully deserves this name. Brother Xiong. You are finally willing to see me, you must help me take revenge. A woman in red was crying like a tearful person. If Suha was here, he would definitely be able to recognize that she was none other than Feng Dai. Looking at the crying Feng Dai, a trace of disgust flashed in the depths of Yelu Xiong's eyes. If it wasn't for the sake of obtaining the support of the other family, this kind of goods was not something he could look at. Tell me, what happened? I have to continue my seclusion and accumulate my reserves. Yelu Xiong said indifferently. This Feng Dai wanted to find him despite the obstruction, causing him to have to come out of seclusion to deal with it. Brother Xiong, do you know about what happened some time ago? Feng Dai inquired through gritted teeth, and Yelu Xiong nodded noncommittally. Feng Dai and Nangong Rinling's matter, although Yelu Xiong was in seclusion, but also was clear about such a thing. The outer disciples suddenly appeared. A genius let Yelu Xiong surprised, but also not to spend too much attention to pay attention to. Tao Extreme sect never lack of genius. Those 2 heavenly prides that were tied with themselves among the 3 greatest demons of the outer sect were not also pressed by themselves and had to be convinced? Feng Dai's eyes flashed with an inexplicable light as he said, Brother Xiong, there is one thing that you must be interested in. This son's surname is Su. And I have investigated him afterwards. When he was introduced, he defeated 3 Hotian disciples and broke through the 6 layers of the demon puppet formation, and most importantly, his identity. His identity? Yelu Xiong froze for a moment, his brows furrowed. The surname Su made him a bit familiar, but the surname Su was too common. It was as big a surname as Zhang, Li, and the others. Feng Dai gritted her teeth, her eyes full of undisguised hatred towards Su Hao. Her voice lowered and said, according to my investigation, Su Hao comes from the Tianming City Su family. I let our family people who know how to harness flying demonic ghosts go to a trip to Tianming City and learn something very interesting. This Su Hao is not only from the Tianming City Su family, but also from the Tianming City Su family for more than 10 years, and is also the first person who knows how to harness flying demonic ghosts. Meng City Su family, but also the son of Su Yi from more than 10 years ago. Tianming City was a long way from Tao Polarity sect. Even on a fast horse it would take half a month to arrive one way, but Feng Dai's family was good at taming demonic ghosts, among which there were flying-type demonic ghosts, so a half-a-month round trip wouldn't even be necessary. But the news that Feng Dai's family brought back from Tianming City was extremely shocking. This Su Hao even came from Tianming City Su family. Not only that, it was even the biological son of the man named Sui in the beginning. Impossible? He's that little baby from back then? Hearing this, Yelu Xiong rose up with a hua, shaking his head incredulously as he stared at Feng Dai with both eyes. Feng Dai, if you are deliberately deceiving me for the sake of a personal vendetta, you know my character well. Yelu Xiong felt that this might be Feng Dai saying this on purpose in order for him to deal with Su Hao, and he wasn't a little cutie. And wouldn't be easily fooled. Hearing this, Feng Dai hurriedly said, I can guarantee that this person is the son of Sui. When the matter between someone from such a small family as Sui and Nangong Lan was the one that made the Nangong family furious, there won't be the slightest mistake. It is one of my uncle went to Tianming City to personally ask for proof. The Su Hao in Tianming City there is not a small reputation. But this is too unreasonable. This Su Hao deserves the name of the proud son of heaven. But that baby that was taken away by Sui is completely an ordinary child. When Yelu Xiong saw this appearance of Feng Dai, it was clear that she did not lie, but this made him even more puzzled. More than 10 years ago, Sui and Nangong Lan's matter caused a lot of waves. Sui is only a small family origin, his own talent in Tao Extreme sect can only be considered mediocre, while Nangong Lan is the daughter of Tao Extreme sect's patriarch. But later on, even without any news, Nangong Lan is pregnant, the object is still a person from a small family. This is undoubtedly the door is not right, but also unmarried first pregnancy, so that the Nangong family are for the anger. Directly will Sui arrested up, and in the process of the very hard, are hurt Sui's origin, so that he stopped after the day. And then the Nangong Blue birth Suhao. If Suhao's natural talent is excellent, may be able to let Sui father by son. No matter how Suhao is half of the Nangong family's bloodline, his natural talent is excellent, then the Nangong family must also have to cultivate him, may also accept Sui. But after testing the Nangong family but found Suhao is just an ordinary person who does not even have a spiritual root, which makes the Nangong family did not leave the slightest bit of leniency, directly will be Sui expelled from the Daoji sect. The Nangong Blue was also punished, in the 7 colored peaks of the grounded for 20 years. This matter Yalu Xiong at that time although young, but is heard of. However, now, the baby that was carried away by Sui at that time has re-entered the Dao Extreme sect, and his natural talent is outstanding. At the age of 16, he possesses the strength to break through the 6th layer of the demon puppet formation. This son can't stay. There aren't many people in this generation of the Nangong clan that can rival me, can't let him threaten my position. Yalu Xiong's eyes flashed with a shockingly cold aura. The position of Daodaiji sect's patriarch is not hereditary. As long as it is a Daodaiji sect's family, all have the qualification to compete for the position of patriarch. Just among them, the Nangong family is the most powerful. Over the tens of thousands of years, the Nangong family has produced the most patriarchs, and their Yalu family's last time someone acted as the Daodaiji sect's patriarch was almost 5,000 years in the past. Yalu Xiong was extremely ambitious. He felt that with his own talent, he was qualified to compete for the position of sovereign in the future, and among the younger generation of the Nangong family in this generation, there were not many who could compare with him, so his chances were quite high. But now out of a Suhao, but let Yalu Xiong vaguely more than a hint of crisis, their own in Suhao's age, strength may not be much stronger than him. More importantly, Suhao also has the bloodline of the Nangong family. If the Nangong family support, he is qualified to compete for the position of this patriarch, and this is so that he cannot stand. Should we say his identity out? The Nangong family has some old antiques can very much dislike Sui? Feng Dai whispered. Stupid, this Suhao's natural talent is so excellent. If the Nangong family knows of his existence, maybe instead they will be delighted to let him recognize his ancestor. Wouldn't that be a mistake? Yalu Xiong nonchalantly chided, causing Feng Dai to not dare to say anything else. This matter also can't let the clan know. I also can't personally do it, it's too big a risk. My relationship with Feng Dai Suhao must know. If it appears in front of Suhao it will definitely also make him wary, suspecting that I came to retaliate. Even if I kill him, the gate will also suspect that it's because of this that I purposely killed him. Even if I kill him, the sect will still suspect that I killed him on purpose, and there are quite a few people who can't wait for me to fall. Then the most suitable candidate is Feng Wuji. Yalu Xiong fingers knocked the armrest of the seat, finally thought of the most suitable candidate. Suhao must not stay. Go and call Feng Wuji to come here. Yalu Xiong looked toward Feng Dai and commanded. Feng Wuji? Good, good. Feng Dai's heart rejoiced when she heard this name. It was clear that Yalu Xiong was trying to deal with Suhao, and if it was Feng Wuji who was willing to make a move, it would definitely be a sure thing. Chapter 50 The Three Great Demons. Wind Wuji. Wind Wuji, this is a ruthless person. He joined Daoji sect at a very young age, with excellent natural talent, daring to fight, obviously not much of a big background, but hard to stand out from countless outer disciples, soaring high, and broke through the 8th layer of the demon puppet formation a year ago, becoming the 3 great demons of the outer sect alongside Yalu Xiong. If Feng Wuji made a move, no one would associate it with Yalu Xiong's orders, and with Feng Wuji's strength, it was even more stable to deal with Suhao. Although Feng Wuji, who was able to break through the 8th layer of the demon puppet formation, was at the peak of the Hotian realm, he completely possessed the battle power comparable to the innate level. Suhao naturally didn't know that there was a conspiracy brewing against him. It's been 3 days since Suhao came out of the gate. He spent these 3 days familiarizing himself with his new power and thinking about how to cultivate next, but then someone found him. Senior brother Su, Deacon Li from the Palace of Law and Government is asking you to come over. That day an outer disciple found Suhao and told him such a thing. This caused Suhao to be surprised. Fa Zhan Hall, Deacon Li? What is it that you are looking for me for? This outer disciple explained, when you join the Dao Polarity sect, you have to carry out a mission every half a year, and if there are special circumstances, you can take a leave of absence. Senior brother Su, you have joined the Dao Polarity sect for a few months already. You have to carry out a mission, and Deacon Li thinks that you are strong enough, and there is a mission that you need to do. Suhao remembered, there is indeed such a thing. Join the Dao Extreme sect, enjoy the treatment of the Dao Extreme sect, at the same time also have to contribute to the Dao Extreme sect. According to the provisions of the outer disciple, half a year need to complete a sect routine task. Of course, there is also a reward. Okay. Then I'll go and take a look. Suhao nodded and decided to go and see what the task was. Suhao came all the way to the Palace of Law and Government, which was mainly the department that issued various tasks. Suhao had only just entered inside the Palace of Law and Government, and inside the Palace of Law and Government, there was a man who beckoned, this way. This man was wearing a deacon's attire. He should be that Deacon Li, who said with a curmudgeonly face, the disciple just now should have said to you that he called you to come because of the routine tasks of the outer disciples, and when the others come, they will say the content of the tasks together. There are others on the mission together? Suhao was surprised. Soon after, 2 more people came to the spell formation hall one after another. These 2 were both men, in their 20s close to their 30s. Deacon Lee introduced, he is Su Hao, and will be on a mission together with you. You are Su Hao? The Su Hao who beat up Feng Dai? An inch-haired man looked at Su Hao with some surprise when he heard Deacon Lee's introduction, and then he said with a smile on his face, my name is Zheng Cheng, we will take care of you all on this mission. Another man with a very elegant temperament was also surprised. Su Hao could be very popular in Daoji sect recently. He also nodded slightly and politely introduced himself, my name is Hiru. Su Hao also nodded politely. At the same time, his heart was very surprised. Su Hao had seen the elite list before. This Hiru and Zhang Qing were ranked among the elite list. In other words, they both possessed the strength to break through the 6 layers of the magic puppet formation. They were the absolute elites in the outer sects, together with one more Su Hao. That was 3 disciples of the elite list. What kind of task needed 3 disciples of the elite list to perform together? Sorry, I'm late. Zheng Cheng and Hiru also wondered about this and were about to ask when a lazy voice came from outside. Everyone turned around to look, but they saw that it was a long-haired man, who was unkempt and wore a uniform that was a bit dirty, but was filled with a dashing demeanor. Seeing this person, Zhang Cheng and Hiru, but a trace of shock appeared on their faces, their complexion unconsciously tightened slightly, they both nodded their heads and said somewhat respectfully, greetings, Senior Wind Brother. The person who can make 2 elite ranking disciples both call him Senior Wind Brother. Could it be that he is Wind Wuji? When Su Hao saw this scene, he was also surprised. Even Zhang Cheng and Hiru were so respectful, and with the surname Feng, he immediately thought of someone, one of the 3 great demons of the outer sect, Feng Wuji, a strong person who had broken through the 8-layer demon puppet formation, a super demon who could be ranked in the top 3 among the entire 80,000 to 90,000 disciples of the outer sect. I wonder how my strength today compares to Feng Wuji. Su Hao saw Feng Wuji, surprised at the same time in his heart than he also secretly thought. He promoted to the Hotian realm, the quality of his spiritual root increased, his strength did not know how many times he had doubled. Even if it was against Feng Wuji, he believed that he also had a chance of winning. Seeing Feng Wuji, it was Deacon Lee's ancient face also surfaced a trace of a smile. Feng Wuji's natural talent was very demonic. Advancing to the innate realm was as simple as eating and drinking for him. The reason why he didn't break through was that he was accumulating his reserves, and he was afraid that in the future, he was expected to open the Immortal Gate. Of course, Deacon Lee had a friendly attitude towards him. Since everyone has arrived, I will talk about this mission. Deacon Lee's expression became serious, and then he went straight to the point. The 4 of you are all extremely outstanding amongst the outer disciples of the Tao Polarity sect, and this mission has to come from you as well. According to the intelligence of Tao Polarity sect, in that area of Otsaka Mountain to the west of Tao Polarity sect, several villages have been swept away. Not only were those villagers killed, but some people even found the mutilated corpses of those villagers. Their corpses were intact but their hearts were dug out. According to the estimation, it's probably the work of an evil cultivator. Deacon Lee said. Evil cultivator? These words made Zheng Qing, Hiru, and Su Hao all look aghast. Evil cultivators, to some extent, were even more terrifying than demons and ghosts. After all, demons and ghosts knew that they were demons and ghosts as soon as they saw them, and they directly shot to eradicate them, but evil cultivators hid themselves in the crowd, and their methods were bizarre and difficult to deal with. Su Hao had a not so small impression of evil cultivators. The 3 leaders of the Blood Demon Regiment were all evil cultivators, and 2 of them even transformed themselves into half-demon ghosts, which could be described as heartless. The content of the mission is for you to go to the area of Otsaka Mountain and solve this matter, capture that evil cultivator, or just kill him and bring back his head. The reward for the mission is 10,000 contribution points per person. The evil cultivator is not easy to deal with, but if you guys join hands, you can make that evil cultivator be put to death. Daring to cause trouble within the sphere of influence of the Tao Extreme sect is just looking for death. Deacon Lee's tone contained the slightest hint of a murderous aura. Evil cultivators, everyone must be put to death. With Senior Wind Brother here, this mission is sure to be a handful. Zheng Qing laughed, although the evil cultivator was dangerous, but they were all members of the elite list here, not to mention the presence of Feng Wuji, a demon who was vaguely comparable to an innate level combatant, so even if the evil cultivator was strong, he would still have to end up with a grudge. Feng Wuji wore a gentle, lazy smile on his face. Evil cultivator? It's a bit interesting. In that case, I'll take a trip. There's no time to lose, set off quickly. 1 more day's delay will result in more people becoming that evil cultivator's sustenance. After Deacon Lee finished explaining his tasks, he urged them to set off. Chapter 51, Desolate Mountain, Bad Wolves and Viper. Oh. Su Hao and his group of 4 all left the Daoji sect and rode towards Otsaka Mountain. It will take 5 days to make a round trip to this Otsaka Mountain, and if you're lucky enough, you'll be able to complete this mission in a week's time. Zheng Qing laughed. Going to the Great Song Mountain to exterminate the rebellious evil cultivators, this mission was considered to be not a small difficulty in the outer sect, but the 4 of them were all elites of the outer sect, and there was even a Feng Wuji, a demon that could be ranked in the top 3 of the outer sect, so this mission should be 9 out of 10. Well, hurry up and get to Otsaka Mountain. Since the sect is letting us go, the strength of this evil cultivator should be less than innate, but we have to be careful. The long-haired man, Feng Wuji, also said. Senior Brother Feng is right. Zheng Cheng and Hiru both nodded their heads in agreement. In their hearts, they had immense respect for Feng Wuji. Although they were both disciples on the elite ranking, they were well aware that the gap between themselves and the others and Feng Wuji was too great. This Feng Wuji is a bit strange. Su Hao on the other hand frowned. The four of them drove their horses. Along the way, Su Hao clearly felt that Feng Wuji was not too attached to both Zheng Cheng and Hiru. Instead, he paid more attention to Su Hao, who didn't talk much. This made Su Hao feel puzzled but didn't think much about it. After all, Su Hao himself met with this Feng Wuji for the first time and didn't have any animosity. He only thought that it was because he was too young to be able to enter the elite list. That's why Feng Wuji would pay more attention to him. Feng Wuji's character was very modest and courteous. On the way, Zheng Cheng and Hiru inquired about his cultivation. Feng Wuji was kind enough to point them out, making the two of them trust and admire him more and more. Thinking that Feng Wuji wasn't only a strong person in the top 3 of the outer sect, he was also a flamboyant gentleman in terms of character. Here we are. Up ahead is the Otsuka mountain. That evil cultivator is active in this generation. Hundreds of people have already been killed. More than 2 days later, the group arrived outside a large mountain. Hiru looked at the large mountain in front of him and opened his mouth. Otsuka mountain. This was a rather remote area. Most of the residents here made a living by hunting. That evil cultivator chose to dig up the hearts of living people here and use it to cultivate evil skills. Rather clever. Let's go, enter Otsuka mountain and take a look. Hopefully this evil cultivator hasn't left yet and we can find him quickly. Zheng Cheng looked motivated. Feng Wuji had a faint smile on the corner of his mouth as he dismounted his horse and walked towards within the Otsuka mountain. Su Hao's 3 people also all dismounted their horses when they saw this and entered the Otsuka mountain on foot. But gradually the crowd frowned. Originally they thought that Feng Wuji was leading the way, but Feng Wuji was completely walking within the Otsuka mountain without any purpose. It looked like he was looking for something. After half an hour, Zheng Cheng somewhat couldn't help but say, "Senior brother Feng, let's just go to those mountain villages in the Great Mountain first to see if we can find any living people and inquire about that evil cultivator." Feng Wuji stopped his steps. At this moment, the distance between the 4 of them was only more than 5 meters. The smile at the corner of Feng Wuji's mouth was getting more and more blazing as he softly said, "It's here." What arrived? Hiru, Zheng Cheng, and Su Hao were all frowning darkly. This Feng Wuji was a bit abnormal ever since he entered the Great Mountain. Wind Wuji turned his head, a bright smile on his face. "Of course it's your time to die." In that brilliant smile, it revealed a bone-chilling chill. Not good. Be careful. Su Hao possessed a ghost spirit root. His soul strength and mental power were all different from normal people. He keenly sensed an extreme danger, as well as a bone-chilling killing intent coming from Feng Wuji's body. He hurriedly shouted to alert Hiru and Zheng Cheng. What? Hiru and Zheng Cheng also froze. Feng Wuji's words made them not react for a moment. Why did this incomparably humble and courteous senior brother suddenly say this? Snort! Feng Wuji suddenly moved. His speed was too fast, so fast that it reached a level that surpassed the limits of normal human beings. His palm pressed on the hilt of his sword, sparks rubbed between the blade and the scabbard, and the entire green-colored longsword transformed into a windy shadow that flickered away. Pooh! That sword shadow cut at extreme speed, flashing past the throats of Hiru and Zheng Cheng, who realized that it was not good, but could not react in time. As for Su Hao, he was the first to detect the danger with his keen perception, and with a speed no less than Feng Wuji's, he instantly drew his sword, and the cold stream blade at his waist blossomed with a green-colored aura, fiercely chopping out. Clang! The blade struck the cyan-colored sword shadow to smithereens. There was a crisp gold and iron sound blooming in the air. The sword shadow shattered, and a hint of surprise appeared on Feng Wuji's face. Feng Wuji. You? Why? Hiru and Zheng Cheng's faces were filled with disbelief as they stared at Feng Wuji dead in the face. They simply couldn't imagine why Feng Wuji would suddenly flip out and directly make a sneak attack to take their lives. Pfffff. Without waiting for the words of questioning to be uttered by the two of them, a bloodstain gradually emerged from Hiru and Zheng Cheng's necks. Their heads separated from their necks, their corpses separated, and they fell softly to the ground, blood spreading on the ground. Their eyes were all round and dead, unclear as to why the other party would suddenly want to kill them when they had no grudges with Feng Wuji. What two fools! All along the way, they were sucking up to me, not even the slightest bit wary of me. Such people are worthy of sharing the elite ranking with me. It really is something that can be laughed out of the room. Feng Wuji skimmed his mouth and did not even bother to look at Zheng Cheng and Hiru's corpses. Then Feng Wuji looked at Su Hao with a strange light in his eyes. "You kid is really extraordinary. Facing my sneak attack you were able to react to it, and all the way you were obviously wary of me, unlike those two who were completely with two idiots." Wind Wuji changed his previous modest and courteous appearance and became incomparably arrogant. Killing 2 fellow disciples was like pinching 2 ants to death, not caring at all. Su Hao's eyes were filled with anger. If not for his strong soul power, possessing a ghost spirit root and sharp perception, under Feng Wuji's sudden sneak attack, there was a real possibility that he might end up the same way as Hiru and Zheng Cheng, getting his head cut off by a sword. Su Hao was shocked and angry. Is this Feng Wuji crazy? Su Hao's face was as cold as ice as he questioned, "Why do you want to kill us? We have no grievances or hatred with you, right? Ha ha. I just want to kill you." These two people happen to be divided into a team, only to be killed together. As for why I want to kill you, Is Yalu Xiong let me do it? It seems that because you beat up his concubine Feng Dai's reason, he gave me 3 innate dan, so that you die with understanding? Feng Wuji was very quick to say why he wanted to kill Su Hao. That look was already treating Su Hao as a dead soul under the sword, very leisurely and calm. Feng Dai? Yalu Xiong? Su Hao frowned, somewhat understanding the cause, but this is too careful, right? Although he himself had disgraced Feng Dai, but Yalu Xiong was even willing to pay 3 innate dan for this to ask Feng Wuji to make a move. This was too big a price. Alright, it's fine for you to lead your neck to death, it's fine for you to resist, the result won't change anyway. The halo of the green-colored sword in Feng Wuji's hand flowed, but the smile on his face was getting colder and colder. This outing mission was likewise arranged by Yalu Xiong with the help of some means and network of connections, creating an opportunity for him to kill Su Hao, and after killing him, he only needed to push it all onto the body of the evil cultivator. Anyway, with his heavily aptitude, the probability of opening the immortal gate in the future were all very high, and even if Dao Extreme Sect suspected it, it wouldn't do anything to him without any evidence. How? Of course, Feng Wuji didn't know that Su Hao's identity was from the Dao Polarity sect leader lineage. Yalu Xiong only said that because Su Hao hit Feng Dai, it was the same as hitting his face reason he wanted to kill him. Otherwise, if he told Feng Wuji about Su Hao's identity, Feng Wuji might not take this killing errand. Yalu Xiong? Very good. I will make him pay. Now let me see what skills your so-called outer sect's 3 great demons have. Su Hao took a deep breath. Killing intent in his heart was like a tidal wave, but his eyes also revealed a trace of blazing battle intent. Since he reached the Hotian realm, he was very curious to know who was stronger or weaker between himself and the 3 main demons of the outer sect, and now he could come to give it a try. Wait. What a strong smell of blood. Su Hao was suddenly stunned at this time. His nose lightly sniffed and smelled a strong blood odor, which did not come from Zhang Cheng and Hiru, who were killed by Feng Wuji. What was even more strange was that Su Hao couldn't tell which direction it came from. Not only that, Su Hao felt that there was a pair of eyes somewhere staring at him. Feng Wuji obviously didn't smell this bloody odor, nor did he feel that sense of prying eyes. Su Hao possessed a ghost spirit root, and it was only because his soul power and spirit power were different from normal that he noticed the abnormality. This made Su Hao frown, feeling the severity of the matter. Not only do they have to face Feng Wuji, but they seem to be targeted by something. If the peeper in the dark suddenly strikes when he is fighting with Feng Wuji, it is very likely that they will end up in one pot. Want to see my strength? Very well. Then let you understand what is called true power. Feng Wuji did not notice the abnormality in the dark. The killing intent in his eyes was undisguised. The green-colored longsword in his hand had a halo of light flowing and a chilling aura. It was believed that when he struck out it was bound to be a stone-cold shock. On the surface there is a vicious wolf, the dark more unknown poisonous snake. The smell of blood is getting more and more dense, so that Su Hao eyes and the coldness is also more and more prevalent. No matter he is a vicious wolf or a poisonous snake, the knife in his hand today is destined to drink blood. Chapter 52, Sword Whistling Blade Sounding. I heard that you were only recently initiated, rising in a short time, breaking through the 6 layers of demonic puppet array, slapping Feng Dai. But it's not good for young people to be too sharp. This is the trouble you have invited yourself. The reasoning that senior brother teaches you today, in your next life you must remember. Feng Wuji's eyes flashed with a stern aura. His figure was like lightning, pouncing on Su Hao, the tip of his sword dotted with cold stars blooming, seeming to be a meteor falling from beyond the domain, cold and deadly. Is that so? I don't think it will be you who walks out alive today. Even though there seemed to be something spying in the dark, Su Hao couldn't care less. That thing mostly wanted to reap the benefits of the fisherman. So let's see who is the real fisherman. The spirit root that Feng Wuji possessed was obviously a wind spirit root, specializing in speed, and Su Hao also possessed a wind spirit root. Snort! Su Hao's wind-slashing blade technique was unleashed, and a green-colored hurricane whistled, like a furious beast, sweeping through, wanting to tear everything into pieces. Clang! Swords and knives collided in the air, emitting the sound of golden iron. Sparks spattered. What was even more terrifying was that the ripples stirred up by the swords and knives caused ripples in the air, and the two did not give way to each other, and neither of them retreated an inch. This kid really has some skills. My cultivation has reached the peak of Hotian for some days. My body has been repeatedly tempered by the true Qi. It's strong and incomparable, but this kid has just entered the Hotian realm. Surprisingly, his physical body is no less than mine? Feng Wuji's heart was a bit surprised. This sword was purely a competition of speed and power. Su Hao was surprisingly not too far from him in both speed and power. Wind Extreme Sword Technique. Wind Wuji didn't have the slightest stop in his hand. After a collision, the sword speed was even faster. The tip of the sword seemed to turn into 1,000 hurricane vortexes, stabbing extremely towards all the vitals around Su Hao's body. This kind of speed was almost beyond the limit of what human retina could capture, but Su Hao violently released his soul force, enveloping Feng Wuji in it, scanning it as if it was a radar, and all of a sudden, within the scope of his perception, the trajectory of Feng Wuji's sword outbursts became clearly visible. Wind Slashing Blade Technique. Chopping Wind Catching Shadow. Su Hao had long been cultivated to perfection as he executed the wind-slashing blade technique, the blade carrying a green-colored air current, as if a wild wind was sweeping through, not retreating an inch in the face of Feng Wuji's attacking sword strokes, striking it head-on. Clang clang clang. The two collided more than a dozen times in an instant. The blade aura was sharp, the sword aura was severe, and the overflowing power would seemingly plow the land within 10 feet around the two, tearing out a mountain of bottomless cracks. Winwuji's sword method is too harsh, completely as not to give the opponent the slightest opportunity to breathe. A sword after a sword as fast as a sword, can only see him out of the sword, and cannot see him to close the sword, store power. In exchange for the ordinary Hoteon martial arts practitioner, one or two face-to-face will have to be stabbed by him in the body dozens of big holes. But let Winduji shocked as no matter how fast his sword, no matter how exquisite his sword moves, Suhao surprisingly guarded airtight, without the slightest crack. The cold stream knife interweave 3 feet knife around, hard to Winduji, all attacks too hard to catch down. This was not only the strength of breaking through the 6th layer of the demon puppet formation. Even if it was said that Suhao had broken through the 7th layer of the demon puppet formation, Fengwuji would still believe it. Clang! Swords and knives collided again, but Fengwuji drifted and retreated. His breath did not flutter in the slightest, a trace of contempt in the depths of his eyes slowly converged, and he said in a cold voice, "The intelligence given by this guy, Yaluxiang, is not accurate at all. You are much stronger than the description in his intelligence. Where, you are also much weaker than what I thought." Suhao didn't have the time to commercially blow each other with Fengwuji, casually responded, and then adjusted his breathing, running the blood breathing method. In addition to accelerating the recovery of physical strength and true chi, he wanted to use the blood breathing method to perceive the location of the person who was secretly spying on him. However, Suhao was a bit disappointed. Even if he was running the breath of blood, the only blood-colored shadows he saw in his line of sight were Winwuji, as well as some birds and beasts in the Great Mountain in the far distance, and he couldn't find the spying person at all, which made Suhao even more wary, and the other party's concealment ability had reached a rather terrifying level. However, Suhao had already released his soul force, covering 100 meters around. If that spying person entered this range, Suhao would be able to discover it at the first time. Next, I'll get real. Hearing Suhao say that he was weaker than imagined, this undoubtedly enraged Fengwuji. His complexion became more and more icy, tightly gripping the hilt of his sword. Suhao felt the wind blowing on his face, icy and deadly. This was not a real wind, but a sensation, a kind of intention. Sword intent? Suhao was slightly surprised. That cold and deadly wind was Fengwuji's sword intent. Normally martial artists would only come into contact with the realm of intent level when they reach the innate realm, but this Fengwuji was the same as him, similarly peeking into the realm of intent level in advance. Wind shadow sword intent. Winwuji's sword intent coalesced, his long hair fluttered like a god devil who harnessed a hurricane, and countless cyan-colored sword chi coalesced in the air, spreading over the sky, as if a mountain torrent and tsunami were crushing towards Suhao. Wind shadow sword intent, this was the intent mastered by Winwuji. Sword intent? Blast wind sword intent. Facing the sky-covering green-colored sword chi, Suhao's blistering wind blade intent was executed, the blade covered with green-colored airflow, chopping out one after another. All his blades disappeared into the air, tearing out the void like a pitch-black crack. Boom boom boom. Sword chi like a tide, blade chi surge, the two collide in the air, like there are endless thunderbolts exploding, airflow tumbling, so that both surrounded by the overpowering blade intent, sword chi shrouded, in 20 meters away from a large tree, was caught in it, not a few breaths of time, was strangled, burst into powder. It's true that as stated in the intelligence. You have mastered the sword intent. Fengwuji's face twisted up slightly. He was at Suhao's age, he hadn't even touched the threshold of the realm of intent level. His talent was quite a bit worse than that of the top demons, and he had put in a lot of effort and cost to get to this point today. Suhao's strength and talent made him jealous. Wind meteor killing. Fengwuji roared lowly, his body seemed to merge into the roiling sword chi, his human sword united, like a green meteor falling from the sky, blasting heavily at Suhao. Fengwuji, is this the essence of your confidence? You want to kill me with this skill? Suhao was also inspired by the battle spirit. His saber intent changed, thunder saber intent coalesced. The thunder saber intent that had reached 20% saber intent could be nearly twice as strong as the blistering wind saber intent. The two kinds of saber intent were fused, and the killing move, wind and thunder chopped. Wind spirit root and thunder spirit root were both upgraded to intermediate quality. Suhao's own internal force was also transformed into true chi, and the fusion of the two kinds of blade intent, wind thunder chop, was nearly 10 times more powerful than before. With this slash, the wind was whistling, every trace and every strand of the wind was deadly and dangerous, the thunder was exploding, as if it had the power to destroy the world, and the huge green golden blade chi was rotating and whistling, as if it had collapsed the emptiness of the sky. It was really hard to imagine that a Hoteon martial artist was able to erupt such an appalling strike. Chapter 53, Evil Cultivator appears. Kill. Fengwuji's eyes were tinged with threads of blood. He was one of the 3 great demons of the Dao Extreme sect, expected to open the Immortal sect in the future. It was fine for him to be suppressed by Yelu Xiong. Where could he tolerate being suppressed by a teenager who was almost 10 years younger than him? He roared furiously, endless sword intent and true chi converged, his body and sword body united, vaguely forming a huge sword shadow, piercing, twisting, breaking through all obstacles. Rumble. The greenish-golden blade chi and that huge sword shadow collided with each other, thunder exploding, hurricanes whistling, and an overflowing sword chi and blade chi tearing through the void. What was even more terrifying was that the two overpowering intentions formed a huge vortex which swept the flowers, plants, and trees within a radius of 50 to 60 meters into it, twisting them into smithereens. This astonishing strike, it was hard to imagine that it was something that two Hotian martial artists were able to erupt out of. Ka 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 ka. The sound of blasting in the air was endless. Two very different forces exploded at the same time. Su Hao and Feng Wuji were both blown backwards. Worthy of being one of the three great demons of the outer sect. My Wind and Thunder Blade intent mixed with Wind and Thunder Chop is nearly 10 times more powerful than before, and it's surprising that they all just barely managed to fight with him. Su Hao was surprised in his heart. This kid was actually able to block my kill? Feng Wuji, on the other hand, was incredulous. This strike of his was already comparable to the strikes of some innate powerhouses, but Su Hao was actually able to withstand it head-on? Su Hao was nearly 10 years younger than himself, and even his cultivation was only at the beginning of the Hotian realm. If he called himself a demon, then what was Su Hao? What is Su Hao if he calls himself a demon? An absolute demon? Feng Wuji was a bit unable to accept it, and even more so, he had a sense of panic. What if he couldn't kill Su Hao? When Su Hao returned to Dao Extreme Sect and reported to the sect about his brutal killing of fellow disciples, his future would be over. Before accepting Yelu Xiong's conditions, he would not have counted in 1,000 ways that he would have the possibility of missing. No one could have thought that Su Hao's strength was so powerful that he could be compared to Feng Wuji, a demon who was vaguely comparable to the innate level of battle power. Coming. Su Hao, on the other hand, fiercely moved his expression at this moment. In Su Hao's range of perception, there was a faint and inaudible sound of wind coming. It was that shadowy peeper. A blood-colored shadow was approaching at an unimaginable speed, without making the slightest sound, and there was almost no movement at all. Su Hao and Feng Wuji's full-force fight finally made the one spying in the dark unable to sit still, and wanted to take advantage of the fact that both of them were focusing their attention on each other to unleash an absolute death, and to kill them with a single shot. Su Hao had previously been distracting his mind to pay attention to the surrounding situation, and even released his soul power, covering 100 meters around. As soon as the spying person entered this 100 meters range, Su Hao immediately detected it. It was an extremely evil aura, filled with a bloody flavor. At this time, Su Hao, Feng Wuji, two people caused the aftermath have not yet stopped. The sky is filled with the debris of plants and trees, as well as being rolled up to the sky of the soil, rocks, and at this time, a blood-colored shadow is extremely rushed to come, and in the middle of the way is divided into two, respectively, towards Su Hao and Feng Wuji pounced to kill. I've been waiting for you for a long time. The blood-colored shadow attacked from Su Hao's back, but Su Hao let out a cold snort, his figure rotated at great speed, and the thunder breathing method was executed, dragging the thunder remnants, and a backhand slash came out. Rumble. This long accumulated slash heavily chopped on top of that blood-colored shadow, and the thunder blade chi instantly exploded, as if it was a gorgeous flower, tearing the blood-colored shadow into smithereens. Su Hao had prepared for this and easily tore this sneak attacker apart. However, Feng Wuji was not like Su Hao, who knew from the beginning that there were peepers in the dark, and he was a bit shocked when facing the blood-colored shadow coming from behind him. Plus he was shocked at Su Hao's strength when he clashed with Su Hao's full power with one blow, and he didn't expect that a sneak attacker would appear all of a sudden at this time at all. One of the sharp claws of that bloody shadow grabbed at the back of Feng Wuji's heart, wanting to dig out his heart, but Feng Wuji was also worthy of being in existence that could be ranked in the top 3 in the outer sect of Dao Extreme Sect. Sensing the sense of fatal threat coming from his back, although shocked and unruffled, in the nick of time, he bent his knees, making his body shape shorter, so that the bloody claw didn't penetrate through his heart, but it also swept over Feng Wuji's shoulder, tearing off a piece of bloody meat. Looking for death. Feeling the pain of the bloody flesh being torn off from his shoulder, Feng Wuji burst into a rage and roared. The green-colored sword in his hand suddenly intertwined with the sword shadows in the sky, engulfing the bloody shadow that had sneaked up on him into it, and just like a meat grinder, it was twisted into pieces. What the hell? Not the real body? Su Hao, on the other hand, frowned slightly as he similarly blasted the blood-colored shadow that sneaked up on him into pieces with his sword, but when Su Hao raised his eyes, he saw that the shattered blood-colored shadow was not a body of flesh and blood, but rather, it was droplets of blood, scattered all over the place, and the one that sneaked up on Feng Wuji was similarly a humanoid shadow that was congealed by blood. That sneak attacker was also too cautious and did not personally attack. What kind of rat, how dare you sneak attack me? Feng Wuji touched his shoulder, a handful of blood, a large chunk of flesh on his shoulder had been torn off, which caused him to look around and growl. Jia. Interesting. Interesting, looking at your age to be able to have such terrifying strength, you should be disciples of a large sect, right? Came to this barren land, presumably also to hunt me, but the 4 of you even own infighting, fight to death, laugh me to death. You guys are making me lose face like this. In a shadowy bush in the distance, a raspy and strange laughter came from, seemingly mocking Su Hao and the others. Su Hao was a bit speechless. Indeed, their mission was to hunt evil cultivators, but this Feng Wuji suddenly shot to kill Zhongqing and Hiru, and fought with Su Hao in a dim battle, but instead, the original purpose was forgotten in general. And the meaning in the words of this raspy laughter also made Su Hao's heart flutter. He is that evil cultivator? The people came to this Otsuka mountain was a task arranged by the sect, and this task was indeed the correct intelligence. There was indeed an evil cultivator haunting the area of this Otsuka mountain, and it was right near where Suhao and the others were engaged in battle, and had been watching them. If you have the guts to come out, Mr. Feng will cut off your head. Feng Wuji's eyes were spewing with anger as he looked towards the gloomy woods. It was close to dusk, and that bloody odor in the air was getting stronger and stronger, even he could smell it. Dead to the world and still don't know it. The evil cultivator in the shadows of that forest snorted and said, "That little brother over there, although I am also your enemy, but this fellow who brutally killed your fellow disciples is even more detestable. Why don't the two of us join forces to do away with him first, and then the two of us will split the life and death." This evil cultivator was actually prepared to join forces with Suhao to kill Feng Wuji first. Chapter 54, Bleeding Out. The corner of Feng Wuji's mouth twitched slightly, his expression became more and more alert. Suhao was already not easy to deal with, not to mention this unfathomable evil cultivator. He already had a vague idea of retreating, but if he retreated from this and couldn't kill Suhao, when Suhao returned to Dao Extreme Sect to denounce himself, then he was afraid that his future would be ruined, and he would also be wanted by Dao Extreme Sect. Facing that evil cultivator's proposal, Suhao said indifferently, "Fine, join hands to kill him, but you have to strike first." When Suhao's words fell, that evil cultivator laughed. "Then I'll make the first move, you'll finish him off first, and then the two of us will share life and death." In the next second, Feng Wuji's face changed, because he felt a strange power enveloping him. The wound in his shoulder area was a bit off. Obviously he had already used his true chi to make the wound gradually stop bleeding, but at this moment, the blood in his wound was just like white boiled water that had opened the floodgates, rolling out, and he couldn't stop it. What the hell is going on? Feng Wuji was appalled. Within a moment's effort, half of his body was dyed red with blood, which caused his eyes to blacken slightly. What tactic did this evil cultivator use? Could it be that the blood-colored shadow he just created could cause blood to flow? Suhao was also shocked when he saw the scene. The blood within the wound at Feng Wuji's shoulder was practically gushing outwards. The bleeding was super large. Go! Feng Wuji used his other hand to tightly cover the wound at his shoulder. His heart was terrified. This bizarre tactic made him lose the will to fight. Bleeding for a little while longer might cause him to bleed to death straight away. He had to leave immediately, and then deal with the wound on his shoulder. Leave? That easy? However, a residual shadow blocked in front of Feng Wuji with a flash, and it was none other than Suhao. This Feng Wuji's sudden sneak attack, if not for Suhao's sharp perception, he would definitely have to end up with Zhang Cheng and Hiru. Suhao would not let this guy leave. Suhao, are you going to join hands with evil cultivators? This is treason. Wen Wuji's blood flowed non-stop from his shoulder, which made him roar in anger with a pale face, chiding Suhao. Suhao skimmed his mouth. Great treason? Your means of brutally killing fellow disciples is no worse than an evil cultivator. By killing Feng Wuji first, Suhao would be able to compete with the evil cultivator in the dark without any fear, and only one person could come out alive here. Crack! Suhao didn't have any more nonsense. Thunder breathing method was executed, and a thunder blade chi chopped towards Feng Wuji's whole body, causing Feng Wuji to only grit his teeth and wave his sword to parry. Clang clang clang. But this time, Feng Wuji was no longer as ferocious as he was before. Every time he collided, blood burbled at his shoulder, making his hand holding the sword unsteady. This feeling of blood continuously flowing out from his body was also too terrifying, making his mind completely messed up, full of trepidation and fear, and he simply couldn't hold back in the face of Suhao's onslaught. Stop! What happened before was all a misunderstanding. I have no grievances or enmity with you. It was all because Yalu Xiong asked me to do it. It's none of my business. The 3 and 8 dan that he gave me, all of them can be handed over to you. I can also help you testify to denounce Yalu Xiong. Facing the impending death, Feng Wuji screamed and begged for mercy with some panic. Every collision made his arm numb and his head dizzy. To make Suhao let him go, he was willing to pay everything for it. Nowadays, Feng Wuji couldn't see the dashing, confident look he had before in the slightest. Like many others, he was equally afraid of death. Yaluxiang, I will settle the score with him, you will die as well. Feng Wuji once again intercepted Suhao's sword move. Finally he couldn't withstand that huge force, his wrist was sore, and the long sword in his hand flew out of his hand. No! Facing Suhao's once again chopping and unforgiving fatal blade, Feng Wuji growled unwillingly. He was born badly, without a big family or big background, relying on constant hard work to cultivate, as well as plundering other people's cultivation resources, and doing whatever it took to get to this point today. He had a bright future, and was expected to open up the Immortal sect, but now he was dying in this deserted mountain that no one knew, which caused him to be unwilling and regretful. Pooh! The sharp blade of the cold stream blade passed all the way through Feng Wuji's neck. A great head shot up into the sky and smashed heavily onto the ground, rolling out a distance like a leather ball. Dying in peace, this Tao Polarity Sect's outer sect's demon, a heavenly pride that had a great possibility of opening the Immortal sect in the future, ended his life with an ending he would not have thought of. Successfully killed a Hotian martial artist. Gained 30% sword intent automatically converted into 300 points of intent energy. Gained 20 years of internal force cultivation automatically converted into 5 years of true chi cultivation. Gained 2500 experience points. Su Hao successfully beheaded Feng Wuji, and because of Su Hao's promotion to the Hotian realm, the internal force cultivation that Feng Wuji dropped was also directly converted into true qi cultivation, and although it seemed to become less, the quality was improved. Beyond the initial, surprisingly, Feng Wuji's sword intent was also exploded, then it was transformed into some kind of intent energy, although Su Hao was puzzled as to what use this intent energy was, but he was also clear that nowadays it was not the time to think about this, killing Feng Wuji, but there was still a target of this mission in it. Don't be hiding your head, can you come out? Su Hao turned his head to look into the depths of the distant woods, and said indifferently, this evil cultivator hid in the dark to reap the benefits of fishing, and as a result, he failed to sneak attack Su Hao, so he turned to unite with Su Hao to solve Wen Wuji first, and now that Wen Wuji is dead, the two of them can share a high and low one-on-one. Gaga, very good, he died, now it's your turn. The heart of a genius martial artist like you must be tastier than the heart of an ordinary person. In the shadows of that forest, the hoarse strange laughter of the evil cultivator rang out. Seeing that Feng Wuji was dead, he didn't continue to hide and slowly walked out from the shadows. This is a half-demon ghost? Su Hao finally was able to see this evil cultivator's real body, and he couldn't help but have a trace of shock appear on his face. This was a stout man with a stout figure, as high as 2 meters, his whole body was covered with blood-red horny layer, and on his head was a blood-colored unicorn horn, completely not human-like. This was clearly the same as the 2 leaders of the Blood Demon Corps. It was an evil cultivator who had transformed himself into a half-demon ghost. Introduce myself, my name is Devouring Heart. Looking at your appearance, you have seen other half-demon ghosts, right? Half-demon ghosts are the most perfect creatures. This blood-red lanky man laughed. The corners of his mouth revealed rows of sharp teeth, still stained with the slightest shred of blood and flesh, a rich bloody flavor Su Hao could smell from a long distance away. I don't know if it's perfect or not, but those 2 half-demon ghosts died miserably. Su Hao said coldly. The lanky man was the same as Bloodwing and Bloodbear. In order to transform himself into a half-demon ghost, he went on a killing spree and swallowed fresh hearts alive. Such behavior was simply no different from a real demon ghost. At the same time, Su Hao was a bit puzzled, because this half-demon ghost Devouring Heart surprisingly gave him a familiar feeling. Chapter 55, Half-Demon Ghost Devouring Heart. Have you ever killed a half-demon ghost? Oh. I'm different from ordinary half-demon ghosts. In the future, I'm going to become the existence of a half-demon ghost king and become a true perfect creature. This half-demon ghost Devouring Heart seemed to have not communicated with anyone for a long time. He spoke eloquently and was full of confidence. He was not an ordinary half-demon ghost, he had a natural talent that ordinary people did not have, and his future potential was unlimited. I can't be hit by this half-demon ghost to make a wound, or I might end up the same as Feng Wuji. Su Hao's heart was filled with gravity. This half-demon ghost's ability was very strange, able to make one's wounds bleed. Feng Wuji was so fierce before, just because there was an extra wound on his shoulder, the blood in it spurted wildly, and he couldn't even stop it. Su Hao guessed that this was the natural ability of this half-demon ghost, and if he had an extra wound on his own body, phagocytosis would be able to similarly cause the blood in his wound to flow faster with the help of its own natural ability. Anyone who lost too much blood would be weak, unconscious, and die. You're a peculiar little brat. Your cultivation is obviously weak, but the strength that explodes out is so appalling. If I had a talent like yours, I wouldn't have chosen to transform myself into a half-demon ghost in the first place, and the flavor of your body is extraordinarily sweet. Your heart must be extraordinarily tasty. Devouring Heart chattered, saliva flowing from a bloody mouth, eyes flashing with scarlet bloodlight, as if seeing the most delicious food, completely treating Su Hao as a prey. Then I'm afraid your teeth can't bite. Su Hao's eyes flashed sternly. This Devouring Heart fed on hearts, and even had all sorts of bizarre means. It would definitely be an extremely terrifying demonic ghost when it grew up in the future, not to mention that now that it had set its eyes on itself, it had to be wiped out. Thunderblade intent. Su Hao didn't talk nonsense with Devouring Heart anymore. His palm gripped the hilt of the blade tightly. A destructive aura was brewing. The air was filled with tints of static electricity. The entire cold stream blade looked like it had transformed into a shocking thunderbolt. Su Hao chopped out with a single stroke of his blade. An incomparably condensed thunderblade chi tore apart the void, emitting crackling electric current throbbing noises, and swept towards Devouring Heart at an extremely high speed. The reason why I sneak attacked just now was simply out of my own caution. My strength is very strong. In the face of this terrifying, enough to make any Hotian martial artist not dare to take it lightly, Devouring Heart was laughing, the corners of his mouth drawing a hideous arc. The reason why Devouring Heart hid to sneak attack, one is in order not to give Su Hao and Feng Wuji a chance to escape, the second is that he transformed into a half-demon ghost is also a matter of recent time, seeing that there is a disciple of the big sect to eliminate themselves, in a cautious manner before hiding to observe the situation first, in fact, with his strength, is completely able to deal with all the crises head-on. At the same time when the words fell, Devouring Heart a blood-red claw was actually grabbing straight toward that huge thunder blade on, but it was this as if it was a self-seeking move that made Su Hao's heart shake violently. Ka. Devouring Heart's claws accurately grabbed the edge of the thunderblade chi, and immediately after that, his palms exerted force, his 5 sharp claws tightened violently, and a terrifying force erupted, which actually pinched that thunderblade chi and burst it alive, just like a shattered glass mirror. To pinch the saber chi with the palm of his hand? What kind of monster is this? It clearly hasn't reached the innate level. Suhao couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cold air. This half-demon ghost, Devouring Heart, was very terrifying, able to crush Suhao's strike mixed with saber intent with the palm of his hand. Devouring Heart's physique was so strong that it was unimaginable, and his strength was definitely a lot stronger than Feng Wuji, one of the 3 greatest demons of the outer door of the Dao Extremity sect, a terrifyingly formidable enemy. Growling. So what if you're a genius or demon of a great sect? Remember, the one who killed you is the future half-demon ghost king, Devouring Heart. As soon as Devouring Heart crushed Suhao's blade awnings, he laughed maniacally, as if he was obsessed. This was the power he had mastered. Once, Devouring Heart was just an ordinary martial artist, but he had a great chance, and decisively transformed himself into a half-demon ghost. If it was the previous him facing Suhao, Wuji, this kind of demon in the Immortal sect could only look up to him, but now that he had completed the metamorphosis, he was not the same, even if it was at the same Hotian level. He also possessed the superb combat power to fight over the steps. Boom! At the same time when the words fell, Devouring Heart moved, his paw heavily stepped on the ground, and the entire ground seemed to be hit by a huge hammer, fiercely shaking and dented, while Devouring Heart's 2-meter-tall blood-colored lanky body tore through the air like a cannonball, pouncing on Suhao. That ferocious demonic ghost aura could simply make some weak Hotian martial artists' hearts go cold, losing the courage to fight against it, and could only lead their necks to be slaughtered. Die! One of Devouring Heart's claws clenched into a fist, using the momentum of the impact to bombard Suhao with a wild punch. His fist covered with horny layer produced violent friction with the air, and there were hidden sparks spattering out, and before the fist smashed, Suhao felt a heavy pressure, and it was a bit hard to breathe. The speed of Devouring Heart was too fast, just a flash and it was already close to his eyes. Suhao gritted his teeth and held his sword with both hands, blocking in front of his body with the cross-section of cold stream blade. His true chi was injected into it to form a protection. Boom! Devouring Heart's fist heavily smashed down on top of the knife's wide section, emitting a dull thud. Suhao now has 25,000 kilograms of divine power in one arm, but compared with Devouring Heart, there is a kind of gap between a child and an adult, an unbeatable huge force crushed, making Suhao uncontrollably flew backward, and both of his arms were a kind of aching and painful feeling. What a horrible guy. He is really just a half-demon ghost at the Hotian level? Suhao's heart was shocked to the extreme. If it wasn't for the system's probing, the information given was indeed a peak Hotian half-demon ghost, or else saying that this Devouring Heart was an innate demon ghost. Suhao would have absolutely believed that this Devouring Heart was the same as the 3-tailed white fox that had been decapitated in the city lord's mansion before, and had already gone through an evolution. Of course, the strength of Devouring Heart was too much stronger than the 3-tailed white fox, and it was not at the same level at all. I hate you great sects of heavenly pride with enough cultivation resources and martial arts texts, brat, die. Bloodlight erupted from Devouring Heart's eyes, not waiting for Suhao to land. His body was swaying, bringing up a sonic boom sound made by breaking through the sound barrier, catching up with Suhao, and grabbing at Suhao's chest with a claw. Since you can't compete in strength, let's see if your body can be harder than my sword. Cold light spewed out from Suhao's eyes. This was the first time he had been suppressed to such an extent, but real combat was more than just strength. Attacking the enemy's shortcomings with one's own strength was the only way to win. Crack! Something that made Devouring Heart somewhat surprised happened. Suhao was obviously in the air, but at this moment, the sound of thunder came out from his body, and Suhao's entire body was covered with a layer of thunder light. Thud! Suhao's feet hadn't even landed yet, but his figure flashed, like a breeze in the air, making a turn in the air, avoiding Devouring Heart's claws, and floating to the side of Devouring Heart. The Wind Spirit Root could make Suhao have an affinity with the wind in the air, and when the Wind Spirit Root reached the intermediate level quality, it could even make Suhao float in the air for a short period of time. Chapter 56, Heart-Eating Blood Demon Body. What Suhao had in his eyes at this moment was only the conviction of decapitating the enemy in front of him. His saber intent coalesced, and under this conviction of decapitating all enemies, Suhao vaguely felt his saber intent metamorphose. It was the Blast Wind saber intent, and he had successfully stepped into the level of the 20th saber intent by the 10th saber intent. The breakthrough in actual combat was the most difficult and heart-pounding. Wind Thunder Chop. Suhao held his sword with both hands, and the two-blade intentions of wind and thunder that had reached the level of 20% realm of intention merged, chopping out a killing move. The blade brought up wild wind and stormy thunder, such as a destructive might chopping down towards Devouring Heart. The blazing greenish-golden blade was like a waterfall falling down from the 9 heavens. This strike that Suhao had erupted definitely had the power comparable to that of an ordinary innate powerhouse. Damn! This same blade of his is even stronger than the one that erupted when he fought that man with that long hair? Is it a clinical breakthrough? The might of this slash made Devouring Heart's heart a little shocked as well, and at the same time, he was a little jealous of Suhao's qualification. Although he said on his lips that half-demon ghosts were the most perfect creatures, if Devouring Heart had genius-level demonic qualifications, how could he have made up his mind to transform himself into a half-demon ghost that everyone shouted at? Rumble! Facing this blade, Devouring Heart raised one of his arms to protect his body, and the green golden blade chi angrily chopped on top of his arm, exploding and shattering as if it were a flower in full bloom, and the thunder and blade like gusts of wind swept over everything, scraping down a layer of soil and rock on the ground. And Devouring Heart itself was even more uncontrollably bombarded by the terrifying might that erupted from this strike as it flew out backwards, smashing heavily onto the ground. Who? Su Hao adjusted his breathing with the breathing method, and there was a color of disbelief in his eyes. This is all. Not dead? In the roiling smoke and dust, Devouring Heart climbed up from the ground. He scared and marveled. What a powerful blade, definitely comparable to an innate powerhouse, but wanting to kill me is still much, much worse. Devouring Heart had just caught Su Hao's wind and thunder chop with his left arm, and a huge wound on his thick left arm had all chopped his arm bones, softly connected by a layer of skin and not completely broken bones, which appeared a bit hideous. Su Hao's overwhelming strike had not even managed to chop off one of his arms, so one could imagine how strong Heart Eater's physique was. Something even more shocking to Su Hao happened. Devouring Heart's arm that had been chopped off the arm bone even quickly healed up, blood-red chi mist emerged from the wound, and in not more than a few breaths of time, it was back to its original state. Growling. It's useless, suffer even greater trauma, I consume a little blood will be able to recover, this kid can hurt me, really extraordinary, worth letting me deal with it with all my might. Devouring Heart giggled strangely. The technique he practiced was the best at recovery. An ordinary person who suffered that kind of injury, that arm must be ruined, but for him it was consuming a little blood to be able to recover from it. Rumble. In the strange laughter, devouring the heart around the body unexpectedly there are silk blood dripping out, burning up, the entire body is cloaked in a layer of blood-red fire clothes, his aura wildly rose by a large section, that horrible ferocious might is straight line climbing. This is the burning blood secret art? When Su Hao saw this scene, a stunned look flashed in his eyes, sort of understanding why he felt a familiar aura on Devouring Heart. This Devouring Heart was the same as the 3 leaders of the Blood Demon Regiment, similarly cultivating the Blood Demon body and similarly mastering the burning blood secret art. The Blood Demon Regiment's Blood Wings mastery of the Blood Demon body was crippled and only had 3 layers, but this Devouring Heart's cultivation of the Blood Demon body was obviously more advanced, and the damage to his almost broken arm was able to heal in a few breaths. Blood Demon Body. This evil technique was relatively widely circulated, but those who obtained this technique basically only obtained the mutilated version, such as Bloodwing. The Devouring Heart was already strong and terrifying, not to mention opening the Burning Blood secret technique. The strength climbed once again, forcing it straight into the innate demon ghost level. This powerful feeling is so comfortable, but have to quickly solve you. Scarlet flames burned on Devouring Heart's body, a hint of fascination appeared on his face. The burning blood secret art that burned blood in exchange for power did give one a sense of indulgence, but every minute and every second of the maintenance of the burning blood secret art could be burning a large amount of blood. Without the slightest stop, Devouring Heart's figure flashed, dragging a blood-colored residual shadow, and his burly body heavily crushed towards Su Hao. That speed was even 1 or 2 times faster than before. Throttle pull. Devouring Heart's sharp claws stabbed straight out. The 5 cold and shining sharp claws even vaguely produced an attractive force, making the air be sucked and pulled in general, and Devouring Heart's mouth carried a cruel smile, as if he had already seen Su Hao being torn into pieces by this claw. Shoo! But what made Devouring Heart horrified happened. In the pores of Su Hao's whole body, the same blood-colored chi mist surged out, turning into blood-colored flames burning, and Su Hao's speed skyrocketed by a large margin, taking a step across the street, causing Devouring Heart's inevitable claw to fall short, only tearing Su Hao's residual shadow apart. Burning blood secret art? Devouring Heart was incredulous, recognizing that Su Hao was using the same burning blood secret art, Blood Demon Body, burning blood secret art. Wasn't this a secret art that only he himself had mastered? Where did Su Hao learn it from? Devouring Heart, only one of you and I can walk out alive here today. This person will be me. Su Hao similarly opened the burning blood secret art. Blood red light was flashing in his eyes, and he roared loudly. As a martial artist, even if he faced such a horrible enemy like Devouring Heart, he still had the courage to fight to the death as well as the conviction of certain victory. Everyone was in the Hotian realm, and he didn't think that he would be worse than Devouring Heart, a half-demon ghost. Cracking Thunder Blade Technique. Su Hao mastered the second style of the Cave Thunder Blade technique and chopped out. The black destructive thunder was like an ocean of thunder. The waves rolled and furiously crushed towards Devouring Heart. His Thunder Blade intent, as well as intermediate Thunder Spirit Root, Thunder Breathing method, made this Cave Thunder Blade technique, which was also of the Thunder attribute, multiply its power exponentially. It was truly like the Cave Thunder that destroys all things. Damn brat! Devouring Heart hissed and growled. He originally felt that he could deal with Su Hao handily, but Su Hao had even executed the blood-burning secret technique as well, which made him a little unacceptable, thinking that the blood demon body and blood-burning secret technique could only be used by himself, and it turned out to be mastered by someone else, which made him furious with rage, with a kind of illusion as if his own precious treasures were shared by someone else. Devouring Heart swung his blood-red sharp claws and slapped furiously towards the stunning slash that Su Hao chopped at him. Rumble! The knife and claw collided, the loud ringing sound was deafening, the overflowing knife chi cut the ground into a bottomless gully, while the blood-colored chi aura caused everything around it to be dyed with a layer of blood-red chi mist, and the smell of blood filled the air. Chapter 57, Perfect Breathing Method. Can't be frontal and hard, this devouring heart is strong in strength and physique, but apart from having cultivated the blood demon body, he obviously hasn't mastered any profound martial skills. In this collision, both of them retreated out explosively, and Su Hao secretly said in his heart. After some fighting, Su Hao had already figured out the general details of this devouring heart. Firstly, devouring heart had the special natural ability of being a half-demon ghost, being able to make the blood in a person's wounds bleed, but as long as he didn't hit the wounds, this ability basically didn't have much effect. Secondly, before this devouring heart transformed into a half-demon ghost, he was an extremely ordinary third-rate martial artist, with an ordinary background, basically not having contact with any profound martial arts. It can be said that he was no different from many demon ghosts, and the fight relied on instinct, strength, speed. Su Hao could not reach him in terms of strength and physique, but he could make up for it by virtue of his skills, and he could be said to be far better than some masters of knife skills in the vulgar world in terms of his understanding of knife intent. Swoosh! Su Hao's figure flashed, and the wind shadow chaos in the wind chopping blade technique was executed, together with the blistering wind blade intent. Just with a shake, the sky covering blade awning seemed to be wrapped up in devouring heart like a roiling green wind shadow. Poo poo poo. Devouring heart's double claws swung continuously, tearing the chopping cyan blade shadows to shreds, but these blade shadows were simply too many, false and real, making it difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake, and in just one or two breaths, devouring heart was hit by several knives in a row. With the enhancement of the burning blood secret art, Su Hao's ability in all aspects climbed up. The blade of the knife was wrapped with a trace of blood-colored chi mist, and the sharpness was unmatched, cutting out several wounds deep enough to be seen by the bones on the devouring heart's body. This was only because devouring heart's physique was strong enough to resist the divine weapon. If it was any other martial artist, he would definitely be dismantled in an instant. Damn it, I just need to catch him for a moment and he's dead. Devouring heart's eyes were full of madness. A wound was continuously cut on his body. Although it healed extremely fast, it would consume his blood. At the same time, he was ruthless in his heart. With the blood attraction natural ability he possessed, as long as a wound was added to Su Hao's body, he would be able to suck Su Hao to death alive. Swoosh! Devouring heart didn't even care about the knife that Su Hao landed on him. He adopted the fight for his lifestyle. His claws clawed out one after another, interweaving a roiling blood shadow, so fast that it was unimaginable. As long as he clawed out a wound on Su Hao's body, the one who would win would be him. But what was hard for devouring heart to accept was that Su Hao showed his method, dragging the blood-colored wind shadow, actually avoiding the roaming claw shadow, or brushing past, but simply not even touching the corner of Su Hao's clothes, completely attacking Su Hao without a single bit. Su Hao was like transforming into an indistinct, ungraspable wind. Speed is more than enough, but change is not enough. Su Hao dodged devouring heart's attack with the wind-chasing stance while secretly saying that it wasn't that he was faster than devouring heart, but he was far better than devouring heart in terms of skill. Su Hao's soul force completely enveloped devouring heart. Any slight change of devouring heart, Su Hao was able to capture it, dodging his attacks in advance, anticipating the ground, so that while devouring heart couldn't touch him, he was even able to take the time to counterattack, and the cold stream blade continuously chopped out a wound on devouring heart's body that could be seen in the bone, and the blood was soaring wildly. Both of them had turned on the burning blood mysterious art. Blood light jumped, thunder flashed, and they frantically fought furiously in this great mountain, and wherever the two of them passed by, they destroyed everything along the way. Their destructive power was exaggeratedly strong. Boom boom boom. If someone sees this battle will definitely be very shocked, will not even imagine that this is the battle of two Hotian realm. In the air can only see two blood-colored shadows constantly rising and falling, attacking each other, overflowing and spreading out of the strength will be the ground or blown out one by one a big pit. Damn! How come I can't hit him? Devouring heart was roaring madly in his heart. It was really that Su Hao was too flexible. No matter how fast his speed was, how tricky his angle was, the attack couldn't touch Su Hao, making him suspect that Su Hao had turned into the wind and couldn't be captured. On the contrary, devouring heart was continuously cut by Su Hao's knife, dripping with blood. Both of them had opened the blood-burning secret art, and both of them cultivated the blood demon body, completely burning their own blood every moment in the battle. Who? Devouring heart violently tore both claws. Su Hao flew backward, avoiding devouring heart's attack. Devouring heart didn't pursue, panting heavily, while Su Hao also adjusted his own breathing with breathing method. Fortunately, he cultivated blood demon body to the third layer of perfection. The quality of blood was far better than the ordinary martial artists by 10 times, or else he couldn't consume against devouring heart at all. Devouring heart cultivated the level of blood demon body is higher than Su Hao, but because of the reason of being constantly beheaded by Su Hao, the recovering wounds needed to consume blood, and the attrition between the two was considered half a caddy. He, brat, you do have some skills, but it will only be you who dies today. After devouring heart gasped for 2 breaths, it hemmed and hawed and laughed, blood light flickering in its eyes. There are other means? Su Hao frowned. This guy had been cut by himself dozens of times, and he was still able to laugh. Did he still have hidden means? Let's show you the great chance I obtained in the first place. Let you see the power of this treasure. I'm going to forcefully pull the blood out of your body. Devouring Heart licked his lips, a hint of hideousness appeared on his face, and suddenly raised his right arm, aiming at Su Hao. What? Su Hao was slightly shocked in his heart, and he saw a blood-colored lightning bloom in the center of Devouring Heart's right palm, and a blood-red crystal appeared vaguely, as if it was embedded within the center of his palm. Blood attraction technique. Devouring Heart roared explosively, a flash of pain appeared on his face, and Su Hao was able to see that his entire right arm was rippling with veins, and the blood in one of the veins was raging towards the center of his palm at an extremely high speed, and the blood-colored crystal in the center of his palm was also blossoming with blood-red light. This is... Su Hao suddenly changed his face. He could feel a strange power enveloping him. There was a huge suction force acting on his whole body, making the blood in his whole body seem like it was going to break through the blood vessels and muscles, and be forcibly pulled out of his body. Growling. Just because I didn't leave a wound on your body, I thought I couldn't do anything about you, right? I'm going to suck out all of your blood. Devouring Heart laughed maniacally as the blood within his body was injected within the blood-colored crystals embedded in Nan's palm, causing his own blood attraction talent to strengthen. The natural ability that Devouring Heart possessed after transforming into a half-demon ghost was called Blood Lead, capable of causing the opponent's wounds to bleed more than they should and forcibly sucking the blood out, but if there were no wounds on the opponent's body, this Blood Lead wouldn't be able to play much of a role. However, this blood-colored crystal stone possessed by Devouring Heart was very peculiar. As long as Devouring Heart injected his own blood into it, it could cause his own ability to be strengthened, and Devouring Heart now used the blood-colored crystal stone to strengthen his own ability by several times, so even if there were no wounds on Su Hao's body, it would still be able to affect him. The blood vessels are going to burst. Su Hao's face was red and white for a while, intense pain came from his whole body, and a horrible pulling force was going to forcefully tear out all his blood. Blood breathing method. Although Su Hao was shocked, he was clear that he couldn't panic, adjusted his breathing, and operated the blood breathing method to the extreme, and as the blood breathing method was performed to the limit, the blood potential in Su Hao's body was stimulated, creating a certain sense of resistance to that suction force, making Su Hao feel a little better after all. The breath of blood method is able to counter his blood attraction? Upgrade the breath of blood technique to perfection. Su Hao hurriedly called out inwardly. Consuming 800 experience points, congratulations to the host's breath of blood method for being upgraded to advanced 1%. Consuming 1600 experience points, congratulations to the host's blood breathing method for upgrading to perfection. The experience value was deducted continuously, but it caused Su Hao's blood breathing method to instantly become complete, and when the proficiency of blood breathing method reached completion, Su Hao was a bit surprised in his heart, because the difference was too big. Previously, Su Hao still needed to fully concentrate on performing the breath of blood method and follow the special breathing pattern to make the breath of blood method effective, but now that the proficiency was perfected, Su Hao could easily perform the breath of blood method with every breath, as if it had become instinctive. Chapter 58 Blood Thunder Breath Kills Heart Devourer. Hovo hovo. As the consummate level blood breath method was executed, it was as if Su Hao could control every drop of blood in his body, and although it was still very difficult for his whole body, he didn't have that feeling that his blood vessels were going to burst. What's going on with this? He can actually resist my enhanced version of the blood attraction technique? There was no expected scene of Su Hao's blood vessels bursting and his blood being forcibly ripped out, which caused Devouring Heart to stare in disbelief somewhat. To know that Devouring Heart had encountered the pursuit of an innate martial artist at first, in the hopeless situation of escape, Devouring Heart fought to the death, with the help of this blood-colored crystal to strengthen the blood attraction technique, causing him to tear the blood vessels of that innate martial artist with the blood attraction technique in a raw manner, thus winning over the strong with the weak, and even many innate martial artists could not carry on with his strengthened blood attraction technique, so why was Su Hao able to resist it? Very good. This breathing technique has even changed so much after its proficiency has been perfected, and it has completely turned into my own instincts, since this is the case. Can I use two breathing techniques at the same time? Su Hao's eyes lit up. The blood breathing technique proficiency was perfected, causing him to be able to use the blood breathing technique with any random breaths. Since this was the case, could he separate his mind and use the thunder breathing technique? Su Hao tried it right away, casting the breath of blood technique while casting the thunder breath technique. Rumble. Something that made Su Hao's whole body shook tremendously happened. Su Hao felt that there was thunder spreading out from his lungs, integrating into every drop of blood, making his whole body shrouded in blood-red thunder, and an incomparably powerful feeling filled every muscle of Su Hao's body. This is the wonder of breathing techniques? Breathing techniques are capable of integrating and cooperating with each other? Su Hao was a bit ecstatic. Every breathing technique, it seemed, had something in common, and was able to fuse with each other, bursting out with even more power. Devouring Heart, it's been said that the one who leaves alive will only be me. The effect of the blood attraction technique on Su Hao completely disappeared. He was clad in a blood-red fire suit, with blood-colored thunder pulsating around him, and there was like a ghost or god coldly looking at the horrified Devouring Heart. Impossible. How could this be possible? Devouring Heart incredibly shook his head repeatedly. He had absolute confidence in his own bottom card, but now it was not even the slightest bit useless to Su Hao. Even Su Hao didn't know if he had made a breakthrough on the verge of a battle, and his breath had once again skyrocketed by a hair's breadth. Die. Maintaining the two breathing techniques of blood and thunder at the same time, together with the blood-burning secret technique, the consumption of this on Su Hao was quite astonishing. He didn't hesitate, and lunged out towards Devouring Heart with the momentum of a rainbow. The blade out brought up rolling blood-red thunder, and invaded the evening sunset with blood-red color in general. I'll see just how long you can last. Devouring Heart gritted his teeth and hissed, maintaining the blood attraction technique while swinging his sharp claws to grab at Su Hao's battle sword. The blood demon body he practiced was more advanced than Su Hao, plus his half-demon ghost body. His body was strong. He thought that sooner or later, he would be able to drag down Su Hao if he consumed, and the one who would win would still be himself. Crack! Devouring Heart's claw is the hardest part of his whole body, comparable to a divine weapon. This claw grabbed Su Hao's chopping knife, chi bursting, but let Devouring Heart stun things happened. That blood-colored thunder knife, chi bursting, a trace of blood-colored arc of electricity injected into his body along with his skin, electrocuted his blood in his body, which made his whole body tremble. His whole body blood stopped flowing for a moment, flocculate, and he directly couldn't maintain it. Burning blood, mysterious art, the blood-colored fire clothes wrapped around his body dispersed, and his breath attenuated by a large margin. There's still this effect? Su Hao was also surprised. The blood breathing method and thunder breathing method cooperated, causing Su Hao's thunder blade chi to both strengthen and be able to invade the enemy's body, hitting the blood directly and causing the chi and blood to flocculate. Although he was surprised in his heart, Su Hao didn't let go of such a good opportunity. The blood-colored thunder blade aura crossed the heaven and earth, tearing everything apart. No. Devouring Heart was horrified in his heart, and before the chi and blood flocculation in his body could be calmed down, that blood-colored thunder blade on was heavily slashed on his neck. Snort! Su Hao's slash filled with killing intent had rawly cracked the most fragile neck of Devouring Heart, and a head with a unicorn horn that didn't look like a human's was separated from the neck and fell to the ground. No. How could I die? Impossible. I'm the future half-demon ghost king. Will become the most perfect creature. Devouring Heart, even though his head was chopped off, surprisingly he didn't die for a while. That head was full of fear, roaring and screaming. He had great chances, growing all the way from an ordinary third-rate martial artist to the point where he was able to kill an innate martial artist by crossing over the ranks. He would never have thought that he would die in the hands of a 16 or 17-year-old teenage martial artist. I'm not willing. Devouring Heart roared. If he didn't die, it wasn't impossible for him to become even a half-demon ghost king in the future, but now he had to become Su Hao's stepping stone. He was filled with unwillingness. It's all been said, I specialize in killing creatures like you who claim to be perfect. Su Hao laughed coldly, knowing that villains usually die from too many words. Fearing that it would be too late, he raised his hand without any more nonsense and chopped at Devouring Heart's head that fell on the ground. Caw! Devouring Heart's head was chopped like a watermelon and split in half, and his unwilling roar came to an abrupt end. Successfully killed half-demon ghost Hotian demon ghost, 1 evolution. Obtain evolution inner pill silver grade. Gain 10 years of true chi cultivation. Gained blood demon body mutilated. Gained 3,000 experience points. A series of system prompts came, causing Su Hao to let out a long sigh of relief. Finally dead. It had to be said that this Devouring Heart was very powerful, the most powerful opponent Su Hao had faced so far, and it was also fortunate that Devouring Heart didn't cultivate any profound and subtle martial arts, with more strength and speed but not enough changes in skills, otherwise it was hard to say who the deer would die for. Su Hao lifted the blood-burning secret technique. Immediately a feeling of weakness to the extreme came, making Su Hao almost didn't directly fall to the ground. His lungs were even more violent convulsions. He couldn't catch his breath. Using two kinds of breathing methods at the same time, the burden on his lungs was so great that it took a long time for him to feel a little bit better. This battle also made Su Hao exhausted with all his means, but the good thing was that he won in the end. He was the victor, the only one who walked out alive. Zheng Cheng and Hiru were killed by Fengwuji, and Su Hao fought a duel to the death, but then this half-demon ghost devourer intervened. Even Su Hao almost stayed here forever, and the next step was the time to harvest the spoils of war. Bursting out an evolution inner Dan? Su Hao's heart was ecstatic, killing Devouring Heart, unexpectedly bursting out an evolution inner Dan. The benefits of this evolution inner Dan Su Hao had experienced before. After taking it, there was a certain chance that it could make a person evolve once, and the quality of all aspects grew by a large margin. Only evolved demons and ghosts will have a certain chance of dropping the evolution ended, which is precious and incomparable. In addition to that, the blood demon body technique was also popped out. Blood demon body disabled, silver level, ancient blood demon clan's inherited technique, draws energy from blood for cultivation. Cultivating the blood demon body has great power. Note, crippled, the highest cultivation is up to the 6th layer. However, what disappointed Su Hao was that the blood demon body he exploded from Bloodwing was crippled and could only be cultivated to the 3rd level, while this blood demon body obtained from Heart Devouring was likewise not complete, but a little bit better than Bloodwing's, and although it was also crippled, it could be cultivated to the 6th level. Chapter 59, The Exotic Treasure Blood Demon Crystal. The sect blood demon body seems to be more widely circulated. There's still a chance to get the complete blood demon body later on. Suhao secretly said, this blood demon body was even more profound than he had imagined, and the quality evaluation of the 6 layers crippled blood demon body was already at the silver level, the same level as the crippled thunderjacking blade technique. This Feng Wuji really has treasures on him. Suhao's eyes were glowing as he came to Feng Wuji's side, who was carrying a little bit of money and silver, and a few bottles of pills for healing, among which there was a bottle that was extremely exquisite. Suhao opened this exquisite vial, and immediately a pungent fragrance filled the mountains and fields, refreshing people, which made Suhao all refreshed, and when he looked closely, these 3 pills were crystal clear, with a wisp of ethereal gas flowing in them. This is the innate Dan? Suhao's eyes lit up, remembering that Feng Wuji had said earlier that the reason why he was out to deal with him was because of Yelu Xiong, while Yelu Xiong's reward to him was 3 innate Dan, and it seemed to be the 3 in front of him. Such a valuable item, Feng Wuji of course carried it with him, but it turned out to be cheap for Suhao. The innate pills were very precious. To reach the innate realm, a martial artist needs to absorb the innate qi. If there is no innate Dan, to absorb the innate qi, it has to spend a huge amount of time, while the innate Dan can save this time. Theoretically, a single innate Dan is enough for a Hotian martial artist to impact the innate level, but the more innate Dan the better, because the more innate qi absorbed when advancing to the innate realm, the greater the potential, and the greater the probability of opening the immortal gate in the future. According to records, the limit for a martial artist to absorb the innate qi to advance to the innate realm is 9 strands of innate qi. Of course, the vast majority of martial artists can't reach this level, and to be able to absorb 3 or 4 strands of innate qi would be considered not bad talent. However, those demons naturally tried to prepare enough innate Dan, so that the embarrassing thing of having no innate qi to absorb before they reach their limit wouldn't happen, and Suhao was the same. He prepared to get as many innate Dan as he could, and it was best to gather 9 of them, so that it would be foolproof. Putting the 3 innate Dan away carefully, Suhao then looked at the corpse of the devouring heart. This devouring heart's head is all brought back as the basis for the completion of the mission. In addition, what is the thing within his palm? It seemed to have enhanced his ability before, almost forcibly ripping out all the blood in my body. Suhao put devouring heart's head, which was split in half, into a cloth bag. At the same time, Suhao was very curious about what was in devouring heart's palm. Devouring heart's blood attraction technique originally couldn't work on people who didn't have wounds on the other side, but with the help of the increase of that blood-colored crystal, he then performed the blood attraction technique, which almost didn't make Suhao's blood vessels burst, which was very brutal. Suhao spread out the palm of the right hand of the heart devourer, but he found nothing. That crystal stone seemed to be integrated into its palm, so Suhao used the blade of his knife to cut his palm open. Finally, he was able to see that crystal stone. That crystal stone was blood red all over, like the most magnificent ruby, obviously infiltrated in blood, but it gave a spotless feeling, very peculiar. Suhao was a bit curious, and gave this blood-colored crystal stone to his hand, checking it carefully. What? But Suhao was abruptly startled, feeling a suction force coming from above this blood-red crystal stone. He hurriedly shook his hand and wanted to throw it out, but it was too late. Phew! A burst of burning sensation came. Suhao hastily looked towards his right hand, but he was shocked to find that the blood-red crystal stone in his right palm disappeared into thin air. This merged within my palm? Suhao's face was full of astonishment, because under his internal vision, he realized that there was one more thing within the palm of his right hand. It was that blood-red crystal, as if it had merged with his palm, without feeling the slightest bit of discomfort. What the hell is this thing? Suhao frowned and clenched his fist, pondering whether to cut his palm open and take out this crystal. Scarlet crystals seem to be able to increase their abilities, Suhao said secretly. Remembering the means used by devouring heart before, he decided to try what this scarlet crystal actually did first. Ha! As Suhao's intention was focused in his right palm, his face changed slightly, because his own blood was uncontrollably absorbed by the blood-colored crystal stone, and at the same time, a strange power was fed back from within the blood-colored crystal stone, which was able to increase his ability. Rumble! Suhao tried to combine the power fed back from the blood-colored crystal stone with his own thunderblade intent, followed by a slash, and something horrifying happened. A golden thunderblade mantle was like a nightmare beast hissing, extremely rushing out, sticking to the ground and bringing up deafening chirping and whistling sounds. Thunder pull! The thunderblade on flickered and flew out nearly 100 meters away before slowly dissipating. While on the ground, it was an additional huge crack that was hundreds of meters long, a meter wide, and several meters deep. This. It absorbed my blood, thus increasing the strength of my blade intent? It's more than twice as powerful. Suhao was dumbstruck and sucked in a mouthful of cold air. This blood-colored crystal stone was able to increase the abilities it possessed, such as the saber intent, and erupt several times its own limit of might, which was truly terrifying to the extreme. Not only that, the strength of this increase was related to the quality of the blood. The higher the quality of Suhao's blood was, the higher the quality of the blood. Letting the blood-colored crystal stone absorb it, the stronger the feedback power would definitely be, and it could provide many times more increase. Awesome! It's just sucking a bit too much blood. Su Hao marveled while the corner of his mouth twitched slightly, and it was fortunate that he cultivated the blood demon body, and his blood quality was extremely high. If an ordinary person drove the blood-colored crystal stone, it was estimated that he would be directly drained. After absorbing my blood, the color of this crystal stone seems to be even deeper. In the future, it may also produce unknown changes. It's really an exotic treasure. Su Hao also marveled, realizing that the function of the blood-colored crystal stone might be more than just increasing the strength of the holder's ability, and when enough blood of sufficient quality was absorbed, it was estimated that it would also produce changes. Used properly, this is completely a weapon to overcome the enemy. I'll temporarily study it later. The role of the blood-colored crystal stone is too powerful, Su Hao also decided not to dig it out of his hand for the time being. Even if he really digs it may not be able to do it. This blood-colored crystal stone seems to be fused to his hand as one, and will only be separated after death. This blood-colored crystal was obtained by devouring heart. It should have been obtained together with the blood demon body. This technique, it is highly likely that it has some kind of connection with the blood demon body. This technique, since this is the case, let's call it blood demon crystal. Su Hao brought his simple naming skills into play and gave the blood-colored crystal a name. Blood demon body. This technique was the inheritance technique of the ancient blood demon clan. This blood demon crystal was also from the ancient blood demon clan in all probability. Whether it hid any other secrets or not could only be checked in the future to check the canonical books. Chapter 60 Evolution Again. Go, return to Dao Extreme Sect, Yelu Xiong. We'll wait, we'll make you pay. After resolving the matter here, Su Hao didn't stay any longer, preparing to return to Dao Polarity Sect. While a cold light flashed in his eyes, Yelu Xiong instructed Feng Wuji to kill him. Su Hao definitely wouldn't stop there. Su Hao was very weak after a vicious battle, but the harvest was undoubtedly huge. 3 innate Dan, 6 layers of blood demon body cultivation technique, an evolution inner Dan, and the mysterious and unpredictable blood demon crystals. Digesting these trophies was enough to make a big progress in his strength. Su Hao left the Great Mountain and rode his horse to rush back to Dao Polarity Sect, while running the blood breathing method to recover his consumption. When 2.5 days passed, Su Hao had already recovered to his peak state and arrived at the foot of Dao Polarity Mountain. He is Su Hao. At the foot of Dao Polarity Mountain, some disciples guarding the mountain gate saw Su Hao, and some of them recognized Su Hao, and immediately, they were full of respect and hurriedly got out of the way, which was completely different from the treatment they received when they were rejected from the door last time. First, I'll hand in the quest, then go to the treasure cabinet to buy demon ghost essence blood and upgrade my blood demon body. Su Hao entered the Dao Extreme Sect and secretly said in his heart, now all he had to do was to raise his strength to the peak before making Yeluxiang pay the price. Su Hao walked on the road of Dao Extreme Sect. He suddenly saw a passing woman wearing a red dress. Froze. That red-clothed woman also saw Su Hao, while a trace of shock as well as disbelief flashed on his face. Su Hao. This woman in red was none other than Feng Dai. Feng Dai dueled with Nangong Renling, but she used despicable means to harness demonic ghosts and almost killed Nangong Renling, and Su Hao stepped in to kill those demonic ghosts, and also slapped Feng Dai in front of thousands of people, so that she was undoubtedly disgraced. It was also because of this that Feng Dai went to investigate Su Hao's details and knew his real identity, thus telling Yelu Xiong triggered a series of things. Of course, Su Hao didn't know that Yelu Xiong was ready to spend a big price to eradicate him because of his identity, not because he had hit Feng Dai that Yelu Xiong would pay such a big price to ask Feng Wuji to take action. How do you? Feng Dai saw a ghost-like hand unconsciously press the waist of the sword hilt, seems to be afraid of Su Hao suddenly out of the general, ready to pull out the sword to deal with, her face full of she was shocked. Didn't Su Hao go out with Feng Wuji to do a mission? Wind Wuji didn't kill him? How could he return to Daoji Sect alive? Seeing Feng Dai's appearance, Su Hao was sure that the one who instructed Feng Wuji to kill himself was unrelated to Yelu Xiong, and this Feng Dai was also the one who knew about it. Su Hao laughed at Feng Dai's meaningful, leathery smile, then ignored her and turned around, taking revenge on Yelu Xiong for sure, but not now. How can this be? Feng Wuji missed? Impossible, although he is far inferior to Xiong, but how can he say that he is also a demon in the top 3 of the outer sect? Or maybe Wind Wuji received benefits and didn't do anything? It must be this damn guy. Surprisingly, he let Su Hao return to Dao Extreme Sect alive. Feng Dai looked at Su Hao's departing back, her heart panicked beyond measure. Did Feng Wuji receive benefits and not do anything? Or did he miss although he made a move? And looking at Su Hao's expression, it seemed that he already knew everything. Without hesitation, Feng Dai hurriedly went to look for Yeluxiang, who was in seclusion. The matter of Su Hao returning to Dao Extreme Sect alive had to be told to Yeluxiang, to find a way to deal with it. Su Hao arrived at the Palace of Law and Government and met Deacon Li. Back so soon? Has the mission been completed? Deacon Li was slightly surprised to see Su Hao. He still had a great impression of Su Hao, who was on the same team as Feng Wuji. Seeing Deacon Li's expression, Su Hao felt that this matter should have nothing to do with Deacon Li. Deacon Li was just instructed by a higher level and assigned the mission to Su Hao. Of course, it would be divided into a team with Feng Wuji, must be Yeluxiang's power in it. Well, mission accomplished. Su Hao placed the cloth bag wrapped with the heart-devouring head on the counter and said, "This is the head of the half-demon ghost that rebelled in Otsuka Mountain." Half-demon ghost? Deacon Lee was surprised. Originally the information given was that evil cultivators were rebelling in the area of Otsuka Mountain, but it turned out that he didn't expect it to be a half-demon ghost. Well, it is indeed the head of a half-demon ghost. Well done. Deacon Lee checked the head that had already been cut in half by devouring heart and nodded slightly, confirming that Su Hao's task had been completed. After Su Hao successfully received the 10,000 contribution points reward for the mission, he excused himself and left. Deacon Lee, on the other hand, frowned. How come Feng Wuji and the three of them didn't come together to hand in the quest? Deacon Lee felt that Feng Wuji and the three of them might have been delayed by something, or went to rest after returning to Daoji sect, and didn't come to hand in the quests right away, but he didn't wonder too much about it. Su Hao finished collecting the rewards for the quest, then headed to the treasure pavilion. When he saw Su Hao, the obese middle-aged man in the treasure pavilion had a smile on his face. Want to buy something again? The middle-aged man already knew that the teenager in front of him was Su Hao, who had recently risen to fame in the outer gate of Dao Polarity sect, and his attitude was extraordinarily warm. Aha! Su Hao nodded. Give me 80 bottles of essence blood of Hotian demon ghost. The middle-aged man's mouth twitched. The demon ghost's essence blood, able to replenish chi and blood, able to be used for alchemy, but overall even outer disciples who practiced alchemy wouldn't buy so much. Su Hao had completely taken out all of his own contribution points to buy demon ghost essence blood. Su Hao bought so much demon ghost essence blood for the purpose of naturally practicing the blood demon body, only up to the 6th layer of the blood demon body, rated as high as silver grade, definitely a technique with great potential. This was the benefit of joining the sect. If they were ordinary martial artists, if they wanted to get so many Hotian demon blood, they would undoubtedly have to spend a huge amount of time and effort, but in the Dao Polarity sect, there were contribution points that could be exchanged. A full 24,000 contribution points were spent, causing Su Hao's contribution points to be consumed, but contribution points were spent. Turning back to break through the remaining 2 layers of the demon puppet formation would be able to obtain a large amount of contribution value. It was hard for ordinary disciples to obtain contribution points, but for disciples with strength, obtaining contribution points was simple. It was the same for any sect. The resources would be concentrated on the strong disciples. Su Hao took a large amount of essence blood of the Hotian demon ghost and then entered the cultivation room to digest the loot this time. Intent energy is used to raise the level of intent. Unfortunately, there are only 300 points of intent energy, which is not enough to raise my own sword intent. The sword intent dropped from killing Feng Wuji was converted into 300 points of intent energy, which could be used to raise the blade intent, but 300 points was a bit low, not enough to raise Su Hao's blistering wind blade intent or thunder blade intent once. First, there was that evolution inner Dan, which Su Hao swallowed in one gulp and digested it. That familiar feeling came again. Every cell in Su Hao's whole body greedily absorbed the energy of the evolution inner Dan. This energy, in turn, caused Su Hao's cells to grow, split, and grow again, and the bones of his whole body were quenched, revealing a glistening feeling. Chapter 61, Drawing Flying in 8. This was a kind of evolution from the level of life, the evolution of the bloodline. Like a weak demon ghost, if it evolved once, it would be able to break its own racial limitations and grow to a higher realm in the future. Demon ghosts with multiple evolutions are unimaginably more powerful. Like many demon ghost kings, all of them came after several evolutions. Every one of them is so powerful and terrifying that it is not uncommon for a strong person who opens the immortal gate to be killed. And Su Hao, as a human, was undergoing his second evolution. After one day, Su Hao's evolution was complete, his eyes were shining, his brain became clearer, and his qualifications and root bones were all strengthened drastically. The benefits brought by this second evolution are really huge. I now have about 70,000 pounds of divine power in one arm. The physique has also become stronger. A smile appeared on Su Hao's face. His current physique was completely able to compare with the half-demon ghost Devouring Heart, knowing that Devouring Heart was able to manage to use its claws to harden its blade intent. It was invincible in the Hotian level, able to rival physical cultivators. 70,000 pounds of divine power. Su Hao could hammer many late Hotian and even peak Hotian martial artists to death alive with pure strength alone. The silver quality evolution Dan is estimated to be useless to me nowadays, Su Hao said secretly in his heart. The silver quality evolution inner Dan will almost not be effective for him who has completed the second evolution nowadays, unless it is a higher quality evolution inner Dan. Another thing was the blood demon body. The blood demon body technique from Bloodwing only had 3 layers, while the blood demon body from Heart Devourer here was able to cultivate to the 6th layer of the realm. Su Hao opened a small porcelain bottle containing the demon ghost essence blood and drank it all in one mouthful. The familiar flavor made him smack his lips and murmured, "Surprisingly, it feels a little bit delicious. Have I become a little bit heavy-handed?" Su Hao breathlessly collected the scattered thoughts in his mind and began to refine the demon ghost essence blood, cultivating the higher realm of the blood demon body. A trace of demon ghost essence blood was refined by Su Hao, while the blood demon body was also progressing rapidly. The evil way technique had a characteristic, that is, quick results. As long as there were enough resources, the progress speed of the evil way technique could not be said. It was not too much to say that it was an immediate effect, or else there wouldn't be so many people who would choose to cultivate the evil way technique and take a shortcut. Bottles and bottles of demonic ghost essence blood were refined by Su Hao, and Su Hao's blood was undergoing a metamorphosis, while the blood, as a source of life, was further warming Su Hao's flesh, so that his bones, tendons and muscles were all quenched and became more perfect. When the time came 20 days later, Su Hao refined all the demonic ghost essence blood, and as he evolved twice, even the speed of refining various pills and heavenly materials and treasures increased exponentially. Phew! Su Hao exhaled a breath and slowly stopped his cultivation. The essence light in his eyes was like being able to pierce through the hearts of people. The 6th layer of the blood demon body was complete. This middle 3 layers of blood demon body brought about a much bigger change than the previous 3 layers of blood demon body. Su Hao's physique was once again tempered, and his single arm possessed a divine strength of 100,000 pounds. This could scare the pants off many Hotian martial artists. It made many innate martial artists horrified. The other thing was that his blood had undergone a metamorphosis, having a crystalline color. A drop of blood was comparable to 30 to 40 times the quality of a martial artist of the same level. Casting the blood-burning secret art could be easier, in addition to being used to catalyze the blood demon crystal that was bound to be even more powerful, and Su Hao estimated that he could increase his own ability by 5 or 6 times. With my current strength, if I face Devouring Heart again, I guess I can chop him up with one hand, right? Su Hao clenched his fist, squeezing the air to make a popping sound in his hand. Su Hao's strength nowadays completely exceeded Feng Wuji's, kind of the so-called 3 great demons of the outer sect, by several notches, and even if Feng Wuji came back to life, Su Hao would be able to whip him to death with one hand. One should know that Feng Wuji's strength was comparable to some martial artists who had entered the innate at the beginning. Alright, come out of the gate and have a good meal. Su Hao stretched his waist, refreshed. After many days of seclusion, there was a feeling of drinking blood, making Su Hao also couldn't wait to go out to enjoy and relax. These people's gazes are so strange. Su Hao frowned. He first returned to his residence to change his clothes, but what made Su Hao a bit puzzled was that the Tao Extreme sect's disciples who saw him along the way, each and every one of them had strange eyes and were full of vigilance. Could it be that something happened during the half-month or so that I was in seclusion? Su Hao secretly pondered. Su Hao, you finally appeared. Su Hao had only just finished changing his clothes and was ready to go to the restaurant within the Tao Polarity sect to have a good meal, but only when he was walking on the road, he heard an explosive shout. In the distance, 4 or 5 men dressed in black came to meet Su Hao, with coldness in their eyes, while in the surroundings, a very large number of Tao Polarity sect's disciples had also gathered, and one by one, they were all casting gazes at Su Hao that were either wary or skeptical. Is there something wrong? Su Hao didn't recognize these raging men at all, but he could tell that the cold black-clothed man at the head of them was an innate-level martial artist. He frowned and looked at the cold man and the others who blocked his way and said, I am Huang Tianfei from the Law Enforcement Hall. We suspect that you mutilated elite disciples such as Feng Wuji, Hiru, Zheng Cheng, and so on during your last outing mission. Your crime is punishable by death. Now come with me to the Law Enforcement Hall and confess everything. The cold man who called himself Huang Tianfei said with a slight chill on his face. No wonder the others are looking at me in such a wicked way? Su Hao sort of understood why the other Tao Polarity sect disciples all saw him with such strange eyes along the way. It turned out that it was because of Feng Wuji and the others. Without a doubt, it was 9 times out of 10 that Yelu Xiong, Feng Dai, and the others were messing with the ghosts, and the evil person complained first and snapped the hat onto Su Hao's head. Come with us. Huang Tianfei, who was an innate martial artist, didn't give Su Hao a chance to speak more, so he poked out a palm and grabbed towards Su Hao's shoulder. Su Hao's face was cold. This didn't even give himself a chance to speak, and was about to grab himself? Not only that, Huang Tianfei's strike was also extremely heavy, wanting to directly crush Su Hao's shoulder blade. Get lost. Su Hao snorted coldly, facing Huang Tianfei's grasping palm. He raised his hand and casually slapped it out, as if he was slapping a mosquito. Boom! Huang Tianfei's palm and Su Hao's palm collided together, an ear-splitting popping sound was faintly heard in the air. Huang Tianfei's face changed drastically, and he only felt an unrivaled huge force coming, shocking his tall and thin body uncontrollably backward and out. Ka. Every step that fell left footprints 3 to 5 inches deep on the hard rocky ground, and one of Huang Tianfei's arms trembled uncontrollably, with a sharp pain like his bones were about to shatter. How is this possible? This made Huang Tianfei's eyes widen in horror. He was a member of the Tao Polarity sect's Law Enforcement Hall, and himself was at the innate level of cultivation. Su Hao even swatted a mosquito as casually as he did to send him backward, with his arm aching to be cracked. Chapter 62, Demons and Demons. Su Hao repelled Huang Tianfei, his eyes slightly scanned, and he saw that many of the surrounding Tao Polarity sect disciples were gathered here. Undoubtedly, Su Hao went out on a mission last time. But Feng Wuji and the others were late to return. Even if Yalu Xiong and the others were stupid, they knew that Feng Wuji and the others were most likely dead. Even though they didn't know what means Su Hao used to kill Feng Wuji, Su Hao 9 times out of 10 knew that Feng Wuji was instructed by Yalu Xiong, so Yalu Xiong didn't hesitate, and he quickly came up with a poisonous plan to preemptively attack the thieves and catch them by shouting out to catch the thieves, and firstly, he would put his hat on Su Hao before saying anything else. Muddy the water. It is best to take advantage of the chaos to directly let Su Hao sit on the charges, even the opportunity to open their mouths. This is the so-called use of power to suppress people. Su Hao he killed Feng Wuji? I heard that it was for Feng Wuji's treasure. Why do I feel it's a bit metaphysical? Feng Wuji is one of the 3-day demons of our outer sect. His strength is far from what ordinary elite disciples can compare to. Although Su Hao has recently entered the elite list, there is still a big gap compared to Feng Wuji, right? It's easy to dodge the open spears, but it's hard to prevent the hidden arrows. Perhaps Feng Wuji was not prepared for his fellow disciples, and that's why he suffered a backstabbing. These Tao Polarity sect disciples all whispered, either thinking that it was unlikely for Su Hao to kill Feng Wuji, or thinking that there was some kind of misunderstanding, but there were also quite a few who felt that Su Hao had really killed Feng Wuji, relying on despicable means of backstabbing. It was really them who messed up. Su Hao didn't bother to pay attention to the gossip of these ordinary disciples, as he coldly looked at a red-robed woman in the crowd, which was none other than Feng Dai. Feng Dai had a bright smile on her face, but there was a hint of viciousness in her smile. Having already completely torn her face with Su Hao, there was no need to show any mercy, and even more despicable means could be used to completely kill Su Hao. Yalu Xiong is the number one in the outer sect, not to mention his identity, is a member of the Yalu family, one of the biggest families in Daoji sect, can mobilize the energy beyond the imagination of ordinary people, first spread rumors, while Su Hao's reputation stinks, and then logically let the disciples of the law enforcement hall to step in and take Su Hao down. As long as into the law enforcement hall of the Yalu family that has a great deal of energy, they have all the means to make Su Hao admit to the crime or can't open their mouths. This kid is also really stupid. As soon as he came back, he closed the door. Even the rumors outside did not come out to explain. Let the rumors ferment. Today, he is dead, but he can slightly make Huang Tianfei take a step back, but it is also considered to be a bit of ability. Feng Dai secretly sneered. Su Hao came back and went into seclusion. The rumors about Su Hao mutilating his fellow brothers fermented during the half-month of seclusion, and Su Hao himself hadn't come out to explain, and as soon as he came out of seclusion, the law enforcement hall and the others who had gotten the news came to take the person directly. Seeing Su Hao repelled Huang Tianfei, Feng Dai didn't worry too much, thinking that it was because Huang Tianfei didn't put out his full strength, and only repelled Huang Tianfei when he was caught off guard. Huang Tianfei's heart is a moment of some doubt. He grabbed at Su Hao's shoulder when he was using not a small amount of power, ready to crush Su Hao's shoulder with a claw. According to the theory of his innate cultivation of a grab, it is impossible for Hotian martial artists to block, but Su Hao positively knocked back him. This kind of strength is very horrible. Kid, you dare to arrest? Dare to attack a member of the law enforcement hall? You are bold. Indeed, you are a sinful animal who brutalized a fellow senior, ferocious and cruel. Huang Tianfei didn't say anything for a while, but a black-clothed man next to him was colorful and scolded. Su Hao's face sank slightly. Everyone, as soon as you guys came up, you didn't even give Mr. Su a chance to say a word. You're going to make a move, and you're not going to allow me to resist? Also, keep your mouths clean. Are the members of the law enforcement hall your kind of quality? Treating me as 10 evils before determining my offense? That black-clothed man is not the slightest bit give face to heave a smile, disdainful skimming. You mutilate fellow disciples already known to everyone, still want us to speak to you politely? Speak quality? I'm sorry, for you this kind of sins everyone has to be put to death. Su Hao laughed, but the smile was cold and scary. You won't be a human being. Then I will teach you to be a human being. Like to slander? Like to put a hat on people? I'll let you understand some things, don't blindly participate. At the end of his words, a cold light flashed in Su Hao's eyes, and he slapped out through the air. The surging true chi mixed with his own divine power, and the emptiness of the whip made a popping sound. What? The man in black was still sneering and laughing, but at this moment, his face suddenly changed. Su Hao said to make a move and then made a move? And the slap that came from the fan was simply terrifying. The wind and clouds changed, a huge pressure came head-on, making him gasp for breath. Block! The man in black hurriedly crossed his arms to protect his chest, wanting to block this strike. Boom! However, when the strength of Su Hao's palm in the air slapped on his arms, the man in black had a profound understanding of the word mantis blocking. At this moment, a dull explosive sound rang out, and a series of clicking sounds came out from the man in black's arms, and his whole body was bombarded with a blast that flew up 3 to 5 meters off the ground, more than a dozen meters away, and slammed down on the ground heavily. Cough, cough, cough. The black-clothed man of the law enforcement hall had blood spewing straight from his mouth, his arms crushing bones as if he had been trampled by a ferocious beast, coughing up blood continuously, unable to speak a single word, and fainted to death directly. The entire room's murmur fell silent for a moment, all staring blankly at the tall, clean-cut teenager in green clothes. A slap. Across the air slapped the disciple of the law enforcement hall and beat him half dead on the spot? Don't all disciples of the law enforcement hall have to be at least elite-level disciples to be able to serve? How could they be so weak? After a long while, these Tao Polarity sect disciples all sucked in a mouthful of cold air, directly laying such a harsh hand on a law enforcement hall disciple, saying that they would beat them. Moreover, they were all shocked at Su Hao's strength. The disciple who served as a member of the law enforcement hall had to have the strength to enter the elite ranking at the very least, and this kind of strength was beaten half to death by Su Hao's palm in the air. How strong must Su Hao's strength be? Huang Tianfei was shocked and angry, but there was a hint of surprise. This kid is too stupid. In front of everyone, he beat the law enforcement hall disciple to serious injury, so then it wouldn't be too much for me to kill him even if I miss, right? Bold fanatic, not only did you maim and kill a fellow disciple, but you also dealt such a heavy hand to a law enforcement hall disciple. If I don't take you down today, you won't know that the majesty of my law enforcement hall is inviolable. Huang Tianfei roared with a face of anger, killing chi flashed in his eyes. Su Hao so impulsively beat one of his men like this, although he was surprised at Su Hao's strength, but more than that, he was elated, so that he himself could rightfully take action against Su Hao. Even if he killed Su Hao accidentally in the process, he had a reason to explain to the top that the other party was afraid of the crime and resisted madly, and he killed him by mistake, which was perfect. This is perfect. Your law enforcement hall's majesty is aiding and abetting? When I beat Feng Dai last time, Yalu Xiong bought Feng Wuji with 3 innate Dan, letting him kill me during the mission. Not only that, even Zhang Cheng and Hiru, who went with him, were killed by Feng Wuji's sneak attack due to their lack of defense. As a result, Yalu Xiong is still snapping his hat on my head now. This tactic is too low level. Su Hao coldly smiled and told what he knew. Chapter 63, Crushing the Dantian. Yeah, lawyer brother bought Feng Wuji to kill Su Hao? Feng Wuji also killed 2 elite disciples? Impossible. Lawyer brother is a dragon and phoenix amongst men, a rare demon for the Tao extreme sect's generation. It's impossible to do such a thing. When these words came out, it undoubtedly made the whole place explode. Yalu Xiang's reputation in the outer gate of Tao extreme sect was unrivaled. Yalu family's heavenly pride, #1 in the outer gate, and the head of the 3 great demons. There were too many halos on him. When Su Hao said that Yalu Xiong instructed Feng Wuji to do it, the first reaction of the vast majority of people was disbelief. Maybe it's possible. Feng Dai's relationship with Yalu Xiong is well known. Feng Dai was humiliated by Su Hao in front of so many people. As a man, Yalu Xiong will want to retaliate against Su Hao is not impossible. There were also people who felt that what Su Hao said had this possibility. Feng Dai's face was ugly. She said in a loud voice, "Lawyer brother is clear to everyone, bright and open-minded. This kid broke into a big trouble, and still wants to pull lawyer brother down. His heart can be punished. Kid, full of nonsense, I'll smash your mouth." Huang Tianfei's eyes flashed with murderous energy. Knowing that he couldn't give Su Hao another chance to open his mouth, he roared and directly struck out, preparing to kill Su Hao with a miss. Boom! Huang Tianfei was an innate realm martial artist. His strength was naturally very terrifying. His innate true essence power bulged and filled his whole body. The whole person's feet stepped on the ground. A circle of ripples visible to the naked eye spread, and the ground was even slightly sunk. Huang Tianfei's whole body was just like a cannonball tearing through the air, and pounced on Su Hao directly. Huang Tianfei's aura of an innate martial artist was undoubtedly revealed when he moved, and the might he brought up was enough to make ordinary latter-day martial artists' hearts go cold. But for today's Su Hao, Huang Tianfei's strength is just like that, probably not stronger than Feng Wuji. Feng Wuji is one of the strongest martial artists in the outer sect, able to rival many martial artists who have just entered the innate, and this Huang Tianfei is considered to be in between. Split end claw. Huang Tianfei clawed towards Su Hao's throat. His strike was incomparably vicious, wanting to kill Su Hao. Kill him. Feng Dai exclaimed in her heart, as long as Su Hao died, this matter would be completely solved, even if some people in the door would have a few words about it, but with Yalu Xiong's influence, it wouldn't be harmful. Who let this kid be so stupid? In front of so many people, he still dared to hit the law enforcement hall disciples so hard? Swoosh! Su Hao stood in place without moving, as if he failed to react. Huang Tianfei with a caricatured smile on his face, his claws fiercely grabbed Su Hao's neck, but what made him stunned was that his claws penetrated Su Hao's neck, which was just a residual shadow. You really are the weakest innate realm I've ever seen. Even Feng Wuji is not as good as you. Su Hao didn't know when he appeared 2 or 3 meters away from Huang Tianfei's side. He had a hint of disdain on his face. His eyes were as if he was looking at a piece of trash, causing Huang Tianfei to be shocked and angry. Huang Tianfei and all the people present surprisingly did not see how Su Hao dodged Huang Tianfei's attack. Su Hao had gone through a second evolution. His speed, physique, and strength had all increased drastically, and the blood demon body technique had been cultivated to the 6th layer, which further strengthened his strength. Huang Tianfei's speed was too slow in his opinion, and it was a little bit out of reach of Wen Wuji and devouring heart. Suffer death. Huang Tianfei's sneering tone and eyes made Su Hao's killing intent skyrocket. A pair of claws carried thick true essence, leaving 2 long-lasting traces in the void, tearing towards Su Hao. Even if Su Hao was a body of steel, being caught solidly would definitely result in being torn to pieces on the spot. Thunder breathing method. Su Hao didn't continue to tangle with Huang Tianfei, deciding to solve him quickly. He performed the thunder breathing method, a thunder spreading in his body, causing his already extremely strong physique to improve drastically once again, and in his eyes, Huang Tianfei's powerful and incomparable claw method was full of flaws and didn't have the slightest threatening power. Su Hao's hands probed straight out, grabbing Huang Tianfei's wrists from the roiling claw shadows before he did, causing his attack to come to an abrupt end. What? Huang Tianfei was shocked. He only felt that his wrists felt like they were clamped by iron pincers, painfully cracking, and he saw Su Hao's cold and terrifying eyes. Want to take the opportunity to kill me? Thinking is good, unfortunately. You don't have the strength. Su Hao's eyes flashed with coldness, and the palm that violently grabbed Huang Tianfei's wrist tightened violently. One arm's 100,000 pounds of divine power exploded. Ka 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 ka. In just an instant, Huang Tianfei's pair of arms and bones that had been tempered by the innate true essence emitted a fried bean-like cracking sound. The wrist bones of both hands were pinched to pieces, and the bone crumbs all tore through the muscles and emerged from the flesh in a hideous and horrifying manner. Scalp numbness. The remaining 3 or 4 law enforcement hall disciples didn't even have the time to make a move. Huang Tianfei, an innate martial artist, had a pair of his arms ruined by Su Hao in an instant, and the horrifying power that crushed Huang Tianfei's hands was simply the same as that of a savage beast. My hands! My hands! Huang Tianfei screamed miserably. Su Hao let go of his hand. He staggered his back leg, looking at his wrist that was pinched completely out of shape, sweating like a pig, his eyes full of pain and panic. What kind of strength is this? Completely crushing level. He, an innate martial artist, was just like a baby in Su Hao's hands, powerless to resist, letting it be needed. Your luck is very good. It seems that killing people within the sect is a big taboo. Su Hao's indifferent voice came, making the terrified Huang Tianfei slightly relieved. At least he could save a life. Su Hao was even more daring after all. He didn't dare to beat and kill fellow disciples in Daoji sect. But without waiting for Huang Tianfei's hanging heart to let go, Su Hao's figure flashed steeply, and a lightning-like punch blasted at Huang Tianfei's belly and dantian area. Put! The power condensed into a beam, tearing apart Huang Tianfei's belly, as well as his dantian. Phew! With the rupture of his dantian, the innate true essence within Huang Tianfei's dantian could not be stored, and it gushed out like a cloud, causing the area within a radius of more than 10 feet to be covered in clouds. No! My cultivation! My true essence! Huang Tianfei's miserable scream steeply raised 7 or 8 degrees. He couldn't believe it. Su Hao wasted his dantian? Making his entire cultivation wasted. No! No! Huang Tianfei hissed and growled, full of remorse. Knowing that Su Hao was such a fierce man, he definitely wouldn't take the initiative to ask for help in order to appease Yelu Xiong and appease the Yelu family. Against Su Hao, now that both arms were wasted and his cultivation was destroyed, it was completely worse than killing him. Plop! Huang Tianfei had difficulty accepting this reality and directly fainted, his body falling straight to the ground, splashing the dust on the ground. Chapter 64. See you on the stage of life and death. Huang Tianfei was wasted? He was an innate martial artist. My god! What kind of strength is this? Defeating an innate martial artist is as simple as eating and drinking. Among the 3 great demons of our outer sect, I'm afraid that only senior brother Yeluxiang has the strength to compete with him. The entire Dao Polarity sect disciples were chilled and shocked. This was too terrifying. An innate martial artist, in front of them, was destroyed by Su Hao's dantian without any mercy. The spewing out of true essence was still in the air for a long time. A Hotian martial artist defeating an innate martial artist, even if it was easy? It was hard for people to believe their eyes. The 3 demons in the top 3 of the outer sect, each possessed strength comparable to that of an innate, but the crowd of Daoji sect disciples knew that I'm afraid that apart from Yelu Xiong, the remaining 2 definitely wouldn't be much stronger than Huang Tianfei against Su Hao. Crack! Su Hao resolved Huang Tianfei. His figure swayed slightly, dragging thunder lightning, as if it was instantaneous, intercepting in front of a woman in red. It was Feng Dai. Realizing that it was not good, Feng Dai wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to leave, but how could Su Hao let this woman go? You are right, Feng Wuji was indeed killed by me, but I didn't sneak attack him, and I don't need to sneak attack him. Su Hao coldly looked at Feng Dai's face that was trembling and twisted due to fear. What do you want? Feng Dai's teeth were trembling. That coldness on Su Hao's body was simply able to penetrate deep into his soul. You guys want to mess up, then make things bigger. Su Hao's voice was icy cold. He hadn't even looked for Yelu Xiong and Feng Dai to take revenge, but these 2 guys took the initiative to come to his door, and used such a despicable means, making the anger in Su Hao's heart rise up as well. If you want to mess up things, then make things a little bit bigger, and let's see who will be the one who will be unable to eat and walk in the end. The people around Feng Dai couldn't help but retreat back and forth, but no one wanted to come to a hero's rescue. For one thing, they didn't have that strength, and for another, Feng Dai's popularity was very bad. Rub! Feng Dai detected the coldness in Su Hao's eyes. She gritted her teeth, her heart exploded with killing intent, and she struck first, instantly pulling out the fiery red longsword she wore on her waist, interweaving a sky of static shadows, stabbing towards Su Hao's vitals all around his body. Feng Dai's swordsmanship was exquisite, but even more exquisite swordsmanship would look fancy if it wasn't supported by enough power, and in Su Hao's eyes, Feng Dai's swordsmanship was obviously not lethal enough. Clang! Su Hao casually slapped his hand on top of the sword blade. His physique was not even a bit worse than Devouring Heart, who could crush the sword intent with his claws. Directly the longsword was jerked out of his hand, and a huge force shook Phoenix Butterfly's wrist bones were dislocated. You almost killed Rinling earlier. I haven't even pursued with you. You and Yalu Xiong plotted against me, and now you still dare to appear in front of me? Su Hao's killing intent was awe-inspiring. He didn't give Feng Dai any chance to beg for forgiveness, and blasted a palm onto the dantian area of the fear-filled Feng Dai. Put! Feng Dai flew out backwards with blood spraying wildly from her mouth. Her dantian was shattered by this palm strike. She was the same as Huang Tianfei that way. All her cultivation was wasted. Ah! No! I want to kill you! I want to kill you! Feng Dai on the ground, hard to climb up, hissed and roared up, batch head emanation, not the slightest bit of the previous beautiful appearance, as evil spirits. Whether it was Huang Tianfei or this Phoenix Butterfly, both of them deserved what they got, and Su Hao didn't feel cruel about his own hand. Su Hao looked around the circle, including those few law enforcement hall disciples. His voice was cold and terrifying. Yalu Xiong asked Feng Wuji to make a move at the cost of 3 innate Dan to eradicate me in the mission. He killed Zheng Qing and Yiru, but unfortunately, he misjudged my strength and died in my hands. If you don't believe me, I have 3 innate Dan corroborated by 3 innate Dan here that I got from Feng Wuji. Innate Dan is so precious. There are always purchase records. There is always a record of purchase, right? If you just check, you'll know if Wen Wuji has purchased the 3 pills and where they came from, as well as where these 3 innate pills came from. Su Hao's voice was not loud, but it resounded in everyone's ears, and no one dared to interrupt. The words of a strong person were often more persuasive, and more likely to make people listen carefully. If it was before, when Su Hao said that he killed Feng Wuji head-on, there might not be anyone who would believe it, but now the strength he showed made people not doubt for a second that Su Hao was able to kill Feng Wuji without resorting to other means. I'm too lazy to say more about right and wrong, Feng Dai, and you minions, roll back and tell Yalu Xiong that I'll be waiting for him at the life and death platform before evening today. If you are a man, don't hide your head and make small moves. If you are a man, don't hide your head and make small moves, and win or lose in an honorable way, I will let him die with honor. Su Hao's ice-cold voice resounded in everyone's ears, and the information contained therein shook people's hearts. Life and death stage. Life and death are divided on the life and death stage. In any immortal sect, even if they are disciples of the same sect, it is normal to have friction, and even many disciples of the same sect may have life and death hatred because of various reasons. If any method cannot be dissolved, they can apply to go on the life and death platform. Both sides agree, then they can decide on the life and death, and only one person can walk down alive from the 2 parties to dissolve the hatred directly with blood, and after that, no one shall be allowed to pursue the matter anymore. Yalu Xiong, this outer sect's #1 powerhouse, the head of the 3 great demons, surprisingly, someone wants to challenge him? Or on the life and death stage? Su Hao, a demon who could easily defeat an innate martial artist with his latter-day cultivation, was fighting a life and death battle with the rising Yalu Xiong? This would simply be a big event that would shake the entire outer sect of Daoji sect. After saying that, Su Hao didn't even look at the others for a second, and straightly headed in a direction, precisely the direction of the Dao Polarity sect's life and death stage. Su Hao was going to have a life and death battle with senior brother Yalu Xiong. I heard that it was senior brother Yalu Xiong who plotted against Su Hao with despicable means, and Su Hao was enraged to fight him in a life and death battle. Without a doubt, the matter of Su Hao inviting Yalu Xiong to the life and death stage spread rapidly at an unimaginable speed, spreading from 1 to 10, from 10 to 100, and in less than half an hour, it spread throughout the entire Dao Extreme sect's outer gate. The outer sect disciples who got the news, those who didn't have urgent matters, almost all came and gathered outside the life and death stage. They saw a green-clothed young man on the life and death stage quietly sitting and waiting. It was Su Hao. Brother Su was going to fight with Yalu Xiong in life and death? Xiao Jun's body trembled. He saw Su Hao on the life and death stage, filled with disbelief. Yalu Xiong, which is the undisputed #1 in the outer disciples, the first of the 3 great demons, no accident. The future to open the immortal door is only a matter of time, and even have the qualification of competing for the position of Dao Extreme sect leader, absolute future, the pride of the heavens. But Su Hao has been introduced for less than half a year, and he is going to fight to the death with this demon? Although he's ranked on the elite list, he's a world away from senior brother Yalu Xiong. How can he qualify for a life and death battle with him? That's not necessarily true. Half an hour ago, I saw with my own eyes that Su Hao wasted Huang Tianfei of the law enforcement hall. That's an innate martial artist. I heard that senior brother Yalu Xiong instructed Feng Wuji to kill Su Hao and drove the law enforcement hall to capture him, which caused him to be unable to bear it anymore, and wanted to have a life and death fight with him. In less than half an hour, thousands of Dao Polarity sect disciples had gathered at this life and death platform, either excited or questioning. There was no doubt that Su Hao had accomplished his purpose and made a big deal out of it. Chapter 65, Identity Exposed, Patriarch's Lineage. Although it wasn't Su Hao's wish to keep a low profile, he couldn't possibly hold back any longer at a time like this. Eluxian had to die. Someone is coming? It's Deacon Yelu Liang from the Yelu clan. At this time, there was a commotion in the crowd. Someone arrived. It was someone from the Yelu family, letting Su Hao a little disappointed. The one who came was not Yelu Xiong. It was a white-bearded old man. Although he looked old, he was tall, and his words and actions were like the wind and clouds following him. One could tell that this was a strong person with deep cultivation. Nonsense. Come down to me. Is Yelu Xiong his person not something you can question? You throw dirty water at him and want to engage in a life and death battle with him? Do you have the qualifications? The white-bearded old man Yelu Liang's voice was like thunder, angrily staring at Su Hao on the wide life and death stage without anger. If not for the fact that according to the rules of Tao Polarity Sect, the life and death stage was not allowed to go up at will unless there was going to be a life and death fight, otherwise, Yelu Liang would definitely directly go up to the stage to capture Su Hao down. Yelu Xiong engaging in a life and death fight with Su Hao, this was out of his depth in the white-bearded old man Yelu Liang's opinion. If Yelu Xiong answered the battle, winning was certain, but even if he won, it was estimated that his reputation would be affected by a not so small amount of impacts in the Tao Extreme sect, and Su Hao was just using one of his own lives to taint Yelu Xiong's reputation. Does it matter to you if I'm qualified or not? Su Hao sat cross-legged on the life and death stage, looking down at Yelu Liang below the stage, and said in a salty manner, "You." Yelu Liang was furious, then snorted coldly, "No one will stop you if you want to find death." Yelu Liang had the urge to strike, but he didn't do so, because he could feel that there were already elders at the level of the open Immortal sect within the sect paying attention to the situation here, and Su Hao wanted to engage in a life and death fight with Yelu Xiong, which had already alarmed the higher echelons of the Tao Extreme sect. If at this time, Yelu Liang forced his hands on Su Hao, instead, he wanted to cover up the situation, and there was a kind of suspicion that Yelu Xiong had mutilated his fellow disciples without fighting. Who? At this time in the distance resounded a huge commotion, and the crowd were all visibly confused. Finally, Su Hao's eyes flashed with a flash of essence, and he saw that in the distance, a group of people slowly came, in which Feng Dai, whose face was pale to the extreme, was clearly in the list, and in the very center, there was a handsome man with a sword eyebrow and starry eyes, who was swirling with energy, like a star-cupped moon. Although Su Hao had never seen Yelu Xiong, he recognized this man as Yelu Xiong at the first moment through the mood changes of the other people at the scene. Senior brother Yelu Xiong is here. It's senior brother Yeluxiang. I knew he would come. This Su Hao slandered senior brother Yeluxiang. I can't even stand to watch. Senior brother Yeluxiang will definitely give everyone an explanation. I heard that senior brother Yeluxiang instructed Feng Wuji to maim his fellow disciples. I don't know if it's true or not. Tens of thousands of Tao Polarity sect disciples had already gathered at the scene, and at this moment, each and every one of them stirred, and the appearance of Yelu Xiong pushed the atmosphere to the highest climax. Brother Xiong. That kid is Su Hao. He's the one who wasted my cultivation. Feng Dai's eyes were filled with blood and hatred as she stared at Su Hao in the distance. Yelu Xiong had a faint smile on his face, maintaining his demeanor, but in his heart, his killing intent was blazing to the extreme. He asked Feng Wuji to take action to kill Su Hao. Originally it was a sure thing, but he would never have thought that Su Hao didn't die, and also possessed a strength that far exceeded the expectations of ordinary people, and made a big deal out of the matter to such an extent. Who? Without any nonsense, Yelu Xiong slowly walked towards the direction of the life and death platform, and along the road, one by one, the Tao Extreme sect disciples automatically made way. Su Hao. I don't know you, and I don't know why you want to pour dirty water on me. Yelu Xiong has always acted in a bright and open manner. I didn't care about your behavior. I acted right and sat upright. I'm not afraid of gossip, but you shouldn't have struck out at my woman. You wasted her cultivation and shattered her dantian. This is something that no man can endure. Today I, Yelu Xiong, officially accept your challenge. Yelu Xiong slowly opened his mouth as he ascended the life and death stage, his words resounding with a majestic aura. Lawyer brother Yelu is so handsome. Yes, this Su Hao is simply throwing dirty water at brother lawyer Ya. Brother lawyer Ya is engaging in a life and death battle with him simply because his reverse scales have been touched. There were quite a few disciples who were infected by these words of lawyer Ya, thinking that the reason why lawyer Ya had come to engage in a life and death battle was because Feng Dai had been wasted by Su Hao, and he had come to stand up and take revenge for her. Su Hao bristled, stood up from the ground, and said indifferently, "Alright, don't pretend. In fact, I didn't kill Feng Wuji. I captured him alive, just to be prepared as a witness. Do you want me to bring him to the Tao Extreme sect, so that he can tell me personally how you instructed him to plot against me with the 3 and 8 pills?" Saying that, Su Hao even took out a small porcelain bottle and shook it with a smile. When these words came out, it made Yelu Xiong's expression stiffen slightly. He naturally recognized that the 3 and 8 dan contained inside this small porcelain bottle was the reward he gave to Feng Wuji, and Su Hao's words even made him a little bit unable to feel it. Maybe it was really possible that Su Hao defeated Feng Wuji, captured him alive, and kept him as a human witness, which was still a very high possibility. Of course, Feng Wuji's body is almost rotten. It is impossible to come out to testify. At that time, Su Hao didn't have the ability to leave a living mouth. He said so in order to kill the flames of this hypocrite. The effect seems to be very good. Yelu Xiong was a bit shocked and uncertain. If Feng Wuji was really still alive and came out to testify, then the trouble would be a bit big. "Humph, brat, you defamed our Yelu family's people, you don't want to get off the stage alive today." At this time an extremely cold voice rang out. Above the sky, a gloomy man came through the air. What made people appalled was that this gloomy man was floating in the void, through the air. This was clearly a strong person who had opened the Immortal Gate level. It's Elder Yelu Eagle. He's one of the top echelons of the Yelu clan, and has been opening the Immortal Gate for decades. Someone recognized this person's identity, Yelu Eagle, nowadays a high-ranking figure of the Yelu family, a strong person at the level of opening the Immortal Gate, and also had an extraordinary status within the Tao Polarity sect, holding the position of elder, as well as being Yelu Xion's uncle. This grim man Yelu Eagle landed on the bleachers on the side of the life and death stage. His body exuded a terrifying pressure that was enough to oppress people who couldn't catch their breath. "Is it a slander? Don't you just investigate carefully?" While on the bleachers, a salty voice rang out, not knowing when a blue-shirt ancient middle-aged man appeared as if out of thin air, and faintly said, "It's Elder Zhao." Su Hao recognized this ancient bored middle-aged man at the first time as the first strong man who opened the Immortal Gate level that he encountered when he just entered Tao Polarity sect at the beginning. Elder Zhao was extremely grumpy, and at that time, he directly expelled all the 3 Tao Polarity sect disciples from the Tao Polarity sect, showing no mercy. "Zhao Tianyi, what do you mean? Doubting that Yuluxiang really bought Ventilation Wuji to kill this brat? What reason does he have to do so?" Yelu Ying's face sank slightly. Elder Zhao Tianyi, who was known within the sect for his iron face and his eyes were not tolerant of sand, he was even alarmed. The 2 Immortal sect level elders confronted each other. In the arena of 10,000 Tao Extreme sect disciples, each one of them didn't dare to utter an atmosphere. Zhao Tianyi snorted coldly. "Of course there is a reason. Yelu Xiong's natural talent is not bad. This point I admit, but he is not yet the future successor of the patriarch, and now he is busy eradicating dissidents?" When these words came out, it made Yelu Xiong's face look more and more unnatural, and the crowd of Tao Polarity sect disciples under the stage were also bewildered, not sure why Zhao Tianyi said this. Zhao Tianyi looked at Su Hao with a somewhat complicated expression. "I told you that the first time I saw you I felt somewhat familiar, and then I learned that you came from the Su family in Tianming City. Slightly investigated, and I didn't expect it to be such a coincidence. That you are really the son of Su Yi in Nangon Lan. I also hugged you when you were a child." Zhao Tianyi's words were like a bolt from the blue, exploding in the field. Chapter 66, Breaking Through the Innate. "Sui, Nangon Lan? I seem to have heard that." Nangon Lan was the daughter of the sect leader, but she ended up getting pregnant out of wedlock, and was said to have taken up with one of the outer disciples named Sui, and this matter has caused the Nangon family to be enraged. Elder Zhao means that this Su Hao is the son of Sui? Wouldn't he be a member of the Nangon family, and even the sovereign's own grandson? Undoubtedly, Zhao Tianyi's words set off an earthquake. There were older outer disciples present who had experienced and heard about the events of more than 10 years ago, and one by one, they all found it hard to believe. More than 10 years ago, Sui was driven out of the Tao Extreme sect by the Nangon family, and sadly left with a baby in his arms. "This baby is Su Hao?" An outer disciple in his 30s muttered, his face full of hard to believe. This outer disciple had joined the Tao Extreme sect for more than 20 years. When he was a teenager, he had been acquainted with Sui, who had just joined the Tao Extreme sect, and when Sui was expelled from the Tao Extreme sect, he had seen him off from afar, and remembered that Sui was full of grimness, with blood at the corners of his mouth, and he had hugged a baby and left the Tao Extreme mountain. This suddenly appeared out of nowhere teenager Su Hao, such as a comet out of the world, joined less than half a year of the Daoji sect, but broke through the 6 layers of the magic puppet array, knife-cut demon ghosts, slapped the phoenix butterflies, but also to the outer door of the first strongest Yelu Xiong to launch a duel of life and death battle. He is actually the baby that was carried away by Sui more than 10 years ago? This made the Tao Extreme sect disciples present who were acquainted with Sui or had heard of this matter find it hard to believe. How does this Elder Zhao know my identity? And even said it directly? Su Hao was also stunned, completely caught off guard, and was exposed by Elder Zhao in front of so many people. Zhao Tianyi had already been serving as an elder of Daoji sect for many years. Naturally he knew about Sui and Nangon Lan, and even hugged Su Hao when he was a child, only that later on, when Su Hao was detected to be just an ordinary child with no spirit root in the Nangon family's test, the Nangon family let Sui hug him away and return to Tianming City. Otherwise, even if Su Hao had the bloodline of the Nangon family, he would definitely not be treated well in the Nangon family, so it would be better to go back to Tianming City with Sui and still enjoy the life of a young master. When Zhao Tianyi saw Su Hao at the gate of Daedaiji Mountain before, he also felt that his aura was a bit familiar, but he didn't think about it until Su Hao broke through the 6 layers of the demon puppet formation, and his name once again appeared in Zhao Tianyi's ears, and with the curiosity in his heart that such a genius was actually born out of a small city, Zhao Tianyi checked his introductory information, and realized that not only was his surname Su, but he was also from Tianming City. This allowed Zhao Tianyi to deliberately investigate. With his energy naturally he quickly unearthed Su Hao's identity. It was clearly the very same baby that was carried away by Sui at the beginning, which was unbelievable to him. That baby had been tested by the Nangong family and was an ordinary person with no spiritual roots. While Suhao's natural talent undoubtedly deserved the word genius, no one could think that these two people were actually the same person. This kid is the grandson of the patriarch? A member of the Nangong family? Yelu Ying's face was filled with astonishment. He was unaware of this matter. On the other hand, Yelu Xiong's face became more and more ugly. Zhao Tiany's gaze, as if he could see through people's hearts, stared tightly at Yelu Xiong. You must have known about his identity, coupled with the fact that he has an excellent talent, and that he has provoked you. That's why you want to eradicate him, right? Yelu Xiong didn't say anything, and the tens of thousands of people in the room were somewhat unable to digest the information Zhao Tiany had given that Su Hao was of the Dao Extreme sect patriarch's lineage. Zhao Tiany, what you're saying is all nonsense. This kid has no respect, and he struck out viciously, scrapping the law enforcement hall disciples, and an elite disciple. In my opinion, scrapping his cultivation and expelling him from the Dao Extreme sect is the most merciful thing to do. Yelu Ying didn't let Zhao Tiany go on. He coldly snorted, taking out the matter of Su Hao's scrapping two Dao Polarity sect disciples to talk about, pulling away from the topic. Zhao Tiany, on the other hand, looked at Su Hao and said with a sincere face, Su Hao, get off the stage first. I promise to give you an explanation for this matter. There's no need to fight with him to the death. In Zhao Tiany's opinion, it was too dangerous for Su Hao to fight with Yelu Xiong to the death. Yelu Xiong wasn't just a name. His strength could be far away from all the outer disciples. Unusual innate powerhouses were unbearable in front of Yelu Xiong. Su Hao would lose more than he could win against Yelu Xiong. Thanks for Elder Zhao's concern. I'll solve this matter by myself. Only one can survive between me and him today. Su Hao shook his head, not planning to end the life and death fight. Even if Elder Zhao was willing to help Su Hao investigate Yelu Xiong, but the huge Yelu family was not a vegetarian, was definitely not going to let Yelu Xiong be investigated and die without evidence. The final result was in all likelihood that it would not be resolved. Su Hao preferred to engage in a life and death fight, and kill Yelu Xiong with his own hands. Good, have the guts, don't talk too much about other nonsense, see the real chapter on the hand. Yelu Xiong laughed and resumed his calm and collected attitude. He could see that Su Hao was actually simply bluffing. Feng Wuji must have died, otherwise Su Hao could have let Feng Wuji testify once he returned to the Dao Extreme sect. Where was the need to wait for so long? Elder Zhao was stunned. Su Hao really didn't listen to advice. Yelu Ying also said, Elder Zhao, this is a grudge between two juniors. They want to engage in a life and death fight. Both sides agree, and you don't have the right to stop it. Yelu Xiong looked down at Su Hao with a smile on his face. The life and death fight will have to wait for a while, because I, Yelu Xiong, will be promoted to the innate realm today. Because you are out of the gate early because of your matter, so why don't you just promote to the innate realm here? After saying that, Yelu Xiong took out a porcelain bottle and directly swallowed the 9 innate pills contained within it into his abdomen. At the same time, the aura around Yelu Xiong's body fluctuated violently. Yelu Xiong is going to advance to the innate realm here? This senior brother Yelu Xiong has long been able to advance to the innate realm. He's just been accumulating his underpinnings, and now that he's broken through, I don't know how many strands of innate chi he'll be able to condense. Yelu Xiong's action caused countless Dao Polarity sect disciples at the scene to be shocked. Promoting to the innate realm in front of everyone was a form of absolute confidence in oneself. Yelu Xiong's intention was very simple. He wanted to promote to the innate realm at this time. Not only would he be able to increase his strength greatly and crush Su Hao 100%, but he would also be able to create a momentum for himself. And when several years or 10 years later, when mentioning today's incident, people would only say that he, Yelu Xiong, was a godly and powerful man, promoting to the innate realm in front of all eyes and powerfully blasting his enemies, and it would become a beautiful thing to talk about. As for Su Hao, he was just a stumbling block on his way to the top. At the same time, Yelu Xiong was also showing his potential to the clan, to the family. If he broke through and absorbed and condensed enough innate chi, and his natural talent was demonic enough, even if he blasted Su Hao on the life and death stage, I'm afraid that there would be no one who would pursue the cause of it anymore. Whether or not Yelu Xiong had bought ventilated Wuji to plot against Su Hao before would also all no longer matter. He wanted to prove his own value, his own potential, to prove that he was much more valuable than a Su Hao. Rumble. Yelu Xiong invoked an inexplicable power, and thunder rolled in the void around him as his aura climbed. Chapter 67, 6 Strands of Innate Chi. Promoted to the innate realm? Su Hao was also shocked. This Yelu Xiong was really high profile enough, making it fancy. He shook his head speechlessly. At the same time, he was also curious about how many strands of innate chi this Yelu Xiong, as the #1 strongest person in the outer sect, was able to absorb when he promoted to innate. Zhao Tiany frowned. Yelu Xiong was already powerful and extraordinary. Su Hao had lost many battles with him, and now if he broke through the innate realm, his strength was bound to be even more horrifying. How could Su Hao have any chance of winning? But Su Hao was still calm, not ready to retreat, even very curious to look at the breakthrough of Yelu Xiong. The future of him will certainly also want to break through the innate realm. To observe the breakthrough of Yelu Xiong will have a not small harvest. Brother Yelu Xiong is really a person with great vigor, directly breaking through on the spot. Yes, this Su Hao could be from the sovereign's lineage. But even if he's from the sovereign's lineage, when he goes up to the life and death stage, the others won't be able to save him, and when Brother Lawyer Ye finishes his breakthrough and the life and death fight begins, that's when he will perish. One by one, the Tao Extreme sect disciples present all marveled. This life and death fight that was about to start today really gave them too many surprises. First of all, Su Hao, this teenage demon who had only recently risen to fame, was actually of the patriarch's lineage, while Lawyer Ye was even making his breakthrough in front of tens of thousands of people, strong, overbearing, and full of a wave of invincible self-confidence. Rumble. As Ye Luxiong's breakthrough began, the surrounding void violently distorted, in which there was a beast silhouette rolling and roaring, true dragons, Tao Tai, divine phoenixes. To name a few. This, Ye Luxiong's breakthrough can induce a vision. The innate chi he absorbed and condensed is definitely not small. Zhao Tianyi was also shocked in his heart when he saw this scene. Ordinary innate martial artists didn't have such a big movement when they broke through, but Ye Luxiong was different. He was gifted and had already reached the Hotian extreme a long time ago, and he hadn't broken through in order to accumulate his reserves. Now breakthrough, Ye Luxiong directly triggered the vision, the void in the shadow of the beasts flying, so that the sword eyebrow starry-eyed Ye Luxiong more as if the god of heaven in general. There is a kind of supreme sacred, solemn feeling. Ye Luxiong directly swallowed 9 innate pills, more proof of his confidence in himself. Phew! Inside of Ye Luxiong's body, an innate Dan was refined, and an ethereal pale white gas erupted out of his body, like a long white dragon encircling his body. A wisp of innate gas, Su Hao secretly said. This was the innate gas condensed by Ye Luxiong. To advance to the innate realm, one had to condense the innate chi in one's own origin, making one's body more in tune with the heaven and earth Tao, and the more innate chi one condensed, the greater one's potential would be, and the greater one's possibility of opening the immortal gate in the future would be. The innate chi one condenses when advancing to the innate realm can tell one's qualifications and potential. When a martial artist with spiritual roots promoted to the innate realm, even if they had enough innate Dan, the innate chi they condensed would only be around 2 strands, and 3 strands would be considered extremely good. As for Ye Luxiong, it would be far higher than that. Condensing the second strand of innate chi so quickly. Not long after, a strand of innate chi once again erupted from the surface of Ye Luxiong's body, surrounding his body, and the gazes of the crowd were both shocked and envious. Breaking through the innate realm, it was very difficult. Just enough innate Dan would require a lot of time to accumulate contribution points in order to exchange for it. Ye Luxiong is the Ye Lu family's pride. It was even more of a long time of accumulation, in order to obtain enough 9 innate Dan to make a breakthrough. Now that Ye Luxiong had condensed 2 strands of innate chi in such a short period of time, it was evident how amazing his potential was. The Ye Lu clan Immortal sect powerhouse Ye Luing was filled with smiles, knowing that Ye Luxiong's breakthrough to the innate realm today would become the biggest news in the Tao Extreme sect. As for Su Hao, it would only be an ant that would be casually crushed by Ye Luxiong. Third strand. The fourth strand. Constantly, innate chi erupted from Ye Luxiong's body, surrounding him. When I first broke through the innate realm was when I condensed 4 strands of innate chi. Zhao Tianyi's complexion was slightly complicated. He had condensed 4 strands of innate chi into his origin back then, and Ye Luxiong was clearly even better than him. It was only a matter of time before he reached the immortal sect level in the future. Ye Luxiong's breakthrough continued. His body's innate Dan was refined and the 5th strand of innate chi was condensed. Can he condense the 6th strand of innate chi? Everyone held their breath. The one who condensed 6 strands of innate chi, the most recent one from the Tao Polarity sect, was still 30 years ago. That one was promoted to the inner sect in that year, and was a man of the people in the inner sect. He also managed to open the immortal sect 2 years before that. His age was still less than 50 years old, and he had the possibility of impacting a higher realm in the future. Finally, on the surface of Ye Luxiong's body, the 6th strand of innate chi erupted out. 6 strands of innate chi. Ha ha ha. Well. 6 strands of innate chi. In the future, to reach the peak of innate, open the immortal gate is only a matter of time, and the potential is much stronger than the general level of the immortal gate. Ye Lu Eagle smiled broadly with satisfaction at the sight. Daoji sect brings together geniuses from all sides, but Daoji sect's last breakthrough in the innate realm to condense 6 strands of innate chi were 30 years ago. Ye Luxiong was worthy of being the leader of this generation of outer disciples. 6 strands of innate chi. 100% future able to open the immortal gate. The envy in the hearts of each and every Tao Polarity sect disciple was to the extreme. As a first-class sect in the Great Xia Imperial Dynasty, there were only 2 or 3 demons like Ye Luing that had appeared in the Tao Polarity sect over the course of 100 years. Condensing 4 channels of innate chi would have a high possibility of opening the immortal gate in the future, while Ye Luxiong had condensed a full 6 strands, which was very astonishing. Damn it! Can't condense the 7th strand of innate chi. Ye Luxiong, however, frowned tightly, because he wanted to go even further and condense the 7th strand of innate chi, but in the end, he had reached his limit and unable to go further. That's just it. 6 strands of innate chi is not bad. It reached my mental expectations. Ye Luxiong sighed with a regretful face, which made the corners of many people's mouths twitch. This is the gap between demons and mortals. Many martial artists with spiritual roots breaking through the innate are able to condense 2 or 3 strands of innate chi and it's good enough, but Ye Luxiong condensed 6 strands of innate chi, just barely satisfied. Phew! Yalu Xiong slowly opened his eyes. In his eyes, such as two divine light blossomed out. Those who touched his gaze all lowered their heads. There was a sense of self-humiliation, as if facing a supreme monarch, so that people unconsciously submit, do not dare to look at it. 6 strands of innate qi? I thought he could condense 9 strands of innate qi. Is this the caliber of the so-called number 1 demon? Su Hao then muttered. His voice was very small, yet it was still heard by Yalu Xiong on the opposite side, as well as Yalu Ying and Zhao Tianyi on the stands. Yalu Xiong's eyebrows jumped. Su Hao's tone seemed to be saying that he was nothing more than that, deserving the title of the number 1 demon of the outer sect. And Yalu Ying even snorted coldly, although he is from the sovereign's lineage. But after all, he is from a small place. Those who don't know have no fear. Zhao Tianyi, also speechless, bitter smile, condensed 6 strands of innate qi of people, the entire Dioji Zone 100 years only 2 or 3 people, the last condensed 6 strands of innate qi of the heavenly pride and a few years ago have opened the immortal door. This cannot bear the name of the demon? Chapter 68, Insert label to sell the head. Su Hao. Without waiting for Yalu Xiong to speak, a clear shout came at this time. This familiar voice caused Su Hao to look down to the stage, and he saw an anxious white-clothed girl in the crowd, none other than Nangong Renling. Nangong Renling was in seclusion some time ago, comprehending the sword intent, but only as soon as she came out of seclusion, she heard that Su Hao was going to have a life and death fight with Yalu Xiong, and she hurriedly rushed over as fast as she could. Just call me brother, there's no need to hide it anymore. When Su Hao saw Nangong Renling, he smiled and said his identity was unexpectedly broken by Zhao Tianyi, and there was no need to hide his relationship with Nangong Renling at this time. Brother! Don't engage in a life and death fight with Yalu Xiong. Mother heard about it and was very anxious and worried about you. Nangong Renling hurriedly said. She came to stop Su Hao from having a life and death fight with Yalu Xiong. It was too dangerous, not to mention that nowadays, Yalu Xiong had also advanced to the innate realm, and Su Hao's chances of winning were close to 0. No wonder last time, Brother Su would rush to the ring regardless of everything. It turns out that he is elder brother of elder sister Nangong. In the crowd, Xiao Jun secretly laughed bitterly. At that time, when Nangong Renling had a duel with Feng Dai, Su Hao suddenly came on the stage, knifed the demonic ghosts, and slapped Feng Dai. It turns out that it was because he and Nangong Renling were siblings, that's why he was so angry. Yalu Xiong has promoted to the innate realm, and also condensed 6 strands of innate qi. Wait for some time before dueling with him. Nangong Renling worriedly said, wanting Su Hao to give up the life and death battle. Don't worry, this Yalu Xiong is just like that in my eyes. I was able to behead Feng Wuji a month ago, not to mention that this Yalu Xiong has only condensed 6 strands of innate qi, or even if he has condensed 9 strands of innate qi, I'll still be able to send him to meet Feng Wuji. Su Hao laughed, his tone was flat but contained a sense of confidence. These words caused Yalu Xiong's gaze to chill. He snorted coldly, don't compare me with Feng Wuji, he's not qualified to be compared to me. You can start despite your mouth. Can you start now? I hope you'll still be so tough talking later. The whole place was silent, many people's eyes flashed with excitement. One was the long-famous number 1 demon of the outer sect, Yalu Xiong, and the other one was Su Hao, who had recently gained fame, and was even exposed to be of the sect leader's lineage. The life and death fight between these two people undoubtedly made everyone look forward to seeing how the two would actually fight. The winner will definitely be Brother Yi Lawyer. With Brother Yi Lawyer's strength, he would have been able to crush him, not to mention that now that he has been promoted to the innate realm, he will be able to blow him to death with a single breath. That's not necessarily true, although I can't figure out what Su Hao can do to win. But he dared to watch Yalu Xiong reach the innate realm, and even remained very calm, so he must be certain to fight with Yalu Xiong. Some of these disciples think that Yalu Xiong is sure to win, and some think that Su Hao won't lose easily. Of course, this is a minority. The body of the latter day against the innate realm has been very reluctant, not to mention Yalu Xiong himself in the absence of promotion of the innate time also has the strength of the battle of the oversteps, and now Yalu Xiong promotion of the innate, the combat power sword again, is not the general innate can be compared to, cannot imagine Su Hao can have any way to win. Life and death fight, become the winner. I want to watch him die, watch him die. Feng Dai's eyes were stained with blood, the corner of her mouth had a fierce smile. She didn't think Su Hao could have any chance of winning today, she wanted to hear Su Hao's wail before he died. When Nangong Renling saw Su Hao's confidence, she didn't know how to persuade him. And that Yalu family immortal sect powerhouse Yalu Wing even said in a loud voice, both sides agreed to the life and death duel. Now that the life and death duel has begun, no one is allowed to intervene in the duel, violators will be dealt with by the sect's rules. Zhao Tianyi secretly shook his head. He could only hope that Su Hao didn't really not know how to die, but was sure of himself. Otherwise, even if Su Hao was in the sovereign's lineage, he couldn't possibly break the rules for this and step in to help Su Hao. Life and death fights were bloody and sacred, never allowing anyone to intervene. A heavenly chi erupted from Yalu Xiong's body. The void around him was slightly distorted, his sword eyebrows and starry eyes, his tall body was like a heavenly god who descended to the earth. The aura he emitted could be described as terrifying. It was as if he was looking down on Su Hao. A huge aura enveloped Su Hao. I'll give you a chance, kneel down and admit your mistake, admit that you mutilated and killed your fellow disciples. I might be able to spare your life. Yalu Xiong was like a monarch who dominated life and death, majestic and incomparable. Su Hao laughed, faintly said, Yalu Xiong. Don't let me underestimate you. I hope you're not a guy who can only play smart. You find death. I will fulfill you. Yalu Xiang's expression was stern. Now everyone knew Su Hao's identity. Killing a member of the sovereign's lineage was bound to affect him in some way, but right now, all he could do was to send this arrogant brat who dared to challenge him to hell. Roar! Yalu Xiang steeply opened his mouth and let out a roar. This roar sounded like a dragon and not a dragon, like a tiger and not a tiger, but it caused the surrounding air to ripple like waves, and many of the sect disciples only felt a wave of dizziness and blackness when they heard this sound. This was a special martial art practiced by Yalu Xiang, emitting a roaring sound that could charge straight into the opponent's soul, and some weak martial artists would be shaken to death by his roaring sound. But this was naturally of little use to Su Hao, whose soul power was far more powerful than ordinary people. Boom! Also at the moment of letting out a roar, Yaluxiang launched an attack. His foot violently stomped on the ground, and the black stone-cast ground could hardly withstand Yaluxiang's power, and was stomped and burst, and a piece of debris was dislodged and flew up from the ground. Broken gold finger. And then Yalu Xiang flexed his fingers and flicked them repeatedly, bouncing a piece of broken stone like a bullet toward Su Hao. Swoosh! Each piece of broken stone carried a thick true essence power, able to easily pierce through the golden stone, and even burst out a trace of sparks as it violently frictioned with the air during its flight. Facing Yalu Xiang's strike, Su Hao behaved calmly as he infused his true energy into his sleeve robe, casually flicked his hand, and smacked on top of one of the shooting debris with his true energy-filled sleeve robe. Bang 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 bang! Every piece of rubble that hit the sleeve robe actually made the loud sound of a bomb exploding, so it could be imagined how terrifyingly lethal these rubbles contained. What was even more astonishing was that these rubbles impacted on the sleeve robe, but they were directly shattered. The blood demon body technique cultivated by Su Hao had reached the completion of the 6th layer, and after the second evolution, his true chi was also tempered, and its quality was far better than that of the same level of martial artists. Kill! Yalu Xiang's face was full of murderous aura, his paws stepped on the ground, the earth sunken, and his body was filled with a ferocious beast-like berserk aura, instantly spanning tens of meters, pouncing towards Su Hao. Berserk beast heaven-breaking fist. Yalu Xiang's face carried the slightest of sardonic smiles. The shadow of a nightmare beast vaguely emerged behind his back, and a fist struck out towards Su Hao. A heart-stopping power erupted, causing the air around Su Hao to freeze, squeezing Su Hao, and making it difficult for him to even make a move to dodge. Fist intent? Su Hao was secretly a bit surprised. Feng Wuji had mastered sword intent at the realm level, and this Yalu Xiang was able to overwhelm him, so naturally he had also mastered the realm of intent, and it was fist intent. Chapter 69 Sword-Chopping Berserk Beast. Good timing. Su Hao, however, was not shocked but delighted. His left hand clenched tightly, the thunder breathing method was performed, a trace of electricity spreading from his lungs to his whole body, and a fist blasted out, bringing up rumbling thunder bursts, and he actually didn't dodge in the slightest, and fronted up to Yalu Xiang in a hard fight. Boom! The two fists heavily collided together, the air was frozen for a moment, and in the next moment, the void shook, and thunderous explosions exploded, shocking people's eardrums with pain. The fist intents scattered in all directions, filling the sky, thunder raging, and the destructive aura filling the air. Dang dang dang. Su Hao and Yalu Xiang next moment coincidentally even withdrew 3 or 5 steps away. Even? This scene let many people horrified stared wide-eyed. Yalu Xiang is originally a demon, can cross the stage and promote the innate realm. The battle power more skyrocketed by a large section, is a face-to-face to kill. Su Hao won't let a person feel too surprised, but this frontal face-off, without any fancy, the two parties are withdrawing a few steps away from each other, between Bo and Zhong. This kid really has some skills. Yalu Xiang's eyes condensed. That punch of his unusual innate powerhouse might not be able to catch it, but Su Hao was able to catch it head-on, which fully explained the problem. Yaluang, Zhao Tianyi, Nangong Renling, as well as the 10,000 Dao Extreme sect disciples on the field, all of them were staring closely at this battle on the field that was destined to shake the Dao Extreme sect. Kid, you're worthy of me using my true skill, Berserk Beast True Body. Yalu Xiang laughed maniacally, his body's true essence erupted, and behind him, a giant beast with a dark red body emerged, looking down at Su Hao, simply as if it wanted to devour people, with an astonishingly ferocious might. Roar! The giant beast roared, lifting up a huge front paw viciously slapping towards Su Hao. The air solidified, this paw was fast to the extreme, both power and speed. Rumble! The claw slapped down, heavily blasting Su Hao's figure to smithereens. The whole ring trembled, a crack centered on the falling point of the giant beast's shadow, splitting a spider web-like crack on the ground, spreading out dozens of meters away. It was hard to imagine what kind of consequences would be produced by such a heavy blow falling on a flesh and blood body. Dodged it? Yalu Xiang frowned slightly. Su Hao had already dodged before the claws fell, and what the giant beast's shadow slapped was just a remnant. Yalu Xiang, let you understand not to be so high-minded as to think that you are really some supreme demon who suppresses everything? Su Hao's ice-cold voice rang out, and around him, blood-red thunder twined around, reflecting him as if he was a ghost or god. Blood, thunder breathing technique. Rumble. The two breathing techniques were compatible. It wasn't as simple as 1 + 1, and the blood-colored thunder was like the robbing thunder of hell. Dab. Su Hao instantly drew his sword, and at this moment, the intent to cut through everything was permeating, causing the air to produce a trace of static electricity. Blade intent? Or is it a 20% saber intent? Zhao Tianyi and Yalu Xiong, the two powerhouses who had opened the Immortal Gate level, were all without fail slightly surprised. Su Hao grasping saber intent, and not a 20% saber intent, this could be said to be very rare at his age. Thunderjacking blade technique. The moment Su Hao drew his saber, there seemed to be endless destructive robbing thunder erupting from the saber sheath. The sea of thunder rolled over, and a stunning to the extreme saber light tore through the sky, crashing down, tearing everything apart, and chopping straight towards Yalu Xiong. Block it. Yalu Xiong was also shocked. Su Hao's knife was too terrifying. It was just like the heavenly might. He didn't hesitate, controlling the gigantic beast silhouette behind him, lifting up a claw to block Su Hao's knife. Pooh! The huge thunder blade destroys the giant beast's one claw and rips it into two halves, and it slashes straight down, cutting open half of the giant beast's silhouette's body. What? Yalu Xiong's pupil slightly contracted. His berserk beast true body was the top secret technique of the Yalu clan, but Su Hao almost broke it in one slash? It should be known that Yalu Xiong had already been promoted to innate now. His true chi was transformed into true essence, and when he used true essence to catalyze his martial arts, the effects would all be drastically increased. But even so, Su Hao cracked half of the berserk beast's true body with one slash. Doesn't it mean that if he hadn't promoted to the innate realm 100% of the time, Su Hao would have broken the berserk beast's true body with one slash? Yalu Xiong hurriedly revolved his true essence to repair the broken berserk beast true body, and at the same time, he blasted his fist in the air towards Su Hao, earthly fatal fist intent. Silky blood-red baleful chi was roaring, as if it was a calamity that engulfed everything. The fist intent filled the air, making the heaven and earth all pale. The fist intent mastered by Yalu Xiong crossed a watershed, already reaching the level of 40% fist intent, which could be called a small completion fist intent, and struck out to be able to break through everything. Boom! Su Hao, however, as if he had expected it, a turn in the air, with the wind like avoiding the fierce punch of Yalu Xiong. Yalu Xiong's strength of this punch fell into the air, hitting the void with a huge trembling, and the clouds in the sky seemed to be collapsing in general. This kid is so strong? Yalu Ing, who originally had full confidence in Yalu Xiong, frowned tightly. The strength Su Hao showed was beyond expectation. It's really a tortoise shell. One blade can't break it, then another blade, wind thunder chop. Su Hao avoided Yalu Xiong's terrifying punch. There was wind and thunder spewing out from his eyes. Without any stop, he once again chopped out a knife. The two kinds of knife intent of wind and thunder were mixed. The green golden knife chi tore through the void, and chopped down at Yalu Xiong's head. Crack! This saber was even more terrifying than the previous saber's power. The giant beast silhouette that enveloped Yalu Xiong raised a pair of gigantic claws to resist, but its hard body condensed from true essence appeared so fragile under the saber. Snort! The terrifying blade chi directly tore the giant beast silhouette into two halves. Su Hao's strength increased greatly, the quality of his true chi metamorphosed, and even the lethality of his blade was also substantially increased. The remaining momentum of the blade chi that tore apart the giant beast silhouette didn't stop, and it chopped down. Clang! However, this knife stopped on top of Yalu Xiong's head. Yalu Xiong's hands had already put on a pair of dark red metal gloves at some point. At this moment, he lifted up an arm and blocked Su Hao's knife with his gloves. The whole scene was silent. A needle could be heard. They originally thought that this would be a fight without suspense, but Su Hao showed strength far beyond anyone's expectation, even pressed Yalu Xiong to fight and occupied the upper hand. Brother is so strong. Nangong Rinling's big eyes were filled with adoration. Rumble. Su Hao's sword came out like a shadow, tearing the giant beast's shadow apart, and chopping at Yalu Xiong like a blistering wind and rain. Clang clang clang. Yalu Xiong swung a pair of fists with gloves, and each punch smashed into Su Hao's blade, making a deafening sound of gold and iron. Damn! How can this kid's strength be so strong? Yalu Xiong swung both of his fists, his fist intent filled the air, and each punch carried the might of breaking everything. However, Su Hao was also as heavy as a mountain with each blade. The fusion of the two kinds of blade intent of wind and thunder was not inferior to Yalu Xiong's 40% fist intent in the slightest, and coupled with the drastically strengthened physique, it made Su Hao's physical body powerful and unrivaled, able to support his uninterrupted strokes of full strength. Berserk Beast 100 Crack Fist. Yalu Xiong's eyes were tinted with the color of blood, his breath became more and more berserk, and his pair of fists transformed into thousands of sharp claws of ferocious beasts, covering the sky, and roaring towards Su Hao's circumference. Su Hao's soul power spread, enveloping Yalu Xiong, and that originally inscrutable roiling fist shadow became slow in Su Hao's eyes. The trajectory was clearly traceable, and he waved his cold flow blade, raising his speed to the extreme. Each blade was incomparably streamlined, yet it could explode with the greatest power. Chapter 70 Congenital Yuandan Realm Battle Power. Clang clang clang. Fists and swords collided, a series of ripples in the air spreading in all directions, and every collision made people's hearts tremble, their hearts beating with the sound of the collision. Yalu Xiong's fist intent was too overbearing. Even if some other innate martial artists were to face Yalu Xiong, it was estimated that they would be blown away to dregs in a few shots, not to mention ordinary Picotian martial artists. Just by being enveloped by Yalu Xiong's fist intent, it was estimated that their hearts would have to tremble and they would lose all the will to fight. Su Hao's performance was even more out of everyone's expectation. His surroundings were shrouded in blood-colored thunder, his sword out-tickled the wind and thunder, and the blade intent that decimated everything eclipsed the sky, and was completely not inferior to Ye Xiong by half a point. This Su Hao is so powerful. Surprisingly able to fight brother Ye Xiong to a draw? If Su Hao's cultivation also reaches the innate realm. One by one, the Tao Polarity sect disciples swallowed their saliva with difficulty. The battle between Su Hao and Ye Xiong was too astonishing, especially since Su Hao, who belonged to the rising generation, was able to fight with Ye Xiong up to this point. What surprised them even more was that Ye Xiong had already broken through to the innate realm, occupying a huge advantage in terms of cultivation, and even so, he had not been able to take down Su Hao for a long time. If Su Hao also possessed the cultivation of the innate realm, wouldn't it mean that Ye Xiong might be completely suppressed by Su Hao, and even lost in a short time? Those who thought about this all sucked in a breath of cold air. Ye Xiong was a demon, condensing 6 strands of innate chi. As long as he didn't die, opening the immortal gate in the future was only a matter of time, and he was even expected to break through to a higher realm. Compared to Ye Xiong, Su Hao's potential on the other hand seemed even more enormous. At first, the Nangong family seemed to have looked away. Zhao Tianyi secretly laughed bitterly. The Nangong family had tested Su Hao's qualifications when he was a child, and the result they got was just a mediocre no-spirit root. That's why they allowed Su Yi to take him away from the Daoji mountain. Otherwise, an ordinary person like Su Hao staying in the Nangong family would definitely have a bad time. But now Su Hao's natural talent and strength was shocking. The Nangong family seemed to have made a mistake in the test. Where was this an ordinary person? It was completely a demon among demons. Damn! Why is he a Hotian realm able to be strong to this extent? The battle between Ye Xiong and Su Hao had already reached a white-hot level, but cold sweat gradually seeped out from Ye Xiong's forehead. No matter how domineering, fierce and subtle Ye Xiong's punches were, Su Hao's blood and thunder breathing technique was turned on, and his soul power shrouded the surroundings, easily able to intercept Ye Xiong's attacks. On the contrary, Su Hao's elusive blade light was crisscrossed and untraceable, and each blade was a fusion of the 2 blade intentions of wind and thunder, with both speed and power, giving Ye Xiong a feeling of being difficult to fight and becoming more and more strained. Ye Xiong came to the conclusion that if he fought on like this, the one who would lose would most likely be himself. Although unwilling to admit it, Ye Xiong's reasoning told himself that he could not afford to stalemate any longer. Kid, you forced me to do this. Even if I have to pay some price, I will kill you today. Ye Xiong swung both his fists, blocking Su Hao's chopping knife. His eyes were tinged with the slightest bit of blood red, and he roared lowly. Beast soul. Burning. Ye Xiong roared explosively, and within his body, the silhouette of a gigantic beast rushed out and blazed, and at the same time, Ye Xiong's aura soared at an incredible speed. Ye Xiong has burned his beast soul? Yellow Eagle's face changed slightly when he saw this scene. The ancient secret art that Yellow family possessed, the mad beast true body. Some extremely talented people could absorb the soul of a beast demonic ghost and store it in their body. After succeeding in this, in addition to letting their own soul spirit power exceed the norm, casting the mad beast true body was also a must. Now Ye Xiong burning their own body from a small child contained in the soul of the beast demon ghost, not only will let themselves in a long period of time weak, his hard to cultivate more than 10 years of the true body of the wild beasts is also considered to be wasted, the need to recultivate, which cannot be said to be not a big price. But this is a life and death fight, can only live a person, only the winner has the qualification to live. Ye Xiong also do not care about other, first of all to win the moment to talk about the future. The price to pay is huge, but the enhancement that Ye Xiong obtained is also huge, the beast soul burning, making Ye Xiong's body skyrocketed to 2 meters too. A piece of muscle all over his body is like a steel pimple, a breath is like thunder, the earth can't withstand his strength, click and crack. Xiong even was forced to this point? Feng Dai saw the scene, heart trembled tremendously. She originally thought that Ye Xiong out easily could wipe out Su Hao, but now for a long time could not take Su Hao, and even the balance of victory was tilting towards Su Hao, which made Ye Xiong would rather waste his own painstakingly cultivated one of his secret arts, but also want to chop Su Hao to death. What a terrifying enhancement, it's even greater than the enhancement of my blood-burning secret art. Su Hao also smacked his lips. At this moment, Ye Xiong's aura was too many times more powerful than before, bringing Su Hao an extremely strong sense of oppression. After all, it was scrapping the secret art that he had been cultivating for more than 10 years and burning the beast's soul. It was quite normal that this enhancement would be so big. Ye Xiong looked down at Su Hao, somewhat gritting his teeth. Kid, you are very good to be able to force me to this extent, but it doesn't matter. As long as I kill you, Ye Xiong is still Ye Xiong, but you can only become my stepping stone. The natural talent that Ye Xiong displayed was enough to get the entire Ye family to cultivate him with all their efforts. After all, Ye Xiong would be able to open the Immortal sect in the future 100%. Even if he burned his beast soul now, the Ye family would surely think of a way for him. Brother! Nangong Rinling was worried. The Ye Xiong at this moment was just too terrifying. The hissing of ferocious beasts was faintly emanating from all around his body. It was the beast soul that had been burned away that was hissing, making people's scalps numb. There are also innate powerhouses present, but ask yourself, they have entered the innate realm for many years. If they were to face today's Yelu Xiong, I'm afraid they would also have to die on the spot. Although Yelu Xiong has only just entered the innate, but the accumulation is amazing, more burning beast soul, now his strength has been vaguely able to compete with the innate second realm Yuandan realm powerhouses. The innate is divided into 3 realms, True Element Realm, Yuandan Realm, and Jindan Realm, and the gap between each realm is incomparably huge and insurmountable. Yelu Xiong, come on, the next strike, split the winner. Su Hao's sword pointed at Yelu Xiong, who was already 1 or 2 heads taller than him, and said with high wariness, "One strike to split the victory? Ha ha ha. Facing today's me, you can have no victory, only negative. I can crush you with 1 finger." As if he had heard something funny, Yelu Xiong laughed maniacally, and his laughter shook many disciples with weak cultivation to the point that their feet floated, feeling that the heaven and earth were spinning. The strength of Yelu Xiong, who burned his beast soul, was vaguely comparable to the Yuandan realm, so where could he possibly need to make a second move to deal with a Hotian martial artist? Chapter 71, the new number 1 of the outer sect. Good, 1 move to settle you, suffer death, I will remember you as a defeated man. Yelu Xiong didn't continue to talk nonsense, his eyes were blood red, the miserable screams from the burning of beast souls came from his body, his 2-meter-2 tall body had vein flames burning, his aura rose wildly, pressing the earth into a depression, and a terrifying pressure wrapped Su Hao, preventing him from dodging. Berserk beast killing sky fist. Yelu Xiong roared explosively, the vein flames and boiling true essence were converging with his fist. Yelu Xiong punched out, his fist intent filled the air, and a crazy roar resounded in the void, a black beast head emerged, devouring and biting crazily towards Su Hao. Yelu Xiong's strike with all his strength exploded, the most brilliant strike of his life, obviously not wanting to give Su Hao the slightest chance, wanting to beat him into flying ashes in a single glance. Killing Su Hao, he, Yelu Xiong, would still be the number 1 demon of the outer sect, and even more, he would enter the inner sect and get better cultivation. Come on, burning blood secret art. Blood demon crystal. Su Hao, on the other hand, didn't have the slightest fear, and was even very excited. He wanted to see how strong he could be with the help of his extreme strike with all means. Phew! Scarlet flames rose around Su Hao, his aura skyrocketed, and what was even more terrifying was that in the palm of his right hand, the blood demon crystal, which had fused with him as one, bloomed with a brilliant light at this moment, as if it had formed a bloody vortex, crazily sucking in Su Hao's blood. Goo goo goo. Su Hao didn't skimp either, and injected his blood into the blood demon crystal of his own accord, and at the same time, the blood demon crystal fed back a stream of energy that acted on Su Hao's whole body, an energy that could increase any ability. The better the quality of the blood that the blood demon crystal was allowed to absorb, the more increase it provided, and as Su Hao upgraded his blood demon body to the 6th level of perfection, the quality of his blood was as much as 30 to 40 times that of a martial artist of the same rank. Rumble. The void around Su Hao was vibrating as he increased the power of the blood demon crystal to increase his saber intent, and around Su Hao's body, endless golden thunder surfaced as if it was a golden divine dragon, and green hurricanes were sweeping through, practically rolling the earth up into the sky, thunder roaring, and wind whistling. Everyone froze. Around Su Hao's body, the wind and thunder roared like heavenly might. It was Yeluing and Zhao Tian, the 2 powerhouses who had opened the Immortal Gate level, whose pupils contracted. They had lived for a long time, and had seen quite a lot of truly peerless demons, but it was the first time that they had seen a Hotian martial artist who was able to erupt such a terrifying strike. Wind Thunder Chop. Su Hao fused the 2 blade intentions that had increased to the limit, and the killing move Wind Thunder Chop was unleashed. His blade was completely hidden in the raging wind and thunder, rolling the heavenly might, and the green golden, gigantic blade she sliced through the long sky. Extinguish. Yelu Xiong's face was livid as he raised his power to the limit. Rumble. The huge behemoth's head and the green golden blade aura that crossed the sky and earth in general crossed the distance from space to space and heavily collided together. At this moment the giant beast roared, the wind and thunder roared, and the entire huge life and death ring shook madly, a crack spreading out hundreds of meters away on the ground. Retreat! Quickly! Some Dao Polarity sect disciples were filled with panic. In fact, it was impossible for the waves to reach them from so far away, but the horrifying scene on the life and death stage made them unconsciously fearful and subconsciously backed up, and in the arena the 10,000 Dao Polarity sect disciples were all in a commotion. Rumble! The vortex formed by wind and thunder was continuously twisting and turning, and the huge beast evolved by Yelu Xiong's fist intent was also continuously tearing and roaring. Whether it was Yelu Xiong or Su Hao, both of them had already fought with everything they had at this moment. Finally, I don't know how long it took, that horrible fluctuation gradually dissipated, and the life and death platform was in a mess, almost falling apart. A stout figure stood quietly, Su Hao wearing green clothes, his body shook slightly. The super extreme outburst of a strike also made him dizzy. The blood demon crystal increased his blade intent by as much as 5 or 6 times, coupled with the increase of the burning blood secret art. It can be said that it is far beyond his limit. If it has not evolved once, his body may not be able to withstand it. Admire! Admire! Yalu Xiong stared at Su Hao, his expression complex to the extreme. He was full of unwillingness, unwilling that he would lose, even more unwilling that he would die in Su Hao's hands, but Su Hao's stunning and incomparable terrifying slash, on the other hand, made him have to admire it. You are also very strong. Than what I expected. Su Hao said indifferently. Yalu Xiong's strength was indeed too much stronger than Feng Wuji's stream. Yalu Xiong didn't say a word and slowly closed his eyes. His body had a huge knife mark emerge from his chest. His body slowly split into two halves, blood gushed out, and his stout body fell to the ground. The number one demon of the outer sect, Yalu Xiong, died. Just now, the two of them tried their best to strike, and the winner was Su Hao after all. That terrifying blade tore apart Yalu Xiong's fist intent, tore apart his body, and killed him with a single blow. Successfully killed an innate martial artist. Gained 40% fist intent automatically converted into 500 points of intent energy. Gained the Berserk Beast True Body Gold level. Gained 30 years of True Chi cultivation. Gained 4,500 experience points. A series of system prompts came out, and 30 years of True Chi cultivation directly caused the True Chi in Su Hao's Dantian to skyrocket a notch, entering the middle Hotian level. Not only that, Su Hao unexpectedly burst out the secret art that Yalu Xiong practiced, the Mad Beast True Body. This crazy beast true body is the Yalu family's untold secret. Only the members of the Yalu family can learn, and belong to the kind of core disciples can only be qualified to learn. The quality is as high as the gold level, is the entire Yalu family's top secret art. We must know that the Yalu family inheritance is almost 10,000 years old, and open the immortal gate level of the strongest people are out of a lot. Such a family's top secret art, can be imagined how precious it is. The whole field is silent, all staring dumbly at the only standing teenager on the life and death stage. The winner is Su Hao. Yalu Xiong, this body is famous, since childhood bathed in all sorts of light. Dao Extreme sect's first strongest outer door, the entire Dao Extreme sect in 100 years only 2 or 3 of the demon died in the life and death fight, died under Su Hao's knife. Even if he promoted to the innate realm and burned his own beast soul, he still died, which proved Su Hao's dreadfulness even more. Yalu Xiong died. Then wouldn't it be that Brother Su will be the new number one in the outer sect? Xiao Jun's mouth was dry. Su Hao was simply beyond anyone's imagination, with a first-class martial artist level of cultivation breaking through the 6 layers of the devil puppet formation. He had already created a record that had never been seen in Daoji sect. And now, less than half a year after joining the sect, his age is far less than 20 years old, he killed Yalu Xiong, and became the first of the outer sect, which is even more unprecedented in more than 30,000 years of Dao Polarity sect. After today, there is no doubt that Su Hao's name will shake the Dao Polarity sect. Chapter 72 The Third Realm of Intent. Yalu Xiong is dead. Our Dao Extreme sect has lost a member of the future Immortal sect powerhouse. The winner is Su Hao, worthy of the sovereign's lineage, too strong, cutting down the innate realm with the body of a Hotian, too powerful. After a long time, the scene was resounding with enthusiastic voices, or those who lamented that Yaluxiang had died. More were shocked at Su Hao's blade that seemed like heavenly might, directly beheading a strong person like Yaluxiang head-on. It was really a bit exaggerated. Yalu Xiong is dead? Yalu Ying's face, on the other hand, was hard to see. Yalu Xiong was the most outstanding genius of their Yalu family's generation, and no one could think that he would really die in a life and death fight, in Su Hao's hands. Su Hao's rise seemed to be unstoppable. Brother Xiong. Feng Dai was frozen at this moment. She looked at Yalu Xiong's corpse dumbfounded, her whole body as if drained of strength, were a little unsteady, kneeling on the ground, her face as pale as paper. Feng Dai knew that she was finished. Su Hao now beheaded Yalu Xiong. Moreover, the patriarch lineage, the Yalu family most likely would not retaliate against Su Hao, dying on the life and death stage. They simply could not find a reason to retaliate, and would not fight to the death with the Nangong family. But Feng Dai was different. Her strength was now exhausted. The reason why Yalu Xiong would deal with Su Hao, and would decide to fight Su Hao in a life and death battle today, a great deal of it was because of her. The Yalu family will definitely not let her go, and Feng Dai's own cultivation is all wasted, completely a waste person now. Feng Dai's family will definitely not fight against the huge Yalu family in order to protect her a waste person. Her downfall can be imagined. Brother 1. Nangong Rinling cheered. A hanging heart fell down. Her heart is clear. The reason why Su Hao will expose his identity and provoke the Yalu Xiong, and she has an inseparable relationship. If Su Hao died in the hands of the Yalu Xiong, she really do not know what to do. It is good that Su Hao won. Is this the principle of his self-confidence? Is still really hidden deep enough? Zhao Tianyi smiled bitterly. Su Hao dared to fight to the death with Yalu Xiong, who had been promoted to the innate realm, and was not arrogant, but self-confident. Su Hao was not arrogant, but confident that he had the strength to decapitate him. This blood demon crystal is really a perverted treasure. Su Hao gripped his left hand, his heart marveled beyond measure, and the first time he used the blood demon crystal, he made a miraculous achievement. At that time, when the devouring heart used the blood demon crystal, Su Hao almost planted in his hands. Su Hao also used the blood demon crystal, and in a flash, he exploded his own 5 or 6 times the limit of the knife, and managed to decapitate Yalu Xiong. Humph! Yelu Ying's face was ugly, but he didn't say a word, rose up in the air, and left the scene. Yelu Xiong died in battle on the life and death stage. Su Hao relied on his strength to behead him head on, and he didn't even have the slightest reason to be angry, not to mention that next to him there was a Zhao Tianyi. Awesome! I hope you can become a new pillar of my Daoji sect in the future. Zhao Tianyi also gave Su Hao a deep look and disappeared into the stands. Su Hao ignored the corpse of Yelu Xiong in the ring. He walked down the ring, looked at Nangong Rinling, and smiled. Let's go eat together. Nangong Rinling's excited little face turned red as she nodded repeatedly. Su Hao and Nangong Rinling left, but the rest of the people didn't dare to come over to pester Su Hao, and Xiao Jun's heart was even more bitterly smiling. He knew clearly in his heart that he and Su Hao were already in two worlds completely. Obviously, he was also holding the Immortal door order to enter the Daoji sect, compared to Su Hao also 2 months earlier, but now their gap has been completely unreasonable to count. The matter of Su Hao decapitating Yelu Xiong had undoubtedly spread throughout the entire Dao Polarity sect in just 1 or 2 days, and Yelu Xiong, who was at the innate realm, burned the beast's soul in his body to fight for his life with Su Hao and was still decapitated, which made a lot of people who hadn't gone to the scene to watch this battle regret it, and they could only hear from other people's mouths how amazing and shocking that battle was. It's a pity that this berserk beast true body still needs the souls of beast demon ghosts to be able to cultivate it. Su Hao returned to his room to rest at this time. Today's battle with Yelu Xiong made him very tired as well, and he now had the time to check the berserk beast true body that he had exploded from Yelu Xiong. This berserk beast true body, as the topmost martial arts tome of the Yelu family, was as high as gold level quality, and was the highest level secret art that Su Hao had obtained nowadays, but what made Su Hao helpless was that this berserk beast true body needed to absorb the demonic ghost soul of a beast type to be contained in itself. In addition to being able to strengthen one's spiritual power and soul power, it was also able to condense the demonic ghost beast soul and use it to fight against the enemy, which Yelu Xiong had used before, and that giant beast silhouette was able to resist Su Hao's all-out slash, or it was still due to the fact that the beast soul in Yelu Xiong's body hadn't yet been promoted to the innate level, or else it definitely had to be even stronger. Su Hao shook his head helplessly. He didn't have the condition to cultivate at this moment. He could only turn back to see if he could hunt down a suitable demonic ghost and absorb its soul to practice this berserk beast true body. Upgrade the Ghost Spirit Root. Su Hao decided to upgrade the Ghost Spirit Root a bit. The stronger the soul strength, the stronger the demonic ghost beast souls that the berserk beast true body could absorb would be. Otherwise, if one's own soul strength was not strong enough to absorb the demonic ghost beast souls that far exceeded one's own, the result could be a backlash. Ding! 5,000 experience points consumed. Congratulations to the host for upgrading his primary demonic spirit root to intermediate demonic spirit root. 5,000 experience points consumed. Su Hao's ghost spirit root was upgraded to intermediate level. At once, Su Hao could feel that the ghost spirit root in his body had become a great deal more powerful. The ghost spirit root unceasingly released a strange energy, making Su Hao as if he was soaking in a hot spring. His whole body warmed up, and Su Hao knew clearly that this was the reason why his own soul power was growing stronger. Ghost Spirit Root was a very rare and special spirit root, and it was in terms of soul attribute. The stronger the Ghost Spirit Root was, the stronger Su Hao's soul and spiritual power was. And after Su Hao upgraded his Ghost Spirit Root to intermediate level, his soul strength had a qualitative change, and at this moment, Su Hao had a mysterious feeling. This feeling was just like the time when he comprehended the blade intent, when he himself reached the limit and touched the trace of power that transcended the limit. Could this be a new intent? Su Hao's complexion was shocked, and he immediately was closing his eyes tightly, touching and feeling this silk of power that surpassed the limit, raising his own soul power to the extreme to perceive it. Flesh and soul are equally important. Flesh without soul is an empty shell, and the soul has lost the support of the flesh will be rapidly weakened, until death. Both complement each other. After the flesh is strong, able to break rocks, after the soul is strong, the same has all kinds of magical supernormal capabilities. Su Hao sensed the feeling of that silk soul transcending the limit, and gradually came to a realization. A strong physical body can be immortal and indestructible, and a strong soul has the same great benefits. For example, Su Hao's previous use of soul power outwardly, being able to detect any hint of wind and grass around him, and even anticipate the enemy's opportunities, which was only the basic use of soul power. And at the moment when the Ghost Spirit Root was upgraded to the intermediate level and the soul force produced a qualitative change, Su Hao comprehended the power at the level of intent. This realm of intent is called Ghost Intent. Su Hao gradually opened his eyes, a hint of exuberance flashing in his eyes. During the qualitative change of soul force, Su Hao comprehended a new realm of intent, which Su Hao called Ghost Intent. Chapter 73, 7-Colored Peak, Recognizing the Ancestor? Sword Intent, Blade Intent, Fist Intent. And this Ghost Intent, belonging to the use of soul power, its effect is also very simple, able to briefly cause itself to transform from a physical body into the form of a soul. Phew! Su Hao's intention moved slightly, and his body even started to become transparent, as if it was a misty and void ghost. If someone took a knife to cut him at this moment, it would directly pass through his body. My newly comprehended Ghost Intent. is able to transform itself into a ghost-like soul form. In this state itself has no attacking power, but the same way other people's attacks can't hit me. Suhao secretly rejoiced. This ghost intent is really strange. Simply put, in the state of ghost intent he can't touch others, but others can't attack him. Its role is huge, is needless to say, able to completely grasp the initiative. And then powerful attacks, and then powerful killing moves. If you cannot hit the opponent, there is no meaning. Imagine the opponent's all-out strike to hit, but the result is like hitting the air. Suhao mouth corner showed a smile. Suhao himself did not cultivate what defense-class martial arts techniques. This aspect is relatively still a short board, but comprehended this ghost intention. It allows him to enhance the defense aspect by a cut. Dodging is also a kind of defense. 10% ghost intent. I can maintain ghost intent for a maximum of 2 breaths at a time, but it's enough. Suhao tested his own ghost intent. 10% ghost intent can make itself at most once to maintain roughly 3 seconds of ghosting, is also considered barely enough, which wins in the sudden, in the critical moment with enough to overcome the enemy. Otherwise, Suhao could use the Blood Demon Crystal to strengthen the ghost intent, able to maintain it for a longer period of time. 800 points of intent energy is just enough to raise my Wind and Thunder Blade intent to the realm of 30% blade intent. Suhao had gained 300 points of intent energy from killing Windwuji before, and 500 points of intent energy from killing Yelu Xiong, which was just enough to raise both blade intents to the level of 30% blade intent. Suhao chose to consume intent energy, and all of a sudden, Suhao felt his saber intent increasing, and his understanding of saber intent became more profound, and intent energy was transformed from the power of all kinds of intent levels, and was able to raise Suhao's intent level. When all 800 points of intent energy were used up, both of Suhao's 2 kinds of saber intent were successfully raised to the level of 30% saber intent. After doing this, Suhao collapsed into bed and had a good rest. Suhao meditated for 2 days, but on this day, Nangong Renling came to the door, and when Nangong Renling saw Suhao, she said with an excited face, "Brother, the family has allowed you to go to the 7-colored peak. Let me take you to 7-colored peak." 7-Colored Peak, this is the Nangong family's residence, located in the Daoji Mountains secondary peak. Only the Nangong family members have the qualification to enter it. Suhao killed Yelu Xiong, the name resounded through the Daoji sect, and in the meantime exposed Suhao's identity as the patriarch's lineage, a member of the Nangong family. The Nangong family naturally heard about it, and invited him to go to the 7-Colored Peak, which implied that it had already been very clear, wanting to let him recognize his ancestor. For the recognition of ancestor, Suhao did not have much interest, dispensable. After all, the Nangong family drove away their father and son. Now Suhao showed extraordinary talent, strength. The Nangong family is willing to readmit him. Suhao is not so thick-skinned, cannot care about to come up. However, Suhao still decided to go to the 7-Colored Peak to have a look, mainly to see his mother, Nangong Lan. Let's go. Suhao and Nangong Renling went to the 7-Colored Peak together, Nangong Renling clinging to Suhao's arm. That adorable appearance made Suhao's heart also soft for a while. 7-Colored Peak. Whenever the sun rises in the morning, the sunlight through the clouds will be flooded with a 7-colored hue, hence the name. As the most powerful family of the Daoji sect, the Nangong family's background and strength was much stronger than the Yelu family, and this term's Daoji sect patriarch was from the Nangong family. Who is this teenager? So unfamiliar. It's Suhao. I heard that he is a member of our Nangong family, and it's true. On top of the 7-Colored Peak, some disciples of the Nangong family were a bit surprised to see Suhao. Strangers were unable to enter the 7-Colored Peak. Suhao appeared here, and soon someone realized his identity, and inevitably 9 times out of 10, it was Suhao, whose name had shaken the Dao Extreme sect in recent days. With Nangong Renling around, Suhao's journey was unhindered. Well, this battle is not small. Suhao and Nangong Renling arrived all the way to a large hall, and a hint of surprise appeared on his face when he saw one of the people in this large hall. In this big hall, there were about 20 to 30 people, both male and female. Most of them were around 30 years old, and their breaths were not weak, especially one of the old men. His breath was indistinct. Even if Suhao didn't probe, he was still able to guess that this was 9 times out of 10 an Immortal sect level powerhouse. They all gathered here, obviously also because of Suhao. Seeing Suhao and Nangong Renling walk in, a middle-aged man with a smile on his face said to Suhao with a kind face, "You were Suhao, right? My name is Nangong Wen. I am Lanner's 6th brother, and also your uncle." The middle-aged man's breath was all round as one. Even if he didn't open the Immortal Gate, he wasn't far from this level. The middle-aged man's attitude was very friendly. He was Nangong Lan's own brother, and also Suhao's uncle. He was very doting to Nangong Lan, naturally, therefore, he was quite kind to Suhao. Suhao nodded slightly. He was a bit uncomfortable in his heart. This suddenly had so many relatives all of a sudden. At this time, a middle-aged woman was slightly impatient on her face. She opened her mouth and said, "Well, let's talk about it after the other words. The purpose of calling you here this time is to let you recognize your ancestor." At the beginning, Sui and Nangong Lan's matter made the Nangong family become a laughingstock for a while. Now that you have become the number 1 of the outer gate, it is also considered a success. In the testimony of the 7 elders, you can revert back to the Nangong family. No one will object. The seventh elder, the old man who was suspected to have opened the Immortal Gate, was full of smiles and nodded slightly. When Su Hao heard this, he didn't say a word, and the old man opened his mouth. From today onwards, you can be called Nangong Hao, and enjoy the treatment of a core disciple just like any other Nangong family disciple. The old man's words made Su Hao frown. He took a deep breath and said, "This old senior, it's fine to let me recognize my ancestor, but I have conditions." These words made a young man in the hall unable to hold back. This young man was the youngest person present besides Su Hao and Nangong Renling. He raised an eyebrow and said, "Allowing you to be able to rejoin the Nangong clan is the greatest gift, honor for you, and you still want to talk about conditions? Nangong Sun, what does it matter to you when my brother speaks?" Nangong Renling couldn't help but say angrily when she saw this young man open his mouth with a condescending and superior appearance. Nangong Sun, an inner disciple of Tao Polarity sect, was also a member of Nangong family, with excellent qualifications, and received the key cultivation of Nangong family, and he was also Su Hao's cousin in terms of blood relationship. However, it was obvious that Nangong Sun was not so treating Su Hao. As for the reason, it was because of Su Hao's qualification and recent popularity. His rejoining the Nangong family was bound to share a portion of the resources belonging to him, and his glory might be covered by Su Hao, which made Nangong Sun's hostility towards Su Hao so huge. The white-haired old man, the seventh elder, silently glanced at him, and Nangong Sun could only shut up, but the displeasure on his face was visible to anyone. Chapter 74, But I Refuse. The white-haired old man then said to Su Hao, "You have conditions for letting you return to the Nangong clan? Then tell me your conditions." Their Nangong family, the most powerful family in Daoji sect, had a history of tens of thousands of years, with a deep heritage. Letting Su Hao recognize his ancestor and return to his family, this was a step back in their opinion. If it was an ordinary disciple who dared to say something about negotiating conditions, that white-haired old man would definitely be too lazy to pay attention to it, but Su Hao was different, able to defeat Yelu Xiong, who had condensed 6 strands of innate chi in his latter heavenly body. His degree of demonic can be imagined, and in 9 out of 10 cases, in the future, he would be a new strong man at the level of the opening of the Immortal Gate. Therefore, the seventh elder was willing to listen to Su Hao's conditions. If it was not excessive, it was no problem to agree to it. This was the value of a person. When the value was big, the rest of the people would look at it highly. Su Hao said, "My conditions are very simple. The first, let my father rejoin Daoji Mountain, Nangong family, and reunite with my mother." Su Hao often saw Sui very forlorn appearance. He was clear that Sui was missing Nangong Lan, as a man, but was forced to be separated from his own wife, which no one can be indifferent. Su Hao put forward the first condition is to let the Nangong family allow Sui to reunite with Nangong Lan. For this condition, the seventh elder nodded slightly. This condition is not excessive. At first Sui and Nangong Blue unmarried first pregnancy, let the Nangong family lost face, but after all, Nangong Blue is their own family, they are not too difficult for Sui, just expel them out of the Daoji sect, otherwise Sui stay in the Daoji sect, stay in the Nangong family, will certainly be subjected to a lot of white eyes. Now that Su Hao was famous and had become the new number 1 in the outer sect of the Tao Polarity sect, making such a small request the seventh elder easily agreed. The second condition. I'm very used to using my name, suddenly changing my name makes me a little unacceptable. So, I'll still be surnamed Su, I'll just have these 2 conditions. If I can agree, I can recognize my ancestor. Su Hao touched his nose and put forward the second condition. Anyone who has used his name from childhood to adulthood will not change it easily, let alone change his surname, unless there are special circumstances. Su Hao had been surnamed Su since he was a child, and this recognizing his ancestor needed to let him change his surname to Nangong, then it made him unable to accept it. Su Hao's words came out but made the seventh elder's face sink slightly. The core disciple of the Nangong family's surname Su? This was impossible. Saying it out would make people laugh. If Sui had joined the Nangong family in the first place, all of them would have to change their surnames to be able to do so. Of course, Sui at that time is just a small outer disciple. Talent in the Daoji sect is also rare, are not the qualifications of the family, but now, Su Hao openly said that he will not change the surname of the Nangong? Still surnamed Su? This is to hold a grudge against the Nangong family, to fight against the Nangong family? The first condition can be promised, the second one can't. As a core disciple of the Nangong family, how can he be surnamed Su? Say it out and let the family's face go where? Seventh elder's face is very ugly, directly vetoed. Nangong family's core disciple's surname is not Nangong. This can be even worse than Sui and Nangong Lan's matter, even more so that the Nangong family's face is lost. Letting him take the surname Nangong is an honor for him, and he even refuses to accept it? Sure enough, this brat must be harboring a grudge against his father for being expelled from the Tao Pole Mountain, and in the future, he will definitely not be sincere to the clan. He might raise a white-eyed wolf. The rest of the Nangong family members in the hall also had ugly faces. Their willingness to let Su Hao recognize his ancestor was already a step back. The conditions Su Hao put forward were unacceptable in their opinion. The seventh elder spoke with determination, and the mean voices of the rest of the family elders were also reflected in Su Hao's ears, making Su Hao feel a burst of disgust, and they felt that letting Su Hao come to the seven-colored peak and rejoin the Nangong family was a great gift. If it wasn't for the sake of Sui and Nangong Lan's reunion, Su Hao wouldn't even be able to come to the seven-colored peak. Su Su Hao, it's just a change of surname. After that you will be the core disciple of our Nangong family, get the family's full cultivation, and your father and mother can also be reunited. Su Hao's uncle Nangong hurriedly persuaded, if Su Hao refused to recognize his ancestor this time, the Nangong family would never give him this chance again, and in the future, Su Hao might not even have the chance to enter the Nangong family again. So what if he has some qualifications? Even if he opens the Immortal Gate in the future, could it be that our family is still short of him? A member of the Nangong family with his surname? This is unprecedented. The 20 to 30 people in the hall all scoffed, the strength of the Nangong family. The bottom line was deep, and there were not a few strong people who had opened the Immortal Gate level, and it could even be said that of all the strong people at the Immortal Gate level in the entire Dao Polarity sect, 1/3 of them were from the Nangong family. Even if Su Hao was able to open the Immortal Gate in the future, it would only be icing on the cake in their eyes. Since everyone doesn't welcome me, then Mr. Su takes his leave. I can't afford you fellow clansmen. Su Hao's face was cold, becoming a member of the same clan with these mean guys? Thinking about it made him nauseous. Nangong Rinling opened her mouth at the side. Of course she wanted Su Hao to stay and recognize his ancestor, but she didn't want to see Su Hao being aggrieved, and couldn't stop the decision Su Hao made. Is this a place where you can come and go whenever you want? Do you think you can act recklessly without honor just because you defeated a Yelu Xiong? That young man, Nangong Sun, snorted coldly and said coldly, if you want to leave this place, beat me. Su Hao defeated Yelu Xiong, and in recent times, many members of the Nangong family were comparing Nangong family geniuses such as Nangong Sun with Su Hao. All of them felt that Su Hao, if he recognized his ancestor, would be the #1 demon in the Nangong family. How could Nangong Sun accept this? He wanted to prove himself in front of many family elders that he was not worse than Su Hao. A Su Hao was just not enough for their Nangong family to lick their faces and ask him to recognize his ancestor. But Su Hao didn't even look at Nangong Sun, walked towards the outside of the house. This Nangong Sun is really shameless, he is a Hotian martial artist. Nangong Sun has long stepped into the innate realm. Such an unequal situation, Nangong Sun can still be justified to take action with him? Are you deaf? I won't allow you to leave. Seeing Su Hao walking towards the outside of the great hall without a word, a cold light flashed in Nangong Sun's eyes, and he took big steps towards Su Hao. What do you want? Nangong Rinling stopped Nangong Sun. Get lost. But Nangong Sun snorted coldly and casually flicked his hand, surging True Essence Blossom, pushing Nangong Rinling staggering backwards. This caused Su Hao's footsteps to lurch, turning around, a fierce light blossoming in his eyes, causing Nangong Sun's heart to chill without reason. Su Hao said word by word, do you want to find death? Nangong Sun came back to his senses, hemmed and hawed and smiled, so what if I do? Yelu Xiong is only a newly promoted innate, defeating him you think that all innates are wine bags? Today let you understand that there are people outside of people, there are people outside of mountains. At the end of his speech, Nangong Sun droned, kid, be careful. Skyrocket palm. Swoosh. At this moment, Nangong Sun's figure was like electricity, extremely pouncing on Su Hao, a pair of palms slapping out one after another, like a heavenly dragnet, enveloping towards Su Hao. Su Hao's uncle, Nangong Wen, wanted to stop when he saw this scene, but the 7th Elder's aura enveloped him, making him stop alive. The 7th Elder stood with his hands in front of his face. He wanted to see what this junior who dared to make a condition with the Nangong family was capable of. Chapter 75 Defeating the Innate in one move. Palm Intent? Su Hao was slightly surprised. This Nangong Sun was performing Palm Intent, and the level was not low, very arcane. This heavenly net Palm Intent of mine, what I specialize in is suppressing the weak with the strong. The space will be blocked when the palm comes out, so it can only be received hard. I'm going to crush him with one strike. Nangong Sun secretly sneered, his palm's true essence surged, blocking all the space for Su Hao to dodge. In the face of this palm, the only thing Su Hao could do was to catch it hard. With his Hotian cultivation, it was impossible to catch his strike. He wanted to defeat this so-called #1 of the outer sect in a single glance, to prove himself and at the same time, to make Su Hao lose face, to make him understand that there is a sky beyond the sky. Su Hao laughed. He stood still without moving a bit, which made Nangong Sun frown, but did not converge the palm energy. If Su Hao was killed by him without resistance, he could not be blamed. Be careful. Nangong Renling, who had just stabilized herself, exclaimed in shock when she saw this scene. Shoo! Just when Nangong Sun's palm was about to blast Su Hao's chest, steeply Su Hao's figure blurred, and Nangong Sun felt that his palm actually went straight through Su Hao's body, as if Su Hao was not in the same dimension as him. This imperative palm of Nangong Sun fell short, causing him to rush forward a distance with inertia, almost not falling on the ground. What's going on? My attack couldn't touch him. It's clear that he's standing in place without moving. Nangong Sun was horrified in his heart. His skyrocket palm unexpectedly fell short, as if Su Hao had turned into a ghost, straight through, which was beyond Nangong Sun's understanding. Your strength is inversely proportional to your arrogance. Su Hao's cold laughter came from behind Nangong Sun. At the same time Nangong Sun felt that the back of his neck was grabbed by a wide palm. Not good. Feeling the palm that grabbed the back of his neck, Nangong Sun sweated. If Su Hao wanted to kill him, he was dead. Give me a full meal and plug your stinking mouth. A cold light flashed in Su Hao's eyes. Using ghost intent to avoid Nangong Sun's attack at the same time, he backhandedly clasped the back of his neck, and his arm exerted force, dunking Nangong Sun fiercely towards the ground. Boom! Nangong Sun did not have the ability to resist at all. With a dog posture straight to the ground, his cheek heavily smashed on the ground. Just listening to the sound of the collision made the corners of people's mouths twitch, shivering. Ka-rub! This violent collision impact of the ground are cracked cracks, Nangong Sun nose bone broken, the entire cheeks have collapsed down the general blood and flesh, miserable to the extreme. Hair! What happened? Originally one by one, the Nangong family members who were ready to watch a good show all froze. From their perspective, Nangong Sun slapped his palm in the past, but even the palm went through Su Hao's body, while Su Hao backhanded Nangong Sun's neck, and in the process, he held him on the ground. I will kill you. Blood spread on the ground, Nangong Sun's nose was shattered, his teeth fell out several times, and his skull was even more painful to crack. He hissed and growled, wanting to get up and fight with Su Hao. However, Su Hao raised his paw and stomped down heavily on his spine without mercy. Crack! Nangong Sun's fragile vertebrae was stepped on and shattered, and his whole person also instantly lost all the strength. Paralyzed on the ground, he was a little hard to accept. He lost? Defeated inexplicably, like a baby easily defeated by Su Hao, beaten in half. If Su Hao wanted to kill him, all 10 of his lives would already be dead. Your strength is far from even Yelu Xiong, who was at the beginning of an 8. How dare a waste like you jump up and down in front of me? Next time, if you have the guts, come and fight me on the life and death stage. Su Hao skimmed his mouth, his voice fell into Nangong Sun's ears, causing Nangong Sun to feel his heartache violently. The mental blow was even more than the physical injury. Nangong Sun stifled a snort, blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth, directly fainted. I believe that after today, even if Nangong Sun recuperated from his injuries, it is estimated that the confidence of the martial arts will be traumatized by this matter, leaving a shadow, and it will be difficult to have great achievements in the future. Su Hao's hand was already considered merciful. If it was in other places, Su Hao would definitely want his life. Nangong Sun lost? One by one in the hall, Nangong family members for a while are long speechless. Nangong Sun in the young generation, although not the strongest, but at least can be ranked into the top 7, is definitely a rare heavenly pride, but it is such a young strong man. Facing the cultivation is far weaker than their own Su Hao, but also so easy to lose the battle? It was lightly beaten to the point of near crippling. Nangong Rinling let out a long sigh of relief, her heart filled with pride. Su Hao's strength was not something this arrogant Nangong Sun could compare to. It's the realm of intent? The 7th elder was full of astonishment. Usually a person has the deepest perception of a certain aspect and is also the most talented, like if a person comprehended sword intent, then it would be hard for him to be mastering blade intent, but Su Hao clearly mastered blade intent, yet he mastered another intent level of power? With his vision, he could see at a glance that Su Hao's body transformed into a ghost to avoid Nangong Sun's palm with some kind of realm level ability. Knowing that Su Hao was only more than 16 years old and had mastered 2 kinds of blade intent, as well as one other type of realm? This absolute demon awe. It was several notches higher than Yelu Xiong's stream. Seeing Su Hao continue to leave after defeating Nangong Sun, the 7th elder finally lost some of his poise and couldn't help but open his mouth and shouted, "Kid, think about it, if you step out of here, the family will never be able to give you another chance to recognize your ancestor," and the old man swore that he wouldn't let your parents, or even you and her, have the chance to meet again. Think about it well, and don't be impulsive in what you do. Stay, you are still a member of the Nangong family, a core disciple, and will receive the family's devoted cultivation. Su Hao's heart became more furious. The 7th elder still threatened him with his parents? As long as Su Hao left this place, then in the future, all the 7 elders would never allow Su Hao and Su Yi to reunite with the Nangong Lan family. It won't be long before I will definitely ask the family to release my mother. Su Hao held back his anger and said lightly, he didn't accept the threat. He had waited for more than 10 years, there was no need to be in a hurry. Su Hao believed that he would be stronger one day, strong enough to make the Nangong family bow down and lift the grounding of his mother. At that time, their family would be able to reunite without any obstacles. Let himself change his last name and bow down? Su Hao wouldn't settle for less. The 7th elder looked at the departing Su Hao with a gloomy face and snorted coldly, I'd like to see if you have the ability to make me bow down in the future. So what if Su Hao opened the Immortal Gate? It was also not enough to make him afraid, unless one reached the realm above the Immortal Gate. But above the Immortal Gate? This was too difficult. Even the Tao Polarity sect's patriarch, who was amazingly talented and had been in seclusion for many days, had not yet been rumored to have made a breakthrough to that realm. Chapter 76, Appointment as Centurion. The atmosphere in the hall was a bit awkward for a while. The so-called geniuses that their Nangong clan had cultivated were not even close to this teenager from a small town. He was crushed in a single glance, and the 7th elder was a bit furious because of it. Alas, if only he was willing to rejoin the Nangong clan, the future will surely allow the Nangong clan to produce one more pillar. There were clansmen of the older generation in this hall who couldn't help but sigh when they saw Su Hao leaving. In the eyes of the clansmen with a more moderate character, even if they didn't draw Su Hao in, they still didn't need to offend him to death completely. What else then? Letting a person with his surname enter the Nangong clan? Where does this make our clan face? There were also some people who snorted coldly, feeling that the request made by Su Hao was too much and couldn't be agreed to at all. Su Hao walked out of the hall, and Nangong Rinling followed, her small face full of self-reproach. I didn't expect such a thing to happen. The Nangong family made a decision to let Su Hao recognize his ancestor, and Nangong Rinling was excited to go and inform Su Hao when she knew about it, but it turned out that both sides had made such an unpleasant mess. Ha, it's fine, it's not like I'm the one who got beaten up anyway. Su Hao laughed, not caring. Thinking of the miserable Nangong Sun, Nangong Rinling also laughed. This Nangong Sun was used to being arrogant on weekdays, and now he had finally kicked the iron plate. Immediately Su Hao was also somewhat speechless. Is mother's status in the family so low? No matter what, she is also the sovereign's own daughter. If the Daedaeji sect patriarch was willing to give his word, then this matter was definitely easily able to be resolved, but the fact that an elder of the Nangong family was able to make the decision of letting Su Yi and Nangong Lan be separated forever, this patriarch's lineage was also too cardless. Hearing Su Hao's words, Nangong Rinling hesitated for a moment and whispered, in the Nangong family, the sovereign's lineage, in fact, except for the sovereign's words, the strength is the weakest. Almost no one has opened the Immortal Gate. The sovereign, he has been in seclusion, wanting to break through the Immortal Gate and reach a whole new realm. For this reason, maybe even nowadays, the person is not in the Dao Extreme sect. Su Hao also nodded his head slightly when he heard this. Dao Extreme sect patriarch, but Dao Extreme sect's real face, he is now in seclusion to impact the realm. It is about the rise and fall of the Nangong family and even Dao Extreme sect. Ordinary small things are surely no one will dare to disturb him, compared with Dao Extreme sect patriarch's breakthrough to the current realm. Obviously the Nangong land's matter is an insignificant small thing. There will not be anyone who will bother him because of this matter at all, including the Nangong Lan itself. The Dao Polarity sect patriarch had already been in seclusion for many years. Surely he wouldn't even know how many more apprentice grandchildren he had. That's just it. Let's leave the 7-colored peak first and think of a way later. Su Hao shook his head, now that he had sort of fallen out with the Nangong family, but he also ruthlessly took a breath for Su Yi. At first, they looked down on Su Yi, thinking that he was not worthy of the Nangong family's name, and now that he had easily beaten the so-called Nangong family's genius to the point where he was half attacked, I believe that it was enough to make it very difficult for them. Cultivate well, find me if there are things. Su Hao rubbed Nangong Rinling's small head and laughed, then left the 7-colored peak and returned to the main peak where the Dao Extreme sect was located. Well, I will definitely refuel my cultivation. Nangong Rinling waved her little hand. Her heart was also full of motivation, not wanting to be left behind too much by Su Hao. Su Hao returned to Dao Polarity sect and spent a few peaceful days. How about going to break through the last 2 levels of the 2-layer demonic puppet formation? Su Hao secretly thought in his heart that for the 8 layers of the devil puppet formation, there were originally 3 people in the outer gate who were able to break through. 2 of them died in Su Hao's hands. With Su Hao's strength nowadays, breaking through the 8-layer devil puppet array must be as simple as eating and drinking water. Su Hao was ready to go and take the contribution points of the last 2 layers of the devil puppet formation and harvest a wave of experience value in the meantime, but before he could head to the devil puppet formation, he got a summons from within the door. Su Hao came all the way to the Law and Government Hall and met Deacon Li, who coughed. Su Hao, there's a task for you within the gate this time. Another mission? Su Hao was a bit surprised. His last mission was less than a month ago. Deacon Li said, this time, the mission is to appoint you to go to Black Cloud Mountain to take up the position of Centurion for a month. According to the above, you were prepared to send Feng Wuji before, but as a result, you killed him. There are not many who have the strength to take up this position, so the above decided to send you. Black Cloud Mountain? Su Hao was puzzled. What was this Black Cloud Mountain? Seeing this, Deacon Li knew that Su Hao's initiation time was still short, so it was normal that he didn't know what Black Cloud Mountain was. Deacon Li explained, Black Cloud Mountain, which produces extremely precious ores that can be used to forge divine weapons, and even sometimes rare ores can be found, all of which are able to create armor weapons used by Immortal sect-level powerhouses, so the mineral resources within this Black Cloud Mountain are quite precious, and the Dao Extreme sect has also dispatched quite a few elites to guard it. Also, when you return in a month, you will be able to use the Yuan transformation pool once. Deacon Li said, giving the reward for the mission. Yuan transformation pool? Su Hao's eyes lit up slightly. This Yuan transformation pool was a good place. Soaking in the Yuan transformation pool could produce an evolution-like effect, making all the roots and bones better. It was only that the Yuan transformation pool was not something that anyone could go in. Throughout the outer sect, only Yalu Xiong had entered and soaked once before, and Feng Wuji was about to have the chance to go in once. As long as he soaked once, his future breakthrough into the innate would be even deeper. However, he died in Su Hao's hands before he could even go in. So that's how it is. Su Hao nodded slightly. Black Cloud Mountain needed someone to guard it? And even named Su Hao to go? Su Hao was clear that this was the higher-ups of Dao Extreme sect cultivating him, although the conditions of Black Cloud Mountain were tough, but basically he didn't need to do anything when he was a Centurion, just quietly cultivate for a month, and when he came back, he could enter the Yuan transformation pool for 1 immersion even if he had made a meritorious achievement. This task was undoubtedly a simple, rewarding and rich fat job. The Yuan transformation pool was only valid for the first immersion, and many people could not get the chance to use it once even if they broke their heads. I'll go and take a look then. Su Hao nodded, then go to this Black Cloud Mountain to have a look. Anyway, he stayed in Daoji sect nowadays. There was nothing much to do. Going to Black Cloud Mountain, it was just a change of place to cultivate. He only needed to serve as a centurion for a month, and then he could come back to use the Yuan transformation pool once. Su Hao had no reason to refuse. Early the next morning, Su Hao went to report to Black Cloud Mountain with a token given to him by Deacon Li. Black Cloud Mountain, which was about 4 days away from Daoji sect, was a really tough place, with no village in front and no store at the back, and often infested with demons and ghosts. 4 days later, Su Hao saw a big dark mountain in front of him from afar, and this was Black Cloud Mountain. According to Su Hao's knowledge, Black Cloud Mountain was guarded by about 3,000 people. All of them were disciples of Daoji sect, and among them, there were 30 centurions, 3,000 commanders, and 1 commander. Among them, the weakest centurions were at the elite disciple level, and there were even inner disciples at the innate realm, while the 3,000 captains, as well as the commander, were all strong at the second innate realm, the true essence realm. Chapter 77, Secret Skill Comprehension, Soul Power Increase. This kind of strength was more than enough to guard a Black Cloud Mountain. Other than that, there were some workers who mined the mines. They all volunteered. Although the work was hard, with the wealth of the Tao Polarity sect, they wouldn't treat them poorly. The pay was rich. The disciples of the Tao Polarity sect, apart from some supervisors, the rest of them were just sitting here to prevent accidents from happening. It was very leisurely. What kind of people? Only when Su Hao approached the outside of this Black Cloud Mountain, on 2 big trees there were 2 men in leather armor aiming their bows at Su Hao, asking in a deep voice. They were all disciples of Tao Polarity sect, responsible for the duty. I am Su Hao, an outer disciple of Tao Polarity sect, here to serve as a centurion. Su Hao took out the token he got from Deacon Li and shook it, saying, An outer disciple of the Tao Polarity sect? Serving as a centurion? These 2 men had been in Black Cloud Mountain for a long time, so they hadn't heard of the name of Su Hao, who had only recently risen to fame, but there was a trace of more respect in their expressions. Outer disciples, those who could come to Black Cloud Mountain to serve as a centurion, this definitely had to have elite disciple level strength to be able to do so. Su Hao entering the ranks of elite disciples at such a young age was indeed a bit unattainable for ordinary Tao Polarity sect disciples. Please follow me, I'll take you to see Commander Ao. One of the men was very respectful, immediately leading Su Hao to the Black Cloud Mountain. Ao Commander was the person with the highest status and strongest strength among the disciples of the Tao Extreme sect in this Black Cloud Mountain, whose name was Ao Chuan, an inner disciple of the Tao Extreme sect. Su Hao entered the tunnel, which was very spacious inside, with clanking sounds coming from time to time, obviously those workers who were mining precious ores. Su Hao went all the way inside a stone room that opened up inside the mountain and met the Ao Chuan commander. Ao Chuan looked very old. By appearance alone, he was 50 or 60 years old, with white hair. Innate powerhouses had a lifespan of 300 years. This Ao Chuan commander was so old in appearance, and his real age was feared to be more than 200 years old. Ao Chuan age-old, from opening the immortal door is still not know how far this life cultivation path is considered to have come to the end, will come to the Black Cloud Mountain as a position of the commander. Seeing Su Hao, Ao Chuan acted very friendly. He smiled and said, You are Su Hao? I've heard about you in this Black Cloud Mountain. You come to serve as a centurion. For this 1 month's time, you just go out once a day and patrol once, and the rest of the time can be freely disposed of. Ao Chuan knew clearly that Su Hao's coming to Black Cloud Mountain was just for the clan to give him gold plating, and then there was a reason to give big resources to cultivate him. Well, thanks to Ao Commander. Su Hao nodded slightly. This Ao Chuan seemed to be a good person. With that, Su Hao received the centurion's uniform, and then someone brought him to his residence. Ding ding ding. This Black Cloud Mountain was indeed a bit bad condition. Su Hao's house was able to hear the sound of mining hoeing or crashing from outside, which made him helplessly shake his head. There was only a month's time to endure a little. The time would soon come, and when he returned to Daoji sect, he would be able to enter into the Yuan transformation pool for 1 immersion, which would cause his body to have a metamorphosis. Su Hao was indeed very leisurely in his daily life. Every day, besides cultivation, was a symbolic patrol into the depths of the tunnel. Although he was a centurion, his tenure was only 1 month only. When the month was up, he would be able to leave. My sword technique can still be faster and stronger. Any power can strengthen the killing power. The power of the flesh can be, then the power of the soul will definitely work too. Su Hao was in his own room, practicing his blade technique. He had an epiphany, and his 2 eyes were shining as he secretly thought. The stronger the strength of the physical body, the stronger the killing power caused by wielding the sword was naturally, a force that could be reduced to 10. Then soul power, could it be affected in an attack? Su Hao took a deep breath, his arms gripped the blade tightly. He tried to attach his soul force to his arms, to the blade, and slashed out. Swoosh! This knife seemed to be a stream of light that flashed away, and Su Hao's eyes lit up. This knife. Speed and power is more than 30% faster. Su Hao immediately was continuing to try to increase the attack power with his soul power. Snort snort! Su Hao kept slashing out one after another. At the same time, he kept trying to integrate his soul force into the knife. His ghost spirit root was upgraded to intermediate level. He comprehended the ghost intent, and the strength of his soul was even too far beyond the same level of martial artists. Finally, under his continuous attempts, he felt a strange sensation at a certain moment, and Su Hao followed this strange sensation, and once again, he slashed out one after the other. Swoosh! At this moment, Su Hao's knife speed skyrocketed by a cut, like it directly disappeared in the air, and in the void, the blade cut through, leaving a long disappearing trace. Even on top of the rocky wall 10 meters away from Su Hao, the sharpness revealed on the blade gave a raw cut close to a 2-meter deep knife mark. This is the wonderful use of soul power? Su Hao's eyes lit up with joy. Soul power was indeed endlessly useful. Like soul power, probing was only a primary application. Soul power could also be used as an attack. Su Hao just had that knife soul force attached, so it was wonderful. The knife chi was condensed, there was not a trace of leakage, concentrated in one point. Naturally, the killing power was stronger. Like a fist smashed on a person's chest, it might not be able to cause much damage, but if it was a needle, stabbed with the same power, it could directly penetrate the chest, stabbing into his heart. Not only that, soul power could enhance the power and speed of Su Hao's sword. Swoosh! Su Hao continuously tried to strengthen his own blade's strength and speed with his soul force, and his blade became faster and faster, to the point that in the end, he could only see him throwing out his blade, but not seeing him retracting it. Hobo ho ho! After a long time, Su Hao stopped panting. He wiped the sweat on his forehead, feeling tired to the extreme. This is not physical exhaustion, but mental exhaustion. Soul force is closely related to spiritual force. Soul force consumes more. Naturally, it will make him mentally exhausted. But Su Hao was in an exuberant mood. I use my soul force to strengthen the speed and power of my sword. The more soul force I consume, the more strengthening it brings. Nowadays, my limit soul force increase can at most increase the speed and power of my sword by 3 times. However, this limit increase consumes too much of my soul force. I won't be able to support it many times. 3 times the increase in strength and speed. The lethality enhancement this brings is not as simple as 3 times. An ordinary person, a fist hits a person may not even leave a minor injury, but if the increase of 3 times the speed and strength, it may directly kill a person with a punch. As a rare spiritual root, the ghost spirit root really has a great potential to be tapped. The ghost spirit root mainly enhances Su Hao's comprehension and use of soul power. If other people have the same soul strength as Su Hao, they definitely can't do what he did, firstly comprehending the ghost intention, and now he comprehended this strong soul power increase. Soul power increase is undoubtedly very powerful, allowing soul power to combine with the power of the physical body and thus explode into a super limit power, although it is a double load on the physical body and soul, and consumes a lot. But if Su Hao had mastered this move before facing Yelu Xiong would not have been able to fight with him for so long, and with a several-fold increase in power and speed, Su Hao would be able to let him fall to the ground in a couple of shots. Chapter 78, The Hidden Expert in the Mind. Soul force increase was a little bit like the blood demon crystal's strengthening increase, but the blood demon crystal's strengthening increase was only able to produce an increase in abilities such as intent and talent ability. It was not able to directly increase Su Hao's physical body. Soul power, however, was different, and could be combined with the power of Su Hao's physical body, directly increasing the speed and power of the physical body. Comprehending this new soul force utilization method, it was not too much to say that Su Hao's strength had a qualitative leap. After that, Su Hao spent the next few days in the stone room for 5 or 6 days in a row, pondering over this trick of soul force increase to the point where he was able to send and receive it before stopping, and he was very satisfied with it. Su Hao's original cultivation qualification could only be described as average, but now, after 2 evolutions, he possessed 3 kinds of intermediate spiritual roots, making his cultivation qualification completely comparable to that of a real demon. Speaking of which, there hasn't been any attendance for a week. It's better to go out on duty and patrol a little bit today. Su Hao again a little embarrassed, he this pondering soul power for a week, but has not been out. His own this centurion although only served for a month, but at least it is also a little bit of force, a little bit of merit good, otherwise Ao Chuan and others although will not say anything, but he will also feel a little bit embarrassed. Su Hao immediately changed the centurion's set of armor, matched his sword on his waist, and headed towards the depths of the Black Cloud Mountain mining cave. Clang clang clang. On both sides of the mine cave, one by one, the men were bare-chested and sweating as they dug up the ore that might be present within the mining walls with their mining hoes. All of them were working very hard because the Daoji sect counted the rewards for these people according to the harvest, and the more ore they dug up, and the better the quality was, the more rewards they were given would naturally be more. Although the work within the mines was hard, after working hard for 2 or 3 years, one might earn enough money to live for the rest of their lives, so there was never a shortage of miners within Black Cloud Mountain. Good day, Lord Centurion. Su Hao wandered inside this tunnel, inspecting the situation inside each mine. Along the way, there were quite a few Daoji sect disciples who nodded respectfully when they saw Su Hao. The vast majority of them didn't know him, but the armor he wore proved his identity. When someone greeted Su Hao nodded in response, having a feeling of being a leader. Hit someone! Hit someone! At this time, one alarming sound rang out in the distance. Suhao frowned and decided to go and take a look. His figure flashed and went towards the mine where the sound came from. Then Suhao saw a burly man riding on another miner dressed up look-alike man beating him with his fists. The man was beaten to the point that his scalp was bleeding, and the burly man had a trace of viciousness on his face, still throwing punches continuously. Stop! Apart from Suhao, there were several other guards from Black Cloud Mountain who had also arrived, and these few guards all shouted out angrily. When the stout man heard this, his body stiffened, and with a hint of killing intent in his eyes, he looked at the man who had fainted from his beating, and he unwillingly stood up, slightly bowing his head. Hello, all the adults. Only then did Suhao realize that this lanky man was really too lanky, with a height of 2 meters, lean and strong. His skin was stained with a lot of stains and sweat, dirty and disheveled, and he was obviously also a miner within the mines of this Black Cloud Mountain. What happened? Why did you beat him? A guard inquired in a cold voice. He also saw a few other miners within this mine cave. All of them were covering their cheeks and full of fear. They had also been beaten by this burly man. The burly man lowered his head and said, reporting to the Lord, I finished mining her today, but these few people are sneaky and followed me, wanting to snatch the ore I collected. I had no choice but to fight back in order to protect myself. Is that so? The guard frowned. This kind of thing was quite common in the mines. The mined ores were handed over to the overseer, and they would receive the appropriate reward. Many other bold miners therefore didn't pick the ore themselves. They would go to rob other people's ore. In no man's land no one saw it being robbed. Usually some of the guards wouldn't pay any attention to it, and the person who was robbed could only suffer a boring loss. This was beaten a few miners is obviously fancy stout man's harvest. Wait for him to enter the unmanned mine after these miners want to rob his harvest, but the result they kick to the iron plate. Stout man's strong appearance is not a setup. A few times they will be put down through and through. If you dare to make trouble again, all of you will be expelled from Black Cloud Mountain and will not get a single penny. The guards didn't continue to pursue the matter, but instead warned that if they dared to make trouble again, all of their rewards would be directly deducted. I don't dare. That stout man at this time, on the other hand, looked very tame, bowed his head and assured, said, the stout man lifted his own back basket loaded with ore, ready to leave. This person is a bit strange, not like an ordinary person. Suhao witnessed the whole scene from the side, but his eyebrows were slightly wrinkled, because although the stout man was dirty and disheveled, he was tall and had an extraordinary temperament, not like an ordinary person who generally mixed to work in the mines. Suhao probed with the system's probing ability, and the information he got was just ordinary people, but if someone deliberately hides his breath with a secret technique, the system can't detect the specific information, like the heart eater at the beginning, who hides in the dark and hides his breath, and the system can't detect his basic information. Suhao then changed the method of detection, that is, the blood-breathing method. Breath of blood state can make the world in Suhao's eyes become different. Everyone in his eyes will be transformed into a bloody shadow. Usually the brighter the bloody shadow, it means that the target's chi and blood is stronger, and naturally the strength is stronger, so as to judge the target's approximate level of strength, can ignore the obstacles, and is quite practical. Suhao had only slightly suspected that this lanky man didn't look like an ordinary person, so he decided to probe, but this probe made Suhao a bit shocked. As Suhao entered the state of blood-breathing method, everyone around him turned into a mass of blood-colored shadows in his eyes, among which the shadows of those few miners were the most dim, while the remaining few guards were all disciples of Daoji sect with Hotian or above cultivation, and one by one, their radiance was very blazing. But there is a blood-colored light shining like a flame, far more than these guards. In other words, its strength far beyond the Hotian realm, is the innate realm, and not ordinary innate. Ordinary innate such as Huang Tianfei compared to it are far worse. And this mass of blood-colored shadow is from that stout man. An innate realm powerhouse, disguised as a miner, using a secret technique to hide his own breath, sneaking into Black Cloud Mountain. How to see how suspicious? Suhao originally just casually probed, but surprisingly, he really found a big abnormality. At that moment, Suhao coldly shouted, "Stop right there." Chapter 79, Body Refinement Martial Cultivation. That burly man's body stiffened slightly, but he lowered his head and carried the basket on his back, still heading out of the mine, as if he didn't hear it. This caused a few other guards to see this, and they all tried to intercept the lanky man, angrily reprimanding, "Lord Centurion told you to stop, are you deaf?" One of the guards walked forward and was about to grab the stout man, but Suhao's face changed slightly and yelled, "Back off." This guard was stunned. The next moment he felt in extreme danger. The burly man's head that had been lowered twilight raised, fierce light flashed in his eyes, and he casually smacked out a slap at this guard who walked over. Boom! Although this guard was a Dao Extreme sect disciple with Hotian realm cultivation, but in the face of the burly man's sudden strike, there was no chance to dodge, and he was smacked squarely in the face. A huge force surged into his body, and this guard was actually hardened and smashed his body to pieces, and his flesh and blood shot out in all directions like bullets. A slap smashed the guard at the same time. The burly man directly will be on the back of the basket thrown away. The figure like the wind fled toward the mine outside. His heart is full of horror and difficult to understand. What's going on? How did that kid detect my abnormality? Obviously, I used a secret technique to hide my own aura. 1. Damn bastard, I should have known to kill them directly. The burly man's heart was also filled with regret, knowing that he had drawn attention to himself because he had beaten up those miners earlier, but it was not his fault. What kind of status was he? How could he be robbed by a few dirty and smelly lowly miners? The burly man hit the few miners who robbed him, but therefore attracted Su Hao's attention. The burly man is clear that most of his identity is exposed. He did not dare to hesitate, immediately as to take the road and escape. This Black Cloud Mountain and the innate martial artists have more than a dozen. If caught in the heavy siege to his strength, they're dead. Poo poo poo. The guard was punched into pieces by the lanky man, his flesh and blood with the lanky man's strength shot out in all directions. The ones who bore the brunt of the attack were the several miners. They couldn't even react in time before they were bombarded by broken pieces of the body to the body, piercing through a single bloody hole. Quickly block it. The remaining few guards were all in a hurry to either swing their weapons to block the attacks of these blood and flesh fragments, or chose to dodge. This guy really has a problem. Su Hao's figure shifted slightly, and he avoided the broken pieces of blood and flesh that were splattered towards him, which caused a cold aura to flicker in Su Hao's eyes, and without any hesitation, he chased after the lanky man towards the place where he had fled. Su Hao found the lanky man's abnormality and called him to ask about the situation, but this guy immediately was killing and escaping, obviously having a ghost in his heart, otherwise he wouldn't need to react so excessively. Clang clang clang. And at this time, the entire Black Cloud Mountain resounded with the sound of gongs and drums. As soon as this burly man killed and escaped, a guard released a signal, causing the entire Dao Extreme sect disciples of Black Cloud Mountain to be alarmed, making it clear that there might be an enemy attack. Stop him. In the wide tunnels, there were guards in every tunnel. Seeing this lanky man who fled by taking the road, more than a dozen Dao Polarity sect disciples all lowly roared and intercepted in front of him, snapping their crossbows, releasing a single arrow at the same time, and pulling out their swords and other weapons, and then pouncing on him to take down this lanky man. A group of waste, all give me a roll. However, this lanky man was ferocious and powerful. He roared madly, every muscle around his body was as hard as steel. In the face of the crossbow arrows that were able to penetrate the protective true chi and kill Hotian martial practitioners, the lanky man dodged without even bothering to dodge. Clang clang clang. An arrow shot at the lanky man's body, but it even made a sound of iron and steel. Each arrow was easily bounced off, and his body did not even leave a trace of marks. What? This scene saw more than 10 guards who originally rushed to kill some dumbfounded. Even if it was an innate strong man, if he didn't activate his true energy, his body couldn't possibly carry the crossbow's attack. But this lanky man didn't even use a trace of his true chi or true energy. He purely relied on his physical body to resist the crossbow that was able to penetrate through his true chi. How strong must his physique be? Boom! The lanky man's foot stomped heavily on the ground, and instantly the earth crumbled, and a piece of debris shot up into the sky, hitting more than a dozen of the surrounding guards who had intercepted him like bullets, spitting out blood and flying backwards. The armor they wore all broken and dented, defeating more than a dozen guards in a single strike. It was important to know that these guards were all disciples of the Dao Polarity sect, the weakest being at the Hotian realm, but they were crushed by the burly man in a single shot. Go! The lanky man didn't dwell on it. After repelling these 10 or so guards, he was charging towards the outside of the mine without stopping. This lanky man's speed was too fast. Su Hao chased after him, and from afar, he saw the lanky man rushing out like a phantom, and the guards who blocked him along the way were all easily blasted backwards and flew out. Charge, charge, charge. Kill out. The lanky man's eyes were red, his 2-meter-tall body was unstoppable, like a savage beast, and the entire mine looked like it was in an earthquake as he ran. Escaped. The lanky man saw the light ahead and a hint of joy appeared on his face as he rushed out of the tunnel within the Black Cloud Mountain and escaped. But soon his smile stiffened as he realized that hundreds of well-dressed guards were staring up at him above the square outside the tunnel of Black Cloud Mountain. Su Hao caught up, and his face also revealed a strange color when he saw this scene. Speaking of which, today is the time for the parade. The commander will gather most of the centurions, 1,000 captains, and so on for the parade, assigning tasks, and whatnot. Ao Chuan eyes also some strange staring at this stout man. Just now the alarm sound as he triggered? It just so happened that I was here reviewing the situation of the various personnel of Black Cloud Mountain and he crashed over? The corner of the burly man's mouth twitched as he glanced over and realized that apart from Ao Chuan, the Black Cloud Mountain commander, the 3 Black Cloud Mountain 1,000 chiefs were there, which were all powerful existences that had reached the innate second realm Yuan Dan realm. He just happened to have his identity exposed, and he just happened to meet these powerful people when he was escaping? Ao Chuan stared at the lanky man, his brows furrowed as he said, "Your Excellency has this kind of strength and stature, why did you want to blend into our Dao Extreme sect's territory?" The lanky man's strength was very powerful. Such a person mixing into Black Cloud Mountain and working as a miner was not normal by any stretch of the imagination. It was highly likely that he was a spy or undercover agent sent by the hostile forces of the Dao Extreme sect. The burly man took a deep breath, he cupped his fists and said, "My name is Hu Yanli, I just accidentally entered this Black Cloud Mountain, I have no intention of offending, please make it easy for everyone and let me leave." When Su Hao heard this, he sneered and said, "No offense. Then why did I just tell you to stand still, and you frantically killed and fled like a dog whose tail was stepped on?" The burly man glared viciously at Su Hao. If it wasn't for Su Hao, his identity definitely wouldn't have been exposed. The lanky man then shouted, "I heard that your Dao Extreme sect is as strong as clouds. If you have the ability to come and practice with me, I want to see what you disciples of these big sects are actually capable of." Chapter 80 Yuan Dan Realm Battle. The burly man also knew that he wanted to run today for fear that he wouldn't be able to run away, and if the other party's 3 or 4 Yuandan realm powerhouses swarmed around him, he didn't have the slightest chance at all, so he spoke out to agitate him, wanting to let the Daoji sect's party to fight with him one-on-one, so that he himself, no matter how bad he was, could also pull 1 or 2 innate powerhouses to cushion his back, or even, if it was possible, capture one of them alive as a hostage, so that he might still have a chance of getting out of here alive. The stout man Hu Yanli's agitation could be heard by anyone, but in the distance, a man who looked to be in his early 30s and wearing black armor stood out. He sneered and said, "By the looks of you must be a spy or undercover agent sent by other forces. You want to fight alone? Then I'll play along with you. I'll make you beg for mercy on your knees and confess all your purposes. It's Shifuyu Saito. If Shifuyu Saito makes a move, he can rip his head off." The rest of the guards were excited to see this black-armored man who stood out. Shifu Saito, a Yuan Dan realm powerhouse. Su Hao's heart also became interested. This Saito Thousand Chief was one of the 3,000 chiefs of Black Cloud Mountain, and was himself a powerful martial artist of the innate second realm Yuan Dan realm. With him taking action, this lanky man, Hu Yanli, would surely have to be captured down easily. Be careful. AO Repulse Commander also did not object, instructed a sentence to let Chi Teng be careful, did not prepare to swarm. In his opinion, to deal with this turtle in the jar also do not need to use this kind of tactics. Hee, I hope you can have some strength, don't be killed by my mistake. Chi Teng held a pitch-black lance and looked at Hu Yanli with a smile. He wanted to see how much this guy who dared to provoke them and wanted to see the strength of their Dao Extreme Sect's disciples could have. Senior Thousand Husbandman, feel free to strike, just don't look for help from your companions if you can't beat them. Hu Yanli rubbed his fist and hooked his finger at Chi Teng. His contempt was self-evident. Seek death. Hu Yanli's provocation caused Chi Teng's complexion to chill, and immediately, he struck out without hesitation. Swoosh. Chi Teng's feet stomped, the whole person instantly like a phantom spanning a distance of 1 to 20 meters, pouncing directly on Hu Yanli, while the long spear in his hand fiercely stabbed out, like a dragon probing its head, the pitch-black cold aura illuminating the eyes of the people. Chi Teng, he had joined the Dao Extreme Sect's inner sect for many years. His cultivation had already entered the innate Yuandan realm a few years ago. His strength could be said to be unfathomable. His strike this time was extremely extraordinary. The human lance was united with an aura that pierced through everything. Snort! Facing this powerful shot from Chi Teng, Hu Yanli let out a cold snort, his figure swayed slightly, and in the next moment, he slapped his hand and smacked the location on the side of the gun tip. Clang! Amidst the sound of gold and iron clashing, this slap bounced Hu Yanli's spear away in a raw manner. What a strong physique. Does this person cultivate a body refining technique? Each and every Dao Polarity Sect disciple was a little surprised to see this scene. To be able to use his palm to touch the attack of an innate Yuandan realm martial artist, it was evident that this Hu Yanli was confident in his physique. Sure enough, there is some skill, then try this move. Thousand Shattering Lance Technique. Feeling the power transmitted from the spear, Chi Teng was slightly surprised, then he let out a deep shout. The gun came out without shadow, as if 1,000 meteors were falling from the sky, heavily bombarding Hu Yanli. Poo poo poo. Before the tip of the gun even landed, the ground was poked out dozens of small, bottomless pits by this momentum. The 3 realms of the innate, the realm of true essence, the realm of Yuan Dan, and the realm of Golden Dan, each realm has a huge gap, and when you reach the realm of Yuan Dan level, you can condense the true essence in your body into a Dan, with a much stronger quality, and you can multiply the power of the martial arts skills you drive in every move you make, and it is not something that can be compared to the average martial artist who has entered the innate realm at the beginning of the innate realm. Good timing. Facing Chi Teng's rain of guns in the sky, Hu Yanli but laughed maniacally. His maniacal demeanor was revealed, his 2 fists as if they were made of steel blasted out one after the other. Each punch caused the void to tremble, and more than just brute force, each of his punches accurately blasted on top of one of the falling gun shadows. Bang 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 bang. True essence surged, strength tumbled, just in a matter of moments only, the 2 blasted against each other dozens of times. The overflowing strength tore the earth into several pieces, 1,000 holes. The sound was astonishing to the extreme. This is the strength of the innate Yuandan realm. So terrifying. We can't intervene at all. Hundreds of Dao Polarity Sect disciples present saw this amazing battle. They all smacked their tongues, their hearts were shocked. The strength of the innate Yuan Dan realm exceeded the Hotian martial artists by far too much. These Hotian martial artists of theirs would have to be rippled to death just by getting close to it. This Hu Yanli also has Yuan Dan realm battle power? Su Hao was also surprised, looking at Hu Yanli who was killing with Chi Teng. His heart was astonished. A man he casually found with an abnormality was a powerful Yuan Dan realm powerhouse. Bang bang bang. The exchange between the 2 still continued. Chi Teng had long since put away that contempt, clear that the strength of this Hu Yanli in front of him could rival that of the Yuan Dan realm. One bad move and he would be defeated. There is a break. At this time Chi Teng with the body of the gun asweep, whipping Hu Yanli's chest. Hu Yanli was whipped back and forth, feet are a little unsteady, which makes Chi Teng eyes light up, did not let go of this good opportunity. He took advantage of the attack distance of the long gun, low roar, the tip of the gun with cohesion of true essence, as if into a straight line, straight to the crowd of Hu Yanli's shoulders. Poof. Blood splattered, this gun solidly pierced Hu Yanli's shoulder, blood flowed, but Chi Tang's pupils contracted, because this gun tore through the skin membrane and pierced into Hu Yanli's muscles, but only pierced in 1 or 2 inches deep. It could only be considered a flesh wound. This Hu Yanli's flesh was too strong, his strength of the innate Yuan Dan realm a shot couldn't even completely penetrate his muscles? Die. The corner of Hu Yanli's mouth with a hint of sardonic smile, his muscles tightened, jammed the gun, brought up a huge fist at Hu Yanli as a fist blast, fist wind like a knife, before it fell on the cheeks of Chi Tang blowing raw pain. Suffering a little flesh wound in exchange for the life of an innate Yuandan realm powerhouse, this was cost-effective. Chi Tang's brain went blank, he was shocked in his heart. Would he, a powerful ascendant Yuandan realm member, be beaten to death with his head blown off in full view of everyone? This was too tragic, wasn't it? Boom! However, at the critical moment, the fist did not land on Chi Tang's head, as a withered palm poked out from a diagonal, seemingly lightly colliding with that fist. With a dull and loud sound, Hu Yanli staggered backward and fell out, his face full of shock. Su Hao was also surprised. This suddenly shot to save Chi Tang as Ao Chuan commander, Ao Chuan seemingly light palm, but while Hu Yanli blasted backwards out, this strength is indeed very amazing, no wonder can serve as the commander of this Black Cloud Mountain. Ao repulsive commander and Hu Yanli, Chi Tang, are the innate second realm of Yuandan realm of the strong, but Hu Yanli and Chi Tang are Yuandan realm of the early stage. This Ao repulsive commander is Yuandan realm of the late stage of the cultivation, although it is the same realm, but the gap between the strength of a rather large. Chapter 81. A teenager drilled out of the crowd. Unity. Unity. Chi Tang's forehead was sweating, a grateful face nodded towards Ao Chuan. If not for Ao Chuan stepping in to save him, he was sure that his head would have already been blown off. Ao Chuan was on constant alert from the start, ready to strike at any time before he saved Chi Tang at the critical moment. He stared at Hu Yanli with a tight frown. Your Excellency's strength is so strong, why do you want to infiltrate into my Dao Extreme sect? It's a pity. Hu Yanli had some regrets in his heart that he wasn't able to kill Chi Tang, he said with a cold smile. After beating the little one, you came to the old one? You wrote Extreme Sect is really a bunch of winebags. Come on, you this old man and others together. I Hu Yanli a fist will kill you all. Hu Yanli's words undoubtedly everyone present was furious. Chi Tang was even more red in the face and said loudly, less complacent, have the ability to fight again. This Hu Yanli deliberately provoked, naturally still want to let other people with him one-on-one, and do not want to face the powerful Ao Chuan. Against Ao Chuan he almost no chance of victory. Ao Chuan's face was calm, did not suffer this agitation. He was about to take down Hu Yanli, but a young voice sounded, Ao commander, let me try him. This sudden voice caused everyone's eyes to look over, only to see that it was a tall teenager wearing black armor, and it was none other than Su Hao. Who are you this kid? Don't mess around. Stand far away, this is not something you can meddle in. Chi Tang saw Su Hao, frowned and reprimanded. He didn't recognize Su Hao. In his heart, he wondered how there was an extra centurion so young among the centurions of Black Cloud Mountain, but seeing that Su Hao only had the cultivation of Hotian, he naturally told him not to make trouble. Presumably, it was a genius disciple within the sect. All of them hadn't experienced any life and death battles, and therefore, they didn't know what to do so well. Ao Chuan was also surprised. He naturally recognized Su Hao. Seeing Su Hao take the initiative to ask for help to fight with this Hu Yanli one-on-one, he couldn't help but say, Su Hao, although you beheaded Yalu Xiong, but Yalu Xiong after all, he is only at the beginning of the innate true essence realm only. This Hu Yanli is a real innate Yuan Dan realm powerhouse. Ao Chuan was clear that Su Hao had the battle record of decapitating Yalu Xiong who had been promoted to the innate realm, but Yalu Xiong was only at the beginning of the innate, and the three realms of the innate, the true element realm, the Yuan Dan realm as well as the Jin Dan realm, the gap between each realm was huge. Even Chi Tang, who was also in the Yuan Dan realm, had lost to Hu Yanli. Even if Su Hao had the strength to cross the ranks, he probably wouldn't be too surprised against a Yuan Dan realm powerhouse, right? He's that Su Hao? Su Hao, the number one in the Dao Polarity Sect's outer sect? I heard that he decapitated Yalu Xiong, and I'm still sad that I didn't get to see that battle with my own eyes for a long time. Hearing the duo's conversation, the crowd of Dao Extreme Sect disciples guarding Black Cloud Mountain were however a bit surprised, not realizing that the young teenager in front of them was Su Hao, who had recently been promoted to number one in the outer sect. He wanted to challenge the innate Yuandan realm? This is too crazy, right? Let me try. If it doesn't work, you can make another move. If you can't, Commander Ao. Su Hao, however, insisted. His eyes were full of wariness. This Hu Yanli was even more powerful than Yalu Xiong, right into the level of Yuandan realm, making Su Hao's hand itch for some exercise, not to mention that a Yuandan realm powerhouse would not be less in terms of experience value and whatnot that one would gain after killing it. That's good. Ao Chuan thought a little. If Su Hao has something happened here, he can't be blamed, but he knows Su Hao is not arrogant, able to kill Yalu Xiong. Even if it's not this Hu Yanli's opponent, at least it's not so bad to be killed instantly in a second. There's himself beside him. If Su Hao wasn't an opponent, he could also step in at any time, without putting him in danger, so he nodded slightly. You kid is really bold. Just now you were the one who discovered my abnormality, now you even dare to take the initiative to fight with me one-on-one? Looking at Su Hao on the opposite side, Hu Yanli snorted coldly, his eyes filled with hatred. Hu Yanli was clear that he was afraid that he would be difficult to escape from the group of enemies today, and this was all because of Su Hao. If it wasn't for Su Hao noticing his abnormality, he definitely wouldn't have ended up in this situation. This kid seems to have an extremely low status in the Dao Extreme sect. I might be able to capture him and use him to get away before properly shelling him. Hu Yanli's eyes shone with a cold light, and secretly said in his heart, Su Hao was different from Qitang, and was only at the Hotian realm cultivation. It was still possible for him to be captured down by himself while Ao Chuan and the others didn't react to him. Pay attention, if Su Hao is in danger, it doesn't matter if we directly strike together and kill this Hu Yanli on the spot. Ao Chuan then instructed Qitang and the other 3,000 commanders that if Su Hao was in danger, they would directly strike together to take down this Hu Yanli. Yes. Qitang and the others all nodded, while their eyes were filled with curiosity. I heard that this Su Hao was the newly promoted number 1 of the outer sect, extremely demonic, knifed Yelu Xiong, who had been promoted to the innate realm on the life and death stage. I don't know if it's just a waste of time. They were all eager to see if this Dao Extreme sect's outer sect number 1 Su Hao was really as divinely powerful as rumored. Kid, take it. Hu Yanli shouted in a deep voice, carrying a fierce and overbearing aura on his body. His legs stomped on the ground, stepping on the broken rocks, and his stout body was like a small giant rushing towards Su Hao. Hu Yanli's one huge palm was as huge as a bushel fan, the 5 fingertips of true essence power surging, grabbing towards Su Hao's throat. That majestic power in exchange for an ordinary Hotian martial artist would be directly pressed into fainting. But this naturally had little effect on Su Hao. His figure shifted, like a wisp of wind floating out, avoiding Hu Yanli's grasp. At the same time, he instantly launched his sword. Fast. So fast that it was unimaginable. Swoosh. Puff. The knife light flashed, as if time had been misplaced, causing one's brain to be completely unable to react, slashing across Hu Yanli's wrist. The sound of the blade tearing through flesh and blood came out. On Hu Yanli's wrist, a blood scar emerged. This is a terrifying blade. This scene caused Qitang and the others to suck in a mouthful of cold air. This knife was too fast, and the killing power was thus terrifyingly large. Knowing that Qitang, a Yuan Dan realm powerhouse's shot could only pierce into Hu Yanli's muscles 1 or 2 inches deep. Ordinary innate martial artists against Hu Yanli, who was good at body refining technique. Even if Hu Yanli stood still, ordinary innate martial artists could not hurt him with all their efforts. But Su Hao's lightning fast knife easily chopped Hu Yanli's wrist. Didn't it mean that based on the lethal power of his knife alone, it was not inferior to ordinary innate Yuan Dan realm martial artists? Chapter 82 Soul Increasing Sword. This kid is so terrifyingly skilled with a knife. Hu Yanli's heart was also shocked. The body refining technique he practiced was invulnerable to swords and spears. Su Hao was able to injure him with a knife cut with a later day's cultivation. This was too amazing. Hu Yanli didn't believe Su Hao's cultivation was only a later day's cultivation. Could this kid be an innate martial artist who was actually pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger? But Hu Yanli is also clear that this is impossible. Su Hao knife contains the true chi of the latter-day martial artist, not the true essence of the first-day martial artist, which cannot be faked. The Dao Polarity sect disciples who were originally skeptical about Su Hao were all amazed, and the light of Su Hao's terrifyingly fast knife made them understand that Yelu Xiong was definitely really killed by Su Hao's frontal beheading. He deserved the title of number 1 in this outer sect. What a strong defense! The body refining technique that this Hu Yanli cultivated is a bit powerful. Su Hao was surprised in his heart. This knife of his was supposed to chop off Hu Yanli's wrist, but in reality, it just barely cut through Hu Yanli's skin, not even hurting his muscles. This was not even a minor injury. Good boy, it seems that I have to be more serious about you. Hu Yanli's eyes also rose up with wariness, temporarily forgetting that he was in danger. He wanted to see what degree this kid could actually reach. Great tablet wrestling hand. Hu Yanli fiercely displayed his method, his 2-meter-tall stout body but showed an incompatible flexibility, raising a huge palm, angrily slapping at Su Hao as if it was a heavy stone monument, crushing, and the air around him solidified, restricting Su Hao's actions. Pressing people with momentum. Su Hao's face also became more and more excited. This kind of opponent was rare. Boom boom boom. Su Hao's thunder breathing technique was executed. After the battle with Devouring Heart, his thunder breathing technique proficiency had been practiced to perfection at this point. As he unfolded his breathing, thunderous roars rang out, and thunder blossomed all around Su Hao's body, and assisted with the breathing technique of blood, causing the thunder to be rendered in the color of blood. Robber Thunder Blade Technique. Su Hao slashed out with a knife, rolling destructive robber thunder raging, such as the power of annihilation. His thunder blade intention reached the level of 30% blade intent. This knife was so terrifying and incomparable that even Hu Yanli's face showed astonishment. Rumble. Hu Yanli's palm collided with the blade, and there was a rumbling and bursting sound. A ray of thunder shot out in all directions, the power overflowed, and the bombardment of the earth shook and quivered and split in pieces, and it was hard to imagine that this was a commotion that human power could cause. This kid is really as demonic as rumored. Qitang, who swallowed a mouthful of saliva, was filled with a bitter smile. A Hotian martial artist could fight head-on with a Yuan Dan realm martial artist? He didn't believe it before, but now he did. This kind of demon. Pulling a cushion back is not a loss at all. The killing intent in Hu Yanli's eyes became more and more blazing. Su Hao was definitely a rare demon even in the Dao Extreme sect. Killing him would be enough for himself. Barbarian Extreme Shock. Hu Yanli roared furiously, unfolding his arms and legs without any limitations. His palm was blocked by Su Hao, and before the resulting commotion had calmed down, he changed his palm into a fist and slammed his fist into the void. Rumble. Something horrible happened. The strength of Hu Yanli's punch was actually injected into the void, causing the void in a circle of tens of meters to be violently distorted, and from all directions, a force squeezed towards Su Hao. This strike is so subtle. Su Hao was also surprised. This punch of Hu Yanli's, which forcefully filled the void and caused the void to distort, was indeed a very subtle punch, a fusion of power and skill. Wait a little longer. Chi Tang and the others couldn't help but have the urge to step in when they saw this scene, fearing that Su Hao would die in Hu Yanli's hands, but they were all stopped by Ao Chuan, who saw that Su Hao's face didn't have a panic look on it. Instead, he was very excited and full of battle spirit. Suffer death. Taking the opportunity of distorting the surrounding void and completely restricting Su Hao, Hu Yanli let out a low roar and grabbed Su Hao's throat with his 5 fingers. At the tips of his 5 fingers, there was a convergence of true essence, as if 5 small black holes were formed, which heavily crushed and came, and if it was to hit the real thing, it would definitely be able to crush Su Hao's body to explode in a raw manner. Come on. Soul power increase. Su Hao, however, was not shocked. His soul force spread out, infusing every inch of his own skin. At this moment, the soul force and the power of the physical body were combined as one, allowing Su Hao to enter into a strange state, within which Su Hao's was able to explode beyond the limit easily. Wind Thunder Chop. With the fusion of the 2 blade intentions and the increase in soul power, Su Hao instantly broke through the boundaries of the twisted space at this moment, holding the blade with both hands. The green golden wind and thunder blade chi were like giant blades splitting through chaos, and the triple increase in power and speed brought about a terrifying super limit strike. What? This terrifying slash caused Hu Yanli's heart to suddenly twitch. Poof. This knife was too terrifying and too fast. The blade slashed at Hu Yanli's grasping palm afterward, and with an ear-piercing sound of blood and flesh tearing, although Su Hao felt a certain obstruction, the knife still chopped straight in, ripping Hu Yanli's palm from the middle alive, driving straight in, and splitting his whole arm in half from the middle, like a firewood cutter split from the middle of the firewood. Aha! My arm! Hu Yanli let out a miserable scream and staggered back, looking at his hideously injured arm with some disbelief, his face terrified, his eyes filled with shock and fear. What he cultivated was a body refining technique. What he was best at was defense. Even Chi Tang, who was also at the Yuandan realm, could only pierce in 1 or 2 inches deep with a single stab on his shoulder, but Su Hao was directly splitting one of his arms from the center of his palm? This is too terrifying. Che. Completely hurt him? Chi Tang swallowed his saliva. Su Hao had done something he hadn't even done. That knife is too terrifying, as if some kind of higher power, more profound power, it is hard to imagine that a Hotian martial artist can burst out such a terrifying knife. Ao Chuan sucked in a mouthful of cold air. As an innate Yuandan realm martial artist, he had already lived for more than 200 years and had seen a lot, but in these 200 years, he had never seen such a demonic Hotian martial artist. Will die. Rush into the tunnel, there is still a chance of escape. Hu Yanli was completely obliterated by Su Hao's knife, losing all thoughts of fighting Su Hao to the death in his heart, and all he had was to escape from this place, and he turned around and wanted to return to the tunnel of Black Cloud Mountain, wanting to take advantage of the terrain therein to fight back negatively, and if not, pulling a couple of more guards to die together would be good too. Hu Yanli turned around and fled, but a cold light bloomed in Su Hao's eyes. Still want to escape? Su Hao's whole body soul power spread, added to the physical body, his feet stepped, suddenly the whole person turned into a stream of light. The ultimate speed brings the ultimate kill. Su Hao obediently a knife chopped on the back of Hu Yanli's neck. Pooh! Hu Yanli didn't have the power to dodge at all in his haste, and was directly chopped on the back of his neck by Su Hao's knife. The powerful strike combining triple strength and speed was directly tearing his back of his neck, chopping straight into it, and a head rushed up to the sky. Chapter 83 The 5 Southern Barbarian Fiends. I actually died in the hands of a junior? Hu Yanli's flying head saw his back. His heart was filled with unwillingness, not dying at the hands of an innate martial artist of the same level, but instead being killed by a youngster who came out of nowhere. Successfully killed an innate martial artist. Gained 30% claw intent automatically converted into 300 points of intent energy. Gained 40 years of true chi cultivation. Gained 5,500 experience points. Hu Yanli was beheaded by Su Hao with a single slash, but what made Su Hao a bit speechless was that a dignified innate Yuandan realm martial artist didn't drop anything. It was too shabby, right? But it was also considered good. 40 years of true chi cultivation, directly allowing Su Hao to have more than 150 years of true chi cultivation, stepping into the late Hotian level, and not far away from the 180 years of true chi cultivation at the peak of Hotian. Awesome. Good. Ao Chuan clapped his hands, his face full of appreciation. Shi Tang and the others had heartfelt admiration in their eyes. It was too terrifying. This teenager in front of him, the cultivation of the Hotian realm, positively decapitated a Yuandan realm martial artist who specialized in body refining techniques. This was simply unheard of. But this person died, but did not ask what his purpose was. Shi Tang said with some regret, the reason why this Hu Yanli was digging in this mine with his identity hidden, and fled by taking the road as soon as his identity was exposed, there must be some purpose. Investigate and you'll know. Check everything about this Hu Yanli. Ao Chuan said. The Dao Polarity sect disciples on the scene gradually dispersed. They were all in an excited mood, and could imagine discussing Su Hao's matter less and less. Dao Polarity sect's number 1 in the outer sect, completely deserving of this name. 2 or 3 times of soul power increase made me lose a considerable amount of soul power. Su Hao secretly laughed bitterly. It looked like he only spent 2 slashes to firstly injure, then kill Hu Yanli, lightly, but in reality, it was Su Hao who had already given his full strength, and his soul force was all consumed, slightly exhausted. Lord Su, the commander-in-chief wants you to go. Su Hao went back to his room and rested for a while, and not long after, someone came to inform Su Hao to go see Ao Chuan. Su Hao knew in his heart that calling him to go was in all likelihood because of Hu Yanli's matter, and Su Hao didn't delay, got up and came to a stone house to see Ao Chuan. In this stone house, Su Hao met Ao Chuan. Besides him, Shi Tang and the other 2,000 chiefs were there. Commander, did you explore the purpose of that Hu Yanli? Su Hao inquired. Well, not bad, look at this. Ao Chuan nodded. He had a necklace in his hand. At this time, the necklace light flashed, and there was an extra piece of greenish-black metal on the table. This is a storage-type exotic treasure? Su Hao was surprised. Storage rings, storage bracelets and whatnot, only the strongest people who opened the Immortal Gate level could make them, and the materials consumed were rare and very expensive. This Hu Yanli even had a necklace for storage on his body? However, what Ao Chuan let him look at was obviously not this necklace, but that piece of greenish-black metal. What is this? That Hu Yanli is here for this stone? Su Hao looked at it for a while. He didn't recognize what this greenish-black metal was, so he was puzzled. Well, that's more than likely the case. This greenish golden metal is called green meditation gold, a very rare metal, enough to be used to build immortal sect level weapons, and the quality is not low. Speaking was another Qianwu leader with a face like a crown of jade. Su Hao remembered that his name was Bai Yu, and he was also an inner disciple of Dao Polarity sect with profound strength. Green underworld gold? Su Hao was secretly surprised. Being able to use it to build weapons and battle armor used by immortal sect level powerhouses, its value was self-evident, and the purpose of this Hu Yanli carrying a storage necklace had already jumped out at him, as he loaded the green underworld gold found within the mines into the storage necklace, and then transported it out secretly, which was equal to stealing the precious metal that originally belonged to Dao Polarity sect. As a result, Su Hao discovered the anomaly, and Hu Yanli was thus the one who immediately escaped. This Hu Yanli came here as a miner a month ago pretending to be an ordinary person. It looks like he secretly shipped out quite a lot of green underworld gold in this 1 month's time. Ao Chuan tapped his finger. It was obvious that someone in the mines had discovered the existence of the green underworld gold before but didn't report it to the sect. Instead they sold this information to Hu Yanli at a high price, and only then did Hu Yanli come here to work as a miner and steal the green underworld gold. It couldn't be helped. There were more than 3,000 disciples of the Dao Extreme sect guarding Black Cloud Mountain, and it was too normal for any of them to betray the sect for the sake of favors. I just don't know if this Hu Yanli still has any accomplices. Another tall and thin man chimed in. He was Zhang Yi, one of the 3,000 commanders, and he felt that Hu Yanli was more than likely more than one person. Commander, as per your orders we have scrutinized all the mines and tunnels in the Black Cloud Mountain and found the location that produces the green underworld gold. At this time, a guard outside the stone house reported with some excitement. Go to take a look. Ao Chuan immediately was getting up and said, and Su Hao and the others all followed. All the way to the deepest part of the tunnel, there was a mining cave with obvious excavation marks on the side of the cave wall. Commander, this mining cave should be the place where Hu Yanli found the green underworld gold. He usually pretends to be digging elsewhere, and when he has time, he will come to this mining cave to take away a part of the green underworld gold, put it into the storage necklace, and then transport it out. Bai Yu said, the storage space of the storage necklace was extremely limited, so Hu Yanli couldn't transport it away at once, only by dividing it into many times. After taking the green underworld gold he would cover the mine cave with boulders, doing it very carefully. Go in and take a look. The boulder covering the cave entrance had been pushed away. Ao Chuan, Su Hao and the others all entered within this mine, and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air one by one. This is so much green underworld gold? Su Hao saw that on top of the stone wall of this mine cave, all of them were pieces of rock mixed with greenish-black green underworld gold, causing one's heart to shake. With such a huge amount of green underworld gold here, it's no wonder that Hu Yanli would take the risk. Shi Tang laughed bitterly. The enormous amount of green underworld gold within this mine was enough to make even the strongest person who had opened the immortal sect's heart flutter. Hu Yanli had transported a portion of the green underworld gold each time with the help of his storage necklace, and had already gotten a lot of it, but he finally got killed because of his own greed. Immediately call someone to mine the green underworld gold here to load the car, and then notify the clan. With so much green underworld gold, it's best to send an expert whose strength reaches the innate Jindan at least to escort it. Ao Chuan immediately gave the order. So much green underworld gold was too precious, it needed a stronger expert to guard and escort it. Immediately, someone led the order to leave, and the exasperation of the Black Cloud Mountain became slightly tense. None of this was Su Hao's business, and he didn't need to worry about these troublesome matters. I will also give you credit in the letter. If it wasn't for you, it is estimated that this Hu Yenli would have to steal even more green meditation gold, and then it would be my dereliction of duty. Ao Chuan smiled and said to Su Hao, "These are all what I should do." Su Hao shook his head. He had accepted the mission. Of course he had to complete it properly, not to mention that the reward of the mission was to use the Yuan transformation pool once. Su Hao returned to his room to rest. At this time, 100 miles away from the Black Cloud Mountain, under the dusk of the setting sun, but there was a line of 4 people standing quietly, looking at the Black Cloud Mountain in the distance, and each of their faces looked a bit gloomy. Old 5. Died? Among these 4 people, an ugly woman with a tiger's back and long thick arms gritted her teeth and said, "Well, dead." According to the informant, when Old 5 was preparing to come out with a batch of green underworld gold, he was found abnormal by a teenager, and finally had his head chopped off. Another bald and stout man's face was very gloomy. Chapter 84 Bloodstained Black Cloud Mountain. A teenager chopped off Old 5's head? It must have been because he was under siege and his head was chopped off under exhaustion. Another withered, all skin and bone looking man said with fierce eyes, "Revenge, we must avenge Old 5. Our southern barbarian 5 furies grew up crawling out from the pile of corpses, licking blood from the mouth of the knife. Old 5 died here, we must not rest." Not bad. Old 5 was risking his life for our future. Now that he's dead, we must take revenge. The last man was in his mid to late 30s, with a vicious look. He roared lowly. They, the Southern Barbarian 5 Furies, had a reputation that resounded throughout the Southern Barbarian area. The 5 of them had worked together to establish a great reputation and had a deep bond, but one of them had now lost his life. How could they swallow this breath? The bald man known as the Big Brother's face has also surfaced a touch of ruthless color. According to the previous Old 5 brought back the intelligence, this Black Cloud Mountain has a total of more than 3,000 Dao Extreme Sect disciples, of which there are more than 10 innate powerhouse. However, among them, there are only 4 Yuan Dan realm martial arts, 3,000 captains as well as a commander. This kind of strength. We are enough to crush it head on, but because the other party is the Dao Polarity sect, we are so careful, letting the Old 5 secretly smuggle out the Qingdian gold. And now that he is dead, what about the Dao Polarity sect? We still have to mess with it today. Kill them all, kill this Black Cloud Mountain with blood. Avenge Old 5. The woman with the tiger's back and waist was full of grimace. Her relationship with Hu Yanli was the best. Now that Hu Yanli died tragically, how could she endure? Well, let's do a great thing. Our Southern Barbarian 5 Furies fame will not be limited to the Southern Barbarian area. The withered man smiled sinisterly, but we have to be careful of that teenager. Listening to our bot informants, that kid is a demon of the Dao Extreme sect. The cultivation of the latter day beheaded the Old 5. Is true or false don't know, but be careful is correct. Go. Leave before dawn, before this. All living things seen in front of me, all kill all. The bald lanky man said with bloodlight spurting in his eyes. A line of 4 people, like a fast wind toward the direction of the Black Cloud Mountain leaped away. The Southern Barbarian 5 fiends, they were not from the Great Summer Imperial Dynasty. They came here some time ago, and by chance they got the news of the green underworld gold, so they got up the idea of getting rid of these green underworld gold. In the Southern Barbarian area, metals were scarce, and this batch of precious green underworld gold had a huge value that was hard to estimate, and it was even enough to exchange for the 5 of their brothers' cultivation resources for their advancement to the Jindan realm. So they got greedy, but the Black Cloud Mountain was the territory of the Dao Extreme sect, and they didn't know before what the strength of the powerhouses stationed at the Black Cloud Mountain was. In case there were Immortal sect level powerhouses around, wasn't going up there a way to send them to their deaths? Only decided to be careful, let the oldest 5 Hu Yanli with a secret technique to hide the breath, pretending to be a miner's appearance, carrying a storage necklace mixed into the Black Cloud Mountain to steal these green underworld gold. Now Hu Yanli has died, coupled with the Black Cloud Mountain stationed in the details of the strong people are known to them. The 4 of them no longer have any scruples, decided to directly Black Cloud Mountain on the road extreme sect of the strong people to kill clean. For the companions at the same time, will be the rest of the green meditative gold will be robbed. At this time in the evening, it was the shift change time for the guards on Black Cloud Mountain. Under the setting sun, the bald man and the other 4 people came striding without the slightest concealment. What people? The guards on duty at Black Cloud Mountain spotted these people at the first moment. 4 or 5 guards aimed their bows at these 4 people and droned, "Stop. Advance any further and you'll release your arrows." Scram! The majestic woman snorted coldly, and a long whip full of barbs at her waist lashed out. Poo 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 poo. This whip is like a poisonous snake sweeping across, contains a terrible true essence. Those 4 or 5 Hotian cultivation guards were smacked right in the face. Screams did not have time to send out. A even was whipped. Raw body burst into several sections. Enemy. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Distant guards saw this scene, or issued a slightly alarmed yell. Poof. His words had only just fallen when he felt his head heavy, his head separating from his neck as he rolled down and saw a withered man holding dual swords behind him, smiling insidiously. Kill. Kill to your heart's content today, leave no one behind, kill them all. The vicious man roared loudly, shaking the entire Black Cloud Mountain. The southern barbarian 5 Furies, of which Hu Yanli ranked the oldest 5, strength is the weakest, Bald Man and other 5 people, each strength is above Hu Yanli, are Yuan Dan realm cultivation. If not for the fact that they were not clear about the strength of the Black Cloud Mountain before, and did not want to directly provoke this behemoth of the Daoji sect head-on, the 5 of them had the strength to crush the Black Cloud Mountain head-on, and now they had no more scruples, and were going to have a massacre. What happened? Alarms blared throughout Black Cloud Mountain, and everyone was awakened. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. The entire Black Cloud Mountain was in chaos. At the entrance of the Black Cloud Mountain, one by one, the Black Cloud Mountain guards had a look of panic on their faces. Some of them were holding shields for defense, some of them were holding weapons for offense, but none of them were useful. Poo poo poo. The bald man and the other 4 people all showed their abilities. The ugly woman's long whip gulped. Those who were hit by the whip had their bodies explode. The withered and short man held a pair of double blades. Each blade cut down a guard's head with precision, and the ferocious man was even more like a vicious wolf. The shields and armor were all just like papier-mâché in front of him, and could be ripped in half with a single hand. Only the bald man, the leader of the southern barbarian 5 fierce men, stood with his arms folded, quietly watching the others carry out the massacre. These ordinary guards were not qualified enough for him to make a move. It wasn't that the guards of Black Cloud Mountain were too weak, but that the southern savage 5 fiends were too strong. The dead Hu Yanli was only the weakest of them. The remaining 4 were each still above Hu Yanli. These Hotian cultivation level martial artists, against any more of them would easily be blown away. This is such a strong smell of blood. Suha was also the first to be startled. He immediately headed outside, but the smell of blood that gushed in along the wind in this tunnel all made his heart tremble. When he came to the square outside Black Cloud Mountain, Suha couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. The entire square was filled with broken limbs and arms, blood dyed the ground red, and 4 different-looking men and women easily slaughtered the guards of Black Cloud Mountain. Stop! You guys are simply bold. Do you know what place this is? At this time came an explosive roar. Ao Chuan and the others had also arrived. Ao Chuan saw this bloody scene at the scene, so angry that his body trembled as he roared. Chapter 85, The Once Golden Dan Realm. He, finally some decent characters have come. The withered man smiled insidiously as he licked the blood that stained the corners of his mouth. You want to let it go so easily after killing our 5th brother? So what if the Dao Extreme sect, by the time the Dao Extreme sect's experts arrive, you'll all have been killed long ago. Here from the Daedaiji sect fast horsewhip also have to 4 or 5 days distance, even now Black Cloud Mountain to ask for help, flying pigeons, but wait for the news to arrive, even if it is the Immortal sect level of strong people can fly, extremely fast to come, at least 1 day later, this intermediate time is enough for them southern barbarian 5 Furies massacre Black Cloud Mountain, and then comfortably leave. It's that Hu Yanli's accomplice? Suhao and the others were stunned in their hearts. They guessed that Hu Yanli should still have accomplices, but they didn't worry too much. They didn't think that the other party would have the guts to come to Black Cloud Mountain to retaliate. But in fact it was out of their expectation. Hu Yanli's 4 companions, all of them were Yuan Dan realm strength, and were so bold that they even dared to come directly over to retaliate at the Daoji sect's territory. Dare to kill our 5th brother? It looks like you all don't know the ferocious reputation of the southern barbarian 5 fiends. I'll kill all of you before dawn and bloodstain the Black Cloud Mountain. The vicious man's eyes, like those of a vicious wolf, stared intently at Ao Chuan and the others. Southern barbarian 5 Furies? Martial artists with innate cultivation or above, come with me and ambush them. No need to keep your hands off, they can be killed on the spot. Ao Chuan's pupils slightly contracted. He had not heard of the name of this southern barbarian 5 fiends, but he had heard of the place of southern barbarians, the barbarians in the southern barbarian prairie. Each and every one of them were brave and good at fighting. The Yuan Dan realm powerhouses that came from the southern barbarian prairie. It was estimated that each one of their hands was stained with quite a lot of blood. In the face of this kind of foe, the only thing to do was to fight with all one's strength and kill them, and one couldn't expect that they would be merciful. Kill. In Black Cloud Mountain, there were more than 10 innate powerhouses. All of them were present at this moment. More than 10 innate martial artists, led by Ao Chuan and the 3,000 chiefs, rushed towards the southern barbarian 5 Furies. Facing the siege of more than 10 innate martial artists, but they all looked calm, even the corner of their mouths with a smile. The vicious man snorted. Our big brother Jin Tianwu was not a group of stinking fish and shrimp you can compare. The bald man, Jin Tianwu, on the other hand, moved at this moment. He slowly pulled out a scimitar from his waist, and in the next second, he used his wrist to throw this scimitar, full moon blade intent. The scimitar dripped and spun as if it had transformed into a full moon, radiating a clear and cold light, cold, elegant, yet deadly. Watch out! Ao Chuan's pupils contracted violently as he shouted. The round moon transformed by that scimitar was actually divided into 9 at this moment, like 9 roulettes strangling towards more than 10 innate martial artists. What? A sword-wielding innate martial artist was a bit shocked. A round moon that was clear and cold slashed towards him. This sword-wielding innate martial artist swung his longsword and chopped out, trying to flick the round moon away. Poof! But what this innate martial artist never expected was that this round moon was like it had life, making a turn in the air, avoiding the block of his long sword, and passing through his neck. Blood spattered and the head fell to the ground. Clang clang clang. Shi Tang's face also changed slightly, in the face of this bizarre round moon that could turn in the air. Fortunately, he was after all a Yuan Dan realm martial artist. His long spear shook, blossoming out 1,000 gunshots that destroyed the round moon evolved by this saber intent. That scimitar round moon body is the most ferocious. Straight cut to Ao Chuan. Ao Chuan double palms repeatedly shoot out, feet are backward, constantly palm energy to weaken the power of the round moon, and finally a slap will fly out, the round moon back into a scimitar, by the bald man Jin Tian will reach out and catch. The scene of a crowd of guards are all pale looking at this scene. In the face of Jin Tianwu's attack, Ao Chuan and others are fine, but surrounded by Jin Tianwu and others more than a dozen innate martial artists, and the reaction is not so fast. A full force strength of the weaker innate martial artists by the knife intent evolved round moon to the spot to be cut off. There are cut off the neck, there are blocked waist into 2 halves. What a terrifying blade technique. Su Hao sucked in a mouthful of cold air, having a sense of scalp numbness. This bald man Jin Tianwu, the head of the southern barbarian 5 fiends, his blade law reached a terrifying degree, and his level of blade intent was also far above Su Hao. Facing the siege of more than a dozen innate martial artists, in just a single glance, he chopped down 4 innate martial artists. The corner of Ao Chuan's mouth twitched. He had a feeling that this Jin Tianwu's strength was afraid to be above him. Seeing the shocked crowd, the withered man laughed out loud. Our big brother Jin Tianwu, but once a Golden Dan realm martial artist. You this Black Cloud Mountain strength details we have figured out, just that old man probably has Yuan Dan realm late stage of the battle, is by no means able to block us. A former Golden Dan martial artist? These words caused Su Hao and the others to frown. The 3 realms of the innate, the last realm, Jin Dan realm, was the most difficult to reach, and also the strongest, far superior to Yuan Dan realm and true Yuan realm. This realm would produce a qualitative change of the Yuan Dan in one's own body, transforming it into a Jin Dan, and the battle power far exceeded the Yuan Dan realm by far too many times. To open the Immortal Gate is to use the Golden Dan to smash open the Immortal Gate. The Golden Elixir has infinite uses, and can even be detonated in the case of a fight with someone, briefly bursting into a super limit of combat power. This Jin Tianwu used to be in the innate Jin Dan realm, which means that he had detonated his Jin Dan, causing his cultivation to regress, and now he is only at the peak of the Yuan Dan realm, which is of course too far beyond the ordinary Yuan Dan realm martial artists. Jin Tianwu encountered a big enemy 10 years ago, also a Jin Dan realm martial artist. They both killed Red Eyes, thus detonating their own Jin Dan. Jin Tianwu was lucky to win, but also because of the regression of cultivation, injury to the origin, it is difficult to return to the peak, unless there is a level of the immortal sect of the strongest at all costs to help him reconsolidate the Jin Dan. This Black Cloud Mountain within the green underworld gold is the return to the top of the hope. That he got these green underworld gold, he returned to the southern barbarians. If he gets this green underworld gold, he can return to the southern barbarians and use a portion of the green underworld gold as a reward to ask the immortal sect powerhouses to help him out. Jin Tianwu lightly killed 4 innate martial artists, shocking the whole scene. He indifferently said, "Is the teenager who killed our 5th brother you?" Saying that, Jin Tianwu's gaze locked onto Su Hao's body. He could feel a faint dangerous aura on this teenager. As his words fell, Jin Tianwu's wrist shook, and that curved sword spun and tore through the void, chopping towards Su Hao. "Be careful," Ao Chuan hastily reminded. Su Hao was naturally always on guard against this terrifying Jin Tianwu. Facing Jin Tianwu's attack, his blade rubbed against the sheath to build up his strength, and his soul force probing was exerted to barely capture the flight trajectory of this curved blade, followed by a lightning-like slash. Clang! In the crisp sound of gold and iron interplay, sparks splashed everywhere. That scimitar was blocked away and returned to Jin Tianwu's hands, while Su Hao, who had 100,000 pounds of divine power in one arm, felt intense pain in his wrist, which was vaguely colored with bruises and purple, and had already strained his muscles. I am by no means his opponent. Su Hao hard instantly made a judgment. The gap is too big. Ordinary early Yuan Dan realm he can still positively battle and win, but this Jin Tianwu is not the same. Once the Golden Dan realm martial artist, now the cultivation is not at the peak, but is also the peak of the Yuan Dan realm. This kind of strength has already exceeded the limits of Su Hao can cope with, even if the use of the blood demon crystals, but also absolutely no half a point of the possibility of winning. Able to receive one of my swords? No wonder old 5 died in your hands. Jin Tianwu casually fiddled with the scimitar in his hand, but the coldness in his eyes grew more and more blazing. All disciples below the innate, flee, scatter in all directions. Ao Chuan made a decisive order. No one present, including him, was Jin Tianwu's opponent, and the Hotian martial artists could not help in the slightest, so he simply let these people escape, so as not to give up their lives for nothing. At the same time, Aochuan also turned back to Su Hao and whispered, "You also escape. You escape can also hold the battle power of several of them." Chapter 86, Ugly is scaring me to death. These 4 people came to seek revenge. Su Hao was the primary target. Su Hao escaped. Jin Tianwu and the others would inevitably divide their battle power to chase him, so that Su Hao could also be considered to divide some of the battle power of these few experts. Well, all of you be careful. Su Hao nodded slightly. He didn't hesitate. He turned around and retreated towards the tunnels of the Black Cloud Mountain. The entrance of the Black Cloud Mountain was guarded by those 4 people. He would definitely be attacked if he went over there, so it would be better to retreat into the well-connected tunnels, to be able to delay the time better. As long as he waited for the Dao Extreme sect to receive the news and some strong people to arrive, not one of these few people would be able to escape. Seeing Su Hao turning around and escaping inside the Black Cloud Mountain, Jin Tianwu coldly snorted, "Old 3, old 4, you guys go in to deal with this kid. Be careful, his strength is not weak, but the 2 of you joining hands, catching or killing him won't be a problem." As expected, Jin Tianwu and the others would not let go of the culprit who decapitated Hu Yanli. "Don't worry, big brother, we will definitely make sure that he won't die an easy death," the withered man said with a hefty smile. "It's best to capture him alive." The stout woman was full of hatred, feeling that killing Su Hao directly was too cheap, to capture him alive and torture him properly before sending him to be buried with Hu Yanli. The withered man and the stout woman both chased after Su Hao, who was escaping from the Black Cloud Mountain tunnel. Aochuan and other innate powerhouses didn't stop them. They had to deal with the remaining Jin Tianwu, as well as the ferocious man, and couldn't help Su Hao. They only hoped that Su Hao would be able to support for a little more time, and support until they joined hands to solve Jin Tianwu, and then go to rescue him. Big brother, kill them all. Today, the name of the southern barbarian 5 Furies will leave a mark in the great Xia dynasty. The vicious man roared lowly as he pounced out like a ferocious beast. Several innate level martial artists plus Chi Tang all greeted him. "Go, be careful of this guy's sword." Aochuan, Bai Yu as well as Zhang Yi and the other 3 Yuandan realm martial artists were teaming up to deal with Jin Tianwu. Jin Tianwu's strength was too strong. Ordinary innate level martial artists could only die against him, so the strongest Yuandan realm martial artists had to team up to have a chance of defeating him. "Come on, I've heard for a long time that Daoji sect is a first-class sect in the Great Xia dynasty. I, Jin Tianwu, will see it today." The same battle intent erupted in Jin Tianwu's eyes. Born in the southern barbarian savannah, he had followed a group of horse thieves to carry out plundering since he was a child. It could be said that he had been exposed to cruel and bloody things since he was a child, and was a militant. Swoosh! One of Jin Tianwu's curved swords bloomed with a clear and bright light, and at once the blade blossomed, tearing the night apart in general, and battled fiercely with the 3 Yuandan realm martial artists led by Aochuan. Ordinary Hotian martial artists faced with this level of fighting, simply unable to intervene. Some fled far away, ready to see if there is a way to help. Some fled away and rode towards the direction of Daoji sect, ready to inform Daoji sect of the things that happened here. The entire Black Cloud Mountain was in chaos. Those ordinary miners were hiding inside their houses or in the mines, not daring to go out at all for fear of being massacred. There are 2. Both of them are Yuandan realm martial artists. Su Hao kept running away in the wide Black Cloud Mountain tunnel as he glanced backward, secretly saying in his heart, 2 Yuandan realm martial artists, each of their strength was estimated to be still above Hu Yanli. It was too dangerous to fight 1 against 2, but Su Hao realized that his speed was much slower than these 2, and it was only a matter of time before he was caught up if he fled like this. If I can kill one first, then it will be quite easy. Su Hao pondered over the way to break the situation. Rather than being caught up and forced to meet the enemy, it would be better to take the initiative. If he could kill one first, and then go one-on-one, then the victory rate would be much greater. Su Hao's eyes flashed with a cold aura as he rushed into the corner of the mine ahead. "Chase, this kid can really run. When we catch up with him, we must cut off his legs first. Let's see how he can run." The withered man laughed harshly, revealing a mouth full of large yellow teeth. The majestic woman, on the other hand, had the same face filled with a sinister color, wanting to kill Su Hao to avenge Hu Yanli. When the 2 came to the corner of the tunnel, the withered man's face changed slightly. "Kill." Su Hao didn't run away again, but waited for the arrival of the 2 at the corner. His soul force spread, clearly seeing the approach of the 2, and at the dead center of the 2's line of sight, Su Hao fiercely struck out. Wind Thunder Chop. Blood Demon Crystal. Su Hao directly launched the Blood Demon Crystal. The blood in his body was unceasingly injected into the Blood Demon Crystal, and the Blood Demon Crystal fed back a strange power, under which both of Su Hao's 2 kinds of saber intents were drastically strengthened by as much as 5 or 6 times. Rumble. It was like wind and thunder roaring, and a deafening sound echoed throughout the entire tunnel. It was almost like being at the very center of a thundercloud storm. The terrifying burst of sound could shake people alive. What? Even though they had been prepared for Su Hao's strength, knowing that he was a demon of the Dao Extreme sect, and that his strength was far from being as simple as a cultivation level of the Hotian, they were still stunned by the sudden outburst of Su Hao's horrifying saber, and the saber intent that permeated the air gave them a feeling of being faced with Jin Tianwu. Snort! Su Hao's slash was aimed at the withered man, deciding to kill one person first before dealing with the last one. Boom! The cold flow blade wrapped with piercing green gold blade chi tore through the void and blasted straight through the withered thin man's waist. Everything, and the remaining momentum was not all chopped on the left side of the tunnel, and immediately the mountain shook, hurricane wind swept, thunder roared, and the whole cave was as if it was going to collapse. Debris tumbled, and the cave wall was sliced through a 100-meter long gigantic blade scar, so deep that it couldn't be seen to the bottom. What's going on? Suhao's heart, however, was a little shocked, because he didn't feel the sensation of cutting into flesh and blood with this knife, and his knife fell short? Suhao's soul force detection was maintained all the time, within his perception range. He didn't know when that withered man actually emerged silently from the shadows behind him, and his pair of curved knives was just like a scissors, closing and shearing towards Suhao's neck, to chop Suhao's head off. Shoo! But Suhao's stance unfolded and swept forward a distance like a breeze, making the withered man's pair of knives only cut into the residual shadow left by Suhao. Realm of intent? Suhao understood in his heart that this withered thin man must have mastered some kind of weird realm in terms of stance, being able to quickly weave and move through the shadows. This kid was actually able to dodge my kill? The withered thin man's heart was even more shocked. He was good at bizarre attack and kill. The realm he comprehended was the swimming shadow realm of the stance category, able to quickly shuttle in the shadows as if it was instantaneous. Just now, he dodged Suhao's killing blow with extreme speed while shuttling out from Suhao's shadows in the same time, launching a counterattack without any sound. But Suhao even detected it in advance and dodged it, which was a little bit shocking. Kid, you're dead this time. The majestic woman licked her lips. The long whip wrapped around her waist and covered with barbs was stained with the crumbs of blood and flesh, and she laughed fiercely. The front was guarded by the majestic woman, and behind her was the withered man, blocking Suhao's escape path. Suhao bristled and said, "You ugly monster standing in the darkness like a ghost, scaring me to death." Suhao's words made the majestic woman's face twisted immediately. She was indeed ugly, but no one dared to mention it in front of her at all, and now that Suhao directly attacked her appearance, it was undoubtedly a great killing force, causing the majestic woman's killing intent to skyrocket. I'm ugly? Wait for me to rip your head off and see if you still dare to say that. Chapter 87, Moment of Life and Death. Swoosh! The majestic woman's whip lashed out, her strength infused into the whip. The whole whip was like a sharp sword, stabbing straight at Suhao's heart. Clang! Suhao lightning out of the knife, interweaving a snowy knife aura, chopped on the whip head, bounced it out. That whip head blasted on the cave wall. The huge force contained in the cave wall blasted at 2 to 3 meters in diameter of a huge crater. One can imagine if it fell on the human body will be a situation, be smashed into pieces or not strange. Snort! Suhao only blocked the attack of the majestic woman. The withered man was like a ghost appearing in the shadow behind Suhao. The blade seemed to turn into a shadow, merging with the darkness, cutting silently. If not for Suhao's soul power always shrouding the body around, facing this weird surprise attack, it was very likely that he would not react and get hit. Poof! Suhao's stance was performed, dragging a wind shadow to avoid it, and the withered man's double knives were separated by a distance of more than 10 meters. The knife chi poured out, leaving 2 deep and tiny knife marks on the cave wall. Compared to Suhao's fierce and domineering knife method, this withered man's knife method appeared to be feminine and soft, killing people in an invisible way. Kill this woman first. Suhao's eyes flashed with killing intent. The feminine man was good at body techniques. It was hard to kill him, then kill the relatively better majestic woman. Her strength was one share stronger than Hu Yanli, but the strength was limited. But in Suhao's eyes, it was much better to deal with. Want to kill me first? Thinking too highly of yourself. The majestic woman sneered as she flicked her wrist. Thousand snake whip technique. Swoosh! The long whip covered with barbs danced. It was simply like transforming into 1,000 poisonous snakes, blocking the void and devouring and biting from all directions. She only needed to pincer Suhao in the middle and long distances, and then let the withered man get close enough to entangle him. The victory would be a matter of time. Although Suhao can burst out of the Yuan Dan realm of combat power, but after all, their own cultivation is weak, the stalemate will certainly be unable to continue. Although the thought is good, but Suhao's behavior is beyond the strong woman's expectations. Suhao even did not dodge or defense, but with the crazy general toward the strong woman lunged straight away, did not pay attention to the surrounding biting, winding long whip. Is this guy looking for death? The stout woman was shocked in her heart, not sure what the meaning of Suhao's action was, but the corner of her mouth drew a hideous arc. If you want to find death, I'll fulfill you. The majestic woman's wrist twitched, and the long whip covered with barbs was simply like a meat grinder that wrapped Suhao in layers, then tightened violently. Shoo! The thing that made the strong woman stunned happened. The tightened whip didn't shred Suhao's body. Suhao's body became translucent, as if he was a ghost, light and unaffected, directly passing through the layers of whip shadows. Ghost intent could make Suhao transform into the form of a soul for a short period of time, immune to all attacks, although Suhao couldn't touch anyone else during this process either, but he held the initiative and could lift the maintenance of ghost intent at any time. If the opponent didn't know his bottom line, getting hit was just too normal. No. The majestic woman was horrified. She saw Suhao pass through the layers of whip shadows, and there was only a distance of 2 or 3 meters from her, and at this distance, Suhao lifted the ghost intense soul physicalization form, and the knife in his hand reflected the cold light that illuminated the stout woman's eyes, and chopped straightly. The long whip of the strong woman could not play any role at this close distance. She gritted her teeth and stretched out a wide palm. Her true essence coalesced and grabbed towards the blade, wanting to catch this knife. If it was just an ordinary Hotian or even innate martial artist, the strong woman could really rely on the cultivation of Yuandan realm to have an empty hand. But Su Hao's knife could not be picked up even by Hu Yanli, who practiced body refining, not to mention her. Pooh. Su Hao used soul power to increase this knife. Just like a stream of light, the majestic woman's movement stopped. Her palm slowly split from the center, fell, bloodlines emerged at her neck, was stared wide-eyed, but couldn't say anything. Su Hao's ghostly tactics were too bizarre. Successfully killed an innate martial artist. Gained 40 years of true chi cultivation. Gained 5,500 experience points. Put. The majestic woman's huge tiger-backed body fell straight to the ground, her corpse separated. Fourth sister. The withered and thin man was stunned, and in the time it took for the rabbit to rise and fall, Su Hao had decapitated the majestic woman. This caused the withered man's eyes to turn bloodshot and he gritted his teeth. Kid, I'm going to kill you, kill you. Shoo. The withered man drove black dark shadows, madly pouncing towards Su Hao. He began to fight for his life. One of the Yuan Dan in his body was burning. This was a battle method of depleting one's true essence and cultivation. A crazy Yuan Dan realm martial artist was terrifying. Swoosh. The sky was filled with blade lights. There was no way to avoid them. Su Hao only had to immediately enter the form of ghost intent. A blade light slashed the cave barriers behind Su Hao and collapsed, the debris tumbling. Can't just let him attack. Su Hao was also furious. His ghost intent could only last for 2 or 3 seconds at most. He had to exit this form. He took advantage of the ghost intent form to avoid the wave of attacks from the withered man. After the burning blood secret art was opened, the blood chi erupted and burned. The blood demon crystal extracted the blood in his body, and the wind and thunder chop was executed. The extreme strike that erupted was like the sky collapsing into the earth and assaulted and killed the withered man. I'd like to see how many times you can support it. The withered man roared furiously. After burning his Yuan Dan, his aura also climbed up. The muscles of his originally withered body swelled up. He swung his dual swords, the dark black blade light like swallowing the darkness in, and fronted Su Hao. Rumble. The mountain shook as the blade chi collided, and this large section of tunnel completely collapsed, the blade chi overflowing in all directions, cutting and shattering the tumbling debris. Su Hao stifled a snort. The force that recoiled back caused him to tumble within his 5 insides, almost spitting out a mouthful of blood. Although he exploded into a super extreme attack with the help of all sorts of means, his own cultivation was still a short board, and that withered man's battle power was too horrifying under the burning Yuan Dan. The withered man was also not good. The tiger's mouth holding the dual swords were crumbling, but he did not hesitate for a moment, his eyes glowing with a cold light. This kid grasps a certain kind of intention that can make his body turn into nothingness and not be subject to force, but it can't be maintained for a long period of time. There's a short interval. I have to take advantage of this interval to cut him down in a single breath. Shoo. The withered man unfolded his realm of intent level stance, weaving in and out of the shadows at great speed, his pair of double knives slashing madly towards Su Hao. Clang. Su Hao mobilized his blistering wind blade intent and beckoned the withered man's chopping blades. The 3 knives kept colliding, deafening collision sounds echoed endlessly. Su Hao felt his arms numb, and the withered man burned his Yuan Dan, completely fighting with Su Hao without caring about his own defense. Su Hao's hand holding the sword was numb, as if he had lost his senses. Under such a fierce attack, he couldn't even launch his ghost intent in time, which made his eyes equally red. Fight for your life? Who wouldn't dare? In the life and death struggle, the most taboo is to be overwhelmed by the other party in terms of momentum. Don't dare to fight? You will only lose your life. Under the withered man's crazy onslaught, Su Hao didn't have time to perform the powerful wind thunder slash and the robbing thunder blade technique, and the blood in his body was continuously injected into the blood demon crystal, increasing the speed-focused blast wind blade intent. Kill. Su Hao's soul force condensed on top of the blade, and a green-colored hurricane swept through, slashing out in a reckless diagonal slash, and he didn't even pay attention to the withered man's slash that chopped at his belly. What? The withered man was shocked, unable to imagine that Su Hao, a seemingly young teenager in appearance, would have the courage to fight with him with his life. He gritted his teeth. One of the curved knives still chopped towards Su Hao's abdomen, while the other curved knife turned back to fend off Su Hao's knife. Pooh. The withered man's scimitar passed through Su Hao's abdomen. Everything. Su Hao felt a burst of fiery pain, if not for the fact that his body had gone through 2 evolutions, and his blood demon body had been cultivated to the 6th layer. This knife could definitely split him in 2 from his waist. Even so, a huge hideous wound surfaced in his abdomen, and the blood fell like rain. Su Hao's eyes were flooded with blood. At this moment, there was only the intention of killing a strong enemy in his heart. Ka-ra. And Su Hao's blood demon crystal, soul force increased extreme speed of the knife also at this moment chopped in the withered thin man blocking blade. Click. This curved sword was actually born from the middle of the chopping broken, green strength and blizzard knife intention remaining momentum not all from his abdomen everything in over, will his body cut into 2. Chapter 88 I'm in a panic. Plop. The upper half of the withered man's body crashed to the ground, his face full of unwillingness. Damn. My blade was a little shorter, otherwise that blade could have cut him off at the waist. Su Hao also staggered back, his abdomen was bleeding like a river. This was the first time he had suffered such a heavy injury. Facing two Yuan Dan realm powerhouses, he had put his best foot forward, but it was good that he was the one who won. Su Hao hurriedly operated Blood Demon Body and Blood Breathing Method, making the hideous wound in his abdomen stop bleeding quickly. Blood Demon Body was good at recovery, and because of this Su Hao dared to take the fight of exchanging injuries for injuries with such disregard for his life. However, Su Hao's face changed slightly because he felt that his body actually had a sense of paralysis, and he saw the withered man's blade had a dark light flickering on it. His blade is quenched with poison? Cough cough. Ha, can pull a demon like you to die together. Also not a loss, my knife is coated with the poison of burning blood, that is, Jindan realm cultivation martial artists who are struck by it will also be burned clean of the blood in their bodies and die. The withered man who had been cut at the waist was not dead for a while, and he laughed as he kept coughing up blood. The withered man's knife is quenched with the poison extracted from the body of the innate demon ghost. The Jindan realm has to make every effort to get rid of the poison immediately after being hit by the poison. With Su Hao's cultivation of the latter day, after being hit by the poison, he thinks that Su Hao is dead, and it is not a loss for him to exchange his own life for the life of such a peerless demon. Pooh! Su Hao inspired a blade chi, cutting the withered man's head in half, instantly exterminating him. Successfully killed an innate martial artist. Gained 40% of swimming shadow intent automatically converted into 500 points of intent energy. Gained 40 years of true chi cultivation. Gained 5,500 experience points. The withered man died, but Su Hao wasn't a bit happy. He searched the withered man's body for a while, but didn't find any antidote or anything like that. Su Hao felt that his limbs started to paralyze and the blood in his body started to boil. His face was gloomy. We must quickly find a place to get rid of the poison. Su Hao stumbled out of the broken tunnel. Su Hao didn't dare to heal his wounds on the spot. It's okay if Ao Chuan and the others won. If the one who won was Jin Tianwu, he would be dead if he met him in his current state. Su Hao and the blood demon body with the state of blood breathing method wounds have stopped bleeding, and with the naked eye visible speed healing, but that burning blood poison is not so easy to get rid of. This car hides inside. Su Hao suddenly saw a few iron carts in front of him. He gritted his teeth and jumped inside an iron cart while his limbs were still able to move. He found that this iron cart was loaded with a greenish golden ore, which was exactly the green underworld gold. Previously, after discovering the green underworld gold in the daytime, Ao Chuan made everyone mine these green underworld gold with all their strength, and loaded the car to prepare for the experts of Daoji sect to come, and then transported these green underworld gold back to Daoji sect. Su Hao wanted to change the place, but he really didn't have much strength left. He barely moved his hands to plow away a piece of green underworld gold, and he himself hid into the bottom of the green underworld gold ore, burying himself in it with the ore. After doing all this, Su Hao then fully operated the blood demon body, together with the breath of blood method to start healing and dispelling the toxin. What made Su Hao slightly relieved was that as he fully operated his gong, the spread of the toxin stopped, but the dispelling of the toxin was very slow. According to the normal situation, he was afraid that he would have to take 10 days and half a month before he could expel this toxin out of the body completely. This battle is really tragic. Su Hao laughed bitterly, but his battle record was enough to be proud of himself, alone against two powerful Yuan Dan realm martial artists, 1 against 2, although he was seriously injured, but in the end, it was him who won. Next I just need to slowly recover. I hope the winners are Ao Chuan and the others, or the experts from the Dao Extreme sect will hurry up and arrive, then I'll be saved. Su Hao secretly said in his heart. He silently ran his energy to heal his wounds. In his current state, even a third-rate martial artist could easily take his life. If he wanted to completely get rid of the toxins in his body, it would be impossible without 10 days and half a month. Su Hao silently endured the feeling of boiling blood in his body. His whole body was sweating, surrounded by ores burying him, and all he could smell was iron stench. Outside, he could still hear the sounds of killing and roaring every now and then, but with the passage of time, these sounds gradually dispersed. Day. In the quiet tunnel, a burst of footsteps gradually rang out. Su Hao reluctantly shifted his head. Through the blood-breathing method, he passed through the layers of obstacles, and saw two bright, bloody shadows entering the cave in the distance, which made Su Hao's face slightly sullen, because these two bloody shadows were all bright and incomparably bright, as if they were two blazing suns, and in 9 cases out of 10, they were two Yuandan realm martial practitioners. Is it Ao Chuan, Shi Tang, and the others? Or was it Jin Tianwu and that vicious man? Su Hao couldn't be sure. There was a fierce fight here, and the tunnel collapsed. It seems that Old 3 and Old 4 had a fight with that kid. At this time, far away from each other, the voices faintly coming from the silent tunnel made Su Hao hear them clearly. This made the corner of Su Hao's mouth tugged, revealing a bitter smile. This voice was the vicious man among the southern barbarian 5 furies, and the other bloody shadow was naturally Jin Tianwu. Now it seems that the winner is the southern barbarian 5 furies, and I don't know whether Aocho and others escaped or were beheaded. This Jin Tianwu strength is very scary. Before a knife killed 4 innate martial artists, among all the strongest people in the Black Cloud Mountain, even the commander Aocho was not his opponent. Su Hao could only pray that these two people would leave quickly and not find themselves. Third brother and fourth sister died? It didn't take long before Su Hao heard the vicious man's voice with the slightest hint of anger and disbelief. Obviously, they had found the bodies of the withered man and the majestic woman. That kid actually beheaded the third brother and fourth sister who joined forces? Jin Tianwu's voice carried a slight fatigue and the same hard to believe as he roared lowly, "Damned bastard kid." The 5 southern barbarian fierce men, 3 of them died in Su Hao's hands. This made the only remaining vicious man and Jin Tianwu furious to the extreme. What's that smell? There seems to be a lingering smell of blood in the air over there. Could it be that the kid escaped with injuries? The vicious man's nose tip shrugged at this moment. He smelled the lingering trace of blood odor in the air, which was left behind by Su Hao. Although Su Hao's wound stopped bleeding quickly, and the direction he fled didn't have any blood falling on the ground, there was still his lingering blood odor in the air that hadn't dissipated. Damn! Won't find me, right? The corner of Su Hao's mouth twitched. He forcibly suppressed his heartbeat and excluded his breathing. His palm gripped the hilt of the knife. If he was found out, with his current state, even if he surprised him with a sneak attack and fought to the death, it was estimated that it would be difficult to injure any of these 2 people. Su Hao saw through the effect of the breath of blood method that the 2 of them, Jin Tianwu, followed the residual smell in the air straight towards the place where he was hiding. Su Hao's heart was in his throat. This feeling of being at the mercy of heaven was indeed not a good feeling. If he was stronger, it would have been better, not so much that he could only be at the mercy of heaven when his enemy was still close by while he was seriously injured, but there was no way. After all, he was still young, and being able to manage to be able to kill 2 Yuandan realm martial practitioners with a 1 against 2 decapitation had already been the limit. This flavor is the flavor of metal. It's green underworld gold. At this time, the voice of the vicious man rang out. His voice was tinged with disappointment and joy. They found these several loaded carts of green underworld gold, and the coppery smell of the metal was very similar to the smell of blood, which covered up the smell of blood on Su Hao's body, making the vicious man and Jin Tianwu think that the smell they had just smelled was the smell that emanated from these several carts of green underworld gold. That kid killed the third brother and the fourth sister. Also don't know where he ran away to. Those 4 Yuandan realm martial artists. We killed 2 of them and the rest escaped. What should we do? That kid is most likely still hiding somewhere within this mine. Should we search him out? The vicious man's voice rang out. He looked at these several carloads of precious green underworld gold. His expression changed. As long as he left with these several carloads of green underworld gold and brought them to the southern barbarians to sell them at a high price, he would have more than enough resources to advance to the innate Jindan realm. Jin Tianwu also hesitated. Su Hao killed their 2 companions. Now where to say, this mine in all directions, to search a bottom to find out hiding in which Su Hao is not a simple thing. If the delay is long, the experts of the Daoji sect rush to, then it will be dangerous. As for Su Hao is hiding in the green underworld gold and or in front of him? Jin Tianwu and the vicious man but did not think of this. Hiding in the precious pile, this is not a good choice. It is too conspicuous. This mine is so big, casually find a place to hide are better than here, and here is too close to the corpses of their third brother, fourth sister. A normal person would not hide from the corpses so close to the place. Of course, they don't know that Su Hao doesn't want to hide farther away, but he is seriously injured and can't go far at all, so he can only find a place to hide on the spot. Chapter 89, Blood Red Demon Eagle. In the face of the ferocious man's inquiry, Jin Tianwu did not answer for a while. He stared at this batch of green underworld gold. Go to find Su Hao. Such a large mine, do not know when to find, and maybe the mine has other roads out. Su Hao has left this mine or possible. Want to find him? This is not small difficulty. The longer the time is delayed, the greater the possibility that the experts of the Daoji sect will come, and the risk of finding Su Hao is too great, not to mention that a large amount of green meditation gold is in front of us. As long as it is brought to the southern barbarians to sell, the vicious man exchanged for the resources to promote the innate Jindan realm are completely enough. And Jin Tianwu also has the certainty to rely on this green underworld gold to ask the Immortal sect level powerhouses to step in and help him recoalesce the detonated Jindan. Third brother, fourth sister, fifth brother. Can't do anything about it. We don't even know where that brat has run off to nowadays. It's too hard to catch him, but don't worry, when there's a chance in the future, we'll definitely avenge you. In the end, Jin Tianwu sighed and muttered, if he could he certainly wanted to take revenge. He also didn't expect that the 2 Yuandan realms to deal with Su Hao, but they were all killed back by Su Hao. Big brother. Let's leave for the time being. Anyway, killing hundreds of people today is not a loss, and that old guy died in our hands. The vicious man also did not want to continue to look for Su Hao, who did not know where he had run away to. He agreed. AO repulsive commander. Died? Su Hao was lying in a pile of green meditation gold, hearing the words of the vicious man outside. His heart was also inexplicably a little sad and angry. Ao Chuan served as the commander of Black Cloud Mountain, doing his duty, and was also very kind to them, without any frame, but now he was dead in the hands of the southern barbarian 5 Furies. In the previous AO repulsive and other innate strength and Jin Tianwu and other people war, ultimately not to Jin Tianwu, mainly 2 ferocious man's opponent. 1,000 long was killed. AO repulsive is to let other people to escape. He is alone desperately blocked Jin Tianwu and vicious man, finally died on the spot. He felt that he lived more than 200 years old. For the clan to save some of the young disciples is considered to be done the last job. Although his heart was angry and full of killing intent, Suha didn't dare to make a little noise. Clear that he couldn't do anything nowadays. 3 of the 5 fierce men of the southern barbarians had died in his hands. When he was healed and his strength was stronger, he would definitely let the 2 of them, Jin Tianwu, go down to be reunited with their brothers. Let's go, we've killed so many people. 9 times out of 10, the Dao Extreme sect will directly send out Immortal sect level powerhouses to capture us. Jin Tianwu made the decision to leave this place. It didn't need to be thought about to know that their killing hundreds of Dao Polarity sect disciples in Black Cloud Mountain would make the Dao Polarity sect enraged, and if they didn't leave quickly they might be approached by Immortal sect level powerhouses. Well, there are a total of 7 carts of green underworld gold here. We can barely take 2 carts each. The vicious man stared at the carts of green underworld gold in front of him and said, which made the corners of Suhao's mouth, who was originally slightly relieved, twitch slightly. They were going to leave with these green underworld gold? Just hope that they don't pick their own cart. But the truth is often not as good as one wishes. Well, it's a pity that we can't transport all of them, but this much green underworld gold can be too much compared to what we smuggled out before. Let's pull 2 carts each and leave immediately. Jin Tianwu nodded. One hand each grabbed the handle of a tin car loaded with green underworld gold, and one of the tin cars was exactly the one Suha was hiding in. It won't be so unlucky, right? Suha was speechless. This if the other party poured out the green meditation gold in the car, he would be completely exposed. Ka. Jin Tianwu and the ferocious man pulled 2 tin carts loaded with green underworld gold one by one towards the outside of the cave. The tires of the tin carts rubbed on the ground, making a clack sound, which was particularly harsh in the silent mine cave, and Suha was in the midst of these 4 tin carts. Only try to get rid of the poison as much as possible. I hope these 2 can't escape. Suha silently ran his energy to get rid of the poison, recovering a little bit of battle power. He wasn't without the slightest resistance. In addition, these 2 people's destination was the southern barbarians. Wanting to cross the border of the Great Xia Imperial Dynasty with so many large carts of green meditation gold wasn't easy. Maybe halfway they were caught by the experts of the Dao Extreme sect, and they themselves could be saved. However, the southern barbarian 5 fiends dared to come here to plunder, but they were no little darlings. They had already thought of a way back long ago. It's not easy to return to southern barbarians with so much green underworld gold across the border of the Great Xia Dynasty. We can only rely on that legendary demon eagle. The vicious man said. He and Jin Tianwu were each dragging 2 carts of green underworld gold. Although green underworld gold was a relatively light metal, a cart also weighed more than 50,000 pounds. These 2 were dragging it, but they were as fit as a fiddle. Demon eagle? Suha was surprised what this demonic eagle was. A demonic eagle could help them leave the Great Xia Dynasty? Well, go to the high mountains and summon it. The border of the Great Xia Dynasty is hard to cross, but if you fly from the sky, it will be simple. Jin Tianwu also nodded his head and said, the borderline can only be defended against the ground. The sky on the other hand is too vast to be defended against, so some immortal sect level powerhouses or those who have mastered the ability to fly, then it's still easy to cross a country's borderline. Jin Tianwu and the vicious man had been running for an hour, all the way to the top of a big mountain that was nearly 1,000 meters high. Even with their Yuandan realm cultivation, dragging and dropping 2 big carts of green medieval gold by human power and flying for an hour, they were also tired, panting and sweating. I'll summon this demonic eagle. Jin Tianwu took out a whistle created from a beast bone, took a deep breath and blew. This beast bone whistle was very peculiar. Even though he blew it with all his might, it didn't emit a single sound, but there was a circle of ripples in the void spreading out towards the extreme distance. Then Jin Tianwu and the vicious man were slightly nervous and waited. They couldn't be completely sure that if they blew the beast bone whistle in this place, that demonic eagle would rush over. However, as time passed, joy surfaced on the faces of Jin Tianwu and the fierce man. Who? In the distant sky, a huge beast rolled the gale and flew towards this place. It was an eagle, an incomparably huge blood-red eagle. It had a wingspan of more than 50 meters, as if it was a prehistoric beast, and between the flaps of its wings, endless air currents roared with an astonishing sound. This is a demon ghost? Suhao hid inside the iron carriage. He sensed the huge blood-red eagle outside with his soul force, and he couldn't help but be a little surprised. Jin Tianwu and the vicious man's means of leaving the Great Xia Dynasty was with the help of this demonic eagle? This demon eagle is a demon ghost, and the strength of the breath is very scary. Humans, are you summoning me? This demon eagle's pair of blood-red eyes are extremely majestic. It slowly stops landing on top of this high mountain, lowers its head to look down at Jin Tianwu 2 people, and even spits out human words. Yes, Lord Demon Eagle. Jin Tianwu had a respectful face. He didn't know how strong this demon eagle in front of him was, but 9 times out of 10 it was above himself. Can really summon a demonic eagle? The vicious man felt the strong aura of this blood-red demonic eagle, swallowed a mouthful of saliva secretly. This demonic eagle is a demonic ghost, a very high intelligence, mastering human language, mostly evolved demonic ghost, but it is very special. Blowing a special animal bone whistle, this demonic eagle will come, pay a certain price to satisfy a small request of the summoner. The demon eagle said in a hoarse voice, the rules you should know. If there is no food, you will be my food. Jin Tianwu hurriedly said, no. Of course, we want to ask Lord Demon Eagle to take the two of us to fly away from this great summer imperial dynasty and head to the southern barbarian savannah. This is our reward. Saying that, Jin Tianwu took out a small porcelain bottle. Once the porcelain bottle was opened, a strong smell of blood came from inside, which was clearly loaded with several blood-red pills, each of which was red like blood. Blood essence pills? Blood essence pills created with the blood of a human's heart. This quality is 3,000 human copies. The Demon Eagle nodded slightly. The blood essence pill that Jin Tianwu took out was condensed from the heart blood of 3,000 human beings. It was a great tonic for the demon ghost. Please smile, Lord Demon Eagle, and take the two of us away. Jin Tianwu poured out 2 blood essence pills with a hopeful face. 2 people? 2 blood essence pills? That's not enough. Need 3 to do. The Demon Eagle bit the corner of its mouth drew a trace of arc. Its eyes looked toward those several tin cars loaded with green underworld gold. Its eyes seemed to have a deep meaning, seemed to be smiling and not smiling, said. This makes Su Hao, who was hiding in the tin car, change his face slightly. This Demon Eagle found me? Chapter 90, Barbarian God's Court. Su Hao was almost certain that this demonic eagle had discovered him hiding inside the tin car. Yes. We're offering 3 blood essence pills, please also help us consign the goods. Jin Tianwu and the two of them, however, thought that the demonic eagle was saying that helping to consign these few tin cars would require additional payment, and without any doubt, took out 3 blood essence pills and offered them with both hands. Phew! The demon eagle opened its mouth and sucked these 3 blood essence pills into its mouth, swallowing them in one mouthful. It smashed its mouth and plopped down to the ground saying, "Good. Let's go, I'll send you guys to the southern savage savannah." Yes. Jin Tianwu, the ferocious man's heart was happy, and he hurriedly placed all 4 cars of green underworld gold onto the demonic eagle's back. Luckily, this demon eagle didn't expose my existence. Su Hao let out a long sigh of relief. The demonic eagle obviously found him hiding inside the tin car, but didn't remind Jin Tianwu and the two of them. Su Hao guessed that this was because Jin Tianwu and the others' commission was only to take them out of the Daxia dynasty, so the demonic eagle would only fulfill this one request and wouldn't meddle in the matter by reminding Jin Tianwu, the vicious man, that there was still someone hiding in their tin car as long as they paid enough reward. I'm not going to be taken to the southern savage savannah, am I? Su Hao's cheeks twitched, although it was temporarily safe, but looking at this appearance, he was afraid that he would have to be brought to the southern barbaric savannah in this inexplicable way. Southern barbarians, that place is very chaotic, living are primitive and good at fighting southern barbarians, but it's better than being exposed and killed right now. Su Hao can only listen to the fate of heaven, and temporarily use all his energy to heal his wounds. The demon eagle carried Jin Tianwu, the vicious man, Su Hao plus the 3 boxes of green medieval gold, rolled up a fierce wind and rushed into the clouds. The vicious man and Jin Tianwu hurriedly held down 2 tin cars each, afraid that flying so fast would shake out their loot. Reporting to Elder Li Shichong. Black Cloud Mountain this time, a total of 560 people died, including the commander Ao Chuan, the 1,000 chiefs Baiyu, etc. were killed in battle. Listening to the disciples who survived, it is the southern barbarians 5 fowls who did it, and they should have already left, taking away a large portion of the green meditation gold. In the blink of an eye, time has passed 3 days. Black Cloud Mountain, a man in green quietly listening to a guard in armor report. Ao Chuan and Baiyu are dead? I arrived more than 2 days ago, tracking the 2 thugs who fled, but in the end their breath has disappeared in the air, but also smelled a smell of demonic ghosts' residual flavor. They are mostly with the help of flying demonic ghosts left. There is no way to chase. The green-robed man, Li Shichong, secretly said in his heart, he is the Tao Extreme sect and Immortal sect powerhouse. He immediately rushed here after getting the news from Black Cloud Mountain. But when he came, it was already too late. Jin Tianwu and the others had already been carried away by the demonic eagle, and Li Shichong, even if he was an Immortal sect level powerhouse, had no way to pursue them at all. Where is that Su Hao? I heard Elder Zhao say that he is also here at Black Cloud Mountain. Is something wrong? Li Shichong suddenly remembered something and inquired. Su Hao, this outer sect's first genius name he had also heard of, and wanted to confirm his safety. Upon hearing this, that Black Cloud Mountain guard's face flashed a trace of gloom as he said, "We've searched the entire Black Cloud Mountain, and didn't find Su Hao's whereabouts, but we found the corpses of 2 of the 5 southern barbarian fiends, who are both Yuan Dan realm powerhouses, suspected to have been beheaded by Su Hao." Decapitated 2 Yuan Dan realm powerhouses? Li Shichong was a bit shocked, a Hotian martial artist against 2 Yuan Dan realms, and still managed to kill back? But Li Shichong also frowned. Su Hao had disappeared. He knew in his heart that 9 times out of 10, Su Hao had already been killed, otherwise he should have found him long ago. There were 2 possibilities. One was captured by Jin Tianwu and the others, which categorically didn't have a way to live, and the second possibility was that Su Hao had been beaten by the angry Jin Tianwu and the others on the spot and his body had exploded, so there was no body left behind. Have already passed 3 days. Su Hao, if nothing, should have shown up long ago. To the present, living not see people, dead not see the body. The probability of him surviving is too low. Alas. Pity such a demon alone after the Heaven Realm cultivation anti-killing too powerful Yuandan Realm, if not dead, the future will certainly be our Dao Extreme Sex Pillar, the future may have the possibility of surpassing the Patriarch, but alas, pity. Li Shichong sighed repeatedly, feeling that Su Hao's death was too much of a pity. But this can't be blamed on anyone, no one can know that just sending Su Hao to the safe Black Cloud Mountain to gild the lily, but encountered this kind of thing. Su Hao also won't think that the Hu Yanli he found still has for such powerful accomplices, it can only be said that the things in this world are all unpredictable. I believe that when the news of Su Hao's death is brought back to Daoji sect, it will cause no small ripples now, but this is not what today's Su Hao cares about. It's been 3 days of flying. Su Hao was lying in the tin car at this time, being carried by the demon eagle to fly away from the Black Cloud Mountain and the Great Summer Imperial Dynasty. Su Hao silently calculated, it had already flown for 3 days and 3 nights, this demon eagle was extremely fast, Su Hao felt that its speed was even faster than many Immortal sect level powerhouses, even so, flying away from Daxia Imperial Dynasty had also flown for 3 days and 3 nights. The situation is a little better than I expected, I've recovered a 40-50% of my injuries, when these two guys find me, I'll definitely give them a surprise. Su Hao had been healing his wounds for 3 days and recovered a lot of strength. He felt that under the sneak attack, he had a little bit of certainty that he could seriously injure or even decapitate Jin Tianwu or the vicious man. Of course, this certainty wasn't high, that's all. It was more probable that the moment he killed the accidental leakage, he made the two of them raise their vigilance. Arrived. And this day at noon, the demonic eagle fell towards the bottom. This is already the territory of the southern barbarian prairie adjacent to the Grand Xia Imperial Dynasty. The demonic eagle stopped on the ground. The wind it rolled up will be the ground of green grass or pressured to bend. Many thanks to Lord Demon Eagle. Jin Tianwu and the vicious man were all joyfully thanking each other. If there was no this demonic eagle, if they wanted to leave the Grand Xia Dynasty with a few large carts of green underworld gold, the difficulty would be at least dozens of times greater than that, or it was like nowadays, directly flying to the southern savage savannah. It's just a deal, good luck. The demonic eagle smiled, its eyes looked at the tin car Su Hao hid with deep meaning, then its wings vibrated, the airflow tumbled, like a blood light pierced through the clouds and disappeared without a trace. This demon eagle is afraid that even if it is not at the level of the demon ghost king, it is not far from it, right? The vicious man looked up at the sky, his eyes were very strange. Demonic ghosts generally attack when they see humans, but this demonic eagle is the one that will make a deal with humans and will actually complete the deal. It's really peculiar. There are so many types of demon ghosts, it's normal to have foreigners with different thoughts, just like humans. Let's go. This place is not far from the Savage God Court, it's best to arrive before nightfall. Jin Tianwu then said and withdrew his gaze. Also, quickly head to the Barbarian God Court and sell these green underworld gold. The vicious man's spirit also lifted. As long as they sold these green underworld gold, they would all obtain a large amount of cultivation resources, straight to Jin Dan, and a future outlook at the Immortal sect level would not be impossible. Barbarian God Court. Listening to that name, it seems to be a top-level power in the southern barbarian savannah. Su Hao heard the conversation between the two and said in his heart, Barbarian God Court, this had a transcendent status in the southern barbarian savannah. It was the top power in the southern barbarian savannah, higher than even the Dao Polarity sect's status in the Grand Xia Imperial Dynasty. Jin Tian were two people looking for this kind of big power to sell the green meditation gold also had considerations. If sold to some small and medium-sized power that only had 1 or 2 immortal sect powerhouses sitting on it, then there was a high probability that it would be blackmailed, and the barbarian divine court was deep and rich. Naturally, it would not do such a thing to tarnish its reputation. Selling to the barbarian god court was the safest thing to do. Chapter 91, Can't you afford to play? Of course, Su Hao didn't want to go to what barbarian god's court, but with his condition at this moment, even if he made a first-hand sneak attack, the possibility of decapitating the vicious man and Jin Tianwu was also less than 10%, so he could only press on temporarily, wait until the point of last resort and then put up a fight, and at present, he could look at the situation first. Barbarian God Court, located in a city with nearly 10 million southern barbarians, in this city called Black Rock City, the Barbarian God Court has a supreme status. It is also precisely because the Barbarian God Court is located here, like nomadic, do not like to gather in a place of southern barbarians will be here to establish a city. Barbarian God Court is located in the very center of Black Rock City, and is also a place where no outsider is allowed to approach. Jin Tianwu and his duo paid the entry fee and skillfully walked through a road, obviously not the first time they came here. The Barbarian God Court, like a huge palace, solemn and solemn, at the entrance of the Barbarian God Court, a tall, strong-breathed southern barbarian guard stood like a stone statue. Idle people, no approaching. One of the southern barbarians at the entrance saw Jin Tianwu and the ferocious man approaching and shouted in a deep voice. My lords, I'm here to sell a batch of precious rare metals. These metals will not be a problem to build weapons at the Immortal sect level, please inform me. Jin Tianwu said with his posture lowered. Precious metals? Building Immortal sect level weapons? These southern barbarians' guards were a bit surprised when they heard this. The southern barbarians' prairie was poor in resources, especially ores, and such were very rare. The metal that Jin Tianwu said could build immortal sect-level weapons undoubtedly made them become solemn. Wait a moment, I'll go inform. A southern barbarian guard then nodded solemnly and entered the palace to inform. After about half a pillar of incense, the southern barbarian guard reappeared and waved at the two of them. Come in with your belongings, the seventh young lady wants to see you. Good. Jin Tianwu and the vicious man both pulled their carts and followed the guards inside the palace. Su Hao then followed sparingly. This barbarian god court is really strong. The guards along the way, I've already found nearly 10 and 8 level powerhouses. Su Hao was inside the tin car, using his soul force together with the breath of blood method to perceive the outside, and along the way, he found that there were many experts in this savage god court. Not long ago, a group of people entered a large hall. Within this large hall, a gorgeous chair made of unknown material was placed. A young girl wearing a gorgeous beastskin clothes, looking 17 or 18 years old, sat on it. She was very beautiful, a head of long black hair casually draped. Unlike some young girls who were soft and weak, the feeling that she gave was valiant, full of wildness. A pair of bright eyes were extremely oppressive. Behind this young girl, several heavily armed guards stood quietly, all of them in the innate realm. This beautiful young girl lazily half lying on the wide seat, bare pair of white tender little feet also warped, seems to be in a good mood. When the young girl saw Jin Tianwu and the others who came in, she casually said, I'm the barbarian god court's Emotion Yu, you have a batch of rare metals for sale? Emotion Yu? Jin Tianwu and the ferocious man were all secretly surprised. The surname Emotion was a surname that only existed in the core lineage of the barbarian god court, and this young girl, Emotion Yu, definitely did not have a low status in the barbarian god court. Reporting to Miss Emotion, this is a batch of green underworld gold that we obtained, adding up to about 200,000 pounds, all of which can be sold to the barbarian god court. Jin Tianwu immediately said, Green underworld gold? Emotion Yu was slightly surprised. This was indeed a very rare precious metal, and she gazed towards a nearby guard. That guard immediately nodded his head and came to the side of a few tin cars in big strides, took out a piece of green underworld gold and carefully inspected it, then turned back to Emotion Yu, reporting to the seventh miss, it is indeed green underworld gold. Emotion Yu nodded her head in satisfaction, and no one dared to come to the barbarian god court empty-handed to seek her happiness. She hummed, we at the barbarian god court will take this 200,000 pounds of green underworld gold. What do you guys want in payment? Both the vicious man and Jin Tianwu were delighted in their hearts, knowing that this deal was more than likely a done deal. Jin Tianwu immediately said, I need to ask an immortal sect realm powerhouse to help me recoalesce my Jin Dan, and in addition, we need the heavily elemental Dan. Jin Tianwu was mentioning his request, but suddenly he unconsciously stopped. He saw that outside the great hall someone had walked in. He looked back and happened to be opposite that person. It's you, this guy. Jin Tianwu. The person who came in at the doorway also saw Jin Tianwu. After freezing for a long while, he gritted his teeth and roared, Jin Tianwu, you thief actually didn't die? This person who suddenly came in had a stout figure, a scar on his face, and a long hair. His body exuded a strong aura. At this moment, he was glaring angrily at Jin Tianwu. His eyes were almost about to spit out fire. The hatred and killing intent was undisguised. It seems like Jin Tianwu has met an enemy. Su Hao blinked his eyes inside the tin car. Barker. You actually didn't die? Jin Tianwu was also stunned, and a touch of vigilance and killing intent surfaced on his face. Barker. This is not a place for you to be reckless. Seeing that the scarred southern barbarian Barker looked like he was ready to make a move and pounce on him at any time, one of the guards reprimanded. Barker's expression stared and he respectfully bowed to Emotion Yu, seventh miss, it is my subordinate who has taken the liberty. Emotion Yu waved her hand, it's fine, I'm curious if you know this person? Barker gritted his teeth and stared fiercely at Jin Tianwu. Of course I know him, this person is Jin Tianwu, the first of the 5 fiends of the southern barbarians. At that time, my elder brother died in his hands, and I almost died in his hands as well. Fortunately at that time, Miss Seven passed by and saved my subordinate's life. Jin Tianwu frowned, this guy is Baji's younger brother. When I was in a deadly battle with Baji, both detonated their Jindan, and in the end I won by a fluke. I was too injured at that time, I forgot to confirm the death of this Baji, and now he even hitched a ride on the barbarian god's court? Jin Tianwu was originally a Jindan realm powerhouse, but he detonated his Jindan in the battle with his mortal enemy, injuring his origin. This Barker in front of him is his mortal enemy's own brother. He actually didn't die, and defected to the barbarian god's court, and even worse is that he actually bumped into him at this time? Although Jin Tianwu felt bad in his heart, he still maintained his composure and said, Barker, I came to the barbarian god court to make a deal. Do you still want to sabotage the deal and damage the barbarian god court's credibility? Jin Tianwu's words were also directed towards the barbarian god court and the others. He had come to conduct a transaction. They couldn't make things difficult for him just because he had a grudge against Barker, could they? Southern Barbarian $5, I have heard of your reputation. Emotion Yu frowned, Southern Barbarian $5, the reputation is very bad, it is because of offending too many people disappeared for more than 10 years. Seventh miss, this person, and I have the revenge of killing my brother. Barker, must take revenge. Please also ask seventh miss to oblige. I am willing to fight with him in a life and death battle, dead or alive. Barker pleaded with emotion. You. At the same time his eyes looked towards Jin Tianwu. Jin Tianwu, I can fight you fairly, no one else will intervene. If you win me, you can leave. If you lose, leave your life behind. If you don't meet the battle, I'll follow you all the way. And when you leave the barbarian god's court, I'll strike just the same. The corners of Barker's mouth were filled with a fierce smile. Are you unable to play? Chapter 92, a handful of squeezes and explodes. Jin Tianwu's face was ugly. This Barker had a deadly enmity with him. On the contrary, he had also defected to the barbarian god court. Now he wanted to engage in a life and death fight with him. If he didn't agree, then Barker would also keep pestering him, and when he left the barbarian god court, Barker would immediately take action. His meaning was very clear: immortality. The vicious man also frowned. They, the Southern Barbarian Five Fiends, had offended too many people in Southern Barbarian, and it was precisely because of that they left Southern Barbarian to go to the Great Summer Imperial Dynasty to avoid the storm in the first place. Emotion Yu had a smile on his lips as he stared at Jin Tianwu. Jin Tianwu, Barker seems to have a life and death grudge against you. How about following his proposal? You engage in a life and death fight with Jin, and if you win, the deal will go on as usual. Of course, you can also refuse, but Barker is considered to be a labor of love for the barbarian god court, so we won't engage in a deal with you, and you can take this batch of green underworld gold and leave. Emotion Yu's words made Jin Tianwu and the ferocious man's face completely gloomy. Emotion Yu was helping Barker. If Jin Tianwu didn't agree to engage in a life and death fight, then the barbarian god's court would refuse to engage in a deal with Jin Tianwu. Jin Tianwu could only take this batch of green underworld gold and leave, but if he went out of the barbarian god's court's range, this Barker would still make a move. Big brother. The vicious man gritted his teeth and looked at Jin Tianwu. They seem to have no choice. Jin Tianwu's choice is only to fight with Barker. If he wins, with the credibility of the barbarian divine court surely won't retaliate, and will also rely on the words of the ink god Rain that the deal will go on as usual. The Southern Barbarians are more emphasize on commitment in duel. Evil people have their own evil people grinding. Suhao in the tin car to see this sudden change of the scene cannot help but also in the heart of the big smile up. The Southern Barbarians' five evil at every turn is to start killing, cruel and ruthless. See Jin Tianwu encountered in the past enemies, but also be forced to this point. To this point, of course he was happy, ready to watch the good show. Good. Very good, Barker, your big brother Baji in the beginning where I cut off the head with a knife, then I'll see what you have grown in these years today. Jin Tianwu was also not good-tempered. Now in front of him also only have the choice to accept the life and death battle. His eyes cold light straight stared at Barker, viciously said. Even Barker's elder brother Bai, a Jindan realm powerhouse, had died in Jin Tianwu's hands. Jin Tianwu felt that he would have no problem defeating this Bai. Since you have accepted a life and death battle, then come on, dead or alive. I'll blow your head off to avenge my big brother. Seeing Jin Tianwu accept the life and death battle, Barker hemmed and hawed and laughed, the scar on his face trembling, his eyes full of ridicule and ice-cold color. You seek death, so I will fulfill you. Round moon blade intent. Jin Tianwu didn't have any nonsense. When a life and death battle started, then only one side could survive. He let out a low roar and drew the curved sword at his waist. Swoosh. That round of curved sword was like transforming into an ice-cold round moon. The cold, deadly cold moonlight illuminated the great hall, beautiful and dazzling. Emotion Yu and the others watched the battle, and a guard shook his head. This Jin Tianwu's strength is very strong, but unfortunately, Lord Barker's strength is not covered either. The entire hall was enveloped by Jin Tianwu's saber intent, his wrist flicked, and the round moon incarnated by the curved saber silently tore through the void, spinning and cutting towards Barker, fast to the extreme, leaving long-lasting and hard-to-heal traces in the void. Previously, Jin Tianwu was relying on his profound and unpredictable saber technique to defeat all the innates of Black Cloud Mountain. Even Ao Chuan died in his hands. Now the full-strength saber filled with killing intent was very terrifying. Good timing, Jin Tianwu, you are much weaker than 10 years ago. Barbarian God Hand. In the face of Jin Tianwu's harsh, powerful strike, Barker however laughed maniacally as he violently stretched out a gigantic palm and roared furiously as he slapped it out. Rumble. The void trembled and hummed as if it was about to explode, and that huge palm was like the palm of an ancient giant as it pressed horizontally. Boom! The saber intent round moon collided with that gigantic palm, letting people be shocked that the moment it made contact, that round moon was slapped and shattered, along with the curved saber in it, all of them were slapped and shattered. The surging strength of the aftermath of the force is not all. The bombardment of Jin Tianwu flew out backwards, his back heavily smashed in a stone pillar above. This scene stunned the vicious man. How? How is this possible? Big brother was defeated in one move? Jin Tianwu, this is a peak Yuan Dan realm powerhouse, facing this Barker, yet he was defeated in one move? Cough cough cough. You reached the Golden Dan realm? Jin Tianwu coughed repeatedly, blood mixed with fragments of internal organs, climbed up with difficulty, staring at Barker incredulously. Ha ha ha. What else would it be? 10 years have passed, not everyone would be like you who not only didn't progress, but also retreated. Barker laughed maniacally, fierce flames rising around him. This was clearly a Jindan realm martial artist. Barker was only in the Yuandan realm 10 years ago, facing Jin Tianwu was easily beaten into serious injuries, but 10 years later Barker promoted to the Jindan realm, this Jin Tianwu, but because of the detonation of the Jindan the cultivation regressed to the Yuandan realm, by Barker was easily routed. It can be said to be the wind and water rotating. I have waited for 10 years, I was about to look for you to take revenge, I didn't expect you to take the initiative to send the door, really God's favor. Barker grabbed in the air, and a palm condensed into true essence grabbed and squeezed Jin Tianwu. No. Obviously I will be able to return to the peak soon. Why would I die here? Jin Tianwu was full of unwillingly roared, trying to break free of the clamp, but he simply couldn't do it. The gap between Yuandan realm and Jindan realm was too big. Jindan realm martial artists could be said to be the strongest martial artists under the Immortal sect. The gap between Yuandan realm and Jindan realm was like the gap between Hotian and innate. Jin Tianwu, whose cultivation had regressed, was not a one-on-one enemy of Barker at all. Put. Barker's face wore a grimace as his palm pinched hard, and Jin Tianwu's body was pinched and burst apart. The ferocious and renowned Jin Tianwu, the head of the southern barbarian Five Fiends, died so tragically in this savage god court. Ha 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 ha. Big brother, I've finally avenged you. Barker thought of his elder brother who was extremely good to him and died 10 years ago, and also could not help but be happy and sad. Jin Tianwu died? Suhao perceived this scene inside the tin car, also a little bit unbelievable. This one sword decapitated for innate, ferocious and incomparable Jin Tianwu was actually pinched and exploded alive. Indeed there are heavens beyond the heavens, there are too many masters in this savage god's court. Big brother. The ferocious man's eyes widened as he looked at Jin Tianwu, who had been pinched into a puddle of meat paste. It was a little hard to accept that Jin Tianwu had been defeated, and had even been killed in front of his eyes, which caused his body to tremble slightly. Obviously, everything was going well. They had brought a large batch of green underworld gold to the barbarian god court, and after reaching a deal they would be able to obtain a huge amount of cultivation resources, but it hadn't even been a long time before the situation took a drastic turn, and they encountered their enemies, and joy was born from sorrow. You call him big brother? Barker's gaze looked over at this time, staring at the ferocious man, seemingly smiling. This made the ferocious man swallowed his saliva, his back chilled. All his strength was far inferior to Jin Tianwu. Even Jin Tianwu was easily killed by Barker, let alone him. The vicious man at that moment hurriedly said, I am not his brother, I am just his henchman, it has nothing to do with me. In order to live, the vicious man directly set aside the relationship with Jin Tianwu, which can be said to be a very plastic brother. Saying that, the vicious man also kept backing up to leave the barbarian god court. He couldn't even care about the piles of green destiny gold, he just wanted to live. Goon. Barker was not prepared to make a move. He killed Jin Tianwu because he had a life and death feud with him and engaged in a life and death fight. He didn't know this vicious man, and it wasn't too good to kill someone directly in front of Emotionu without her permission. He's leaving? Suhao sensed that the vicious man was going to leave. He couldn't help but change his face. He wasn't willing to let go of any one of the southern barbarian Five Fiends. After thinking for less than 1 or 2 breaths, Suhao decided to make a move. If the vicious man left, sooner or later, the crowd of barbarian god court would find him hiding in the car, so it would be better to show up at this time, and still be able to kill this vicious man. Chapter 93, 2.5 years of cultivation. Go. Go. The vicious man had been scared out of his wits at this time. In his mind the powerful and unrivaled, invincible big brother Jin Tianwu was pinched into meat paste in front of his eyes, which allowed him how can he not be afraid? But the vicious man didn't know that death was approaching. Ha! When the vicious man passed by the tin car loaded with green underworld gold, wanting to flee the barbarian god court, a trace of surprise surfaced on that Barker's face violently, and a trace of more surprise appeared in Emotionu's eyes as well. Throttle pull. Steeply from within the tin car, a dazzling blade light tore through the tin car. The hurricane roared, the thunder rolled. This blade was stunning to the extreme, and also abrupt to the extreme. No one could think that there were other people within this tin car. What? The vicious man also stayed for a moment. He was fleeing for his life in a hurry at this time. He didn't expect that there were still people hiding inside this tin car that had been pulled for 3 or 4 days. He couldn't react in time, and he was chopped through the middle of his body by that blade light. It is you. The vicious man turned around with difficulty, and he saw that in the cracked tin car, a teenager whose body was stained with dried blood and somewhat dirty, with cold eyes like electricity, was coldly looking at him. Originally. The vicious man's eyes were full of disbelief, recognizing Suhao, the guy who killed his 3 brothers, who were in a hurry to leave and didn't go to find Suhao. But he would never have thought that Suhao had been there all along, hiding in the tin car, holding back until now, being pulled by them all the way to the southern barbarians. Poof! The vicious man wanted to say something, but his body emerged from a blood scar in the middle, slowly cracked into 2 halves of his body softly fell to the ground. 4 of the 5 deadliest in southern barbarians, all died in Suhao's hands. So far the 5 deadliest in southern barbarians were also all extinguished. Successfully killed an innate martial artist. Obtained 30% fist intent automatically converted into intent energy 300 points. Acquired fire spiritual root broken. Gained 5 elements fist technique silver level. Gained 40 years of true chi cultivation. Gained 5,500 experience points. The crowd in the Barbarian God's Court was dumbfounded. How could they not expect another teenager to suddenly jump out and slay the vicious man who had fled in a hasty manner with that radiant, deadly slash that dazzled the crowd as well? Who are you? Why are you here? Emotion Yu's beautiful eyes also came to be interested. She opened her mouth and inquired, there was still a teenager hidden inside this tin car that Jin Tianwu's duo pulled? Moreover, looking at Su Hao's appearance of showing no mercy, the two sides were obviously not in the same gang. Su Hao moved his slightly stiff body. After lying in a pile of metal for 3 or 4 days, this is not a good taste. Hearing Emotion Yu's inquiry, for a moment he didn't know how to introduce his own identity and why he appeared here, so he coughed and said, I'm a martial artist who has been cultivating for 2.5 years. Kai, ahem, Su Hao. Good evening everyone. You dare to be oily even after meeting Miss Seven? You hid in that car to blend into the Barbarian God Court. Maybe you have some ulterior motives. Take you down first before we talk. A guard on the left side of Emotion Yu said with a cold light in his eyes. When he inspected the green meditation gold before, he unexpectedly didn't realize that there was still a Su Hao hiding in the car. If Su Hao jumped out while the crowd was not prepared, it might cause major casualties. And this was all because of his negligence. Therefore, this guard wanted to make up for his mistakes. He took big steps towards Su Hao, his tall body wearing bronze armor, just like a giant, able to become the guard of Emotion Yu. His strength naturally could not be underestimated. The bronze-armored guard approached Su Hao with great strides, and raised his hand to snap at Su Hao's shoulder, to take him down. Su Hao frowned darkly. At this time, the poison in his body had not been completely dispelled. It was not suitable to make a move with someone. Su Hao stood still and did not move, but when the bronze-armored guard's palm landed on Su Hao's shoulder, he froze, because his palm even went straight through Su Hao's shoulder, as if Su Hao had turned into a ghost. Phew! And also taking advantage of this bronze-armored guard's moment of daze, Su Hao fiercely launched his sword, which was as fast as it could be under the soul power increase, and swept through the bronze-armored guard's neck. Dang dang dang! The bronze-armored guard retreated back and forth. He touched his neck. The sharpness revealed by the blade cut the skin of his neck, and there was blood oozing out, which made his back wet with cold sweat. Su Hao left his hand in that knife, otherwise he would have already landed on his head. Who is this teenager? The strength is surprisingly so strong? That Jindan realm powerhouse Barker's face was also full of shock when he saw the scene. Earlier Su Hao decapitated the vicious man even if it was a sneak attack. After all, together with the fact that the vicious man panicked, he was only decapitated by a single knife. But this bronze-armored guard was different. Although his strength was not as good as the vicious man, he had also stepped into the innate realm for many years, and was only one step away from entering the Yuandan realm level. But when facing Su Hao, he was almost chopped off his head in a single glance, and if not for Su Hao's stayed his hand, he would have been a dead man already. The bronze-armored guard stood in place for a while, not knowing what to say. Su Hao's methods were too weird, obviously just a Hotian martial artist, but the speed of the knife that erupted was completely too fast for the naked eye to capture. Who exactly was this person? Everyone, I have an enmity with this southern barbarian 5 Furies. I had no choice but to hide in the car before, and I also want to thank this senior for killing Jin Tianwu. Su Hao arched his hand and said, setting aside his relationship with the southern barbarian 5 fiends, if it's fine, I will leave first. Su Hao decided to leave this place of wrongdoing first. Wait. That young girl, Emotion Yu, however, opened her mouth, her eyes full of strange colors. Looking at your appearance, you seem to be injured. Why don't you temporarily rest for a few days in the Barbarian God Court first? And if it wasn't for our Barbarian God Court killing Jin Tianwu, you might have died in his hands, so we can be considered to have saved your life, right? Su Hao frowned. He was really considered to owe a favor here. Emotion Yu smiled and said, you can rest and recuperate in the Barbarian God Court first, and after that, you can leave after returning the favor. Su Hao was a bit speechless. It didn't seem to be so easy for him to leave, but now that most of the poison on his body hadn't been dispelled yet, and he was unfamiliar with the southern barbarians, it would be better to listen to the words of this Ink Divine Rain and stay for a few days to rest and recuperate from his injuries first. Then well, I'll stay first. Su Hao nodded slightly. After recuperating his injuries and returning the favor, he could just leave. Barker, on the other hand, didn't say anything. It was clear that Emotion Yu was trying to pull Su Hao in. At such a young age, he possessed such a powerful strength, not the least bit inferior to the heavenly pride cultivated by their barbarian divine court. Of course it was a good idea for such a demon to be able to pull him in. Good, you will first stay in Barbarian God Court. You can find me if there are things. Emotion Yu's eyes lit up when he saw Su Hao's promise, and he ordered the guards next to him, arrange a residence for this honored guest. Yes. A guard nodded and led Su Hao away. This teenager doesn't seem to be from the southern barbarian savannah. Only after Su Hao left did Barker say. Emotion Yu stretched lazily. Anyway, it's quasi-correct to pull in a little. There's no loss if you can't use it. That's true. Barker nodded his head in agreement. Such a teenage genius, it is always right to pull in a bit. Immediately, Barker's eyes were filled with excitement as he stared at the 4 carts of green underworld gold and said, this Jin Tianwu was really a good person. Not only did he come all the way here to give his life to me, letting me settle my grudges, but he also brought so much green underworld gold with him. Once Jin Tianwu and the vicious man died, these 4 carts of green underworld gold naturally belonged to their barbarian divine court and they didn't have to pay treasures to exchange them, which was well worth being happy about. This gentleman, this is your residence, you can call the servant if there is anything. Suhao followed a guard to outside a good courtyard guest room. The guard said very respectfully, although Suhao looked small in age, he had gotten the appreciation of emotion you, not to mention the amazing strength that Suhao had shown before. He had almost cut off the head of an innate martial artist in one look. The strong ones were always easy to be respected. Chapter 94, the Fourth Realm of Intent. Okay, you go and get busy. Suhao nodded and entered the house alone. This guest room was very big and quiet. Suhao lay on the bed and immediately his whole body was sweating a little bit as if he was deficient. The poison on Suhao's body hadn't been fully unlocked yet, and just now he did it again. He had long been exhausted, he was just holding on strongly. At this moment, a wave of exhaustion made him close his eyes and directly fall into sleep. Even in sleep, Suhao automatically ran the blood breathing method, and the blood demon body automatically exerted its effect, recovering his physical strength. This sleep was 3 days and 3 nights, and when he woke up again, the poison of burning blood in Suhao's body had already been removed. It was evident that the blood demon body was a powerful technique. Many Jindan realm powerhouses who were hit by this kind of poison were in danger of their lives, but Suhao's Hotian cultivation was able to heal without medicine by virtue of his own recovery power. My cultivation has already reached the Hotian limit, with 200 years of true Qi cultivation. Suhao silently thought. The true Qi cultivation in his body now reached 200 years. Because of the reason that he had already reached the limit, he was also stuck at 200 years of true Qi cultivation. If he couldn't break through to the innate, his cultivation would be difficult to progress further. To break through innate Dan was needed. Suhao now had 3 innate Dan in his hand, so if he wanted to break through he could do so immediately, but it was best to prepare 9 innate Dan for breakthrough, because the more innate Qi condensed, the greater the potential would be. Like Yelu Xiong, when he broke through, he directly ate 9 innate dawn, but he only ended up condensing 6 strands of innate Qi, which was considered a waste of 3 innate dawn. Suhao's breakthrough definitely had to take 9 innate dawn at a time as well, and try to reach his own limit to condense a few more strands of innate Qi. Other than that, killing 4 Yuan Dan realm martial artists, Suhao gained a total of about 18,000 experience points, plus the remaining total of 20,000 points, and 900 points of intent energy. However, intermediate spirit root upgrading to advanced spirit root required as much as 20,000 experience points, so Suhao was prepared not to be busy upgrading his intermediate spirit root first. After killing 4 Yuan Dan realm martial artists, only the vicious man can be considered a big explosion. Suhao thought secretly with some speechlessness. In addition to the basic experience value, intent energy, and cultivation level, the vicious man also exploded the broken fire spirit root, as well as the silver grade quality martial skill 5 elements fist. 5 elemental fist silver grade, proficiency elementary 1%, an internal martial art with 5 styles of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, corresponding to the human body's lungs, liver, kidneys, heart, and spleen, and while practicing the 5 elemental fist, the 5 internal organs can be quenched and the body's potential can be stimulated. Fire spiritual root need not be said, this 5 elements fist but very profound, respectively, for 5 very different fist composition, but complement each other, and is the internal fist, practice when hammering their own fragile 5 viscera and 6 bowels, can be strong from the inside out. Suhao's eyes lit up. This 5 elements fist can strengthen my heart and lungs? The root of my breathing method lies in my lungs. If my lungs become strong, is it possible that the effect of the breathing method will also increase greatly? Breathing method. Breathing relies on the lungs naturally. Theoretically, the stronger Suhao's lungs are, the stronger the breathing method will be. He decided to try practicing this 5 elements fist. Suhao started to rehearse the 5 elemental fist inside the house, although this 5 elemental fist was profound, but with Suhao's talent nowadays, he spent half an hour to basically familiarize himself with the 5 elemental fists routine and rehearsed it in a decent manner. And with the continuous rehearsal of the 5 elements boxing, Suhao felt a burning sensation coming from his internal organs. That was his internal organs being refined. Not only that, during this process, Suhao's blood breathing method effect and thunder breathing method effect even seemed to have enhanced quite a lot. It's really good. Suhao's eyes lit up, his lungs became stronger. The lungs as the fundamental breathing method would also become stronger, and all the residual toxins in his body were being quickly removed. This made Suhao very excited. He decided to upgrade his fire spirit root to intermediate level first. With 4 intermediate spirit roots, Suhao's cultivation talent would be enhanced again. Ding, consuming 2,000 experience points. Congratulations to the host's fire spirit root broken for upgrading to primary fire spirit root. Ding, consuming 5,000 experience points. Congratulations to the host's primary fire spirit root for upgrading to an intermediate fire spirit root. The fire spirit root was upgraded to intermediate level, making the blood in Suhao's body seem to be burning, transmitting a heat, and all the toxins in the blood were being quickly burned away by this heat. Hovo hovo. Suhao kept practicing the 5 elements fist. His internal organs started to heat up and warm up as he kept practicing the fist technique, as if he was immersed in hot water, making Suhao's eyes brighter and brighter, because this 5 elements fist was really too suitable for him, and Suhao found out that his talent in boxing was not inferior to that of the sword technique in the slightest. Suhao fell into the drilling of this 5 elements fist technique, and other than occasionally going to the cafeteria of the Barbarian God Court to eat, he usually closed the door to cultivate this fist technique. Suhao only spent 5 days practicing the 5 elements fist proficiency to intermediate level, and after practicing it to intermediate level, Suhao even directly spent experience value to raise it to perfection. Ding, consuming 4,000 experience values. Congratulations to the host for raising the 5 elements fist to advanced 1%. Ding, consuming 8,000 experience points. Congratulations to the host for upgrading the 5 elements fist to perfection. All of Suhao's experience value was consumed to the bone, and after the proficiency of 5 elements fist was raised to consummate, Suhao's fist movements became more pure, between one fist and one stance, sometimes fierce as fire, sometimes soft as water, sometimes thick as mountain. The 5 elements were transformed and consummated as they were meant to be. After Suhao indulged in the cultivation of this arcane 5 elements fist, several days passed in a row. His 5 organs seemed to have metamorphosed, vaguely. Suhao even felt a level beyond the limit of boxing, which made Suhao excited. He knew that it was boxing at the level of the realm of intention. His talent in boxing was no less than that of the sword technique. After nearly half a month's time of painstaking cultivation, he had finally touched a higher level of the realm of intention. From the consummate 5 elements fist. Level of intent. Boom! As Suhao blasted out a fist, the void trembled tremendously, and that explosive sound shook the entire house. And it was fortunate that this guest room was a VIP guest room, and he was the only one living in the huge courtyard, otherwise it would definitely alarm others to come and investigate. Phew! Suhao closed his fist and let out a long sigh of relief. A trace of heartfelt joy appeared on his face. I've finally comprehended a fist intent at the realm level. This kind of fist intent specializes in 5 elements transformation, strengthening the fist power with the help of the 5 elements. It's a very high level fist intent, let's call it 5 elements fist intent. Suhao successfully grasped the new intention, which was a profound boxing intention that could strengthen the boxing power with the help of the 5 elements of heaven and earth, and Suhao called it 5 elements boxing intention. Chapter 95, Sitting Down to Fight You. The fist out carries the momentum of the 5 elements of heaven and earth, and the changes are endless. And the 5 elements fist nowadays, Suhao's most powerful fist is the fire fist. As for the reason, naturally because Suhao nowadays has an intermediate fire spirit root, and the two complement each other, the power of the fire fist is the greatest. Suhao decided to directly upgrade the 5 elements fist intent with intent energy. Ding, consuming 200 points of intent energy. Congratulations to the host for upgrading his 5 elements fist intent to 20% fist intent. Ding, consuming 400 points of realm energy. Congratulations to the host for upgrading his 5 elements fist intent to 30% fist intent. Directly raising the 5 elements fist intent to the level of 30% fist intent, it was not even remotely comparable to his blade intent. Not bad, this 5 elements fist is really profound, greatly strengthening my 5 viscera and 6 internal organs, and even my breathing method has been enhanced as a result. Suhao nodded his head with satisfaction. This 5 elements fist technique was very peculiar, and he didn't know where that vicious man had learned it from, and as a result, he died in Suhao's hands and was exploded. It's almost time to stop cultivating for now, it'll be good when I can return the favor. Suhao moved his body and secretly said, his injuries had long been healed, and his state was even better than ever before. The southern savage prairie was unfamiliar, of course, he didn't want to stay for a long time, however, he still owed Emotion a favor, and he needed to repay it before he could leave. Go eat. Suhao decided to go eat. In the Barbarian God Court, the cafeteria for eating was very huge, while the food was mostly meat, no one disliked it. Suhao sat down at a table, ordered a roasted whole lamb, and enjoyed it alone. Have you heard? Tali successfully obtained the warrior title. Of course I heard about it. The warrior title is a symbol of strength, a title that must be obtained by a Hotian martial artist with both strength and potential. It's a supreme honor. While in the surroundings there were other members of the Barbarian God Court, all talking about things with gusto. Warrior? Suhao scratched his head. This warrior should be very similar to the Daoji sect's elite list. The Barbarian God's Court's warrior, which was at the same level as the Daoji sect's elite disciples, was a title that only those with Hotian cultivation and whose strength had reached a certain threshold were qualified to obtain. The Tali warriors are here. At this moment, there was a commotion in the crowd. All of them looked towards the doorway. Suhao also couldn't help but turn his gaze to the doorway. At the doorway, a young, tall man entered in large strides. This man possessed the characteristic stoutness of the southern barbarians, with a rugged look. At this moment, he was a dragon marching, indescribably spirited and vigorous. This man was the so-called Tali warrior, and Suhao had heard other people talk about him before. Not bad. Suhao slightly glanced at him, and then he sighed in praise in his heart. Suhao could tell at a glance that this tower force's whole body was so full of chi and blood that it was about to overflow out of his body, and his strength was definitely not to be underestimated. Tali, he is a one-hit wonder. I heard that he defeated the original 3 warriors with 1 against 3, that's why he won the warrior title. One by one, members of the Barbarian God's Court whispered. Tali had a very small reputation until then, but not long ago, he challenged 3 warrior-ranked southern barbarians and defeated 3 of them in a single fight, shaking the Barbarian God's Court and recognizing his potential, and thus was awarded the warrior title. The Barbarian God's Court had over 100,000 disciples, but less than 100 of them had only been awarded the warrior title. Every single one of them was a heavenly pride. The warrior title could only be obtained at the Hotian cultivation level, and every warrior was the strongest existence in the Hotian realm, 1 in a million. Suha withdrew his gaze after a few glances, and lowered his head to enjoy his food. In the eyes of ordinary disciples of Barbarian God Court warriors were rare and worthy of admiration. However, in Suha's eyes, he naturally felt that it was nothing more than that. He had even killed more than one of Feng Wuji and Yelu Xiong, such truly rare demons in the Hotian, capable of fighting beyond the level, the ordinary ones. What kind of warriors and elite disciples couldn't even enter his eyes? However, what made Suha frown was that the southern barbarian named Tali swept through the hall, fixed his gaze on him, and walked straight over. Is there something wrong? Suha raised his head and asked with a frown. He didn't recognize this Tali and wasn't sure why the other party had directly approached him. Tali's stout body looked down at Suha and said indifferently, "You took my place." Suha was a bit amused. This Tali was provoking him. He himself sat in this position for the first 2 days, and no one came to look for trouble, but Tali was directly looking for him now. This provocation was overflowing. "What do you want?" Suha indifferently said. He didn't know Tali, but he wasn't afraid if Tali wanted to find trouble. A hint of smile appeared on Tali's rough face, and said, "I heard that you kid is a martial artist from outside the Barbarian God Court. Even the 7th young lady appreciates you and lets you stay in the Barbarian God Court. There are even rumors that your cultivation is at the Hotian realm, but your strength is very terrifying. You have defeated an innate martial artist on the spot. Fight with me. I want to see what level of strength is for geniuses from outside the Barbarian God Court." Tali is going to challenge this teenager? His name is Su Hao. I heard that he came to the Barbarian God Court some time ago, and he subdued one of Miss Seven's innate true essence realm guards in a single shot. The crowd of Barbarian God Court disciples eating in this cafeteria were all excited. Tali, the recently renowned heavenly pride, with the strength of one person to pick 3, challenge 3 warriors, all battle and win. This kind of strength in the Barbarian God Court warriors are absolutely able to rank among the top. It was eye-catching that Tali wanted to face off against a genius from the outside world. Su Hao smiled and nodded slightly. "Fine, you want to challenge me? Come on then, I also want to see what the standard of strength of the Barbarian God Court's warriors is." Su Hao was the #1 outer sect in Daoji sect, while this Barbarian God Court's power and status in the southern Barbarian savannah could be even higher than Daoji sects in the Great Xia dynasty, with a deep strength base. How exactly was the strength of the top Hotian powerhouse cultivated by such a sect? Su Hao was indeed a little bit interested in seeing it. Right here? Tali, however, frowned, because Su Hao was still sitting on his seat at this moment, holding a roasted leg of lamb in one hand. "Not bad, I'll recognize your strength if you can make me stand up." Su Hao smiled faintly. Come to provoke himself? He couldn't die from his own anger. This kid is so rampant. How dare he want to sit and fight with Tali warrior? Go Tali, break his bones. Many of the Barbarian God Court disciples became angry, feeling that Su Hao was too arrogant, an insult to Tali and an insult to the Barbarian God Court. "You want to sit? Then I'll let you lie down." A cold light flashed in Tali's eyes. He might be punished if he made a move in this place, but at this moment, he couldn't care less. He wanted to smash the face of this guy in front of him, so that he would understand that his Tali's warrior title was earned by his strength. Who? Tali swung up a fist, and smashed at Su Hao's cheek. His fist was tigerish and windy, bringing up a whistling sound. This Tali also deserved to be one of the few strong men in the Hotian. This fist did not have a true chi added to it, and the strength of the pure flesh alone was more than 20,000 pounds, which was very scary. However, Su Hao didn't even look at it. One arm flick, the 5 elements fist of the waterline fist. The water walking fist. The most skillful thing was to overcome strength with softness, to fight with strength, and Su Hao, who had mastered the 5 elements fist intentions, had even reached the point of raising the power of the 5 elements fist to beyond the limit. Phew! Tali was stunned. His punch seemed to hit the water. It was soft and flimsy. The power that erupted was absorbed, and Su Hao sat on the chair and didn't even move. Bang! Su Hao's arm was slightly shaken, and a shocking force rebounded back, shocking Tali to stagger uncontrollably and explosively withdraw 4 or 5 steps away, and his back hit on a table, which was directly shattered into powder by the huge force. Chapter 96 Dripping Broken Battle Body. Tali warrior was repelled? The other Barbarian God Court disciples around had already retreated far away. Seeing this scene, they couldn't help but be shaken in their hearts, although Tali's punch hadn't exerted its full strength, but it was easy and simple to blast and kill an ordinary Hotian martial artist, but Su Hao lightly shook him back with one arm. "Put out your full strength, let me see your real strength." Su Hao stared at Tali and said, "Good, very good, in that case, I'll fulfill you." There was a shocked look on Tali's face, but he immediately heatedly smiled at the words. He was just afraid of killing Su Hao with one punch, so that punch was just a test. Knowing that Su Hao's strength was very strong, Tali also decided not to reserve anymore. Boom! Around Tali, a berserk power was released, and above his torso, a ferocious aura was vaguely burning. It's the Berserk Savage Battle Body. Tali has actually practiced the Berserk Savage Battle Body, no wonder he was able to defeat 3 warriors of the same level 1 against 3. Seeing this scene, some people recognized that what Tali was using was the Berserk Savage Battle Body. This technique belonged to the top grade in the Barbarian God Court, but if one wanted to cultivate it, talent and perseverance were indispensable, and every move one made after practicing it was as if the Barbarian King had been enraged, berserk and ferocious. Kill. Berserk Savage Battle Body. Tali roared lowly, rushing towards Suha with big steps. Every time his feet landed on the ground, the earth trembled, and in 2 or 3 steps, he approached Suha, his fists rubbing the air to give birth to sparks, and crushing furiously. Suha was slightly surprised. This Tali's strength is really very strong. Under full outburst, it's not even worse than a demon like Fongwuji, but for Suha, it's still not enough to look at. 5 Elements Fist Intent. Suha drew in one arm, and the 5 Elements Fist Intent was struck out in conjunction with the Water Fist from the 5 Elements Fist. What? Tali was shocked. He saw ripples spreading in the void in front of him, just like ripples on a calm water surface, and when his fist came into contact with a circle of ripples, his power was continuously weakened, and when it collided with Suha's fist, his power was already weakened to a pitiful level. Boom! The 2 fists collided. By the water fist meaning scattered the power of the tower force is naturally impossible to be Suha's opponent. Only one contact. Tower force sturdy body is shocked with a sandbag like flying backward out of more than 10 meters, heavily smashed down on a table, smashed the table into smithereens. The whole body is stained with soup, dishes, very woeful. The whole place was silent. There was no imagined fierce battle, nor was there any shocking movement. Tali made a series of strikes, but all of them were listed as nothing, and were easily knocked away by Suha, just as if a child was facing an adult, completely not at the same level. You are not my opponent. Suha ate his fill and wiped his hand on a paddle, saying. Tali's face was green and white. Recently, he practiced the Berserk Savage Battle Body and defeated the Barbarian God Court's strongest person in a row. Where could he accept a defeat in Suha's hands for no reason at all? You haven't won me yet, my Berserk Savage Battle Body. It's the innate true essence realm powerhouses can't even break it. You want to leave without defeating me? Tali roared low with a red face, quite a taste of stalking. Although he fell twice in a row, the strength of his body that practiced the Berserk Savage Battle Body was able to resist the attacks of the innate powerhouses. Not even a little bit of his skin was broken, which also made him feel that he still had the capital to fight with Suha. Break your Berserk Savage Battle Body? How hard is that? Suha snorted coldly. This guy really didn't know what to do. Suha had left his hands open before, and since Tali was entangled in it, he couldn't be blamed for being injured by him. Stop talking big words. Come and try if you have the ability. Tali's eyes were tinted with threads of blood, his fists were clenched, and his body's true chi flowed, ready to resist Suha's attack and prove his strength. Then, be careful. Suha picked up a water cup next to him, in which there was still half a cup of unfinished tea, following which he shook his hand and raised it. 5 Elements Fist Intent of Water Potential. Swoosh! An amazing scene happened. The tea in the teacup poured out, and under the infusion of Suha's fist intent, the tea transformed into a water arrow, crystal clear under the light, as if it was shining like a crystal. A water arrow shot out at a terrifying speed, directly bombarding on top of Tali's body. Tali stared wide-eyed. His body that could harden against the attacks of innate martial artists had a sharp pain coming from all parts of his body, and his Berserk Savage Battle Body couldn't even carry Suha's attack? Poo poo poo. In a series of muffled sounds, these teas, like arrows, bombarded Tali's body with blood splattering everywhere, and a single bloody hole surfaced, with blood mixed with the tea flowing out. You are. I lost. Tali stared at Suha dumbfounded, muttered to himself, both knees flopped to the ground and fainted. He was a little unable to accept this result. His own proud Berserk Savage Battle Body was pierced by the water that Suha splashed out. Seeing the directly unconscious Tali, the whole audience was silent. Tali lost. This recently famous pride lost so cleanly. Not that Tali is not strong enough, but Suha is overly strong. With a cup of tea to break through the wild savage battle body, is this what a Hotian martial artist can do? The things broken here are not my business. Suha got up and said, then walked out of the cafeteria and left the place under the shocked gazes of the crowd. The 5 Elements Fist intent was indeed subtle and infinite, allowing Suha's control of force to rise to a new level. Defeating Tali was just a small episode for Suha, but what he didn't know was that this matter had caused a huge uproar in the Barbarian God Court. Tali was defeated by that outsider. He didn't even stand up. A cup of water was thrown out and penetrated Tali's Berserk Savage Battle Body. Yeah, I heard that kid was arrogant to the extreme, bluntly saying that Tali was trash, looking for the door to hit him in the face. Suha, an outsider, defeating the popular Tali, undoubtedly shocked people, and the rumors spread more and more outrageously, and some even said that Suha was arrogant and infinite, and couldn't look past the popular Tali, so he took the initiative to come to his door, provoking Tali and beating him halfway to the ground. Suha naturally didn't know about all this, and if he did, he would definitely feel wronged. The one who was approached and challenged was himself, but it was said as if he had become a villain. That's Suha. Defeated Tali? Easily broke Tali's berserk savage battle body? Even emotion you heard about this matter, she was equally very surprised. This tower force cultivated into a berserk savage battle body, his strength was not weaker than a true essence realm martial artist. Suha was also at the cultivation level of the Hotian, easily defeating a top Hotian realm like tower force. Although she knew that Suha was strong, she didn't expect it to be strong to this extent. Maybe we can get him to help, emotion you pondered. Lord Mad Thunder has someone you must be interested in. And at this time in a hall, a burly man was sitting on his knees, and a man beside him spoke with an excited face. The man known as Mad Thunder was 25 or 26 years old. He was wearing a beastskin suit, his naked muscles were as gnarled as dragons, and there was a unique flavor of a strong man all around him. What man? If this person doesn't interest me, you might have to go out of here sideways. Berserk Thunder frowned. He was in the middle of cultivation when someone approached him, causing him to say rather unpleasantly. Chapter 97, 9 Refining Berserk Thunder. The man hurriedly said, Lord Berserk Thunder, this person must be of interest to you. His name is Su Hao. I heard that he is not from the Barbarian God Court. He is the same as Lord Berserk Thunder. He is in the cultivation of the Hotian, but his strength is very powerful. Our Barbarian God Court's Tali, who cultivated into the Berserk Barbarian warrior body. His strength is definitely able to be ranked in the top 10 among all the warriors, but he is powerless to fight back when facing. This Su Hao, I was there to saw it with my own eyes. This Su Hao sat on a chair and defeated Tali with one hand, splashing out water broke the Berserk Savage battle body, and beat Tali into a serious injury. This person's strength is very, very strong. It's the strongest Hotian realm I've ever seen. Other than Lord Mad Thunder. The man said with a face of marvel. Easily broke the Berserk Savage battle body and defeated Tali? A trace of excitement swept through Berserk Thunder's eyes as he came to be interested. Mad Thunder, this was a character that no one in the Barbarian God Court knew about because he was too demonic. Mad Thunder's father was an Immortal sect level powerhouse in the Barbarian God Court, and from a young age, there was no lack of cultivation resources, and when he was in his early teens, he had cultivated to the Hotian perfection, displaying an extremely terrifying natural talent. Seeing that his son had such natural talent, Mad Lei's father also devoted all his efforts to cultivating Mad Lei, and chose a very esoteric secret art for him to cultivate. Crazy Thunder was promoted to the innate realm more than 10 years ago, but after he was promoted to the innate realm, he didn't condense the innate chi. Instead, his body was immediately dispersed from his cultivation after the tempering of the true essence, and he started cultivating again, and then promoted to the innate realm, and so on. Once every 3 years, the cycle was repeated. Every 3 years dispersing one's cultivation to recultivate, and every 3 years promoting one's innate. So far he was less than 30 years old, he had already gone through 6 cycles. This is undoubtedly beyond the reach of ordinary people. Talent, perseverance, financial resources are all missing. Mad Thunder did so, for the natural accumulation of reserves, when the real promotion of the innate in one fell swoop burst, condensed 9 strands of innate chi into their own origin. 6 cycles, has made the body of Tali nearly perfect. In the Hotian realm without rivals, is the innate true essence realm he can single-handedly suppress, is the Barbarian Divine Court generation deservedly the first demon. Berserk Thunder is also a warlike person who loves challenges. Now that he heard that this kid named Su Hao has the strength to outperform all the warrior-level powerhouses of their Barbarian God Court, he was undoubtedly interested, and the battle intent in his eyes rose. Good, I'm going to complete the 7th cycle soon, so I'll fight with him before I disperse my power again, so that he understands that the strongest Hotian can only be me. At dawn, Su Hao quietly sat on his bed with his knees crossed. A bitter smile appeared on his face. My cultivation nowadays has reached the limit of Hotian. If I don't break through, I won't be able to refine my cultivation by a single ounce no matter how much I cultivate, but I only have 3 innate pills right now, but I haven't repaid the favor, so I can't leave the Barbarian God's Court. Su Hao was a bit helpless, his strength entered a bottleneck. It was time to make a breakthrough, but for the sake of his potential in the future, he had to prepare 9 innate Dan before he could make a breakthrough, and nowadays, in this savage God Court, he couldn't even get innate Dan if he wanted to. What's that noise? Why is it so noisy? Su Hao frowned at this time. He heard a loud noise, and in this mansion, it seemed that many people had come. Su Hao, come out quickly. Senior brother Mad Thunder wants to see you. Shouts rang out from outside the house. Senior brother Mad Thunder? What the hell? Su Hao was puzzled as to where this crazy thunder was from, but he also decided to go out to see the situation. Su Hao pushed open the door of the house, but he saw dozens and hundreds of people gathered outside the house, filling up the courtyard, while outside the courtyard were all packed and crowded. Do you guys have something to do? Su Hao looked around and inquired. This was the mansion of the Barbarian God Court's honored guests. Even the disciples of the Barbarian God Court were not allowed to enter, but now they were crowding the place. A young man said with an excited face, Su Hao, senior brother Mad Thunder wants to see you. He wants to have a duel with you to determine who is the strongest Hotian martial artist. Sick. Su Hao's mouth twitched and said indifferently, first of all, I don't know who this crazy Thunder is, and secondly, winning him is the strongest Hotian martial artist? I'm not interested, don't disturb my rest. Who is Crazy Thunder? Su Hao doesn't know at all, and winning him is the strongest Hotian martial artist. Although Su Hao felt that he was considered very strong in the Hotian realm, he wasn't arrogant enough to think that he was the strongest Hotian martial artist in the whole world since the ancient times. After all, he still understood the reasoning that there is no strongest, only stronger. Su Hao directly refused the challenge, making the original crowd of barbarian god court disciples with a warm atmosphere become dull. Su Hao did not accept the challenge. How could this work? Su Hao easily defeated Tali, and more importantly, he was still an outsider. They, as disciples of the barbarian god's court, naturally wanted to see someone who could stand out and defeat Su Hao, revitalizing the majesty of the barbarian god's court. But Su Hao didn't want to fight with Crazy Thunder, dueling with someone every day? He wasn't that bored. Seeing Su Hao's refusal, someone got anxious. If you don't promise us, we won't leave. Shouting outside your house, so you can't practice. Su Hao was speechless. Why were these guys like children? However, Su Hao suddenly looked puzzled and inquired, "This Mad Thunder senior brother of yours must be very rich, right?" Su Hao's inquiry stunned the crowd, not sure why he asked, but immediately someone replied with a hint of pride, "That's for sure, Brother Crazy Thunder's father is a strong person who opened the Immortal sect, and he's even a sworn brother to our barbarian divine court's Barbarian Zun, born from a famous family, and born to be extraordinary." Barbarian Zun, that was the sect leader of the barbarian god court. A harmless smile appeared on Su Hao's face. "It's fine to let me fight with Crazy Thunder, but if I lose I'll lose face and get a fat beating from Crazy Thunder, and if I win I won't get any benefit at all. That's too unfair, isn't it? Go back and tell your senior brother Mad Lei to ask me to duel with him, and if I win, he has to give me 6 and 8 pills." The request made by Su Hao made the barbarian god court disciples present all a little surprised. An 8 dan, this was incomparably precious. The reason why many martial artists whose strength had reached the peak of Hotian delayed their breakthrough was because they couldn't get enough an 8 dan. If they broke through haphazardly, their future potential would be very low. That's why they preferred not to break through for the time being rather than be mediocre in the future. Each an 8 dan was worth a huge amount, but Su Hao dueled with Mad Thunder and opened his mouth with 6 and 8 dan. Seeing the faces of the crowd, Su Hao closed the door while saying, "I won and he lost me 6 and 8 dan. This is the condition for me to agree to the duel. Go back and tell him. If he doesn't agree, forget it. I am an honored guest of the barbarian god court, and he still wants to force his hand on me?" Looking at the tightly closed door of the room, everyone looked at each other. Su Hao wanted 6 and 8 pills as a bet. "Let's go tell senior brother Mad Thunder first. This kid can't win anyway." Someone left, ready to tell Mad Lei about Su Hao's request. "If he wins, I have to give him 6 and 8 pills?" Mad Lei, who was in a large hall, heard this. A hint of a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and without hesitation, he got up and said, "I promise. Tell him that I'll wait for him in the barbarian fighting arena, and if he can win me, 6 and 8 dan will be given with both hands." Mad Lei had absolute confidence in his own strength. He had cultivated to the innate realm 6 times and dispersed his powers 6 times, in order to accumulate his base and reach the sky in one step. He was convinced that among the Hotian realm martial artists, there was no way anyone could be his opponent, so he agreed to Su Hao's condition without any hesitation. Maniacal Thunder got up and directly headed to the barbarian fighting ground, while the man who had informed Maniacal Thunder was also in high spirits and quickly headed towards the mansion where Su Hao was. "Senior brother Crazy Thunder has agreed to duel with you, and if you can win, he'll lose 6 and 8 pills to you." That savage god court disciple relayed Mad Lei's words to Su Hao, and all the people in the room immediately boiled up. Unsurprisingly, Mad Lei agreed to this request, and in Mad Lei's opinion, there was no way he could lose. Chapter 98, Battle of the Strongest Hotian. "Good, then lead the way." Su Hao's eyes lit up. He was lacking 6 and 8 dan. Maniacal Thunder sent it to his door. As long as he won, the innate dan for promoting to innate would be completely enough. He immediately asked the crowd to lead the way, fearing that if he went there late, Maniacal Thunder would backtrack. Mad Thunder was definitely strong, but Su Hao also had the confidence of not being weak. Senior brother Crazy Thunder will have a duel with Su Hao in the barbarian fighting arena. Su Hao, the Su Hao who crushed Tali? Without a doubt, the matter that Mad Thunder and Su Hao were going to have a duel quickly spread throughout the entire barbarian god court. Mad Thunder's reputation in the barbarian god court was too big. More than 10 years ago, he was able to advance to the innate, but all of them immediately dispersed their power every time they advanced to the innate, and with the help of the innate true essence at the time of dispersal, they quenched their own physical body and attained the level of perfection, and now it had already been repeated for 6 times, and when the 9 times were perfected, he stepped into the innate realm at one go, and was bound to be able to build up a thick layer of strength, completing the transformation to become a demon amongst the demons. Being able to break through the immortal gate in a very short period of time. Berserk Thunder's every move, not to mention the disciples of the barbarian god's court, was of incomparable concern to those individual elders. Now that Berserk Thunder was going to fight Su Hao, an outsider genius martial artist, before the 7th dispersal, it attracted many people. Outside the wide savage fighting arena, there had long been a sea of life. Su Hao came down to the outside of the savage fighting field surrounded by the crowd, and he saw that on top of the savage fighting field, a man with long hair and rugged appearance was quietly sitting in a platter, and even though he was sitting there in a platter, he seemed to be even taller than normal people. This person is very strong. Su Hao's eyes lit up when he saw this crazy thunder. He had opened the breath of blood method, and at a glance, he could tell that crazy thunder's flesh was perfect, emitting a layer of faint blood-colored luminescence, as if he had gone through thousands of hammers and refines. Mad Thunder was very powerful, the strongest existence in the Hotian realm that Su Hao had ever seen. Even if Yelu Xiong came back to life, he would never be able to compare with Mad Thunder. Su Hao's eyes immediately burned with burning battle intent. Facing this kind of strong person was the only way he could raise his interest. And Mad Thunder also saw Su Hao for the first time on the savage fighting arena. He saw the strong battle intent in Su Hao's eyes, which made him froze, and then a trace of excitement rose in his heart. It seemed that he should not have chosen wrongly this time when he specially went out of the gate. Su Hao had the eyes of a strong man that he should have. Su Hao stepped onto the ring step by step, and stared at Mad Lei from a distance. Crazy Thunder laughed. "You are Su Hao? I've been waiting for you for a long time. I heard that you easily defeated Tali. I want to fight with you to let you know that my savage god court's warriors are not just a waste of time. Don't renege if you lose. 6 and 8 pills. Su Hao rubbed his nose. He didn't say that the barbarian god court's warriors were a waste of time. He only came here for the innate Dan. If you can win, hands down. Mad Thunder said indifferently. He slowly stood up from the ground. His lanky body seemed like a savage beast. Even just standing there, the sense of oppression emanating from him was enough to make an unusual peak Hotian martial artist tremble. Mad Thunder is going to duel with Su Hao? Who has a higher chance of winning? In no man's land, but there were two people watching. One of them was a middle-aged man wearing a blue robe, and the other was a white-haired majestic old man wearing a beast-skin coat, and it was the white-haired old man who asked the question. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man confidently said, "Of course it's Mad Thunder that wins. I dare not say, other than the Hotian realm, there is absolutely no one who is Mad Thunder's opponent. Even if the opponent is an innate true origin realm martial artist, they can't find many who can match Mad Thunder." The white-haired old man nodded. "That makes sense. Mad Thunder's 9 refinement mysterious art has already completed 6 refinements, and is not far from being perfected. Let's see how long this teenager, Su Hao, can hold up in front of him before he loses." Not only these two, even Emotion Yu had arrived. Her eyes were full of strange colors. She didn't expect that Su Hao had defeated Tali, and even this pervert, Mad Thunder, had become interested in him, and came out of the gate to challenge him. Su Hao should come from the Great Summer Imperial Dynasty. In the Great Summer Imperial Dynasty probably all come from famous families, but fighting with Mad Thunder, his winning rate is too low. Barker, an innate Jindan realm powerhouse, looked at the two facing each other in the ring and opened his mouth. He had seen Su Hao make a move. It was amazing. He subdued an innate true essence realm powerhouse in a split second. He had likewise seen Mad Thunder make a move. Mad Thunder was able to crush an innate true essence realm powerhouse with a single hand, and he didn't think that Su Hao could have a chance of defeating Mad Thunder. There were tens of thousands of spectators present, and there were even Immortal sect level powerhouses who secretly paid attention to this battle, but no one thought that the notorious Su Hao had the possibility of defeating the strongest demon of their barbarian god court. Then, start. Berserk Thunder looked at Su Hao from afar, the aura on his body climbing infinitely. "Come on." Su Hao nodded slightly and didn't draw his sword, preparing to answer the enemy with his fists. "Break him down as fast as you can." Mad Thunder wanted to prove that he was the strongest Hotian realm. His gaze was stern, and he decided to defeat Su Hao with the fastest speed, only to see Mad Thunder's knees commiserate, and in the next second, his whole body turned into a grayish-white phantom. His body broke through the sound barrier, and appeared in front of Su Hao with an incredible speed. So fast. It's just like an instantaneous movement. Su Hao was slightly surprised in his heart. In the process of impact, Mad Thunder was already accumulating strength, and in the process, he launched a palm forward, just like a stormy bear pushing its palm. The surging huge power caused ripples to spread in the void, and the powerful pressure came from the mountains and the seas, and the same was only the Hotian realm's Mad Thunder, but this strike was so strong that it could positively bombard an innate true elemental realm powerhouse. Good timing. Su Hao was not shocked, instead he was happy. This kind of strong person is only interesting to fight. Su Hao's left fist was clenched, the 5 elements fist of Earth Fist. Boom! Su Hao's fist seemed to be slow but fast, carrying a thick and heavy meaning, as if crushing like a mountain, colliding with Mad Thunder's palm. Boom! Timer slightly frozen, the next second in the air, then there is a deafening popping sound burst. Crazy Thunderface slightly changed. He felt Su Hao is like connected with the earth in general, his own palm and his touch, as if with 10,000 Zhang mountains against the touch, cannot shake Su Hao in the slightest, but instead, from Su Hao's fist came from a thick and heavy huge force, hard to force. The Crazy Thunder double feet tightly clasped the ground, stepping on the earth concave. Only did not step back out. Awesome! Surprisingly did not retreat a step? Su Hao, on the other hand, also marveled. His punch was the heaviest earth fist among the 5 elemental fists. Even an elephant would have to be blown away, but Mad Thunder did not retreat a step. Good. Then take this move from me, Wild Savage Slam. Mad Thunder's eyes then also lit up. Su Hao's strength was not in vain for him to come out of the gate. He let out a high roar. A pair of palms slapped out towards Su Hao one after another. Phantom flashes in the air. Bursts of sound ceaselessly bombarded, forming mountains and oceans of palm shadows. The force of each palm was more than 200,000 Jin. This kind of power was even more terrifying than Su Hao, who had gone through 2 evolutions. Water Walking Fist. Su Hao, on the other hand, didn't retreat and met the enemy with water-walking fist. His pair of fists seemed to have transformed into a stretching river. His fist intent formed wisps of ripples and impacted towards the Mad Thunder, constantly weakening the power of the Mad Thunder. While his double fists rose up to the challenge, the water-walking fist could be either rigid or soft. When it was soft, it embraced everything, and when it was rigid, it dripped water to penetrate a stone. Bang 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 bang. Just between breaths, Su Hao and his two palms against fists collided more than 10 times in a row. The terrifying popping sound was deafening. Su Hao and his two both had their palms clasped on the ground, not giving an inch, and they were facing each other head-on. Poo poo poo. Every strike of the duo was a full-force outbreak. Every strike was a huge force of more than 100,000 to 200,000 pounds. The ground under their feet could not withstand it. The ground cracked, debris flew, such as bullets bursting. Outside the barbaric fighting arena there were people who leaned close to the field unconsciously stepped backward for fear of being caught in the wave. Good boy, I haven't met a Hotian martial artist who can fight me head-on. Thunder strike. Mad Thunder roared. The Hotian martial artist who could fight with him head-on without losing the wind was still the first time he had met. Along with the roar, one of Mad Thunder's palms then fiercely blasted out at a faster and fiercer speed, wrapped in purple thunder, as if the thunder beasts were roaring. The sound was amazing. 5 elements fist intent. Fire walking fist. At this moment, Su Hao then also violently transformed from the water fist into the fire fist. He had an intermediate fire spirit root, and the most explosive punch among the 5 elemental fists was the fire fist. Chapter 99, 5 Elements Fist Intent Shocking Wild Thunder. As this fist blasted out, the fist rubbed against the air, forming monstrous rolling flames, in which it looked like there were giant dragons of flames flying about, and that extremely powerful fist intent caused the temperature in the air to rise extremely rapidly. Boom! Fists and palms collided again. The entire barbaric arena was trembling violently. Purple thunder tumbled, overflowing. Some fell to the ground. Immediately bombarded, the ground cracked open a huge crater. There were also crimson flames spattered out. The rocky ground were burned soft, melting. It was like heavenly thunder and earthly fire coming out in unison, and heaven and earth shook with anger. This is too terrifying. Are they really just Hotian martial artists? Not to mention the barbarian god court's Hotian martial artists. Even some innate martial artists felt their scalps numb, knowing that if they were to go up and fight against any of these two, it would be difficult to receive such a terrifying strike. Too strong. This kid can really fight head-on with Mad Thunder? Jindan realm martial artist Barker saw this scene, a bit rifled, in his place at the same age as Su Hao. Facing this kind of expert of Mad Thunder was definitely a part of instantly being killed in seconds, but Su Hao fought with it head-on, not losing the wind. He's still using a set of boxing techniques. Emotion's beautiful eyes flashed with light. She had seen Su Hao using a sword technique, and that stunning blade directly killed a panicked Yuan-Dan realm martial artist, but she didn't expect that Su Hao was not only using a sword technique, but even his boxing techniques had reached such an appalling level. I didn't lose unjustly. Even Tali, who had injuries on his body, came to the scene when he heard that Crazy Thunder and Su Hao were having a duel, and when he saw the scene of fire and thunder sweeping in front of him, he was also appalled in his heart, and bitterly whispered, knowing that the gap between himself and Su Hao was too big, and that his defeat at that time wasn't unfair at all. Phew! In the collision of extreme power, both Su Hao and Crazy Thunder flew out nearly 10 meters away at the same time. Mad Thunder stared at Su Hao, his long hair dancing wildly, his face red with excitement. Very good. Very good. To be able to fight with a strong person like you before the 7th dispersal of power is really a thing to be happy about. You have to be careful. I'm going to strike with all my strength. I can't control the lightness of my weight. Feel free to come. The blood in Su Hao's whole body was boiling, his fists were clenched tightly, and the air exploded in his palms. Thunder Beast Transformation. The piercing purple thunder exploded around Mad Thunder, and his entire body swelled up, his muscles gnarled, purple thunder bubbling out of every pore, as if he had transformed into a divine beast that controlled thunder, full of wildness. Burning Blood Secret Art, Blood Thunder Breath. Su Hao, on the other hand, also stimulated the secret art he possessed, blood-colored flames burning around his body as if he was wearing a layer of fire clothes, and blood-red thunder wrapped around his body. Roar! Berserk Thunder roared, shaking the 9 heavens. The ferocity of him who inspired the secret art rose by more than a few steps. This Thunder Beast transformation secret art was extremely loaded even if it was performed by an innate powerhouse, but Berserk Thunder's fleshly body, which had been tempered by the 6 times of innate true essence, appeared to be very easy. His figure moved, dragging out a purple thunderbolt in the air, and his 2 fists were tightly clenched, as if they were beating a drum, and they smashed down on Su Hao in front of his head. Ka 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 ka. Before the fists fell, the earth cracked into fine cracks one after another, and a powerful pressure enveloped Su Hao. Boom boom boom. Su Hao operated the 2 types of blood and thunder breathing techniques to the extreme. After not a short time of practicing the 5 elements fist technique, Su Hao's 5 viscera and 6 internal organs, including his heart and lungs, had all undergone metamorphosis, and the effect exerted by the breathing techniques increased exponentially as he spewed out blood-colored thunder with every breath, and the blood all over his body accelerated its flow, and the potentials in every single drop of blood exploded out. 5 elements fist intent, fire fist. Suhao's two fists were like twin dragons coming out of the sea. The blood-colored thunder and fire roared as if it was going to tear the sky apart. The two were completely fighting without reservation, both sacrificing their lives and forgetting about their deaths, with the only thought in their eyes of becoming the only winner and beating their opponent to death. Mad Thunder's face looked a bit fierce. The strike he broke out was already the most powerful strike he could break out, to knock Suhao down in a single glance, to prove that he was the strongest Hotian martial artist. Boom! Four huge fists collided together with unrivaled divine might. In just a moment, blood thunder jumped, blazing fire burned the sky. From Suhao and Mad Thunder fist collision at the void trembled violently, the space was impacted by the power to produce a hint of distortion. The overflowing power formed a shockwave, sticking to the ground swept out, like there was a dragon in the earth and the earth rolling. The hard ground on the barbaric arena were scraped off a layer. The earth and stone were shattered into asphalt powder. Dust mixed with the power of the two, formed a violent airflow vortex, enveloped the two in it. The outside world could not see what happened in it. Who will be the winner? Everyone stared at the violent vortex without blinking. They were afraid of missing a single moment, and even more so, there was no bottom line in their hearts. If it was before, they definitely felt that 100% of the victory would be Mad Thunder, but now they were not so confident. Kill! Thunder Beast Rage! In the violent power vortex, Berserk Thunder's eyes carried the slightest tinge of berserkness, and his two fists bombarded Suhao in a chain, the powerful force pulling his own muscles a bit unable to withstand it. 5 Elements Fist Intent. Suhao, on the other hand, was likewise bursting beyond the limit. Every inch of his body's muscles were sending out tearing sensations, but he didn't care about it. In fact, Suhao still had cards that were not used. Ghost Intent and Blood Demon Crystal could overcome the enemy if they were used at this time, but Suhao didn't do that. He wanted to crush Berserker Thunder head-on. Suhao's 5 elements of boxing intent to the extreme, sometimes sharp as gold, sometimes long as wood. 5 elements of boxing, 5 very different boxing moves but complement each other, with endless changes. The cycle, endless. Suhao's lungs violently collision contraction. The heart is a drum beating. He had to admit that the strength of this crazy thunder is very scary, so that he will lose if he is not careful. But also this kind of battle makes Suhao squeezed out every bit of potential. Suhao's soul power was concentrating, and each of his punches was getting faster and heavier. Suhao's soul was humming because of Suhao's raging battle intent. Bang 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 bang. Suhao and Berserk Thunder continuously collided. The earth violently trembled with every collision, which completely exceeded the limits that ordinary Hotian martial artists could imagine. Even many innate martial artists sucked in a mouthful of cold air. It was hard to imagine that Hotian-level martial artists could be so powerful to such an extent. How is it possible that this kid is a monster? Berserk Thunder was, however, getting more and more alarmed, because he realized that he actually gradually couldn't hold on a bit longer. His muscles were all strained due to the extreme outburst. His body, which had been tempered by innate true essence for 6 times, couldn't withstand it. Suhao was similarly like this. His muscles were strained due to the super extreme outburst, and blood dripped from his arms, but with the increase in soul power and full mental concentration, he completely forgot about the pain. Damn! I won't lose in his hands, right? Mad Thunder had already been gradually overwhelmed by Suhao from the original flagging, which made him cold sweat. The invincible faith in his heart was shaken, and once his mind was shaken in this kind of fierce fight, then only defeat awaited him. Not good. Berserk Thunder's eyelids jumped, Suhao's one hand rolled, and the watery fist intent wrapped around Berserk Thunder, causing Berserk Thunder to fall into the deep sea, and his movements slowed down as a result. On the other hand, Suhao's other fist was like thunder and fire blasting, the air current rising and striking straight out. Berserk Thunder only had time to cross his arms to protect his chest, resisting this punch. Boom! This explosive power of the strongest fireline fist hit Mad Thunder, stifled a grunt. Both arm bones issued a clicking, crunching sound. That huge force passed along his arms and landed on his chest. Mad Thunder instantly sprayed blood wildly from his mouth. His sturdy body threw up and flew out 30 to 40 meters away, smashed heavily on the ground and rolled over several times. It's Senior Brother Berserk Thunder. Upon seeing the silhouette that had been blasted out from the violent power vortex, everyone's bodies trembled violently, recognizing that the one who had been sent flying out was clearly none other than their barbarian god court's demonic Berserk Thunder. Chapter 100 Visions, Promotion to Innate. Cough cough cough. Maniacal Thunder's arms were hanging limply, barely crawling up, but his mouth was coughing up blood continuously, and his hair was sticking to his face. Obviously he had no strength to fight again. Ho ho ho. Berserk airflow vortex dispersed, Suhao stood still, panting violently. Both of his arms were in pain because of the constant super extreme outbursts. The muscles were torn, blood dyed both arms red. This was a bitter battle. Mad Thunder's strength was also out of his expectation. But the good thing is that it was him who won after all. Mad Thunder. Mad Thunder lost. No one, that blue-robed middle-aged man, was full of disbelief. Mad Thunder is his hand cultivated. The future of the blue beyond him is only a matter of time. But now Mad Thunder even lost in the hands of a teenage martial artist from outside the barbarian god court? Mad Thunder Senior Brother lost. How is this possible? Those who admire Mad Thunder feel that he is the strongest Hotian martial practitioner of the Barbarian Divine Court. Disciples cannot accept if the defeat of Mad Thunder Hotian martial practitioner. Even so, but defeat Mad Thunder's Hotian martial artist would be fine, but the one who defeated him was a much younger martial artist with the same cultivation level in the Hotian. How could they accept this? So strong. Even Mad Thunder is not his opponent? Kama's emotion you also had a face filled with the slightest blush of excitement. She didn't expect that this teenager she had retained was even more demonic than the strongest Hotian martial artist in their barbarian god court. It should be known that if Mad Thunder consummated the 9 cycles and then promoted to the innate, it was bound to have infinite potential, and in a short period of time, it would be as high as a bamboo streak, and impacting the Immortal sect would be a normal thing, but it was this kind of demon that was all routed by Su Hao in a head-to-head duel. Ha ha ha. Good. I lost heartily. Being able to fight with a strong person like you makes me realize that there is no such thing as the strongest in this world, and that's enough. Mad Thunder laughed out loud, without any imagined discouragement or unwillingness. He instead said from the bottom of his heart that he had been defeated with conviction. Before this, Mad Thunder thought that he was the strongest Hotian realm. Now that he was defeated, he wasn't sad. Instead, he was excited. This was the charm of martial arts. There was no strongest, only stronger, and there was still room for him to become stronger. This was something to be happy about. Luckily, Berserk Thunder didn't take a hit. The Barbarian God Court executives who were secretly following this battle were all slightly relieved. Originally they were worried that Maniacal Thunder might suffer a blow from being defeated under the eyes of everyone, affecting his future cultivation, but they were worried in vain. Maniacal Thunder possessed the kind of heart that a strong person should have, and belonged to the kind of person who became more courageous the more frustrated he became. Su Hao stretched out a hand with blood on it, rubbing his thumb against his index and middle fingers, and said without any good humor, "Alright, cut the crap, you're the one who lost, it's time to cash in on the bet." These words caused the corners of the crowd's mouths to twitch. Shouldn't the normal development be heroes cherishing heroes? Encouraging each other and setting a promise to fight again in the future, but Su Hao was good and nonchalantly demanded the bet. The corner of Mad Thunder's mouth twitched slightly. With so many people watching, he was still afraid that he would renege on his debt. He helplessly said, "Don't worry, Mad Thunder, and true to my word, the 6 and 8 Dan belongs to you. I'll ask someone to bring it to you later." Only then did Su Hao nod his head in satisfaction and casually said, "Well, that's more or less the same. In fact, you're a person whose strength is quite good. The fight was wonderful, making me feel a drop of pressure." Emotion you and the others were all a bit speechless. Su Hao's bloodied arms didn't look like there was only a drop of pressure. Mad Thunder was indeed very strong, far stronger than Yelu Xiong by several notches, but it was a pity that he had met Su Hao. Su Hao won this battle, reached his goal, and had no interest in being surrounded by people, directly jumping down from the barbarian fighting arena, heading towards his own mansion, his back gradually disappearing in the crowd's complicated gazes. This teenage martial artist who was not from the Barbarian Divine Court made every one of them present firmly remember him. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before this one's name would appear in their ears again. This was destined to not be an ordinary person. Not bad, didn't use any other means, defeated Mad Thunder with boxing alone. Su Hao turned back to the courtyard and nodded his head in satisfaction. This battle verified his strength. He had long reached the true limit of the Hotian realm. It was hard to meet an opponent. Even a demon like Crazy Thunder was crushed by him. Thanks to the blood demon body's terrifying recovery power, the little light injury Su Hao suffered recovered in less than half an hour, and his condition reached its peak. "Lord Su, this is what Lord Mad Thunder dragged me to bring you." Outside the house, there was a knock on the door. It was Mad Thunder who honored his promise and called someone to bring the bet on the door. Su Hao went out and took the delicate, closed jade box in the man's hand. Opening it, a fresh medicinal scent immediately filled the whole room. In the jade box lay 6 crystal clear white pills, in which there was a flow of light white gas, precisely the innate pill that all Hotian martial artists could only dream of. Innate Dan. Plus the 3 I got from Feng Wuji, a total of 9. It's complete. Su Hao took out a small porcelain bottle. 3 of the innate pills were well preserved. Su Hao was a little excited. 9 and 8 Dan finally chi. Unusual martial artists simply do not have the luxury to this directly to 9 and 8 Dan for breakthrough, because theoretically the limit of innate chi that can be condensed when breaking through the innate is 9 strands, and the possible condensation of 9 strands of innate chi is too little. Taking more innate Dan is likely to be wasted, such as Yelu Xiong who wasted 3 of them. Condensing 3 or 4 strands of innate chi in the future would possess the potential to impact the Immortal Gate level. Let's start straight away, impacting the innate realm. Gathering 9 innate pills, Su Hao didn't hesitate and prepared to strike while the iron was hot, to break through to the innate realm in one breath. At this moment, his blood was still boiling. The battle with Mad Thunder also made him lay down the belief of being invincible. He believed that he would be able to condense more innate chi than Yelu Xiong. Su Hao instructed the attendants of this mansion so that no one would be allowed to approach his house, and then Su Hao swallowed 9 innate pills in one breath. Phew! As the innate pills were refined and the medicinal power spread in his body, the bottleneck in Su Hao's cultivation began to loosen. His chi was rising wildly, and the true chi in his body was producing a metamorphosis, metamorphosing into true essence. The void around Su Hao's body was distorting. Rumble. This mansion was trembling, and in the sky, at some point, blood-red clouds emerged, and within the blood-colored clouds, blood-colored thunder rolled over. This vision in the sky is? At this time, the duel between Su Hao and Berserk Thunder had only just ended a short while ago, and almost all the disciples of the Barbarian God Court were reminiscing and talking about the battle they had just fought, but at this time, they were all dumbfounded, seeing the blood-red cloud that had surfaced in the sky in the distance, as well as the thunder that was tumbling in the cloud. Is someone about to break through the innate realm? It's all producing visions. Everyone was shocked, even one of the Barbarian God Court's Immortal sect level elders were all startled, looking at the blood clouds in the distant sky from afar. It was clear to them that it was someone who was breaking through to the innate realm, and all of them had produced visions, so it could be imagined that the person who was breaking through was definitely a demonic spirit with unlimited potential. It can't be Su Hao, right? Barker, Emotion Yu, and many others thought of Su Hao at the first time, before Su Hao's strength had already reached the limit of Hotian, and defeated Mad Thunder, winning 6 and 8 Dan, and looking at the direction, it was exactly Su Hao's residence. It was no surprise that the person who was about to break through was exactly Su Hao. What a thunderous guy! Berserk Thunder, who had broken both his arms, stood at the entrance of the hall, looking at the vision in the sky with a bitter smile. Su Hao had just had a big battle, and he was going to make a breakthrough as if nothing had happened? It wasn't like him, who had dragged his feet for more than 10 years to reach the perfect level, repeatedly cycling through loose energy, yet Su Hao said he was going to make a breakthrough. I wonder how many strands of innate chi the sun can condense into the origin. The vision produced by Su Hao's breakthrough was followed by only a few more people than when Su Hao fought with Crazy Thunder before, and while they had mixed emotions, they were also very curious about how many strands of innate chi Su Hao, the demon who could defeat Crazy Thunder, could condense and where the limit was. The amazing visions in the sky all proved that Su Hao's potential was amazing. Chapter 101, Perfect Innate Realm. Everyone was paying attention to the vision in the sky. In the Barbarian God Court there were often people breaking through the innate realm, but only a few of them were able to cause a vision, and the ones like Su Hao who triggered such a wide range of visions had never been seen before. All the people in the Barbarian God Court, and even many Immortal sect-level powerhouses were paying attention to see what degree Su Hao could reach. Su Hao didn't know the commotion he triggered, and didn't have the mood to pay attention to it. He was in the critical path of breakthrough at this moment. Phew! In Su Hao's Dantian, the true chi gradually metamorphosed into higher quality true essence. Not only that, Su Hao refined an innate Dan, and a wisp of white gas within the innate Dan was refined and absorbed by Su Hao, and on the surface of Su Hao's body, a white aerosol erupted out, incomparably vain and misty, but exuding a kind of metaphysical aura, encircling the side of Su Hao's body. It was precisely the innate chi, and Su Hao had successfully condensed a strand of innate chi in his origin. This is the innate chi? It's really marvelous. Su Hao secretly marveled in his heart. As he successfully condensed a strand of innate chi, he could clearly feel that he was more physically attuned to the heaven and earth Tao, his mind was much clearer, and his cultivation would be much easier and swifter, and this was only the changes brought by a strand of innate chi. The more innate chi condensed in the origin, the greater the potential. Like some third-rate martial artists cultivate a set of ordinary martial arts, need a decade or 8 years may be able to cultivate to the great success, but change an innate martial artist to, maybe a few months will be able to successfully master. This is like a college student to do the elementary school exercises. Phew! It didn't take long for the second strand of innate chi to successfully condense out. It was followed by the third strand, the fourth strand, and it was incomparably smooth. Ordinary innate martial artists who condensed 3 or 4 strands were considered extremely outstanding, with the potential to enter the Immortal Gate realm, but for Su Hao it was a waterfall. The fifth strand, the sixth strand. A strand of innate chi condensed into Su Hao's origin, and the white chi mist enveloped his surroundings like a long dragon, majestic and sacred. Rumble. The heaven and earth were chirping and trembling. The blood-colored cloud above the small courtyard originally only covered 100 meters in a circle, but at this moment, it had already spread to cover a huge area of 700 to 800 meters in a circle, as if it was a blood-colored beast, in which blood-red thunder rolled over. And at the same time, in Su Hao's body, a white gas erupted out, crystalline, transparent, vain and indistinct, precisely the 7th strand of innate gas. The difference between every extra strand of innate chi condensed was huge, and Su Hao successfully condensed the 7th strand of innate chi. When Yelu Xiong was the #1 demon in the outer sect of Daoji sect, and the Daoji sect only produced 2 or 3 demons in 100 years, and the accumulation of the thick were only condensed 6 strands of innate chi, but Su Hao was easily surpassing his record. And it wasn't over yet. Su Hao felt that he still hadn't reached his limit. It can be more, it can be stronger. Su Hao roared in his heart, refining the 8th innate Dan with all his might. He wanted to condense the 8th strand of innate chi. But it had obviously become strenuous. Su Hao's body was saturated in general, but Su Hao didn't give up, continuously refining and refining. Very. The blood-colored cloud violently expanded to a range of 1,000 meters in circumference, while it was even resounding to the sound of sword whistling and sword chirping, with a hurricane and thunder forming a sword chi tumbling and churning the blood cloud. And finally, the 8th innate Dan was refined, and the 8th strand of innate chi was successfully condensed out of the origin in Su Hao's body. 8 strands of an HE had already surpassed a demon like Yelu Xiong by 2 steps, and it was not too much to say that it was rare in the world. I have to be more perfect. Just a little bit closer. Su Hao's teeth clenched tightly, sweat seeped out from his forehead. He maintained his breakthrough state, because as soon as he stopped, he was clear that his breakthrough was even over. How could this make him be willing? All of them had already condensed 8 strands of an HE, just one step away from reaching the true limit, the realm of perfection. Refine it for me. Refine. Blood flames were rolling around Su Hao, and the blood-colored clouds above the courtyard even formed a huge whirlpool, roaring madly. This. Many Immortal sect-level powerhouses are just like this when they break through, right? Many people are faced with a trace of shock color. Looking at the sky did not converge, but more and more violent visions. Even if it is many Jindan realm martial artists' impact on the Immortal sect caused by the commotion will not be much stronger than this, and this is only a Hotian martial artist breakthrough innate triggered by. It can't be. I can't step out of this last step? Su Hao's face, however, was gloomy. The real realm of perfection really wasn't that good to reach, even if it was him, who possessed 4 kinds of spiritual roots, had evolved twice, and possessed the strength to kill some Yuan Dan realm powerhouses in the Hotian realm. This last step, however, couldn't be stepped out of, and that last strand of an HE was never able to be born. 9 strands of an HE, which belongs to the legend, only exists. Su Hao was unwilling. Everyone is more or less obsessive-compulsive, all have the pursuit of perfection. From the realm of perfection is only so close, stopping here may become a lifelong regret. Phew. And something that made Su Hao stunned happened. It seemed to be influenced by that strong desire of Su Hao. In the palm of Su Hao's right hand, the blood-red blood demon crystal trembled steeply, releasing a blood-colored energy, wrapping the last innate Dan around it, and started to refine it. This blood demon crystal is helping me? Su Hao froze, and then a look of ecstasy appeared on his face as he realized that under the power of the blood demon crystal, the last innate Dan was being refined while the 9th strand of an HE was being born in his origin. The blood demon crystal was obviously a very ancient and advanced exotic treasure, and Su Hao didn't expect it to be even more extraordinary than he had imagined. This blood demon crystal had already fused with him and become a part of his body, and at this moment, it helped him take the last step at the critical moment. 9 represented the extreme of counting, and 9 strands of an HE wrapped around Su Hao's body, just like 9 divine dragons. The realm of perfection, become. Boom. Boom. And in the sky above Su Hao's mansion, the blood-colored cloud swelled to its limit and then began to compress, finally bursting apart like a cannonball, blossoming into blood-colored pyrotechnics, like fireworks in full bloom, beautiful and splendid, as if celebrating something. His breakthrough is over? It's not weaker at all than the movement of impacting the Immortal gate level. Just how many strands of an HE has he condensed? Look at this movement, at least 5 or 6 strands. Su Hao's breakthrough ended, and many disciples of the Barbarian God Court were shocked and at the same time filled with curiosity, curious about how many strands of an HE Su Hao had actually condensed. The scope of this vision has at the very least condensed 7 strands of an HE, or even 8 strands of an HE. A Barbarian God Court's Immortal sect-level elder said in a deep voice. He had seen a lot of things and was clear that the scope of Su Hao's vision was definitely more than just 5 or 6 strands of an HE condensed. 8 strands of an HE? Hearing this, some people sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Condensing 8 strands of an HE is rare in this world. Every one of them is a stunningly talented peerless character. In their Barbarian Divine Court, there is only the Barbarian Zun condensing 8 strands of an HE. Even in the entire Southern Barbarians, it's all top-notch, and it enjoys a great prestige. Su Hao was able to condense 8 strands of an HE. Didn't it mean that he might be able to rival a strong person like Barbarian Zun in the future? As for 9 strands of an HE? Not many people thought about it. It belonged to the perfect realm in the legend, basically not existing in the world, transcending the mundane. As crazy thunder, even if the method of 9 refinement is complete, breakthrough innate 9 times out of 10 is not possible to condense 9 strands of innate gas. It is too difficult. Chapter 102, Barbarian Ancestor Roundup. There were many disciples of the Barbarian God Court who wanted to go and ask Su Hao personally how many strands of an HE Su Hao had condensed. But for one thing, they were not familiar with each other, so it was not good to ask about this kind of thing, and for another, they were clear that Su Hao had just finished his breakthrough, and was definitely consolidating his realm, so they were sensible enough not to bother Su Hao. This is the change after I promoted to an 8? Su Hao felt his changes. His eyes were filled with ecstasy. Under his internal vision, his muscles and bones had completed a metamorphosis, becoming more and more perfect. His skin even had a kind of arcane color like being in tune with the Tao, and it automatically absorbed the spiritual qi of the heaven and earth at all times. Su Hao clenched his fist, the air exploded in his palm. His breakthrough to the innate realm was almost equivalent to undergoing an all-round evolution. All aspects of his ability skyrocketed by a large margin. He now possessed 200,000 kilograms of divine strength in one arm. Condensing 9 strands of an HE into his origin even made Su Hao's qualification really can be called an absolute demon. It was much easier for him to comprehend the intent. Any martial arts text could be easily picked up and mastered with ease. Not only that, entering the innate true essence realm, the true chi in Su Hao's dantian completely metamorphosed into a higher grade of true essence, a strand of true essence. The quality is better than 7 or 8 strands of true chi. Using true essence to catalyze the martial arts, it can turn decay into magic. Su Hao's strength definitely skyrocketed by many folds. It can't be compared to the same thing. Su Hao was very satisfied. This was the change he had after breaking through the innate and all-round metamorphosis. If he experienced another battle with those 2 Yuan Dan realm powerhouses among the 5 southern savage fiends, he definitely wouldn't win miserably, and was able to easily crush the joint efforts of the 2 of them, and even against a powerhouse like Jin Tianwu, he had the strength to fight head-on. As for the Jindan realm martial artists, it was hard to say. The gap between the Yuandan realm and the Jindan realm was just like the gap between the Hotian and the innate. The Jindan realm was the strongest realm under the Immortal sect, and it possessed all kinds of powerful means. Jin Tianwu and other peak Yuandan realm powerhouses faced Barker, a Jindan realm martial artist, were pinched into meat paste in near seconds, so the power of Jindan realm could be seen. Time passed. 5 days had passed before Su Hao broke through to the innate realm, and another big event was ushered in at the Barbarian God Court. Lord Su, 7th young lady, invites you to make a trip, asking if you're interested in participating in the Barbarian Ancestor Roundup. This morning, a guard in golden armor found Su Hao and opened his mouth to ask him. Barbarian Ancestor Roundup? Su Hao had a puzzled look on his face. Seeing Su Hao's doubt, this guard explained, Barbarian Ancestor Roundup, this is an important festival for our southern barbarians. Our barbarian ancestor used to make a living by hunting, and every year, the Barbarian Ancestor Roundup will be held to round up some demons and ghosts, to pay tribute to the barbarian ancestor. Su Hao nodded with a slight understanding. This Barbarian Ancestor Roundup was a kind of festival in southern barbarians, very similar to Chinese New Year or something, but this Barbarian Ancestor Roundup wasn't a celebration. The content of the festival was to hunt demonic ghosts during the time of the festival, bring back their corpses as prey, and use them as offerings for the ancestors of the southern barbarians. Okay, let's go together then. Su Hao agreed without hesitation. He had nothing to do anyway, so going to kill a few demonic ghosts might not be able to burst out good things. Su Hao immediately left with this guard, and came all the way to a large hall to meet Yu. Unlike in the past, today's Yu was wearing a set of female armor, appearing like a female general conquering the battlefield, very majestic. The Barbarian Ancestors Siege. This was an important festival for the southern barbarians, and also an opportunity to express themselves. Yu was the 7th daughter of the Barbarian Zun, and would naturally be treated solemnly at this time. Well, you're here, let's set off, to return before night. Yu smiled and nodded when she saw Su Hao. Her attitude towards Su Hao was obviously very good. Good. Su Hao answered. About 40 to 50 people had already gathered in this hall. Among them, Jindan realm powerhouse Barker was also there, so it could be said that it was a gathering of strong people. Depart. A group of people left from the hall and rode their barbarian horses towards the outskirts of the city. The destination of the Barbarian Ancestor Roundup this time is the Black Cloud Mountain Range. It won't take much time to return before it gets completely dark. Barker laughed. The Barbarian Ancestor Roundup, the significance was more important than killing demonic ghosts. Black Cloud Mountain Range? Su Hao had also slightly heard about it in the Barbarian God Court. This Black Cloud Mountain Range was close to where the Barbarian God Court was located, and regularly, there would be southern barbarian martial artists entering the Black Cloud Mountain Range to hunt demonic ghosts. The Black Cloud Mountain Range was silent. The large trees were shaded, completely covering the sky. Not even a single ray of sunlight could be projected in, making the entire Black Cloud Mountain Range look a little gloomy. One day's time is only enough to make a turn around the middle and outer periphery of the Black Cloud Mountain Range, but we have to be vigilant as well. Yu instructed his men to be on the alert for the surroundings. Entering the Black Cloud Mountain Range, there was always the possibility of being attacked by demonic ghosts. Yu looked at Su Hao from time to time, a thoughtful look. Occasionally his expression was still a bit abnormal. Not long ago, the Gate Supreme Elders had met Yu. That Supreme Elder had instructed Yu that it would be best to let Su Hao stay in Barbarian Divine Court forever. Such a genius martial artist, no need to think that in the future, he would be a supreme powerhouse, so naturally he had to take great pains to draw him in. For this reason, that Supreme Elder also said something like heroes love beautiful people. The implication in these words is already very obvious. If Su Hao marries his wife, then it will be counted as a person of the Barbarian God Court, and with Su Hao's potential, he is completely worthy of Yu's identity. Marry Su Hao yourself. Yu was born in the Barbarian God Court, enjoying the best treatment, and also had the responsibility to pay for the Barbarian God Court. For Su Hao, she didn't hate it. If she wanted to marry him, Yu wasn't welcoming to this, but she wasn't rejecting it either. Su Hao's natural talent was extremely high, and his age was only a year or two younger than her, and his long looks were also a good-looking person, so he seemed to be no disadvantage. Strange, what's the point of looking at me all the time? Su Hao was puzzled, feeling Yu looking at him from time to time, which made Su Hao puzzled, but didn't bother to ask. Of course he didn't know what Yu was thinking of writing in his heart. Sha 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 sha. At this time, Su Hao heard a rustling sound in his ears, which made him immediately understand that he was probably encountering a demonic ghost. There's movement. Not only did Su Hao notice it, one and all the martial artists from the Emotion U team who were always paying attention to the surrounding also noticed the abnormality, and a martial artist immediately reminded the others. In the darkness not far away, several black giant wolves with one-horned heads and body lengths of 3 to 4 meters slowly walked out. For in total, there are quite a few at the Hotian realm, so it can provide me with a little bit of experience value. Su Hao had a hint of a smile on his face, but before he could make a move, Barker's voice rang in his ears. It's a demonic ghost of the Hotian realm, we don't need to make a move, just watch. Barker smiled. Their team had 50 people, there were several innate powerhouses, most of the rest were Hotian martial artists, facing the Hotian realm demonic ghosts. Letting the Hotian martial artists on would be fine, it would also sharpen them up a bit. Su Hao was originally ready to make a move, but when he heard this, he only stopped. He was a bit speechless, but he was also embarrassed to make a move to grab the prey with these Hotian martial artists. Chapter 103: The Demon Ghost's Corpse. Form a formation, kill. A dozen or so Hotian martial artists were all holding shields in one hand and weapons such as swords, guns, and swords in the other. At this moment, they were forming a bronze wall of shaping. In the darkness in the distance, a head of one-horned demonic wolves could not hold back, making hissing and roaring noises as they rushed to kill, very ferocious. Bang bang bang. However, these unicorn demon wolves impacted on top of the bronze wall formed by the shield, but they were all bounced away. Not only that, one by one, the martial artists slashed with their weapons through the gaps in the shields, cutting these unicorn demon wolves with blood. These martial artists had obviously been trained in battle formations and worked together well, and within a short period of time, all of the demon wolves were decimated by this method of warfare, while none of the savage Divine Courts team suffered a single casualty. Good harvest, just coming in and encountering 4 or 5 demonic ghosts. These martial artists laughed as they put a demonic ghost on top of a huge wooden cart that was prepared, ready to bring their corpses back to honor the barbarian ancestor. Su Hao rubbed his nose, rather speechless, having the urge to act alone. He didn't even have a chance to make a move. The team continued to move forward, hunting demonic ghosts. The middle and outer periphery of this Black Cloud mountain range were mostly some demonic ghosts below the innate, third-rate martial artist level demonic ghosts were there. Su Hao didn't have much of a chance to make a move at all. Emotion U hadn't been prepared to let him make a move to help out or anything when she called him along. She was just pulling on the relationship. At this time, Su Hao's eyes suddenly lit up. His soul force had been in the state of covering tens of meters around. At this time, he suddenly discovered that in the branches of a big tree, his soul force detected an abnormality. In that tree, there was a 1-meter-long green-colored snake lying on the top. This small green snake has a light halo flowing around its body, changing its own color, making it and the tree into one. The naked eye is almost invisible to the big tree. There is a small snake. This little green snake obviously had its eyes on Su Hao and the others, and when the crowd passed by, the little green snake's snake eyes flashed with a grim light, and it fell steeply from the tree branch, landing towards a martial artist's neck, and opened a snake's mouth, revealing poisonous fangs that flashed with a chilling aura, and biting towards his unprotected neck. Die! Su Hao had long been itching for his hand. At this moment, when he saw a demonic ghost that had fallen into the net, he immediately was putting his fingers together. A strand of saber chi roared and hissed as he chopped out. Poo poo poo! As if a blade hurricane swept through, the small green-colored snake was caught up in it, and was instantly strangled into a puddle of flesh that fell to the ground. Successfully killed the green leaf snake. Gained 20 experience points. What made the corner of Su Hao's mouth twitch slightly was that the drop of this little green snake was unprecedentedly poor. No matter what, it was a second-rate martial artist level demonic ghost, yet it only gave 20 experience points, and it didn't even explode out of its cultivation. Su Hao guessed that maybe this was due to the reason after he promoted to innate, enemies too much lower than his level could not pop out anything good. With his innate cultivation, the cultivation dropped by a second-rate martial artist level demon ghost was negligible. Thank you, Lord Su. That martial artist, on the other hand, his back was wet with cold sweat as he gratefully said to Su Hao, this green-colored small snake had a strong poison. If he was bitten, he was afraid that he would die. Awesome. I didn't even notice it, but you actually noticed it one step ahead of me? Barker, on the other hand, looked at Su Hao with some surprise. The green-colored small snake's ability to hide its breath was very strong. He, a Jindan realm martial artist, didn't even notice it, but Su Hao found it in advance, and easily strangled it into pieces. Su Hao smiled. Naturally he would not say that he perceived it with his soul force. Within the range of his soul force perception, the slightest breeze could not escape his perception. Time passed and soon came to dusk. Emotion U's team's harvest was not small. The hunted demonic ghosts almost filled up the wooden cart. The smell in front of them. At this time, Su Hao and Barker both twitched their noses vigorously in unison. They smelled a strong smell of blood. Go over and take a look. After a slight contemplation, Emotion U ordered. There was a thicker smell of blood ahead. Could it be that other teams were hunting demonic ghosts? The Barbarian God's Court didn't only have Emotion U's team entering the Black Cloud Mountain Range, her 2 older brothers had also led their teams into the Black Cloud Mountain Range to hunt, only they weren't together. It's the corpse of a demonic ghost? The team advanced carefully and soon saw the source of the bloody odor discovered in the clearing of the woods ahead. It was a demon ghost, a very large demon ghost. It was a blood-red giant tiger that reached nearly 10 meters in length. An innate level demonic ghost? Surprisingly dead? Was it my two elder brothers' team that killed it, but why didn't they take away the body? Mo Shinyu frowned in confusion. Suhao also frowned and thought, innate realm demonic ghosts were quite rare in this Black Cloud Mountain range. They were only found in the depths of the Black Cloud Mountain range, and this place was in the middle outer zone, and from the lingering might on this blood-red gigantic tiger, it could be seen that its strength had definitely reached the innate realm. This demonic ghost has a claw mark on its neck, shredding its throat bone and aorta, a fatal wound. Barker examined the fatal wound of this blood-red giant tiger. He frowned tightly and said, the strange thing is that, from the size and shape of this wound, it's rather like it's been torn out by a human or a humanoid creature with a hard hand. Suha didn't observe it that carefully, but it was indeed as Barker said. The wound was very small, with 5 wounds that seemed to have been torn out raw by 5 slender fingers. To be able to chop off the neck and throat bones of an innate demon ghost with one hand, it was evident that the person who made this strike was powerful, and it was a one-strike kill. There's more in front. At this time, a martial artist exclaimed, and sure enough, not far away, there was a huge white fox with 6 tails lying on the ground, blood staining its fur red. Suhao and Barker went over to investigate. Both of their faces changed slightly. This white fox was also an innate demon ghost, but it was already dead. The fatal wound was also at the neck, but this time it wasn't a claw mark, but a tooth mark, and from the shape and size of the tooth mark, it seemed that it was left behind by a humanoid creature, and that humanoid creature had bitten through the 6-tailed fox's neck and sucked out its blood, making this white fox's huge body all look a little dried up. This is definitely not the work of a human. Buck frowned. I think it might be a half-demon ghost. Suhao, on the other hand, opened his mouth and said, an unusual human who killed a demon ghost would definitely not do something like biting through the throat and sucking blood, plus it was in human form. Suhao could easily think of more than a half-demon ghost. Half-demon ghost? There are half-demon ghosts in the neighborhood? What are you afraid of? With Lord Barker around, half-demon ghosts will only die if they dare to appear. The crowd of martial artists all whispered, but did not panic. Barker was a Jindan realm martial artist. Unless the one who came was at the level of the demon ghost king, it would be looking for death if he came. The smell of blood is so strong. Suhao and even Barker were not as relaxed as the others. They both smelled the increasingly thick blood odor in the air, which made both he and Barker's scalp numb. This bloody odor was very peculiar. It didn't make people hate it. Instead, it carried a fragrance similar to that of a woman's body, which was mesmerizing, and this bizarre phenomenon made Suhao and Barker both raise their 12th degree of vigilance and looked around with their eyes, searching for the source of the bloody odor. Over there. At this moment, Suhao's soul force, on the other hand, violently detected something strange, which caused him to raise his head violently, and he saw that at some point, at nearly 100 meters away, above the branches of a big tree, a blood-colored shadow stood quietly. This blood-colored shadow presents human hearts. He looks very petite in size, only 1.5 meters tall. His whole body is wrapped in blood awnings. A pair of eyes are as if blood-colored gemstones, bright, deep. Chapter 10 For the Demon Ghost King appears. This is a half-demon ghost? Barker swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He felt his hands and feet go soft. The blood in his body stopped flowing and became ice cold. He hurriedly operated the cohesive Jindan in his body before this coldness dispersed a little bit. He was a Jindan realm powerhouse. This blood-colored shadow could make his hands and feet go soft. In the end, just what kind of horrifying existence was it? Emotion Yu was equally horrified. She felt an aura on this blood-colored shadow that was only found on those barbarian god court elders. This is 9 times out of 10. A demon ghost king. There was even a demon ghost king in the middle periphery of the Black Cloud Mountain range? The one who was the most nervous was Suhao, because Suhao could clearly feel that the pair of ruby eyes of this blood-colored shadow was staring at him, and it seemed to be staring at him. Suhao was on full alert, his eyes filled with gravity and vigilance. However, what made Suhao and the others were stunned was that the blood-colored shadow suddenly turned his head and looked at the distance. His figure slowly faded away and disappeared without a trace. Laughed. Barker wiped his cold sweat and let out a long sigh of relief. As a Jindan powerhouse, he had a keen intuition. If this bloody shadow was to make a move, he was afraid that no one present would live. Strange. Why is he staring at me? In addition, the demons and ghosts here were all killed by him? Why did he suddenly leave again? Suhao frowned. 9 out of 10 of the innate demonic ghosts that died here were killed by the blood-colored shadow, but instead, the other party didn't attack them, the humans, and instead, they suddenly left. The reason for this was something that Suhao couldn't figure out. Dang dang dang. At this time, a burst of footsteps and carriages sounded in the distance, causing Suhao and the others to come back to their senses. In the middle of the forest, a group of 40 to 50 people appeared in Suhao and the others' field of vision, and at the head was a handsome man, wearing a gorgeous brocade coat and a cloak, just like a noble gentleman. So it's Mr. Mo Shunseeker. Barker nodded slightly at the sight of the group, dropping his guard. Seventh sister, you're here too. That handsome man Mo Shunsen smiled when he saw Emotion Yu and waved his hand in a somewhat frivolous tone of greeting. This handsome man named Emotion Sun was Emotion Yu's elder brother, who was also participating in the Barbarian Ancestors Roundup. Aha! Emotion Yu just nodded her head at Emotion Shuan. Her attitude was a bit cold. She had a very bad feeling about this elder brother. Emotion Shuan was a completely unambitious dude. Did you hunt these 2 innate demonic ghosts? Emotion Sun then also discovered the corpses of those 2 innate demon ghosts. No, they were already dead when we came. Emotion Yu shook his head and said truthfully. That's good, come on people, load up the bodies of these 2 demonic ghosts and bring them back. I'll definitely be first place in this barbarian ancestor siege. Emotion Sun said in a loud voice. This made Barker as well as the other martial artists twitch their mouths. The Barbarian Ancestor Roundup, all of them hunted their prey with their own hands. If they directly acquired the demon ghost corpses or brought back demon ghost corpses that weren't hunted by their own team, this was clearly not in line with the rules of the Barbarian Ancestor Roundup. Emotion Sun was very excited and ordered his men to go and load the 2 demon ghosts onto the vehicle, but suddenly all the martial artists present looked in one direction coincidentally. Aang! A roar that seemed like a lion but not a lion, a tiger but not a tiger abruptly exploded in this Black Cloud mountain range, simply as if it was going to tear one's eardrums apart. The earth trembled, and the sound waves reverberated, shaking many of the trees as they bent, with leaves falling down. This terrifying roar stunned everyone. What's that sound? It seems like something is coming over. Su Hao was astonished. He didn't hesitate and immediately was running the blood-breathing technique. Phew! Su Hao passed through the heavy obstacles and saw a huge blood-colored shadow, which was simply like a big blood-colored mountain, emitting a terrifying to the extreme fluctuation. A fluctuation that Su Hao had never felt on any other demonic ghost. This caused Su Hao's pupils to contract violently, exclaiming, "It's the Demon Ghost King!" The Demon Ghost King had been encountered. The terrifying fluctuation felt by Breath of Blood definitely surpassed the Jindan realm and was at the level of Demon Ghost King. How is that possible? How could there be a Demon Ghost King in the Black Cloud mountain range? Emotion Yu's face changed drastically. Demon Ghost King, this was a nightmarish existence for ordinary martial artists. Every Demon Ghost King was powerful. Even if an Immortal sect powerhouse went up against a Demon Ghost King, it was normal for them to be killed. The Black Cloud mountain range was close to where the Barbarian Gods Court was located, and the Barbarian Gods Court's powerhouses had already swept the Black Cloud mountain range once a long time ago to make sure that there were no Demon Ghost Kings in it, or else if there was a Demon Ghost King recklessly heading towards the Barbarian Gods Court, there would surely be a lot of deaths and injuries. But now, there was a Demon Ghost King in the Black Cloud mountain range. Ka 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 ka. Su Hao heard the sound of big trees breaking, and the huge body of that Demon Ghost King traveled through the mountains and forests, advancing in a straight line, and directly, it was crashing a big tree and bursting it into asphalt powder, like a bulldozer, crushing everything. Gudong! Everyone's scalp was numb, swallowing their saliva, with a feeling of horror. In the distant darkness, gradually revealing a hideous body, it was a demon ghost that was so big that it was exaggerated. It had a head that looked like a dragon but not a dragon, and looked like a snake but not a snake, with 2 small bags on top of its head, and its whole body was covered with black scales. Each piece of scales was even bigger than a bull mouth. This demonic ghost was somewhat like a Jiao dragon. The diameter of its head was close to more than 3 meters, so its body length might be around 100 meters. And above the forehead of this augur dragon, there was a hideous human face, very bizarre. Demon Ghost, Ghost Face Jiao Secondary Evolution. Realm Evaluation, Secondary Demon Ghost King. Attribute, Beast. Chance to drop when killed, Evolution Inner Elixir Gold Level, Augur Dragon Roar Gold Level, Dragon Breathing Method Gold Level, 80 Years of True Essence Cultivation, Dragon Power Talent Gold Level. Su Hao probed the information of this demonic ghost with his system, and the corners of his mouth twitched. It was indeed a Demon Ghost King, and it was a Grade 2 Demon Ghost King that had gone through 2 evolutions, and an ordinary Immortal sect level powerhouse wouldn't be a match for this ghost-faced Jiao. Coming to the Black Cloud mountain range to participate in a Barbarian Ancestor Roundup and running into this level of Demon Ghost? Could it be that the reason why that blood-colored shadow left before was because of it? Su Hao thought of the blood-colored shadow he encountered before, which was suspected to be a half-demon ghost king, but suddenly left for some reason, so it seemed that it might be that half-demon ghost king that sensed the arrival of this ghost-faced Jiao, and retreated of its own accord because it didn't want to have a conflict with it. Even perhaps the reason why this ghost-faced scaly demon ghost king will suddenly appear here, is also felt that suspected half-demon ghost king's blood-colored shadow before arriving. They can be said to be down on their blood luck before encountering this ghost-faced scaly. Is it the Demon Ghost King? How? What to do? Ling old, you can deal with it? Seeing that terrifying ghost-faced Jiao, Emotion Sun couldn't help but tremble as he whispered to an old man. That old man heard, the corners of his mouth twitching violently. He is the guardian of Emotion Sun, strong, the same as Barker, has the cultivation of the Jindan realm. Absolute strength is not bad, but the old man has a self-knowledge. With his strength against the Demon Ghost King is by no means possible to have a half of the possibility of survival. Chapter 105, Ghost-faced Jiao. Elder Ling, on the other hand, whispered, "Did the barbarian father not give you children treasures to protect yourselves? Hearing Elder Ling's reminder, Emotion Sun's eyes lit up. Yeah, father once gave me a jade pendant and told me to crush it when I encountered a life and death crisis. With that, Emotion Sun rummaged around for that jade pendant. But the ghost-faced Jiao looks a little impatient, it nose tip sniffing, seems to be looking for what smell. After a long time its eyes flash through the color of disappointment. The smell has been extremely faint, the owner of the smell in all probability has already left. Immediately, the eyes of the ghost-faced Jiao became ferocious. It saw the team of hundreds of people from the Barbarian Divine Court, and also saw their wooden carts filled with the corpses of demonic ghosts. The ghost-faced Jiao is one of the kings of the Black Cloud Mountain Range, residing in the deepest part of the Black Cloud Mountain Range where no one dares to come close to, and immediately rushed over because of a scent that is not weaker than its scent, and it realized that the master of that scent had already disappeared, and it instead saw a group of humans, as well as a pile of demonic ghost corpses. This made the eyes of the ghost-faced Jiao immediately redden. This is its territory. How can it tolerate other humans to hunt the food that belongs to it? This demon ghost king lord, we are a team from the Barbarian God Court. Please also raise your hand. A pale martial artist swallowed his saliva and stood out, his voice slightly trembling as he respectfully said, reporting the origins of himself and the others, wanting to make this demon ghost Jiao let them off the hook. Suhao watched vigilantly. He was clear that the evolved demonic ghosts were of high intelligence, able to understand human language, like the previous Scarlet Demon Eagle, even able to spit out human words and make deals with humans. The ghost-faced Jiao in front of him had evolved twice, perhaps able to understand their language, and was afraid of the Barbarian Divine Court's strength, so letting them off the hook might also be possible. However, a flash of black shadow, that pale old martial artist suddenly disappeared out of thin air. The ghost-faced augur angled its upper body as if it had not moved, but a hideous bloody mouth was constantly opening and closing, chewing. Ka rub. Click. A series of creepy bone-cracking sounds kept coming out. In the mouth of the ghost-faced Jiao, blood splattered as if it was chewing on a fava bean, and a broken foot could be vaguely seen flying out and crashing to the ground. This scene made the crowd scalp numb. The ghost-masked Jiao directly swallowed the pale old martial artist into its mouth with one bite, chewing as if tasting a delicacy. No one even saw how it swallowed the pale old martial artist in one bite. Flee. Spread out and flee, flee in all directions. An innate martial artist yelled out. This ghost-faced Jiao simply couldn't be dealt with by the people present, so there was only one way to escape, scatter and flee. Even if the demon ghost king was powerful, it would still be split up, right? As for which party is being pursued by the ghost-faced augur, they can only recognize their own bad luck. The innate martial artist was the first to escape. He launched his body, like a phantom instantly swept out a distance of tens of meters. However, the ghost-masked Jiao tilted its head. The next moment its figure was a blur. A black shadow bounced on the ground, instantly chased after that innate martial artist, and with the swiftness of a bite, it bit that innate martial artist in its bloody mouth. Look carefully, this is certainly another ghost-face augur, but what makes people stunned is that in the same place, there is also a ghost-face augur quietly holding its head. Unexpectedly, two ghost-face augurs appeared at the same time? Is it a split-like ability? Suhao judged it the first time that the means used by this ghost-faced augur should be similar to splitting, dividing himself into several. Ka. The innate martial artist who was bitten by the ghost-faced augur's split didn't even have the power to resist, and was chewed by the ghost-faced augur's split a few times and swallowed into his stomach. Go! Protect Miss 7. Barker, on the other hand, let out a low roar. It was clear that he couldn't wait any longer. He clamped down on Emotion Yu with one hand and unfolded his stance, instantly swept out a distance of 100 meters. And Suhao didn't hesitate, and fled in the same direction with Barker. He had Wind Spirit Root, and now that he was promoted to the innate realm, it even produced a qualitative change. His speed was not much slower than Barker's, his body looked like it was fused with the wind, and a single leap was a distance of more than 10 feet. Go, separate and escape. The strong man guarding Emotion Sun, Ling Lao, also shouted, carrying Emotion Sun in one hand in another direction. He only needed to protect Emotion Sun. The deaths of others did not matter to him. Aang. Ghost-faced Jiao looked at the martial artists who fled in all directions. It steeply let out a roar, like a sound wave spread out. Many of the Hotian martial artists present who hadn't yet run far were swept away by this sound wave. Something horrible happened. The slightly weaker cultivation martial artists directly had their bodies explode, as if they had swollen up to the limit of a balloon. The rest of the slightly stronger Hotian martial artists were also shocked by this sound wave. Their mouths and noses overflowed with blood, and their internal organs ruptured as they tumbled to the ground. The sound wave also swept through Suhao's body. He just felt a slight tremor of the body, slightly uncomfortable in addition to no other wrong. Emotion Yu was Barker Jindan realm of true essence to protect, but nothing. But see the horror of the scene behind them cannot help but the body of the slight tremor of the ghost-faced Jiao roar. The presence of the Hotian martial artists in addition to her 90% of the direct on the spot to be shocked to the body shattered. As a blooming blood flowers, the ground is stained red. The ground was dyed red. It was like hell on earth. This is the terror of the Demon Ghost King, nearly 100 Hotian martial artists, in addition to Emotion Yu and by the Jindan realm powerhouse protection did not die. The rest of the list of all the tragic deaths. The only ones who lived to carry through the wave of sound wave attacks from the ghost-faced Jiao were a dozen or so innate martial artists, all fleeing in different directions. Hiss! The ghost-faced Jiao tilted its head to look at the surrounding escaping innate martial artists. A cold light flashed in its eyes. For its prey, it has always been decimated, and when it strikes, it will not let go of any of them. The ghost-faced Jiao let out a hoarse hissing sound, and its body blurred for a moment, as a couple of shadows rushed out from its body, and it actually divided into four, transforming into four ghost-faced Jiao heads. These four ghost-faced Jiao chased after them in four different directions. Their speed was too fast, like a black lightning bolt. Their bodies pierced through the sound barrier, emitting a roaring sound. Catching up. At this moment, Barker and Suhao both changed their faces, sensing the two black shadows attacking fiercely. Suhao gritted his teeth, his soul power added itself, his speed steeply surged by a hair, forcing him to rush out a distance. A huge tail also lashed out at this moment, sticking to Suhao's body and passing through, ripping the remnants he left behind to shreds. And Barker with Emotion Yu also jumped out some distance, avoiding the devouring bite of the ghost-faced ogre. Boom! The ghost-faced Jiao's devouring bite as well as its tail lashings fell short, and a large tree burst into powder on impact, almost like a ferocious beast that had returned from the distant past. It's coming after us? But this ghost-faced Jiao's breath is very weak. Suhao's back was wet with cold sweat, and it was fortunate that his soul power increase caused his speed to skyrocket by a cut, or else he would definitely be smacked squarely, and his body would burst into pieces on the spot. It should be a ghost-faced Jiao split, creating a split power will be weakened as a result. At the same time, Suhao realized that the breath of this ghost-faced Jiao was very weak, far less strong than the ghost-faced Jiao he had seen before, and Suhao guessed that the reason why this ghost-faced Jiao's breath had weakened so much was definitely due to the ability of splitting. For every split created, the strength of the ghost-faced Jiao would be divided equally, and when the ghost-faced Jiao was divided into four, it was the same as the strength was also divided into four, which is why the breath of this ghost-faced Jiao chasing Suhao's trio was weakened so much. Although it is weakened a lot, but only relatively speaking, even if the strength is divided into four parts of the ghost-face scale, the strength is also comparable to the beginning of the Immortal Gate level of the powerhouses. Chapter 106, Giant, Barbarian Zun. Our speed is far inferior to it. You take Miss 7 and go first, I'll stop it. Barker gritted his teeth as he handed the ink god rein to Suhao. You. Be careful. Emotion Yu's color is a little complicated. When she was young and passed through a place, she met Barker who was seriously injured, and saved his life, and Barker has been her guard, doing his duty, and now that she is in danger, Barker even took the initiative to stay behind to break the back. Good. You also escape as soon as possible. Suhao nodded, he didn't have any nonsense, he picked up Emotion Yu and swept towards the extreme distance. Demon Ghost King? Then let's try and see if you can kill me. Barker let out a low roar, his body surging true essence blossom, and he directly burned the Jindan in his body, his breath wildly rising several times, then turned in the other direction and fled. Joking. Fighting with the Demon Ghost King, it's impossible to win, I'll burn the Golden Dan and hope that I can escape. Barker dragged the air current and went at great speed, he was ready to draw away this ghost-face ogre, even if he could not escape, he could let Emotion Yu live. The human face on the ghost-faced ogre's forehead wrinkled, looking at the three people who escaped in separate directions, it didn't want to let go of any of them, so its body twisted and split once again, transforming into two ghost-faced ogres, chasing after Suhao, Emotion Yu, and Barker's escaping direction respectively. Split again? Suhao was running with Emotion Yu in his arms, and even without turning back, his soul force probing detected that the ghost-faced ogre was chasing after him, and its breath was much weaker again, obviously splitting again. Even if it splits again, it is still faster than me. Suhao's mouth twitched. In his perception, the ghost-faced ogre was already close to his range of several hundred meters. No way to escape, only one battle. Ruthlessness flashed in Suhao's eyes. This ghost-faced ogre had gone through two splits, its breath had weakened by a large amount, it should be less than the level of Demon Ghost King. He himself didn't say that he would kill it, but at least he had the qualification to fight with it. I'll pester this ghost-faced Jiao in a while, you find a chance to escape. Suhao said to Emotion Yu in his arms. Well. You be careful. Although Emotion Yu's face was pale, she still maintained her composure, and she immediately nodded her head when she heard the words, clear that this was not the time to hesitate. Suhao couldn't withdraw his hand from holding her at all, and it was only a matter of time before she was caught up. Suhao pushed Emotion Yu out tens of meters away with his dexterity, and he himself turned around to face ghost-faced Jiao. Seeing that Suhao even stopped and dared to face himself, the human face on its forehead surfaced with a scowl, and its speed fiercely accelerated by a large margin, like a black lightning, opening its fishy bloody mouth and devouring and biting, so fast that even when Suhao's soul power was outwardly released, he could only capture the blurred trajectory. Phew! Suhao leaped and jumped up high, the power of the wind spirit root allowed him to fly as if he could fly briefly, and while avoiding the devouring bite of the ghost-faced ogre, Suhao instantly drew his sword. Robbing Thunder Blade Technique. Blood Demon Crystal. Suhao didn't dare to hesitate, and directly urged the Blood Demon Crystal. His blood was injected into the Blood Demon Crystal, and instantly, his blade intent was enhanced by as much as 5 or 6 times, and his Thunder Blade intent was coupled with the Thunderjacking Blade technique, and he chopped out angrily. Rumble! Black destructive thunder rolled and smashed down, like divine punishment from beyond the 9 heavens. After Suhao promoted to the innate realm, this blade was more than several times more terrifying than before. Emotion Yu was shocked in his heart when he saw this scene. It was hard to imagine a martial artist who had just entered the innate realm to be able to slash such a terrifying blade. The ravaging thunder was simply going to destroy everything. Pooh! The Black Thunder saber blade slammed down on top of the human face on the forehead of the ghost-faced Jiao, but what made Suhao's eyelids jump happened. This horrible saber of his was able to kill the body cultivators such as Hu Yanli, who was in the Yuandan realm in a second, but that human face actually opened its mouth, and its teeth closed with great force, directly biting the saber blade that Suhao had chopped out, and even the saber blade let out a clicking sound, and it was bitten out of a gaping hole. After 2 splits, although the strength of this ghost face augur had fallen below the demon ghost king, it was still stronger than 90% of the Jindan realm. The gap was still huge. Aang. While the human face of the ghost-faced augur bit out a gap in Suhao's blade, the human face opened its mouth fiercely, emitting a silent sound wave, which was a sound wave that attacked the soul, and it could directly cause the soul to be shattered. Who? Suhao harnessed the air currents with the help of wind spirit root. His body was wrapped by the green-colored air currents, and he made a turn out of the air, avoiding the sound wave attack of the human face. However, Suhao's paws had just landed on the ground when the ghost-faced augur's huge head once again came devouring and biting. Too fast. Suhao's spirit was tense. The strength of Ghost-faced Jiao was too terrifying. Even though it had split twice and was only equivalent to less than 1/8 of the Ghost-faced Jiao in its heyday, it was still terrifying to the extreme. Soul power increase. Suhao's soul force concentrated and united with the power of his physical body, steeply erupting into a super extreme speed, avoiding the Ghost-faced Jiao's bloody mouth by a fraction of a second when it closed. Ka! That bloody mouth closed, biting the void to the point of trembling. If bitten solidly, one would definitely end up being bitten in half. Wind Thunder Chop. Suhao roared lowly, his soul force increase, blood demon crystal increase were all stimulated at the same time, and his knife bloomed with rolling thunder and hurricane wind, forming a fierce knife chi, a knife that tore through the void as if a tiny thread swept by, followed by constant expansion, and fiercely chopped above the side of the ghost-faced Jiao's cheek. Clang! In the violent trembling sound, the black scales covering the head of ghost-faced Jiao flashed with a ghostly light, and a huge recoil shocked Suhao to stagger out of more than 10 meters, while ghost-faced Jiao's head trembled by this horrible chop of Suhao, and the scales at its cheeks left a 1-inch deep, 2 feet long slash mark. How can this fight? Suhao's cheek muscles twitched violently. He felt that his hands were shocked by the force of counter-vibration to the point that he was about to lose consciousness, although this knife that he tried his best to make left a 2-foot-long wound on Ghost-masked Jiao's cheek, but in fact, this knife didn't even penetrate through the scales, and it couldn't even be considered as a skin wound. The gap was too big. Suhao's terrifying slash with the help of soul power increase and the blood demon crystal's outburst only left a knife mark on the scales of the ghost-faced scaly Jiao's cheek, and didn't break the defense at all. Even the scales of the other party could not be broken, so it was conceivable that there was not the slightest chance of winning. Ghost-faced Jiao, however, noticed the knife mark on its cheek, which caused its eyes to become blood red all of a sudden. Its hallowed demon ghost king, even though it had been split twice, and this body was only about 1/10 of what it was at its peak, it still found it hard to accept that it was even left with a mark on its face by a tiny mole cricket, which caused it to become furious, and wanted to tear Suhao into pieces. Only escape. Fortunately, Emotion Yu left, otherwise dragging me back would be troublesome. Suhao decided to escape. Fortunately, Emotion Yu didn't waste his chance to stall for time, and had already run out of sight. With his own soul power increasing speed, it was still possible for him to escape out of the Black Cloud Mountain range. He only hoped that this demon ghost Jiao had some scruples, and wouldn't come out after him. The demon ghost king's one detachment that had been weakened twice was so difficult to deal with. If it was the ghost-faced Jiao in its heyday, it could really kill nearly any innate in an instant. Hiss! The ghost-faced Jiao's eyes flashed ferociously, and it was about to continue attacking Suhao, but at this moment, it seemed to have an awareness, and looked towards the sky. This is... Suhao also froze. He similarly detected a terrifying pressure, looked up, and froze. In the sky above the Black Cloud Mountain range, I don't know when there was an additional sturdy giant. This giant was more than 10 feet tall, standing above the sky, with a majestic gaze, his body wrapped in a layer of hazy light, as if he had walked out of a giant from the ancient times, radiating a might that pressed down on a bull-thick tree that was bending and breaking. Chapter 107 Demon Ghost King's Soul. A hint of panic appeared in the eyes of the ghost-faced Jiao. An aura that was transmitted from this giant made it tremble, and it instinctively felt that this was not an existence that it could match. There are still several demon ghost kings present in the Black Cloud Mountain range? You don't hide properly, but you still dare to kill my barbarian god courts people? That lanky giant stood in the void, staring down at the ghost-faced Jiao below, snorting coldly as a spear emerged in his hand and he hurled it out abruptly. A hint of panic appeared in the eyes of the ghost-faced Jiao, hurriedly trying to dodge, but it was simply useless. No matter how it dodged, that spear was always aimed at its head. Poof! In Suhao's shocked gaze, the spear was like a meteorite falling, straight through the head of ghost-faced Jiao, which hissed, its body collapsing and turning into an invisible energy that flew away into the distance. This was ghost-faced Jiao's doppelganger. If the doppelganger died, the power carried by the doppelganger would automatically return to the main body. One strike. Killed it in seconds? Suha was shocked in his heart. This ghost-faced Jiao, even if it was only a bilocation, was still better than 90% of the Jindan realm. The one who could kill it in one hit was definitely an Immortal sect realm powerhouse without a doubt, and not an ordinary Immortal sect realm powerhouse. That burly giant was suspended in the air. He saw Su Hao. The corner of his mouth showed a faint smile. You are Su Hao? You are indeed a very outstanding young man. You can marry any one of my daughters, and I welcome you to stay in my barbarian god court and start a family. After saying that, the burly giant was flying towards the distance without stopping. The one he killed was only the ghost-faced ogre's doppelganger, and he wanted to completely wipe out this ghost-faced ogre. He's Barbarian Zun? Su Hao was stunned, realizing the identity of this person. In all probability, he was the barbarian god court's master, Barbarian Zun. This was the supreme god of a sect, and was equivalent to the Dao Extremity sect patriarch in the Dao Extremity sect. When they encountered the ghost-faced ogre before, Emotion Yu and Emotion Shuan both crushed the jade pendant used for summoning, and Barbarian Zun, who got the distress signal, rushed here in person, and only with his speed could he arrive at the Black Cloud Mountain range in such a short period of time. And what he said made Su Hao's mouth twitch, wanting to make himself his son-in-law. Go over and take a look. With Barbarian Zun making a move, this ghost-faced ogre will be put to death in 9 out of 10 cases. Su Hao collected his strange emotions, a trace of excitement appeared on his face, and he hurriedly swept towards the distance at a fast pace. The battle between a strong person like Barbarian Zun and the Demon Ghost King must be very exciting. He wanted to see the means of such a strong person. But the imagined fierce battle didn't happen, because the two sides weren't even on the same level. Hiss! Each and every detachment of the ghost-faced Jiao that was originally chasing after the many martial artists of the Barbarian Divine Court converged towards the main body, fleeing at extreme speeds. The ghost-faced Jiao was able to feel the deadly threatening force coming from the Barbarian Zun's body, and there was no halfway decent chance that it would be a match for the Barbarian Zun at all. All of ghost-faced Jiao's detachments have been killed? Su Hao's eyes were filled with shock. As he ran, and through the breath of blood method, he saw that a huge mass, representing the ghost-faced Jiao's detachments all collapsed away, obviously all being killed by Barbarian Zun. They were crushed in a very short period of time. Hiss! The bilocations that the ghost-faced Jiao had split off had all been killed by Barbarian Zun, and as a result, all of the power that its bilocations had carried returned within its main body, allowing its main body to return to its peak state. The ghost-faced Jiao hissed and fled towards the depths of the Black Cloud Mountain range. In the depths of the Black Cloud Mountain range, there was more than just one Demon Ghost King, and it hissed because it was trying to call the other Demon Ghost Kings to come out and deal with Barbarian Zun together. But what made Ghost-faced Jiao stunned was that none of those Demon Ghost Kings responded. They all hid far away. They all sensed the terror of Barbarian Zun. Of course it was impossible for them to appear and meet the battle with Ghost-faced Jiao, or to send them to their deaths. Promoted to the level of the Demon Ghost King, every intelligence was not low. Aang! Su Hao saw the scene happening in the distance from afar. The ghost-faced Jiao realized that it couldn't escape, and was also inspired to be ferocious. It let out a horrifying chirping sound, which shook the trees within a radius of several hundred meters and exploded, staring viciously at the 10-foot-tall Barbarian Zun in the sky, and following that, he opened his bloody mouth, and his upper body probed out lightning fast, in order to bite the Barbarian Zun in one gulp to cut it into two. A grade 2 Demon Ghost King dares to open its teeth and claws in the face of me? The corners of Barbarian Zun's mouth drew an arc as a battle spear coalesced in his hand and stabbed out into the void in front of him. A strange scene appeared. The first half of Barbarian Zun's battle spear disappeared into the void and appeared out of nowhere above Ghost-faced Jiao's head, as if a spatial channel had been opened up. Clearly the two sides were still tens of meters apart, but Barbarian Zun crossed this spatial channel and stabbed out with a single spear. Pooh! This arcane strike was clearly beyond the understanding of the ghost-masked Jiao. It didn't even have time to slow down its speed. It was as if it had taken the initiative to crash into it. Its head collided with the battle spear, and the spear stabbed the ghost-masked Jiao's head straight through. Hiss! The ghost-faced Jiao let out a mournful hiss as its huge body crashed to the ground, rolling up a huge circle of shockwaves as its body tumbled a few times, smashing the earth to pieces, and following that, it directly lost its breath of life. A grade 2 Demon Ghost King was easily killed by Barbarian Zun like a pig or dog. This is the territorial boundaries of the Barbarian Divine Court. If you dare to attack my Barbarian Divine Court's people, all of you will die. Barbarian Zun's voice resounded throughout the entire Black Cloud Mountain range, and in the depths of the Black Cloud Mountain range, none of the hidden Demon Ghost Kings dared to make a sound, trying their best to hide their own aura for fear of being discovered and ending up in the same situation as the ghost-faced Jiao. Shoo! Throwing down such a sentence, Barbarian Zun also did not stay. His 10-feet-tall figure disappeared into the sky in a flash, as if it had never appeared. For a powerhouse of his level, ordinary Demon Ghost King simply could not raise his interest. If it was not for the fact that his sons and daughters were begging for help, he would not have been able to come to the Black Cloud Mountain range to come to kill Ghost-faced Jiao. Ha ha ha! This is my father, too strong. Emotion Sun was protected by Elderling, and let out a loud laugh of triumph at the sight. I want to be as strong as my father in the future. You? I'm afraid that you won't be able to reach the level of a Barbarian Zun even if you cultivate for 10,000 years. The corners of Ling Lao's mouth twitched as he secretly thought, of the several sons and daughters of Barbarian Zun, the most incompetent one was Emotion Sun. Ling Lao, however, was also relieved. It was fortunate that Barbarian Zun had arrived, otherwise he definitely wouldn't have been able to delay for long and would have died at the hands of the demonic ghost Jiao. This is the corpse of the demon ghost king? So arrogant, and it wasn't killed by a single blow from Lord Barbarian Zun. The surviving martial artists all came to the corpse of the demon-faced Jiao and looked at it curiously. Among them also included Su Hao, who laughed bitterly in his heart. Is this the strength of a powerhouse of the Immortal Gate realm? Su Hao was also clear that Barbarian Zun wasn't an ordinary Immortal Gate realm. Perhaps all of them had broken through the Immortal Gate realm as well, and in the entire southern Barbarian Savannah, Barbarian Zun was the strongest group. It was not something that ordinary martial artists who opened the Immortal Gate, or some ordinary demon ghost king could be compared to. This ghost-faced Jiao just died, its soul should not have dissipated yet. Why don't I use it to cultivate the true body of the berserk beast? Su Hao stared at the gigantic corpse of the ghost-faced Jiao, his eyes glowing. Berserk beast true body. This secret art came from the Yelu family that had been inherited for 10,000 years. It was one of the top secret arts of the Yelu family, capable of absorbing beast souls with all sorts of supernormal abilities, enhancing the strength of one's own soul, and also summoning the souls of beasts to answer the enemy. It was very esoteric, and at the time, Yelu Xiong had only cultivated this berserk beast true body to the extent that he had only gotten an introduction to it. Berserk beast true body need to absorb a beast demon ghost soul. In front of the ghost-faced Jiao just died, is attached to this condition. Absorbing the soul of a demonic ghost king to train in the berserk beast true body? This idea is a bit crazy. Chapter 108, Absorbing the Demon Ghost King's Soul. You're fine, little brother Su? Great. A slightly weak voice rang out not far away. Su Hao raised his eyes to find a vicious man with a scar on his face. It was none other than Barker. Earlier, Barker took the initiative to stay behind to break the back, detonating his own Jindan for this purpose. Su Hao nodded and inquired, I'm fine, how are you? Barker had detonated his Jindan, so it must have greatly affected himself. Barker smiled and waved his hand. It's fine if your life is saved, although your Jindan is shattered, you can recover after a period of cultivation. Jindan shattered is very difficult to recover, such as Jin Tianwu that cultivation will regress, but Barker is a person of the Barbarian God Court. He asked the Immortal Sect realm powerhouses to help him to recoalesce the Jindan will be easy. Detonation of the Jindan on Barker's side of the damage will indeed not be as big as Jin Tianwu. It's good that you are fine. At this time, Emotion Yu also came over. She said softly after seeing Su Hao. There was an inexplicable blush on her small face. Just now the Barbarian Zun said that he could marry one of his daughters to Su Hao, and she also heard it. In the face of a powerful demon ghost king like Ghostface Jiao, Su Hao was able to have the courage to let her go and wield his sword against Ghostface Jiao, making Emotion Yu's heart throb and feel that Su Hao was a reliable man. It's all because of me. If I didn't crush the jade pendant, you'd all be dead. Emotion Sun said with a smug face, making the crowd quite a bit speechless. The look was like he had beheaded the Ghostface Jiao, not Barbarian Zun. Barbarian Zun's strength is still really horrible. This powerful second-level demon ghost king after the second evolution, killed in one strike. Su Hao couldn't help but sigh when he saw the Ghostface Jiao's 100-meter-long corpse, which exuded a terrifying aura even in death. Ghostface Jiao's ferocious power was overwhelming. Even a split body with only about 1/10 of the body's strength was enough to crush the Jindan realm, and there was no need to mention the Ghostface Jiao in its full bloom. Many Immortal Sect realm powerhouses couldn't necessarily win against it, and there was a risk of falling down. But it was such a powerful demon ghost king against Barbarian Zun, but Barbarian Zun was able to kill it with a divine spear, and this kind of strength was completely beyond the understanding of ordinary people. As the master of the Barbarian God Court, Barbarian Zun's strength was at the top of the heap, standing proudly in the Immortal Sect realm and famous in the southern barbarians. Can I use the corpse of this ghost-faced augur first? Su Hao spoke at this time. Of course. Emotion Yu froze, not sure what Su Hao wanted to do, but immediately answered without hesitation. As for Emotion Sun, he looked at Su Hao and Emotion Yu, and hemmed and hawed, so it's your brother-in-law, of course you can use it if you want to, feel free to use it, you don't have to be polite. You shut up. Emotion Yu's pretty face was colored with redness, and she fiercely glared at Emotion Yuan. Su Hao was slightly embarrassed, and could only pretend he didn't hear it as he came to the corpse of the Ghostface Jiao with great strides. The Ghostface Jiao was 100 meters long, with a thick body, covered with huge black scales, and had an augur-like head, majestic, and that terrifying might could press the legs of Hotian martial artists to go weak even after death. Su Hao looked at the corpse of the ghost-faced scaly dragon and took a deep breath. Let's start, I'm going to cultivate this mad beast true body. Berserk Beast True Body, gold level quality technique and secret art, was the highest quality secret art that Su Hao had mastered nowadays. It could be said that even if it was placed in a big clan, the secret art was an untold secret, and if one wanted to learn it, one had to make a great merit to be able to do so. Su Hao sat cross-legged next to the corpse of the ghost-faced scaly Jiao, silently operating the Berserk Beast True Body. Suhao didn't worry about the demonic ghosts in this Black Cloud Mountain range. The corpse of Ghostface Jiao was there. Those demonic ghosts didn't dare to come close in a short period of time. As for the demonic ghost king that existed in the depths of the Black Cloud Mountain range, it was even more insufficient to be feared. The Barbarian Zun strongly beheaded the Ghostface Jiao and warned about it, and those demonic ghost kings absolutely didn't dare to jump out to find death. What is he doing? Some people were a bit curious when they saw Suhao's actions. It seems like he's practicing some kind of technique. Don't even come close. Emotion you commanded, telling the people around him not to disturb Suhao. Phew. As the soul-inducing technique of the Berserk Beast true body was launched, Suhao realized that there was a ball of semi-transparent light and shadow inside the corpse of the ghost masked Jiao, vaguely forming the appearance of the ghost masked Jiao, and it was clear to Suhao that this was the soul of the ghost masked Jiao, and after the death of any living creature, the soul would remain inside the corpse for a period of time, and then dissipate, and without a body, the soul would be just like a rootless fire, burning for a period of time and then burned out. To absorb the soul of a demon ghost at the level of Demon Ghost King with the cultivation of innate, it was very crazy, but Suhao was not without the possibility of success. He had intermediate ghost spirit root, and he even comprehended the meaning of the soul aspect, and the strength of his soul was far beyond the same level of martial arts practitioners by too many times, and he might not be incapable of doing things that other people could not do. Hiss! A piercing chirping sound rang out in Suhao's mind, shaking his soul violently. It was the soul of the ghost-faced Jiao. It sensed that Suhao wanted to absorb it, and let out a roar. It was a hallowed demon ghost king. Even if it was dead, how could it be at the mercy of a kid? Suhao operated his berserk beast true body, and a huge suction force was generated inside his body, pulling the ghost-faced ogre's soul out of the corpse in a raw manner, and flew towards Suhao's body, like a vortex, engulfing it. Just now, seemed to see a transparent shadow, swallowed by Suhao. The other martial artists saw in a trance that a scaly dragon shadow emerged and was swallowed by Suhao, and it was none other than the corpse of the ghost-faced scaly dragon. What a fierce resistance! Suhao's body, however, shook violently as he drew the beast's soul into his body, and the ghost-faced scow's soul struggled crazily, and Suhao suppressed it with his soul force, but felt a great strain, like using both hands to hold down a crazy brute bull. The second step of drawing the beast's soul into the body was to punch his own soul seal into the beast's soul, so that he could perfectly harness the beast's soul and wouldn't be easily reversed, and the ghost-faced Jiao's soul sensed this and struggled crazily. Not good. This guy wants to die with me? Suhao was stunned. He sensed that the ghost-faced Jiao's soul was expanding and contracting dramatically. This guy even wanted to detonate his soul and have a fish death with Suhao. Suhao exerted his soul power to the extreme, suppressing the ghost-faced Jiao from blowing itself up. His face changed. He had an urge to drive the ghost-faced Jiao's soul out of his body, otherwise, when it exploded, his own soul would probably be blown up. The ghost-faced Jiao was too unruly to be enslaved even after it was dead, which was the dignity of it as a demon ghost king. Buzz! Just when Suhao couldn't suppress it and was ready to expel ghost-faced Jiao's soul out of his body, the blood demon crystal in his right palm emitted a buzzing sound, emitting a blood-colored ripple that swept out. Buzz buzz buzz. Everyone in Suhao's surroundings was swept by this blood-colored ripple, and in just an instant, all of them felt their souls trembling, and their eyes all surfaced with a blank look, completely frozen as if they had turned into human puppets. Not only these people, the soul of the ghost-faced Jiao in Suhao's body was also swept by the blood-colored ripples emanating from the blood demon crystal, and its eyes, which were originally ferocious, became blank, as if it had lost its soul. Chapter 109 Wild Beast True Body becomes. The blood demon crystal is helping me? Suhao froze, his face showed joy. The role of the blood demon crystal was far more than just increasing Suhao's ability. The last time when he broke through the innate, it was also the blood demon crystal that helped him to take the last step, and now this blood-colored ripples that were emitted seemed more like it was able to act on the soul, letting the soul fall into a state of confusion. Every time he used the blood demon crystal, it would absorb Suhao's blood, and the blood demon crystal was producing unknown changes, and this change should be good from the current point of view. Take advantage of this opportunity to punch in the Imperial Beast Soul Seal. Suhao, however, didn't hesitate, taking advantage of the fact that the ghost-faced Jiao's soul was affected by the blood-colored ripples and lost all resistance. Suhao concentrated his soul power, condensed into a royal beast soul seal according to the record of the berserk beast true body, and punched it deep into the soul of the ghost-faced Jiao. Puff! This imperial beast soul seal pierced through the head of the ghost-faced Jiao's soul, deeply planting into the depths of its soul. And as the soul seal was deeply planted, an inexplicable connection was created between the ghost-faced Jiao's soul and Suhao, and the fierce color in the ghost-faced Jiao's eyes disappeared, turning docile. It's done! Suhao was elated. Successfully punching the soul seal into the ghost-faced Jiao's soul meant success, and Suhao saw that in an ocean, the ghost-faced Jiao was swimming and rolling in it. This was Suhao's soul sea, and the ghost-faced Jiao's soul resided in Suhao's soul sea, emitting a stream of soul power, causing Suhao's soul sea to expand as a result, more than doubling in size. The ghost-faced Jiao was now equivalent to a part of Suhao's soul, so its soul power would feed back to Suhao, causing Suhao's soul power to surge up by a factor of 2. Don't underestimate the doubling. The growth of soul force is the most difficult. Suhao's soul force is already powerful. Doubling on this base is horrifying. His soul force increase from the original 3 times speed and power increase to about 6 times. It can be seen that the gap is huge. Soul force probing could even encompass 1,000 meters in a radius. Okay, it's done. Turn around and try to see what changes this ghost-faced scaly beast soul has brought to me. A touch of joy appeared on Suhao's face, and he slowly exited the cultivation state. This berserker beast true body was considered an introduction, and it could be even more powerful with deeper cultivation. What just happened? I don't know. Suddenly went into a mental trance. One by one, the surrounding martial artists had all come back to their senses from being affected by the blood demon crystal at this time, and one by one, they were all a bit bewildered, not knowing what had just happened. It's almost dark. It's better to return to the Barbarian God Court first. Emotion then looked at the sky and spoke. Good. The crowd all nodded their heads and turned back to look at the corpse of the demon-faced Jiao. The demon ghost king's corpse was very precious, but with such a large corpse, it was simply impossible to take it with them, so they could only return to the Barbarian God's Court and call for more people to come to reclaim the corpse of the demon-faced Jiao. The crowd returned to the Barbarian God Court. The Barbarian God Court at night was very lively. They sacrificed the demon ghosts they rounded up to the barbarian ancestor, singing and dancing. The atmosphere was very warm. Suhao quietly watched, but did not participate because he felt out of place. Besides, he can't sing, dance, or rap. Does he go up and dance awkwardly? The night gradually deepened, and the gathered people dispersed. Suhao returned to his room and studied the changes brought about by the cultivation of Berserk Beast's true body. There was no need to mention that his soul power was greatly enhanced. In addition to that, Suhao was able to summon a beast soul shadow against the enemy, which was the trick that Yelu Xiong had used, and Suhao's soul power was much stronger than his, and his ghost-faced augur soul was much stronger than Yelu Xiong's beast soul, and this trick would be even more terrifying if it was performed by Suhao. On top of that, Suhao was also able to possess his body with his beast soul, drastically increasing his battle power. Beast soul possession. Summoning the ghost-faced augur projection, the space here was a little too small to perform, so Suhao tried the beast soul possession, and as the beast soul possession was performed, every inch of Suhao's muscles swelled up, filled with an extreme sense of force, and dark black scales surfaced on his arms. Suhao looked at the extra scales on his hands in amazement. This was the condensation of true essence, because Suhao's berserker beast true body was only just started. The scales were only on his hands and there were only a few of them, but what made Suhao amazed was that a terrifying power filled his body. My power has doubled. Suhao's finger scratched in the void, a crack surfaced and didn't heal for a long time. Suhao marveled that his strength had doubled. Originally, he had the divine strength of 200,000 pounds in one arm, and under the beast soul possession, he had the divine strength of 400,000 pounds in one arm. However, the form of beast soul possession should not be maintained for too long, otherwise I myself might be affected by the beast soul. Suhao secretly said, if the beast soul possessed him for too long, he himself would be affected by the ghost-faced augur's soul. Besides that, I have the ability to fly under the beast soul possession. Suhao's feet left the ground, and he actually soared into the air. Jiao Dragon is able to fly. The ghost-faced Jiao soul possession also made Suhao have the ability to fly. This is an ability only possessed by strong immortal sect realm. The practicality of this ability need not be mentioned. Whether it's to catch the road or to escape, it's very good to use. Even if it's a more powerful martial artist, it would be helpless when faced with Suhao who flew up to high altitude. Suhao withdrew from the form of the beast soul possession and laid down on the bed to rest. It's almost time to go back. Suhao looked at the starry sky outside the window and thought so. He had disappeared for so long. It was estimated that the people of the sect thought that he was dead. Nangong Renling and Nangong Lan didn't know how to worry, and he felt that it was time to leave. He had intercepted the ghost face augur before and let Emotion escape, so he had returned her favor, and when he left, no one would have a reason to be able to stop him. 3 days passed. Suhao met Emotion and opened his mouth to tell his intention. I'm going to leave, or else my parents and sister will probably have to worry a lot. Upon hearing this, Emotion was stunned. She was a bit silent, and after a long time, she slowly nodded her head. Okay. Emotion had a good feeling for Suhao in her heart, and Barbarian Zun even said that he would let Suhao choose one of his daughters at will and could marry him, making Emotion's heart throb as well. Now Suhao was leaving, making her heart lost, but she also had a reserve. It was impossible for her to retain Suhao regardless. Take this, it was going to be sent to you. At this time, Emotion thought of something and picked up a knife stowed in a bronze sheath from a table. This is a knife made of green meditation gold? Suhao picked it up. The knife was very light. Suhao slightly pulled the knife out, and immediately, the green gold-colored cold aura shone, illuminating the room. Suhao recognized it. This was a knife made of green meditation gold, and it wouldn't even go out of fashion when used by Immortal sect realm powerhouses. Your previous knife broke, so I had the Barbarian God Court's casting master work on it overnight to build it. Emotion laughed. Suhao's cold stream knife was considered a divine weapon, but it couldn't keep up with his strength anymore, and even more so, it was damaged in the previous battle with the ghost-faced Jiao, so he was worried about where to get a new knife. Well, thanks. Suhao was very pleased. As a martial artist, a good knife naturally made him happy. This green underworld knife was built according to Suhao's previous Coldstream knife, and it was very smooth. Cough cough. Can you give me the 2 things on Jin Tianwu's body? Suhao was a bit embarrassed to ask for things from Emotion again. What Suhao wanted was the bone whistle and blood essence pill that Jin Tianwu was carrying, for the purpose of naturally summoning the Scarlet Demon Eagle with the bone whistle so that it could take him back to the Great Xia dynasty. Otherwise it was a bit difficult for Suhao to cross the border. Although he could fly in the state of beast soul possession, he couldn't maintain this state for a long time. If he rode a horse from here to Daoji sect of Xia Imperial Dynasty, it would take 2 or 3 months without sleep or rest. The speed of the Blood Eagle was very fast, still flying non-stop, in order to spend only 3 days to arrive at the southern savage prairie. Chapter 110, You're being targeted by something. Good. Emotion agreed and ordered people to fetch these 2 things. She suddenly, as if she had gathered courage and made some decision, she approached towards Suhao with quick steps. What? For? Suhao was a bit puzzled what Emotion wanted to do, but he suddenly froze. Emotion stood on her tiptoes and kissed his lips. The soft touch and the fresh scent of a young girl made Suhao's brain a bit blank. Has been kissed for 10 seconds, Emotion was only a step back, and Suhao separated. Pretty face has been red as if to drip blood. She is very shy, do not dare to look at Suhao's eyes. My father said that he wants me to marry you. I will not prevent you from leaving, but I hope that you have time to can come back to Barbarian God Court to take a look. Suhao also did not know what to say. He did not have the idea of staying in the southern barbarians, which is why he has been trying to avoid meeting with Emotion. But the courage Emotion brought up to take the initiative to show her feelings was also unexpected, so that Suhao could not be calm in order to treat it. The southern barbarians are also bold and direct? I will come back when I have time. Suhao touched his somewhat hot cheeks, also a little embarrassed to look at Emotion's face, but said, Aha! Emotion nodded her head gently, and Suhao's heroic figure of fighting with the ghost-faced ogre without hesitation was firmly reflected in her heart. The stuff is brought. A guard brought the bone whistle from Jin Tianwu's body and a small porcelain bottle containing blood essence pills. Suhao took these 2 things and waved his hand at Emotion. Goodbye. Bye. Emotion waved her hand as well. It was a bit hard in her heart, but she didn't show it. Who? Don't think so much, go outside and summon the demonic eagle. Suhao thought of the shy Emotion from time to time. He shook his head and dispersed the mixed thoughts. Anyway, there was still a long future, there was no hurry. Suhao went out of the Barbarian God Court, all the way to a wilderness, and then blew a bone whistle, which was very peculiar, and did not give out any sound, but had an invisible fluctuation spreading out to a very far place. Then it is waiting. This time Suhao waited for 3 or 4 hours. When the sky is almost dark, he was suddenly energized. In the distant sky, a huge blood-colored eagle came flying. It was that blood-colored demon eagle. Seeing the blood-colored demon eagle, Suhao's heart also raised its vigilance. From the last performance, this blood-colored demon eagle was indeed different from ordinary demon ghosts, receiving benefits and then doing things. After all, the other party is a demon ghost. There is no harm to be vigilant, and what makes the corner of Suhao's mouth twitch is that he learned the basic information of this blood-colored demon eagle through the system probing. This is a demon ghost king. The strength of the demon ghost king is no less than that of the ghost-faced scaly Jiao. A demon ghost king, even like a courier, a bone whistle to arrive, the other party to do so in the end for what? Just for a little reward? Suhao wasn't sure, but became even more vigilant. When the scarlet demon eagle saw Suhao below, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. It's you? It seems that you are lucky. Not only did you not die, but your strength has also greatly improved. Sure enough, last time, the scarlet demon eagle had found Suhao hiding in Jin Tianwu and the other's car, and recognized Suhao through his scent, and the demon ghost king's power could be imagined. Instead of answering, Suhao said, I want to ask you to take me back to the Great Xia dynasty. This is the payment. Suhao took out a blood essence pill. The scarlet demon eagle smiled and landed in front of Suhao, opened his mouth and sucked the blood essence pill into his mouth, swallowed it in one gulp, and then said, Of course, come up. Suhao was slightly relieved when he heard this, and jumped onto the back of the scarlet demon eagle, which didn't make any nonsense, and rolled up a fierce wind, blowing the flowers and grasses on the earth to bend and break, and rushed up to the sky. The air current swept by his cheeks. Traveling around on the Demon Ghost King, this experience is really marvelous. Suhao sat on the back of the scarlet demon eagle, thinking inexplicably in his heart that in less than a month's time, no one would have thought that he had traveled back and forth between the Great Summer Imperial Dynasty and Southern Barbarians once. Time passed, and after flying for more than 3 days in a row, the scarlet demon eagle carried Suhao across the border of the Great Xia Imperial Dynasty and returned to the territory of the Great Xia Imperial Dynasty. Thousands of miles away from Daoji Mountain, the scarlet demon eagle landed and said to Suhao, We've arrived. Well, many thanks. Suhao jumped down from the back of the scarlet demon eagle. He was also a bit speechless. This was really marvelous. A demon ghost king was willing to be a transportation ship? He also didn't know what exactly was his purpose for doing so, not being the same species. Was it true that even his way of thinking was different? Kid, you seem to be targeted by something. He has been following from the southern savage prairie to here, but this does not matter to me. You seek your own happiness. And at this time, a strange color flashed on the face of the scarlet demon eagle, bent down, brought its head close, whispered to Su Hao, and then vibrated its wings, rolled up the wild wind, and disappeared into the sky in the blink of an eye. What am I being watched by? It has been following me from the southern savage prairie to here? Su Hao's expression froze, and his original happiness for having finally returned instantly disappeared without a trace. The scarlet demon eagle's words before he left made it impossible for him not to care. He was being stared at? He had been watched from the southern savage prairie, and had followed him all the way to the Daxia dynasty? Su Hao did not find any abnormality, which made his scalp numb. He felt that the scarlet demon eagle should not be lying. The scarlet demon eagle is a demon king, can't be so boring. But it is not necessarily so from the view of its behavior. Su Hao couldn't confirm the truth of what the scarlet demon eagle said. His soul force was released, and he didn't find any abnormalities, but Su Hao couldn't care about it. He couldn't even notice whether the other party existed or not, and if the other party suddenly attacked him, he most likely didn't even have a chance to react. At that moment, Su Hao looked around. He said in a loud voice, "Who is following Su? Come out and meet me. There is no need to be sneaky when you have something to say in revenge." Su Hao's voice spread out over a distance of several miles, but there was no movement around. Su Hao frowned, all a bit skeptical that the scarlet demon eagle was lying to him. It wasn't like someone was following him at all. This is? But Su Hao's face changed violently. He smelled a blood flavor. This blood flavor is not nasty, with a clear fragrance, like the most excellent spice, not pungent at all, intoxicating. This smell was familiar to Su Hao. When he was in the Black Cloud Mountain range, Su Hao and the others found the body of the innate demon ghost, and then discovered the murderer who killed the demon ghost, the blood-colored shadow that was suspected to be a half-demon ghost. At that time, that blood-colored shadow seemed to notice a demon ghost king approaching and left, but Su Hao didn't expect that the other party would follow him all the way. Not far in front of Su Hao, I don't know when a blood-colored delicate shadow emerged, staring straight at Su Hao, which made Su Hao's pupils contract. The blood-colored demon eagle didn't lie to him. There was really something following him, or the blood-colored shadow that appeared and disappeared in the Black Cloud Mountain range, which was suspected to be a half-demon ghost. Su Hao tried to probe the information of the scarlet shadow with his system, but the other party seemed to have a stealthy type of secret art, and he couldn't probe his specific information at all. Su Hao gripped the hilt of his sword tightly in his palm and asked in a deep voice, "Who are you? Why have you been following me?" Little Linglong is hungry. This blood-colored shadow spat out human words, but this voice made Su Hao dumbfounded. It was the voice of a soft, tender little girl. Chapter 111, I'm not your father. In front of Su Hao, the bloodlight on the surface of that bloody shadow's body faded, revealing a petite young girl, who looked only 13 or 14 years old, with fair skin to the extreme, wearing a spotless white princess dress, with a head of long, blood-red hair, and a pair of ruby-like blood eyes, and bare white and tender jade-like feet, the beauty of which made people's hearts melt. Little Linglong is hungry. At this time, this little girl is even more pitifully looking at Su Hao, her voice with a slight tremor, her crystal eyes flashing with tears, giving a feeling like a poor puppy. Does this want to eat me? Su Hao, however, was not mesmerized by her appearance. Instead, he became more and more alert. In the previous Black Cloud Mountain range, those two innate demonic ghosts were killed by her who had torn their necks open with her palms, and in all probability, that ghost-faced ogre would appear in the outskirts of the Black Cloud Mountain range, also because it had detected the little girl's aura. The other party had been following him since the Black Cloud Mountain range, and now she even said that she was hungry. Su Hao didn't think that the other party wanted to eat pastries, rice, or something. The little girl in front of him, although she had a secret technique to hide herself, and the system couldn't detect the basic information, in all likelihood, she was a half-demon ghost, and there were 4 half-demon ghosts Su Hao had encountered, each claiming to be a perfect creature, and all of them fed on the human heart, and they were ferocious and messy. This blood-eyed little girl had followed him all the way here, and in all probability, she had taken him as food. It's better to go first. This place is very close to the Tao Polarity sect. She won't dare to come after her. Facing the seemingly harmless little girl, Su Hao was again a little bit shocked for a while, not choosing to take the initiative to attack her. Su Hao really didn't know the depth of the other party, in case the other party's strength was far more than he imagined, and he didn't solve her with a slash in the past, but instead, he provoked her to do so. Being able to keep up with the speed of a demon ghost king, arriving all the way from the southern savage prairie to the Daxia dynasty, Su Hao had a guess that the other party wouldn't be at the demon ghost king level as well, right? So summarizing the above, Su Hao chose not to pay attention to it. He turned around and dashed towards the direction of Daoji sect. There were many strong Immortal sect realm practitioners in Daoji sect, and this guy who dared to chase into Daoji sect was just looking for death. Little Linglong is hungry. What made Su Hao spit blood was that as he retreated, the little girl was not willing to give up. She soared up, suspended in the void, half a meter above the ground towards Su Hao to chase after him, and also aggrievedly shouted in a small voice. The appearance was pitiful. Can fly? Is it really a demon ghost king level? Su Hao, however, was twitching at the corner of his mouth. This little girl could fly in the air. It couldn't be wrong. It was mostly a demon ghost king, half-demon ghost king. Hungry. Hungry. The pleading sound that kept coming from behind him made Su Hao upset. Should he give himself to her to eat if she begged him? He wasn't Buddha, he didn't cut his meat and feed it to the eagles so great. Stop screaming, I am not your father, what do I care if you are hungry? Suhao spat out blood and shouted, no matter how swift his body, the little girl has been in a distance behind him and did not lag behind too much, this kind of speed is very amazing. Finally, when Suhao was only 100 miles away from Daoji Mountain, the little girl stopped chasing Suhao. Her eyes were full of vigilance as she looked towards the direction of Daoji sect, able to sense that there were many powerful scents within Daoji Mountain. Suhao sighed in relief and hurriedly accelerated his speed. When the little girl saw Suhao's fading back, her little face was filled with a pitiful look, like an abandoned puppy. Inexplicable. Suhao's mouth corner twitched, being followed by a creature suspected to be a half-demon ghost king from the time of the Black Cloud Mountain range. He also had a burst of fear in his heart. Fortunately, returning to the Daoji Mountain, the little girl wouldn't dare to follow up again. Su's senior brother is back? He didn't die. Right, I told you that senior brother Su is a heavenly genius, how could he fall so easily? At the mountain entrance of Dao Polarity sect, seeing Suhao appear, one Dao Polarity sect disciple wondered if they were blinking their eyes. During this period of time, it was rumored that Suhao had died in the mines, causing many people to be in disbelief that this genius martial artist who had risen like a comet had fallen like a comet again. Suhao's return shook many people, and they were curious as to why he was fine and returned after such a long time. I'm not good at going to the 7-color peak, so I'll go collect the quest rewards first. Returning to his room, Suhao put down his luggage and secretly thought that the news of his return would surely reach Nangong Runling in their ears very soon, and he himself would go to the Law and Government Hall to hand in the quest first. Suhao didn't forget the reward for the task of guarding the mines. The door had promised him to give him a chance to enter the Huan Yuan pool for one immersion. The Yuan transformation pool, only the first immersion is effective, can make the body metamorphose and transform the bones. Only the real geniuses and demons are qualified to enter it to immerse once. Of course, Suhao couldn't possibly miss it. At that moment, Suhao came to the Law and Government Hall and met Deacon Li. I heard that you're fine. What a surprise. This was the first thing Deacon Li said when he saw Suhao, his face full of surprise. In about a month ago, the matter of Black Cloud Mine shook Daoji sect. The southern barbarian 5 fiends massacred hundreds of Daoji sect's disciples, causing Daoji sect to be furious. The Immortal sect's strongest men rushed at full speed to go there on that day to catch the southern barbarian 5 fiends, and the result was in vain. It was even rumored that Suhao couldn't see a person alive and couldn't see a corpse, and in 9 cases out of 10, he had died in the hands of the southern barbarian 5 fiends, but now he had come back alive, and Deacon Li was the first to know about this news. Deacon Li, I've come to collect the reward for the mission. Can the Yuan transformation pool let me use it once? Suhao opened the door and said, in order to guard the Black Cloud Mining Mountain, he had gone through a life and death experience, and almost lost his life, so this reward couldn't be unwanted. Upon hearing this, Deacon Li's face was flushed with a trace of difficulty, which made Suhao frown. Did something change? Deacon Li smiled bitterly and said, let's give you a clear explanation. The Yuan liquid inside the Yuan transformation pool will accumulate to full every 3 months, and it can only be used by one person every 3 months, and the Yuan transformation pool will be open tomorrow, and originally, this opportunity was given to you, but not too long ago, everyone thought that you were dead, so the door gave the opportunity to another elite disciple. At the end of his words, Deacon Li coughed and said, why don't you wait for 3 months, and then let you enter the Yuan transformation pool after 3 months? Deacon Li's words made Suhao unable to accept it. The door thought that he died and gave this place to someone else, but he was still alive. He almost lost his life in order to enter the Yuan transformation pool, and the pool would only be open tomorrow, so he could have notified another disciple by now. Suhao then said with a hint of dissatisfaction, Deacon Li, the time hasn't even arrived yet, and the door directly gives the quota to another person? I don't think that's quite right. I didn't die and came back alive. Why should I have to wait for 3 months? Instead of letting the person who originally took my place wait for 3 months? Originally, this opportunity belonged to Suhao, but because they misjudged that Suhao was dead, they gave the quota to someone else? Suhao couldn't accept it. Chapter 112 The Battle of the Yuan Transformation Pool. Deacon Li also smiled bitterly and said, this matter. I will immediately report to the top and see how to solve it. If it was being questioned by an ordinary disciple, Deacon Li definitely didn't have a good face, but the other party was Suhao, the number one in the outer sect, and it was even rumored that it was the patriarch's own grandson, so how would he dare to offend, and he only had to compensate for the smile. Alright, Suhao didn't force Deacon Li, knowing that the decision wasn't up to him, and after getting the promise that Deacon Li would immediately report to the top, he nodded his head slightly and left for the time being, waiting for the decision from the top. As for Suhao, he returned to his residence and waited quietly, and not long after, a clamor rang out from outside. Who is Suhao? Get the hell out. Outside the compound, a bellowing voice rang out. This made Suhao frown. He got up, opened the door of his room, and saw a lot of people converging in the compound outside the house. The leader was a man with a long beard, in his early 30s, and it was him that yelled outside Suhao's door, telling him to get out. Suhao's face was cold. Standing on the steps, looking down at this bearded man, he coldly said, Who are you? Do I know you? Why are you provoking in front of my door for no reason? This bearded man laughed, but his eyes were cold as he said, "Who am I? I am inner disciple Frametiani. Why am I looking for you?" "That's for you to ask yourself. I was all set to enter the Yuan transformation pool, but not too long ago, the elders within the sect suddenly notified me, telling me to let me enter the Yuan transformation pool again in 3 months. It was you, this brat, who messed up, right?" "So it was him?" Su Hao slightly understood. Originally the chance to enter the Yuan transformation pool was Su Hao's, but the sect thought that something might have happened to him, so they gave the quota to another person, that is, this cheeky bearded Frametiani. As a result, Su Hao came back the day before the pool was about to open, and looked for Deacon Lee to tell him about it, and Deacon Lee reported it to the top, and finally the top made a decision that Su Hao would still enter the pool, and as for Frametiani, he would be allowed to enter the pool 3 months later when it opened again. Frametiani was obviously not willing to do this. If the original did not tell him, even if all told him to let him prepare to enter the pool, he was looking forward to this for so long, the result of the day before, and then told him to let him do not wait. How can he accept? Frametiani didn't dare to protest to the Immortal sect elders in the gate, so he directly approached Su Hao. Frametiani looked at Su Hao coldly. "Su Hao, you're in the lineage of patriarchs, but you can't abuse your power like this. I've waited for so long, and you're going to make me wait for another 3 months with a light sentence?" Su Hao indifferently said, "This was originally a quota that belongs to me. I didn't see where you were when the Southern Barbarian 5 Furies came to attack, a quota that didn't belong to you, yet you ran so fast to find me? 4 of the 5 Southern Barbarian Furies died in my hands. This opportunity to enter the Yuan transformation pool is something I deserve." 4 of the 5 Southern Barbarian Furies died at the hands of senior brother Su? The Southern Barbarian 5 Furies, I heard that every one of them is a Yuan Dan realm powerhouse. Su Hao's words caused many disciples' hearts to shake. The corners of Box Tianyi's beard-covered mouth lifted upwards. 4 of the 5 Southern Barbarian Furies died in your hands? Then why did you only come back now? The news brought back by the elders in the door was that 2 of the 5 Southern Barbarian fatalities had escaped. Maybe you were captured by them together at that time, and it was only by kneeling down and begging for forgiveness that you were able to save your life, and only now are you able to return to Dao Polarity Sect, and you still brag that 4 out of the 5 fatalities were all killed by you? Frametiani's words were undoubtedly infuriating. Su Hao's face instantly turned cold, a chill brewing in his eyes. This Frametiani was deliberately provoking him. Frametiani said with a laugh, "Kid, don't talk nonsense with you. We martial artists always speak with strength. Fight with me. If you win, I will wait 3 months before entering the transformation pool. If you lose, I will let you trip on the bed for 3 months. I heard that you defeated Yelu Xiong. What is the number 1 of the outer door? Today I'll let you understand that this what first of yours is a complete joke among the inner sect. This is also too despicable. Frametiani as an inner door disciple, even want to duel with Su's senior brother? Frametiani entered the inner gate all of a dozen years ago, already at the Yuan Dan realm cultivation, young and strong. Not the average Yuan Dan realm can be compared. The Dao Extreme sect disciples who had gathered in the courtyard were all a bit righteously indignant when they heard this, an inner sect disciple taking the initiative to challenge an outer sect disciple? This was a bit shameless. Very well. Your provocation is very useful. Successfully provoke me. I'll do as you wish and engage in a duel with you, but my hand has always been no light or heavy. If it leaves you with any after effects, don't blame me." Su Hao laughed. His smile was cold. He didn't have the habit of being approached and punched in the face and still tolerating it. "Very well, since you agreed to duel, then I'm coming." Frametiani's face surfaced with a fierce smile. His relationship with the Yelu family was very good. He came to find Su Hao's trouble, not only for the quota to enter the Yuan transformation pool, there was also the meaning to show goodwill to the Yelu family. There could be quite a lot of Yelu family in the top level of Daoji sect. If he could get their appreciation, he would surely not be able to do without it if there were any benefits in the future. "Be careful, Tian Yuan Qi Gong." As the words fell, Frametiani nonchalantly chose to take the first shot, as an elite of the inner sect. A genius qualified to enter the Yuan transformation pool, it was a bit of a shame for him not to easily defeat Su Hao in a single shot. Frametiani's body's Yuan Dan realm's terrifying aura was released, condensed true essence gathered on top of the palm of his hand, and bombarded Su Hao in the air, and the terrifying true essence in the void formed a circle of ripples, crushing towards Su Hao. This Frametiani directly used Yuan Dan realm cultivation to crush Su Hao, preparing to use force to suppress people, and let Su Hao spit out blood and seriously injured in a single shot. "Kid, even my Frametiani's quota dare to rob? If I tolerate it, how can I still mix in Dao Polarity sect? Let everyone understand that what belongs to me, Frametiani, no one else can snatch." Frametiani thought viciously in his heart. Facing this powerful strike from Frametiani, Su Hao's response was simple: draw his sword and chop. Rubbing. The sound of the blade resounded in everyone's soul, and the green destiny blade blossomed with a brilliant light, seemingly excited to drink blood and open the blade. Soul power increase. Su Hao's extremely powerful soul force was added to this blade, and the speed and power of this blade instantly skyrocketed by about 6 times, just like a shocking thunder cutting a tiny crack in the void. At the same time with it, there was also the true essence ripples that Frame Tianyi crushed. A stripe of true essence ripples was like cutting paper, as easy to cut. The remaining momentum is not all. Sharp knife chi directly chopped in the Frame Tianyi's chest above. What? Framing Tianyi's pupils contracted violently. His body protection true essence was easily torn apart. He grunted in pain. The sharp blade chi left a 3-foot-long scar on his chest. It was on the verge of cutting open his bones. How is it possible that he didn't use a single ounce of true essence in this blade? Frame Tianyi staggered back, blood flowing from his chest, his face filled with disbelief. Su Hao's horrifying blade didn't even carry the slightest bit of true essence or true chi, and merely by being so fast that the knife chi revealed on the blade cut him? Chapter 113, The Third Evolution. A single/injured Frame Tianyi? He's at the Yuan Dan realm. Senior brother Su has also advanced to the innate realm? When the rest of them saw this scene, they were all horrified. This was an elite of the inner sect with Yuan Dan realm cultivation, and he was chopped by Su Hao with a single blade lightly? I said, I didn't strike lightly, I might leave you with after effects. Su Hao's ice-cold voice came out, and only just after the voice was transmitted to Frame Tianyi's ears, his entire body appeared a meter away from Frame Tianyi's body as if it was an instantaneous transfer. Suffer death. Frame Tianyi roared with some fear. He raised a huge fist. True essence power converged, forming a surging and thick halo. Towards Su Hao's face was a fist blast. The pressure Su Hao brought to him was too great, so that he didn't dare to have the slightest retention. 5 elements fist intent, water fist. Su Hao's face was expressionless. This Frame Tianyi's strength was too weak. At most, it was similar to the man with double swords who ranked third among the 5 deadly swords of the southern barbarians. Su Hao didn't use the swords. Instead, he drew in his left arm, and the 5 elements fist intent was struck out. The water-like fist intent was released, forming a vortex that dissolved all the strength carried by Framing Tianyi's fist, and engulfed Framing Tianyi's arm into it. Ka. And Framing Tianyi felt like his arm was caught in a deep-sea vortex. He couldn't pull it out at all. What alarmed him even more was that this vortex rotated violently. His bones were strangled with an unbearable groan and burst open. Aha! My hand! Framing Tianyi staggered back, one left arm twisted strangely. The bones of his entire arm were twisted to pieces by Su Hao's 5 elemental fist intent, and Framing Tianyi's mournful screams resonated in everyone's ears, sending shivers down one's spine. With this kind of strength, how dare you come to my door to find trouble? Su Hao forced his eyes on Frame Tianyi, slowly approaching towards him. You don't come over. Frame Tianyi was trembling and sweating coldly. He was already completely scared out of his wits. The intense pain in his left arm made him completely lose the will to fight. In front of him, this teenager's strength completely exceeded his imagination, not the same dimension. How could an outer disciple be strong to this extent? Me so. Su Hao suddenly withdrew his sword back into its sheath, causing Frame Tianyi to breathe a sigh of relief, thinking that Su Hao was willing to let him go. However, the next second Su Hao turned his sword around and poked and stabbed out one after another with the hilt's part. Bang bang! 2 lightning-like jabs hit Frame Tianyi's right shoulder and chin respectively. Su Hao had 200,000 pounds of divine power in one arm. Even if he had converged his power, these 2 impacts also shattered Frame Tianyi's chin, and his right shoulder was even more crushingly fractured, and his sturdy body flew out backwards from the courtyard door, smashing down on the ground, rolling and moaning, with his mouth full of bloodstains. This Frame Tianyi lost. Too strong, completely the difference between an adult and a child. Senior brother Su crushed Frame Tianyi in 1 or 2 shots. Those present were all outer sect disciples. At this moment, when they saw Su Hao, the number 1 of the outer sect, crush the inner sect elite Frame Tianyi, all of them trembled with excitement. Their eyes were full of reverence and longing. They also wanted to be as strong and powerful as Su Hao. I'll give you 3 seconds to get lost. The next time you dare to appear in front of me, I'll waste your 5 limbs. Su Hao's cold voice was transmitted to the ears of Frame Tianyi, who was collapsed on the ground. Woo! Frame Tianyi had a jolt, his eyes full of fear, afraid that Su Hao would strike again. Enduring the pain of his injuries, with blood mixed with saliva flowing out of the corners of his mouth, he stumbled up from the ground, as if there was a devil chasing behind him, and fled in a lousy manner towards the distance, not seeing the imposing appearance when he came in the slightest. Wasted arms, broken jaw, Su Hao shot quite heavy. His arms cannot be cured as a problem, but Su Hao heart cannot be half a bit of pity. The first ruffled the box Tianyi directly to the door, out of the provocative words, but also threatened to beat Su Hao cannot get out of bed for 3 months. Su Hao of course, have to let him pay a big price. I believe that the matter of Frame Tianyi is enough to deter many people. Go, don't disturb senior brother Su's rest. And one by one, the Tao Polarity sect disciples who had gathered here were all satisfied and left, having seen Su Hao's terrifying strength, which made them adore him immensely, and all of them were filled with motivation to take Su Hao as their goal. It was unheard of for an outer sect disciple to crush an inner sect elite when he was still an outer sect disciple. For Su Hao, the matter of Frame Tianyi was nothing more than a small episode, but for others, it must have shaken them to the core. Su Hao had easily beaten an inner sect disciple like this from the moment he returned, and some people all vaguely felt that he was the well-deserved and the number 1 demon of the entire Tao Extreme sect. Su Hao, come out and meet me. Su Hao returned to his room to rest, and early the next morning, a familiar voice came from the courtyard. Elder Zhao. This caused Su Hao to be stunned, and immediately was opening the door of his room. In the courtyard, a middle-aged man with an ancient face stood quietly. It was the Dao Extreme Sect Elder, Immortal Sect Realm Powerhouse Zhao Tianyi. Well, let's go, I'll take you to the Yuan transformation pool. Zhao Tianyi had always done things in a thunderous manner. His figure flashed and grabbed Su Hao's shoulder. The next moment Su Hao felt the scene regressing at extreme speed. Zhao Tianyi was simply as if he had transformed into a light, bringing Su Hao to move quickly. In less than half a minute's time, the scenery in front of Su Hao's eyes cleared up, appearing in front of a cave. The stone door of the cave's mouth was closed tightly. Zhao Tianyi said, "This is where the Yuan transformation pool is. It opens once every 3 months. Rumble." Saying that, Zhao Tianyi pressed one hand on the stone door at the entrance of the cave. The stone door blossomed with a faint light, emitting a loud rumbling sound, slowly opening. From within this stone door, a violent fluctuation of Yuan Qi was transmitted out. Zhao Tianyi nodded slightly to him. "Go in, absorb all the Yuan liquid in this Yuan transformation pool. How much benefit you can get depends on your own fortune." "Thank you, Elder Zhao," Su Hao gratefully said, entering inside the stone door. "This kid really always brings miracles. It's better to wait until he comes out of the gate to tell him about that matter." Zhao Tianyi's complexion was slightly complicated. Su Hao had disappeared for almost a month, and it was rumored that he died. But when he came back, not only was he fine, but his cultivation had advanced to innate, and his strength had reached a horrifying level, and even the inner sect's elite frame Tianyi was easily hung by his neck, nearly crippled. "This is the Yuan transformation pool?" Su Hao entered the stone cave. What appeared in front of his eyes was a vast space, while in the distance there was a 7 to 8 meter diameter pool. The pool was filled with milky white liquid like milk. Above the pool, there was a huge stalactite, which occasionally dripped a drop of liquid into the Yuan transformation pool. This was the Yuan transformation pool. The Yuan liquid in the Yuan transformation pool could only accumulate to its full capacity once every 3 months. There were nearly 100,000 disciples in the Dao Polarity sect, and every year there were only 3 or 4 spots. Let's try to see how useful this Yuan transformation pool really is. Su Hao didn't hesitate, shedding his clothes and jumping into the Yuan transformation pool, immersing himself in the Yuan liquid and starting to run his energy to refine this Yuan liquid. Phew! At once, the pure energy in the Yuan liquid was injected into Su Hao's body, and every cell in Su Hao's body greedily devoured it, which caused a flash of surprise in Su Hao's eyes. This is a bit like the evolution Dan. Chapter 114, I'll be your sister. Su Hao's feeling at this moment was just like taking the evolution Dan. The Yuan liquid was quenching his muscles, bones and flesh. Of course, the evolution Dan could be more precious than the Yuan liquid. Such a big pool of Yuan liquid could only be compared to an evolution Dan, and this Yuan liquid was only useful for the first time. Absorbing a certain amount of it would be ineffective, but it was also enough for Su Hao. Su Hao kept refining the Yuan liquid. His body was undergoing a metamorphosis. His bones were becoming as crystalline as jade, and every muscle was tempered and became more powerful. Time passed by minute. About 3 days had passed. Su Hao stretched his waist. It was as if he had inexhaustible power when he lifted his hands and feet, and at this time, a pool of Yuan liquid had also become transparent. And after refining a large amount of Yuan liquid energy, Su Hao also successfully completed an evolution, which was his third evolution. The third evolution brought Su Hao great benefits. His physique almost doubled. He possessed 400,000 pounds of divine strength in one arm. His muscles and bones could withstand even more power, and super extreme outbursts wouldn't damage himself so easily. Comfortable. I wonder if I have the power to fight against a Jindan realm powerhouse nowadays. Su Hao clenched his fist. His mood was very comfortable. His strength nowadays could definitely try to arm wrestle with a Jindan realm powerhouse. Jindan realm was the strongest realm under the Immortal sect. Su Hao got up, put on his clothes and headed out of the stone cave. Zhao Tianyi nodded appreciatively when he saw the divine light hidden in Su Hao's eyes and the appearance of his spirit being finished. "It seems like you have a good harvest." "Not bad." Su Hao smiled. His harvest could be very huge, completing an evolution on the life level, and all the abilities became stronger in all aspects. At this time, the expression on Zhao Tianyi's face became serious. He said, "There's something I have to tell you, Nangong Renling. Your sister disappeared some time ago." "Renling, she disappeared? What's going on? How could such a thing happen in the Dao Extreme sect?" Su Hao suddenly heard this news. The joy in his heart immediately dispersed and he hurriedly asked. Zhao Tianyi smiled bitterly and shook his head. "Some time ago, you had an accident. Nangong Renling was very anxious when she learned about it, so she decided to go down the mountain to look for you. But after she went out, there was no news, and some Immortal sect realm powerhouses in the sect who were good at tracking went out to look for her, and as a result, they found this in a barren mountain." Saying that, Zhao Tianyi took out an object from within a storage ring on his hand. It was a long sword, glowing with a surging luster, an extraordinary divine weapon. "This is Renling's sword." Su Hao took it over. It looked a bit familiar, and soon he remembered that the sword once used by Nangong Renling when she fought with Feng Dai was this one. Su Hao's face turned ugly. No matter how confused Nangong Renling was, it was impossible for her to lose her own matching sword. "How long ago was it that Renling disappeared?" Su Hao inquired. Zhao Tianyi pondered slightly. 10 days ago, I guess. The Immortal sect realm elders within the sect who were good at tracking went out to look for her, and only found her sword. No one is clear about where exactly she went. Don't worry too much, there were no traces of fighting at the scene, most likely she left on some urgent matter. Maybe after a while she'll be like you and return to Daoji sect safe and sound. Zhao Tianyi comforted. Su Hao was silent, others didn't know, but he knew clearly that the time he disappeared was a period of life and death where he was lucky to save his life, and was able to return to Dao Polarity sect. Su Hao tightly gripped that long sword. Nangong Renling went out to look for him because he disappeared. Now that Nangong Renling was nowhere to be seen, he couldn't sit here and wait for Nangong Renling to come back by herself. Elder Zhao, I'll take my leave first. After Su Hao inquired in detail about the location where Nangong Renling's saber fell, he bid farewell to Zhao Tianyi with a heavy heart. Alas! Looking at Su Hao's departing back, Zhao Tianyi shook his head and sighed. Nangong Renling had disappeared, and the Dao Extreme Sect's Immortal Sect realm powerhouses who were good at tracking and searching for people went out and didn't find her whereabouts, and only found her lost sword. Zhao Tianyi felt that Nangong Renling most likely had encountered some kind of horrible enemy, a horrible enemy that couldn't even make her draw her sword to fight back. Even if Su Hao searched with all his might, what could he find? Mostly, he returned empty-handed. Su Hao's heart was heavy, so he rode a fast horse and went down the mountain, ready to go to the area where Nangong Renling disappeared to see if he could find any clues. 222. The sound of horse hooves rushed. Su Hao galloped on his horse. At this moment, he had already left the Daoji sect's range of nearly 1,000 miles. Little Linglong is hungry. A ghostly voice suddenly rang in Su Hao's ears, making Su Hao a jolt. Almost didn't fall off the horse. He hastily strangled the horse rope, letting the horse stop. He turned back to look. A little girl with blood-red long hair, wearing a white dress, with white tender feet that didn't touch the ground, suspended in the air, was looking at him pitifully. This hasn't left yet? The corner of Su Hao's mouth twitched. It's been 4 or 5 days. This little girl has been waiting for him underneath Daoji Mountain? As soon as she waited for him to come out, she followed him. This was really patient. The little girl's ruby eyes were full of aggression and pity, not sure why Su Hao ran away when he saw her. Su Hao had a huge headache, being targeted by such a horrible creature that was most likely a half-demon ghost king, being followed everywhere he went. If he wasn't worried that he wasn't her opponent, even if this kid had a very cute appearance, Su Hao would have to give her a beating. There was no way. It was very likely that he couldn't beat her, and he couldn't get rid of her. Su Hao could only helplessly say, "This little girl, please let me go, okay? My sister has disappeared, and I'm in a hurry to find her, so don't pester me anymore, okay?" At these words, the little girl's eyes lit up, and for the first time, she said something different. "Little Linglong can be your sister." The corner of Su Hao's mouth twitched violently. His own sister is missing, she comes to be his sister? What kind of brain circuit is this? Moreover, this little girl looks young, but any demon ghost king can live for thousands of years, and the little girl's real age might even be able to be his ancestor. Looking at the little girl with an expectant face, Su Hao didn't know what to do for a while. The other party seemed to be pestering him, and he couldn't get rid of himself. "She can follow from the southern barbarians to the Daxia Imperial Dynasty. As soon as I get off the mountain, immediately found me again and followed up. This tracking ability seems to be very strong." Su Hao's eyes suddenly lit up. The little girl seemed to be very good at sensing the scent. Sensing that there was a strong person sitting in Daoji sect, she stopped chasing, and as soon as she got off the mountain she instantly found herself again. This kind of tracking ability was quite terrifying. Maybe he can use her power to try to help himself find Nangong Renling. Then what? "Little Linglong, can you do Big Brother a favor?" Thinking of this, then a soft smile appeared on Su Hao's face. The little girl blinked her ruby eyes, wondering why Su Hao, who had previously looked impatient, suddenly became so gentle. Chapter 115 Half-Demon Ghost King, Little Linglong. Of course. Although she didn't know what Su Hao was talking about helping, the little girl happily agreed with her mouth full. Su Hao had a feeling of luring a child as he coughed. "Can you help me find my sister? Big Brother will definitely thank you." The little girl pondered slightly. Finding someone? Is there something that carries her scent? Su Hao's heart rejoiced when he saw this. It seemed to really work. Items with Nangong Renling's scent? He immediately took out a long sword and said, "This is my sister's sword." The little girl took it over. Her little nose sniffed carefully, her good-looking eyebrows wrinkled, and only after a long time did she stretch out. She pointed in a direction and said, "The odor is very faint. Going this way." Still? Su Hao was surprised, because the direction the little girl pointed to was exactly the direction where Nangong Renling disappeared. Her nose was also too smart, right? Nangong Renling had passed through here for almost 10 days, and the little girl could smell the odor? "Let's go, come with me to take a look first." Su Hao decided to follow the direction the little girl guided him to. Good. When the little girl heard Su Hao asking her to go together, she immediately cheered. Her figure flashed, simply like a phantom, and instantly appeared behind Su Hao, sitting on top of the horse's back, her slender arms hugging Su Hao's waist from behind. What a fast speed! Su Hao's pupils contracted violently, his body slightly stiffened. The speed of the little girl was so fast that it completely exceeded the limit of what his retina could capture. If the other party wanted to kill him, he estimated that he would not even be able to react in time. Just as he expected, this little girl in all likelihood had reached the level of Demon Ghost King. Ride! Suhao collected his mood and drove his horse to continue rushing, being hugged by a cute little girl. Suhao didn't have the slightest enjoyment, feeling of acceptance. This was a demon ghost king. It was not likely that the other party would tear himself into pieces as soon as he got angry. However, from the current point of view, this little girl who called herself Little Linglong should have no malicious intent, otherwise she wouldn't have followed Suhao for so long before, and she didn't need to discuss with him about what kind of food she wanted, and she could kill him with a direct shot. Little Linglong put her face close to Suhao's back and rubbed, like a puppy, and Suhao took the opportunity of rushing to inquire, "Where is your family, Little Linglong? Where does your family live?" Suhao decided to test Little Linglong's bottom, or have a bottom. Little Linglong sniffed, and a trace of pain appeared on her small face. "I don't know. As soon as I woke up there were so many demonic ghosts around me, and my stomach was very hungry. They attacked me, so I twisted off their heads, bit open their necks, and sucked their blood dry, but I could only alleviate a little bit of the hunger." Suhao's cheeks twitched violently. Sure enough, Little Linglong was not as harmless as her appearance. Those few innate demonic ghosts that died a miserable death in the Black Cloud Mountain range that day, it seemed that it was Little Linglong's doing. And Suhao also learned something. Little Linglong seemed to have lost her memory. She woke up about 1 or 2 months ago, and the place where she woke up was the Black Cloud Mountain range, in which she occasionally killed 1 or 2 demonic ghosts to replenish when she was hungry, and it wasn't long before she encountered Suhao, and followed her all the way up. "Why are you following me?" Suhao asked his doubts. At that time, there were so many people in the Black Cloud Mountain range, there was no reason for Little Linglong to only stare at him. "I don't know. Feel that, big brother, you are very kind, and the smell of blood is also very good." Little Linglong didn't know anything about the question, but was happily sniffing on Suhao's body. Suhao smiled bitterly. Little Linglong seemed to treat him as some kind of family member, that's why she followed him all the way. This place was far away from the place where Nangongrenling disappeared, and even after a day or so of riding non-stop, he still hadn't reached his destination. At night time, Little Linglong pitifully said, "Big brother, I'm hungry." Suhao was a bit speechless. In a while, he still needed Little Linglong to help find Nangongrenling. Suhao nodded helplessly. "Okay, then take a rest first." Suhao stopped, tied his horse to a big tree, took out his traveling bag, which had jerky, bread, and other food. Suhao said, "What do you want to eat?" Little Linglong didn't go to look at the jerky and other food, but a pair of big eyes stared at Suhao, wanting to say but not daring to look like. Sure enough, Suhao knew that the food Little Linglong was talking about would not be jerky, bread, or anything else, and he said with a wary face, "What do you want to eat?" "I won't agree to eat my meat, heart, or whatever." Little Linglong's head shook like a rattle. Little Linglong only wants to drink blood. Suhao was slightly relieved. Fortunately, it was only drinking blood, although it was also horrible, but not so much that it would kill him. Suhao stretched out a hand. "Then you do it. And drink less." "Aha, aha." Little Linglong nodded repeatedly, came to Suhao's body, hugged one of Suhao's hands, opened her little mouth, revealing her little tiger teeth, and bit down on Suhao's wrist, and a tingling sensation came at once. "Goo goo goo goo." Little Linglong looked up at Suhao's face and saw that he didn't show anything before he was sucking it up. The taste of the sweet blood made Little Linglong's eyes filled with the color of enjoyment. After sucking for a while, Little Linglong moved her little head away reluctantly. "Brother, I'm full." Suhao was willing to give his precious blood as food, and Little Linglong's name to him became even more affectionate, from big brother to big brother. Suhao was a bit amused. Little Linglong's appearance was obviously not drinking enough, but she was afraid of hurting him before she deliberately said she was full. He said, "Drink some more, you still need your help in a while." "Aha." Little Linglong slightly hesitated, once again hugged Suhao's arm and sucked it. After sucking some more blood she was satisfied and stopped, and adorably licked the wound on Suhao's wrist that was bitten by her with her tongue, and Suhao felt a strange sensation, that the wound actually healed up extremely fast, and eventually disappeared completely. Luckily, not a big eater. Suhao sighed in relief. He practiced blood demon body, the quality of blood of the same level of martial artists dozens of times. The ability to create blood is very strong. Little Linglong sucked these blood he can recover in a day or two. It does not affect him much. "Alright, let's continue our journey." Little Linglong finally stopped crying out for hunger, and Suhao decided to continue rushing. "Aha." Little Linglong nodded her head obediently. Suhao and his duo continued to rush. Little Linglong hugged his waist and huffed and puffed on the back of the horse. Suhao laughed bitterly in his heart. It was really hard to imagine such a simple Little Linglong was a scary demon ghost king. Arrived at the place. When dawn broke, they finally arrived at their destination, a wilderness. The odor, it disappears here. Little Linglong, on the other hand, also woke up. She carefully sniffed the road. Suhao's face was filled with disappointment. The odor disappeared? Isn't this also the same as the Immortal sect powerhouse of Daoji sect, who found this place and broke the clues, only finding the sword left behind by Nangongrenling? But I smelled another smell, a very scary smell. As scary as the one with the huge growth. Little Linglong's nose shrugged, and a hint of scorn was added to her ruby eyes as she smelled another smell. Chapter 116, a powerful person beyond the Immortal Gate realm. A person who is huge in length? It refers to Barbarian Zun, right? Su Hao was puzzled in his heart about who the long and huge person was, but quickly thought that the reference should be Barbarian Zun, who was 10 jang tall in appearance and was indeed huge, and didn't know if he was born that way, or had cultivated some divine secret technique to be so tall. Could it be that a strong person not weaker than Barbarian Zun appeared and took away Rinling? Su Hao silently pondered. Little Linglong smelled another smell, and the owner of that smell was in all probability the same level of powerhouse as Barbarian Zun. The disappearance of Nangong Rinling was also mostly done by that unknown strong man, and it looked like the other party was not so polite, or else Nangong Rinling's sword would not have fallen on the ground. Of course, it might be that Nangong Rinling knew that she was going to be taken away by the other party, and purposely threw down her sword as a clue, and that unknown strong man didn't care about it when he saw that Nangong Rinling threw down her sword. After all, how about he, at this level of power, took away a person in a blatant manner? How could such a peerless powerhouse take action against a junior? Su Hao's heart was in turmoil, but Nangong Renling shouldn't be in danger of dying, and Little Linglong didn't smell blood. Little Linglong, can you follow that strong man's smell to see if you can find him? Su Hao inquired. He decided to continue searching for a bit, to find out what kind of god this strong man who had possibly taken away Nangong Renling was. He wasn't capable of bringing it back. There was always someone in Daoji's sect who could. Little Linglong nodded after a slight hesitation. Good. Little Linglong was unwilling to clash with other powerhouses. If she encountered immortal sect powerhouses or other demon ghost kings, Little Linglong would subconsciously avoid them, not to mention powerhouses at the same level as the Barbarian Zun, which were terrifying powerhouses that could easily kill demon ghost kings with one strike. However, Su Hao's request, Little Linglong couldn't refuse. Brother, I'll take you up. Little Linglong grabbed Su Hao's shoulder and led him to fly up in the air, heading towards the sky. Is it leaving from the sky? Su Hao said in his heart, while Little Linglong flew in the air with Su Hao, changing direction from time to time. The odor in the air was flowing, and with so much time passed, it was too difficult to track. This way. After about an hour or so of flying, Little Linglong suddenly flew towards a dense cloud layer with a bright eye. When entering this dense cloud layer, both Su Hao and Little Linglong couldn't help but be stunned at the scene in front of them. In the cloud layer in front of them, there was a 2-meter diameter crack, which was black and dark, in which the air currents tumbled, and they didn't know where it led to. This is a space crack? Su Hao's heart was a bit shocked. This should be a spatial crack, or a spatial channel. According to Su Hao's knowledge, if one wanted to forcefully open up a spatial channel, 9 times out of 10, one would have to surpass the immortal sect realm or above in order to be able to do so, and it would take some time to build up the strength to be able to open up a spatial channel. And open up a spatial channel out, for the natural long-distance rush, save time, from the spatial channel, able to a few breaths across the distance of 10,000 miles. This spatial channel is obviously that took away Nangong Renling's strong man to open up. Look carefully, this spatial channel and the slow healing, and then after 1 or 2 days will be completely disappeared. Su Hao's face changed. The immortal sect powerhouse of Daoji sect might have found this spatial passage as well, but the powerhouse of Daoji sect knew how terrifying a powerhouse who could forcefully open up such a spatial passage was. That's why they gave up tracking it. A powerhouse who surpassed the level of the immortal sect was far too terrifying. One should know that Daoji sect's patriarch was only impacting this realm even now. Brother. Little Linglong's call came, causing Su Hao to return to his senses. Little Linglong, thank you for helping me. I'm going to go over and take a look. Let's separate here. Su Hao said to Little Lingling. He made the decision to enter the spatial passage to see where the opposite side led to. At least he had to make sure of Nangong Renling's safety. No, I want to go with brother. Little Linglong, however, immediately shook her head, unwilling to separate from Su Hao. Su Hao couldn't help but feel some softness in his heart. Although Little Linglong might be a half-demon ghost, he really didn't have any malice towards him, because of that affectionate feeling on him, treating him as a relative. Alright, let's go and take a look together then. Su Hao nodded his head. Little Linglong swallowed her saliva. Her little face was filled with nervousness as she stared at the dark empty island of space. She was a bit afraid of the dark. Who? Little Linglong led Su Hao toward the spatial passageway. As soon as he entered the spatial passageway, Su Hao felt a burst of dizziness in his brain, as if he was sitting in an elevator that was falling at a high speed, moving at an extremely fast speed, causing a burst of discomfort in his internal organs. This feeling lasted for 3 or 4 minutes. The darkness in front of his eyes passed away. Su Hao and Xiao Linglong passed through the space channel, and his eyes gradually brightened up. Su Hao squinted his eyes slightly for a while, a bit unable to adapt to the suddenly bright light. Su Hao smelled a salty smell. His eyes adapted to the brightness, and saw that what appeared in front of his eyes was an ocean, an infinite sea. The waves rolled over, and from time to time, there was a big fish jumping up in the seawater. Where is this? Su Hao was bewildered. Traversing the spatial channel, the distance crossed by this traversal seemed to be very far off. The spatial passage and the odor have disappeared. Little Linglong, on the other hand, said, as she flew in the sky with Su Hao, and realized that there was nothing behind them. The spatial passage that they had traversed from had disappeared, and that spatial passage seemed to be one way, able to come over but not go back. Not only that, the scent of that unknown powerhouse also disappeared into the sea. Is there no smell at all? Su Hao inquired with some reluctance, having chased him here, but the clues were broken again. That person seems to have entered the seawater. Sorry. Little Linglong said somewhat apologetically. Su Hao smiled bitterly and shook his head. It's not your fault, no need to apologize. The way back is also gone, it's better to see where this place is first. Su Hao said helplessly, that spatial passage was one way, able to teleport here but not back, and there was no whereabouts of that unknown powerhouse. Su Hao had no choice but to figure out where this place was first, before considering how to act next. So Su Hao let little Linglong fly towards the shore, away from the sea. Rumble. Only just arrived over a barren mountain, a rumbling thunder sounded in the sky, followed by pouring rain pouring down. There's a cave down there, go down there to avoid the rain. Su Hao could only say, good thing Su Hao found a deserted mountain with a cave at the foot of the mountain. Little Linglong led Su Hao to land in front of the barren mountain, and the two of them entered the cave. Inside this cave, however, it was very dry and spacious, and it seemed that the cave was a place where some farmer's family stored wood, so there were a lot of dry firewood. Su Hao took a few, set them on fire and lit them up, and immediately bright firelight illuminated the cave. Su Hao and Xiao Linglong sat by the fire. Su Hao took some dry food and ate it. Su Hao inquired Xiao Linglong, are you hungry? Do you want to suck some more? Not hungry. Little Linglong shook her head. Her little face was full of attachment as she leaned on Su Hao's shoulder, hugging his arm and leaning hard on him. Su Hao was a bit amused, the depression in his heart slightly dispersed. Day. The rain kept falling, while not long after Su Hao was hearing a rush of footsteps in the rain. Young master, there is a cave in front, let's go in to avoid the rain, there is still a distance from Tianqi City here, let's rest for a while first. While in the rain, a slightly old voice was also heard, apparently meeting other people who had also discovered this cave and had come over to take shelter from the rain. Chapter 117 Golden Dan Powerhouse Blood Blade Guest. Apocalypse City. Could this be the AO High Country? Su Hao felt that the name was a bit familiar, and after a long time, he violently thought of a place. The AO High Kingdom, like the Great Xia Imperial Dynasty, was one of the top 10 human kingdoms, and Su Hao couldn't believe that he had come to such a place. The AO High Country and the Great Xia Imperial Dynasty were separated by an unknown number of thousands of miles. Su Hao estimated the distance between the two. Even a demon ghost king like the Demon Eagle, who was good at flying, would have to fly for 10 days and 10 nights. And such a long distance, even if Su Hao blew the bone whistle, whether the Blood Eagle would come or not was a problem. It seemed to be active in the area of the Great Xia Dynasty and the southern savage grassland, but little Linglong's flying speed was not slower than the Blood Eagle, but it was quite difficult to be carried by her for 10 days and 10 nights. Right in the middle of Su Hao's worries, about 4 or 5 people walked in from outside the cave, and these 4 or 5 people were all dusty and their bodies were soaked with rainwater. The eyes of these people were all very bright. Even if Su Hao didn't need to probe, he could also see that each of them was an expert, and the first one of them, a brocade-clothed teenager, was exuding a strong man's temperament, not much older than Su Hao, but his cultivation was very strong, and he had definitely stepped into the innate realm, or the second innate realm, the Yuandan realm. Someone? The brocade-clothed young man and the others saw Su Hao and little Linglong inside the cave at a glance. Little Linglong hugged Su Hao's shoulder with a vigilant face. She was very wary of outsiders. If Su Hao wasn't there, she would have directly left even if she didn't attack these people, and wouldn't have crossed paths with strangers. Take a rest, and leave when the rain stops. Those people looked a few more times for Xiao Linglong next to Su Hao. Her appearance was really different from normal people. While the old man in the team was a Taoist, didn't come over to greet Su Hao and the two of them, it was good to cause less trouble. The two sides would go their separate ways when the rain stopped. There was no need to get involved. The old man and other people also got some wood. In the cave on the other side of the fire, rested up, the brocade-clothed teenager sitting on his knees, the body through a hot gas. Not a moment on the body of the clothes will be dried by him. Visible power of the depth of the cultivation, can have such a high level of cultivation at this age, is definitely some of the great families of the siren, the kind of full cultivation. Su Hao, however, did not have the intention to go up. Both sides, just like this well water does not offend river water. Time passed, another half-hour passed. In the pounding rain outside the cave, there was another burst of footsteps, and little Linglong, who had been sleeping, opened her blood-red eyes at this time, and whispered, "The smell of blood." Little Linglong was very sensitive to the smell of blood, and Su Hao patted her head, fearing that she would cause unnecessary trouble, so he said, "Leave it alone." "Aha!" Little Linglong obediently nodded her head. The smell of blood? The other group of people showed a stunned look on their faces one by one. They heard the footsteps but didn't smell the so-called blood odor. Where did that little girl smell the blood odor from? But not long after, the brocade-clothed boy and others frowned. With the approach of footsteps in the heavy rain, they also smelled a bloody odor. At the entrance of the cave, a stout silhouette appeared. This was a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s. His long hair was spread out and soaked by the rain. His appearance was rugged, and his pair of eyes were as if they were copper bells, giving the impression that he was vicious and hard to mess with, and it was close to having the word villain written on his face. In fact, this is by no means a good person, because he carries a strong smell of blood. Not long ago must have killed people, and killed a number of people. In the rain have not diluted the smell of blood. This vicious man swept a glance at the crowd inside the cave, the corner of his mouth slightly curled up, and entered the cave on his own, ignoring the vigilance and unwelcome in the eyes of the brocade-clothed teenager and the others, and went straight to a corner of the cave, and lay down, and in no time at all let out a snore that sounded like thunder, and was actually asleep. Well. Little Linglong saw this, also felt a burst of drowsiness, did not pay attention to these people, leaning against Su Hao's shoulder quietly rested up. This person. Strength is terrifying. Su Hao looked at the vicious man twice, and was able to tell that this vicious man was by no means an ordinary person, but he didn't have the mind to cause more trouble, and as the other party didn't make any other moves, he didn't bother. However, Su Hao didn't have the mood to cause more trouble, another group of people didn't think so. One of the guards beside the brocade-clothed young man whispered, "Manhwa young master. That person over there seems to be the Bloodblade guest on the AO High Country's most wanted list." Those who could be on the AO High Country's most wanted list were invariably poor and vicious. Not bad, I also think that he is the Bloodblade guest, I have seen his portrait. Another guard then also hurriedly agreed. The old man's eyebrows jumped as he hastily glared at the two guards, "Quit talking and mind your own business." Bloodblade guest, this was not a character to be messed with, the old man was not willing to invite more trouble. But the brocade-clothed young man's eyes were flashing with brilliance at this moment. Bloodblade guest? AO High Country's most wanted list ranked 118th blood knife guest? Legend has it that this person has Yuan Dan realm cultivation. The AO High Country's wanted list, the top 10 can be some of the most sinful immortal sect realm powerhouses. This blood knife guest was able to make it onto the wanted list. He was definitely a murderer. The blood knife guest went on a mass slaughtering spree in order to practice his sword. The deaths of no fewer than 10,000 innocent martial arts practitioners at his hands were true massacres of 10,000 people. Young master. The old man's eyelids jumped, wanting to tell the brocade-clothed teenager not to cause more trouble, but this teenager is not a peaceful master. The teenager licked his lips and got up with a hefty smile. "I, North Underworld Invincible, am the most outstanding genius of the North Underworld family that has not been encountered for 100 years, and have been cultivating for 20 years, and in the future, my name is destined to be famous in AO High Country, and today, I will first behead this Bloodblade guest to revitalize my North Underworld Invincible's reputation." Saying that, the brocade-clothed young man walked towards the vicious man in the corner of the cave in big strides, pulled out a long sword on his waist with a bang, pointed the sword at the vicious man, and said in a cold voice, "Are you the blood knife guest? This young master's sword does not cut down nameless people." "Really, death? Ah." Su Hao saw this scene, the corner of his mouth twitched. This brocade-clothed young man is definitely a demon level, only the early 20s, but the cultivation has already stepped into the Yuandan realm. It can be imagined that the talent is definitely not bad. Is a large family pouring resources to cultivate it is a great family that has devoted all its resources to cultivate them, but they are so death-defying. The brocade-clothed boy's voice echoed in the cave. Outside the cave, the sound of the rain is endless, snoring stops. The vicious man known as the blood knife guest slowly opened his eyes cold terrible, cold as if the 9 ghosts of the ice, coldly staring at the sword pointing at his brocade-clothed boy. "Do you know, I hate 2 things in my life. The first, hate to be disturbed when sleeping. The second, hate to be others pointing a weapon at the head, just like a sword. I hate to be disturbed, but I hate to be disturbed." Pointing a weapon at his head, it just so happens that you have accounted for both of these things. The blood knife guest's eyes are too scary, that has killed countless people can brew a murderous aura, which makes the brocade-clothed teenager feel like falling into an ice cave, hands and feet chilled, sprouting a retreat. But this time to retreat is not the face of all lost? The brocade-clothed teenager drank coldly. "I don't care what you hate or hate. You are at the Yuandan realm cultivation, I am also at the Yuandan realm cultivation. Come with me to fight outside the cave. Remember, it is I, Beimuawu enemy, who will behead you." The brocade-clothed young man was born into a famous family and practiced the finest martial arts texts. He believed that he would have a high victory rate against this blood swordsman who was also at Yuandan realm cultivation. Su Hao, however, shook his head speechlessly. This brocade-clothed teenager didn't know what kind of opponent he was facing at all. That blood knife guest wasn't a Yuandan realm cultivation, but a real innate Jindan realm powerhouse. Chapter 118, Do I Need a Reason to Kill? Yuandan realm challenging the Golden Dan realm? This was a bit presumptuous. The gap between the two was simply too great. Like the original Jin Tianwu, reached the Jindan realm, even if the detonation of the Jindan, the cultivation is also the peak of the Yuandan realm, but against the Jindan realm Barker, it seems that the gap between the two seems to be only a small step, but in fact, a photo just Jin Tianwu was defeated, this is where the gap is. But this teenager is ignorant to fight with a Jindan realm powerhouse, can only be said that those who do not know are fearless. Of course, the teenager is not unaware of the Yuandan realm and Jindan realm gap, but he simply do not know the vicious man blood knife guest is a Jindan realm martial artist. He has seen the most wanted list. The most wanted list for the blood knife guest's cultivation is introduced to the Yuandan realm. That's why he will look for the vicious man, or else certainly avoid it to avoid. Oh. Young H has such a cultivation, should be born from a certain immortal gate strongman sitting in the town of the big family. For this kind of family I always do not want to mess with, so I did not pay attention to you and so on. Since you take the initiative to find door to door, I'll fulfill you. The blood blade guest laughed. He raised his eyes. A ray of scarlet light was shining. A terrifying killing aura was brewing. Not good. Imperial Chi sword technique. The brocade-clothed teenager's pupils shrunk dramatically. He did not hesitate, instantly drew his sword and launched a defensive stance. The longsword carried surging true essence, as if it had formed a wall, shielding himself as if it was a bronze wall. It was also at this moment that blood swordsman instantly struck. He was originally leaning on the wall with his back, but at this moment, his body leaned forward, and in the process, he drew out a blood-red battle knife at his waist, and in a flash, a blood-red flaming knife light flickered away, leaving a fiery red trajectory in the void, brilliant, eye-catching, and fatal. Clang! The saber light chopped on top of the brocade-clothed boy's longsword, and with a crisp clang of fine iron, the wall of chi that the brocade-clothed boy had stirred up with his swordsmanship was split in two, and the longsword in his hand was all broken by the chopping, and the half of the longsword fell to the ground, emitting a crisp chirping sound. How? How is it possible? Ho 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 ho! The brocade-clothed teenager's face was full of disbelief and horror. He dropped the half of the longsword held in his hand, and his hands tightly covered his neck, gradually unable to speak in his throat, and the blood couldn't stop flowing out from his neck. A huge wound had almost chopped his neck into two. With one slash, the blood blade guest chopped off the brocade-clothed boy's weapon and also chopped off his neck. Put! The brocade-clothed boy's eyes were filled with regret and unwillingness. How could he not expect that he would die in this barren mountain field when he first appeared in the Jianghu, and his reputation had not even been made yet? The brocade-clothed boy's body collapsed on the ground with a plopping sound, and the blood spread far away underneath his body. Su Hao obviously felt Xiao Linglong's palm that was gripping his arm tightened, and there was even a blood-red light flashing in her eyes. She was too sensitive to blood, and this blood blade clerk killing people in front of her face gave her an inexplicable feeling of excitement. Good girl. Su Hao pacified little Linglong. Little Linglong was a half-demon ghost king. Su Hao didn't want to see her make a move, in case she was inspired to be ferocious. Probably no one here could live. Young master. The few guards of the brocade-clothed boy, as well as the old man, were stunned. They totally didn't expect their young master to be decapitated in a single glance. The brocade-clothed boy was a genius that their Manhwa family had met once in 100 years, but he died just like that? Kill him, avenge the young master. A guard's eyes were red as he roared loudly. Revenge? Then you guys go accompany him too, a bunch of mole crickets. The blood blade guest sniffed and licked his lips, his face full of murderous color as he steeply slashed out with a blade. The blood-colored flame burning blade light roared out, followed by a violent explosion between several guards. Rumble! The saber chi scattered and swept in all directions. Those 4 or 5 people all didn't even have the time to let out a single miserable scream before they were pierced through by the sweeping saber chi, and were strangled as their bodies shattered and blood splattered, falling to the ground and dyeing the ground red. These members of the Manhwa family were not weak, but they were not at a level at all compared to the blood blades man. Ah, cool. Cool. The feeling of killing is just so refreshing, the gorgeous blood flowers blooming and the taste of blood is so sweet. After decapitating the brocade-clothed teenager and the rest of his party, the blood blade guest laughed maniacally, his face filled with enjoyment. When the laughter stopped, the blood blade guest looked towards Su Hao and little Linglong, who was holding Su Hao's arm and restraining her instincts. He smiled brightly and said, "It's your turn." Su Hao frowned at his words. "What are you misunderstanding? We are not in the same gang as them." The blood blade guest hammed and hawed. "So what? I blood knife guest kill still need to care whether you are a group. Kill 1 is also kill 100 is also kill. You this kid saw me kill this with the North Underworld family people, I certainly have to kill you to silence." The blood knife guest kills, even more this look at the origin is quite extraordinary. Brocade-clothed young man and other people killed a clean. This brocade-clothed young man's family must have the Immortal sect realm of the strongest people sitting in the town, in order to prevent being retaliated against. Of course, he will witness his own murder. Su Hao 2 people also killed by hand. Kill us to silence us? I advise you better be careful. We won't tell the things today, but if you do it, maybe you'll turn from some blood knife guest into a dead ghost. Su Hao's eyes stared at the blood knife guest with some strange eyes. This blood knife guest didn't know little Linglong's identity at all. If he knew that little Linglong was a half-demon ghost king, he probably couldn't even run away. Although little Linglong's appearance was strange, but it was too harmless, and it completely made people not see how scary she was. "Little brat, how dare you talk big in front of me? I hate you big families and big clans born martial artists the most, always thinking that you have a bit of talent and the world has to revolve around you, and even more so, you don't know the heights of heaven to the extreme." Hearing this, a scarlet light flashed in the bloodblade guest's eyes. He also saw that Su Hao was already an innate realm powerhouse at a young age. Most likely he was also a demon from some big family, and his killing heart suddenly rose. Shoo! Without seeing the bloodblade guest move, a blood-red blade chi coalesced within his body, tearing through the void and chopping towards Su Hao. As a Jindan realm powerhouse, even the seemingly very casual strike of the bloodblade guest was very terrifying, and a true Yuan realm martial artist could be instantly decapitated. Boom! Without waiting for Su Hao to make a move to catch this blade chi, in front of Su Hao, a blood-red chi mist condensed fiercely, forming a bloody mouth that swallowed that blade chi alive. What? The bloodblade guest was dumbfounded. His strike was received so easily? The one who struck was little Linglong. Her pair of eyes were red like blood, a blood-colored light was faintly flickering on top of her torso, the temperature in the entire cave steeply dropped by tens of degrees, and white frost condensed on the walls of the cave. Being actively attacked, little Linglong naturally moved to kill, and those blood-red eyes made the blood swordsman feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Little Linglong, leave him to me. At this time a voice rang out. It was Su Hao. The battle intent was rising in his eyes. A Jindan realm powerhouse? He would like to see what means he could have. The bloodlight in little Linglong's eyes gradually dispersed, and she nodded obediently. Su Hao got up and looked at the Bloodblade guest on the opposite side with a shocked face. The corner of his mouth drew a trace of arc. Bloodblade guest? Want to kill me? Then go outside and see if your knife, what is this blood knife guest, can really be stained with blood. The blood knife guest came back to his senses, his eyes scornfully glanced at Xiao Linglong. He wasn't sure who this young girl actually was. Surprisingly, she brought such a huge pressure to him, but after hearing Su Hao's words he coldly laughed. You want to see my knife? Very well, I'll give you this chance. At the end of his words, the blood knife guest took the lead and headed out of the cave. Su Hao then followed, stepping over the corpses of the brocade-clothed teenager and the others on the ground. Tick-tock. It was pouring rain outside the cave, and Su Hao and the bloody blade guest stood in the rain. Kid, blame it on your bad luck to meet me. The blood knife guest said coldly. He violently launched his knife-wielding arm swung, and the blood fire like knife chi coalesced, incinerating the surrounding rainwater that was vaporized before it fell, chopping at Su Hao. Miso Jang. Su Hao also drew his sword in an instant. Nowadays he had 400,000 pounds of divine strength in one arm. The bronze-like green destiny sword was like a thunderbolt, flashing with a roar, chopping on top of that blade chi. Rumble. The blade ripped apart the blood-red blade chi alive. Chapter 119, not as strong as I thought. This kid. The blood-blade guest face flashed with surprise. His knife has been slightly serious to his Golden Dan realm cultivation of a knife, not to mention the true Yuan realm. Is the Yuan Dan realm also have to be a photo to be chopped to the right? Is this your ability? Wanting to kill me, I'm afraid it's not enough. Su Hao coldly said, holding his sword and striding towards the blood-blade guest. It's good. To be killed by me too easily is also a lot less fun. The blood knife guest grinned, revealing a mouth full of morose teeth, similarly striding towards Su Hao. Rumble. The speed of the two of them grew faster and faster, and in the end, they were like two electric lights that transformed into two electric lights, pouncing towards each other. Kill. Underworld Flame Blade. The blood blade guest roared lowly, his blood-red blade burned with blood-red flames. Terrifyingly high temperatures rolled over and incinerated the water on the ground in a radius of tens of meters. The falling rainwater fell into this range, then it was directly evaporated into water vapor, and the blood-red fiery blade chi was just like the flames of the nine hells, able to incinerate the souls of the people. The blood-blade guest used his Jindan realm cultivation. Facing the Su Hao in front of him, he instinctively felt that he had to take out his full strength in order to have a chance of winning. Robbing Thunder Blade Technique. Su Hao, on the other hand, didn't have the slightest hesitation either. A blade chopped out in a smooth manner. The pitch-black thunder was just like the heavenly thunder of annihilation, rolling and crushing away. The destructive aura filled the air. Rumble. The two sharp war blades tore through the void and collided together. Instantly deafening bursts of sound exploded, shaking the hundreds of meters in a radius of the falling rain, all tumbling and flowing against the current. Swoosh. The overflowing blade chi tore the earth out of countless mouths. Su Hao felt the palm holding the blade slightly numb. Fortunately, after 3 times of evolution, his physique was much stronger. Even if he was to fight with a Jindan realm martial artist, he was not afraid of being injured by the shock. At the entrance of the cave, Xiao Linglong watched the fierce battle happening in the rain. As long as she saw that the situation was not good, she would instantly strike, tearing this blood saber into pieces. No one could harm Su Hao, who gave her food, in front of her. The two blades collided. Both of them didn't retreat an inch. The blood knife guest's eyes revealed a look of astonishment. A true essence realm martial artist could fight with him, a Jindan realm, head-on? Spectral fire palm. The blood blade guest bullied his way up. His right hand became a palm. The bushel-sized palm's surging true essence burned, incinerating the void were distorted, as if he wanted to engulf people's souls into it, and crushed towards Su Hao fiercely. Come on. Facing this extremely strong palm, Su Hao, however, became more and more excited. His battle intent was burning, the blood thunder breathing method was running, and blood-colored thunder was rolling all around his body. Su Hao's right fist clenched tightly, the fire fist of the 5 elements fist intent. Boom! Su Hao's fist rubbed against the air and erupted with a huge roar, like the loud noise of a train going through a tunnel, crimson flames burning as if it was going to dye the sky red, precisely the most powerful and explosive firewalking fist among the 5 elements fists. Boom! Fists and palms intersected, a terrifying explosive sound exploded, the barren mountain next to them trembled, the earth cracked and split into a hideous fissure, centered on the two. The power visible to the naked eye formed a shockwave, shattering the flowers and grasses bathed in rainwater. Both of them felt the huge force coming from each other's hands. Su Hao was propelled to continuously withdraw more than 10 steps away, while the bloody knife guest was not well received, being shocked to step backward, his palms sinking deep into the ground. It looks like this strike is the blood knife guest has the upper hand, but the blood knife guest's face does not have the slightest color of joy. Instead, his face is full of horror. This kid's cultivation at the true Yuan realm, a frontal heart attack, can actually repel me back alive. The gap between Yuan Dan realm and Jin Dan realm is incomparably huge, not to mention the true Yuan realm, with the body of the true Yuan realm, across two realms can do this step. The blood blade guest is simply unheard of. Must kill this son. 1000 killing blade intent. Immediately after the blood knife guest dies, then killing intent bloomed. This kind of demon, since it has been offended, then it must be completely eradicated. Only with Su Hao against a strike of the blood knife guest is the foot palm a step, the human knife unity, both hands holding the knife, violently chopping to Su Hao, surging knife intent gathered, like the waves of the sea, like a whistling, to be completely torn into pieces. Poo 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 poo. But what stunned the blood blade guest was that his thousands of knife chi covered 100 meters around, cutting the earth into countless pieces, making Su Hao unable to dodge. But these knife chi went straight through Su Hao's body, as if Su Hao had turned into a ghost. Su Hao, who had entered the form of ghost intent, easily made the blood blade guest's kill fall through. The blood knife guest was not an ordinary person. After a short period of shock, he instantly made a judgment. This kid definitely can't maintain this state for a long time. Then I'll just make uninterrupted sword strikes, so that as soon as he exits from this state, he'll be chopped to smithereens. At that moment, the blood blade guest's wrist shook continuously, the endless blade light whistled to form a storm, crazily strangling towards the translucent Su Hao, causing that piece of space to distort. Although all of them fell short, Su Hao's ghost intent state could not be maintained for a long period of time. As soon as he withdrew from that state, he would definitely be strangled and crushed. A Jin Dan realm martial artist? Then I'll let you see my just cultivated berserk beast true body. Su Hao looked at the blood swordsman who kept chopping at him, a hint of excitement appearing at the corner of his mouth. Berserk beast true body, beast soul possession. Aang. In Su Hao's soul sea, that ghost-faced Jiao soul steeply opened its mouth and let out a roar that penetrated straight into one's heart, a roar that carried a mighty sound belonging to the demon ghost king, shocking the blood blade guest with a muffled snort, revealing an appalled look in his eyes. The roar that resonated in his soul had a kind of pressure that came from the level of life. Little Linglong, who had originally seen Su Hao seemingly in danger and were all ready to strike, also stopped, her small face somewhat surprised. It's that big snake? At that time in the Black Cloud Mountain range, Xiao Linglong felt the aura of the ghost-faced Jiao and actively retreated, while she felt the aura of the ghost-faced Jiao from Su Hao's body. Performing beast soul attachment, several pieces of pitch-black dragon scales surfaced on Su Hao's hands and arms, and his muscles all swelled up slightly, making his figure even more lanky, and an endless berserk aura exploded on him. And it was also at this moment that Su Hao withdrew from the ghost intent form, and chopped out angrily with a sword. Clang! This knife accurately chopped into the blood-red battle knife in the sky of knife shadows, and at that moment, all the knife lights in the sky dissipated. In beast soul possession form, Su Hao's entire ability was nearly doubled. This kid will kill you today. The blood swordsman gritted his teeth. Su Hao's means were too much. The blood swordsman, who couldn't take it for a long time, burned with killing intent. The Jin Dan in his dantian vibrated. A terrifying true essence made the void tremble, raising his strength to the peak state. Hissing as he chopped his sword horizontally towards Su Hao, the blood-colored flames were able to incinerate the souls of the people, letting people fall into the 9 hells as if they were falling into the 9 hells. Before that terrifying blade even approached, it gave people a feeling that their bodies were being cut apart. Soul power increase. Su Hao felt that every cell was filled with power. Facing the blood blade guest's all-out strike, his surging soul force surged, combining with his physical strength, and having absorbed the beast soul of the ghost-faced Jiao, Su Hao's soul force increase was able to provide a 6-fold increase in strength and speed. Snort! The bronze-colored green underworld blade seemed like a flash of thunder, so fast that it was unbelievable, and it struck the blood swordsman's blade afterward. What? The blood knife guest was stunned. He only felt an unparalleled huge force coming, and it shook his true essence power to collapse. The tiger's mouth holding the knife was torn. The whole person was even uncontrollably tumbling and flying backward for 40 to 50 meters, and heavily smashed down in a piece of messy dirt, making a sludge, in a terrible mess, and it was as if his left hand holding the knife had lost its sensibility, and the bones were all injured by the shock. With the true body of the berserk beast plus the soul power increase, Su Hao chopped out a blade that could be called the extreme of force and speed, sending the bloody swordsman flying in a single blow. Su Hao looked down at the distant blood blade guest. You should have only advanced to the Jin Dan realm not long ago, right? Not as strong as I thought. Su Hao's words were like needles stabbing the blood blade guest's heart, being told by a brat that he wasn't as strong as he thought. Chapter 120, Order of the Apocalypse. The blood swordsman's eyes were red and bloodshot as he viciously said, very well. You've managed to provoke me. I'm not as strong as I thought? Then let you see what extreme power is. Ka 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 ka. Su Hao heard a crisp cracking sound, coming from the blood blade guest's dantian. This guy even directly detonated his Jin Dan. One of the terrifying aspects of a Jindan realm powerhouse was the ability to detonate his Jindan, instantly exploding several times his own strength, which was horrifying, and it was true that the Bloodblade guest had only recently been promoted to the Jindan realm, and it had only been a short time since he encountered Su Hao as an enemy, so he had to detonate his Jindan, even though it might have injured his essence. He couldn't care about anything else at the moment, and only wanted to decapitate Su Hao. The shattered golden Dan turned into a surge of power that filled the blood swordsman's whole body, and the rolling true essence power of his whole body impacted the air to create turbulence, just like a demon god. Usually when strong Golden Dan realm fighters killed each other, they didn't dare to force the other party to be too ruthless, because if the other party detonated their Golden Dan, they might have to detonate their own Golden Dan to cope with it, thus both of them would be killed. I will crush every inch of your bones. The Golden Dan that had only been cultivated after nearly 100 years of bitter cultivation shattered, and the Bloodblade guest gritted his teeth as he stared at Su Hao. Is that so? Then maybe you can't do it. Su Hao said indifferently, and with a slight movement of his mind, around his body, blurred shadows emerged and gradually condensed into substance, transforming into a 100-meter-long giant beast. This giant beast's body appeared translucent, with black scales, a thick body, the head of an augur dragon, and a ghostly face on its forehead, which was the soul of the ghost-faced augur. This is the Demon Ghost King? The blood swordsman, whose aura had originally climbed to its peak, froze, his face full of disbelief. This ghost-faced Jiao soul carried a trace of the Demon Ghost King's odor. Die! With Su Hao's thought, a huge tail of the projected ghost-faced Jiao trembled violently, and in the next second, as if it had torn through the void, it was so incredibly fast that it crossed a distance of tens of meters, instantly lashing out at the Bloodblade guest. Break for me! Bloodblade guest pupils shrunk, hastily roared angrily with a knife to the ghost-faced Jiao, pumping the tail of the angry cutout, detonated the Golden Dan after his full strength of the knife, absolutely able to split the mountains and break the mountains. However, boom! A dull explosion, the blood knife guest's knife chopped in the ghost-faced Jiao's tail, but only in its tail left a small knife mark, followed by his entire person was beaten like a sandbag flying out backwards, back impact on the barren mountain wall, the entire barren mountain or violent trembling, debris rolled down, his entire body is embedded into the mountain, his body bones cracked, the aura of a deflated like a fur ball, quickly disappeared. Without a trace. Is this so strong? Su Hao's eyes widened in shock, the beast soul of the ghost-faced augur was so powerful? This Bloodblade guest had detonated his Jindan, and he was crippled in a single glance? But think about it, it's actually quite normal. The ghost-faced Jiao is a second-grade demon ghost king. The power of its soul is not ordinary demon ghosts can reach, usually cultivate the true body of wild beasts, to reach the immortal realm of their own cultivation in order to successfully absorb the demon ghost king level of the beast's soul. The reason why Su Hao can successfully enter the soul of the ghost-faced Jiao's soul into the soul seal, but also because of the help of the blood demon crystal in order to be successful. The strength of the Demon Ghost King level ghost-faced Jiao soul that Su Hao summoned with the secret art of Berserk Beast true body was completely comparable to the innate Jindan realm. So am I this strong? Su Hao was speechless. It was still the first time that he projected a beast soul against the enemy with his mad beast true body, but it gave him a pleasant surprise. Back then, Yelu Xiong's beast soul hadn't even reached the innate rank. Naturally, it was far from being able to be compared to the Demon Ghost King ranked beast soul. It's just that it consumes more of my soul power. Su Hao said darkly, maintaining the ghost-faced augur's projection. The speed of his soul force consumption was almost visible to the naked eye. I'm surprised that I would die in the hands of a little kid? Bloodblade guest's body embedded in the mountain wall. Ghost-faced Jiao the tail whip, his whole body bones are broken. Now move a finger is difficult. He is full of unwillingness. He is also considered to be a vertical side of the characters, and even on the AO High Country's wanted list, but he is now defeated in the hands of a small kid. Boom! Su Hao's thoughts moved slightly, and the ghost-faced augur lashed out its tail at the Bloodblade guest embedded in the mountain wall. The mountain rock shattered, and the Bloodblade guest was even directly crushed and his body burst into pieces. Successfully killed an innate martial artist. Obtained 50% of blade intent automatically converted into 800 points of intent energy. Gained the Stygian blade technique silver grade. Gained 20 years of true essence cultivation. Gained 10,000 experience points. As a Jindan realm martial artist, the Blood Bladesman's rewards were indeed generous and had exploded all of the blade techniques he specialized in. Underworld Inferno Blade Technique Silver Grade. The blade comes out like the descent of the Underworld Inferno prison, taking in the soul and incinerating the opponent. This Underworld Inferno Blade technique was very suitable for Su Hao. As he had a fire spirit root, he would be able to cultivate the Underworld Inferno Blade technique. He would definitely be able to utilize exponentially more power, and comprehending the fire attribute related blade intent would not be impossible. Phew! The hideous ghost-faced augur behind Su Hao disappeared. Su Hao solved the blood knife guest and returned to the cave. This blood knife guest was considered unlucky. Originally, if he didn't provoke Su Hao didn't have any intention of making a move, and now he had put his own life on the line. Brother, you are awesome. Was that big snake killed by you? Only as soon as he entered the cave, little Linglong hugged Su Hao with an adoring face. At that time, when she felt the aura of the ghost-faced Jiao, little Linglong retreated, but now the ghost-faced Jiao seemed to have been killed by Su Hao, and its soul and spirit were all harnessed by Su Hao with a secret technique. Su Hao was slightly embarrassed. The ghost-faced Jiao was not killed by him, he just picked up a bargain. Su Hao transformed his true essence into fire attribute with his fire spirit root, and steamed his soaked clothes dry. He saw the corpses of the brocade-clothed teenager and the others not far away, and decided to deal with them. There's a living person? But Su Hao froze, because he saw that among the several mutilated corpses, the old man had opened his eyes and was looking at him in the same way, his face filled with panic. This old man was one of the guards of the brocade-clothed young man, and his cultivation was also the strongest, and he could see that the blood knife guest possessed the cultivation of the Jindan realm when the blood knife guest made a move, so he directly fell to the ground and pretended to be dead, and surprisingly, he had escaped with his life. You killed the blood knife guest? The old man's voice was a bit dry as he said. The teenager in front of him was a bit younger than their family's young master. But their family's young master was beheaded by the Bloodblade guest in a single glance, while Su Hao had beheaded the Bloodblade guest. The gap between them was too big. It's just as well that you're alive, take care of your companion's corpse. Su Hao said indifferently, then sat back by the fire, closing his eyes to recover from the consumption of the previous battle. Little Linglong also beautifully leaned on Su Hao to rest. There was an inexplicable sense of familiarity and affection on Su Hao, making her want to be close to him very much. That old man, on the other hand, stood up in silence, dragged out a corpse on the ground, dug out a big pit with his hands in the heavy rain, and buried it. After all this, the old man returned to the cave, sitting there silently not knowing what to think. He was the guard of the brocade-clothed boy, but now everyone except him is dead. Honestly, this can't be blamed on him. He has always discouraged the crowd not to meddle in other people's business. It was the brocade-clothed boy who insisted on making a move, and misjudged the strength of the blood knife guest before he lost his life. Just go back like this? If the brocade-clothed boy died, he was afraid that he would have to be punished by the clan. I'd better not return to the clan, let the clan consider me dead as well. The old man finally thought with a bitter smile. Now he was considered unable to return to the family. Soon a day passed, the sky cleared up, and both Su Hao and little Linglong decided to leave. Gongzi, thanks to you for helping our family to avenge the death of this Fong, beheading the Bloodblade guest. There is no way to repay him. This thing is also useless to me, so I will give it to Gongzi. The old man was calling Su Hao at this time, taking out a silver white token. What is this? Su Hao doubtfully took it and inquired. The old man explained, Tianqi City's Tianqi Palace has recently issued a Tianqi order, widely summoning teenage talents under the age of 30 to convene the Tianqi Grand Ceremony, and I heard that it's about some good things and great opportunities, and our young master was one of the invited targets. Now that he's dead, and you, sir, meet the conditions, this Tianqi order will be handed over to Gongzi. Saying that, the old man sighed, feeling gloomy over the death of the brocade-clothed young man. Heavenly Enlightenment Palace, this was the top clan of the Ao High Country. It existed when the Ao High Country was not yet established. Within the Heavenly Enlightenment Palace, it was said that there were strong people who surpassed the Immortal sect realm, and the strength was far more than imaginable. The Heavenly Enlightenment Palace had widely issued the Heavenly Enlightenment Order some time ago, gathering talented youngsters under the age of 30 to convene the Heavenly Enlightenment Grand Ceremony, which was rumored to have great benefits and opportunities, and with the influence of the Heavenly Enlightenment Palace, it naturally caused waves in the Ao High Country, and many people rushed to the Heavenly Enlightenment City, ready to take their chances. The brocade-clothed young man, Manhwa Wuan, was one of the people invited, but unfortunately he died halfway. This Heavenly Enlightenment Order was useless to the old man, so he gave it to Su Hao in passing. Chapter 121 Pink Bat Tattooed on Body. Apocalypse Palace, Apocalypse Extravaganza? Su Hao's brows furrowed. The Heavenly Apocalypse Palace, this was the top clan of the Ao High Country, such as the Tao Polarity sect, which could only be considered as the more powerful kind of first-class clans in the Great Xia Imperial Dynasty, and the comparison could tell how powerful the Heavenly Apocalypse Palace was. The Apocalypse Festival held by the Apocalypse Palace was bound to be extraordinary, and there would be a large number of geniuses within the Ao High Country heading to the Apocalypse Palace, and the storm clouds would converge. Apocalypse Palace, why don't we go and take a look? We might be able to get news about Rinling. Su Hao secretly said in his heart. Anyway, right now, Su Hao didn't know where to go, so he might as well go to the Heavenly Enlightenment Palace to take a look. Speaking of which, when that unknown powerhouse arrived in Ao High Country, 9 times out of 10, he was a member of Ao High Country, and something like a powerhouse that surpassed the Immortal Gate realm was destined to be few in number, and his identity was surely resounding in Ao High Country, and it might even be possible that he might be the old ancestor of Heavenly Enlightenment Palace as well. Strong people who surpassed the Immortal Gate realm were very rare, and every single one of them stood at the very top of the pyramid. That old man left in a hurry. Manhwa Wu enemy died. He as a guard could not take the blame. Returning to the family could only be punished, so he had to find a place to go incognito. Go to Tianqi City and Tianqi Palace to take a look. The confusion on Su Hao's face disappeared. It was always good to have a goal. At that moment, Suha brought little Linglong towards the direction of Tianqi Palace, which was extremely close to Tianqi City where Tianqi Palace was located, and Suha and little Linglong only spent one day before arriving outside Tianqi City. Tianqi City, this was a big city that could be ranked in the top 10 in the entire Ao High country, naturally, because of the reason that Tianqi Palace was located here, bringing prosperity to Tianqi City. There are very scary people here. Outside of Apocalypse City, little Linglong however stopped. Her small face was filled with scorn as she looked at the huge Apocalypse City situated in the distance. She was able to sense a strand of aura within the Apocalypse City that made her scornful. In this Tianqi City, there were quite a number of Immortal Sect realm powerhouses, and it was even highly likely that there were powerhouses beyond the Immortal Sect realm in the area. Little Linglong was very scrupulous because of this. Little Linglong had lost her memories, but her residual memories told her to act cautiously, and when she encountered a powerhouse, to avoid it if she could, not to come into contact with it. Why don't you wait for me outside first? Suha pondered for a while and said, it was indeed a bit dangerous to bring a half-demon ghost king into Tianqi City. If little Linglong was recognized as a person, then she would definitely be instantly surrounded by the strong people of Tianqi Palace. Little Linglong don't want to be separated from brother. Little Linglong, however, refused without any hesitation. Her clinging appearance made Suha secretly laugh bitterly. The contact in the past few days let Suha know that little Linglong's mind was really the same as her appearance. There is a way. I can attach myself to my brother. Soon little Linglong thought of a way, and a bright light blossomed in her big eyes. Transformation. In Suha's shocked gaze, little Linglong's whole body shone with blood-red light, and the air was filled with a refreshing smell of blood. Her body contracted in the blood-red light, and when the blood-colored light dispersed, little Linglong had already disappeared, and in its place was a bat. A bat that was slightly larger than a palm. This bat was very strange, pink, very cute. It was simply the embodiment of cute things. Changed into a bat? Suha's eyes widened. Little Linglong was a half-demon ghost. Could it be that this little pink bat was actually little Linglong's body? The pink little bat's pair of big round eyes were full of surprise, and she let out a tender voice, so I can really turn into this. Suha was speechless. Even little Linglong herself didn't know that she was able to change her form, but little Linglong was indeed very special. At least Suha hadn't seen any creatures that were able to change between human and demonic and ghost forms willy-nilly so far. Brother, I'll just sleep on you for a while first. Little Linglong fluttered her wings and crashed into Suha's chest, disappearing without a trace. This. Suha was surprised. He opened his lapel and saw that on his chest, there was an additional pink bat tattoo. Little Linglong had turned into a bat tattoo, attached to his chest area. Cough cough. This can't be seen by other people. Suha coughed and closed his clothes. If other people saw him as a big man with a Q version of a pink bat tattooed on his chest, he would have to be treated as a pervert. Little Linglong attaching to his body was a solution to a problem. Suha then headed in the direction of Tianqi City. Tianqi City, this incomparable prosperity, the streets of traffic, all kinds of stores, bazaars are standing. This seen unprecedented prosperity. Tianqi Palace, located in the center of Tianqi City, outside the Tianqi Palace, 5 steps a post. The guards are very strict. The entire Tianqi Palace is huge. The body is white-based, giving people the feeling is solemn and sacred. This is even more exaggerated than the Imperial Palace. Suha smacked his lips. The guarding power of the Heavenly Enlightenment Palace was very strict. Suha headed towards the direction of the Heavenly Enlightenment Palace, and it didn't take long for a guard wearing silver-white armor to say in a deep voice, "This is the Heavenly Enlightenment Palace, and idle people are exempted from entering. I'm here to attend the Heavenly Enlightenment ceremony." Suha opened his mouth and took out the Heavenly Apocalypse order that the old man had given him, handing it over to the guard's hand. "Manhwa family's Manhwa invincible? Please come in. The Heavenly Apocalypse Grand Ceremony will open in 5 days, and you can take a rest in the Heavenly Apocalypse Palace during these 5 days. That silver-white armored man seemed to be checking the information in the Apocalypse Order, and finally handed the Apocalypse Order back to Suha and said, "Being treated as a person from the Manhwa family." Suha was a bit speechless. The token he was holding belonged to that brocade-clothed teenager Manhwa enemy, while he himself was thought to be Manhwa enemy. But it's good to use a fake identity, and anyway, he came to join in the fun and see if he could get the Nangongrenling's news. Suha held the Heavenly Apocalypse Order and entered inside the Heavenly Apocalypse Palace unhindered. "Mu Sangtian, don't go too far. How dare you hurt someone inside the Heavenly Enlightenment Palace?" Suha had just passed through a garden when he heard a voice with a hint of anger. "I didn't hurt anyone, it's that these two are too weak. They are just like clay, they can't withstand the breath I unintentionally released. Can you blame me for that?" And another voice with a hint of arrogance rang out. "Someone is having a conflict within the Heavenly Enlightenment Palace?" Suha was a bit surprised when he heard the commotion within this garden, only just entering the Heavenly Enlightenment Palace and encountering this kind of thing. Suha originally didn't want to mind his own business, but he vaguely felt that one of the voices was very familiar. At that moment, Suha slightly hesitated and headed towards the garden. Su Hao saw that in this garden, there were two parties confronting each other. One of them was a man wearing a pale yellow robe, he had a feathered crown on his head, his face was like jade, and he even exuded an indescribable temperament, as if he was a hegemon or an emperor born in an imperial family, with an unrivaled hegemonic intent permeating his whole body. The other person, however, surprised Su Hao. That was a beautiful young girl wearing a watery blue palace dress, giving people the feeling of being as cold as ice and as gentle as water, and it was precisely Imo Qingxue. Chapter 122, I still want to interrupt. Imo Qingxue and Su Hao also came from Tianming City, both got the Immortal sect order at the same time, and left Tianming City to report to the Immortal sect, but halfway Missouri Qingxue parted ways with Su Hao, and she didn't join the Dao Extreme sect, but claimed that she had a better choice, and both expressed their blessings, and then they both left. What Su Hao didn't expect was that he met Imo Qingxue in the Tanchi Palace of Ao High Country, which was extremely far away from Daoji sect. On the two sides of Imo Qingxue, there were two other men wearing Tianchi Palace disciple costumes covering their chests, panting violently, with blood at the corners of their mouths, staring indignantly at the pale yellow-robed man, full of shock and anger, and at the same time, their eyes were full of scorn. It was too terrifying. The other party's power was far beyond their imagination. Qingxue, you are the disciple of Senior Huangquan, and Senior Huangquan is a close friend of my family master. Why don't we add to our family? Although I already have a family, it's still fine for me to take one or two more concubines. The man wearing a pale yellow robe had a smile on his lips. Unbridled. Mu Tsungtian, this is not your divine wood island. Imo Qingxue was completely enraged by the man named Mu Tsungtian, and with a flick of her wrist, light blue water mist condensed into a long whip that tore through the air as it lashed towards Mu Tsungtian. This whip's true essence surged, and it even lashed the void with their piercing blasts, and in less than a year's time, Imo Qingxue had actually stepped into the innate realm, just like Su Hao. Snap! In the face of this powerful whip, Mu Tsungtian did not even move. A layer of invisible qi energy around his body violently impacted out, and actually shocked that long whip to burst open. Would Song Tian's face turn grim? Not many people dare to make a move on me, Imo Qingxue. Don't think that I need to tolerate you in every way just because you are the disciple of the Yellow Spring Elder. As the words fell, it was as if there was an evil dragon roaring within Mu Tsungtian's body, and his massive aura roared and wrapped around Imo Qingxue, almost condensing into substance. Imo Qingxue's eyes carried a hint of shock. This Mu Tsungtian's power completely exceeded her imagination. Senior Sister Mo. The other two Heavenly Chi Palace disciples exclaimed in shock, but they didn't dare to come forward to stop them. With their strength against Mu Tsungtian, they would have to be smashed to pieces. Seeing that the evil dragon-like chi was about to impact on Imo Qingxue's body, steeply slanting, a sturdy figure blocked in front of Imo Qingxue's body. It was a teenager dressed in black. He raised a palm and slapped it forward. The terrifying divine power caused the void to be slightly concave. Boom! The aura that Mu Tsungtian had condensed was collapsed by this slap, and instantly, the aura shot out, destroying the flowers and plants within this garden in a mess, with wood shavings flying about. Are you alright? Su Hao turned back to look at the frozen Imo Qingxue and smiled. The person who had struck was none other than Su Hao, although he was not clear about what had happened, but seeing Imo Qingxue being attacked by this Wood Tsungtian, he could not think too much and intercepted the strike. Su Hao! Why are you here? Imo Qingxue was a bit incredulous. Didn't Su Hao go to the Dao Extreme sect? This place is tens of thousands of miles away from the Great Xia dynasty where the Dao Extreme sect is located. Asshole! How dare you, this punk, interfere in my Mu Tsungtian's business? When Mu Tsungtian saw the suddenly appeared Su Hao resisting this strike, his gaze flickered with a ghostly cold light, just like an enraged vicious wolf, and the air around him was filled with water vapor that condensed into frost and fell to the ground. Terrifying, very terrifying. This Mu Tsungtian looked young on the outside, but his cultivation was frighteningly deep. However, Mu Tsungtian's words made Su Hao's eyes cold, opening his mouth to call someone a waste. Su Hao immediately said nonchalantly, not only do I intervene, I also want to intervene. Imo Qingxue was filled with bewilderment, not knowing what Su Hao's words meant, while the other two Tianchi sect disciples had strange faces. Who exactly was this black-clothed teenager? It was also too raw. How dare he be so rude to Mu Tsungtian? You seek death. Mu Tsungtian was furious. Both his eyes were burning with cold, killing intent. The sky seemed to have dimmed. His aura was unimaginably strong. What blood swordsman, Barker and other streams of Jindan realm were too far behind him, making people suspect that this person was a strong person of the Immortal sect realm. Stop! At this time a dull roar came. A dark-skinned, 2-meter-tall man who looked like a small giant came striding in. Every muscle in his entire body was gnarled as if it was cast in steel. Elder Black Steel. The two disciples of the Heavenly Revelation Palace as well as Imo Qingxue bowed respectfully when they saw this man. Elder of the Heavenly Revelation Palace, this man named He Gang was naturally an Immortal sect realm powerhouse. He looked towards Mu Tsungtian with a gaze filled with pressure, a cold aura flickering in his eyes as he said, Mu Tsungtian, this is the Heavenly Revelation Palace, not your Divine Wood Island. Even if your master came, he wouldn't be so unbridled. Facing the pressure of an immortal sex powerhouse, an ordinary innate would have gone weak in the knees, but Mu Tsangtian appeared to be very calm. He said with a faint smile, "Senior Black Steel, just joking with them, since they can't afford to joke around, the younger generation won't be able to accompany them." After saying that, Mu Tsangtian left on his own, and when he left, he glanced at Su Hao, his eyes filled with undisguised icy killing intent. When Mu Tsangtian left, He Gang didn't stop him. His face looked slightly gloomy. This Mu Tsangtian is really accustomed to lawlessness. He Gang then looked towards Mo Qingshui. "Are you alright? If something happens to you, Master Huang Quan won't be able to spare me." Mo Qingshui shook his head. "I'm fine. Kid, this Mu Tsangtian is not a character to be messed with, you better avoid him." He Gang gave Su Hao another deep look, then he didn't stay much longer and left in big steps. Su Hao rubbed his nose. He seemed to have incurred an unimaginable character as soon as he came. "Let's go somewhere else to talk." Mo Qingshui then invited Su Hao to leave. Su Hao nodded slightly. He was indeed puzzled as to why Mo Qingshui came here and even joined the Heavenly Enlightenment Palace. Su Hao and Mo Qingshui walked on the road of the scenic Heavenly Enlightenment Palace. Mo Qingshui said with a hint of memories in his voice, "More than 10 years ago, my family was exterminated, and I was lucky to escape. I happened to be outside at that time, and I met an old man who threatened to take me as a disciple, but I didn't want to leave the family, so I refused, and the old man then gave me a token, and told me that if I want to enter the Immortal sect in the future, I can hold this token and come to this AO High country's Heavenly Enlightenment Palace to look for him. And he will accept me as his disciple." "That old man is that what's his name Senior Huang Quan?" Su Hao nodded his head slightly in understanding. Being able to be addressed as a senior by someone like He Gang who was in the Immortal sect realm, it could be imagined that this Senior Huang Quan was also definitely a great person in the Heavenly Enlightenment Palace. Mo Qingshui had met this Huang Quan Senior when she was a child and was valued, only that Mo Qingshui was still young at that time and wasn't willing to go to such a faraway place as AO High country. Then her family was destroyed, and when she became an adult, she came to AO High country not far from here, met that Huang Quan Senior, and became his disciple. It was no wonder that Mo Qingshui was not willing to join the Dao Extreme sect. After all, joining the Dao Extreme sect she was just an ordinary disciple. For Mo Qingshui to have this luck, Su Hao naturally felt happy for her. "Did you come to the Apocalypse Palace to get an invitation to attend the Apocalypse Grand Ceremony?" Mo Qingshui then looked at Su Hao, her face full of surprise. She completely never expected that Su Hao would appear here, and he had also entered the innate realm in a short period of time. "Yeah, came to take a look at this Heavenly Enlightenment Grand Ceremony." Su Hao looked slightly strange. He didn't get an invitation, but instead, he accidentally got a Heavenly Enlightenment order, so he came over to join in the fun. Chapter 123 Remaining Blade Inheritance. Su Hao then couldn't help but inquire, "What exactly is this Heavenly Apocalypse Extravaganza? I heard that there is a great chance, so I came over." Mo Qingshui sniffed and nodded slightly. "The Heavenly Apocalypse Grand Ceremony. This is a grand ceremony that the Heavenly Apocalypse Palace will only hold once every 100 years. It will reward the outstanding martial artists that stand out with heavy treasures. As for the content of the rewards, it definitely won't be bad. In the last Heavenly Apocalypse Grand Ceremony, the reward was an Immortal Ascension pill, and after taking it, the chances of breaking through the Immortal sect will be increased by about 30%. Immortal Ascension pill, increasing the chance of advancing to the Immortal Gate realm by 30%? Su Hao smacked his lips. This reward was indeed generous. He didn't know how many Jindan realms were stuck at that step. If he got the Immortal Ascension Dan, a 30% chance, this was very huge. It was enough to make any strong person below the Immortal sect go crazy. As one of the leaders of the AO High Kingdom, the Heavenly Apocalypse Palace would hold a Heavenly Apocalypse Extravaganza every 100 years, gifting young talents who stood out in the Heavenly Apocalypse Extravaganza while also highlighting the status of the leader of the Heavenly Apocalypse Palace. Although it was unknown what the rewards of this Apocalypse Extravaganza were, but judging from previous Apocalypse Extravaganzas, the rewards this time definitely wouldn't be bad. Su Hao couldn't help but be tempted. Originally, he was just here to join in the fun and inquire about Nangong Renling, but now he was interested in the rewards. But this session of the Apocalypse Grand Ceremony you'd better abstain. This time in the participation of the Apocalypse Grand Ceremony I just know there are two people who are almost invincible. One of them is our Apocalypse Sect's Demonine Ghost, who is suppressing the generation. The other is the Wood Sanctian that you've just seen, who comes from the Divinewood Island, as the disciple of the Divinewood Island's Island Master. Both of these two have the strength to ask for the Earth ranking. No surprise, the winner this time will be chosen among the two of them. Mo Qingshui said, urging Su Hao not to participate or abstain. It was not that Mo Qingshui felt that Su Hao's strength was not good, but the participants of the Apocalypse Grand Ceremony were all demons from all sides within the territory of AO High Country, and each one of them was not a simple character, especially Mu Tsangtian and In Ghost, whose strength was even more proud of the group. Having the strength to ask for the Earth ranking? Su Hao was also surprised. This so-called Earth list was the most powerful group of martial artists under the Immortal sect realm to be on the list. There were a total of 180 slots on the Earth list, and those who could be ranked on the Earth list were almost all Jindan realm powerhouses, and they also had to be the most powerful in the Jindan realm. It can be said that can be listed on the list, called the strongest martial artists under the Immortal door is not too much, and even the top of the list of martial artists have the strength to challenge the Immortal door of the dreadful strength of the cross steps. As for the heavenly list, it is not accessible to mortals, above are some of the Immortal sect level of the terrifyingly strong. Een Ghost, as well as the Wood Sanctian that dragged up to the sky, all had the strength to ask for the heavenly ranking, so it was no wonder that Imo Qingshui advised Su Hao to abstain from the game. Su Hao's face, however, was full of smiles as he said, "You said that I am more interested instead. Don't worry, if there is any danger, I know how to take it lightly." Seeing the smile on Su Hao's face, Imo Qingshui inexplicably thought of the scene when they were separated on that day, and she suddenly seriously inquired to Su Hao, "When we were separated on that day, you said that we will always be friends, does that still count?" Su Hao scratched his head, not sure why Imo Qingshui asked this, but he nodded without hesitation. "Of course it counts." Upon hearing this, Imo Qingshui's cold pretty face rarely showed a smile. She grabbed Su Hao's sleeve and said, "Let's go, take you to a place." Su Hao was puzzled about where to go, but he also let Imo Qingshui pull him and followed her away. Imo Qingshui led Su Hao all the way to a large hall outside. This hall had a halo of light flowing around it, obviously surrounded by formations, and it was the important place of the Heavenly Enlightenment Palace. He's not a disciple of Tianqi Palace? He can't enter the treasure pavilion. At the entrance of this great hall, a white-faced, beardless old man frowned at Su Hao. This was clearly the Heavenly Enlightenment Palace's treasure pavilion, and Su Hao didn't understand what Imo Qingshui was doing by bringing him here. Imo Qingshui took out a token and said, "This is the token my master gave me. I can choose a treasure within the hidden treasure pavilion at will, and I'm going to give this opportunity to him." This. Su Hao froze. Imo Qingshui brought him here to enter the treasure pavilion and let him choose any treasure from within the Heavenly Qi Palace's treasure pavilion? A raw smile appeared on Imo Qingshui's face. She looked like she rarely smiled. "You have to participate in the Apocalypse Grand Ceremony, as much as you can. You have to strengthen your strength. I don't want to see my only friend die in the Apocalypse Grand Ceremony." Although it's very touching, you have too little confidence in me. Su Hao stroked his nose speechlessly. That white-bearded old man pondered for a long time, slowly nodded his head, and took Imo Qingshui's token, then, "Go in." "Many thanks, senior." Imo Qingshui nodded gratefully and led Su Hao inside the treasure cabinet. In the Heavenly Enlightenment Palace's hidden treasure pavilion, besides a large number of martial arts texts, there were also a large number of exotic treasures. "This is a crystal core produced by the Demon Ghost King?" Su Hao saw a crystal core placed in one of the counters, and according to the introduction, this was clearly a crystal core produced by a Demon Ghost King, which was not even of small use to Immortal sect realm powerhouses. "There's also the Shang Shang Dan." Su Hao also saw a healing holy medicine Shang Shang Dan. This Shang Shang Dan was very precious, as long as the brain and heart weren't destroyed, even if all the limbs were cut off and the body was chopped in half, it could be saved. The Heavenly Enlightenment Palace's foundation was indeed deep. The Heavenly Enlightenment Palace had already existed before even the Ao High Kingdom was established. The foundation was somehow much stronger than the Tao Polarity sect could be. "I suggest you pick this pair of Heavenly Yuan inner armor." Imo Qingshui pointed at a piece of armor placed in a counter category and said, "Tian Yuan inner armor. This is an inner armor created by a powerful refining master, injected with true essence. It can form a protection. Their own true essence is enough. It is the attack of the Immortal sect realm powerhouses are able to resist. It is simply a life-saving weapon. As long as there is this Tian Yuan inner armor to participate in the Heavenly Enlightenment Grand Ceremony, even if you run into the Een Ghost, Wood Song Tian, to save your life will not be a problem." This chance to enter the treasure pavilion to choose any treasure was given to her by Imo Qingshui's master. She couldn't even spare it, preparing to use it when she needed it in the future, but now it was given to Su Hao. This favor was not light. "I'll take another look." Su Hao also coveted this Heavenly Yuan inner armor, but still wanted to see if there was anything else that suited him better. This is? Su Hao suddenly looked with some surprise into a halo-shrouded counter, which was displaying a broken knife without a tip that looked very familiar. "Isn't this the remaining part of that broken knife within the Tao Polarity sect's hidden scripture cabinet?" A trace of surprise appeared on Su Hao's face. In the Tao Polarity sect's hidden scripture cabinet there was a broken knife with only a tip. It was an inheritance item with a martial skill inheritance. Su Hao chose the broken knife at that time, and managed to master the inheritance of the thunderjacking blade technique in it, but it was a pity that there was only one move. And now this Heavenly Enlightenment sect even had the remaining part of that broken knife within it? Chapter 124 Platinum Quality Blade Technique. "I want this broken sword." Su Hao pointed at the broken knife and said. Imo Qingshui was a bit surprised. This broken knife is an inheritance item, but with the tip of the knife missing, the inheritance inside is also missing part of it, although the power is still not bad. But there are only less than 5 days before the start of the Heavenly Apocalypse Grand Ceremony, so you won't be able to learn anything from it even if you choose it. It's better to choose the Heavenly Yuan inner armor. "I'll choose it, it suits me best." Su Hao, however, insisted the rest of that blade tip was in the Heavenly Enlightenment sect's treasure pavilion. If he missed this opportunity, he was afraid that he wouldn't have the chance to put together the complete thunderjacking blade technique in the future. Then, well, seeing Su Hao's insistence, Mo Qing Shui sighed helplessly, only respecting Su Hao's choice. Senior, I want this broken blade. Mo Qing Shui said to the old man who was guarding the hidden treasure pavilion. The old man walked over, and he nodded slightly. This broken sword is a legacy left behind by a strong person who could be ranked in the heavenly ranking 10,000 years ago, but it's a pity that it's missing a piece. The old man reached through the curtain of light and took out the broken blade, handing it over to Mo Qing Shui. In turn, Mo Qing Shui gave it to Su Hao, who held the broken knife in his hand, able to feel the inheritance contained in it, and he was somewhat delighted. Mo Qing Shui and Su Hao left the treasure pavilion, and as the old man looked at Su Hao's departing back, a trace of color flashed in his eyes. This teenager is also here to participate in the Apocalypse Grand Ceremony? This Apocalypse Grand Ceremony won't have any real winners. I hope this kid is a little bit lucky and gets eliminated. I'll take you to rest. The Heavenly Apocalypse Grand Ceremony will open in 5 days, so take a good rest. Mo Qing Shui then led Su Hao to a guest room within the Heavenly Apocalypse Palace. Well, many thanks. Su Hao was grateful. This was not a small favor Mo Qing Shui had done for him. Mo Qing Shui left. Inside the wide guest room, Su Hao held the broken knife. His face had an excited look. That broken knife from the Tao Polarity sect only had a tip. It was a small part of it, while this broken knife that he got in the treasure cabinet of the Heavenly Enlightenment Palace was the whole part of the rest of it. Let's start. Even though it's only 5 days, I should have no problem comprehending and mastering the blade techniques in it. Su Hao sat on his knees, placing the broken blade on top of his knees, his mind immersed into it. Rumble. In the contextual inheritance of the broken blade, Su Hao saw a stout man holding a long blade stirring up the heavenly thunder, practicing a set of blade techniques, with an astonishing sound, as terrifying as the heavenly might. According to what that old man said, this broken knife inheritance was left behind by a strong person who could be ranked in the heavenly list 10,000 years ago. The heavenly list, that was only for the strongest people in the Immortal sect realm to go up, and it was the most powerful kind in the Immortal sect realm, and it was estimated to be on the same level as the Barbarian Zun, this kind of peerless powerhouse. Su Hao watched this lanky silhouette rehearsing the thunderjacking blade technique, just as Mo Qing Shui and that old man said. This thunderjacking blade technique is crippled, and the lanky silhouette is always sluggish in rehearsing it, which makes it look very difficult to understand, just like being stuck in a shell, and it's always missing so much, making it difficult for people to realize the essence of it. But Su Hao's eyes lit up. Other people were difficult to comprehend, but there was no that problem for him. Because he found that this lanky silhouette practiced the missing move of the Robber Thunder blade technique, he just happened to know that the blade technique that he had comprehended from within the cut-off blade of the Tao Polarity sect was the second style of the Robber Thunder blade technique, which was following on the heels of the previous one, and now, when it was fused with the blade technique practiced by this lanky silhouette, it was the complete Robber Thunder blade technique. Rumble. Su Hao's mind seemed to have heavenly thunder chiming and trembling, as he relied on the inheritance of his intention and easily fused the other 4 styles in the thunderjacking blade technique practiced by this lanky silhouette, learning the complete thunderjacking blade technique. Cavitating Thunder Blade Technique Platinum Grade, Proficiency Beginner 1%, a blade technique known for its killing power. The blade comes out as if a cavitating thunder from beyond the 9 heavens descended to the earth, destroying everything. And the complete Robbing Thunder blade technique. Quality is as high as platinum. How strong is a platinum quality blade technique? Su Hao didn't know. It couldn't be exerted here, otherwise he definitely had to try it. Swoosh. Su Hao's thoughts moved slightly, and in the air around him, majestic thunder blade chi shot out, cutting the void into countless pieces alike. This is the complete thunderjack blade technique? Sure enough, the power is extraordinary. Su Hao's eyes were filled with horror. The complete thunderjack blade technique definitely deserved its name, as if it was a world-destroying thunderjack, destroying everything. This truncated saber is more than that. The meaning inheritance contained within it is extremely offensive. I can use it to hone my own meaning. Su Hao secretly said in his heart. The collision of intention and intention was like grinding a knife. The more it was ground, the sharper it became. Of course, this would damage the intention inheritance within the inheritance item. If it was depleted cleanly, this inheritance item was considered to be a complete waste. Su Hao didn't have this scruple. Anyway, the inside of the Robbing Thunder blade method had mastered by himself, and he didn't need this inheritance item anymore. Immediately, Su Hao began to collide and sharpen the meaning inheritance within this broken blade with the meaning he had mastered. Rumble. In Su Hao's mind, his 4 realms of intent, 5 elements: fist intent, ghost intent, thunder blade intent, and blistering wind blade intent merged into one, constantly colliding with that lanky silhouette. The lanky silhouette was the evolution of the intent inheritance of the broken blade. Provoked, it frantically counterattacked, blossoming out horrifying thunder, blasting at Su Hao, wanting to obliterate Su Hao's realm of intent, his soul. However, Su Hao possessed 4 realms of intent, and his soul power was also far more powerful than normal, easily withstanding the attacks of the lanky silhouette and continuously sharpening it. Treating the meaning inheritance within the inheritance item as a sharpening stone was crazy enough. A bad one might be reversed, damaging the soul and turning into a vegetable was possible. It was only Suhao who possessed a ghost spirit root, and his soul strength was different from normal people who dared to do so. With the passage of time, Suhao's realm of intent enhanced at a terrifying speed. The 2 kinds of blade intent and the 5 elements fist intent were the first to break through, entering the level of 40% realm of intent, while the ghost intent also broke through, entering the level of 20% realm of intent. When the time came to the 5th day, Suhao's Thunder Blade Intent, Blizzard Blade Intent, and 5 Elements Fist Intent all reached the level of 50% of the Realm of Intent, and Ghost Intent reached the level of 30% of the Realm of Intent, and it was at this time that the inheritance of intent within the Broken Knife was completely consumed and annihilated, and the Broken Knife also became an ordinary broken knife. However, the benefits Suhao gained were already huge enough, mastering the full set of Thunderjacking Blade technique, and his own intent level also took a huge leap. Comfortable. Suhao stretched his waist, a smile on his face, choosing that Broken Blade was indeed the most suitable for him. Bang bang bang. And at this moment, there was also a knock on the door. Suhao opened the door. It was Emo Qingshui. Emo Qingshui was also slightly relieved when she saw Suhao's glowing appearance. She said, "Today is the day when the apocalypse ceremony starts, let's go together." Chapter 125 Immortal Ascension Pill, Dao Seed. Aha! Suhao nodded his head and followed Emo Qingshui all the way to a wide square above, where nearly 10,000 people had already gathered, all of them disciples of the Heavenly Enlightenment sect. Suhao saw a black steel with a dress, dark skin, and a tall figure, and judging from his appearance, the presiding officer of this heavenly apocalypse ceremony was him. Besides that, Suhao also saw an acquaintance, a pale yellow robe, exuding a domineering aura. It was precisely Mu Tsangtian, who obviously saw Suhao as well. The corner of his mouth drew an arc, and his eyes undisguisedly flickered with a cold aura. And as He Gang looked around, he raised his voice, resounding above this huge square. For this edition of the Heavenly Apocalypse Grand Ceremony, the Heavenly Apocalypse sect has invited a total of 32 young jungles from all sides, and the reward for the eventual winner of this edition of the Heavenly Apocalypse Grand Ceremony will be an Immortal Ascension Pill, plus a Dao Seed. As soon as Blacksteel's words fell, the entire room went silent and then exploded. The first place reward for this Apocalypse Spectacular is so generous? Not only does it reward an Immortal Ascension Pill, it also rewards a Dao Seed? Everyone's faces flushed with eagerness because this reward was simply too generous. The Immortal Ascension Pill didn't need to be mentioned. It could increase the chance of breaking through the Immortal Gate by 30%, while the Dao Seed wasn't bad at all, and was even more precious than the Immortal Ascension Pill to a certain extent. Dao Seed is said to be born in the chaos of the void, is a trace of the evolution of the law of the great Dao. Using the seed of the Dao, you can immediately master a realm of intention, and is the real intention level of the realm of intention. The realm level was only the most elementary, raising a realm of intent to the point of 10% perfection, and even further was the true intent level. True meaning, this was a level that could only be touched by the strongest of the immortal sect, and using a Dao Seed, one could immediately master a true meaning level meaning, which showed how precious it was. Suhao also smacked his lips. This reward made him very moved. As long as he could become number 1 in the Apocalypse Grand Ceremony, he would be able to obtain these 2 treasures? I originally came here for the Immortal Ascension Pill, but I didn't expect there to be a Dao Seed? Mu Tsangtian's eyes flashed with a fiery light. Entering the Immortal Gate realm was extremely difficult, but for true demons impacting the Immortal Gate and opening it was only a matter of time. When impacting the Immortal Gate realm, it was best to succeed at once, because if one did not succeed, although there was a second chance to impact, but every time one failed, one's own Jindan would be depleted by 1 point, and one's innate chi and one's origin would be weakened by 1 point, and if one failed at impacting the Immortal Gate too many times, even if one succeeded in the end, it would be a huge depletion of one's potential. So there is no complete certainty. Anyone will not rashly impact the immortal door. Failing once will lose a potential. Can once succeed the best, cannot be controlled within 3 times, and then more failure loss is too big. There is an Immortal Ascension Pill, which can help people to break through the Immortal Gate at one time, the chances of a great increase. And a Seed of the Road, its value is even more in the ascension of the Dan above. Many of the immortal realm of the strong do not necessarily master a true meaning of the realm. Refining a Seed of the Road immediately will have a true meaning. Even the immortal strong will be very moved, but the Seed of the Road is too rare, born in the chaos of the void, for the law of the breeding of the completely unattainable. These 2 treasures taken out by the Celestial Enlightenment sect were undoubtedly blood money, and the power of the Celestial Enlightenment sect could be seen. Mu Tsangtian's gaze was fiery. Everyone else also looked excited. With these 2 treasures, in the future, when their cultivation reached the peak of the Jindan realm, it would be much easier to enter the immortal sect realm. And at this time in an underground palace, a withered old man looked at a mirror in front of him. The mirror reflected the scene in the square. He looked a little excited, murmured, "Soon. Soon, this time to participate in the Apocalypse Grand Ceremony in the there are quite a lot of good seedling. I'm most satisfied with Wood Tsangtian and Ian Ghost. These 2 are both rich and strong, not much worse than the young me. When the Apocalypse Spectacular ends, it is the time when I regain my life. Just who among you is the luckiest to become old me's new body? Ha ha ha. Inside the underground palace, a morose cold laughter echoed, "The treasure is not so good to take." No one knew that there was another old man inside this underground palace watching the venue, and everyone was immersed in the shock of the great reward. Su Hao. Be careful, that one over there is the Yin ghost. He is very out of place within the sect, even the sect elders dare to contradict him, ferocious and cruel. And Mo Qingshui was beside him and gave Su Hao some people to pay attention to. Su Hao followed Mo Qingshui's gaze. In the audience, a pale, tall, white-clothed man was observing the others with a smile. His temperament was too feminine, even the seat beside him was empty, no one was willing to sit beside him. This was the demonic Yin ghost of the Heavenly Enlightenment sect who had suppressed his peers. His strength was very terrifying, he had the strength to ask for the top of the earth ranking. At the same time, he and Mu Xingtian were the favorites to win the title of the Heavenly Enlightenment Grand Ceremony this time, and it was not unexpected that the first place would be born amongst the two of them. While that Heavenly Enlightenment sect elder He Gang continued, the rules of this Heavenly Enlightenment Grand Ceremony are very simple. There are a total of 32 people, each one of them is a human young powerhouse that Heavenly Enlightenment sect personally sent out Heavenly Enlightenment orders to invite to enter the ring to face off against each other, with the winners advancing, and losers eliminated, and in the end, the only winner will be able to obtain the Immortal Ascension pill as well as the Tao seed as the rewards. Without further ado, let's get straight to it. It will be matched by drawing lots, those drawn will duke it out, and the winner advances to the next round. Black Steel reached into a huge wooden box. In the box were the names of 32 young powerhouses who were participating in the Apocalypse Spectacular. 2 groups of 2 would be matched up against each other. First place gets you an Immortal Ascension pill and a Tao seed. I really want to participate. Come on, just you? Participating in the Apocalypse Extravaganza are all young powerhouses under the age of 40. Any one of them is a party of demons. Our Apocalypse sect personally invited them. Are you going up there to disgrace yourself with this amount of strength? Black Steel began to draw lots. The audience on the scene, tens of thousands of people are whispering, are quite envious. They are not even qualified to participate in the Apocalypse Grand Ceremony. Participate in the Heavenly Apocalypse Ceremony has 2 conditions: innate cultivation, under 40 years old. Heavenly Apocalypse Palace are personally issued the Heavenly Apocalypse Order to invite the celestial pride from all over the world. Every one of them is extremely extraordinary. It was that brocade-clothed teenager, Manhwa Invincible. Although he looked weak and was killed by the Bloodblade guest with a single slash, he was also in his mid-20s with a Yuan Dan realm cultivation, deserving the words genius and demon. Su Hao was also inspired to fight. The Immortal Ascension pill and the Tao seed, he wanted them equally. First match of the first round, Xiao Ao Feng from the Ao Jian sect versus Dugu Yuan from the Dugu family. And He Gang drew out 2 wooden cards at this moment. He looked at the names on the 2 wooden cards and opened his mouth. Chapter 126, Opening of the Ceremony. Not long after the words fell, from the audience, an indifferent man carrying a long sword, as if a stunning flash, spanning a distance of hundreds of meters to that black rock cast ring. This kind of stance made many people's eyes showed a shocked look, as if it was like a void in the air. Who is Mr. Zhao's first underling? Come up to the stage quickly. The indifferent man, Xiao Ao Feng, stood with his sword, his entire body exuding a stern aura. Is that so? I would like to see if your strength can make me move my muscles. In the other direction, a black-robed man rose from the audience, while he gave off an overbearing aura as he walked towards the ring step by step, unhurriedly, yet giving off an illusion as if every foot was stepping on their hearts. This person was naturally Dugu Wildwing of the Dugu family. Xiao Ao Feng, the heir of the Ao sword sect. It is said that he had already comprehended sword intent when he was 13 years old, and now that he is in his early 30s, he has entered the Yuan Dan realm for many years, and his sword technique has long since reached the point of being out of this world. Dugu Wild Hope isn't bad either, the heir to the Dugu family that has been passed down for 5,000 years, definitely very strong. The atmosphere of the scene was very enthusiastic. Both Xiao Ao Feng and Dugu Wildwang, in the territory of the Ao High Country, have a small reputation, is the leader of the young generation, with the life expectancy of 300 years of the innate martial artist. The age of less than 40 years old is indeed considered to be young. As for Wu Xingtian sitting on the seat with his hands, the corner of his mouth with a disdainful smile in his eyes, these 2 people tied together are not enough for him to crush with one hand. Let him pay attention to only that feminine man Yin ghost, but even if it is a Yin ghost, he is confident to win in battle. This time, the winner of the Heavenly Enlightenment Grand Ceremony will only be him. Yin ghost face with feminine smile, cannot see what expression, but he is all ready for this time to participate in the Apocalypse Ceremony. The strength of the remaining 32 people probably have an understanding of, which the most threatening is of course Wu Xingtian, although the shot is very little, but every shot is crushed, and domineering extraordinary, basically will not leave a living mouth. Wu Xingtian comes from the Ao High Country coastal area of the Godwood Island. This Godwood Island cultivated secret art is extremely mysterious, has always been a single lineage. Wu Xingtian is the only heir to this generation of Godwood Island, the strength of which is said to be enough to ask for the top of the list of the earth, in the Immortal sect realm under the strongest of the batch of martial artists. Awesome, the strength of any one of these 2 is above that brocade-clothed teenager. Su Hao's heart was also quite excited as he looked at the duo in the ring. All of those who participated in the Apocalypse Grand Ceremony were all AO High Country's demons, and any one of them placed in some of the big sects would be at the demon level. Only a top clan like the Apocalypse Palace had the ability to gather them over. Hey Gang looked at the duo on the stage as he announced in a loud voice, "The rules are simple, that is, there are no rules. Withdrawing from the ring is considered a loss. In addition, after withdrawing from the ring the other party is not allowed to chase after them, and the rest is arbitrary." Quite a few people narrowed their eyes. When they get into the ring, life and death is not a matter of concern, except for withdrawing from the ring. Otherwise, even if they die in the ring, Black Steel will not make a move to stop it. In a way, this Apocalypse Spectacular is quite bloody, but to get the treasure without even a little danger is also thinking too well. Are you ready? Mr. Zhao's sword has always been merciless. If you don't admit defeat now, it will be too late in a while. Xiao Ao Feng licked his lips. As the demon of the AO Jin sect, his sword is a sword of killing, and he will never leave his hand when he strikes. Really? Let's give it a try then. Duga Wild Watch looked at Xiao Ao Feng with an indifferent level stare. Thousand Split Sword Chi. Xiao Ao Feng was already the first to strike. He instantly drew his sword. His long sword broke through the air. A powerful sword chi pierced through the void, and the sword chi that covered the sky was like rain towards Duga Wildwang, wanting to tear him into pieces. Everyone's breath froze as they watched this battle. Xiao Ao Feng's first strike was an absolute kill, not leaving the slightest bit of mercy. Poo poo poo. While Dako Yowang stood still and didn't move, something strange happened. A sword chi broke through the air, chopping on top of his body, making a crisp ringing sound, but disappeared out of thin air. Looking closely, on the surface of Duga Wildwatch's body, there was a layer of invisible chi that formed a wall of chi, engulfing all the sword chi into it, and he himself did not suffer the slightest damage. What is this? I'll burst your turtle shell. Xiao Ao Feng was also surprised by Dako Nojio's tactics, but his face became more and more sinister as he increased his output. A sword light simply cut across the sky and the earth, leaving countless cracks in the cutting void, simply as if it was going to rip the sky and the earth apart. But a succession of hundreds of sword attacks that Duga Yawang are quiet, which makes Xiao Ao Feng's forehead gradually have cold sweat penetrate out. Their sword chi actually cannot break the other side of the defense? Just when Xiao Ao Feng was a bit shocked, Duga Yuan laughed coldly. Have you fought enough? Then it's my turn. Swoosh. Dako Wildwang put his fingers together and made a stroke in the air. A series of 3 sword chi burst out. This sword chi attribute was surprisingly the same as Xiao Ao Feng, but it was more than several times more lethal than Xiao Ao Feng's sword chi. Bang bang. Pooh. Xiao Ao Feng gritted his teeth and swung his long sword to shatter 2 sword chi, but the third sword chi could not be blocked no matter what. He only had time to perform his stance and jumped out to the side for a certain distance, but he still couldn't avoid it completely. The sword chi chopped on top of his left shoulder, and along with it, his left arm was cut off at shoulder length. Aha! My hand! Xiao Ao Feng let out a miserable scream, but facing the murderous Duga Wildwang, he didn't dare to stay at all and jumped down from the ring like a lost dog. Die! But Dako Wildwang's eyes were full of ice coldness, and was not willing to let Xiao Ao Feng go. The wall of chi on his body surface tumbled, and once again a sword chi was inspired, chopping towards Xiao Ao Feng's back, to cut him into 2. Clang! But this time, He Gang was flexing his finger, smashing that sword chi to smithereens across a distance of nearly 100 meters, and he said indifferently, he has already exited the ring, no pursuit is allowed. Humph. Duga Wildwang coldly snorted, his face flashed a trace of unwillingness, according to his character of course to cut off the roots, but also know that he cannot go against the rules of the Apocalypse Grand Ceremony. He kicked the severed arm to Xiao Ao Feng's face, he smiled and said, don't pick on others if you don't have the strength. Xiao Ao Feng's face turned pale as he picked up his severed arm and stumbled towards the distance to escape. Having an arm severed in public in front of all eyes, coupled with the injury to his arm, made him ashamed. The only thought in his mind was to escape from this place. Duga Yuang saw this and smiled. This Xiao Ao Feng thinks highly of himself. After receiving such a blow, even if he connects his arm back, it is estimated that the person is also wasted. First match, first round, Dako Wildwang wins. Black Steel announced the result. Duga Wildwang slowly walked down the ring, returned to the audience, quietly recovered from the consumption of that battle just now. This Duga Wildwang cultivates a very peculiar technique. It seems to be able to absorb other people's attacks, store them up, and then rebound back to injure the enemy. Su Hao witnessed this scene under the stage, and in his heart, he guessed the characteristics of Duga Wildwang's technique. Unless he could break his defense in one go, he would be attacked by his strength, and the extremely strong Xiao Ao Feng was the end of it. Apocalypse Grand Ceremony, unexpected cruelty, life and death do not ask, unless it is the initiative to retreat from the ring, or even if they are killed as the referee of the Black Steel will not care. And this Apocalypse Ceremony, with the past is even more different, there will not be the so-called winner. Chapter 127, Ferocious Wood Sangtian. Xiao Ao Feng fled as the loser and moved away from this place. Every one of these participants in the Apocalypse Spectacular is so powerful and ferocious, Su Hao. He won't be alright, right? Mo Qingshui's heart was filled with worry. Each of these individual contestants was a demon from one side, their strength was extraordinary, and the rules were even more so that if they didn't get out of the ring, they wouldn't rest until they were dead, and not being able to get out of the ring in time to die on top of it was something that could happen at any time. Hei Gang's face was solemn as he continued to draw lots. Soon he drew out 2 wooden lots. After seeing the 2 names on them, he said in a loud voice, the second match of the first round, Wood Sungtian from Divinewood Island versus solo martial artist Xing Wendian. Moot Sungtian? The mysterious Divinewood Island's heir. This island is said to have a single generation, and this Moot Sungtian is an extremely demonic generation, with the strength to ask for 180 places on the Earth ranking. Xing Wendian is not bad, solo martial artist can cultivate to a step is also very extraordinary, but the gap seems to be a little big. This second matchup person undoubtedly made everyone raise their spirits. Wood Sungtian, the favorite to win the championship this time, the strength is unfathomable. As for Xing Wendian, although it is very strong, but not many people are optimistic about him. After all, the cultivation is there. Although Xing Wendian is extraordinary, but the strength has not even entered the Jindan realm, and he will lose more than he wins against Wood Sungtian. Wood Sungtian's mouth corner arched up a touch of arc of rise toward the ring. He is like an emperor, the attention of all people. Wherever he goes will be the focus, cranes and chickens. I'm afraid that my strength is far less than that of Moot Sungtian, but it's good to see his strength, to see just how strong the so-called heir to Divinewood Island is. Xing Wendian's face was very grave. He was also clear in his heart that the gap between himself and Moot Sungtian was not small, but he also wanted to see Moot Sungtian's strength. At that moment, Xing Wendian, who was dressed in black and had a stern aura, walked up to the ring, facing Moot Sungtian from a distance. Moot Sungtian, although my strength may not be as good as yours, I won't let you win so easily. Xing Wendian pressed his palm on the hilt of the sword at his waist and stared intently at Moot Sungtian. Moot Sungtian glanced at him with slanted eyes. Let me win less easily? With a waist like you? Waist? The 10,000 Heavenly Enlightenment sect disciples on the field all had their mouths twitching. Xing Wendian was less than 40 years old, and to be able to be invited by the Heavenly Enlightenment sect to participate in this Heavenly Enlightenment grand ceremony already proved that he was extraordinary, but yet Moot Sungtian opened his mouth and said that Xing Wendian was a piece of trash? If Xing Wendian was considered a waste, what were they people? Su Hao and Mo Qingshui were secretly speechless in their hearts. This Moot Sungtian was really too arrogant, or rather arrogant. In his eyes, it seemed that those who were not as good as him were all wastes, pulling hatred everywhere without a care in the world, and being able to live to this day seemed to be very capable indeed. You. Xing Wendian was publicly humiliated by Moot Sungtian, and a color of annoyance appeared on his face. And Hei Gang interrupted the two. Alright, let's begin. The winner advances. Wood Sungtian stood with his hands in the air, licking his lips as a sardonic smile surfaced on his face. What start? It's only right that it's already over. HM? It is. While at this moment, Xing Wendian was filled with shock. At some point, among the black rocks under his feet, a pitch-black, finger-thick vine broke through the ground without warning, as if it was a python that would grab Xing Wendian and tightly entangle him. Open for me. Although Xing Wendian was shocked and unruffled, he hurriedly roared lowly and operated his surging true essence power. Countless blade chi erupted out from around his body to slice apart the vines that bound him as much as possible. Poo poo poo. But what surprised people was that Xing Wendian's overpowering blade chi chopped on top of a black vine, simply leaving no trace at all. These vines were frighteningly tough. How? How is this possible? Xing Wendian had a horrified look on his face, completely at a bit of a loss for words. He desperately wanted to struggle, but he simply couldn't get rid of the vines that were getting tighter and tighter. Snort snort. Not only that, on these pitch-black vines, a barb gradually grew out, piercing into Xing Wendian's skin. The vines wriggled, and even acted as if they were alive, sucking on Xing Wendian's blood in large gulps. I admit defeat. Quickly let go of me. Xing Wendian was completely terrified, and hurriedly admitted defeat loudly. But Moot Sungtian stood with his hands on his back and paid no attention to it. Black Steel frowned slightly but did not stop it. According to the rules, admitting defeat can be more than just shouting to admit defeat. You have to get off the stage on your own. This Xing Wendian was entangled by the vines. Naturally, he did not have the ability to get off the stage. It can be said that life and death were all in the hands of Moot Sungtian. And Moot Sungtian was not willing to let Xing Wendian go. Xing Wendian screamed miserably. The barb spreading out from one vine crazily extracted his blood. His body dried up at a speed visible to the naked eye, and it wasn't long before he couldn't even scream miserably anymore. This is too shocking. The tens of thousands of spectators in the arena had chills in their hearts. This Moot Sungtian was too ferocious, defeating Xing Wendian in a single shot. Xing Wendian had already conceded defeat, but Moot Sungtian wasn't willing to let him go either. Not long after, Xing Wendian's miserable screams stopped. The whole person was already drained of blood, turning into a skin and bones dry corpse. And on top of the vine, due to absorbing Xing Wendian's blood, it bore a blood-red, apple-like red fruit. Moot Sungtian walked forward, plucked the red fruit and nibbled on it. The smile on his face grew even wider, although the strength is a bit weaker. But after all, it's the Yuan Dan realm, and the taste of the bloodhua fruit that was born is still very good. He ate the fruit that Xing Wendian's entire body's essence blood produced. Everyone's scalp was numb. This Moot Sangtian was completely like a demon, sucking his opponent's blood dry with that peculiar vine, bearing fruit, and eating it directly with a relish that was beyond the limits of what the average person could bear. Divinewood Island is an evil cultivation organization, Mo Ching Shui whispered. Divinewood Island seems to be very gentle to hear the name, but in reality, all the martial arts secret techniques practiced by Divinewood Island are no different from evil cultivators. It's better to encounter Wood Sangtian. Or just abstain. There were quite a few contestants participating in the Apocalypse Spectacular whose gazes were heavy. Against this terrifying Moot Sangtian, it would be best to directly abstain from the game, lest they take their lives. Only the white-clothed, white-skinned ghost's feminine face revealed a color of anticipation, becoming more and more eager for a battle with Moot Sangtian. Hoof. Now let you arrogant, after that you will understand what is called regret. Black Steel face cannot see the expression declared Wood Sangtian victory. The heart is a sneer. Black Steel for Wood Black Steel's feelings towards Moot Sangtian were extremely bad, naturally because when Moot Sangtian had faced him before, he had looked arrogant, but he didn't show it. Whether it was Ghost or Moot Sangtian, one of the two would definitely stay in the Heavenly Palace forever. That old ancestor could need a good body now. The better the performance, the more likely he would be chosen. This heavenly apocalypse ceremony was different from the past, because there was an old ancestor who was looking for a suitable body in this heavenly apocalypse ceremony, and the focus of attention was on Ghost and Wood Sangtian. Whoever of these two won in the ceremony was expected to be chosen. Immortal Ascension Pills and Dao Seeds? This was not for them. Chapter 128 Blood Manslaughter. Moot Sangtian returned to the audience while eating the blood-red fruit, as cozy as if he had entered an orchard and picked an apple. The Apocalypse Spectacular was still continuing. The atmosphere of the scene was getting more and more high. After all, matches with life and death crises could only evoke the throbbing in people's hearts even more, and better allow the participants to exert their strength to the fullest extent, and if they didn't exert their strength to the fullest extent, then they might die. The 15th match of the first round, North Underworld Invincible from the North Underworld family versus Blood Manslaughter from the Blood Dagger sect. Black Steel announced the matchmakers for each match, and finally, when the first round was all about to end, it was Su Hao's turn. North Underworld Invincible? It's my turn. Su Hao got up and walked towards the ring. North Underworld Invincible? Isn't his name Su Hao? Mo Ching Shui's face was a bit bewildered when she saw this. Of course she didn't know that Su Hao didn't receive any Apocalypse Order, but instead, he got the Apocalypse Order of the Brocade-Clothed Teenager. Naturally, the name on the information about him was also the name of the Brocade-Clothed Teenager who was already dead and dying. This teenager is too young, isn't he? It doesn't even look like he's under 20. Yeah, and his strength is a bit weak. Only having a cultivation of the true origin realm. Su Hao's appearance on the stage made many people talk, because Su Hao was considered to be the youngest amongst all the participants, and also the one with the lowest cultivation. All the other participants, they were all under 40 years old, with cultivation of Yuan Dan realm or above. Only Su Hao looked to be less than 20 years old, and only seemed to be just at the beginning of the innate true origin realm in terms of his cultivation. He's not Manhwa invincible? When He Gang saw Su Hao who walked up, he frowned slightly, remembering that he had seen Su Hao with Mo Ching Shui before, and Mo Ching Shui was addressing him as Su Hao. Moreover, Su Hao's information did not match with the data. The Manhwa Wu enemy on the data was in his early 20s and had Yuan Dan realm cultivation, which was completely different from Su Hao. Although Black Steel knew that Su Hao was not Manhwa invincible, he didn't point out. Anyway, looking at Su Hao's appearance, this is just a round of eliminated stragglers. If at this time he pointed out that Su Hao was not Manhwa invincible and eliminated him directly, this would also make the number of people insufficient. Su Hao then successfully replaced Manhwa invincible and walked onto the ring. A strong smell of blood came, and on the other side of the ring, an obese man with an obese side and a ferocious look, as if he was a pig killer, walked up to the ring with great strides. This person was obviously the Blood Sword Sect's Bloodman Butcher. The rich bloody odor on his body could make one's scalp numb, and it could be imagined that there were not a few people who had died in his hands. You met such a little weakling in the first match? Looks like I'm lucky. The Bloodman Butcher carried a big blood-red sword and looked at Su Hao with a smile on his face. His eyes were as if he was looking at a lamb to be slaughtered. Don't lose in the first round. When Moot Sangtian saw Su Hao, a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. He was a person who was vindictive. Before Su Hao dared to be rude to him, he definitely wanted to retaliate. He hoped that Su Hao would be able to win this one, and then when he ran into him, he would make Su Hao pay the price and regret having offended himself. Bloodman Butcher licked his lips and laughed fiercely. I want to hear the sound your flesh and blood make when it is torn apart by the blade. Su Hao looked at Bloodman Slaughter with a smile. I guess you can't hear it. Come on, no nonsense. Then, here I come. Seeing Su Hao's calm and relaxed appearance, Bloodman Butcher snorted coldly as he tightly gripped the blood-red saber. A bloody odor spread and swept as if it was a wave, enveloping the entire black rock-built ring. This bloody smell made people want to vomit as a bloody mist rose, and in the bloody mist, the sound of ghosts crying and gods howling resounded, as if they had entered the underworld. The bloody manslaughter was within the bloody mist, his whole body was covered in a layer of blood, his eyes were glowing with blood red, like a shura in hell, under his feet there were thousands of withered bones, and there was blood flowing. This horrifying scene was able to cause those with a weak mind to collapse on the spot, and the icy murderous aura emanating from the blood manslayer's entire body caused the air to turn icy cold. The saber technique and saber intent that I have mastered is made for killing, located under the shroud of my saber intent, a true element realm martial artist like you won't even be able to resist. Bloodman Butcher laughed maniacally as he approached towards Su Hao in large strides, raising his blood-red butcher's knife and chopping down on Su Hao's head. Be careful! Mo Qingshuwei couldn't help but cry out in shock when he saw the scene. This Bloodman Butcher was too terrifying. The killing intent that permeated out turned the entire ring into a shura hell. Su Hao looked like he was stunned and stood still, a piece of doubt in his eyes. Is this Bloodman Butcher only capable of this? Kill! The Bloodman Butcher shouted. The blood-colored greatsword was already less than 1 or 2 meters away from Su Hao's head. And right at this moment, Su Hao moved. Not moving was not enough, one move was like the sky crashing into the earth. 5 elements fist intent, fire fist. Su Hao suddenly stepped out, and his fist was like an arrow that had left the string, smashing out. The crimson flame on top of his fist burned the blood-red aerosol away, angrily smashing on top of the blade. The majestic true essence fused with the fist intent, just like a cannon fire roaring. Boom! This most powerful fireline fist exploded with a loud bang. The Bloodman Butcher stifled a grunt, only feeling an unimaginable huge force coming. The whole person was blasted off the ground and flew upside down. The whole arm holding the knife was torn apart by the terrifying huge force, his bones shattered, and a fiery intent was going to burn all his blood clean. Su Hao's 5 elements fist intent had been sharpened by the intent inheritance within that broken sword, reaching the level of 50% fist intent, and with the fire spirit root, the power of the fire fist was so great that it was exaggerated, and with a single punch, he flew away this Yuan Dan realm's bloodman slaughterer, causing one of his arms to be broken. 4. Why weren't you affected by my killing intent blade? Under my killing intent blade, you should be too fearful to even move. Bloodman Slaughter asked in horror as one of his arms broke and he couldn't get up from the ground in half a day. Blood Human Butcher practiced killing intent knife, constantly accumulating killing intent, will release the killing intent can make the opponent as if falling into the mountain of corpses in the sea of blood, even move a finger is difficult, some strength is weak, the confidence of the martial artist is not firm will be directly shocked by his killing intent to the demented. However, Su Hao was completely unaffected, and easily broke his killing intent knife with a punch, breaking his knife-wielding arm. Su Hao shook his head somewhat speechlessly. Killing intent blade? Why wasn't I affected by your killing intent? It's very simple, because I know that I am stronger than you, just like a lion. Where could I be affected by the killing intent of a wild dog? Su Hao's analogy made Bloodman Butcher stunned and speechless. Indeed, no matter how big the killing aura is, no matter how strong the killing intent is, but if the difference between the two opposite strengths is too big, it's also just like a wild dog waving its teeth and claws against a lion, and it's impossible to affect the lion at all. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. Seeing Su Hao walking towards him, Bloodman Slaughter hurriedly called out, choosing to admit defeat. Chapter 129. Doesn't he smell good when he gets his life back? Su Hao sniffed, his footsteps lurched. Black Steel, on the other hand, is also filled with surprise in his heart. This kid's strength is unexpectedly powerful. With the True Essence realm against the Yuan Dan realm, surprisingly a photo to defeat this Bloodman Butcher? Although the Bloodman Butcher is more than 30 participants in the Apocalypse Grand Ceremony in the strength of the downstream level, but Su Hao can beat him in one hit is still unexpected. Hey Gang calmed his mind and announced, the 15th match of the first round, Manhwa Invincible wins. Su Hao won a match and was ready to get off the stage. Only at this time did the Bloodman Butcher come back to his senses. His face was ugly. He lost? He lost in the first round, and also lost in the hands of a true Origin Realm teenager. What face would he have to return to his clan? Bloodman Butcher's eyes filled with blood, viciously roared at Su Hao's back. Kid, don't be complacent after winning me once. Wait until the next time you see me, I will rip your head off. Su Hao's original step off the stage was lurched, a trace of shock and strange color appeared on his face. He wasn't even prepared to continue to pursue and was considered to have spared his life, but this guy still dared to threaten himself and put out harsh words? Su Hao turned to look at Bloodman Slaughter and said expressionlessly, have you been beaten, silly? I didn't bother to throw a second punch, and you recovered a life and still dare to threaten me? A trace of killing intent flashed in Su Hao's eyes. He wasn't some kind of murderous person, but this Bloodman Butcher's threat made his killing intent rise. Not good. The Blood Human Butcher's eyelids jumped, somewhat regretting that he had nothing to put in any harsh words, and he hurriedly climbed up from the ground and fled towards the bottom of the ring, and shouted in terror, Lord Black Steel. I've already admitted defeat, quickly stop him. Black Steel stood still and didn't move. As long as he was still in the ring, it didn't matter to him. Shoo! Su Hao's palms merged together to form a sword and chopped out in the air. The cyan-colored air current in the air formed a blade chi that broke through the air and chopped on top of the back of the neck of the Bloodman Slaughter who was fleeing in a mess. Poof! Immediately, the blood-human butcher ran out a few steps, his head fell off from his neck and rolled out dripping on the ground for a long distance, his eyes rounded, filled with regret and unwillingness. Successfully killed an innate martial artist. Gained 40% blade intent automatically converted into 500 points of intent energy. Gained 15 years of true essence cultivation. Gained 5,500 experience points. Doesn't he smell good to get his life back? Had to make a death threat to me. Su Hao shook his head speechlessly, casually beheading this what's his name bloodman slayer. Su Hao got up and returned above the audience. This Bei Moi invincible is so strong, able to crush a Yuan Dan realm powerhouse with one punch at the innate true origin realm? It might be a dark horse. There was a commotion at the scene, all surprised by Su Hao's punch. The corner of Mu Tsangtian's mouth revealed a smile. He would be unhappy if Su Hao lost in the first round instead. He became stronger. Mo Qingshui saw Su Hao, who returned victorious. His heart was a bit complicated. Not long ago, Su Hao was the one who had to put out his full strength to kill even a Hotian martial artist, and now only how long had passed? Su Hao was able to fight with these demonic powerhouses of the younger generation. The 16th match of the first round, Tianqi Sect Ghost vs Tian Yuan Sect Yuan War. Black Steel announced the last match of the first round. Half or 16 people would be eliminated in the first round, and another half would be eliminated in the second round until the final round to determine the sole winner. The last match of the first round was also in the spotlight, because the Ghost of the two people on the field was a strong person who could compete with Mu Tsangtian, the demon of Tianqi Sect, unrivaled in his generation, and the favorite to win the championship. Everyone wanted to see just how strong this Ghost was. The Ghost kept a feminine smile on his face, and his footsteps, which were as silent as a ghost's, softly walked up to the ring. The Ghost's opponent, Yuan Zhuan, was likewise the leader of the younger generation. His face was grave to the extreme. He had heard of the Ghost's name, and was clear about this Ghost's power, but it was unwilling to let him directly concede defeat. At least he had to go up to the stage and pass a couple of moves before conceding defeat, and it also allowed his clan as well as him to be not so humiliated. Ready? The two of them went up to the ring. The Ghost looked at the opposite side of Yuan Zhan with a smile and opened his mouth for the first time. His voice was soft but gave people goosebumps. It was as if a poisonous snake was sticking to a person's ear and making a slight hissing sound. Yuan Zhan's face was covered in gloomy colors as he said, "Ready." Black Steel saw the scene, secretly shook his head. He is clear that this Yuan battle is dead for sure. In the face of Ghost, this kind of strong person should not be on the stage, but should directly abstain from the game. On the stage to Ghost ferocious character, it is impossible to let him go down alive. Then I am here. Ghost smiled softly. The next moment, his figure disappeared in place, like a white phantom, instantly spanning a distance of tens of meters. What? Yuan Zhan's pupils contracted at a distance. It was too fast, so fast that he could barely react. He felt a white phantom sweep past him. The white phantom disappeared, and the Ghost appeared in place, as if it had never moved, and said with a hint of a smile on his face, "You lost." Saying that, the Ghost raised his hand up, and in his palm, there was an additional beating blood-red object, which was clearly a heart. This is my heart? Yuan Zhan froze. He didn't know when there was an additional bloody hole in his chest, in which the heart had disappeared. Ka-ra. Click. With a faint smile, the Ghost brought the heart close to his cheek and gnawed on it with his mouth open, blood splattering. He's eating my heart? Yuan Zhan felt an incomparably huge chill attacking his entire body. He staggered back a few steps, but because of the loss of his heart his body quickly became weak and powerless, and he fell to the ground with a plop, blood spreading out underneath him. And the Ghost also finished eating Yuan Battle's heart and slowly walked down the ring. Is this Ghost a demon? To even eat the heart of a living person? Our Tianqi sect is at least a famous sect? One by one, the disciples of the Heavenly Apocalypse sect felt chills in their hearts, and also felt confused that they had such a fierce person in this sect. Ghost wins. Black Steel announced the result with an expressionless face. The reason why this Ghost was chosen as one of the intended targets this time was also because of this. Ghost was too inconsiderate of repercussions. Because of his existence, he could have discredited the Heavenly Enlightenment sect a lot. At the end of the round, 16 people were eliminated, and of these 16 people, 4 even died directly in the ring, showing the cruelty of this Heavenly Enlightenment extravaganza. And after a round of elimination, those who were able to enter the second round were undoubtedly elites, and the battles would probably be even more grueling. The first battle of the second round, Bloodslayer vs North Underworld Invincible. Black Steel announced the opponents for the first battle of the second round. A hint of surprise appeared on Su Hao's face. This time he was actually the first to go on the field.